Su Xuan became a lowly cultivator within the realm of immortality. After failing to gain entry into a sect, he resolved to venture into a secret realm. At that moment, he awakened a cultivation simulator. Before each simulation commenced, he would unlock a remarkably powerful talent. These talents could enhance his cultivation speed, improve his spiritual root, grant him an extraordinary celestial body, and bestow various physical augmentations upon him. Through continuous simulations, Su Xuan discovered that he was not the sole transmigrator in this world. Numerous children of destiny also existed, each bearing the weight of the world's fate and possessing unique advantages. Among them were family sons-in-law, protagonists of villainous tales, individuals wielding systems of immense power, and even those intertwined with the destinies of countless realms. Yet, unexpectedly, after ascending, these individuals became mere sustenance for alien races. The myriad of realms feasted upon humanity, exploiting them as resources. Chapter 1. The Cultivation Simulator. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow marks the opening of the Great Wilderness Secret Realm. Those interested may come to our Tianxian sect to register and depart with our team, announced the speaker. In the Great Yin Dynasty, Tianxian City buzzed with chatter as many loose cultivators discussed this announcement. Su Xuan was no exception. Having arrived in this world 2 decades prior, he had endeavored to cultivate, yet his efforts yielded little success. Thus, he resolved to try his luck at Tianxian sect, only to face inevitable failure. Even as a mere outer disciple, the sect would not accept one with a pseudo-spiritual root. "Young master, perhaps we should return," suggested his companion. Hearing these words stirred a tumult of emotions within Su Xuan. Indeed, possessing a pseudo-spiritual root rendered it exceedingly difficult for him to cultivate. Even if he were to gain admission to such a prestigious sect, it would make no difference that he feared that he might spend a lifetime without ever reaching the foundation establishment stage. Yet, he was unwilling to concede. Having arrived in this world, where the pursuit of immortality was possible, how could he give up so easily? Although his family was affluent and he could live a life of luxury, what of it? A mortal's existence is but a fleeting century, a mere blink in comparison to that of an immortal. With these thoughts in mind, Su Xuan spoke resolutely. "Fu Bo, you may return. I wish to explore the secret realm." "Young master." "Sigh. In that case, I shall hire a few martial masters for your protection," Fu Bo replied, lingering with concern before departing. Soon, his figure vanished from Su Xuan's sight. Fu Bo, Su Xuan murmured to himself. Yet, before he could finish his thought, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Beep, binding cultivation simulator. Initiating binding, progress 20, 50, 90, binding successful. Cultivation simulator LV1. Host, Su Xuan. Cultivation level, body refinement stage 3. Spiritual root, pseudo-spiritual root. Spiritual body, none. Talent, none. Energy value, 0. Current simulated energy consumption, 10. What? Is this my golden finger?" Su Xuan's heart surged with joy. After traversing through so many years, he never anticipated that his golden finger would finally awaken at this moment. Moreover, it was the legendary simulator, renowned for its unparalleled prowess. It has been said that one's failures stem from insufficient attempts at trial and error. If one were granted endless opportunities to fail, even a mere pig could ascend to the status of an immortal emperor. System. How do I acquire the energy required for simulation? Ding. Absorb all objects infused with spiritual energy. Spiritual energy? With a thought, a spiritual stone materialized in his hand. Though he had not joined any cultivation sect, his affluent background afforded him a considerable number of spiritual stones. Ding. Detecting absorbable object, redeemable for 10 energy points. Would you like to absorb? Yes. Ding. Absorption successful, current energy value sufficient for simulation. Would you like to initiate the simulation? Initiate simulation. Ding. The current level of the cultivation simulator is one you may choose from the following white talents. Strong body white. Your physique will be enhanced, allowing for the perfect absorption of inferior spiritual herbs. Perhaps you are more suited for body cultivation than chi refinement. Resilience white. Your willpower will become steadfast even in the face of adversity. You shall not easily yield. Basic tenacity white. In any endeavor you undertake daily, the first 3 minutes will always be more potent than the subsequent moments. Upon witnessing the options before him, Su Xuan's gaze sharpened. The basic tenacity was certainly not within consideration, for in the lengthy years of cultivation, such a fleeting moment could hardly affect any real change. In terms of training or body refinement, What could 3 minutes truly achieve? As for the second option, resilience, he believed that even without making a choice, he already possessed this talent. System, I choose strong body. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the white talent. Strong body. Simulation commencing. With the strong body talent, your physique begins to grow stronger, and you break through to the fourth layer of body refinement. Feeling your body strengthen, your resolve to enter the great wilderness secret realm solidifies even further. In the afternoon, Uncle Fu returned to ensure your safety. He specifically hired 2 martial masters in Tianxian City. Martial masters? Upon seeing the text on the screen, Su Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly. After body refinement, some chose qi refinement, while others opted to further enhance their physical form. Such individuals were known as martial masters. Generally, cultivators with 5 spiritual roots or fewer tend to follow this path. Upon reaching the status of martial master, not only does one's lifespan not increase, but future avenues also become significantly narrower. However, their strength surpasses that of higher-finding cultivators by a notable margin. Upon meeting you, the 2 introduced themselves as the Xing brothers, possessing early and mid-stage mastery, respectively, as fate would have it. You happen to be heading to the great wilderness secret realm. Thus you seize the opportunity to engage in a lucrative escort venture. Xingda informed you that the prowess of the 2 brothers was indeed formidable within the entirety of Tianxian City when united. Even cultivators at the 6th level of qi refinement would not dare to underestimate them. You felt an unwavering trust in their capabilities. Moreover, you took the liberty of doubling the promised remuneration, contingent upon their assistance in procuring spiritual herbs beneficial for body tempering. The 2 readily assented. Time swiftly passed, and before long, the following day arrived. Upon your arrival at the designated gathering point of Tianxian sect alongside the brothers, you were met with a throng of eager individuals, all primed for the venture. You couldn't help but marvel at the arduous path of cultivation, as even a realm that catered solely to the most novice of practitioners attracted such a multitude of participants. Together with the brothers, you entered the secret realm. Fortune smiled upon you, for shortly after your entrance, you stumbled upon a spiritual herb. Although its quality was rather subpar, it still provided considerable aid. During your expedition, you encountered a latest-stage first-tier demon python. However, with the brothers' assistance, you narrowly escaped the peril. On the second day, within the secret realm, you discovered a vast expanse of spiritual herbs. Though they were all of low-tier quality, their abundance proved to be quite fulfilling. Having consumed numerous spiritual herbs, your cultivation ascended to the 6th level of body tempering. This achievement filled you with ecstatic joy, prompting you to reflect on the remarkable potency of the body tempering talent, especially considering your previous experiences with many low-tier spiritual herbs. Chapter 2. Tang Chuan. On the 3rd day, you continued to wander the peripheral regions of the great wilderness secret realm. At this juncture, Xingda proposed venturing into the inner areas for a search. After much hesitation, you ultimately decided against it, for your cultivation was merely at the 6th level of body refinement. Upon hearing your decision, the 2 companions opted not to explore either, choosing instead to remain by your side, as you had already promised them substantial rewards. You resumed your quest for spiritual herbs, and after 15 days of diligent exploration, you stumbled upon a blooming 6-flavored Di Huang lotus. This was a first-tier superior spiritual herb, incomparable to the lesser herbs you had encountered previously. Even for formidable martial masters like Xingda and Xing its allure was undeniable. Yet, they resolved to honor their promise and relinquish this exquisite herb to you. For the rewards you had pledged surpassed the value of the 6-flavored Di Huang lotus. You commenced the collection of the spiritual herb. However, at that moment, 2 figures emerged, rushing toward you while carrying the corpse of a python. One of them shouted, "Drop the herb, or you shall meet your demise." Turning to look, you recognized the person as Tang Chuan, a fellow villager. You intended to greet him, but he immediately attacked you, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. It dawned on you that Tang Chuan had already embarked on the path of cultivation and had surpassed you, reaching the 7th level of body refinement. You contemplated calling upon Xingda and Xing for assistance, but a middle-aged man beside them forcibly detained the 2. With no other recourse, you faced Tang Chuan head-on. Despite the disparity in cultivation levels, your enhanced physique gave you a slight advantage. As you gained the upper hand, an excruciating pain surged through your body. You were dead. This simulation has concluded. What? How could this be? Su Xuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the inconspicuous Tang Chuan would outpace him in cultivation. Moreover, The instant he appeared, he launched an assault as if harboring a deep-seated vendetta. Reflecting on the past, Su Xuan could not recall any wrongdoing toward him. Though both hailed from the same village, their interactions had been minimal. In his youth, he had even assisted Tang Xuan, even if he had inadvertently offended him. It seemed excessive to warrant a death sentence. Thank goodness this was merely a simulation. Su Xuan exhaled a breath of relief. Yet, he soon recognized the unsettling nature of the situation. This individual was exceedingly peculiar. Although it was just a simulation, the scenes depicted were undeniably real. Initially, it was understandable, as he was competing for the spiritual herb. However, the flicker of coldness in Tang Xuan's eyes during their confrontation could not be dismissed as mere illusion. He harbored a long-standing intention to end his own life. Su Xuan was utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. However, given that someone sought to take his life, he could not simply await his fate. In the next simulation, he resolved to eliminate this individual first. Commencing calculation of this simulation's gains, you may select one item from the following options. Option 1. Cultivation at the 6th layer of body refinement. Option 2. 6 flavors of earthly lotus. Option 3. The talent utilized in this simulation. Upon surveying the 3 options before him, Su Xuan chose the enhancement of his physical form without a moment's hesitation. The rationale was straightforward. His previous physique had been woefully inadequate. He had consumed even genuine spiritual herbs to little effect, with each one nearly wasted. The enhancement would perfectly remedy this issue, as it would ensure no medicinal power was squandered. Thus, even without the aid of a simulator, he could effortlessly transcend his cultivation limits. Continue the simulation. Beep. Insufficient balance. Please recharge energy. Without hesitation, Su Xuan exchanged all his spiritual stones for energy points. Beep. Successfully acquired 120 energy points. Would you like to proceed with the simulation? Initiate the simulation. Beep. The current level of the cultivation simulator is 1. You may choose from the following white talents. Persevere. White. Whenever you encounter difficulties, you will choose to persevere, believing that persistence will ultimately yield rewards, even if the outcome is not as desired. Mining prodigy. White. Your mining speed will exceed that of others significantly, completing in 1 hour what others would accomplish in a day. Swift movement. White. Your speed is greatly enhanced. In pursuit, you seem divinely aided, always catching fleeing enemies. And when escaping, even those of a much higher realm find it difficult to keep pace with you. After contemplating the 3 options, Su Xuan decisively selected swift movement. The reasoning was clear. The first 2 options were utterly useless. He was heading into a secret realm. With less than a month's time for exploration, where was the time for mere perseverance? The mining prodigy was equally irrelevant. He sought spiritual herbs, not to mine. Beep. Congratulations, host. On acquiring the white talent swift movement, simulation begins. You feel your body grow remarkably agile, your speed increasing significantly. This greatly enhances your confidence for the upcoming expedition into the secret realm. In the afternoon, Uncle Fu returned, accompanied by 2 individuals whose identities were immediately apparent to you without introduction. Trusting that they would honor their commitments, you promptly offered them double the remuneration. The 2 were overjoyed and assured you that they would ensure your safety during the expedition the following day. On the second day, the expedition into the secret realm commenced. With a certain understanding of the route, you swiftly led Xingda and Xing'er to discover numerous spiritual herbs. Simultaneously, your cultivation rapidly ascended to the 6th layer of body refinement. But you are well aware that this is insufficient. Previously, you had attained the 6th layer of body refinement. And although you were able to subdue Tang Xuan momentarily, you ultimately fell victim to his concealed weapon. Thus, you resumed your quest for the spiritual herbs. After 12 days of relentless searching, your cultivation ascended to the 9th layer of body refinement. Although you yearned to continue your advancement, upon calculating the time, you reluctantly decided against it. You understood that the maturation of the 6-flavored menial lotus was imminent, and if you did not hasten your journey, it would likely be claimed by Tang Xuan. You led Xingda and Xing'er towards the location of the 6-flavored menial lotus. 2.5 days later, you arrived at the site. Chapter 3. Slaying Tang Xuan. Simulation upgrade. At this moment, a python guarded the 6-flavored menial lotus, a mid-level first-tier demon beast. Xingda and Xing'er were eager to engage, but you restrained them. You were acutely aware that Tang Xuan and a middle-aged man would soon arrive. As anticipated, 2 hours later, they appeared. The 2 engaged in a fierce battle with the giant python. Just as the clash intensified, you signaled Xingda and Xing'er to take action. You joined them, directing your assault towards Tang Xuan. Who goes there? Brother Su? You paid no heed to Tang Xuan, instinctively hiding behind Xingda and Xing'er. How dare you? Stop. At that moment, the middle-aged man disregarding the python's bites, desperately shielded Tang Xuan. Yet, as a mere 6-layer Qi refinement cultivator, he struggled even against the python, let alone withstand your combined onslaught. In just a few exchanges, he was defeated. Teacher, Tang Xuan cried out in anguish, but rather than rushing to save the middle-aged man, he turned and fled. You dispatched the middle-aged man, but since the python still posed a threat, Xingde and Xing'er had no choice but to remain and confront it together. You activated your swift movement technique. Soon, you caught up to Tang Xuan. By this point, your cultivation had reached the 9th layer of body refinement, rendering Tang Xuan no match for you. After a few exchanges, he was vanquished. Upon his defeat, Tang Xuan implored, Brother Su, we hail from the same village. Why must it come to this? You shook your head in silence, knowing all too well that villains often perish due to their verbosity. Yet, you had underestimated Tang Xuan. After you struck him down, an inexplicable, lethal poison seeped into your body. Initially, the toxin was subtle, but as time progressed, its potency intensified. You inquired with Xingde and Xing'er, yet they too were at a loss. With no other recourse, you resolved to continue your cultivation, hoping to transcend your current realm and dispel this venom. On the 20th day, having perfected your ability to absorb even the most inferior spiritual herbs, you reached the pinnacle of body refinement, merely a step away from breakthrough. At this juncture, you found yourself wavering between the realms of Qi refinement and martial arts mastery. You inquired extensively with Xingde regarding the realm of martial arts. It became evident that the so-called martial arts masters are merely cultivators of the physical body, a term applied to mortals. Indeed, physical cultivation is the optimal path for those possessing 5 spiritual roots or pseudo-spiritual roots. However, within this realm, physical practitioners are ultimately regarded as inferior. When you probed into the reason for this classification, his response was succinct: lifespan. Although physical cultivators possess formidable combat prowess, various factors hinder their lifespan from reaching that of a conventional cultivator. Thus, those with superior talent would never opt for physical training in pursuit of longevity. You comprehended this. Yet at that moment, you resolutely chose the path of physical cultivation, for you currently possessed only a pseudo-spiritual root. Had you selected Qi refinement, you would likely never attain the foundational stage. The formal ranks are Qi refinement, foundational establishment, purple mansion, golden elixir, primordial infant, transformation of spirit, cave void, tribulation crossing, and great ascension, corresponding to the 1st to 9th levels of physical cultivation. Body tempering is merely a transitional stage. You succeeded, becoming a 1st-tier physical cultivator. However, at this juncture, the deadly poison coursing through your veins remained unabated. With no other recourse, you continued to search for spiritual herbs within the secret realm, praying for its swift conclusion. 3 days later, your body grew increasingly heavy, and the scenery before you became more indistinct. For days later, your internal organs began to fail, and your flesh gradually decayed. You perished. The simulation now assessed the harvest of this endeavor. Because you had vanquished an individual blessed with fortune during the simulation, you were afforded the opportunity to select 2 items from the following options. 1. Initial stage of 1st-tier physical cultivation. 2. The talent utilized in this simulation. 3. 16 subpar spiritual herbs harvested in the great wilderness secret realm. Could it truly be so? Upon encountering the 3 options, Su Xuan hesitated not for a moment, directly opting for the cultivation and swift movement. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have officially embarked on the path of cultivation and gained an opportunity for system enhancement. Would you like to expend 100 energy points for an upgrade? Post-upgrade, the white talent can be exchanged for green. Upgrade. Ding. Upgrade successful. Immortal Cultivation Simulator 2 host. Su Xuan cultivation level. Initial stage of physical cultivation spiritual roots. Pseudo-spiritual roots spiritual body. None talents. Strong body. Swift movement energy points. 10 current simulation energy consumption. 100 watt. How did the energy consumption escalate to 100 points? Su Xuan gazed at the changes on the interface, rendered speechless. While he possessed a considerable amount of spirit stones at home, he had depleted them entirely and lacked sufficient stones for further simulations. Ah well, perhaps it is best to await the return of Uncle Fu. Soon, an hour passed. Uncle Fu entered the courtyard with 2 individuals. Oh, esteemed elder. Is this the young master you wished for us to protect? I observe that the young master stands tall and vigorous, entirely unlike the description you provided. Upon hearing this, Uncle Fu was momentarily taken aback, and then he turned to Su Xuan, noticing that the latter indeed seemed somewhat different. However, he could not articulate the specifics of this change at that moment. Uncle Fu, I presume these 2 are the assistants you have procured for me? Su Xuan inquired with a respectful gesture. Indeed, young master, These two are renowned as the Xing brothers, quite famous here in Tianxian City. I am unworthy of such praise. Esteemed elder, they replied modestly. After exchanging pleasantries and tentatively agreeing on a meeting place for the following day, the two departed. Uncle Fu, how many spirit stones do you currently possess? I intend to purchase some supplies in preparation for tomorrow's secret realm. Spirit stones? There are indeed quite a few, he replied. Before our departure, the master ensured that you would have ample resources at the sect, bringing along a considerable portion of our family's spirit stones. Uncle Fu then rummaged through his belongings and produced an ancient storage pouch. At this, Su Xuan could not help but sigh inwardly. His family had invested considerable effort for him to join the Tianxian sect, yet regrettably, he had been unable to succeed. Nevertheless, he found solace in the fact that, although he could not enter the Tianxian sect, he had awakened a system. Surely, a mere Tianxian sect could not compare to the capabilities of the system. With this thought, Su Xuan took the storage pouch and instructed Uncle Fu to return home and have his parents exchange some of their silver for spirit stones before he retreated to his chamber. System, convert all these spirit stones. Beep. Successfully acquired 1230 energy points. Would you like to proceed with the simulation? Chapter 4, Golden Spirit Body. Blacksmith Tang Hammer commence simulation. Beep. The current level of the cultivation simulator is 2. You may select from the following green talents. Alchemical talent. Green, you possess the aptitude to become an alchemist, significantly accelerating the learning of alchemical skills. Late bloomer. Green, upon reaching the age of 60. Your spiritual root will enhance to a 5 root. At 100 years old, it will elevate to a 3 root. Golden Spirit Body. Green, a low-grade spirit body. Your physical form is reinforced, greatly enhancing your speed when cultivating metal-based techniques. How extraordinarily powerful. Su Xuan was taken aback. It appeared that his recent expenditure of spirit stones was not in vain. The talents emerging from this simulation were worlds apart from those previously encountered. The notion of enhancing one's spiritual root was truly remarkable. However, the limitations were significant. One could only attain a 5 root at age 60 and a 3 root at age 100. This option would indeed be beneficial once his cultivation reached greater heights, but for now, it was not particularly feasible. As for the alchemical talent, while it was formidable, it held no relevance to the secret realm. After all, one must utilize their advantages. At this moment, Su Xuan resolved to repeatedly challenge Tang Xuan within this secret realm. I choose the Golden Spirit Body. Beep. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the green talent Golden Spirit Body. Simulation commences. You swiftly enter the secret realm alongside Xing Da and Xing Air. Given that you currently possess the first stage of body refinement, you decide to heed Xing Da's advice and venture deeper into the secret realm. On the following day, you gathered numerous spiritual herbs. However, they were of little significance, offering minimal effects for you at this stage. On the third day, you delved deeper into the secret realm, where you encountered a multitude of cultivators at the late stage of chi refinement and even some at the foundation establishment realm. On the fourth day, you stumbled upon a den of demonic beasts, where a second-tier spiritual herb, the earth spirit root, was discovered. Yet, the area surrounding the den had already attracted many cultivators, including formidable foundation establishment experts. After a moment's hesitation, you ultimately chose to abandon the pursuit. As you continued your exploration on the fifth day, the scattered collection of several first-tier spiritual herbs contributed to a modest enhancement of your physical cultivation, a consequence of being deep within the secret realm. By the eighth day, your harvest dwindled, as the realm had been extensively explored by others. On the 12th day, you began your journey towards the 6 flavors Earth Yellow Lotus. On the 15th day, while you led Xing Da and Xing Air in harvesting the 6 flavors Earth Yellow Lotus, you coincidentally encountered Tang Xuan returning. Though you concealed your cultivation level at that moment, release the herbs in your hands, or you will be courting death. Upon hearing those familiar words, a peculiar smile graced your lips. What is this? Brother Tang, have you forgotten me? In response to your inquiry, Tang Xuan remained silent, merely displaying a cold smile. Suddenly, several concealed arrows were shot towards you. Clang, clang, clang. You deftly blocked the arrows. With a dismissive shake of your head, you realized that the system's indication of his fortune had led you to expect hidden capabilities, yet he was nothing extraordinary. How could you? Teacher, assist me. The middle-aged man attempted to advance, but was directly intercepted by Xing Da and Xing Air. You engaged in combat with Tang Xuan, exercising extreme caution, aware of his potential trump cards. Like a cat cornering a mouse, you ensnared him, rendering him immobile. Soon, Tang Xuan became exhausted. Brother Su, I failed to recognize you earlier. These are the herbs I collected. Might you allow me to leave today? A cold smile curled at the corners of your mouth. With a surge of golden spiritual energy, You advanced and struck him with a palm. He was slain. Turning your gaze towards the middle-aged man, you halted Xing Da and Xing Er this time, opting not to execute him but to grant him a chance. If he could reveal his identity and his connection to Tang Xuan, you would spare his life. Ultimately, under your coercion and inducements, the middle-aged man divulged the truth. He introduced himself as Wang Gang, a scholar, asserting that though he possessed only a pseudo-spiritual root, he firmly believed that even such a root could hold the opportunity for transcendence. While Qi refinement is a grand path, this world also harbors 3,000 minor paths. Although these minor paths may be narrower, each possesses the potential for ascension, and their thresholds are considerably lower compared to Qi refinement. He and Tang Xuan sought the inheritance of the beast mastery path by forging a life and death contract with a formidable beast. Even the most talentless cultivator could transcend their limits with the creature's aid. The sole requirement of this path is the high expectations placed upon the beast, necessitating a breakthrough in the cultivator's realm before their lifespan concludes. How astonishing! This notion of the 3,000 minor paths was indeed a revelation to him. He had previously believed that aside from Qi refinement, the only other practice was body refinement, the great wilderness secret realm. The beast mastery path, he silently etched this name in his mind. You continued your search for the so-called inheritance of the beast mastery path, and on the 20th day, you discovered some traces within an ancient courtyard. Though antiquated, the courtyard housed several well-preserved tomes. From the information gleaned, you learned that the great wilderness secret realm was actually a remnant of the beast sect, which emphasized body refinement and beast mastery. The abundance of spiritual herbs was prepared for cultivators to enhance their bodies and elevate the beast's cultivation. Simultaneously, among the texts was a manual titled Great Wilderness Body Refinement Technique, which, while of a low tier, merely a first-grade superior technique, was accessible to every disciple of the beast sect. You commenced your practice of the Great Wilderness Body Refinement Technique. Marveling at its ancient origins, despite its modest rank, it proved to be of unimaginable benefit to you. You resumed your journey, but as the time for the secret realm's conclusion approached, you ultimately found no other valuable items. The secret realm had ended, and you departed from the Great Wilderness secret realm. Yet, just as you exited, an unexpected figure emerged, tall and imposing, yet bearing a hint of dejection. You recognized him at first glance, Tang Xue, the blacksmith from your village. He stood silently, his gaze fixed upon you, brimming with unrestrained fury. You realized he had discovered your act of slaying Tang Xuan. You contemplated fleeing, but escape was futile. Chapter 5. Using a blade to kill, even with the aid of swift movement, Tang Xue swiftly closed the distance. A sudden sensation of weightlessness engulfed you. You were dead. The simulation has concluded. What? A flicker of shock crossed Su Xuan's eyes. He had not anticipated that the once idle Tang Xue from the village could possess such formidable strength, capable of obliterating a first-tier body refinement cultivator in an instant. His power must be exceedingly potent, at least that of a second-tier body refinement cultivator, or perhaps even at the foundation establishment stage. Why, with such formidable prowess, did he remain confined to a humble village, subjecting his son to the hardships of life in his youth? Su Xuan furrowed his brow, pondering the enigma. Yet no answer surfaced. Is this something a normal person could accomplish? Perhaps, perhaps not. Su Xuan shook his head, choosing to dismiss the thought, and redirected his gaze towards the system interface, commencing settlement of this simulation's harvest. As you have slain an individual of fortune during this simulation, you may select 2 items from the following options. 1. Mid-stage body refinement of the first level. 2. The talent utilized in this simulation. 3. 27 mediocre spiritual herbs obtained from the Great Wilderness secret realm. 4. The Great Wilderness Body Refinement Technique and the experience acquired therein. Upon observing the options before him, Su Xuan decisively chose the talent and the Great Wilderness Body Refinement Technique as his rewards. Crackling sounds filled the air. In an instant, insights regarding the Great Wilderness Body Refinement Technique surged into his mind. Simultaneously, his body underwent layers of enhancement. With a heavy exhale, Su Xuan released a breath of stagnant air. He then opened the system panel. Immortal Cultivation Simulator 2. Host, Su Xuan, Cultivation Level. Mid-stage body refinement of the first level, Spiritual Root. Pseudo-spiritual root. Spiritual body. Golden spiritual body. Talent. Strong body. Swift movement. Energy value. 1140. Current simulation energy consumption. 100. With over 1,000 energy points remaining, he could continue simulating indefinitely. However, should he choose to slay Tang Xuan again in the next secret realm? Su Xuan fell into contemplation. Killing Tang Xuan would allow him to select 2 rewards. Yet it would consume considerable time, preventing him from truly delving into the core regions of the secret realm. Moreover, there there was still Tang Hammer outside, a formidable opponent whose cultivation level far surpassed his own. Ah, well, adaptability is key. Let the simulation commence. Beat. The current level of the Immortal Cultivation Simulator is 2. You may choose from the following green talents. Refining talent. Green, your refining talent surpasses that of others, and you are now able to forge first-level spiritual artifacts. All 5 spirits present. Green, your spiritual root will evolve into a 5-spirit root, enhancing your cultivation talent. Fortune. Green, your luck exceeds that of the average individual. When you explore the secret realm, you are more likely to encounter fortuitous opportunities. Upon seeing the 3 options, Su Xuan unhesitatingly selected Fortune. Simulation begins. At this moment, you possess the strength of mid-stage body refinement of the first level. Following the advice of Xingda, you head straight for the depths of the secret realm. You navigate through numerous obstacles, collecting a wealth of spiritual herbs along the way. This time, you decide to alter the direction of your search. In an intuitive sense, you feel that the southeast may harbor promising treasures. Indeed. On the 3rd day after changing course to the southeast, you stumble upon a den of demonic beasts. At that moment, a team of adventurers is engaged in fierce combat with the beasts. You prepare to take advantage of the situation. Half an hour later, the adventurers suffer significant losses. You choose to intervene. With ample preparation, you swiftly vanquish the demon beasts and acquire the first-tier supreme spiritual herb, the celestial spirit fruit, nestled within their lair. This fruit possesses the remarkable ability to aid Qi refinement practitioners in their ascension. You keenly discerned a flicker of greed in the eyes of Xingda and Xing'er. It struck you that, in the face of overwhelming temptation, even the most steadfast individuals can experience a shift in demeanor. You graciously relinquish the celestial spirit fruit to the 2, fully aware that you were no match for them at that moment. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A white figure erupted from the previous expedition team, darting straight for the celestial spirit fruit. It succeeded in its endeavor. Xingda and Xing'er attempted to pursue, only to realize that the figure moved with astonishing speed, far beyond their capabilities. You 2 found yourself at a disadvantage, estimating that only a peak first-tier body refinement practitioner, augmented by enhanced agility, could hope to catch up. You silently took note of this location. As you resumed your exploration, a sense of wariness towards Xingda and Xing'er began to settle within you. Time swiftly passed, and on the 15th day, you returned to the very spot where you had first encountered Tang Xuan. This time, you resolved not to intervene directly, instead opting for Xingda and Xing'er to confront Tang Xuan on your behalf. At the moment Tang Xuan and Wang Gang subdued the python, you made your move. However, this time your target shifted from Tang Xuan to Wang Gang, as you and Xing'er worked in unison to overpower him, while Xingda set his sights on Tang Xuan. In his current state, Tang Xuan, possessing merely the cultivation of the 7th layer of body refinement, stood no chance against Xingda. In less than the span of a single incense stick, Tang Xuan met his demise at Xingda's hands. Yet, Xingda had been poisoned. You were well aware of the severity of the toxin afflicting him, thus instructing Xing'er to remain by Xingda's side, vigilant and immobile, while you sought out spiritual herbs to remedy his affliction. However, after departing, you chose not to search for herbs, but rather continued your exploration of the secret realm. The actions of the 2 had already proven their unworthiness. On the 20th day, you ventured into the inner regions of the great wilderness secret realm, this time neglecting the ancient courtyard you had previously discovered, instead pressing onward toward the core area. By the 25th day, you finally reached the core area, a place fraught with peril, predominantly inhabited by Foundation establishment practitioners and a scant few second-tier body refinement cultivators. You wandered aimlessly within the core region, yet its vastness proved overwhelming. Relying solely on your own strength made it exceedingly difficult to locate the legacy of the beast sect. 3 days later, you amassed a considerable collection of spiritual herbs, elevating your body refinement realm to the late first-tier stage. 5 days hence, the secret realm concluded, and you were expelled from its confines. Chapter 6. Slave Gu. Upon exiting the secret realm, you encountered Xingda and Xing'er. Astonished to find that Xingda had miraculously survived, enduring the ravages of the potent poison despite being merely a first-tier body refinement practitioner. When Xing'er encountered you, he was filled with rage, yet just as he attempted to advance, he was obstructed by a burly middle-aged man. "Is it you who have harmed my son?" he exclaimed. No sooner had the words left his lips than both Xingda and Xing'er were obliterated by Tang Xue's fury. Subsequently, Tang Xue's already despondent demeanor became even more disheartened as he let out a deep sigh and aimlessly wandered into the distance. You followed him, careful to maintain a distance that would not draw his attention. 2 days later, Tang Xue came to a halt, and to your astonishment, the place where he stopped was none other than the rear mountain of your village. You observed him gently kneeling before a blade of grass. "Qing, I am sorry. I failed to protect Su Xuan," he murmured. "But rest assured, he shares your bloodline, and I believe it won't be long before he is resurrected, just like you." Hearing these words from afar left you utterly shocked. What was Qing? A mere blade of grass. It was hard to fathom, as only beasts of at least the third tier, or the purple mansion realm, could possess sentience. And what was this about resurrection? Even within the sects of cultivation, you had never heard of anyone returning from the dead. Yet, before you could recover from your astonishment, Tang Shui turned to face your direction. "After following me for so long, do you not intend to reveal yourself?" Startled, you realized you had been discovered and turned to flee. However, after running for what felt like an eternity, you found yourself rooted to the spot, unable to move. Concurrently, the void around you began to press in ominously. You are dead. The simulation's results are now being calculated. You may select one item from the following options. 1. Late-stage physical cultivation of the first tier. 2. The talent utilized in the simulation. 3. 3 first-tier spiritual herbs and 10 inferior spiritual herbs acquired in the great wilderness secret realm. Why can I only choose one? Ding. The host can only gain an additional selection opportunity by personally defeating a bearer of fortune. Upon hearing this, Su Xuan felt a wave of regret wash over him. After a long moment, he resolved to make a choice. I choose the talent. Ding. Selection successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the talent of fortuitous blessing. Sighing, Su Xuan pondered his predicament. Each simulation provided a rather appealing talent worthy of selection. Strengthened physique, swift movement, golden spiritual body, fortuitous luck. Each would aid him in some capacity. He also yearned to enhance his cultivation level, which implied he must slay Tang Xuan. However, should he take his life with his own hands, he would undoubtedly meet his demise at Tang Chui's hands when the secret realm concluded. It seemed he was ensnared in a vicious cycle. Ah, well, I suppose I must take it one step at a time. Continue the simulation. Ding. The current level of the cultivation simulator is 2. You may choose from the following green talents. Slave Goo, green 10 second tier goo worms. Upon use, you can control all beings below the second tier. As the options unfolded before him, Su Xuan found himself in a state of contemplation. The first choice, Slave Goo, presented itself as an extraordinary boon, capable of exerting control over all beings of the second tier and below. Given that the vast wilderness secret realm permitted only foundation establishment cultivators and lower to enter. With energy refining and body tempering practitioners overwhelmingly in the majority, gaining dominion over their elite members would undoubtedly provide him with immense support. On the other hand, the talent known as tough skin and thick flesh, while seemingly formidable, was ultimately a trait suited solely for enduring blows. In such a perilous environment as the vast wilderness secret realm, its efficacy left much to be desired. As for the final choice, deeply rooted, it promised the potential for significant breakthroughs, perhaps even leading to immortality. However, the prospect of being confined to a single location for an entire lifetime, devoid of mobility, felt akin to death itself. With these thoughts in mind, Su Xuan swiftly made his decision. System, I choose Slave Goo. Ding. Simulation initiated. Empowered by the acquisition of Slave Goo, Su Xuan approached Xingda and Xing'er with unwavering confidence, promptly asserting his control over them. They began to obey his every command, even divulging their past misdeeds of heinous acts without hesitation, which brought him considerable satisfaction. As they ventured deeper into the secret realm, Su Xuan, relying on his memory, quickly located the spot where the first-tier supreme spiritual herb, the heavenly spirit fruit, had been found previously. At that moment, the area was unoccupied. He directed Xingda and Xing'er to engage in combat with the guardian beast of the heavenly spirit fruit, while he seized the opportunity to pluck the fruit and consume it. Although his physical enhancement did not allow for the perfect absorption of the first-tier supreme heavenly spirit fruit, his body-tempering cultivation nonetheless ascended to the mid-stage of the first tier. After successfully digesting the fruit, he glanced outward to witness the escalating battle between Xingda, Xing'er, and the beast. With swift action, he intervened, dispatching the beast in mere 3 moves, bolstered by his golden spiritual body. He couldn't help but marvel at his own strength. Subsequently, they continued their exploration, choosing to return to the ancient courtyard they had previously visited. 3 days later, they arrived. And with familiarity, he began to meticulously examine the books stored within. Regrettably, he found no additional useful information. Apart from the records detailing the core area of the Beast Sovereign sect within the vast wilderness secret realm, only information regarding the Beast Sovereign Peak was available. The core area posed excessive danger. Venturing there too soon risked encounters with second-tier beasts, and delaying could yield no rewards. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to head to the Beast Sovereign Peak, hopeful that it might harbor the legacy of the beast sovereign way, as Wang Gang had mentioned. Despite its primary function being the cultivation of beasts, you once again embarked on your journey, deducing that the Beastmaster Peak might lie in the northern region of the Great Wilderness Secret Realm. However, after millennia, this world had undergone profound changes. In the northern expanse bore no mountain peaks whatsoever. Feeling somewhat disheartened, a mysterious aura inexplicably guided your path forward. Chapter 7. The Celestial Grass. You understood that this was the manifestation of fortune. Under its auspices, you swiftly arrived at a desolate ruin. Although the structures had long collapsed, an overwhelming sense of history enveloped you, instilling the belief that treasures awaited discovery. You commenced your excavation among the remnants of the buildings. As anticipated, within half an hour, you unearthed an array of remarkable items. Among them was a sixth-tier technique, the beast-taming scripture, cultivated by practitioners of the Beastmaster path. The beast-taming scripture was extraordinary. It allowed one to forge a contract with a beast, thereby gaining a portion of its cultivation. However, it bore a grave flaw. Should the beast perish, the contract holder would suffer immense repercussions. Furthermore, this technique was merely a branch of the revered Great Wilderness Beast God Canon, the ultimate skill of the beast sect. If this single technique was so formidable, one could only wonder at the true extent of the legendary Great Wilderness Beast God Canon. To your astonishment, what Wang Gang had claimed was indeed true. In this world, there truly existed methods for those with pseudo-spiritual roots to achieve immortality. A smile of affirmation emerged on your face as you resolved to spare his life in the next simulation. Simultaneously, a bold idea took root within your mind. This time, instead of eliminating Su Xuan, you chose to quietly cultivate the art of beast taming. By the 20th day, you had mastered the fundamentals of this art. Your cultivation also ascended to the first level of qi refinement, marking you as a genuine practitioner. With a heavy exhalation, you resolved to employ the slave to harvest other spiritual herbs. In the ensuing days, you led Xingde and Xing'er in a relentless pursuit of peak qi refinement cultivators. After subjugating 7 individuals, the quantity of spiritual herbs under your command reached a staggering amount. You began your search for Su Xuan. Alas, you were unable to locate him. He and Wang Gang had seemingly vanished into some hidden corner. However, with the assistance of those under your control, your cultivation had since progressed to the 3rd level of qi refinement and the late stage of 1st level body refinement. On the 29th day, just as you thought your last slave goo would go to waste, an unexpected figure emerged. It was a familiar white silhouette, one that had once swiftly snatched the celestial fragrance fruit. This individual, though merely at the 5th level of qi refinement, possessed a speed that left even Xingde and Xing'er, of the same realm, in the dust. You concluded that this person held significant secrets. You hurled your final slave goo towards them. This individual exhibited remarkable reflexes, instantly sensing the approach of a slave curse directed at him. Though he yearned to flee, escape was futile. A 2nd-tier slave curse was far beyond his capacity to resist. Merely upon the slightest contact, his mind was utterly ensnared. You inquired about his identity, only to discover that he was not an independent practitioner, but rather someone of significant standing. Her name was Feng Qinger. Although she had once been a rogue cultivator, she had recently joined the esteemed Tianxian sect due to her wind spirit root. She was directly accepted as an inner disciple and had come to participate in the trial within the Great Wilderness Secret Realm alongside several senior brothers and sisters. However, unforeseen circumstances arose, as an extraordinary treasure appeared within the secret realm, captivating her seniors and leaving her unattended. An extraordinary treasure? Su Xuan furrowed his brow. The Tianxian sect wielded considerable power, and its inner disciples naturally possessed discerning tastes. Ordinary techniques and manuals would hardly qualify as remarkable treasures. What could command such attention must surely be either the legendary Great Wilderness Beast God Canon or the ancient legacy of the Beast sect. It seemed that once his strength was sufficient, a journey to the core area would be imperative. Su Xuan silently contemplated, then shifted his gaze back to the simulated imagery. Upon hearing her words, you hesitated. After all, Feng Qinger was an inner disciple of the Tianxian sect. What if you were to plant a slave curse on her and the elders of the sect discovered it? After a moment's reflection, you reluctantly resolved to eliminate her. On the 30th day, the Great Wilderness Secret Realm concluded. You refined all the spiritual herbs you had obtained. At that moment, your body refinement realm reached the pinnacle of the 1st stage. As you stepped out of the secret realm, you swiftly followed behind Su Xuan. Su Xuan and Wang Gang headed east, and behind them, aside from yourself, was a despondent middle-aged man. You recognized him as Tang Xue. Upon seeing Tang Xue, you dared not proceed further, fully aware of his formidable cultivation. Continuing on would surely reveal your presence to him. Thus, You altered your course towards Xuan village. 2 days later, you arrived at Xuan village and made your way directly to the grass located in the rear mountains. This grass possessed an extraordinary aura, with a faint life force enveloping it. You were uncertain of its true nature, but since Tang Chui could communicate with it, it indicated that this grass was at least a third-tier demon beast. You forged a contract with the grass without encountering any hindrance, achieving success. Simultaneously, information about the grass materialized in your mind. It turned out to be named Heavenly Green Grass, once a fifth-tier demon king. However, it currently possessed only the strength of a pinnacle chi refinement, offering limited assistance. You felt a twinge of disappointment, but quickly found solace. After all, if it were truly a demon king, how could you have easily contracted it? You, in your idle state, resumed your cultivation, only to soon realize the sluggish pace of your progress. Absent the aid of spiritual herbs, it would be impossible to transcend your current realm, even after years of diligent practice. Thus, you resolved to venture forth in search of resources. However, the realm of cultivation is hardly replete with untamed resources. After months of arduous searching, you found not even a single first-tier spiritual herb. Locations like the Great Wilderness Secret Realm may not yield such treasures even after decades, or even centuries of waiting, leaving you somewhat disheartened. You decided to eliminate Tang Chuan before venturing to even more distant lands. 2 days later, you arrived at the place where you had last parted ways with Tang Chuan. Through various inquiries, you learned of an institution named Cole Academy not far to the east, which was likely Tang Chuan's destination. By leveraging your connections through spiritual herbs, you successfully infiltrated Cole Academy. Upon entering, you discovered the vastness of the place made locating an individual akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Days passed, and with the nurturing influence of heavenly green grass, your cultivation reached the 6th layer of chi refinement. Chapter 8. Again, slaying Tang Chuan, golden spirit fruit. 3 days later, through your persistent inquiries, you finally caught sight of Tang Chuan. After multiple confirmations of Tang Chui's absence from Cole Academy, you took action. At this point, with dual cultivation of law and body, your combat prowess was unparalleled, whereas Tang Chuan had merely just reached the 1st layer of chi refinement. He stood no chance against you, and in just 2 exchanges, you struck him down on the spot. Subsequently, you swiftly departed from Cole Academy, seeking a secluded place to await the replenishment from the heavenly green grass. However, at that moment, an unexpected transformation occurred as a powerful aura erupted from within you. Uncertain of what had transpired, you could distinctly feel your life force rapidly dissipating. You had perished. Into the simulation. What is happening? Su Xuan furrowed his brow. This simulation had been the longest in which he had survived. Yet he met such an inexplicable demise. Did some restriction lie within him? No, that was impossible. Su Xuan immediately dismissed this notion. He had lived in Xinyan village since birth and had never entered the world of cultivators. Such restrictions could only be wielded by cultivators of at least the golden core stage, who could easily eliminate him without resorting to such measures. Yet if this possibility is dismissed, the heavenly green grass. In the previous simulation, he had not encountered Tang Chui at Cole Academy, which leaves but one possibility. After escorting Tang Chuan back to Cole Academy, Tang Chui returned to the heavenly green grass and discovered the contract he had set. This could pose a significant problem, Su Xuan murmured to himself. Records in beast taming techniques state that once a contract is established with a beast, unless one willingly renounces it, only a golden core cultivator possesses the power to forcibly break it. In a mere breath, Tang Chui transitioned from unraveling to backlash, and it is likely that even the golden core cannot surpass him. It seems that one must not hastily contract with the heavenly green grass next time. Commencing the evaluation of this simulation's gains. Due to your successful defeat of an individual bearing fortune in this simulation, you may select 2 items from the following options. Option 1, cultivation at the 6th level of chi refinement. Option 2, pinnacle of 1st stage body refinement. Option 3, the talent utilized in this simulation. Option 4, experience in beast taming and minor accomplishments. Su Xuan promptly chose the pinnacle of body refinement and the talent employed in this simulation. After all, the beast taming skill would still be there, and the previous attempt had been a complete failure, rendering further choices unnecessary. Continue the simulation. Ding. The current level of the cultivation simulator is 2. You may select any option from the following green talents. Final struggle. Green when you receive a fatal injury. You will not perish immediately, but unleash your most formidable attack. Resilience in old age. Green, your physical aptitude will be significantly enhanced, and this enhancement will grow with your age. As you approach death, you will possess physical strength surpassing your current realm. Beast taming prodigy. Green, your talent in beast taming will be greatly amplified, allowing you to often subdue beasts of a higher realm than your own. And you will face no obstructions when forming contracts with them. Su Xuan glanced at the three options, swiftly discarding the first two. They could only be triggered at the brink of death, which felt somewhat inferior, although their strengths might be considerable within the simulator. The talent he sought must manifest in reality. System: I choose Beast Taming Prodigy. Ding. Simulation begins. As you have already reached the pinnacle of first-stage body refinement. You did not wait for Xingda and Xing'er, entering the great wilderness secret realm alone. On the second day, you hastened to the vicinity of the heavenly fragrance fruit, slaying the beast with remarkable swiftness in merely 3 rounds. On the fourth day, you galloped forth, directly locating the beast taming skill, and commenced your training. By the 5th day, you had ventured into the core area of the great wilderness secret realm. At this juncture, numerous foundation establishment cultivators and second-stage body refiners were present, yet with your various talent enhancements, you felt no fear of them. You began your search in the core area of the great wilderness secret realm, where indeed, numerous spiritual herbs abounded. In just 2 days, you had discovered 5 first-stage spiritual herbs. You refined all these spiritual herbs, and although your cultivation advanced further with the aid of the enhanced physique, it inevitably resulted in a significant depletion of spiritual power. You could not help but lament the absence of a green enhancement for your physique, had it existed. You might have directly ascended to the second stage of body refinement. You continued your search, during which you noticed many disciples from the Tianxin sect hastening towards a common direction. You understood that this was the great opportunity they spoke of. At this moment, you were merely a solitary cultivator. Despite possessing the strength to rival foundational experts, you were not a match for the disciples of the sections. You quietly departed, resuming your quest for spiritual herbs to enhance your power. On the 10th day, you had gathered 10 first-tier spiritual herbs, and with their aid, you successfully ascended to the second tier of body refinement. You began searching for the locations frequented by the disciples of the Heavenly Xian sect. On the 12th day, you found it. However, the area was already in ruins, as if it had endured a monumental battle just days prior. You sought to uncover something of value among the debris, but the scattered remnants left you at a loss. The following day, having found nothing, you left that place and continued your search for spiritual herbs to bolster your strength. In the past, you could not compete with others for second-tier herbs, but now, the situation had changed. On the 15th day, you discovered a group of Heavenly Xian disciples hunting a late second-tier white tiger beast. You refrained from revealing yourself immediately, choosing instead to conceal yourself nearby. You noticed that their target seemed not to be the white tiger itself, but rather a tree within its den. You were unaware of its significance, yet you understood that a tree capable of attracting numerous Heavenly Xian disciples was undoubtedly extraordinary. Greed stirred within you. With a roar from the white tiger, their battle entered a life-or-death phase. At that moment, they were completely oblivious to your stealthy entrance into the white tiger's lair. Upon closer observation, you identified the tree as a golden spirit tree. This tree blossomed once every 30 years and bore fruit at the same interval, yielding 6 golden spirit fruits, each of which held great benefits for cultivators. Chapter 9. Foundation Establishment. 3rd layer. You plucked the golden spirit fruits and, disregarding caution, consumed them immediately. Although in your haste some were wasted, you still managed to elevate your strength to the mid-second tier of body refinement. Meanwhile, the crowd outside the cave, along with the white tiger, became aware of your presence. You offered them no opportunity to react, swiftly escaping the vicinity with your speed and formidable physique. 3 days later, the great wilderness secret realm concluded. This time, you did not head toward the heavenly grass, but instead made your way to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, intending to seek suitable beasts for contract. After half a month, you arrived at the outskirts of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Yet, after an extensive search, you found no suitable beasts for contracting. The inherent talent of these beasts was exceedingly poor, and it seemed unlikely they could ever cultivate to the 3rd tier in their lifetimes. While the interior of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range was rife with 3rd-tier beasts, you were no match for them, rendering any notion of contracting futile. With no other options, you turned back home. Upon returning to your family in Xuan village, they were overjoyed to learn of your safe return, and you shared in their happiness. In the ensuing days, you found yourself inexplicably drawn to the vicinity of the celestial grass. To your delight, you discovered that Tang Shui, indeed as you had imagined, remained steadfastly by the side of the celestial grass after escorting Tang Chuan to Cole Academy. Elated, you realized that this would allow you to proceed without hesitation to Cole Academy to eliminate Tang Chuan. Days later, upon arriving at Cole Academy and deftly bribing the guards, you directly assassinated Tang Chuan. You could not help but marvel at his frailty. How did he differ so vastly from the prodigious figure you had envisioned? After slaying Tang Xuan, you returned to Tianjin City, where, with the spirit stones bestowed by your parents, you acquired a juvenile golden scale beast. This little creature was a paragon among second-tier demon beasts, with a chance of advancing to the third tier if fortune favored it. It was not that you harbored no desire to procure a more formidable demon beast, but your financial constraints rendered such aspirations impractical. As the stability required for a third-tier beast was beyond the means of a modest family, you forged a contract with it and commenced your cultivation in Tianjin City. Harnessing the spiritual veins. A year later, aided by a prodigy in beast taming, your affinity with the golden scale beast significantly improved. With his assistance in the mastery of beast taming techniques, your cultivation reached the 7th layer of chi refinement, while your physical training remained unchanged. 3 years hence, you ascended to the 9th layer of chi refinement, yet your physical state showed no signs of progression. After 5 years, you attained the 1st layer of foundation establishment, and after 6 years, the 2nd layer. 8 years later, you reached the 3rd layer of foundation establishment. At this juncture, the pace of your advancement began to slow, and you recognized that the golden scale beast had entered its maturation period. Its progression now demanded substantial resources, if it were to rely solely on its own arduous training. The late stage of the 2nd tier would likely be its limit. You commenced a search for spiritual herbs, but while meandering through the market, an unexpected figure emerged, Tang Xuan. You were astounded to discover that the Tang Xuan you had thought dead had mysteriously resurrected. Moreover, he had grown even more formidable, his cultivation now attaining the 8th layer of foundation establishment. Panic surged within you as you sought to flee the market, yet Tang Xuan recognized you. Without hesitation, he summoned countless azure vines to ensnare you. You fought desperately, yet even with all your might, your golden spirit body could not pierce the vines in the slightest. In that moment, Tang Xuan spoke. I never imagined you would survive until today, but alas, you shall still perish by my hand. You met your demise. Simulation concluded. Resurrected? Su Xuan gasped in astonishment. After all, this was a world where one could cultivate immortality, and resurrection was within the realm of his understanding. Yet, he could not fathom how a mere chi refinement cultivator like Tang Xuan could achieve such a feat. Furthermore, upon his resurrection, he not only grew stronger, but also possessed such bizarre offensive abilities. Could it be the celestial grass? Su Xuan recalled the tender care that Tang Chue bestowed upon the celestial grass, and he was utterly astonished. There must be some connection between them that he was unaware of. Commencing settlement of this simulation harvest, you may select one item from the following options. Option 1, Foundation Establishment, 3rd layer. Option 2, Mid-stage, 2nd tier body refinement. Option 3, the talent used in the simulation. To his dismay, he could only choose one. Su Xuan murmured to himself. The alteration in the system confirmed once again that Tang Xuan, whom he had previously slain, had indeed returned to life. However, he was not one to waver. Confronted with the 3 options before him, he immediately chose the 3rd layer of foundation establishment. In an instant, a powerful surge of spiritual energy rapidly converged upon Su Xuan's body, causing his cultivation to ascend dramatically. Within mere moments, he successfully reached the 3rd layer of foundation establishment. System, continue the simulation. Ding. The current level of the Immortal Cultivation Simulator is 2. You may select from the following green talents. Swordsmanship Prodigy. Green, you possess an innate affinity for swordsmanship, significantly accelerating your practice of sword techniques. Enhanced Physique. Green, your physical body becomes more robust and can perfectly absorb 2nd tier and lower spiritual herbs. You seem particularly suited for body refinement. Balanced 5 Roots. Green, upon selecting this talent, you will possess balanced 5 roots, with each root being of equal size, allowing you to cultivate certain unique skills. Upon seeing the 3 talents before him, Su Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Each option was quite remarkable. First, the Swordsmanship Prodigy. The sword is the king of all weapons and is the most commonly used armament among cultivators in this world, without exception. Take, for instance, the Great Wu Dynasty, where virtually all top-tier sects possess a lineage of swordsmanship. Then there was the Enhanced Physique, which was something he had long desired. Although its description merely stated the ability to perfectly absorb 2nd tier and lower spiritual herbs for someone like him, who could endlessly enter the great wilderness secret realm to continuously acquire spiritual herbs, it would be an immensely powerful aid. As for the final option, the balanced 5 roots, it was indeed extraordinary. This was not an ordinary 5 roots, but a balanced version, with all roots in equilibrium. Cultivators possessing such roots were exceedingly rare. However, the benefits it provided were primarily in the realm of combat rather than directly enhancing cultivation speed. Chapter 10. The Legacy of the Savage Beast Sect. Su Xuan remained silent for a long time. Ultimately, he made his decision, selecting the Enhanced Physique. which would offer him the greatest assistance at this stage. There was no alternative. For him at this moment, rapid advancement in cultivation was of utmost importance. The other talents would merely serve a supplementary role. Simulation commences. On the first day, you entered the great wilderness secret realm. And you are now a formidable being with dual cultivation in both law and body, having attained the pinnacle of foundation establishment in first tier. Numerous rogue cultivators began to approach you. Yet without exception, you rejected them all, because you believe that even relying solely on your own strength, you can reap bountiful rewards within the vast wilderness of the secret realm. The following day, your pace quickens remarkably in just a single day. You have gathered all the scattered spiritual herbs from your memories, and simultaneously, you begin your journey towards the golden spirit fruit. On the third day, relying on your formidable prowess, you confront and vanquish the tiger demon, perfectly absorbing all the golden spirit fruits, thereby further enhancing your physical cultivation. In the process, you discern that this white tiger possesses an extraordinary bloodline, hinting at the potential to reach the third tier in the future. You forge a pact with the white tiger. Riding upon the back of the white tiger, you continue your journey, quickly arriving at the place where the disciples of the Tianxian sect had previously gathered. You casually enslave a few disciples of the Tianxian sect to glean information regarding the so-called great opportunity within this secret realm. It is revealed that the vast wilderness of the secret realm has undergone countless changes, resulting in the loss of many treasures, and this space has grown exceedingly fragile. Only capable of sustaining life forms below the second tier. The Tianxian sect allows cultivators to enter precisely because to obtain the most precious inheritance of the secret realm, a blood sacrifice must be performed. Indeed, a blood sacrifice. While you are astonished that the esteemed Tianxian sect would resort to such nefarious means, you refrain from questioning further, as their efforts will ultimately serve your own interests. From the mouths of these Tianxian sect disciples, you learn that this time, there are no formidable experts among them. The most skilled disciple barely possesses foundational cultivation. You begin to lie in wait, anticipating the blood sacrifice to commence. Thunderous roars. At the moment the blood sacrifice is completed, the core area of the vast wilderness secret realm plunges into darkness. A skeletal dragon, exuding an aura of death, materializes, launching an assault on the Tianxian sect disciples. However, they appear to have prepared for this, gathering together to form a great formation that ensnares the skeletal dragon within. An hour later, the skeletal dragon dissipates. Its body erupts, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that reduces everything around it to ruins. Simultaneously, where the skeletal dragon had appeared, an inheritance manifests from thin air. You realize this is the so-called great opportunity within the vast wilderness secret realm. You begin to assess the strength of the Tianxian sect disciples. There are 2 at the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, 3 in the late foundational stage, and 10 in the early to mid-foundational stage, alongside 2 second-tier body cultivators. This lineup far exceeds your own power. Yet, bolstered by your innate talent, you are unwilling to concede. Moreover, based on your prior simulations, it seems these disciples of the Tianxian sect are not united in purpose. As expected, just as they aim to seize the inheritance, one of the pinnacle foundational cultivators takes the initiative to strike first. Junior brother, what are you planning to do? Me? I would rather ask you, senior brother, what you intend to do. This inheritance, upon contact, will directly merge with your being. Why should it be yours to claim? My grandfather is the master of Dan Shin Peak, Dan Yangzi. Do you, the ruthless disciples, dare to contend with me? The self-proclaimed descendant of Dan Yangzi stepped forward with unyielding confidence. Moreover, I have already compensated for your entry into the secret realm. You shall heed my command during this expedition. With these words, the cultivator advanced without hesitation. How dare you? Brother, lend me your strength. Witnessing the unfolding scene, one could not help but reflect on the adage that men perish for wealth and birds die for food. In the face of overwhelming temptation, no promise holds true. As the disciples of the celestial profound sect clashed violently, you made your move. However, rather than directly seize the inheritance, you concealed your presence and unleashed your golden spirit body, swiftly eliminating 2 peak foundation establishment cultivators. The onlookers were left astounded, desperately seeking to flee. Yet, you offered them no respite. Your dual cultivation of both law and body revealed itself, charging forth like a tiger among sheep. Within moments, all present met their demise at your hands. You commenced the acceptance of the Great Wilderness Inheritance. You received the Great Wilderness Beast God Classic, the Beast Slave Technique, the Beast Taming Insights, the Wilderness God Body Refinement Art, the Great Wilderness Palm, and the Body Refinement Insights. 3 hours later, the inheritance concluded. As myriad techniques emerged within your mind, you were filled with astonishment. Among them, the Great Wilderness Beast God Classic and the Wilderness God Body Refinement Art stood as ninth-tier techniques, capable of leading one directly to the path of immortality. The Great Wilderness Palm was equally formidable, embodying a divine power of utmost rigidity and brightness. The final beast-slave technique, however, belonged to the realm of the sinister. While it promised rapid advancement in cultivation, it birthed primal instincts, binding one under the contract of the Great Wilderness Beast God Classic. The downfall of the Wilderness Beast sect had significant ties to this very technique. You began to transition your cultivation method. Nevertheless, due to your innate talent, the pace of your transformation was rather slow. Consequently, you resolved to wait until the end of the secret realm to seek a secluded place for your training. You first elevated your body refinement to the second tier. Then, you quietly awaited the conclusion of the secret realm. Meanwhile, you released the white tiger, despite its potential. Its conspicuous nature would surely attract the attention of the celestial profound sect if you wrote it out boldly. At last, the secret realm concluded. Yet this time, the celestial profound sect did not permit you scattered cultivators to leave. Instead, they invited you into their fold under the guise of hospitality. You realized that your exposure was imminent. After all, if even Tang Shui was aware of his son's slayer, how could Dan Yangzi remain ignorant? In a final desperate maneuver, you darted behind Tang Xuan, slaying him before the watchful eyes of the crowd. A moment of shock ensued, and Tang Shui, lingering at a distance, soared into the air to launch an attack against you. Bang! Thud thud thud. The elder of the Tianxian sect clashed with Tang Shui, retreating step by step. Stop! What do you intend to do to our guest from the Tianxian sect? Chapter 11. 30 years later, he killed my son. Before the words could fully escape, Tang Shui struck again, engaging the elder of the Tianxian sect in fierce combat. You swiftly moved to shield the others in front of you, contemplating an escape from this treacherous place while the crowd was distracted. However, the Tianxian sect had already trained numerous eyes upon you, a peculiar individual. No sooner had you attempted to withdraw than they soared up to intercept you. Please, stay your hand, brother. You are a guest of the Tianxian sect, and we shall protect you at all costs. You gazed silently at the person before you. Although you were acutely aware of your inferiority, you resolved to fight to the death nonetheless. A quarter of an hour later, you found yourself outmatched. Yet, the members of Tianxian sect did not strike with lethal intent. Instead, they confined you in place. You understood their actions and the significance of the legacy of the Great Wilderness Secret Realm. Should you remain here? The fate awaiting you alongside these rogue cultivators would be soul-searching. In desperation, you detonated your spiritual body in an attempt to break free. However, this endeavor proved futile. The Grand Elder Xinyu, a legendary being at the peak of the nascent soul stage, arrived, effortlessly rendering you immobile with a mere wave of her hand. During the soul-searching, you fell into unconsciousness. After an undetermined duration, you regained consciousness, only to find the very Xinyu who had probed your soul before you. Clearly, her attempt at soul-searching had failed. Otherwise, you would not have survived to this moment. She demanded that you reveal the nature of the inheritance you had obtained. But you resolutely refused to comply. Consequently, you were imprisoned in the dungeons of the Tianxian sect. The spiritual energy here was alarmingly thin, and given your aptitude, it seemed unlikely you would make any progress throughout your life. However, you remained unperturbed, settling into a secluded corner to begin cultivating a new method. In the second year, you successfully transitioned to the Great Wilderness Beast God Canon. In the third year, you achieved mastery of the Wilderness God Body Refinement Technique. By the fourth year, although you had successfully transitioned your cultivation methods, the scant spiritual energy within the Tianxian sect's dungeons rendered any significant advancement impossible. A decade passed, and despite your diligent practice, neither your cultivation nor the techniques progressed. You began to regret the choices you had made. Yet, the Tianxian sect appeared to have forgotten you. In the initial years, disciples would come to inquire, but since the 9th year, no one had entered the dungeons. Days turned into years as you languished in confinement. In the 30th year, the array of the Tianxian sect's dungeon gradually dissipated due to prolonged neglect of spiritual energy replenishment. At last, you beheld the light of day once more. However, the Tianxian sect was now desolate, devoid of any inhabitants or traces of past cultivators. Confusion gripped you. With nowhere else to turn, you resolved to return to Xuan village, only to find it in a similarly desolate state. The entire village lay desolate, including the Su family. You arrived at the location of the heavenly grass, discovering that although it was devoid of all material things, it exuded a profound essence of life. Curiosity compelled you to excavate the area. After several days of diligent digging, on the third day, you finally unearthed the heavenly grass. It puzzled you that Tang Chue and Tang Chuan had chosen to bury it rather than take it away. Yet, such matters were of little concern to you. Your primary focus was whether you could form a contract with the heavenly grass through the great wilderness beast god canon, for it had already attained the pinnacle of second-tier strength. You proceeded with the contracting process, and fortune smiled upon you as the contract succeeded. Your cultivation began to surge dramatically, only gradually halting once each aspect reached its zenith. Subsequently, you contemplated your future path. The surroundings were undeniably eerie. The once thriving areas had long since become uninhabited. After a prolonged period of reflection, you resolved to venture into the heart of the Great Wu dynasty, hoping to uncover new revelations there. However, you soon faced a new dilemma regarding the heavenly grass, which required a space to absorb life force and could not be transported. After much consideration, you chose to learn from prior lessons and uproot the heavenly grass entirely. After all, it had once been a pinnacle fifth-tier demon king. A plant of immense vitality, incomparable to other beasts, it seemed implausible that it would perish simply from being removed from its place. You set forth with the heavenly grass, but darkness enveloped the land before you had traveled far. Initially intending to seek refuge in a nearby dwelling, you were instead confronted with an unforgettable sight. Countless specters surged towards you, and the heavenly grass emitted a tremendous life force in a futile attempt to counter them, barely managing to hold its ground. In that moment, it resembled a rootless reed, its life essence depleting with each exertion. Ultimately, the heavenly grass could no longer summon the vitality needed to resist, and you were swiftly overwhelmed by the specters. You met your demise. The simulation concluded. Observing the unfolding scenes within the simulation, Su Xuan felt a tightness in his chest. In the 9 years that followed, events unbeknownst to him must have transpired in this realm and beyond. What were those specters? Where had the members of Tianxian's sect and other sects vanished to? And what had become of the Su family and the inhabitants of Xuan village? The results of this simulation were now being calculated. You may select one item from the following options. 1. Peak Foundation Establishment Cultivation. 2. Pinnacle Second-Tier Body Refinement Realm. 3. The talent utilized in this simulation. 4. The Great Wilderness Beast God Canon and its cultivation progress. 5. The Beast Slave Technique and its cultivation progress. 6. The Great Wilderness Palm and its cultivation progress. 7. The Wilderness God Body Refinement Technique and its cultivation progress. Gazing at the options presented before him, Su Xuan's eyes narrowed. In this simulation, Tang Chuan had indeed revived once more. Yet, why had Tang Chuan resurrected so swiftly while the heavenly grass had taken so long? A perplexity enveloped Su Xuan's mind. After a brief moment, he finally spoke. System. Select the second-tier peak body refinement realm. As his words fell, Su Xuan felt an unparalleled force quietly transforming his physique. Countless impurities flowed from his body, accompanied by a foul stench. Beep. Host cultivation has significantly enhanced, granting an opportunity for a system upgrade. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Upgrade? Su Xuan immediately declined. After all, while an upgrade would enhance his innate abilities, the energy cost would also increase exponentially. He certainly did not possess such an abundance of energy to squander. He opened the system panel. Immortal Cultivation Simulator 2. Host, Su Xuan. Cultivation. Foundation Establishment Level 3. Second-tier peak body refinement. Spiritual root. Pseudo-spiritual root. Spiritual body. Golden spiritual body. Talent. Strong body. White. Swift movement. Fortuitous fate. Slave goo. Energy points. 140. Current simulation energy consumption. 100. Chapter 12. Demon Path Cultivator. With 140 energy points remaining, the current simulator level allows for one more simulation. System. Commence the simulation. Beep. The current level of the Immortal Cultivation Simulator is 2. You may choose from the following green talents. For spiritual roots, green in the simulation. You will randomly acquire 4 spiritual roots of various attributes. Mastery of arrays. Green. Your talent for array formation is extraordinary, even at the foundation establishment stage. You can occasionally set up third-tier arrays. Inferior sword bone. Green. A unique constitution. You will possess the most inferior sword bone. Yet, despite this, your talent in swordsmanship will be significantly superior to that of others. Upon seeing the 3 talents presented before him, Su Xuan fell into contemplation. Frankly, each of the talents available in this simulation held substantial potential. The 4 spiritual roots would accelerate his cultivation, enabling him to progress further and glimpse the realm of the Purple House. Mastery of arrays seemed even more formidable. If he could set up a third-tier array, would he not become invincible within the Great Wilderness secret realm, effortlessly overcoming both gods and Buddhas? All opportunities would be his. As for the inferior sword bone, it too possessed merit. Although it was the most inferior, Su Xuan had heard of the formidable nature of such a constitution. Sword cultivators were renowned for their prowess, dominating their peers. Those with sword bones were particularly invincible among sword cultivators of the same tier. System, can I select all these talents? Beep. The host can expend 500 energy points for an additional choice. 500 energy points? Su Xuan shook his head. After all, 500 energy points would allow him to conduct 5 simulations. That would yield at least 5 talents, and even if each were the most inferior, they would collectively surpass a single superior talent. Very well, I shall choose the 4 spiritual roots, Su Xuan declared. In his heart, cultivation was paramount. Arrays and sword bones were merely tools to assist in his journey. Simulation commencing. On the first day, you disregarded Xingda and Xing'er, entering the great wilderness secret realm alone. Due to your attainment of the pinnacle of second-tier body refinement, the Tianqian sect regards your arrival with a degree of reluctance. However, in the presence of many witnesses, they refrain from voicing their discontent, harboring a semblance of wariness towards you. The following day, your pace quickens even further. And you not only gather all the scattered spiritual herbs from your memories, but also consume the golden spirit fruit. You ascend to the 5th layer of foundation establishment and form a contract with the white tiger. Yet, at this moment, it proves too weak to significantly aid your cultivation. As the time for the Tianqian sect disciples' blood sacrifice has not yet arrived, you venture forth to explore other areas. You discover the whereabouts of Feng Qing'er and notice her behaving furtively, which instills a sense of unease within you. Sensing something amiss, you employ the slave Gu on her, demanding to know her intentions. To your astonishment, Feng Qing'er manages to break free from the control of the slave Gu and flees into the distance. As a pinnacle second-tier body refiner, you would not allow her to escape so easily. With a swift motion, you pursue her. You capture Feng Qing'er once more and reapply the slave Gu. This time, however, you render her unconscious, ensuring her mind is thoroughly ensnared by the slave Gu. You press her for answers regarding her motives. Yet, to your surprise, she reveals a peculiar smile. An overwhelming surge of black light erupts from her being, coalescing into a vast black net. A practitioner of the demonic path? The sight sends shockwaves through Su Xuan, who observes this scene from a distance. The Eastern Continent's cultivation realm is immensely vast, with a myriad of cultivation techniques. Aside from orthodox practices, some cultivators opt for the demonic path or other unorthodox methods. The De Yuan dynasty, neighboring the Great Martial dynasty, is known to be a stronghold of demonic practitioners. However, how could a practitioner of the demonic path possess a wind spirit root? Su Xuan muses to himself. Feng Qing'er was accepted into the Tianqian sect due to her wind spirit root, while those who choose to descend into the demonic path typically possess inferior qualifications, often being pseudo-spirit roots or devoid of spirit roots altogether. Only through practicing demonic techniques can they achieve a cultivation speed comparable to that of orthodox practitioners. With this realization, Su Xuan feels a chill run down his spine. Whether it indicates that there is a traitor within the upper echelons of the Tianqian sect aiding the demonic incursion, or that the demonic practitioners have discovered a method to deceive orthodox assessments of spirit roots, neither scenario bodes well for him. You shatter the black net and capture Feng Qing'er once again. At this point, she begins to regain her senses. Seemingly unaware of the events that just transpired, you plant the slave Gu within her once more and inquire about the purpose of the Tianqian sect's expedition. Her response remains unchanged. As a newly initiated inner disciple of the Tianqian sect, she followed her senior brothers and sisters to the great wilderness secret realm for training. However, unforeseen circumstances arose, and her seniors were drawn away by opportunities within the secret realm, leaving her to explore the periphery alone. You nodded in response and once again inquired about her intentions. At that moment, Feng Qing'er found herself powerless against the slave curse. Yet an enigmatic force within her seemed to thwart her from revealing the purpose of her journey. You endeavored to dispel that force, but your efforts proved futile. With a resounding explosion, Feng Qing'er's body disintegrated. She had perished. Witnessing the unfolding scene, a shadow of despair enveloped your heart. Nevertheless, you did not hesitate and immediately returned to the location of the inheritance. At that time, the disciples of the Tianqian sect were engaged in a blood sacrifice. Moments later, the skeletal dragon emerged. With its arrival, the world around dimmed once more. However, this time, you chose not to remain a mere spectator. Instead, you launched a covert assault on the disciples of the Tianqian sect. As you continued your ambush, the grand formation they had summoned began to fracture, allowing the skeletal dragon to charge towards them unimpeded. The disciples suffered heavy casualties, and the remaining ones scattered in disarray. Yet, as they fled, the skeletal dragon quickly returned to its previous position. A wave of disappointment washed over you. Initially, You had intended to utilize the skeletal dragon to annihilate all the disciples of the Tianxian sect, but to your surprise, it remained steadfast at the site of the inheritance. Faced with this predicament, you resolved to temporarily set aside the disciples of the Tianxian sect and focus on vanquishing the skeletal dragon first. You engaged in a fierce battle with the skeletal dragon. However, its power exceeded your expectations. Even with your physical body having reached the pinnacle of second-tier body refinement and possessing a spiritual body, you could barely maintain the upper hand in direct confrontation. Chapter 13. Ji Xinyue. An hour later, you succeeded in slaying the skeletal dragon. Yet, the commotion had attracted numerous uninvited guests. Glancing at them, you noticed that among these individuals were not only the disciples of the Tianxian sect who had just fled, but also several foundation-building cultivators who had been exploring the periphery. You paid them no heed and directly advanced towards the inheritance. Stop. What do you intend to do with the possessions of my Tianxian sect? As soon as the words left his mouth, the disciple of the Tianxian sect who had spoken was silenced by your fist. Watching the others flee in panic, a sigh escaped your lips. You understood that the fate of these individuals would not alter the course of events. Should you wish to seize the inheritance of the wild beast sect within the secret realm, confrontation with the Tianxian sect was inevitable. You began to accept the inheritance of the Great Wilderness. You acquired the Great Wilderness Beast God Classic. You obtained the Beast Slave Technique. You received the Beast Master-S Insights. You gained the Wilderness God Body Refinement Technique. You acquired the Great Wilderness Palm. You learned the Body Refinement Insights. 3 hours later, the inheritance concluded. You began to patiently await the end of the secret realm. Several days later, the moment you stepped out of the Great Wilderness secret realm, numerous disciples of the Tianxian sect surrounded you. Due to the survival of other disciples from the Tianxian sect, they did not take all the scattered cultivators away, but merely extended an invitation for you to visit the Tianxian sect. Moments later, a familiar scene unfolded once again. The Grand Elder, Xin Yuzhenren, hurried from a distance and pressed you for the treasures you acquired in the Great Wilderness secret realm. You revealed that you had obtained the Great Wilderness Palm, a formidable 7th-tier palm technique that, when mastered, could cleave mountains and part seas, even shatter the void. Xin Yuzhenren was astounded, but a glimmer of greed flickered in her eyes. You then lost consciousness. In a state of soul-searching, an indeterminate amount of time passed before you awoke once more. However, this time, you found yourself not in the dungeons of the Tianxian sect, but rather within an ancient, elegantly adorned pavilion. You had finally regained consciousness. Following the sound, you turned to see a female cultivator in white standing silently beside a bookshelf. This was none other than Xin Yuzhenren. Since you had claimed to possess a 7th-tier palm technique, she opted not to return you to the Tianxian sect, but instead brought you to the Ji family. Xin Yuzhenren requested that you transcribe the cultivation methods of the Great Wilderness Palm and inquired whether you had acquired any other techniques. You complied truthfully, stating that you had only obtained the Great Wilderness Palm and a 7th-tier technique concerning beast taming. Xin Yuzhenren revealed a knowing smile and insisted that you also write down this technique. Upon hearing this, you replied, I shall transcribe the technique, but you must swear an oath of the heart's demon, vowing not to harm me. Xin Yuzhenren complied, spilling a drop of her essence blood to swear that she would never inflict any harm upon you. You transcribed the beast slave technique, but you only documented the methods of cultivation and the advantages of the technique, omitting any mention of the potential consequences it might entail. On the other hand, Xin Yuzhenren was filled with delight upon acquiring the technique. After all, at that moment, she was merely practicing a 5th-tier technique, and even the sect's foundational technique. The Infinite Heart Sutra was beyond her reach, let alone the 7th-tier technique from the Beast God sect. Once she confirmed the feasibility of practicing the Beast Slave technique, Xin Yuzhenren immediately entered seclusion to refine her skills. Several days later, she emerged, having successfully transitioned to practicing the Beast Slave technique. You inquired whether you could take your leave, to which she consented, albeit with the condition that you must wait until she reached the Transformation God realm. You nodded in agreement, yet deep down, you understood that despite her sworn oath to avoid harming you, the secrets you possessed rendered it impossible for her to release you from the Ji family. However, this suited your intentions perfectly, as you were eager to witness the fate of those who practiced the Beast Slave technique and how they would ultimately be bound by the Great Wilderness Beast God canon. You began your own cultivation in the Ji family, successfully transitioning to the Great Wilderness Beast God canon and the Savage God Body Refinement technique. You commenced your training and broke through to the 8th layer of foundation establishment. However, the good fortune was short-lived. In the 3rd year of Xin Yuzhenren's seclusion, the leader of Tayangshuanzong, Tayangshuanzi, emerged from his retreat and sought out the Ji family to inquire about your whereabouts. However, Under the strict orders of Xianyue to protect you, the Ji family would never surrender you. A fierce battle ensued between the two parties. Yet, how could the Ji family, with their limited capabilities, stand against Taiyang Xuanzi, a master of the transformation stage? Within a mere session, the protective formation of the Ji family crumbled, and several of their nascent soul cultivators perished on the spot. Cease this, Taiyang Xuanzi. You have crossed the line. At that moment, Xianyue, who had been in seclusion for a long duration, broke through and emerged, her aura unmistakably revealing her to be at the same transformation stage as Taiyang Xuanzi. You. Ha ha ha. I truly did not anticipate that during my retreat, such profound techniques would arise in the great wilderness secret realm. Taiyang Xuanzi exclaimed. My master has always claimed your fortune is extraordinary, and indeed, it appears so. Very well. I, Taiyang Xuanzi, concede today, but Ji Xianyue, do not rejoice too soon. We shall meet again. With that, Taiyang Xuanzi vanished from sight. It seems that Ji Xianyue is not to be underestimated, Su Xuan mused quietly. Were it not for your presence, all the legacies of the beast cultivation sect would likely have fallen into her hands. Moreover, she only emerged from her retreat after the demise of numerous Ji family cultivators. Could it be that Ji Xianyue is also a person of great fortune? After Taiyang Xuanzi's departure, you approached Ji Xianyue to pay your respects and requested to leave the Ji family. As expected, Ji Xianyue once again refused, justifying it as a means of protection for you. In her eyes, despite having vowed not to harm you, the precious 6th-level techniques must not be lost. And only by keeping you permanently within the Ji family could they prevent their exposure. 5 years later, your cultivation reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. However, since you possess only 4 spirit roots, the probability of breaking through to the purple mansion stage is rather slim. You chose not to hasten your breakthrough, instead opting to seek Ji Xianyue once more, stating that your parents awaited your return to propagate the family line. Ji Xianyue declined your request, seemingly feeling a sense of debt, and instructed the Ji family patriarch to arrange a marriage for you. You feigned acceptance, but inwardly, you scoffed. For you had realized that Ji Xianyue was gradually being influenced by the beast-slave technique. Chapter 14. Marriage, the second child of fortune. Another year passed, and you were to be wed. As it was directly commanded by Ji Xianyue, the soul transformation ancestor of the Ji family, the wedding was of the highest standards. The bride was Ji Qingxian, a suitable cultivator of appropriate age from the Ji family, specifically the daughter of a steward. Ji Qingxian was comparable to you in both cultivation and age, making her the most fitting partner within the Ji family. This moment left you somewhat dazed, as a flicker of belonging towards the Ji family, which had imprisoned you, emerged in your heart. Yet, you soon regained your composure. Your goal is to attain eternal life. The person before you is merely a transient figure on your path to longevity. What significance do they truly hold? After the marriage, you maintained your commitment to daily cultivation. With the aid of innate talent and the divine cultivation technique, your physical realm has notably ascended to the 3rd tier. The manifestation of this 3rd-tier physical prowess has left the members of the Ji family in utter astonishment. Although such an achievement is not unprecedented within the Ji family, where even the 5th tier, compatible with nascent soul experts, exists, your youth is striking. At merely over 20 years of age, few cultivators within the great martial dynasty can boast of reaching the 3rd tier at such a tender age. When you revealed your possession of a spirit body, their astonishment somewhat diminished. However, within one's own family, realities are clear. A golden spirit body is merely of inferior quality, enhancing combat abilities yet unlikely to significantly accelerate cultivation speed. You recognize that your rate of advancement must be tempered, otherwise, it would not be long before the Ji family noted the irregularities. Thus, you paused your practice of the divine cultivation technique and began to prepare for the impending events, gathering numerous elixirs and resources for cultivation. In the 8th year, you felt no abnormalities. The same held true for the 9th year. However, during the 3rd month of the 9th year, the Ji family commenced dispatching cultivators to the front lines of the great martial dynasty and the Great Abyss. Fortunately, you were not among them. As the battle intensified, various factions began stockpiling elixirs fervently. Ji Xianyue and several nascent soul experts from the Ji family headed to the front lines. You predicted that this war would likely culminate in the downfall of the great martial dynasty, prompting you to prepare for your departure from the Ji family. As expected, treachery emerged among the high-ranking cultivators of the great martial dynasty, resulting in a betrayal during a battle where one individual turned the tide against them, aligning with the Great Abyss. Consequently, the great martial dynasty suffered consecutive defeats and was compelled to relinquish the southern territories, which coincidentally fell within the influence of the Ji family and the Tianxian sect. The Ji family divided into several groups to flee towards the central region of the Great Martial Dynasty. Seizing the opportunity, you discreetly detached from the Ji family's contingent. As you were about to depart, an inexplicable impulse compelled you to glance back at Ji Qingxian and ask if she wished to accompany you. Yet, before she could respond, a multitude of cultivators obstructed the path of the Ji family. The leader, a young man of unremarkable appearance but exuding an unparalleled aura, approached. You sensed that he bore ill intentions and that it would be prudent to leave swiftly. However, his words halted your retreat. Surrender, Ji Qingxian. And I shall pretend today's encounter with the Ji family never occurred. Is it you? Chu Han, you are still alive. I grant you one last opportunity. Hand over Ji Qingxian. You inquired of Ji Qingxian regarding this individual. It was revealed that Chu Han was her former betrothed, raised within the Ji family. Yet his lack of aptitude had led to his humiliation, as he had not even entered the Qi refinement stage by the age of 20. Your intuition about this individual was unsettling. From the moment you laid eyes upon Chu Han, doubts arose, and with the revelation of his background, your suspicions deepened. He was undoubtedly a figure of fortune akin to Tang Chuan. After severing ties with the Ji family, a mere wastrel found himself entwined with the forces of Daiyuan. Soon thereafter, he fortuitously encountered the Ji family in their flight. Coincidentally, at a time when they were gravely weakened, Ji Qingxian, amidst a particularly frail faction of her clan, advanced forward. Fate further conspired as the Daiyuan forces, to which Chu Han belonged, crossed paths with the Ji family. How absurd! Upon learning the unfolding events, you chose not to abandon the Ji family's ranks, but instead concealed yourself in the shadows. For Ji Qingxian, both in name and essence, was your wife. Surrendering her was an unthinkable option. Before long, the Ji family's contingent clashed with Chu Han and his comrades. Although the elder of the Ji family was a golden core cultivator, they bore the burden of protecting many low-level kin. In contrast, apart from one golden core practitioner, the opposing side was predominantly composed of purple mansion cultivators, with even the lowest among them, Chu Han, possessing strength sufficient to rival a purple mansion. Amidst the chaos, Chu Han seized the opportunity to strike at Ji Qingxian, utterly unaware that you had already activated your golden spirit body, preparing to eliminate him without hesitation. Die? With a forceful palm strike, your entire essence was drained, causing your meridians to shatter inch by inch. Yet, confidence surged within you. There was no way Chu Han could withstand the might of your strike. Master, save me. As Chu Han's cry echoed, his eyes abruptly turned white, and a surge of foreign power erupted forth from him. Yet, it was too late. You had already anticipated the myriad possibilities that could arise from Chu Han. Thus, this strike was executed at the cost of your entire life force and the annihilation of your golden spirit body. As the remnant soul utilized possession, the great wilderness palm made contact with Chu Han's skull. With a resounding explosion, his head disintegrated instantaneously. How dare you? The remnant soul seethed with fury. Although it could still manipulate Chu Han's corpse to attack, its presence within the lifeless vessel was akin to a rootless weed, unsustainable for long. In a fit of rage, the remnant's soul charged towards you. You shall perish. The simulation's outcomes began to tally. In this simulation, you successfully vanquished the one who bore fortune. You may select 2 items from the following options. 1. Peak Foundation Establishment Cultivation. 2. Early Stage 3rd Level Body Refinement. 3. The talent utilized in this simulation. 4. The Great Wilderness Beast God Classic and its cultivation progress. 5. The Beast Slave Art and its cultivation progress. 6. The Great Wilderness Palm and its cultivation progress. 7. The Great Wilderness Body Refinement Technique and its cultivation progress. As anticipated, observing the 2 selections available, Su Xuan couldn't help but smile. His gamble had proven correct. This Chu Han, much like Tang Chuan, was indeed a bearer of fortune. After a moment's hesitation, Su Xuan chose the Great Wilderness Beast God Classic and the Great Wilderness Body Refinement Technique. The rationale behind not selecting cultivation was simple. The secret realm imposed restrictions. Upon reaching the Purple Mansion or 3rd level body refinement, entry into the Great Wilderness Secret Realm would be barred. At that juncture, how could he continue to reap the benefits within the secret realm? Chapter 15. Revisiting the secret realm, countless insights flooded into Su Xuan's mind. At this moment, he had attained a rudimentary understanding of the Great Wilderness Beast God Canon and the Great Wilderness Body Refining Technique. He opened the system panel. Immortal Cultivation Simulator 2. Host, Su Xuan, Cultivation Level, Foundation Establishment 3rd Layer. Peak 2nd Stage Body Refinement, Spiritual Root, Pseudo-Spiritual Root, Spiritual Body, Gold Spiritual Body, Talents, Strong Body, White, Swift Movement, fortuitous fate. Slave goo. Energy value. 40. Current simulation energy consumption. 100. Lacking energy. What was to be done? Su Xuan glanced at the starry sky outside. Noting that the bright moon hung high, and several hours had passed since he first initiated the simulation. Calculating the time, he surmised that Uncle Fu should have returned home by now, and he wondered if he had persuaded his father to exchange their household assets for spirit stones. With this thought, Su Xuan promptly rose and returned to Zuang village. Given his current cultivation level, he made it home in just 2 hours. At this time, dawn was just breaking, and his parents were still lost in slumber. "Ah, young master, you have returned. Have you reconsidered your decision not to attend that great wilderness secret realm?" Upon hearing this, Su Xuan shook his head, replying, "Yes, Uncle Fu. I believe it is better to stay behind. Although I possess merely a pseudo-spiritual root, with the accumulation of resources, there is still a glimmer of hope for foundation establishment. By the way, Uncle Fu, the spirit stones I asked you to procure are all here. Yesterday, when you sought the master for the spirit stones, he sold off all the spiritual land to obtain a bag of spirit stones. However, since you do not intend to venture into the secret realm, should you not first hand over the spirit stones to me? I will naturally explain everything to my parents once they awaken." With that, Su Xuan took the bag of spirit stones and directly returned to his room. System, how many energy points can this bag of spirit stones be exchanged for? Ding. Detecting. Detected exchangeable energy value, 8,300 points. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? Surprised by the substantial amount of energy available for exchange, Su Xuan commanded, "System, exchange it all. Additionally, upgrade me once more." Ding. Upgrade successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained an additional opportunity to retain a talent. Immortal Cultivation Simulator 3. Host, Su Xuan. Cultivation level. Foundation establishment 3rd layer. Peak 2nd stage body refinement. Spiritual root. Pseudo-spiritual root. Spiritual body. Gold spiritual body. Talents. Strong body. White. Swift movement. Fortuitous fate. Slave goo. Energy value. 7,340. Current simulation energy consumption. 1,000. I hope this upgrade will bestow upon me a superior talent. System, initiate the simulation. Ding. The current level of the Immortal Cultivation Simulator is 3. You may choose any talent from the following blue options. Random skill proficiency, blue in this simulation. You will randomly possess expertise in a certain skill. Crisis awareness, blue. Your perception of danger is significantly sharper than that of others, often allowing you to foresee threats that others cannot detect. Love goo, blue. A 3rd-tier goo worm. When used on 2nd-tier or lower beings, it will cause them to fall hopelessly in love with you, while 3rd-tier beings will exhibit a degree of resistance. Gazing at the 3 options before him, Su Xuan chose crisis perception without a moment's hesitation. This time, he intended to venture further within the simulation. Simulation commences. Without any hesitation, you set forth directly towards the great wilderness secret realm. At last, by the dawn of the following day, you arrive successfully. Due to your tardiness, you fortuitously encounter Xingda and Xing'er. They warmly greet you and express their intention to enter the secret realm together. You shake your head, settling their dues before stepping alone into the realm. Having explored it multiple times before, you navigate the great wilderness secret realm with increasing familiarity. This time, you exhaust all the opportunities you are aware of within just half a day. Your cultivation has reached the 7th level of foundation establishment. Subsequently, you recall your memories and begin your search for Feng Xing'er. You find Feng Xing'er. At this moment, she is still in the company of the main forces of Tianxian sect. You follow in their wake. Moments later, as you had anticipated, the members of Tianxian sect receive news of the emergence of the great wilderness legacy, and after ensuring Feng Xing'er's safety, they hastily depart. You capture Feng Xing'er. This time, instead of enslaving her outright, you compel her to reveal her intentions. Feng Xing'er claims she is merely an ordinary disciple of Tianxian sect and knows not of what you speak. You deliver a beating, pointing out her identity as a practitioner of the demonic path. Feng Xing'er is taken aback, yet she still refrains from disclosing her true purpose, stating that an elder of the Mo Sha sect has placed a restraint within her. Should she express any intent to reveal her goals, the restraint will detonate, resulting in her demise. You nod, understanding that she likely speaks the truth. You feel that it is time to choose a path different from before. Thus, rather than choosing to kill Feng Xing'er, you opt to exert control over her once more. In the depths of your intuition, you sense an impending crisis. This causes you to hesitate, for the slave goo is inherently too weak. Even an elder from Tianxian sect could easily extract it. However, after a moment of contemplation, You ultimately decide to implant the slave goo within Fengqing air. You then swiftly begin your search for Tang Xuan. This time, you intend for Tang Xuan to acquire the legacy. You plan to incite conflict between the two parties while you wait for the opportune moment to act. Drawing upon your memories of the great wilderness secret realm, you locate Tang Xuan and Wang Gang within just half a day. You manipulate Fengqing air to approach them while concealing your own identity, trailing behind her. Upon seeing Fengqing air, a flicker of doubt crosses Tang Xuan's eyes. After all, he has never encountered her before. You direct Fengqing air to greet Tang Xuan, asserting that she has come to the great wilderness secret realm at the behest of Tang Xue to assist him. Upon hearing your words, Tang Xuan is filled with confusion. In his eyes, Tang Xue was merely a despondent drunkard at that moment, utterly oblivious to his son's venture into the great wilderness secret realm for training. In truth, Elder Tang Xue had always harbored great concern for you. The apparent neglect over the years, which allowed you to endure harsh treatment in the village, was merely a means to temper your character. As the saying goes, those destined for greatness must first endure trials of the heart. How could blossoms nurtured in a greenhouse ever bloom for long? However, the significance of this particular secret realm was paramount, and missing this opportunity would be a considerable regret. Thus, Elder Tang Xue sent me to assist you in seizing the chance. Chapter 16. Waiting for the right moment amidst spatial turbulence. Upon hearing your words, Tang Xuan furrowed his brow. It seemed a thought struck him, and a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes. He inquired about the opportunities within the great wilderness secret realm. You guided Fengqing to lead him and Wang Gang toward the core area of the secret realm, while you trailed behind them. Along the way, you introduced Tang Xuan to the treasures contained within the great wilderness legacy. When he learned that the legacy included techniques from the wilderness beast sect, a flicker of astonishment crossed his gaze. After all, with his current cultivation at the qi refinement stage, such a power was far beyond his reach. At that moment, Wang Gang questioned. The great wilderness secret realm belongs to the Tianxian sect, and they have dispatched numerous disciples for this expedition. If there are indeed opportunities, how could the Tianxian sect stand by and allow others to seize them? In response to his inquiry, you replied, Elder Tang Xue has already taken precautions regarding this matter. Even if the Tianxian sect wishes to intervene, they must consider whether they possess the ability to do so. Shortly thereafter, you arrived at the location of the great wilderness legacy. The disciples of the Tianxian sect were currently performing a blood sacrifice, and everything proceeded as usual. After they ensnared the skeletal dragon with their formation, the great wilderness legacy manifested. You urged Tang Xuan to step forward and claim the legacy while you held back the disciples of the Tianxian sect. Stop! Who are you? How dare you attempt to take what belongs to the Tianxian sect? Ignoring the disciples, you unleashed your full power and charged at them. Meanwhile, you cast a glance at Tang Xuan, discovering that, as you suspected, he did not approach the legacy directly. Teacher, is this so-called great wilderness legacy genuine? To my understanding, the energy of such a legacy is pure and unblemished. It cannot be counterfeit. Moreover, this individual possesses remarkable strength, adept in both physical and magical disciplines, and can subtly suppress several disciples of the Tianxian sect. Such a figure would undoubtedly rank among the elite even within our Kolai Academy. If what he says is true, Su Xuan, your father may indeed be an extraordinary individual. Upon hearing Wang Gang's words, Tang Xuan hesitated no longer and headed straight for the great wilderness legacy. Dare you, young man, if you attempt to seize the belongings of the Tianxian sect, your demise will surely follow when the secret realm concludes. The disciple of the heavenly profound sect, in a desperate bid, sprinted towards the direction of the inheritance. How could he possibly be your adversary? Had you not deliberately held back, he would have already become a wraith in your grasp. You severely wounded the disciple of the heavenly profound sect, causing them to flee in disarray. Tang Xuan commenced his acceptance of the inheritance. After 3 hours, the inheritance concluded. You approached Tang Xuan to inquire about the content of the inheritance. He revealed that he had acquired a technique known as the Beast King Sutra, an 8th-tier skill that, when mastered, could lead one to the threshold of transcending tribulation. Furthermore, as this technique progressed to its later stages, it could manifest a fragment of a beast soul, endowing the practitioner with the attributes of a formidable beast. You were taken aback, pondering if every individual's inheritance differed. Yet, you soon realized that the Beast King Sutra was, in fact, the beast slave technique. This was fortuitous for you, as you were currently unaware of how to cultivate the beast slave technique. You sought guidance from Tang Xuan on how to practice the Beast King Sutra, and he willingly obliged. You began to feign the practice of the Beast King Sutra. Days later, the great wilderness secret realm came to an end. The moment you stepped out of the realm, several figures materialized before you. However, this time, their target was not you, but rather Tang Xuan beside you. Elder Wang. This individual has obtained the great wilderness inheritance. With the utterance of that disciple from the heavenly profound sect, a massive black hand lunged towards Tang Xuan. Who dares to harm my son? Upon seeing Tang Xue's arrival, you swiftly retreated behind the crowd. You were acutely aware that Tang Xue's prowess was far beyond that of the Elder Wang before you. Indeed, the Elder Wang was soon forced to retreat under the relentless assault. Fellow disciples, this person is slightly more powerful than I, yet he stands alone. Even with all our might, he cannot withstand our combined strength. Let us attack together. Elder Wang shouted. However, his words did not sway the other elders of the heavenly profound sect. After all, Tang Xue had vanquished Elder Wang in merely 3 moves, and his cultivation was at least at the 7th level of the nascent soul, far beyond what they could contend with. Furthermore, the inheritance belonged to the sect. But one's life was one's own. Should they inadvertently injure themselves, it would be a grievous loss. The situation quickly became tense. Yet, Tang Xue would not grant them the opportunity to deliberate, launching another assault on Elder Wang. Left with no choice, Elder Wang could only respond in a state of panic. Bang, bang, bang. With the sound of 3 resounding impacts, Elder Wang once again fell to the ground. You all, as he gazed at his indifferent peers. Despair welled within him. Fortunately, at that critical moment, Ji Xianyu arrived. You felt a sense of unease as this time. Ji Xianyu had arrived noticeably sooner than before and fortuitously saved Elder Wang. Your suspicion towards Ji Xianyu deepened. Concurrently, your sense of crisis was ignited. You suddenly sensed that it was unwise to linger here and swiftly retreated. As anticipated, just as the sense of crisis began to dissipate, the clash between Tang Xue and Ji Xianyu ignited the teleportation array at the exit of the Great Desolation Secret Realm. Countless cultivators, caught off guard, were instantaneously engulfed by the chaotic spatial currents. However, due to your relative distance, you managed to withstand the turbulence with great effort. Nevertheless, even in this state, you found yourself severely wounded by the relentless slicing of the chaotic currents. Chaotic spatial currents. Su Xuan had heard of such phenomena. They manifest whenever a tremendous explosion occurs in areas where the fabric of space is fragile, resulting in indiscriminate slicing of all cultivators. Even those at the peak of the nascent soul stage find it exceedingly difficult to survive within such turmoil. If that is the case, then even if Tang Xue and Ji Xianyu were to escape unscathed, it is likely that Tang Xuan has been utterly annihilated, Su Xuan murmured to himself. After all, Tang Xuan was merely a qi refining cultivator. Although the means of his resurrection remained a mystery, the chaotic currents were notorious for their ability to obliterate all cultivators below the nascent soul stage. With his cultivation level, he would likely be reduced to nothing more than dust upon contact. Chapter 17. Little Su Yu began to observe the situation amidst the chaotic currents. Few were able to escape, and among them were Tang Xue and Ji Xianyu. The two engaged in combat once more without uttering a word. The earth trembled and the heavens quaked as the scope of the spatial chaos expanded once again. You paid them no heed, instead confirming that Tang Xuan had not emerged from the turmoil and quietly concealed yourself at a distance. You sensed that Ji Xianyu had the upper hand. After all, during a previous simulation, you had defeated Tang Xuan, and it was Ji Xianyu who had brought you back to the Tianxian sect while being pursued by the enraged Tang Xue. As expected, although both were at the peak of the nascent soul stage, Ji Xianyu had spent a longer time at this level, endowing her with greater experience. Soon, they were engaged in a game of chase, one fleeing while the other pursued into the distance. Watching their retreating figures, a faint smile graced your lips. You resolved to find a secure place to wait it out. At this moment, you possessed a wealth of techniques and spiritual herbs scavenged from the Great Desolation Secret Realm, sufficient for an extended period of cultivation. 2 months later, you arrived at Tianxing City, located at the junction of the central and southern regions of the Great Wu Dynasty. This small town, sparsely populated, was nonetheless home to the garrison of the Great Wu Dynasty's army. In your view, it was the safest place at present. You commenced your cultivation here. A year later, having exhausted the spiritual herbs gathered from the Great Desolation Secret Realm, your cultivation level reached the 9th layer of foundation establishment. You keenly sensed that your rate of progress was beginning to slow. Although you still had some spiritual stones scavenged from corpses, they were ultimately mere remnants of the deceased. If you were to continue cultivating in this manner, even with the impending invasion of the Deyuan dynasty, it was unlikely you would attain the Purple Mansion or the 3rd stage of body refinement. You began to reminisce about the days spent within the Ji family. Although you will be under house arrest, the Ji family will still provide you with some cultivation resources each month, according to the standard of ordinary disciples. However, there is no remedy for regret in this world, and you soon dismiss this notion. You resolve to find a way to earn some money. Thus, you begin your search for affluent targets within Tianqing City. Eventually, you find yourself halting before a slave market. There, you identify the target you have been seeking, the market owner, Fat Second Master. This man is cunning and treacherous, while he ostensibly engages in the slave trade. He secretly plays both sides. It is fortunate when he encounters those of great strength. However, if weaker individuals attempt to purchase slaves, they will soon find themselves ambushed by the very slaves they bought, in collusion with Fat Second Master. Despite his frequent underhanded dealings, many from elsewhere still fall prey to his schemes upon arriving in Tianqing City. Upon entering the slave market, you deliberately display all the spiritual stones you possess. As anticipated, your ostentatious display swiftly captures Fat Second Master's attention. You express your desire to purchase the finest slave. Fat Second Master begins to expound enthusiastically on the slaves available, subtly probing your identity. You inform him that you hail from a modest family and that you have brought all your family's spiritual stones for this expedition, seeking a powerful slave to safeguard you. Upon hearing your response, a knowing smile graces his face. Under his recommendation, you acquire the most formidable slave in the market, a woman named Su. She possesses the bloodline of a demon beast and had fled from the Dine dynasty. Although she is captured by Fat Second Master's forces despite her foundation establishment at the 3rd level. Moreover, she is entirely new to the market. Nodding in satisfaction at Fat Second Master's introduction, you hand over the spiritual stones in your possession. In the following days, you continue your cultivation in Tianqing City. While the results are minimal, they prompt Fat Second Master to send individuals to keep a close watch on you. You eventually depart from Tianqing City and set up a temporary camp by a nearby river, accompanied by Su. Su, I find it perplexing. Despite your cultivation at the 3rd level of foundation establishment, how could you have been captured by those qi refining practitioners? You inquire. In response, Su explains, my lord. I was once a maid in the Zhongguan Prince's estate of the Dali dynasty. The prince was suspected by the emperor, and in a single night, the grand estate was reduced to nothing. I managed to escape, but by then, there was no refuge left for me in the Dali dynasty, leading me to flee to the Dao dynasty. However, upon arriving in the Dao dynasty, I was already utterly exhausted, which is how I fell into Fat Second Master's hands. You nod in understanding, then cast your gaze toward the nearby mountains and forests. Fat Second Master, since we have come this far, why hide? Are you afraid of stumbling in my presence? You muse. Very well, you are indeed a bold one. Utterly unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the earth. As the echo of the words faded, dozens of figures emerged from the woods, led by none other than the corpulent Yi. Boy, even at death's door, you still feign bravado. What does it matter if you have a family backing you? Once you are gone, who will know it was I, Fat Yi, who did it? Listening to Fat Yi's taunts, you nodded slightly. Indeed. It seemed a clever strategy to acquire spirit stones. After all, Tianqing City could scarcely be deemed a significant place, primarily serving as a resting stop before entering the heart of the great martial dynasty. Unfortunately, their perceptiveness fell short. With a tremendous roar, your aura erupted in an instant, and you struck out with a palm. However, the target of your strike was not Fat Yi, but rather the small figure behind you, Little Su. The force of your blow sent her hurtling backward until she crashed through dozens of massive trees before finally coming to a halt. You, how could you? Your acting is woeful, you replied, observing the confusion etched upon Little Su's face as you shook your head. Ever since you had taken her under your wing, you had been vigilant in watching her. Her demeanor was nothing like that of a typical slave, especially just now. A normal slave would react with fear upon encountering their master, yet Little Su was entirely different. She not only showed no fear but gazed at you with a pitiful expression. Of course, these details were not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point was that you had triggered your sense of danger. Thus, you concluded that Little Su was undoubtedly problematic. Please spare me, my lord. Have mercy. It is my fault for not recognizing the greatness before me. I have a 100-year-old mother and an unborn child. As you observed the pleading Fat Yi and his companions, you refrained from immediately taking action and instead inquired about their true identities. Chapter 18, Third Stage Body Refinement. Wang City. It turned out that Fat Yi and his cohorts were merely a band of ruffians in Tianqing City, and it was Little Su who had led them onto the path of cultivation, allowing them to engage in the slave trade. This was a more reasonable explanation. You had implanted slave worms in Fat Yi and his companions. Due to the insufficient quantity, you randomly sent a few unlucky ones away. Turning your gaze back to Little Su, you noted that after receiving your strike, she was now gasping for breath. Farewell, you declared as you ended her life. At this moment, You could not fully control her, rendering her existence unnecessary. You searched her body and discovered numerous spirit stones along with a peculiar gem. Inquiring with Fat Air Yi and his companions revealed they were unaware of the gem's origins. You escorted Fat Air Yi and his group back to the slave market, instructing them to maintain the status quo. The following day, the slaves resumed their normal routines, and everything began to operate as usual. However, the true master behind the scenes of the slave market had shifted from little Su to you. You embarked on an immersive journey of cultivation. With the support of spirit stones from Fat Air Yi and his cohorts, your cultivation speed significantly accelerated. However, this was still insufficient, at least for you at this moment. It was far from adequate. You needed to reach a higher realm as swiftly as possible before the Great Abyss dynasty launched its massive invasion of the Great Wu dynasty. You began to encourage Uncle Fat and others to expand their business endeavors. As soon as a lucrative opportunity presented itself in Tianqing City, you would be promptly informed. Thus, days passed one after another, and your cultivation progressed remarkably. After 5 years, you broke through to the third stage of body refinement. Simultaneously, your sphere of influence expanded considerably. At this point, you could be regarded as a prominent figure in Tianqing City. However, you remained dissatisfied and continued to broaden your dominion. You elevated the cultivation levels of several individuals initially controlled by slave due to the foundation establishment stage, enabling each of them to stand on their own. Although the influence of the slave goo was gradually waning, they were compelled to submit to you, who had attained the third stage of body refinement. Just when you believed everything could develop in an orderly manner, an unexpected event occurred. One of your subordinates, a ruffian named Dehe, inadvertently assassinated a disciple of the Xianjian sect. This disciple, though not highly skilled, was the son of an elder from the Xianjian sect, and his death was swiftly reported to that elder. Fortunately, your crisis awareness was triggered, and sensing the urgency of the situation, you left Tianqing City before the enforcers of the Xianjian sect arrived. Such formidable prowess. Observing the scene unfold in the simulation, Su Xuan's eyes widened in astonishment. In this simulation, his heightened awareness of danger had saved his life on multiple occasions. The previous crises had been manageable, as they manifested before him, allowing him to sense impending danger in due time. However, this time, he had accurately foreseen too much in advance. It seemed that the spirit stones were well spent. His blue talent was significantly more potent than the previous white and green ones. After leaving Tianqing City, you began your journey back to Su Xuan village, intending to take your parents away from the southern region of the Great Wu dynasty before the Great Abyss dynasty's invasion commenced. A month later, you returned home to find your parents overjoyed by your return. Seizing the moment, you proposed to them your plan to relocate to the imperial city of Wuwang in the Great Wu dynasty. They hesitated at first, but upon revealing your cultivation achievements and informing them that you had joined the Wuwang sect established by the royal family of the Great Wu dynasty, they accepted your proposal with delight. In the days that followed, your parents began to liquidate their assets. Meanwhile, you discreetly started to observe the situation in Su Xuan village. Through your inquiries, you discovered that Tang Chui had rarely been seen since his return 5 years ago. Your courage grew a bit bolder, and you began to venture near Tianqing grass, where you noticed a budding sprout ready to bloom. You immediately sensed something amiss. The extraneous tender sprout likely represented Tang Chuan, who would be reborn 3 years hence. You harbored intentions of eliminating Tang Chuan. Yet you were acutely aware that Tang Hammer was a peak nascent soul cultivator, even in his current state of seclusion and recuperation. He might very well be watching this vicinity. At this moment, you were not at a dead end but rather gazing towards a promising future. After a brief moment of hesitation, you ultimately chose to forego the notion of ending Tang Chuan's life. A few days later, your parents liquidated all their assets and inquired if you could take along other relatives. After a moment's pause, you declined their request. After all, you had not, as you had claimed, joined the Martial King sect. Your journey to Martial King City was merely in search of a sanctuary, leaving you with little energy to tend to others. However, you did not completely sever your ties, promising them that several years hence, once you had established a foothold in Martial King City, you would return to retrieve the other relatives. After preparing the carriage and essential supplies for your journey, you set forth. Due to your parents being merely at the body refinement stage, your progress was painfully slow. It was not until 3 months later that you reached the vicinity of Tianqing City. You urged your parents to continue onward while you stealthily re-entered Tianqing City. Through various inquiries, you learned that shortly after your departure, an elder from the Xianjian sect had arrived in Tianqing City. This individual possessed nascent soul cultivation and, shortly after entering the city, had soul-searched the thug responsible for killing his son. Subsequently, he unleashed a massacre, decimating your subordinates, and posted notices throughout Tianqing City. offering a bounty for your whereabouts. A sense of alarm surged within you, prompting a hasty exit from Tianqing City. Fortunately, the journey thereafter proceeded relatively smoothly. 2 months later, you arrived at Martial King City, true to its reputation as the capital of the Great Wu Dynasty. Even the spiritual energy in the outer city was notably higher than in other locales. Utilizing the funds you had accrued in Tianqing City, you purchased a residence in the outer city of Martial King City. This decision was not born from a lack of desire to acquire property in the inner city, but rather from an understanding of the wisdom in concealing one's wealth. Although you currently possess the third stage of body refinement, your authority in Tianqing City was sufficient. However, in Martial King City, it paled in comparison. You resolved to bide your time and diligently cultivate. You commenced your training in the great wilderness beast god canon and, through substantial expenditure, acquired a gale wind rock from the beast tamer's pavilion. The mature gale wind rock was a third-tier demonic beast, and the vendor claimed it bore a trace of the true spirit bloodline of the golden winged rock. Should this bloodline be activated in the future, the creature could potentially evolve into a 9th-tier demonic beast, the golden winged rock. Of course, you were well aware that such an eventuality was virtually impossible. Even if the gale wind rock held the slightest chance of advancement, it would not fall into your possession. Chapter 19. The Immortal Han Dynasty. The Celestial Willow. After successfully forging a contract with the gale wind rock, your long-stagnant cultivation began to shift, enabling you to reach the peak of the foundation establishment stage. In the days that followed, you resumed your cultivation. However, due to the presence of the fierce wind great ping, the spiritual stones in your possession began to deplete rapidly. 2 years later, your supply of spiritual stones was entirely exhausted. Nevertheless, during this time, as wind great ping successfully reached maturity, your cultivation was also propelled. Achieving the first layer of the Purple Mansion, you began to seek ways to acquire more spiritual stones. Coincidentally, the grand event of the Heaven and Earth Arena, held once every decade in the Martial King City, commenced. The Heaven and Earth Arena is a grand celebration of the entire Great Martial Dynasty, where all cultivators under the age of 30 can participate. Rationality cautioned you against entering the arena, considering your current dual cultivation had reached the first layer of the Purple Mansion and the third stage of body refinement. This level of strength is indeed rare, even within the vast expanse of the Great Martial Dynasty. However, after much internal conflict, you ultimately chose to participate. The allure of the rewards was simply too enticing. Even the reward for placing 10th would sustain you and wind great ping in your training for an extended period. You ascended the arena, aware that in past events, securing 8 consecutive victories could guarantee a place among the top 10. Thus, your objective was to achieve 8 straight wins. Soon, the first challenger stepped onto the stage. Su Xuan, the young patriarch of one of the 4 prominent families of the Great Martial Dynasty. Boasting cultivation at the same level as yours, the first layer of the Purple Mansion. Upon encountering such a formidable opponent, you felt a twinge of uncertainty. However, the outcome left you utterly astonished. With a mere palm strike, the so-called prodigy of the Zhang family, Su Xuan, was sent flying, spitting blood. The audience was stunned into silence, and you were equally taken aback by your own prowess. The subsequent challengers, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, faced a similar fate. Each of them was well-known figures within the Great Martial Dynasty, yet none could withstand even a single strike from you. A sense of unease began to creep in. After all, while these individuals had cultivated their strength through their own efforts, your abilities were directly acquired through the system, solid and robust. Surely, the disparity could not be this immense? Hesitant to continue, you hastily withdrew from the arena. However, it was too late. The remaining challengers managed at most 2 victories. Even the so-called greatest prodigy of the Great Martial Dynasty, Prince Wu Pashao, fell to the hands of the young master of the Xinjian sect, Xikongjian. Thus, quite inexplicably, you emerged as the champion of the Heaven and Earth Arena. Although bewildered, a smile crept onto your face upon witnessing the champion's reward. Shortly thereafter, you were summoned by the Emperor of the Great Martial Dynasty. A sense of foreboding engulfed you. You sensed that your visit to the Imperial Palace might not bode well. Nevertheless, the current circumstances left you no room for refusal. The eunuchs who invited you were subtly encircling you, and should you dare decline, it was likely that they would resort to more forceful measures. With no other choice, you followed them to the Great Martial Palace. Half an hour later, you stepped into the Imperial Palace. At the highest seat sat a middle-aged man, exuding an aura of authority without uttering a word. Beside him, an elderly figure. Li Lao. This is the champion of our Great Wu Dynasty's heavenly arena, he proclaimed. Just reached the first layer of the Purple Mansion. However, the dual cultivation of body and spirit, along with a somewhat inferior spiritual physique, is barely acceptable. He continued, this time we shall let it pass. But if your great Wu attempts to be perfunctory again, you shall not escape unscathed. Their unreserved conversation reached your ears, filling you with alarm. Concurrently, an acute sense of crisis surged within you. You fainted when you regained consciousness. Several days had passed. You found yourself in another palace, starkly different from that of the Great Wu. You began to survey your surroundings and noticed several cultivators beside you. Some had already awakened, while others remained in slumber. "Kid, you're awake?" A short, stout cultivator turned toward you. You hastily inquired about your location. To your surprise, the stout cultivator responded, "You truly do not know where this is?" His tone bore astonishment, yet after a moment as contemplation, he elaborated. "This is the most powerful dynasty in the entire Eastern Continent's cultivation world, the Xianan dynasty. While we other dynasties may call ourselves dynasties, we are merely the subordinates of the Xianan." He went on, "Periodically, the Xianan dynasty scours the finest young cultivators from various dynasties. Ultimately, these cultivators become the sustenance for the Tongtian willow of the Xianhan dynasty." Tongtian willow? The name felt somewhat unfamiliar to you. The stout cultivator, noticing your confusion, continued. "The Tongtian willow is intimately connected with the Xianhan dynasty. It is said to be a treasure from the immortal realm, a protective talisman left by a once-ascended ancestor of the Xianan for posterity." He added, "In times of peril, the Xianhan dynasty can even use the Tongtian willow to contact that ancestor in the immortal realm." The stout cultivator shared with you many tales of his past. Once, he was a spirited youth, displaying remarkable talent for cultivation from a young age, the hope of his family. However, everything changed when he turned 20. The Dali royal family found his clan, and, after bestowing numerous spiritual treasures, coerced them into handing him over for cultivation. His family accepted willingly, unaware of the treachery that awaited them. The Dali royal family had no intention of nurturing him. From the outset, they planned to offer him to the Xianhan dynasty. When he uncovered their scheme, it was far too late. He had been thoroughly monitored by the Dali royal family, and even leaving the confines of his seclusion became a distant dream. Moreover, the Dali royal family had promised that should he willingly accept his fate, they would care for his family, but if he resisted, they would ensure his entire lineage would be obliterated. As he recounted his sorrowful tale, tears streamed down the stout cultivator's face. "Let us begin to honor the ancestor of the willow." At that moment, a voice, cold and indifferent, interrupted the lamentations of the stout monk. You and the other practitioners were dragged to the side of the celestial willow for a sacrificial ritual. Ugh. A series of anguished cries echoed as the practitioners, offered alongside you to the celestial willow, were subjected to a grisly fate. However, just as it was your turn, the two practitioners controlling the sacrificial array halted abruptly. "Hiss, wait. How could there be a practitioner with a pseudo-spiritual root? Damn it, if we sacrifice such a wretch, it will surely incite the wrath of Lord Immortal Willow. Speak. Are you one sent by the Imperial Dynasty?" You recounted your situation truthfully, yet in your narrative, you portrayed yourself not as the prodigious genius who triumphed in the heavenly arena of the Great Wu Dynasty, but as a mere waste, forcefully elevated to the Purple Mansion realm through an abundance of spiritual herbs provided by the Great Wu Dynasty. In an instant, the practitioners of the Xianan Dynasty were filled with fury, relaying this information upwards. They cast you into the abyss of 10,000 poisons, leaving your fate to chance. By relying on your third-stage body refinement, you managed to survive, albeit infected with a potent toxin. You could distinctly perceive your bodily condition, your internal organs were decaying. With no possibility of reversal, you summoned the Gale Rock, instructing it to hasten back to the Great Wu Dynasty. Along the way, you received news that the royal family of the Great Wu Dynasty had been entirely obliterated by a mysterious powerful being, leaving the Chancellor, Wang Long, to govern the state. You comprehended the vast disparity between the other dynasties and the Xianhan dynasty. With merely a slight intervention, the Xianhan dynasty could alter the sovereign of an entire empire. Days later, you returned to Xuana village. At this time, Tang Chue remained in seclusion, while the tender sprout transformed from Tang Chuan was on the verge of ripening. You commanded the Gale Rock to uproot the sprout, while you covertly awaited an opportunity to strike. Whoosh, bang. The instant the Gale Rock approached the sprout, its form disintegrated into a mist of blood. You realized there was a restriction laid down by Tang Chue in this place. Yet, you did not waver, charging directly towards the barrier, for you knew your time was running short. Bang! Your body erupted, blood splattering in all directions. Nevertheless, in the fleeting moment before death, you still beheld your toxic blood splattering onto the sprout. You perished. Anxiety welled within, indeed. Su Xuan sighed heavily. Had he not succumbed to the allure of the rewards from the heavenly arena during this simulation, but instead taken a more cautious approach, he surely would not have met such an end. Yet, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Dead is dead, He could only accept reality with resignation. The assessment of this simulation's gains commenced. Due to your elimination of 2 individuals blessed with fortune during this simulation, you are entitled to select 3 items from the following options. 1. First layer of purple mansion cultivation. 2. Early stage, 3rd level body refinement realm. 3. Beast slave technique. In this simulation, the talents utilized include the toxic resistance. 2 individuals. Su Xuan's eyes widened in astonishment. In this particular simulation, aside from Su Xuan, he had only personally vanquished one opponent, Su. At that moment, he had defeated Su with merely a single move. Compared to Su Xuan and Su Xuan, she seemed remarkably weaker, did she not? Could it be that this person possessed other abilities akin to Su Xuan? It appears that in the forthcoming simulation, he must pay closer attention to this woman. Shaking his head, Su Xuan then focused his attention on the available options. First and foremost, the sense of crisis was imperative for him. This talent was extraordinarily powerful, having saved him from peril on several occasions during the last simulation. This was only a blue talent. How formidable might the subsequent purple, orange, or even golden talents be? As for the remaining 2 options, Su Xuan opted for the first and second without hesitation. After all, in this world, cultivation was of paramount importance. If he wished to survive the next simulation, choosing cultivation was undoubtedly the wisest decision. Opening the system panel, he observed, Immortal Cultivation Simulator 3, Host, Su Xuan, Cultivation Level, First Layer of Purple Mansion. Initial stage of 3rd rank body refinement, Spiritual Root, Pseudo-Spiritual Root, Spirit Body, Golden Spirit Body, Talents, Strong Body, White, Swift Movement, Fortune, Slave Goo. Crisis Awareness, Energy Value, 6,340, Current Simulation Energy Consumption, 1,000. He could still perform 6 more simulations. Perhaps this time he should find a place to hide instead. System. Continue the simulation. Ding. The current level of the Immortal Cultivation Simulator is 3. You may choose any of the following blue talents. Strong physique. Blue, your body is exceptionally robust, often allowing you to battle above your rank. Defeating stronger foes despite being at the initial stage of 3rd rank body refinement. Reversing the tide, blue, whenever you find yourself in a dire situation. You can unleash strength far surpassing your usual capabilities. Heaven rewards diligence. Blue, when you devote yourself wholeheartedly to a task, you will invariably reap rewards. Faced with the 3 talents before him, Su Xuan momentarily found himself in a quandary. The strong physique granted him formidable combat prowess. Though impressive, he immediately ruled it out. He needed to engage in simulations, and during these simulations, the occasions for genuine combat were scant. By diligently enhancing his cultivation level, he could strike down his enemies in a single blow. This was the very reason he chose to elevate his realm after the last simulation, opting to forego re-entering the Great Wilderness secret realm for the Great Wilderness Palm. As for the latter 2 options, both were of immense significance. Reversing the tide would enable him to survive in the face of adversity, while heaven rewards diligence would ensure that his efforts were rewarded. These 2 talents were tailored specifically to facilitate his survival and cultivation. However, he could only select one. Very well, I shall choose heaven rewards diligence. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the blue talent Heaven Rewards Diligence. Simulation begins. This time, possessing the realm of Purple Mansion, you chose not to venture to Tianxian City, but instead commenced your cultivation at home. You gradually began to unveil your prowess, thus masquerading as a prodigious talent before your parents. In the 2nd year, your physical refinement through the divine technique of body cultivation progressed significantly. You continued your practice. In the 3rd year, upon revealing your prowess in the late stage of chi refinement, you became renowned as a genius in the surrounding villages. Suitors flocked to your home in long queues. However, you rejected each one, for in your heart, nothing held greater significance than cultivation. Your parents felt some disappointment, yet they understood. For the women of the village were merely ordinary. How could they compare to their precious son? A genius like you ought to marry a celestial maiden from the sects of immortals. In the 4th year, you displayed your mastery at the pinnacle of chi refinement, capturing the attention of Tianxian sect. Chapter 21. Yinqing. You realized that you could no longer persist in this manner. In the days that followed, your cultivation stagnated at the pinnacle of chi refinement. Time flew, and before long, 8 years had passed. You were aware that in a little over a year, the neighboring Deyuan dynasty would launch an attack on the Dao dynasty, a conflict that would ultimately end in a grievous defeat for the Dao dynasty due to treachery. Thus, you resolved to seek training elsewhere. You found a spiritual vein for cultivation in the Wanyao mountain range, nestled between the Dao and Deyuan dynasties. This time, you chose not to take your parents or family with you. knowing that although the Dao dynasty would ultimately fall, it would still arrange for personnel to assist others in evacuating the southern regions, a far safer option than accompanying you to Wanyao Mountain. You began to cultivate in Wanyao Mountain, where, although your progress was slow, you persisted resolutely. As diligence bore fruit, your cultivation received an additional boost, allowing you to ascend to the second layer of Purple Mansion. Days turned into weeks, and soon 10 years had elapsed. During this time, although you had been in seclusion, you remained aware of the external circumstances. The Da dynasty had succumbed, and the entire southern region had fallen into the hands of the Deyuan dynasty. After casting a glance towards Xuanha village, you resumed your practice. However, at that moment, an unexpected figure appeared, Su Xuan. He was accompanied by a woman, making their way deep into the Wanyao mountain range. Though you could not discern the woman's features, a sense of unease washed over you. You were unsure of their destination. Yet after a moment's hesitation, you chose to follow. To avoid detection by the spirit within Su Xuan, you trailed discreetly behind him. Half an hour later, Su Xuan halted. Before him unfolded a fierce battle, where a beautiful woman in white was engaged in combat with a purple-bearded Lion King. In a fierce confrontation between a man and a beast, even the residual forces of their clash were powerful enough to cleave mountains and shatter stones. This scene struck a chord of familiarity within you. Suddenly, it dawned upon you that this could very well be Su Xuan's opportunity. As the battle between the man and the beast escalated to a boiling point, the purple-bearded Lion King let out a thunderous roar. Subsequently, its aura surged dramatically, astonishingly breaking through to the 5th tier. This left the beautiful woman, who was merely at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, under immense pressure. She wished to retreat. But how could the Lion King, now forced to reveal its true power, allow her to escape so easily? Human, I have long proclaimed that you are no match for me. Why do you persist in pushing me? The Lion King roared. Lion King, I merely seek the remains of the old Lion King. If you are willing to hand them over, my Falling Cloud sect shall reward you generously. Very well. If you seek death, then I shall grant it. Upon hearing the woman's words, the Lion King roared furiously, violet flames erupting into the sky as they surged towards her. The beautiful woman was no match for the Lion King, within the span of a mere incense stick. She was driven to the brink of despair. Yet at that moment, Su Xuan sprang into action. He merged with a mysterious spirit, an overwhelming aura erupting forth that compelled the Lion King to retreat. A sense of astonishment gripped your heart. You never anticipated that this enigmatic spirit possessed such formidable strength. In its prime, it was likely a formidable force on par with Tang Chui. Meanwhile, under the spirit's influence, Su Xuan's eyes rolled back, and wisps of white flames emerged from his body. Lion King, it is merely a corpse. Why such ire? I am willing to concoct a Beast King pill as compensation. Bah, why don't you offer up your father's remains instead? You think you can challenge me with such cowardice? The Lion King unleashed a torrent of attacks. Yet, fundamentally, it was merely a peak 4th-tier beast. Its ability to unleash 5th-tier strength was contingent upon its innate divine ability. Once that power waned, it would revert to its original prowess, which was barely 4th tier at best. The Lion King's strength began to diminish. The mysterious spirit faced a similar fate at present. Su Xuan possessed only the cultivation of the Purple Mansion and could not sustain such power for long. Human, let us each take a step back. I am willing to offer the purple extreme demon flame from my cave in exchange for your elixirs. You covet my father's remains. Do you not seek the purple extreme demon flame within? Unacceptable. As soon as the words left her lips, both the mysterious spirit and the Lion King turned their gazes toward the beautiful woman, particularly the mysterious spirit, who was reluctant to embroil itself in such murky waters. Considering it was merely a spirit with fleeting cultivation, any depletion of its power would be arduous to recover. However, he could not resist his disciple's insistence to act heroically, claiming that great opportunities awaited here, thus compelling him to aid the beautiful woman. Meanwhile, upon hearing her response, the Lion King, which had extinguished its violet flames, reignited them with fervor. Good, good, good. Since you have chosen to disregard my overtures, I, the Lion King, shall ensure that you pay dearly, even if it costs me my life. The two combatants once again became enmeshed in a fierce struggle, battling without a clear victor. Ultimately, however, it was the beautiful woman and the enigmatic soul who emerged triumphant. In his final moments, the Lion King self-destructed, inflicting grievous injuries upon both opponents. The mysterious soul relinquished its possession, and in that fleeting instant, the beautiful woman recognized Su Xuan. It turned out that during the time Su Xuan faced oppression from the Ji family, he had sought refuge in the Falling Cloud sect, where the beautiful woman resided. Although Falling Cloud sect was merely a modest sect, its members did not look down upon Su Xuan. Rather, they offered him considerable assistance. The sect leader, Yunqing, frequently guided him in his cultivation. For the first time, Su Xuan experienced the warmth of familial bonds. Thus, when Yunqing engaged in battle with the Lion King, Su Xuan did not hesitate to lend his support. Su Xuan? No, who exactly are you? Yunqing inquired. Su Xuan refrained from directly answering her question and instead proceeded to excavate the Lion King's remains from the cave. Sect leader, I am indeed Su Xuan. As for what transpired earlier, please do not concern yourself with it. I shall forever remain a disciple of Falling Cloud sect. He presented the Lion King's remains, hoping they would assist the esteemed elder. Yunqing initially intended to press further, but upon hearing about the esteemed elder, she halted in her tracks. Despite the suspicions surrounding Su Xuan's identity, the situation of the esteemed elder, Yun Quasi, was evidently far more dire. He was the strongest member of Falling Cloud sect, a fifth-tier body refinement practitioner, and now his physical form lay severely injured, with his source of power nearly depleted. The only means of swift recovery lay in refining the body of a practitioner of the same tier. Chapter 22. The Chronology of Events, the Imperial Alliance yet. The physical forms or remains of human practitioners are not easily acquired. Even the allied factions of Falling Cloud sect turned hostile upon learning of Yunqing's request for their ancestral remains. Reluctantly, Yunqing opted for a secondary approach, seeking the remains of beastly creatures in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, with the Lion King being one of her targets. Thank you. Upon securing the Lion King's remains, Yunqing departed. Su Xuan, however, continued to scour the Lion King's cave. You hesitated. Now that the enigmatic soul had released its possession, it was reasonable to assume that it would be severely weakened and in a state of slumber, presenting an opportune moment for you to strike. Yet, one could not rule out the possibility of hidden reserves. After much deliberation, you ultimately chose not to act. This was not due to cowardice, but rather because you were blessed by the rewards of diligence. As long as you could survive in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, a breakthrough in your cultivation was inevitable. After thoroughly searching the Lion King's cave, Su Xuan departed, while you opted to claim the Lion King's lair as your own. With its fourth-tier superior spirit vein and the residual power of the Lion King, it was undoubtedly an excellent place for secluded cultivation. In the 18th year, under the auspices of diligent effort, your cultivation reached the third layer of the Purple Mansion. Due to the prolonged absence of the Lion King, his territory has become the target of numerous surrounding beasts. You paid little heed to this, continuing your cultivation. In the 20th year, you formed a contract with a young purple flame lion cub, which, destined to grow into a top-tier 4th or even 5th-rank beast, already possessed strength rivaling your own in its infancy. You were somewhat puzzled. Clearly, the Lion King was deceased, so from whence did this cub originate? Perhaps it belonged to another pride, you mused. You persisted in your training, and with the assistance of the purple flame lion, your progress in the great wilderness beast god scripture accelerated. By the 28th year, you had ascended to the 4th layer of the Purple Mansion. While the pace was not particularly swift, you found satisfaction in it. Given that cultivators of the Purple Mansion enjoyed a lifespan of 300 years, if you continued your methodical practice, breaking through to the Golden Core stage would not be a distant dream. In the 37th year, you advanced to the 5th layer of the Purple Mansion. By the 43rd year, your physical cultivation had reached the mid-3rd rank. A sense of impending danger surged within you. You felt that this place was no longer safe and promptly vacated the Lion King's lair. As expected, shortly after your departure, a beast tide erupted in the myriad Beasts mountain range, making quite a commotion, with several beast kings personally involved. It seemed they were searching for something. However, this did not concern you. At that moment, you longed only for peace in your cultivation. You departed the myriad Beasts mountain range. Yet, more than 20 years had passed since the invasion of the Abyss, and the entire southern region of the Great Wu was already deserted. Should you recklessly return, it would undoubtedly end in annihilation by the spirits, just as before. You found yourself at a loss regarding your next steps. You ventured eastward. A sense of danger arose within you. You turned westward. The feeling of impending peril intensified. You proceeded northward, only to trigger the same ominous awareness. Helplessly, you returned to the myriad Beasts mountain range. Although a beast tide had unfolded here, it did not evoke a sense of crisis, indicating that the area remained temporarily safe. You began meditating and cultivating in place. Lacking the support of spiritual veins, your progress was exceedingly slow. Days slipped by, yet your cultivation showed no signs of improvement. Suddenly, a rumbling sound caught your attention, and upon investigating, you discovered that the beast tide had approached alarmingly close to your location. Leading the charge was a familiar figure, Su Xuan. Why was Su Xuan being pursued by the beast tide? Could it be that he had stolen something from a beast king? You murmured to yourself. then discreetly maneuvered to the side, summoning the purple flame lion to meld with the tide. The majority of the beasts within the tide were first and second rank, lacking sentience, and thus oblivious to your presence. Thus, you followed the tide and Su Xuan out of the myriad beast mountain range. Although the sense of danger persisted, it was not overwhelming. With the cover of the beast tide, you might be able to navigate the impending crisis. Upon leaving the myriad beasts mountain range, the tide surged northward, swiftly reaching the territory of the Tianxian sect. At this moment, the place lay desolate and devoid of life. Meanwhile, the sky gradually dimmed. Countless phantoms emerged, charging toward the beast tide. You, having prepared in advance, blended into the throng of beasts, concealing your presence and remaining unharmed. Your gaze shifted to Su Xuan. At this juncture, Su Xuan had fused with a mysterious spirit, repelling the phantoms at bay. However, a multitude of phantoms surrounded him, rendering even the possession of the mysterious spirit insufficient to facilitate his escape. Enough, Spirit Sovereign. Should you allow your phantoms to devour the sons of Wanao Mountain any further, I shall certainly report to Lord Yaozuan. Ha ha ha, Brother Tianjiao, temper your wrath. My subordinates have merely lost their composure due to an extended absence from living beings. I will instruct them to disperse at once. Humph. Tianjiao snorted coldly, continuing, Human, where else do you intend to flee? The entire Great Wu dynasty has already succumbed. Were it not for my presence, you would have long been fodder for these phantoms. The Great Wu dynasty has already fallen. Your heart raced upon hearing this revelation. However, their ensuing dialogue left you even more astounded. It turned out that the collapse of the Great Wu dynasty was not due to internal treachery. The so-called traitor was merely a facade they concocted to stabilize the hearts of the populace. The strength of the Great Abyss dynasty had reached a terrifying level. They had covertly allied with several powerful dynasties, forming a dynasty coalition poised to overthrow the rule of the Xianhan dynasty. The annihilation of the Great Wu dynasty was merely their initial step, and now the coalition swept across much of the eastern continent's cultivation realm like a tempest. Even the formidable Xianhan dynasty was being forced into retreat. The Xianhan dynasty sought to connect with the upper realm through the Tongtian Willow, yet the Xianhan ancestor, far away in the upper realm, had yet to respond. Now, it appeared that the entire eastern continent's cultivation realm was on the verge of falling into the hands of the dynasty coalition. Is it truly thus? Su Xuan stared in horror at the unfolding scenes. If this were the case, then no safe haven existed within the eastern continent's cultivation realm. Remaining in the Great Wu dynasty was a path to certain doom. Seeking refuge in other dynasties would also expose one to the ravages of war. After all, this was a conflict where even nascent soul cultivators could perish. Individuals like him, of the Purple Mansion realm, were scarcely more than mere cannon fodder. Chapter 23. The nameless town. You could not help but feel a prickling sensation at the nape of your neck. The dynasty coalition established by the Great Abyss dynasty was a bona fide demonic organization, rampaging through the eastern continent's cultivation realm, committing innumerable atrocities. Yet, how much better could the Xianhan dynasty, forcefully sacrificing the talents of various dynasties, really be? Although they were ostensibly righteous, their actions were indisputably akin to that of the demonic path. You could not help but lament the darkness enveloping the cultivation realm. On another front, the mysterious spirit that had attached itself to Su Xuan was nearing its limits. Su Xuan, I fear I must enter a deep slumber for a time. The path ahead is one you must traverse alone. Upon speaking, a terrifying aura erupted forth, causing countless phantoms to perish at a mere touch. A tribulation transcending cultivator. In an instant, both Tianjiao and the ghostly figure were taken aback. With their mere cultivation at the transformation stage, they dared not impede the enigmatic soul, thus allowing it to depart. Your heart surged with tumultuous waves, while others remained oblivious to the origins of this mysterious spirit. You had witnessed its confrontation with the Lion King. At that moment, its strength seemed barely that of an early Yuaning. How could it possibly be a tribulation-level cultivator? What had transpired over the years between it and Su Xuan in the myriad beast mountains remained a mystery to you. As the mysterious soul and Su Xuan vanished, Tianjiao snorted coldly and returned to the myriad beast mountains to report. Originally mingling within the beast tide, you seized an opportunity to extricate yourself from the chaos. You returned to Xuanhe village. At this juncture, Tianqing grass had reached the initial stage of the third tier. With the aid of the great wilderness beast god scripture, you forged a pact with the Tianqing grass, resulting in a slight elevation of your cultivation. You were aware that lingering here was unwise. Although you had evaded the ghostly figure with the help of Tianjiao and the beast tide, there was no guarantee that they would not return to sweep through this realm on the morrow. You resolved to seek another place to continue your cultivation. Yet to your dismay, wherever you intended to travel within the great martial empire, a sense of impending danger would invariably alert you. With no other recourse, You decided to take the opposite route, heading towards the Great Abyss Empire. Though the sense of danger persisted here, it was comparatively subdued. You arrived at a remote town within the Great Abyss Empire. While impoverished, it had yet to suffer the ravages of war. You commenced your training in this locale. By the 50th year, your cultivation stagnated at the 5th layer of the Purple Mansion, while your physical refinement remained at the mid-stage of the 3rd tier. Despite the assistance of the heavenly path rewarding diligence, you found yourself unable to break through due to a lack of progress. Unwavering in your determination, you persisted in your cultivation. By the 55th year, your cultivation still lingered at the 5th layer of the Purple Mansion, and your physical refinement remained at the mid-stage of the 3rd tier. This stagnation rendered you somewhat anxious. You realized that you could not continue in this manner. In this place of training, devoid of spirit stones, elixirs, or spiritual veins, relying solely on the meager spiritual energy in the air, you feared you might toil fruitlessly. Never advancing to the 6th layer of the Purple Mansion, you began to inquire about the circumstances of this town. It turned out that this settlement was called Nameless Town, a remote hamlet within the Great Abyss Empire. Given the scarcity of practitioners, even during conscription, the Great Abyss Empire had overlooked them. After all, the most formidable master of the mixed Yuan martial pavilion was merely at the foundational level. The only spiritual vein in this small town originated from the mixed Yuan martial pavilion and extended to the residence of the town's mayor. Choosing not to approach the mixed Yuan martial pavilion, you instead visited the mayor's abode. Upon agreeing to hunt a stipulated number of each year for the mayor, you secured the right to cultivate at the spiritual vein. Time swiftly passed, and before long, it was the 62nd year. With the aid of the spiritual vein and the heavenly path rewarding diligence, you painstakingly advanced to the 6th layer of the Purple Mansion. Although your progress was exceedingly slow, you felt as joyous as a child. During your time in the Nameless Town, you have likely gleaned insights into the current state of the Deyuan dynasty. Although the Deyuan dynasty has led the dynasty alliance to sweep across much of the eastern continent's cultivation realm, the Xianhan dynasty still possesses profound roots, with several venerable ancestors emerging from their ancestral grounds to thwart the advances of the dynasty alliance. Presently, both factions find themselves locked in a stalemate, unwilling to yield an inch. Moreover, they are fervently consolidating resources in preparation for the final confrontation. At this juncture, not only the human dynasties, but even the myriad beasts of the Myriad Beasts mountain range have been affected. The prolonged warfare and the frenzied resource gathering by both sides have exacerbated the plight of the already impoverished loose cultivators. A considerable number of them have begun to form hunting parties to venture into the Myriad Beasts mountain range in pursuit of beast kills. While their individual strengths may be lacking, their numerical advantage propels them onward, driven by the necessity for cultivation resources. Even at the peril of venturing into the treacherous depths of the mountains, the plight of small clans and sects is even more dire, burdened with families. They are not the self-sufficient loose cultivators who can afford to risk their lives in search of resources. Yet, they too require sustenance for their cultivation. In utter desperation, they resort to vying for more territory to secure the basic resources essential for their practice. For every success in territorial acquisition, there are myriad failures, leading to the decline of countless forces. Those who succeed must also strategize for their future cultivation needs. Fortunately, these tumultuous events have not encroached upon you. The Nameless Town remains akin to a secluded paradise, untouched by the ravages of war. You continue your cultivation, and as time passes, both the purple flame lion and the heavenly green grass break through to the mid-stage of the 3rd tier. Although the heavenly green grass offers limited assistance due to its cultivation limitations, you can distinctly sense that you are nearing the 7th level of the Purple Mansion. In the 68th year, you achieve a breakthrough to the 7th level of the Purple Mansion, an endeavor fraught with difficulty that culminates in an extraordinary phenomenon. The mayor's granddaughter witnesses this occurrence and implores you to accept her as a disciple. Upon assessing her spiritual root, you discover that she possesses merely a pseudo-spiritual root akin to your own. Without extraordinary assistance, even the foundational establishment becomes a distant dream for such a root. You kindly decline her request, but still provide her with a basic cultivation manual. In the 71st year, an unexpected group arrives in the Nameless Town. The leader proclaims himself a disciple of the True Flame sect. They demand that the Nameless Town dispatch 100 cultivators to the front lines immediately. The mayor meets them with grace, explaining that the number of cultivators in the town is scant and insufficient to meet such a demand. The disciples of the True Flame sect insist that they are unconcerned with the town's circumstances. This directive comes from higher authorities. And should the Nameless Town fail to gather 100 cultivators within 3 days, annihilation will be their fate. The mayor sinks into despair. However, at that moment, Master Ma, The head of the Hunyuan Martial Arts Hall steps forward, asserting that he has trained numerous cultivators for the nameless town over the years. While they may only possess foundational cultivation, they stand ready to offer their support to the town they call home. Chapter 24. The True Flame Sect. Annihilation Master Ma led his team away. You watched their departing figures and could not help but let out a soft sigh. Deep down, you understood that their journey was fraught with peril, and it was likely they would never return to the nameless village. To be honest, you found it difficult to comprehend why those in the transformation realm, and even the void realm, would engage in battle with chi refinement practitioners. Could it be possible that a transformation realm cultivator, who could effortlessly slay a multitude of chi refinement cultivators, could truly have any substantial impact in such a conflict? Your thoughts became muddled. 72nd year. Your cultivation progressed at an increasingly sluggish pace, even with the assistance of the Tao's reward for diligence. You found it challenging to make any advancement. Yet, you did not succumb to despair, continuing your daily practice year after year. By the 76th year, as expected, Master Ma and his disciples who had ventured to the front lines had all perished. The Hunyuan Martial Academy thus fell into decline. Although a sense of melancholy washed over you, you swiftly regained your composure. 80 years had passed. At this juncture, you had reached the age of 100, and your slow cultivation prompted you to venture out and inquire about the state of the war between the Dynasty Alliance and the Xianhan Dynasty. Upon leaving the spiritual vein at the mayor's residence, you unexpectedly encountered a group of individuals clad in mourning attire. The leader of the group, upon seeing you, exclaimed in astonishment, "You are the immortal Su. I cannot believe that after all these years, you still appear so youthful." You nodded in acknowledgement, gazing at the mourners. You quickly grasped the situation. It was clear that the mayor had passed away. As a cultivator of the body refinement stage, he was, at his core, merely immortal. To have lived to such an age was indeed fortunate. After bowing in respect to the mayor, you made your way to a nearby city to inquire about the ongoing conflict. Through various inquiries, you discovered that the war had not only failed to subside, but had intensified. The Dynasty Alliance and the Xianhan Dynasty found themselves in a stalemate, with many other sects of the cultivation world becoming embroiled in the fray. Amidst their intricate power struggles, it was the lower-tier practitioners who bore the brunt of the suffering. The plight of these practitioners had worsened. Just then, two factions emerged, leading the resistance against the Dynasty Alliance, the Luoyuan sect and the Kulai Academy. Both factions were exceptionally formidable. First, the Luoyuan sect, whose previously gravely injured ancestor, Yun Huazi, had inexplicably recovered and made significant progress, reaching the pinnacle of the 5th stage of body refinement. This alone was noteworthy, for a 5th stage practitioner was hardly a match for the Dynasty Alliance. However, just as the Dynasty Alliance prepared to eliminate him, a young cultivator from the Luoyuan sect stepped forth and, with a single move, dispatched a void realm cultivator of the Daiyuan dynasty. Such prowess could only be attributed to one who had undergone the tribulation. The Dynasty Alliance sought to court this mysterious tribulation expert, yet he remained impervious to their overtures, insisting that they cease their plundering of the resources belonging to the lower-tier practitioners. The Dynasty Alliance, of course, refused to comply, and thus, a fierce clash erupted between the two factions. The outcome of the war remains uncertain. Since that time, the Dynasty Alliance has ceased to levy resources from the territory of the Falling Cloud sect. The Cole Academy, a formidable force throughout the Eastern Continent's cultivation world, boasts a multitude of disciples spread across the realm. Numerous sovereigns and sect leaders have once been students of Cole Academy. Its own strength is formidable, with even a mere branch of the great martial dynasty housing a deity-level cultivator. The main campus, even more impressively, is home to several tribulation-level experts. Furthermore, the Cole Academy exhibits remarkable intelligence, having allied itself with the renowned Outyan sect, reputed as the foremost sect in the Eastern Continent. Together, their elite cultivators rival those of the Dynasty Alliance. Upon grasping the current situation, you return to Wuming Town. Although its spiritual veins are of lower grade and resources scarce, it offers a sense of security. You intended to continue your cultivation here. Yet, just as you were about to enter another period of seclusion, the Xinyan sect sought you out. Having somehow learned of your whereabouts, they insisted that you lead 100 cultivators from Wuming Town to the front lines. Aware of the perils that awaited, you feigned compliance and discreetly departed from the village. You found a desolate area devoid of human presence to practice, though lacking spiritual veins. It provided absolute safety, as no one would be foolish enough to search for cultivators in such a place. In the 86th year, your cultivation made no progress. Yet signs of a breakthrough in your physical training began to emerge. By the 89th year, you advanced to the late stage of the 3rd tier in physical cultivation. In the 98th year, despite the absence of spiritual veins, spirit stones, or herbs, diligence rewarded you with a breakthrough, achieving the 8th layer of the Purple Mansion. The pace of cultivation here was exceedingly slow. After a moment's hesitation, you resolved to return to Wuming Town to continue your training. After all, 18 years had passed since the Xinyan sect's coercion, and you believed you had evaded the storm. However, upon your return to Wuming Town, you were struck with shock at the sight before you. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood, ruins abound, all reeking of decay. Wuming Town had been annihilated. Though the blood on the ground had long since dried, you could still feel the despair of the residents before their demise. After searching for clues, you realized that these residents may have perished because of you. You had thought that your departure would spare Wuming Town from harm, yet you were gravely mistaken. Your flight had enraged the Xinyan sect, which had ruthlessly slaughtered the town and driven the remaining cultivators to the front lines. You had intended to meditate and convince yourself to seek vengeance for these villagers only after attaining greater strength. However, tranquility eluded you. You understood that if this continued, you would inevitably give birth to a heart demon. Thus, you left Wuming Town. Through various inquiries, you finally located the Xinyan sect. The True Flame sect is the closest sect to the nameless town. Although it is not particularly powerful, it is nonetheless home to several golden core cultivators. However, those cultivators have long since departed for the front lines, leaving only a handful of Purple Mansion realm practitioners to guard the sect. Among them, the strongest is merely at the 7th layer of the Purple Mansion realm, hardly a match for you. Having made ample preparations, you set foot into the True Flame sect. You spoke softly before summoning the Purple Flame Lion, charging directly into the sect. The gatekeepers had yet to react when they became the lion's meal. They were merely chi refining cultivators. How could they possibly contend with a third-tier demonic beast like the Purple Flame Lion? Who dares to attack my True Flame sect? When the sect master returns, you shall not escape unscathed. A loud voice boomed in your ear. Yet, you paid it no heed. The frantic barking of such insignificant insects was truly laughable. You and the Purple Flame Lion traversed through the sect, leaving a trail of lifeless bodies in your wake. You spared no one, not even the newly initiated disciples. The cries of anguish echoed around you, and you felt your consciousness expanding, the flow of spiritual energy through your meridians becoming remarkably smoother. Without lingering, you pressed onward, fully aware of the principle of eradicating threats at their root. Thus, this time, you intended to leave no one alive in the True Flame sect. Youngster, you have some nerve. Following the voice, you spotted an old man with disheveled hair charging toward you. Though his lifespan was drawing to a close, his cultivation had evidently reached the Golden Core realm. You dared not underestimate him. Then, you activated the Divine Body Refinement technique, engaging in fierce combat with the old man. Boom, boom, boom. After exchanging several blows, you discerned that his cultivation was only at the 1st layer of Golden Core, and his physique had long been depleted, making him no match for you. Your confidence surged as you pushed the old man back step by step. After a brief moment, seizing the opportunity, you struck down with your palm, shattering the old man's skull. You intended to continue your massacre, but at that moment, a voice halted you. Senior Susu. It was a familiar voice. Although many years had passed, you could still recognize its owner. Little Ro, what are you doing here? You turned to the girl before you, the granddaughter of the town chief. In her youth, she had sought to apprentice under you, but was turned away due to her false spiritual root. Now, she had blossomed into a graceful young woman, her cultivation having reached the 2nd layer of foundation establishment. She explained that the nameless town had not been annihilated by the True Flame sect. You had misunderstood their intentions. You felt perplexed, for prior to this, you had not only investigated the letters left behind by the townsfolk, but had also witnessed the bloody character's True Flame sect in one household. Of course, this could also suggest a framing. Yet, who would go so far as to slaughter an ordinary town just to lay blame? As you intended to continue listening to Xiaorou's explanation, a poison blade suddenly grazed your chest just as you began to lower your guard. With a resounding clash of metal, the confusion in your eyes swiftly transformed into indifference. You seized Xiaorou by the throat, demanding to know why she sought to harm you. Her expression twisted into a grotesque snarl. Why harm you? I possess only a false spiritual root. If I remain in this town, I shall never cultivate to the foundation establishment stage. By divulging your whereabouts to the True Flame sect, they can aid my cultivation. Look at me now. I've already reached the 2nd layer of foundation establishment, granted a lifespan of 200 years, and have become a true immortal. You wretched creature. Had you not fled at the last moment, I would have at least reached the late foundation establishment stage by now. You gazed at the deranged Xiaorou, rendered speechless. Once, she was innocent and carefree. Had her spiritual root been of decent quality, you would have eagerly assisted her in her cultivation. Alas, fate is cruel. As she possesses only a false spiritual root, she could never attain foundation establishment through conventional methods. Your own great desolate beast god canon could never be divulged, which ultimately led to your refusal of her apprenticeship request. You struck Xiao down. In her final moment, a trace of serene acceptance appeared at the corners of her mouth. You bore witness to it all, and then, with a blank expression, resumed your slaughter. At this juncture, your dual cultivation had rendered you nearly invincible in the Purple Mansion realm. In merely a quarter of an hour, the entirety of the True Flame sect lay annihilated at your hands. You discovered various cultivation resources within the True Flame sect's treasury. Sensing impending danger, you hastily fled the scene. Just shortly after your departure, several figures descended upon the True Flame sect, the leader's eyes bulging with rage as he shouted, Who dares to strike against the True Flame sect in our absence? Yet, no answers came to him. Having left the True Flame sect, you opted not to return to the Nameless Town. You recognized that lingering there was unwise. Should you continue your cultivation in the Nameless Town, it was only a matter of time before the sect's formidable members would come knocking. Concealing your aura, you circled into the territory of the Cloudfall sect. Here, under their protection, you found relative safety. You sought out a secluded small town to continue your training. By the 107th year, you had expended much of the resources acquired from the True Flame sect and ultimately broke through to the 9th layer of the Purple Mansion realm. Yet, you were acutely aware that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges. Consolidating the Golden Core is no trifling matter without assistance. Failure in this endeavor would lead to certain death. You began to seek alternative routes, planning to first aid the Purple Flame Lion in its breakthrough. Having followed you since its youth, it remained unwaveringly loyal, even without the great desolate beast god canon's contract. You commenced your wanderings within the Cloudfall sect's domain, in search of spiritual herbs that could assist the Purple Flame Lion. However, within the realm of cultivation, after years of relentless warfare, even the relatively harmonious territory of the Falling Cloud sect found itself devoid of spiritual herbs for sale. In desperation, you resorted to the dubious dealings you had once engaged in during the Great Martial Dynasty. You discovered a slave market and revealed a portion of your wealth. Soon, a cunning proprietor approached you, eager to showcase the slaves under his command, which included several cultivators of foundational and even Purple Mansion realms. With all your remaining resources, you acquired a slave of the first layer of the Purple Mansion realm. This individual, once a cultivator of the Great Li Dynasty, had served as an elder in a minor sect. Following the annihilation of the Great Martial Dynasty by the Alliance of Dynasties, he had been brought to this slave market. Given his background, you realized that this proprietor must possess significant influence, far beyond the likes of local ruffians. Nevertheless, with no choice but to proceed as planned, you departed. Shortly after your exit, a group pursued you, 3 Purple Mansion cultivators and 5 at the foundational level, all exuding a formidable aura indicative of seasoned warriors. Friend, please wait. One of the Purple Mansion cultivators called out. Ignoring him, you seized the slave you had just purchased and hastened toward the outskirts of the city. In this manner, you fled until you reached the forest beyond the city limits, where you finally paused. Hey, kid, why have you stopped running? The leader questioned. Without acknowledging him, you unleashed your full strength, delivering a powerful strike that reduced the leader to a mere spray of blood. Subsequently, you wreaked havoc, eliminating the entire group of cultivators and scavenging valuable resources from their remains. A surge of danger gripped you, compelling a swift escape. Yet, it was too late. The formidable force behind these cultivators had detected your presence, despite your early departure. You were found. You audacious fool. How dare you slay a member of the Great Abyss Guard? Upon hearing this, your eyes widened in disbelief. The reputation of the Great Abyss Guard was formidable. Even in your secluded meditations, you had heard whispers of their might. This elite military force of the Great Abyss Dynasty boasted soldiers and centurions with foundational and Purple Mansion levels of cultivation. With an army numbering at least 10,000 and a leader who was a Tribulation Realm cultivator, they could effortlessly subdue even other Tribulation Realm cultivators when arrayed in formation. Yet, you wondered why such a force would engage in such activities in a small town of the Great Abyss Dynasty. Though perplexed, there was no time for contemplation as the pursuer drew ever closer. You needed to devise a means to elude him, releasing the Purple Flame Lion. Now at the late stages of the 3rd tier, you noted its rapid burst of speed, rivaling even that of Golden Core cultivators. Even so, you could not shake off the formidable cultivator of the Great Abyss Guard, but rather found yourself drawing ever closer to him. Embrace your demise. The sword intent of the vast sea. Under the onslaught of multiple sword intents, you barely managed to defend yourself. It dawned on you that escaping from this individual would prove exceedingly difficult. Yet, despite the odds, you resolved to fight to the bitter end. A fierce battle ensued between you and the Great Abyss Guard. Although this individual was merely at the first level of the golden core, he, like you, was a practitioner of both law and body refinement. Before him, you possessed no advantages. You unleashed the celestial grass. Although the celestial grass had regained a semblance of its intelligence after breaking through to the third tier and wished to escape your control in this moment of peril, you were bound together in fate. Should you perish, it too would not survive. You engaged in a fierce struggle with the great abyss guard. In the end, you succeeded in vanquishing him, but at a grievous cost. The purple flame lion lay slain, and your vitality was severely depleted. The celestial grass, though clinging to life through its formidable vitality, was unmistakably losing its life force. Without timely replenishment, it would not endure for long. You rummaged through the great abyss guard's belongings, discovering numerous cultivation resources and a tome entitled Formation of the Abyss. Very well, very well. After burying the purple flame lion, you sought a secluded place to cultivate. 2 hours passed, during which you consumed various elixirs, recovering a significant portion of your injuries. Just as you were about to tend to the celestial grass, a colossal hand overshadowed you, rendering you powerless to resist. In your final moments, a voice echoed in your ears, "Those who dare harm the great abyss guards shall perish." This simulation has concluded. It arrived with alarming swiftness. Su Xuan sighed softly. This sense of crisis was merely a blue talent. Should one encounter such a powerful cultivator capable of transcending the void to eliminate you, there would be no opportunity for a reaction whatsoever. It seems greater caution is warranted in the future. Commencing the assessment of this simulation's rewards, you may choose one item from the following options. 1. 9th layer of the Purple Mansion cultivation. 2. Late stage of the 3rd tier body refinement. 3. The talent used in this simulation. 4. Formation of the abyss. I choose the 9th layer of the Purple Mansion cultivation. Additionally, I shall utilize the previously retained talent. In an instant, an abundance of spiritual energy converged upon Su Xuan. 2nd layer of the Purple Mansion. 3rd layer. 4th layer. It continued until it reached the 9th layer of the Purple Mansion before halting. Su Xuan exhaled deeply, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, only to be quickly reined in. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock resounded from outside. Su Xuan turned to the sound, realizing that this simulation had taken an unusually long time. And it was already dawn. "Xianer, I heard from a Fu that you have returned." Su Xuan immediately opened the door, gazing at his parents standing outside. A torrent of emotion surged within him. In his numerous simulations, the Great Wu dynasty ultimately faced a tragic downfall, and his parents were not spared from their grim fate. Fortunately, it was merely a simulation. In reality, he possessed a connection. As long as he continuously practiced and enhanced his skills, he would undoubtedly overcome the current predicament. "Xianer, what are you pondering?" "Oh, nothing. By the way, Mother, do you know the origins of the Tang hammer at the village's blacksmith shop?" The mention of the Tang hammer seemed to plunge Su's mother into a reverie, and after a considerable pause, she replied, "The Tang hammer has been in our Xuan village for over 20 years. At that time, Tang Xuan had just been born, and he was gravely injured. Your father helped him settle down here in Xuan village. As for the specifics of his origins, you should ask your father." Upon hearing this, Su's father interjected. "Why the sudden inquiry? I suspect that Tang hammer was once a remarkable cultivator, but he must have offended a powerful force, compelling him to withdraw from the cultivation world. The name of that force seems to be the Martial God Temple." The Martial God Temple. A flicker of astonishment crossed Su Xuan's eyes. After numerous simulations, he had gained a profound understanding of the entire Eastern continent's cultivation realm. The Xianhan dynasty was indeed the preeminent power, although the Deyuan dynasty was formidable as well. It could only suppress the Xianhan dynasty through an alliance with several other dynasties. Beneath them lay numerous potent sects, each boasting at least one tribulation-transcending cultivator. These included 2 temples, 1 academy, 3 sects, and 4 clans. The 2 temples were the Martial God Temple and the Heavenly Soul Temple, while the academy was the Kolai Academy, which had appeared in multiple simulations. His network was vast. Nearly all factions felt compelled to show him respect. The 3 sects were the Outyin sect, the Donma sect, and the Daoxian sect. Though relatively weaker, each of these sects also housed at least 2 tribulation-transcending cultivators. Lastly, the 4 prominent families were the Yi, Lin, Shao, and Chu. Among these, the family powers were the weakest within the top-tier forces of the Eastern continent, with only the Lin family possessing more than 1 tribulation expert. Chapter 27. Investment and Escape. After Su Xuan repeatedly assured his parents that he would utilize the spirit stones appropriately, he finally bid farewell to them. Sighing in relief, he seized the moment to continue. Open the system panel. Immortal Cultivation Simulator 3. Host, Su Xuan. Cultivation level, 9th layer of Purple Mansion. Initial stage of third-tier body refinement. Spiritual root, pseudo-spiritual root, spiritual body, golden spiritual body, talents, strong body, white, swift movement, fortunate destiny, slave goo, crisis awareness. Heaven's reward for diligence, energy value, 5,340, current simulation energy cost, 1,000. He still had the capacity for 5 additional simulations. Su Xuan furrowed his brow. Although he had now attained the strength of the 9th layer of Purple Mansion and could easily acquire spirit stones, venturing out for them posed risks. Reality was not the same as the simulated world. If others discovered his youth and remarkable strength due to a pseudo-spiritual root, he would surely be torn apart. Thus, it was best to remain safe at home. System, begin the simulation. Ding. The current level of the Immortal Cultivation Simulator is 3. You may make any selection from the following blue talents. 3 options materialized before Su Xuan, leaving him momentarily stunned. The reason was simple. These 3 talents were extraordinarily powerful. The exceptional 3 spiritual roots would grant him an exceptionally rapid cultivation speed. Had he possessed such roots during the previous simulation, he would likely have already reached the golden elixir stage. The effect of glorious evolution was akin to that of the bloodline descendants of immortals. It was rumored in the realm of cultivation that offspring born of immortals harbor a remarkable power within, capable of altering their physical structure and rendering them stronger than ordinary beings. Such individuals are often referred to as semi-immortals. Lastly, the gung metal spiritual body was straightforward yet formidable. It was a definitive upgrade of the metal spiritual body, surpassing it in every aspect. Not only did it possess the enhanced attributes of the metal spiritual body, but it also stood out among intermediate spiritual bodies. Upon meeting certain conditions, it could even evolve into the supreme metal spiritual body. However, amidst these remarkable talents, Su Xuan could only select one. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he finally uttered, "System, I choose the exceptional 3 spiritual roots." Congratulations, host. You have acquired the blue talent, exceptional 3 spiritual roots. The simulation commenced. You decide to no longer hide, instead concealing your cultivation at the 3rd layer of Qi refining to join the Tianxian sect. You become a servant disciple within the Tianxian sect. Although you must toil half a day, the safety it offers is invaluable. With only a few golden elixir cultivators overseeing the servant disciple peak, your true identity remains undetected. Moreover, despite being at the servant disciple peak, you enjoy the same spiritual veins as other peaks, significantly enhancing your cultivation speed. In the 2nd year, you elevated your previously concealed cultivation to the 4th layer of Qi refining. This level of cultivation, neither too high nor too low, rendered you unremarkable among the numerous servant disciples. You continue to cultivate diligently. In the 3rd year, your cultivation reaches the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion. Additionally, you form a contract with a howling moon wolf cub in the spirit beast garden of the Tianxian sect. Your fellow servant disciples mock your actions, questioning how, as a servant disciple of the Tianxian sect, you could possibly support a beast when even your own cultivation is difficult to maintain. You respond with a serene smile. Though the promotion conditions for the Howling Moon Wolf are exceedingly demanding, it remains the most formidable spirit beast you can acquire as a servant disciple. That same year, the sect master Tian Xuanzi emerges from seclusion, and immediately upon his return, he heads to the Ji family. You realize that Ji Xianyu ultimately succeeded in obtaining the cultivation method. She, who was able to cultivate the formidable 9th tier technique, had likely long since transcended to the realm of divine transformation. Indeed, it proved true. Tian Xuanzi returned in utter defeat, spreading the word that Ji Xianwei had severed ties with the Tianxian sect, declaring that from henceforth, any disciple of the Tianxian sect encountering a member of the Ji family was permitted to act with lethal force, without exception. In the 5th year, you commenced preparations for the impending war that loomed years ahead. Stealthily, you arrived at Tianqing City, taking control of Xiao Su and others without hesitation. You instructed them to perform tasks on your behalf, promising to impart the secrets of cultivation in return. Under your overwhelming influence, they complied without question. Satisfied, you guided them in the study of the Tianxian sect's Tianxian nourishing method. Although the technique was not of high rank, its balanced and harmonious nature ensured that they would encounter minimal obstacles on their path to cultivation. You departed from Tianqing City, but not before selecting 10 relatively powerful cultivators and implanting them with slave goo. Though these insignificant insects of Qi refinement were beneath your notice, the slave goo would allow you to monitor their lives and deaths. Should any among them perish, you would be instantly aware. This time, you sought to observe whether Xiao Su, endowed with fortune, could lead these ruffians to survival amidst the chaos of war. By the 8th year, Your physical cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the third stage. The howling moon wolf had transitioned from its juvenile phase into maturity. Throughout these years, you had amassed a considerable number of spirit stones through Xiao Su and her companions in Tianqing City. Under your guidance, they meticulously investigated the backgrounds of those they encountered while fishing. If they stumbled upon a particularly formidable adversary, they would promptly inform you. Though this approach reduced efficiency, it prioritized safety. For 3 consecutive years, no disturbances arose. You presented half of the spirit stones accumulated over the years to Xiao Su, advising her of the imminent downfall of the Dou dynasty and urging her to flee at once. Xiao Su expressed skepticism, yet under your persistent insistence, she ultimately led Fat Second and the others away from the Dou dynasty. By the 9th year, the war had erupted. Initially, the 2 great dynasties exchanged blows. But you understood all too well that the Dou dynasty could never match the De Yuan dynasty in strength. At that moment, the De Yuan dynasty was merely feigning weakness. As anticipated, aided by the so-called traitors, the Dou dynasty soon crumbled, prompting you and the disciples of the Tianxian sect to begin your retreat towards the central region of the Dou dynasty. Chapter 28. 4th Stage of Body Refinement. Taiping sect. You and the disciples of the Tianxian sect began your migration towards the central region of Dou. The pace was slow, yet fortuitously. The journey remained uneventful. You successfully arrived at a spiritual mountain near Wuwang City. However, an unsettling premonition arose within you as you observed the Tianxian sect disciples still rejoicing in their survival. The sect's leader and elders had vanished without a trace. From the moment of their withdrawal from the Tianxian sect, they had not reappeared. Now, only a few outer disciples remained within the entire Tianxian sect contingent. They undoubtedly received insider information in advance and abandoned their disciples to flee. You have departed from the ranks of the Tianxian sect and journeyed towards the northern Yue dynasty. Simultaneously, a sense of crisis surged within you, compelling you to exert every ounce of your strength to hasten your journey. Fortunately, you are no longer the same as before. With your peak 3rd-tier physique, you swiftly arrived at the Yue dynasty. The Yue dynasty is significantly more formidable than the Dog dynasty and is a member of the Dynasty Alliance, making your stay here temporarily secure. You commenced your cultivation. In the 11th year, the news of the complete downfall of the Dao dynasty reached you, coinciding with the announcement of the establishment of the Dynasty Alliance by the Deyuan dynasty. The formation of the alliance garnered responses from various factions, evidently indicating that the actions of the Xianan dynasty had sparked discontent among many forces. However, these matters hold no relevance to you, as long as your cultivation remains undisturbed. The upheavals they create are of no concern to you. In the 15th year, a conscription order was issued by the Yue dynasty, demanding that all significant powers and cities dispatch personnel to join the Yue army. Panic ensued among the populace, as everyone understood the perils of this impending war, and no one was inclined to enlist, including yourself. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances, you departed from the Yue city and retreated into the remote and desolate mountains. This place, much like the Wanyao mountain range, serves as a paradise for demonic beasts. However, it is blessed with abundant spiritual energy, making even the outskirts of the desolate mountains sufficient for your meager cultivation. You sought a concealed cave on the periphery of the desolate mountain range, intending to pursue long-term cultivation within. In the 20th year, the resources for cultivation acquired through Tianqing City were completely exhausted, yet your progress remained stagnant. While the Xiaoya wolf had advanced to the late 2nd tier, unfortunately, you remained trapped at the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion stage. Moreover, due to the nature of the breakthrough in realms, the rewards of diligent effort were minimal. To transcend to the Golden Core stage, you must locate a Golden Core pill for a secure breakthrough. However, Golden Core pills are inherently rare, seldom appearing in the market even during ordinary times. With the ongoing conflict in the Eastern Continent's cultivation realm, acquiring such a strategic resource seems increasingly daunting. A sense of melancholy enveloped you. Left with no other choice, you resorted to training in body refinement. Unlike Qi cultivation, body refinement offers a chance for recovery even after a failed breakthrough, provided one takes the time to regroup over several years. Having garnered significant insights into body refinement, your cultivation progressed swiftly. In the 25th year, believing yourself adequately prepared, you attempted to break through. However, the outcome was disappointing. You failed. This attempt was particularly perilous. Had your physique not been honed to remarkable strength by the great wilderness body refinement technique, it would have taken you decades to recover fully. By the 31st year, the Yue dynasty had become one of the front lines in the power struggle between the Dynasty Alliance and the Xianhan dynasty. You distinctly sensed many cultivators fleeing into the desolate mountains. a sense of impending crisis subtly creeps in, alerting you that the once safe confines of the lamenting mountain range may no longer offer sanctuary in the near future. You resolve to attempt a breakthrough once more. This time, you succeed. Your physical cultivation ascends to the initial stage of the 4th tier. A corporeal golden core begins to coalesce within you. From this moment forth, you become a practitioner of the golden core, asserting dominion over your fate rather than surrendering it to the heavens. However, before you can revel in your achievement, the ominous feeling resurfaces with greater intensity than before. You realize that it is unwise to linger here. The influx of numerous cultivators has attracted the attention of the beasts within the lamenting mountain range. It will not be long before they purge the human cultivators from their territory. You depart from the lamenting mountain range, seeking a more secluded locale to continue your cultivation. Yet, you are already too late. Shortly after you set out, several demon kings emerge from the mountains, sweeping through the concealed cultivators like a tiger among sheep. You find yourself targeted by a formidable Earth Bear King. Fortunately, you possess the strength of the 4th tier, although you are still no match for the Bear King. Your only need is to outpace the other cultivators. The air is filled with the harrowing cries of those who could not escape. Seizing the opportunity, you dash out of the lamenting mountain range. Once outside, you find yourself at a loss regarding your next steps. The continuous influx of practitioners seeking refuge indicates that the Great Yu dynasty has reached a critical juncture of survival. Should you reveal yourself, you risk being conscripted to the front lines. Fortunately, news of the establishment of an organization called the Peaceful Sect reaches you. They claim to offer protection to all cultivators unwilling to partake in the war. While you had not encountered this organization in previous simulations, the mention of powerful tribulation transcendence within their ranks compels you to seek out the Peaceful Sect's base in the City of Peace. Upon your arrival in peace, your outward cultivation level is merely at the foundational stage. After spending some spirit stones to secure an introduction, you effortlessly become a member of the Peaceful Sect. However, you can't shake the feeling that the ease of your induction seems somewhat amiss, though you cannot pinpoint exactly why. As you begin to engage in the affairs of the Peaceful Sect, you discover that it indeed promotes the ideals of peace and equality, as they have advertised. As a disciple, your daily responsibilities involve persuading the surrounding factions toward benevolence. You cannot help but scoff at this notion. After all, this is a world where cultivation is paramount, and every individual possesses unique strengths. Can one truly expect equality between a Qi refinement practitioner and a Great Ascension master? Nevertheless, despite your reservations, you comply with the directives. The realm of the Taiping sect is indeed a sanctuary, allowing you to cultivate in peace. Chapter 29, Muningfang. In the 32nd year, you gradually begin to develop an affinity for this lifestyle. Typically, you need only venture out to feign activity before returning to Peace City to collect a generous stipend, which fosters a sense of comfort and ease. However, a sense of doubt arises within you. Why has such a power not emerged during the last simulation, unlike the Falling Cloud sect or the Kiliai Academy? In the 33rd year, the Diyu dynasty demands that the Taiping sect cease its activities, promptly dispatching individuals to the front lines for support. Naturally, the Taiping sect would not acquiesce, and conflict looms on the horizon. Yet, who could have imagined that the legendary leader of the Taiping sect, who had purportedly survived a thunder tribulation, is but a mere girl, her cultivation level merely at the golden core stage? The enigmatic leader you had contemplated over the years was merely a fade, sustained by an artifact known as the floating cloud immortal mirror. You are profoundly shocked and immediately rush out the door. However, the Dayu army is already at the gates, determined to capture the followers of the Taiping sect as fodder for the front lines. Despair envelopes you. Fortunately, fate does not completely forsake you. Just as the Dayu army breaches Peace City, a thunderous explosion reverberates outside the city walls. You are unaware of the cause, yet witness the Dayu soldiers suffering heavy casualties, their once indomitable spirit now reduced to lifeless bodies. Seizing the opportunity, you swiftly escape through the back gate of Peace City. Along the way, you encounter an unconscious woman. Feeling a pang of compassion, you relieve her of her storage bag to lighten her burden. Just as you unfasten the storage bag, a hand grips your arm, demanding, "Give me the storage bag and take me with you." You disregard her plea, attempting to shake her off, but her grip is unexpectedly strong, making it difficult to dislodge her. After a moment of deliberation, you ultimately decide to take her along. Months pass. Much time has elapsed since the fall of Peace City, and you have circumvented the Dayu dynasty, arriving at the Dayuan dynasty. You seek refuge in a secluded valley where a young girl incessantly bombards you with questions. You feel a growing irritation. However, this individual possesses an exceptionally formidable spirit, making it challenging for even your fourth-tier body refinement to harm her in the slightest. Reluctantly, you continue your cultivation. Though devoid of spiritual veins, you are fortunate to have amassed a considerable amount of resources during your time in Peace City, sufficient for a period of training. You begin to practice the divine wilderness body refinement technique. As the technique unfolds, your stature grows tall, and a formidable aura of vitality radiates from you. The girl implores you to teach her this body refinement technique. You refuse on the spot, yet she persists, diligently seeking your insights on body refinement day after day. In the 37th year, the Howling Moon Wolf achieved a breakthrough to the 3rd tier. Although its advancement did not propel you to a similar breakthrough, you were elated to feel a long-awaited enhancement in your own cultivation. You found yourself one step closer to the golden core. Simultaneously, a thought crossed your mind. If you could nurture the Howling Moon Wolf to the 4th tier, would its bestowed powers elevate you directly to the golden core? With this query lingering in your mind, you began to diligently cultivate the Howling Moon Wolf. However, despite its reputed potential to ascend to the 4th tier, numerous prerequisites needed to be fulfilled. The foremost requirement was to become the alpha of the Howling Moon Wolf pack. This realization brought you considerable distress. In this world, aside from the mountain ranges dominated by ferocious beasts, where could you possibly locate a pack of Howling Moon Wolves? To your astonishment, when the girl beside you observed your fervent cultivation efforts, she promptly revealed that not far from her hometown, there existed a pack of such wolves. At this revelation, you furrowed your brow. You were not so easily swayed by the allure of the Howling Moon Wolf's ascension, but rather, a sense of caution arose within you. After all, how could such coincidences exist in this world? Just as you were ready to nurture the Howling Moon Wolf, her hometown conveniently harbored a pack of them. Was her family residing in the dilapidated mountain range? Nevertheless, you pushed your suspicions aside and inquired about the location of her home in hopes of facilitating the Howling Moon Wolf's breakthrough. My hometown? She replied. It is situated outside of Peace City, a place unlike yours, lacking the vastness of your world. It is only about half the size of a dynasty. A world? Not so expansive. A sense of curiosity welled up within you. Yet, a possibility soon emerged in your mind. Her hometown might indeed reside within a small world. However, constructing a small world typically necessitated the direct intervention of a transcendent cultivator. Could the individual responsible for creating this small world truly be the esteemed leader of the typing sect? With these perplexing thoughts swirling in your mind, you posed another question to the girl. To your astonishment, her subsequent answer left you utterly speechless. The girl's name was Su Xuan, hailing from a small world known as the Ancient Wood Realm. This realm was abundant in spiritual energy and rich in resources. However, the inhabitants of the Ancient Wood Realm seemed to be afflicted by a curse that barred them from cultivation, condemning them to a life of mundanity. Consequently, these individuals were unable to traverse between worlds, rendering them incapable of leaving their small realm. As for Su Xuan, she was the first individual in thousands of years from the Ancient Wood Realm to possess the ability to cultivate. Yet, strictly speaking, she too could not cultivate in the traditional sense. Her attainment of golden core level prowess was entirely attributable to a formidable spiritual body known as the 10,000 Woods Revival Body. This extraordinary spiritual entity was born of golden core potential, capable of autonomous cultivation, and endowed with remarkable self-healing abilities and resilience. An exceptional spiritual body indeed. Upon her birth, the denizens of the Ancient Wood Realm had high hopes for her, entrusting her with their treasured legacy, the floating cloud immortal mirror, to seek out cultivation methods that could benefit her kin in the greater world. Who would have thought that just after she departed from the Ancient Wood Realm, the Great Yu dynasty would become the front line of war? Countless cultivators were left homeless, igniting a sense of compassion within Su Xuan. Thus, a faction known as the Taiping sect was established. Disguised as a formidable cultivator with the aid of the floating cloud immortal mirror, she quickly gathered a group of practitioners. Moreover, her frequent distribution of cultivation resources brought from the Ancient Wood Realm attracted an ever-increasing number of followers. Yet, the facade was ultimately unsustainable. Despite the floating cloud immortal mirror's ability to alter one's aura, her prolonged absence from direct confrontation had already aroused the suspicions of the Great Yu dynasty. Consequently, the dynasty dispatched hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers to eradicate the Taiping sect, forcing Su Xuan to self-destruct the floating cloud immortal mirror in a desperate bid for survival. Chapter 30. The Ancient Wood Realm listening to Su Xuan's words. Your heart remains tumultuous for a long while. You never imagined that the so-called Taiping sect truly originated from this young girl before you. Upon hearing her tale, you immediately proclaimed that you possess a method to facilitate the cultivation of her kin, but it necessitates a personal journey to the ancient wood realm to instruct them. Although Su Xuan hesitates to agree, your gentle persuasion ultimately convinces her to lead you to the ancient wood realm. The 34th year. Accompanying Su Xuan to the ancient wood realm, you discover that it is indeed as she described, rich in spiritual energy and abundant in resources, a veritable sanctuary for cultivation. If you were to cultivate here, you would undoubtedly achieve breakthroughs in no time. Su Xuan, how could you bring outsiders to our ancient wood realm? Following the voice, you see several elders hastening towards you. Grandfather, this is a friend I met in the outside world. He claims to have a method that can aid us in our cultivation. Moreover, I have observed his cultivation technique, and it is entirely different from our practices in the ancient wood realm. Upon hearing this, the elder at the forefront softened his tone slightly, stating, "That is unacceptable. Our ancestors left a message. The resources of the ancient wood realm are plentiful, and should those cultivators from the outside world become aware, they would undoubtedly invade, enslaving us. Thus, to this friend, I must apologize." With that, a multitude of indigenous inhabitants from the ancient wood realm emerged behind the elder, each wielding long spears, exuding an air of hostility. Yet, to you, the scene appeared utterly ludicrous. How could these unrefined mortals dare to act against you? Raising your hands, a terrifying pressure emanated from your being, instantly immobilizing them. It seems that living in this world for too long has dulled your minds. Su Xuan, listening to the shouts around you, your brow furrows. To be honest, had it not been for Su Xuan, you would have had no reason to engage in conversation with these individuals. Nevertheless, who could fault me for my kindness? This is the Tai Xian Nurturing Classic. With just a few spiritual herbs, you can commence your cultivation. I shall reside in this forest for my own practice, and should you have any inquiries, feel free to seek me out. After concluding your discourse, you extracted a tome, the Tai Xian Nourishing Scripture, acquired from the Heavenly Profound Sect. This is a foundational technique of the first tier, which, although obsolete in the outside world, serves as a beacon for those embarking on the path of cultivation here. In the 35th year, you had firmly established yourself within the ancient wood realm, a place abundant in spiritual energy and rich in resources. Within a mere year, you gained the confidence to transcend into the golden core stage. The indigenous inhabitants had significantly tempered their demeanor, as none dared to provoke you after witnessing your formidable prowess. Occasionally, Su Xuan would approach to inquire about the cultivation methods of the Tai Xian Nourishing Scripture. By the 38th year, after thorough preparation, you successfully ascended to the first layer of the golden core stage. Henceforth, you were bestowed with a lifespan of 5 centuries, akin to that of other golden core cultivators. In the 39th year, an indigenous individual reached the pinnacle of the first-tier body refinement and sought your guidance for subsequent techniques. You neither acquiesced nor outright denied, merely promising to provide advanced body refinement methods once your own cultivation was stabilized. However, as a prerequisite, they were to offer you the most precious spiritual herbs from the ancient wood realm. Days later, a fruit emanating a delicate fragrance materialized before you. Instantly, you recognized it as the 4th-tier spiritual herb, the muhua fruit. While this item was indeed rare, it paled in comparison to the rich spiritual energy of the ancient wood realm, leading you to suspect potential deception on their part. Thus, you embarked on an exploration of the ancient wood realm. By the 40th year, you had traversed the entirety of the realm and discovered that it was not as idyllic as you had envisioned. Although there were spiritual veins present, they lacked potency. The abundance of spiritual energy stemmed from the fact that all living beings here were incapable of cultivation. Yes, all beings. Numerous demonic beasts, such as the howling moon wolf pack, also lacked the ability to cultivate, remaining devoid of demonic power even upon reaching maturity. Despite the absence of such enhancement, the physical might of these beasts remained formidable, placing them at the apex of the food chain within the ancient wood realm. Upon realizing that the indigenous people had not deceived you, you granted them a 2nd-tier body refinement technique known as the Tai Xian body forging method. Although this method would only allow them to ascend to the 2nd tier, it sufficed in your estimation. In the 41st year, one of the indigenous individuals attempted to break through to the 2nd tier, but tragically, he met with failure. At the moment of his failure, he exploded, his soul scattering into oblivion. You found yourself perplexed. While the actions of the Heavenly Profound Sect could hardly be deemed righteous, it seemed implausible that they would maliciously tamper with cultivation techniques intended for mere disciples. Was it possible that the breakthrough of a mere servant could pose a threat to the status of your sect's leaders? Ultimately, you attributed this unfortunate outcome to the individual's exceedingly poor fortune. You resumed your cultivation. In the blink of an eye, the 42nd year has arrived. During this year, 5 indigenous individuals gradually attempted to break through to the 2nd stage of body refinement. However, Without exception, they all met with failure, their bodies exploding and souls scattering. You sensed that something was amiss. Consequently, you provided the natives with a cultivation technique, specifically the Song family's body refinement secret manual, which you had seized from a clan cultivator in Tianqing City. This manual appeared unremarkable, and its owner was merely an ordinary scion of the Song family. Thus you deemed it free from issues. Upon receiving the technique, the natives did not immediately commence their cultivation, evidently harboring considerable suspicion towards you. Nevertheless, you adopted an indifferent stance, as your initial intent was solely to cultivate peacefully in the ancient wood realm, and offering them a cultivation manual was merely a casual gesture. By the 45th year, with the assistance of diligent effort and the muhua fruit, your cultivation level ascended to the second layer of the golden core stage. However, just as you concluded your training, news reached you that all the indigenous individuals who had attempted to break through to the second stage of body refinement over the years had failed, with none granted a chance for rebirth, their bodies exploding and souls scattering. You were profoundly shocked by this turn of events. Faced with the malice of these natives, you found yourself at a loss, for they had perished while practicing your technique. Although there was no correlation between the two, their limited perspective made it difficult for them to recognize this fact. Thus, you chose to disregard their sentiments. By the 55th year, your cultivation reached the third layer of the golden core stage. At this juncture, your pace of advancement was even swifter than during your time in the Purple Mansion stage. Thanks to your exceptional triple spiritual roots and the abundant spiritual energy of the ancient wood realm. In that same year, in an effort to assist her kin in their cultivation, Mu Lingshuang once again departed from the ancient wood realm to the Dayu dynasty. In your eyes, her actions were undeniably foolish, for the Dayu had long been embroiled in a fierce conflict between two formidable factions. Even with her wood revival body, her survival in such circumstances would be precarious. Nevertheless, to prevent her from being captured and subjected to soul searching, you provided her with additional talismans for protection. These were materials you had casually taken when leaving the Tianxian sect. Although they appeared plentiful, they were merely auxiliary talismans, useful only in flight or evasion. You continued your cultivation, and soon the 61st year arrived. Due to the indigenous people of the ancient wood realm having long since lost trust in you, no one had visited your training grove in recent years. While you were somewhat pleased by this solitude, it also rendered your days rather monotonous, and you found yourself yearning for the companionship of Mu Ningxuan. By the 63rd year, having reached the late stage of the third tier, you placed the Howling Moonwolf among the pack of Howling Moonwolves in the ancient wood realm, hoping it would ascend to the position of Howling Moonwolf King. However, your hopes were dashed, for the beasts of the ancient wood realm bore no demonic power, allowing the Howling Moonwolf to effortlessly ascend as the leader of the pack. Lacking sufficient experience, it could not awaken its inherent bloodline potential. In the 72nd year, you achieved a breakthrough to the fourth layer of the Golden Core stage. Although your cultivation had begun to slow considerably, you remained filled with confidence, believing you could reach the nascent soul stage within 500 years. In the 73rd year, Mu Ningxuang returned. Her absence had lasted 18 years. While you were unaware of her experiences during this time, it was evident that her body bore grave injuries. Nevertheless, through the formidable self-healing capabilities of her revitalized wood physique, she managed to return to the ancient wood realm. You approached her, finding her surrounded by the denizens of the realm. Though they were not welcoming of your presence, they were at a loss regarding Mu Ningxuang's injuries, and only you, as a cultivator, might possess a remedy. How familiar this poison feels, you murmured to yourself. Countless memories echoed in your mind, and you finally recalled the master of this potent toxin, Tang Chuan. You had once been afflicted by a similar poison, yet this one was 1,000-fold more powerful than what you had previously encountered. Did you go to the Kolai Academy? You inquired. No, she replied. You frowned slightly at her response, but chose not to press further. Share the techniques you have acquired with them, so they may discern whether I have deceived you. You suggested. You departed from their tribe, taking Mu Ningxuang with you. After a brief time, you arrived at a mountain peak, where you vaguely remembered a wood spirit flower once blossomed. Though it could not neutralize the poison, it could enhance the revitalized wood physique, enabling it to better resist toxins. Mu Ningxuang consumed the wood spirit flower, and her complexion improved slightly. You began to inquire about her journey. It turned out that the War of the Great Yu dynasty had concluded. The dynasty alliance had successfully expelled the Xianhan dynasty from the Great Yu. But the Xianhan dynasty was not without its defenses. Several ancestral figures had risen from their coffins, confronting the dynasty alliance at the Qianlong Lake in the northern reaches of the Great Yu. While the conflict appeared to be stalemated, discerning observers could see that the dynasty alliance had ultimately triumphed. Consequently, the alliance began rewarding its contributors. Not only did they lavish honors upon the sects that had participated in the battle, but they also organized a competition for the talented. Any individual under a century of age who could endure 10 rounds in the arena would be rewarded with a choice of an 8th-tier technique leading directly to the tribulation stage. In pursuit of a cultivation technique, Su Xuan naturally opted to participate. However, given her strength, reaching the 5th round proved perilous. When she encountered the prodigious disciple Tang Xuan from the Colai Academy in the 6th round, she was swiftly defeated. Originally, she had hoped to use her unique ability to exhaust her opponent for a while, but Tang Xuan offered her no opportunity, swiftly launching a series of poisoned arrows that sent her tumbling from the arena. As for what transpired thereafter, she was left in ignorance. It was said that the influence of this arena was profound, drawing many prodigies from various empires to participate. Among them, the most renowned were the disciple of Qiliai Academy, Tang Xuan, who had bested her, and the young master of the Liyun sect of the Deyuan Empire, Su Xuan. Upon learning of the events occurring outside, you furrowed your brow in concern. The one capable of so easily defeating Su Xuan must possess at least a late-stage gold core cultivation. It was astonishing to realize the incredible speed at which these two had progressed in their training, reaching such heights in a mere few decades. A sense of urgency began to stir within you, prompting you to resume your arduous cultivation. Although you were aware that seclusion for intensive training was a lesser method, it provided a sense of safety. Without the halo of a protagonist to shield you, safety was paramount. In the 74th year, the residents of the ancient wood realm began attempting to break through to the 2nd stage of body refinement. Yet, as in previous years, they all met with failure. Moreover, due to the higher tier of the techniques brought back by Su Xuan, their conditions had worsened considerably. Despite their understanding of the underlying issues, the entire clan came to you in apology, seeking your assistance. However, you were helpless in the face of their plight. You explained that you were merely a gold core cultivator yourself, and that the one who created this small world was at least a tribulation stage expert. The circumstances they faced were intertwined with that formidable being, and it was not something you could easily resolve. In an instant, despair enveloped the residents of the ancient wood realm. Their hopes shattered, they seemed to have lost all desire for life. You observed their plight keenly. Chapter 32. The Secrets of the Ancient Wood Realm. In the 91st year, your cultivation had grown even more formidable. While the older generation of the ancient wood realm slowly passed away, you couldn't help but reflect on the brevity of life, which also birthed a perplexing question in your mind. How could a top-tier spiritual body like Su Xuan emerge in such an environment? Thus, you began to explore the ancient wood realm. However, everything here remained unchanged. Apart from a few spiritual herbs that had sprouted in recent years, it was almost identical to what you had encountered during your initial exploration. You resolved to change your approach. On a moonless, blustery night, you ventured into Mu family village, marking your 2nd visit. Yet, as soon as you stepped foot in the village, a sense of impending danger surged within you. How could this be? I am at the 4th level of the gold core. Who in this realm could possibly harm me? You turned to face the source of your unease, which emanated from an ancient dwelling. The appearance of the house revealed it to be the ancestral hall of Mu family village. You yearned to delve deeper into the mystery. Yet as your sense of crisis intensified, you ultimately relinquished that intention. In the 108th year, aided by the principle that diligence is rewarded, you painstakingly ascended to the 5th level of the golden elixir stage. You could distinctly perceive the dwindling spiritual energy within the ancient wood realm, just as you had anticipated. The ley lines here were not robust. They could barely sustain a single golden elixir cultivator. Over the years, both you and Su Xuan had been cultivating within the ancient wood realm, further depleting its spiritual essence. Although it was conceivable that you might barely break through to the 6th level of the golden elixir stage if you persisted, such an endeavor would demand an exorbitant amount of time, at least 30 years. You had no intention of following that path. You met Su Xuan for a brief moment to bid her farewell, yet she had long since shed her youthful visage. At just over a century old, strands of white hair had begun to adorn her head. However, what shocked you even more was her subsequent remark. Su Xuan, you too have aged. Aged. You rushed to the riverbank, gazing at your reflection. To your horror, you discovered that your once lustrous hair had turned ashen, and your face bore the marks of time, rendering you far older than Su Xuan. A tumult of emotion surged within you. Despite the fact that golden elixir cultivators are granted 500 years of life, here you were at merely 128 years, looking so decrepit. Moreover, Su Xuan, although also aged, appeared somewhat youthful due to her relatively younger actual age. There was a profound issue with the ancient wood realm. You voiced your concerns to Su Xuan, but she seemed oblivious to the underlying problem, believing that aging and mortality were natural human experiences. Although she could cultivate, She thought it merely extended her lifespan a little beyond that of the villagers. This is impossible. Golden elixir cultivators are granted 500 years. In human terms, that equates to merely 2 or 3 decades. How could we appear so aged? There must be something amiss with the ancient wood realm. Come, we must leave this place. With that, you grasped Mu Ningxue's hand and headed towards the exit of the ancient wood realm. However, before you could venture far, a terrifying energy fluctuation erupted from the ancestral hall of Mu Village. This wave quickly coalesced in the air into a massive black hand, reaching directly for you. Begone! A fierce expression crossed your face, yet as you began to channel your spiritual power, you suddenly felt the world spin around you. Realizing something was amiss, you immediately activated the divine body refinement technique to confront the black hand head-on. With a resounding crash, the hand disintegrated, but at that moment, an ancient voice echoed in your ears. Young one, I shall not impede your departure, but this girl and the spiritual herbs from the ancient wood realm must remain. At this, a cold smile appeared at the corners of your mouth. It seemed that those within the ancestral hall were merely bluffing. If they truly possessed strength, why would they negotiate with you? You exert the full force of the desolate god's body refinement technique. Your physique surges dramatically, countless golden orbs adhering to your form. A display of bravado. A mighty palm imprint descends, reducing the ancestral hall to mere rubble. Such audacity from the younger generation. As the words resonate, the true form of the individual within the hall is finally revealed. To your astonishment, he is but a skeleton. Yet, at this moment, flecks of crimson light begin to manifest upon him, hinting at the emergence of flesh and blood. You immediately grasp the gravity of the situation. It appears this individual is the true mastermind behind the ancient wood realm. This is your doing. The skeleton charges forward, but this time, his target is not you, but a villager from Mu family village. The skeleton seizes an individual, ethereal blue flames igniting in his grasp, instantly refining him. With a whoosh, with a whoosh, with a whoosh. After consuming the villager, the once immobile skeleton stands tall, a new layer of flesh sprouting forth. You can distinctly sense his newfound strength. From initially being at the nascent stage of the golden core, he has ascended directly to the second level. A sense of foreboding washes over you. You act swiftly to thwart his assault on the villagers. Yet, it is evidently too late. Although the skeleton remains no match for you, he desperately lunges at the mortal villagers. Even with Mu Ningxuan's protection, some villagers fall victim to the aftermath of the battle. The skeleton grows even stronger. His cultivation level has now reached the 5th level of the golden core. He is no longer inferior to you. You realize that if this continues, all will perish at the hands of the skeleton. You exchange a glance with Mu Ningxuan and retreat. At this moment, your only desire is to escape swiftly, leaving everything else behind. You dash towards the exit of the ancient wood realm, with Mu Ningxuan close behind. In this dire moment, she is no fool. Recognizing the irreversible situation, she chooses to flee. Meanwhile, the skeleton, having refined 2 villagers, charges towards you once more. His cultivation has now ascended to the 6th level of the golden core. Such an astonishing rate of enhancement sends a shiver down your spine. Fortunately, his speed is not overly rapid, allowing you and Mu Ningxuan to return to the Great Yu dynasty via the teleportation array. Upon arrival, you dare not linger and proceed southward towards the Great Abyss dynasty. Chapter 33, Retreat, Falling Cloud Sect. Subsequently, after a relentless journey, you finally find refuge within the territory of the Great Abyss dynasty. Unlike the last simulation, the Great Abyss dynasty is not urgently conscripting soldiers, granting you a brief respite. You and Mu Ningxuan settle in a city named Changhe City to recuperate. Meanwhile, you decide against using the spiritual herbs acquired from the ancient wood realm. For the skeleton's methods are too inscrutable. Who knows if he has infused the herbs with other nefarious substances? In the bustling Longhe City, you casually sought out a shop to sell the elixir you held in hand. However, upon catching sight of your potion, the shopkeeper's eyes sparkled with intrigue, revealing an expression of disbelief. My friend, from whence did you procure such an elixir? Hearing this, you narrowed your eyes, immediately sensing the ill intentions behind his inquiry. Rest assured, my elixir is of legitimate origin. You ought to scrutinize it carefully. Upon hearing your response, the shopkeeper smirked coldly. Legitimate origin? Huh. Seize this person. Begone. You bellowed, and with that, the formerly subdued aura you exuded transformed, revealing your formidable cultivation at the 5th level of the golden core stage. While such prowess might not be particularly remarkable in the realm of cultivation, you were confident that this mere shopkeeper would be intimidated. As expected, upon witnessing your cultivation level, the shopkeeper immediately bowed his head in submission, pleading, "Spare me, my lord. I am but a fool who failed to recognize greatness. I beseech your mercy." You regarded the shopkeeper and inquired about the unique qualities of the elixirs that incited such a desire for theft. "Forgive me, my lord," the shopkeeper stammered. "I know not what came over me. The moment I laid eyes upon those elixirs, an impulse to claim them as my own surged within me." At this, you swiftly realized that something was amiss. Though your instincts had yet to alert you, an unsettling premonition began to brew within your mind. You handed all the elixirs to the shopkeeper, instructing him to deliver them to the lord of Longha City, with a stern warning that if they were not delivered within the hour, he would face the annihilation of his entire family. Given your formidable strength, the shopkeeper had no choice but to comply. Subsequently, you looted the shop of all its spirit stones, promising the shopkeeper that you would return them once the elixirs were delivered before departing. Not long after your exit, a sense of impending danger washed over you, albeit not as intense as before. A little over half an hour later, a colossal hand loomed over Longha City, and as you beheld that familiar silhouette, realization struck. You recognized it as the skeletal figure. However, it appeared more powerful now, emanating a pressure befitting a nascent soul cultivator. You cannot escape. The giant hand coalesced into a fist and descended upon the Lord's mansion. Boom. The mansion crumbled, but within, a formation barely managed to withstand the force of the blow. Who dares to offend Longha City? Surrender the thief. Without uttering another word, the skeleton launched another assault on the Lord's mansion. This time, the formation proved utterly incapable of resistance, shattering before the skeletal entity. Boldness indeed. Master Wu, I implore you to aid me. Very well. As soon as the words left his lips, a white figure soared from the mansion, engaging the skeleton in combat. This individual possessed formidable cultivation, having reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, and surprisingly managed to exert a measure of suppression over the skeletal figure. You breathed a sigh of relief. And alongside Mu Ningxiang, you once again departed from Longha City, setting your sights on the destination of Luoyun sect. In the present day, there is a resistance against the dynasty alliance, and a formidable being known as the mysterious soul presides over the situation, rendering it relatively secure. In the 109th year, you established a shop in the city of Luoyue, utilizing the spiritual stones pilfered from the stores of Tianqi City. This location, in proximity to the Luoyun sect, offers a measure of safety. Typically, Mu Ningxiang manages the shop while you devote yourself entirely to cultivation. By the 120th year, you have become acutely aware of the significant aging of your body. Given your current physical condition, it seems unlikely that you could even reach the age of 200. The decline in your vitality has also hindered your cultivation speed. Even with the assistance of the Tao rewarding diligence, the prospect of breaking through to the 6th layer of the golden core seems distant. You have come to terms with this reality. Upon realizing the futility of further breakthroughs, you took over the management of the shop from Mu Ningxiang. She possesses the 10,000 trees rejuvenation body, which allows her to gradually restore her depleted lifespan. In comparison to you, she may still have a chance for advancement. In the 122nd year, news arrived that Su Xuan, the young master of the Luoyun sect, had broken through to the pinnacle of the golden core. However, this revelation stirred no turbulence within your heart. By the 123rd year, you could distinctly sense that your life had entered a countdown. During this period, you did not intend to remain passive. Instead, you turned your attention towards Tang Chuan, Chu Han, and Xiao Su. The whereabouts of the first two were relatively easy to ascertain. Chu Han was cultivating not far from you at the Luoyun sect, but the presence of the mysterious soul there precluded any opportunity for intervention. Moreover, you were no longer a match for him. As for Tang Chuan, like Chu Han, he too possesses the aura of a protagonist. In the last elite tournament, he shone brilliantly, defeating many young prodigies. You surmise that his strength is likely on par with, if not surpassing, that of the golden core pinnacle. Furthermore, he is guarded by Tang Chui, who reached the peak of the nascent soul realm a century ago and has only grown stronger since. Regarding the enigmatic Xiao Su, her situation remains a mystery to you. Since her escape from the Great Wu dynasty, there has been no word of her. However, in comparison to the former two, her fortune is not to be underestimated. Had you not lent your assistance, her survival in leaving the Great Wu dynasty would have been questionable. You remain uncertain of the true utility of her protagonist aura. Nonetheless, you still have 3 of the slave gu you planted years ago alive. This indicates that at least 3 individuals, such as the portly heir Yi who once served under Xiao Su, have successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage and survived to this day. You began to inquire about significant events occurring in the Eastern Continent's cultivation world, seeking opportunities to reunite with them. Indeed, fate favored you. 3 years hence, a relic is set to emerge within the territory once ruled by the Great Wu dynasty. This relic surpasses the level of the former Great Wasteland relic and is accessible to Golden Core cultivators. Moreover, Powerful practitioners speculate that this secret realm may harbor celestial techniques. You soon realize that this ancient site may have been prepared for one among them. Chapter 34. The Contest of the Secret Realm. In the 125th year, you liquidated your shop. After handing over the spirit stones accumulated over the years to Mu Ningxue, you embarked alone on the journey toward the Great Wu Dynasty. Upon your return to this land, though merely a century had passed, you were no longer the spirited youth you once were, but rather an elderly man nearing the end of his days. At this time, with 2 years remaining before the secret realm commenced, you began to inquire about the events that had transpired in the Great Wu Dynasty over the years. It turned out that after the Dynasty Alliance breached the Great Wu Dynasty, those high-ranking cultivators swiftly fled with their families. The land of the Great Wu Dynasty was then ceded to the ghostly darkness sect, a malevolent force. Although they lacked a catastrophe-level powerhouse, they possessed numerous transformation and void refinement cultivators, as well as a multitude of formidable specters. After seizing the Great Wu Dynasty, the ghostly darkness sect began to exploit the lower-tier cultivators to nurture these specters. Soon, the Great Wu Dynasty was transformed into a desolate wasteland. Presently, the proverbial birds have flown and the bough is hidden. After gaining a substantial advantage, the Dynasty Alliance swiftly found an excuse to annihilate the ghostly darkness sect. The specters that had been cultivated became the most loyal enforcers of the Dynasty Alliance. Upon learning the entire sequence of events, you let out a heavy sigh. In this realm of cultivators, where numerous factions harbor ulterior motives, where can one find peace to cultivate? In the 127th year, the secret realm opened. At the onset of this secret realm, you encountered many familiar faces, such as Su Xuan and Su Xuan. They had now become the paragons of their respective factions, leading numerous followers to explore the secret realm. In contrast, you found yourself alone and solitary. You resolved in your heart to cultivate a faction of your own. You began your exploration of the secret realm alone. Due to your limited strength, you could only meander around the periphery of the realm. This all felt strangely familiar, reminiscent of your previous experiences in the great wilderness secret realm. You could not help but sigh. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the east. This sound reverberated throughout the secret realm, drawing countless cultivators to its source, you included. However, you remained cautious. Only when you confirmed that the opportunity had attracted a multitude of cultivators vying for it did you proceed eastward. Thief, drop what you have. Pursue. After him. As you journeyed midway, you heard a resounding shout. A cultivator was sprinting with 2 spirit fruits in hand, pursued by an innumerable throng of cultivators. Yet this individual was formidable and remarkably swift. Even amidst the chaos created by the multitude, he managed to leave them far behind. What incredible speed, you murmured to yourself. And a familiar figure sprang to mind, Feng Qing'er. Although you successfully joined the Tianxian sect during this simulation, your dwelling has remained at the menial peak, and thus, you have never encountered this individual. If Feng Qing'er remains unaffected by your influence, she will likely attain the golden core stage, barring any unforeseen circumstances. You silently took note of this person but chose not to pursue them, instead continuing onward towards the place where opportunities are born. At that moment, the sight of opportunity still attracted a considerable crowd. They gathered around a luminous curtain, awaiting in silence. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the curtain abruptly contracted, and a flying sword was expelled from it. The surrounding cultivators surged towards the sword, and in an instant, a flurry of blades, palm strikes, and various spiritual techniques erupted in an overwhelming bombardment. Ultimately, under your watchful gaze, a woman in a red dress claimed the flying sword. According to the whispers of the crowd, her name was Feng Xuanji, the Shizuku envoy of the 4 sacred heavenly palace. Furthermore, she was recognized as a prodigy. The 4 sacred heavenly palace is renowned, with its master being a well-known void realm expert, while most of the 4 sacred envoys are at the transformation realm, with Feng Xuanji being an exceptional case. It is said that she reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage before the age of 100. Had it not been for the opening of this secret realm, she might have already ascended to the nascent soul stage. You sensed a peculiar familiarity about Feng Xuanji, as if you had encountered her before. Yet, after much contemplation, you could not recall who she truly was. Just as you were deep in thought, the luminous curtain expelled another object, this time revealing a pill. The pill was enveloped in spiritual energy and adorned with several intricate patterns, making its extraordinary nature apparent to all. This item rightfully belongs to my Imperial Alliance. Humph, relinquish it, or you shall face your doom. Damn it, does your Kelii Academy truly wish to meddle in everything? Allowing you entry into the secret realm has already been a generous concession from my Imperial Alliance, and yet you dare to contend with us. Upon hearing these words, Tang Chuan sneered once more, and several figures materialized beside him. seemingly ready to engage in combat at any moment. What? Do you still wish to fight? Do you truly believe that Zhou Tianlong is but a mere plaything? However, before the words could fully escape his lips, a vine pierced through Zhou Tianlong's body. Simultaneously, his form quickly withered, and within the span of a breath, he vanished entirely. You. Retreat. We must find Prince Yuan. Observing the scattering crowd, a cold smile flickered across Tang Chuan's lips. Heavenly green annihilation. Countless strands of heavenly green grass shot forth from Tang Chuan's hand, their speed rivaling that of a nascent soul cultivator. Enough. I am unaware of what transpired with you. But whether you were Tang Chuan or someone else, your actions have crossed the line. The speaker was Chu Han. You found yourself puzzled by the meaning behind his words. Was it regarding Tang Chuan's identity as heavenly green grass or some hidden secret he bore? Yet, one thing was clear. These two were on the verge of confrontation. Took the initiative, unleashing countless strands of celestial grass directly towards Chu Han's face. A mere parlor trick. Begone. Chu Han thrust his palms forward, and two streams of spiritual fire erupted from his hands, reducing the celestial grass to mere ashes. However, just as Chu Han was poised to press his advantage, several figures emerged behind Tang Chuan. You gazed at them in astonishment, realizing that each possessed at least the cultivation of the 8th layer of the golden core stage. Notably, the burly man at the forefront exuded an extraordinarily robust aura, clearly having immersed himself in the pinnacle of the golden core stage for an extended period. Chapter 35. The true lord of the divine sword brother Dai. Hold him off from me. Understood. The burly man bellowed, charging directly at Chu Han, subtly gaining the upper hand. This individual was indeed a dual cultivator of both law and body. Meanwhile, Tang Chuan, having regained his breath, clasped his hands together, and an overwhelming force of annihilation began to gather around him. An astute observer would immediately recognize that he was preparing to unleash a formidable attack. A sense of dread enveloped you. Initially, you had intended to wait for them to weaken each other before making your move. But it was now evident that Chu Han's situation was dire. Master, assist me. Master? Wasn't Chu Han's master already back to transcending tribulations, overseeing the falling cloud sect? Could it be that Chu Han was merely posturing? A flicker of doubt arose within you, only to be swiftly dispelled by the harsh reality. You beheld as Chu Han's raven hair turned instantly white, his demeanor transforming into one of aloofness. He resembled an immortal, coldly gazing down upon the mortal realm. It was that mysterious soul. Recalling the terrifying abilities of a transcending tribulation cultivator, trepidation gripped your heart. Fortunately, due to the constraints of the secret realm, his cultivation was limited to the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Yet, it was precisely his extensive battle experience that enabled him to force Brother Dai into retreat after retreat. You youngsters, depart at once, and I shall consider today as if nothing has transpired. However, should you persist in your obstinate resistance. The mysterious soul cast a glance towards Tang Chuan. His eyes now filled with astonishment. The bloodline of the Azure Emperor. You are not from the Eastern Continent's cultivation world. Caught off guard by the revelation of his identity, Tang Chuan paused momentarily, then unleashed the power of his bloodline, summoning countless strands of celestial grass that materialized into a long spear. Combined with the annihilation force he had just gathered. Azure Tomb's annihilation spear. Tang Chuan shouted, hurling the spear. Yet, the instant the Azure Tomb's annihilation spear made contact with the mysterious soul, it disintegrated into a tempest of annihilation force. You overestimate yourself, young one. The mysterious soul chuckled, shaking his head. Subsequently, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, causing the entire secret realm to tremble perilously. A tremendous binding force surged towards the mysterious soul, forming a silhouette. Dan Juezi, it is good to see you well. Humph, true lord of the divine sword. Even after a millennium, you remain as obstinate as ever. This realm's constraints upon me are immense. Xiao Han, you shall handle them on your own. Upon concluding his words, the enigmatic soul vanished, and Chu Han returned to his true form. The binding force that had once controlled him dissipated along with the retreating spirit. Greetings, esteemed elder. Chu Han respectfully bowed to the ethereal figure of the divine sword true monarch. Despite having been possessed by the mysterious spirit moments before, he remained aware of all that transpired around him. The elderly apparition before him was likely the true master of this secret realm. Do not bow, the monarch replied. I have always upheld principles of fairness and justice. I shall not permit anyone to disrupt this order. Henceforth, I shall personally oversee the forthcoming inheritance. Each individual present, including those hidden in the distance, shall have the opportunity to receive my legacy. Let us begin with you. With a gentle wave of his hand, the divine sword true monarch summoned Chu Han before him. Age of Bones, 105, true flame spirit body, fire spirit root, pinnacle of golden core cultivation. practicing the Dai Ri Fan Tian technique, which leads directly to the celestial path. It appears that Dan Juezi has indeed taken on a commendable disciple, surpassing your senior brother by far. However, your cultivation path does not align with my inheritance, thus you are fated to be excluded from it. The divine sword, true monarch, shook his head. Yet, seemingly out of benevolence towards Su Xuan, he retrieved a sapling from the luminous screen and tossed it over. This is a sapling of a 7th-tier spiritual Bodhi tree. Nurture it well, and it shall undoubtedly aid you. Now, the next one. As he spoke, the monarch extended his right hand, capturing the burly man who had just battled Su Xuan. Age of Bones, 157, 100 battles spirit body, golden spirit root. Practicing the 100 battles decision and the Vajra Mingwang body, mastering both technique and physique, at the pinnacle of golden core and peak 4th-tier body refinement. To reach such heights, even in my era, would be considered exceptional. Alas, you two are unfit for my inheritance. The divine sword, true monarch, returned the senior brother to his original position. Yet this time, he did not retrieve anything further from the luminous screen. In the ensuing moments, the monarch swiftly examined the information of everyone present. Regrettably, aside from Tang Chuan and Feng Xuanji, none were deemed worthy of his additional reward. Soon, it was your turn. As the divine sword, true monarch, seized you, the onlookers turned their gazes upon you. Some expressed astonishment, others confusion, while a glimmer of incredulity flickered in Tang Chuan's eyes. You absorbed every reaction. Your age of bones, 147, golden spirit body, possessing earth, fire, and metal spirit roots, at the 5th level of golden core. This aptitude, though barely acceptable, is overshadowed by your significant loss of lifespan, leaving little room for further advancement. However, wait, are you practicing the techniques of the beast sect? The divine sword, true monarch, narrowed his eyes slightly, and after a long while, he retrieved a token from the light curtain, stating, "This is the beast token left by the wilderness, capable of garnering his assistance in the central state S realm of cultivation. Although you may never again have the opportunity to venture into the central state, it would serve well to pass it on to future generations." You accepted the token, feeling a wave of silence within. It was uncertain whether the divine sword, true monarch, was acting out of goodwill or targeting you. To present such a token directly before the eyes of the crowd was indeed a bold move. A common man is innocent, yet possessing a gem can bring about calamity. When you eventually departed from the secret realm, those present would surely attempt to seize it from you. However, it was fortunate that you had no intention of leaving the secret realm alive this time. Now, we come to the final little one. If this time I am still unsatisfied with my requirements, then my legacy shall await the next opening of the secret realm. As he spoke, the divine sword, true monarch, clenched his hand, and a figure materialized before him. Upon seeing the newcomer, you were struck with astonishment. It was none other than Mu Ningxuan. The very person you had arranged to cultivate in Falling Moon City had stealthily followed you into the secret realm. The subsequent words of the divine sword, true monarch, sent tumultuous waves through your heart. Chapter 36, Legacy, Strife. Excellent. 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 Age, 132, with spirit root. Peak golden core, 10,000 woods revitalization body. The divine sword, true monarch, laughed heartily. Then, perceiving the confusion in the crowd's gazes, he began to elucidate. It turned out that the cultivation method he practiced was called the Slaying Heaven Sword Cannon. Not only could it direct one to the immortal path, but it also allowed one to harness the power of heaven and earth to enhance oneself, granting several times, even dozens of times, the lifespan. This technique was extraordinarily powerful, yet it was abhorred by heaven and earth. Despite his exceptional talent, he tragically failed during the 8th Thunder Tribulation. Ultimately, while he managed to survive by relying on the Slaying Heaven Sword Cannon, he was left in a form that was neither human nor ghost. Moreover, his situation was distinct from that of Dan Juezi. Dan Juezi's soul was intact and could be reborn by crafting a suitable body. In contrast, the divine sword, true monarch's soul had long been shattered by the Thunder Tribulation, leaving him as a wandering solitary soul within the small world he had created. However, he did not remain idle during his years in the small world. Instead, he began researching the most suitable successor for the Slaying Heaven Sword Cannon. Through relentless effort, he ultimately discovered that only a spirit body with immense vitality could serve as the ideal heir to the Slaying Heaven Sword Cannon. For once one began to cultivate this cannon, they would be shunned by heaven and earth, resulting in an intensified Thunder Tribulation. Only with sufficient defensive strength and vitality could one survive such tribulations. The 10,000 Woods Revitalization Body was indeed the epitome of spirit bodies possessing life attributes and could effectively counter the Thunder Tribulation. It was truly the unparalleled choice for cultivating the slaying heaven sword cannon. The true sword sovereign extracted a powerful legacy from the luminous screen and cast it directly towards Mu Ningxue. She began to embrace the inheritance, which was immensely potent, encompassing not only the heavenly slaughter sword classic, but also the profound insights the true sword sovereign had acquired over the years regarding this classic. Mu Ningxue's aura intensified. Yet the figure of the true sword sovereign gradually faded. He infused his remaining strength into the inheritance, a detail that did not escape the notice of all present, including you. Internally, you cursed the true sword sovereign, deeming him foolish. Without his protection, how could Mu Ningxue safely receive the inheritance? It seemed he had truly been struck senseless by the heavenly tribulation. As expected, at the very moment the true sword sovereign vanished, Tang Xuan and Su Xuan launched their attack simultaneously. My friend, how about we slay this woman together and share the inheritance? Huh, Tang Xuan. Do you really think you can share the inheritance with me? Su Xuan sneered, entirely oblivious to the fact that the several disciples of the Qilai Academy who had once stood behind Tang Xuan had already vanished. But you noticed, at the instant when Tang Xuan and the other 6 disciples of the Qilai Academy formed a formation to suppress Su Xuan, Dan Juezi once again merged with him. Both sides unleashed their full power, depleting their spiritual energy at a rapid pace. Ultimately, however, it was Dan Juezi, drawing upon the experience of a tribulation survivor, who painstakingly triumphed. One after another, Qilai Academy disciples fell at his hands, and just as he was about to reach Tang Xuan, you made your move. You detonated your spiritual body, igniting the power of your physical form. The once frail you radiated with newfound vitality. Die, you scoffed. Then channeled all your spiritual energy into a palm imprint that surged towards Dan Juezi and Tang Xuan. This strike altered the landscape, drawing the gaze of all present who had never anticipated that someone would willingly sacrifice their life for an attack. Tang Xuan was silenced before even a scream could escape his lips, directly subdued. Dan Juezi, too, roared in fury, despite unleashing some of his cultivation. He was once again forced to relinquish his possession due to the constraints of the secret realm. Following this attack, you felt the world around you spin uncontrollably, and you collapsed to the ground. Though you had not yet perished, you were acutely aware that you were on the brink of death. What a pity. As Su Xuan approached you step by step, you closed your eyes, awaiting your fate. Stop. This person is under my protection. You heard a voice call out. Looking up, you saw that it was the Phoenix envoy, Feng Xuanji, standing before you. At that moment, Feng Xuanji also turned her gaze towards you. You did not know her. Yet the slave curse upon you resonated with a faint tremor. This wave emanated from the vice envoy beside her. To your astonishment, it was none other than the portly second master. You were taken aback, realizing that the former ruffian of Tianqing City had transformed into the vice envoy of the four sacred heavenly palace. Thus, this Feng Xuanji must be the little Su. Confronted by Feng Su New Jersey's obstruction, CHN let out a cold snort. Possessing the presence of DN Juzi, he had not suffered significant harm. Though unable to merge with DN Juzi in the immediate future, he harbored no illusions that Feng Su New Jersey could rival him. The two engaged in combat, and within mere exchanges, he realized that Feng Su New Jersey was not inferior to him. Moreover, with the presence of the formidable Piying or Y and others, these individuals were far superior to those by his side. CHN remained level-headed. Upon recognizing his inability to overpower, he promptly devised a plan to retreat temporarily and await DN Juzi's return. Xing, do not leave. Lend me your strength. A voice called out, and he turned to see the previously vanished Ting Chu In resurrected once more. This time, he reappeared instantaneously. Without regard for the vengeance that DN Juzi had wrought upon his dear friend, he directly implored CHN for assistance. A wave of unease washed over you. Yet in your current state, with your spirit shattered and meridians severed, even a mere chi-refining practitioner could easily vanquish you. How could you withstand the onslaught of the ferocious Ting Chu In? Ha ha ha. Sun, did you think otherwise? Our TNQing DZ is inherently granted a singular opportunity for rebirth. This rebirth renders us even more formidable. The ordinary members of the TNQing DZ rely on their vitality to resurrect. I, however, have been waiting for you for over a century. Waiting for me? No, what precisely is the situation with this Ting Chu In? Observing the unfolding scene, Sun furrowed his brow in contemplation. He was resolute in his belief that he had traversed into this world since infancy. With a mature mindset, he had always been benevolent, even extending his help to Ting Chu In, who typically shunned interaction. He was convinced that Ting Chu In had harbored no ill will towards him at that time. Could it be that this individual had later been possessed? and the entity that took over was aware of certain aspects of his life. Chapter 37. Slaying Tu Clang. Just as Tiang Chuan came within reach, a flying sword intercepted him. It was Ning Shuang. She had interrupted her inheritance to save you. As Su Xuan, you must flee. Hearing Ning Shuang's words, a bitter smile crept upon your lips. Under ordinary circumstances, you would have already departed. However, now, escape was no longer an option. Ning Shuang and Tiang Chuan were locked in fierce combat. Both were top-tier prodigies, unable to gain the upper hand at first. Yet, due to Ning Shuang's prolonged cultivation in the ancient wood realm, her lack of battle experience gradually placed her at a disadvantage. You found solace in a smile. The scenes experienced in this life flickered through your mind like a fleeting spectacle. At last, you discerned the blind spot. You retrieved your beast taming pouch, and the long-forgotten pinnacle Tier 3 beast, the howling moonwolf, emerged from within. At that moment, spurred by the great wilderness beast taming cannon, it miraculously advanced to become the Tier 4 howling moonwolf king. You guided it to launch an assault. Ultimately, under the fearless onslaught of the howling moonwolf king, Tang Xuan was captured by Mu Ningxue. You inquired of Tang Xuan why he harbored such animosity towards you. Yet he merely laughed heartily. With your own hands, you struck Tang Xuan down. This time, you were certain he was dead beyond resurrection. Meanwhile, witnessing the unfavorable turn of events while engaged with Feng Shuanji, Chu Han decided to retreat immediately, but you would not allow him to escape so easily. At last, under the combined siege of Feng Shuanji, Mu Ningxue, and the howling moonwolf king, Chu Han was subdued. You questioned him about the meaning behind Tang Xuan's words. If I reveal his identity to you, will you spare me? You remained silent, aware that Chu Han was merely stalling for time, waiting for Dan Juezi to take control. He could delay, but you could not. You had dealt with Chu Han. My master will not let you go, he gasped in disbelief, his eyes widening in astonishment at your audacity. Feeling your body grow increasingly heavy, you slowly spoke. Ningxue, could you share the contents of the inheritance you received with me? Mu Ningxue readily agreed, for in her perspective, you were sacrificing yourself to ensure her peace in acquiring the inheritance. You learned part of the inheritance's contents. You are dead. The simulation has concluded. Taking a deep breath, Su Xuan exhaled a heavy sigh as he observed the end of the simulation. This had been the longest simulation he had undertaken, yielding substantial insights. Not only had he advanced his cultivation to the 5th level of the Golden Core, but he had also uncovered numerous secrets of this world. Most astonishing was the presence of those with fortune. Tang Xuan seemed to possess knowledge of certain actions he would take, while Chu Han was aware of events transpiring with Tang Xuan. In contrast, Feng Shuanji appeared completely oblivious. All of this was indeed peculiar. Commencing settlement of this simulation's rewards. Due to your successful elimination of 2 individuals endowed with fortune during this simulation, you may choose 3 items from the following options. 1. 5th level of Golden Core cultivation. 2. Early stage 4th level of body refinement cultivation. 3. The talent utilized in this simulation. 4. Beast command token. 5. Ancient wood realm map. 6. Partial inheritance of the true sword sovereign. Gazing at the 6 options presented before him, Su Xuan chose the first and third without hesitation. The remaining 4 held little appeal. First, the ancient wood realm map was the least useful, as the entire realm was merely half the size of a dynasty, and he had already explored its routes thoroughly. Then there was the inheritance of the true sword sovereign. Mu Ningxue had only grasped a fraction of it, primarily the sovereign's insights into sword cultivation, lacking the complete method of the slaughtering heaven sword cannon. As for the beast command token, while it sounded promising, traversing a realm of immortal cultivation would at least require a cultivation level of the god transformation stage. Currently, I find myself somewhat distant from this realm. Although my physical cultivation has lagged behind, it remains somewhat practical. System, I choose to enhance my cultivation, physical realm, and the talent utilized in this simulation. As soon as the words left my lips, a formidable force materialized from thin air, swiftly converging within Su Xuan's dantian. His aura ascended steadily, eventually halting at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage. Yet, this was not the end. A series of explosive sounds reverberated from Su Xuan's body as his muscles began to transform, elevating the essence of his life. The Golden Core and the 4th tier of physical cultivation represent a qualitative change. The ingestion of a Golden Core signifies that my fate is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens. This is not merely talk. Ding. The host's life essence has undergone a transformation. A system upgrade is required. Upgrade. Su Xuan promptly accessed the system panel. Cultivation Simulation 3 Host. Su Xuan Cultivation Level. Golden Core 5th Layer. Initial stage of 4th tier physical cultivation spiritual roots. 3 spiritual roots, spiritual body, golden spiritual body talent, strong body, white, swift movement, fortune, slave goo, crisis awareness. The way rewards diligence energy value. 4340 current simulation energy consumption, 1000 note. The current system requires an upgrade, requiring 100,000 energy points. This left Su Xuan frowning slightly. Given his current strength, acquiring spirit stones was relatively effortless. However, where could he procure them safely? After a moment's hesitation, Su Xuan immediately set off for Tianshan City. At this moment, the city buzzed with life, stirred by the opening of the Great Wilderness Secret Realm. Numerous official cultivators from the Great Martial Dynasty were once again offering spirit stone loan services. Provided that the local cultivators of the Great Martial Dynasty signed and sealed the documents, they could obtain a substantial sum of spirit stones. However, the interest rates were notably high, and failure to repay within 10 years would result in immediate placement on the Great Martial Dynasty's wanted list. Understanding that the Great Martial Dynasty would fall 10 years hence, Su Xuan decisively opted for the maximum loan of spirit stones. Dear customer, you wish to select the maximum amount? It should be noted that as a golden core cultivator, you can secure up to 200,000 spirit stones, requiring a repayment of 350,000 spirit stones within 10 years, a considerable sum. Yet, should you fail to repay in that time? The attendant hesitated to continue, but Su Xuan confidently interjected, rest assured, my friend, I will repay you 500,000 spirit stones after 10 years. The additional 100,000 will serve as your reward. I hope you can expedite the process. Upon hearing this, the attendant was overjoyed and promptly began processing the paperwork with great haste. Chapter 38. The Power of Leadership. The beginning and end of the matter. With the 200,000 spirit stones now in hand, Su Xuan returned home in high spirits. System, recharge me fully. Ding. Detected 200,000 spirit stones, convertible to 2 million energy points. Would you like to absorb? Yes. Ding. Absorption successful. Current simulator energy stands at 2,004,340. Would you like to expend 100,000 energy points for an upgrade? Yes. Ding. The upgrade was successful, and the current simulator level is now 4, granting the host the ability to acquire purple talents within the simulation. The simulation commences. Ding. The current level of the cultivation simulator is 4. You may choose from the following purple talents. 1. Battle Spirit. Purple, a mid-tier spirit body, a combat-oriented entity, capable of continuous metamorphosis during battle. 2. Leader's Might. Purple, upon becoming the leader of a faction, you can gain a portion of the cultivation power from all loyal members of the faction. Note, the loyalty of faction members is paramount. Otherwise, the benefits will significantly diminish. 3. Master Alchemist. Purple, your alchemical talent is remarkably potent, even without prior knowledge of alchemy. You can concoct pills. Upon seeing the 3 talents presented before him, Su Xuan was astounded. Indeed, the simulator, upgraded with 100,000 energy points, offered talents that were far superior to those previously available. First, the battle spirit mirrored the prowess of Brother Dai, who stood beside Tang Chuan. This individual, endowed with both the battle spirit and the dual cultivation of the law body, was able to subtly suppress Chu Han, a figure radiant with the protagonist's aura, thus underscoring the power of this spirit body. Next, the leader's might was even more extraordinary. It allowed one to draw strength from others, although the caveat was the necessity of unwavering loyalty. In this realm of cultivation, such fidelity is exceedingly rare. The Master Alchemist talent was similarly compelling. Alchemists are regarded as esteemed professionals in this world. High-ranking alchemists are revered guests in any faction they join. However, it is regrettable that alchemy ultimately serves as a supplementary profession. Despite its allure, it cannot catalyze a transformative change in one's strength. Moreover, prolonged consumption of pills, while enabling rapid breakthroughs in the early stages, leads to increasingly insurmountable bottlenecks in later cultivation. After much contemplation, Su Xuan ultimately chose the leader's might. This time, he aimed to establish a faction of unwavering loyalty. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the purple talent, leader's might. The simulation begins. You step through the door, gazing at the familiar surroundings, your heart filled with myriad sentiments. However, you are now a 5th-level golden core cultivator at the age of 20, a rarity even among the vast expanse of the cultivation world. You begin to strategize the formation of a faction that embodies unwavering loyalty. After considerable reflection, you resolve to create a family. Though a family may not rival the sects that attract prodigies from all corners or the empires that govern vast territories, it thrives on harmony and stability. The bonds of blood ensure that, at least for several generations, significant conflicts are unlikely to arise. You commence your exploration for a suitable location to establish your family's base. At last, in a secluded valley on the outskirts of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, you discover a veritable paradise. Here, the presence of demonic beasts is nearly non-existent, and the natural defenses provided by rivers and cliffs render it exceptionally habitable. The only flaw in this place is its diminutive size. Moreover, the resources here are wholly inadequate to sustain a family's needs. Upon returning home, you explain to your parents that you possess an extraordinary talent for cultivation, a rare genius among thousands. Such a gift, should you join the Tianxin sect, would undoubtedly attract the attention of others, and the danger of being usurped would be considerable. Thus, you resolved to venture out, but first, you needed to ensure their safety. Your parents, though bewildered, were profoundly astonished. After witnessing your ability to soar through the skies and traverse the earth, they agreed to accompany you to a secluded valley. You settled them in and then embarked on your journey. You arrived in Tianqing City, and drawing upon your memories, you swiftly located the plump second master. He was still a youth at this time, a mere ordinary member of the Jiaowang Society. You began to cultivate within Tianqing City while discreetly observing the second master. In the second year, the second master accomplished a significant feat, transforming from an ordinary member into a minor leader of the Jiaowang Society. By the third year, he successfully broke through to the first level of qi refinement. After completing several tasks assigned by his superiors, he was further promoted to a mid-level leader. Simultaneously, he received a mission from the Jiaowang Society to engage in trade with the Panlong Society across the Qingping River, situated between the Dao dynasty and the Dali dynasty. You immediately realized that this might be the moment when the second master first encountered Su. You followed them to the Qingping River and concealed yourself outside the Panlong Society. With your current strength, even without employing the concealment technique, these gangs could not detect your presence. The trade commenced, and you silently observed everything unfold. It turned out that the item being traded by the Panlong Society was none other than Su. She was the daughter of the Zhengguan Wang of the Dali dynasty, and due to a false accusation of treason against her father, the entire royal manor had been exterminated. Su had only managed to escape thanks to the old steward's desperate protection, finding refuge with the Panlong Society, which had once benefited from the Zhengguan Wang's grace. The Panlong Society's intent in delivering her to the Jiaowang Society was straightforward. Although the society's leader had received favors from the Zhengguan Wang, he was reluctant to shoulder such a heavy burden. In their line of work, the principle of loyalty was paramount. If he were to turn Su away in front of the society's members, how would his subordinates regard him? Thus, he felt compelled to pay a hefty sum to pass the proverbial hot potato to the Jiaowang Society. So it was as such. It appears that Su had not spoken the truth initially. Su Xuan observed the unfolding events in the simulation, nodding gently. Yet, the Jiaowang Society is not without strength. Their leader is a pinnacle cultivator of the foundation establishment stage. Why, then, did the second master and some members of the Jiaowang Society ultimately become Su's subordinates? Upon contemplating this, Su Xuan continued to observe the scene unfolding in the simulation. You followed them back to the Great Wu dynasty. But who would have imagined that the pursuers from the Great Li dynasty had also arrived here? Chapter 39. The sequence of events: the Dragon King Society and others engaged in a fierce battle with the pursuers. Yet, how could a group of ruffians possibly contend with well-trained soldiers? In a mere few minutes, the members of the Dragon King Society were annihilated. Only Fat Second Master, sensing the impending doom, managed to flee with a few companions and Su. Observing their frantic retreat, you immediately sensed something amiss. The soldiers from the Great Li dynasty were nearly all foundational cultivators, and their leader had reached the Purple Mansion realm. There was no way they could escape. If they ultimately managed to flee, it could only mean one thing. There were cultivators from the Zhengguan royal mansion secretly protecting Su. You resolved to no longer conceal your identity. Your formidable cultivation was no longer shrouded, and you advanced towards the soldiers of the Great Li dynasty as if charging into a flock of sheep. Who are you, friend? We are the army of the Great Li dynasty pursuing a notorious criminal, they exclaimed. If our efforts to apprehend the criminal are delayed, the emperor will hold you accountable. Observing the bluster of their leader, a cold smile crept across your lips. In the end, with a swift motion, you dispatched him. Immortal, as an immortal of unparalleled might, we thank you for saving our lives, echoed the cries of Fat Second Master as he knelt and kowtowed. However, you paid him no mind, instead directing your gaze towards Su. In her eyes, you discerned doubt and confusion, yet you chose not to offer an explanation. Instead, you remained silent, awaiting the arrival of her protector. Greetings, fellow cultivator. Following the voice, you noticed a diminutive elder materializing beside Su. His former strength had likely been on par with yours, but now he bore the scars of a damaged golden core. Not only had his cultivation fallen to the purple mansion realm, but his lifespan had also dwindled considerably. You directly inquired why he had not intervened to protect Su. The elder was momentarily taken aback by your imposing aura, then began to explain. It turned out he had recently discovered that the president of the Panlong Society harbored ulterior motives. Not only did he fail to sincerely assist Su in her escape, but he had also secretly contacted a certain faction of the Great Li army. As a loyal servant of the Zhenguan royal mansion for generations, how could the elder tolerate this man as treachery against the prince of Zhenguan? Thus, he had exterminated the Panlong Society. Unfortunately, he had not anticipated the swift arrival of the Great Li army. Had it not been for your timely intervention, Su might have been captured. The elder expressed his gratitude and inquired about your identity. You waved your hand dismissively. Well aware of the unfolding events, you understood that even without your presence, Su likely possessed treasures that could delay the elder's arrival. After all, how else could there have been an encounter with you in Tianqing City? However, your own identity proved somewhat complicated to articulate. After a long moment of hesitation, you resolved to don the grand attire of the four holy celestial palace. After all, in the previous simulation, little Su had ascended to the rank of the vermilion bird envoy of the four sacred heavenly palace solely based on her peak golden core cultivation. A feat not merely achievable by talent alone. I am Su Xuan, a member of the Vermilion Bird Guard under the Vermilion Bird Envoy, here to rescue the daughter of the king of Zhenguan. And, Your Highness, exclaimed both little Su and the elder in astonishment. You see, this time you have indeed placed a winning bet. There exists a connection between the former Vermilion Bird Envoy and little Su. How could someone like you, with no ties to the four sacred heavenly palace, dare to escort her there? Moreover, your purpose in coming to rescue little Su transcends mere assistance. You have woven yet another tale. In this narrative, you depict the four sacred heavenly palace as a malevolent force, with an incompetent palace master and other envoys harboring ulterior motives, ultimately leading to the demise of the Vermilion Bird Envoy. It is said that before her untimely death, she received word of the annihilation of the Zhenguan royal household, hence dispatching you for the rescue. Yet, despite your tireless journey under the stars, you have arrived just a moment too late. Upon hearing your story, little Su and the elder remained skeptical. The incident had occurred so suddenly that the royal household had no opportunity to issue any cry for help before its total destruction. However, your assertions did possess a semblance of reason. After all, the Vermilion Bird Envoy and the King of Zhenguan were siblings, both possessing formidable powers. Perhaps there existed a means to ascertain the fall of one another. Furthermore, your formidable strength implied that had you harbored any treacherous intent, you would have acted long before, rather than concocting a tale. Ultimately, they chose to place their trust in you, and you guided them to Tianqing City for respite. During this period of recuperation, you revealed astonishing prowess by subduing the Dragon King Society. Thus, you commenced your cultivation within Tianqing City. A month later, the elder approached you, expressing his impending demise, and requested that you look after little Su, who was still quite young. You outright refused, asserting that although you served under the Vermilion Bird Envoy, your sole focus was on cultivation. With the envoy now deceased, your assistance was already a considerable act of benevolence. You had no time to care for others. However, upon witnessing your response, the elder's demeanor shifted from anger to delight. He then introduced himself as Wei Yud, a steward of the Zhenguan royal household for 3 generations, who had garnered significant trust from the king of Zhenguan. Throughout this perilous escape, his loyalty remained steadfast. In truth, the king had anticipated the sudden aggression from the Dali Empire, yet he could scarcely believe that the emperor, once as close as a brother, would launch an attack under such nebulous pretenses. Nevertheless, despite his disbelief, the king had prepared for any signs of unrest. Mere days before the emperor's strike, he had entrusted most of the royal household's resources to Wei Yud for emergencies. If you would be willing to take a solemn vow to look after Princess Fengyi, the elder promised to entrust you with all the resources extracted from the royal estate. Observing Wei Yud's earnest expression, a faint smile finally graced your lips. You vowed an oath to conquer your inner demons. You acquired a storage pouch brimming with resources from the Zhenguan Wang mansion. 2 months later, Wei Yud passed away, leaving Xiao Suck heartbroken. You stood beside her, gently patting her shoulder, expressing your own profound regret at his demise. Despite having numerous methods to prolong his existence, his presence beside Xiao Suck was more of a hindrance than a help, making his death seem preferable. In the 4th year, you unified the entire underworld of Tianqing City through your formidable strength. After amassing sufficient spirit stones and resources, you set forth with Su Xuan and Fat Second Master. Chapter 40. Farewell to Su Xuan. You chose not to venture to the ancient Wood Realm, as Mu Ningxiang was still quite young. Instead, you decided to temporarily reside in Xuanji City, not far from the Ji family. During a previous simulation, it was in this vicinity that you first encountered Su Xuan. At that time, Dan Juezi had not fully regained his powers, presenting an excellent opportunity for you to eliminate Su Xuan. You purchased an estate in Xuanji City and arranged for Fat Second Master and the others to resume their former business. You inquired if Su Xuan would be willing to become your partner in life, to which she consented. After all, you were now her sole reliance in this world. And Wei Yud had once remarked that you were indeed trustworthy. You successfully entered into a partnership. Although Su Xuan was not particularly powerful, her background as a former princess allowed her to manage your subordinates efficiently. Within 6 months, you unified the underworld forces of Xuanji City. Since Su Xuan's name remained on the wanted list of the Great Li dynasty, you altered her name by combining her surname with the term Xuanji, thus renaming her Feng Xuanji. In the 5th year, despite no advancement in your cultivation, you, wielding the power of the 5th layer of the Golden Core, managed to slay several members of the underworld in Xuanji City, successfully taking control of the entire underworld there. Under Fat Second Master's guidance, you also daringly intercepted a demon beast, the Bai Lin Jiao, originally destined for Tianwu City. The Bai Lin Jiao was a 6th-tier demon beast, reaching a level comparable to the human transformation realm in its adulthood, with a faint hope of transforming into a dragon. If successful, it would equate to the human tribulation realm. You forged a pact with the Bai Lin Jiao and commenced your studies of the Great Wilderness Beast Taming Classic. In the 6th year, you continually gathered various resources in Xuanji City, causing considerable distress among the lower-tier cultivators. Feng Xuanji cautioned you against such actions, likening them to draining a pond dry. You merely smiled, offering no response, for none could foresee that in 4 years, an unforeseen war would erupt, sweeping across the entire eastern continent's cultivation world, with the Great Wu Empire being the first to fall. In the 7th year, Feng Xuanji became pregnant. By the end of that year, your first child was born. He inherited your golden spiritual body. You named him Su Qingfeng, hoping he would embody the resilience of a sharp sword, unyielding in the face of adversity. Meanwhile, the Su family successfully established itself. The power of leadership was awakened. Your cultivation experienced a modest enhancement. As you sensed your improvement, you shook your head in dismay. This was truly insufficient. After all, at this moment, the Su family consisted of only 2 others besides you, Feng Xuanji and Su Qingfeng. One had just begun to establish a foundation, while the other remained a mere mortal, thus providing you with limited cultivation support. In the 8th year, you began to amass wealth frantically, tirelessly nurturing everyone and the magical beasts around you. Your cultivation levels rose for all of you. With the aid of abundant resources and the rewards of diligent effort, you reached the 6th layer of the Golden Core stage. You could not help but lament the arduous nature of cultivating immortality. Despite achieving the Golden Core realm at a young age, each subsequent step became increasingly challenging. Concurrently, voices of dissent began to emerge in Xuanji City. However, you swiftly quelled them with an iron fist. You understood that resolving issues through force was not a sustainable solution and that such actions would eventually attract formidable adversaries. Yet, with the awareness of impending departure looming over you a year later, why should you concern yourself with these matters? In the 9th year, war commenced. You made all necessary preparations for your retreat, now awaiting only the downfall of the Great Wu dynasty. You began to covertly observe the Ji family, anticipating their withdrawal. Several months later, the Ji family commenced their retreat. You discreetly followed the team, led by Ji Qingxian. Once again, it was that familiar Golden Core elder. The scenes you had witnessed before replayed like a vivid panorama before your eyes. Surrender, Ji Qingxian, and I shall pretend this encounter with the Ji family never occurred. Is it you? Su Xuan, you are still alive. I give you one last chance. Surrender, Ji Qingxian. Soon, the Ji family's team clashed with Su Xuan's group. Although the elder of the Ji family was a Golden Core cultivator, he needed to protect many lower-tier members of his clan. In contrast, apart from one Golden Core practitioner, the opposing side was primarily composed of Purple Mansion cultivators, with even the weakest among them, Su Xuan, possessing strength that could rival a Purple Mansion expert. The Ji family's cultivators gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. Some Ji family members began to plead with the elder to surrender Ji Qingxian. There was no need to delay everyone's retreat for the sake of one person. Human nature is often so callous. During Su Xuan's decline, no one from the Ji family offered him any kindness. Now, returning for revenge, they placed all the blame on Ji Qingxian. Ultimately, pressed by necessity, the elder agreed to surrender Ji Qingxian. Some members of the Ji family even cheered and applauded. Ji Qingxian fell into despair. But as a mere collateral relative, what chance did she have to refuse? At that moment, you took action. With the dual cultivation of and the innate gift of swift movement, you instantaneously appeared before the Golden Core practitioner across from you. In a swift motion, the head of that Golden Core practitioner exploded with a resounding crack. The remaining practitioners from the Purple Mansion attempted to flee, yet how could the Jin family's Golden Core allow them such an opportunity? You summoned the other Jin family cultivators and pursued them relentlessly. Turning your gaze, you focused on Su Xuan. I desire to know about Tang Xuan. Should you provide me with a satisfactory answer, I may permit your departure. Tang Xuan. Su Xuan momentarily froze, his pupils narrowing as he questioned. How do you know about Tang Xuan? You refrained from answering his inquiry, reiterating, respond to my question, or even the spirit within your body shall not save you. Upon hearing this, Su Xuan was struck with profound terror, yet after a lengthy silence, he conceded, I can divulge information regarding Tang Xuan, but you must swear a solemn oath to release me. There was no room for negotiation. Hearing this, Su Xuan's hair suddenly turned white. Dan Juezi fused with him in a desperate bid for survival. However, the current Dan Juezi was no longer a formidable figure, even if he exerted his full strength. He possessed merely the cultivation of the first layer of Golden Core. Too weak, Dan Juezi. You scoffed, shaking your head disdainfully. Then, channeling all your energy, you surged directly toward Dan Juezi. Chapter 41. Subduing Dan Juezi. The floating cloud immortal mirror with a resounding thud, Dan Juezi was sent flying. In the face of such a vast disparity in strength, even the most extensive combat experience proved futile. How do you know my name? Are you from the Heavenly Soul Palace? You did not respond to his query but demanded he revert to Su Xuan. As long as he could reveal Tang Xuan's origins, you would still consider sparing them. At your insistence, Dan Juezi retreated, and the body once again belonged to Su Xuan. Under your intimidation, Su Xuan finally disclosed everything. It turned out that Su Xuan was a transmigrator. Before his arrival, he had read a novel detailing much about this world. However, in this narrative, he was neither the protagonist nor Tang Xuan, nor was he even a denizen of the Eastern Continent's cultivation realm. The entire Eastern Continent's cultivation world merely served as the prologue to the story, playing a guiding role. Tang Xuan was but an inconsequential supporting character. As for his specific identity, Su Xuan was unaware. He only knew that this individual would be devoured by the protagonist of the novel 80 years hence. You inquired of Su Xuan, who is the protagonist you speak of. After a moment of silence, Su Xuan replied, Gu Xuanxian. This was a name you had never encountered before. Even during numerous prior simulations, despite your relentless pursuit of information, it had never come to your ears. Very well. You may leave. Are you truly willing to let me go? Su Xuan gazed at you in astonishment, disbelief etched across his features. Of course, with a swift motion, you ended Su Xuan's life. Although Dan Juezi attempted to resist, his current state, barely reaching the Golden Core stage, rendered him no match for you. In just 3 moves, you easily subdued him. Huh, truly, it is a case of the tiger falling in the plains. I never imagined that Dan Juezi, who had traversed life and death for so long, would not perish at the hands of the Heavenly Soul Palace, but instead be defeated by a mere junior at the 6th level of the Golden Core stage. Noticing Dan Juezi's silence, you offered him a chance at life. If he was willing to relinquish a portion of his soul, you would spare his life, and, should he achieve remarkable cultivation in the future, you would assist him in reconstructing his physical form. Dan Juezi acquiesced. Despite having lived for an unfathomable duration, the length of his life only heightened his fear of death. For him, nothing was more paramount than the preservation of life. He surrendered a fragment of his soul to you. Once you had taken control of that piece, you turned to face the Ji family cultivators. They were still in a state of shock, with only the leading Golden Core elder hastily approaching you to express his gratitude. You waved your hand dismissively and then inquired whether Ji Qingxian would be willing to accompany you. She agreed. For the recent events had unveiled the cold reality of the Ji family to her. Moreover, the journey to the royal city of martial kings was shrouded in uncertainty. Whether it would be a blessing or a curse, you were pleased with her response. Subsequently, you and Ji Qingxian returned to Xianyuan City. After discussing your planned escape route with the others, you all departed from Xianyuan City. In the 10th year, your party arrived at Taiping City. Due to the fact that the Diu dynasty had not yet been embroiled in war, this place remained relatively safe. Here, you began anew. Leveraging your 6th level of Golden Core cultivation, you systematically took control of all affairs in Taiping City. You distributed the resources in your possession to everyone, urging them to elevate themselves at any cost. In the 11th year, you married Ji Qingxian, but due to her status as a later arrival in this simulation, her position was somewhat diminished. The power of leadership was activated, granting you a slight enhancement in cultivation. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the 15th year arrived. During these years, Feng Xuanji and Ji Qingxian each bore you a son and a daughter. You named them Su Qingya and Su Qingwei. Simultaneously, you became deeply engrossed in your cultivation. You did not compel them to bear more offspring, for you understood that doing so would be unwise. Even with an abundance of progeny, the cultivation resources at your disposal remained finite. Such an approach would only slow their progress and yield little assistance to you. In the 20th year, your eldest son, Su Qifeng, successfully broke through to the qi refinement stage, becoming a true cultivator. You felt immense joy. You taught him the first volume of the Great Wilderness Beast Control Classic, instructing him not to disclose this technique to anyone, including his mother. This is not due to your disbelief in Feng Xuanji, but rather because cultivators who reach the nascent soul stage possess the ability to search souls. The more individuals who are aware of this technique, the greater the peril. Furthermore, Feng Xuanji's current cultivation method is sufficient for her to advance to the divine transformation stage, rendering any change in her practice unnecessary. In the 22nd year, with the aid of diligent efforts and the power of leadership, your cultivation successfully ascended to the 7th layer of the Golden Core stage. This marked the final hurdle within the Golden Core realm. During the same year, Tating City began to experience the encroachment of war. Fortunately, you had cultivated a favorable relationship with the city lord over the years. When the Great Yu dynasty initiated its first conscription, he refrained from sending your subordinates into battle. You continued to foster your rapport with the city lord. For you were no longer the inexperienced novice. You understood the significance of maintaining connections in the realm of cultivation. In the 25th year, the conflict of the Great Yu dynasty intensified. City Lord Sun Tianping approached you, saying, "Dear brother, the pressure from above is immense. We are unable to find sufficient personnel in Tating City. Perhaps you could allow some of your subordinates." Observing the greedy Sun Tianping, you remained silent, instead quietly handing over the majority of spirit stones you had amassed in Tating City over the years. You felt no regret, for in your eyes, he was merely a temporary custodian of the spirit stones. In the 31st year, a cultivator claiming to be the true monarch of Tating arrived in the city. His power was unfathomable, causing even the golden core level Sun Tianping to tremble before him. Sun Tianping sought your assistance. You recognized this individual as Mu Ningxiang, who at that moment was still inexperienced, searching for methods for the villagers in the ancient wood realm to cultivate. Moreover, she was at most in the early stages of the Golden Core. The terrifying pressure emanating from her was likely derived from the floating cloud immortal mirror she carried. In the last simulation, you had not seen the floating cloud immortal mirror firsthand, and thus could not ascertain its precise level as a spiritual artifact. However, one thing was certain: its rank must be exceedingly high, otherwise it could not possibly exude a pressure that instilled fear in all cultivators. Chapter 42. Avoiding the spotlight, you explained to Sun Tianping that this individual's cultivation was beyond measure, and since she had not yet posed a threat to Tating City, it would be prudent to refrain from intervening for the time being. Sun Tianping found your reasoning sound. In such chaotic times, he too intended to amass more spirit stones before making his escape. You both began to accumulate wealth rapidly within Tating City, an action that soon drew Mu Ningxiang's attention. She established the Tating sect, beginning to protect those who lacked sufficient cultivation. Furthermore, she proclaimed that should you continue in this manner, she would slay all of you malevolent individuals. Upon learning this news, Sun Tianping immediately prepared to flee. Yet he could not fathom that on the very night he departed from Taiping City, you stood before him. "Xian, what is this?" "Brother Sun, my spirit stones are not easily obtained. You have slain Sun Tianping on the spot. You have acquired numerous spirit stones and cultivation resources. You have obtained the city lord's decree of the Great Yu dynasty. Subsequently, you did not leave Taiping City, but rather proceeded to the residence of the Taiping sect. Upon your arrival, Mu Ningxiang expressed a degree of confusion. However, without waiting for her inquiry, you spoke. "Ningxiang, do not seek cultivation techniques for your clansmen. They are incapable of cultivating." Upon hearing this, Mu Ningxiang was taken aback, asking how you knew her name and the purpose of her visit. You wove a tale. In this narrative, you too were once a member of the ancient wood realm, having departed long before her. You had previously sought numerous cultivation techniques for the villagers of the ancient wood realm, including body refinement, soul cultivation, and even ghostly techniques. Yet, without exception, all endeavors ended in failure. Although villagers cultivating other techniques could break through, they would perish instantaneously upon reaching the second tier. All of this was due to a terrifying skeleton enshrined within the village's ancestral hall. As long as it remained, the villagers of the ancient wood realm would forever be unable to cultivate. Mu Ningxuang inquired about the nature of the skeleton. You shook your head and explained that you knew only that it was an exceedingly fearsome entity, but its origins and true identity were beyond your knowledge. Mu Ningxuang displayed a look of skepticism. Seeing her disbelief, you recounted the names of several villagers from the ancient wood realm and the locations of rare spiritual herbs from the recesses of your memory. Upon hearing your words, Mu Ningxuang alleviated some of her doubts, yet she insisted on witnessing the villagers' failures in cultivation firsthand before fully believing your claims. You readily acquiesced. In the days that followed, you began assisting Mu Ningxuang in her search for cultivation techniques. However, the Great Yu dynasty differed from the Great Wu. It regarded other paths of cultivation as aberrations, with the entire dynasty adhering solely to qi refinement techniques. After 2 arduous years, you finally unearthed a body refinement technique titled Zhou Family's Strengthening Technique from a once prominent family. This was a rudimentary technique, capable of reaching only the 2nd tier at its pinnacle. Yet, for the inhabitants of the ancient wood realm, it sufficed. Mu Ningxuang embarked on her journey back to the ancient wood realm. Throughout the process, you repeatedly cautioned her not to divulge any information about you to anyone within the ancient wood realm. Otherwise, it could potentially summon that very skeleton. Mu Ningxuang pledged her compliance, assuring you that once she verified the truth of your words, she would depart from the ancient wood realm without delay. As you watched her retreating figure, contemplation filled your mind. Though according to your conjecture, that skeleton had yet to awaken. Otherwise, it would have already begun to secretly devour the life force emanating from Mu Ningxuang. However, it is better to err on the side of caution thus. It is advisable to allow Mu Ningxuang to depart from the ancient wood realm and join your ranks at the earliest opportunity. After bidding farewell to Mu Ningxuang, you cast a glance at Taiping City. In the previous simulation, the armies of the Dayu dynasty had already obliterated this place by this time. However, this time, you thwarted Mu Ningxuang's ostentatious actions and skillfully maneuvered, distributing the spiritual stones you had acquired over the years among many cultivators serving in the Dayu. Consequently, the Dayu dynasty chose to turn a blind eye to the current state of the Taiping sect. Life returned to its regular rhythm. In the 32nd year, your children, Su Qingya and Su Qingwei, embarked on their cultivation journeys. The power of leadership was activated, and your cultivation level saw a slight enhancement. You began to amass wealth once more, aiming to elevate both your own strength and that of those around you. Over the years, the Taiping sect transformed from a sanctuary for weaker cultivators into a mere instrument for your financial gain. You felt no remorse for this. For had you not relentlessly pursued wealth and cultivated relationships with officials of the Dayu dynasty, the majority of the practitioners in Taiping City would have been conscripted to the front lines. At that point, their plight would not merely be slow cultivation, but rather death. In the 33rd year, the army of the Xianhan dynasty flanked Taiping City from the rear. Although you detected the threat in time, Taiping City still suffered considerable losses. You realized that staying here was no longer feasible. With the full-scale war between the Dynasty Alliance and the Xianhan dynasty underway, such rear assaults would become increasingly frequent. You began preparations to evacuate. In the 34th year, Mu Ningxuang returned. At this moment, she was indeed as you had envisioned, weeping profusely. Although she had brought back cultivation methods to the ancient wood realm, the villagers would perish immediately upon reaching the 2nd tier of cultivation. Everything unfolded precisely as you had predicted. She regretted not heeding your advice, believing herself to be the cause of the villagers' demise. You offered her comfort and then informed her that the Dynasty Alliance was now at war with the Xianhan dynasty, rendering Taiping City unsafe. You intended to head to the Diyuan dynasty and inquired if she wished to accompany you. She expressed her desire to leave with you. But what about the villagers? At this, you fell silent. The mysterious skeleton was indeed peculiar, although in the previous simulation it had pursued you with only the strength of a nascent soul. How many villagers had it consumed? If it had not devoured all the villagers then, what level of power would it attain by consuming them all now? In any case, you were not keen on confronting this skeleton just yet. However, at this moment, Mu Ningxuang, fresh to the world, still had blood ties with many villagers of the ancient wood realm. In your helplessness, you could only say, let us wait until we possess sufficient strength. Chapter 43, the 9th layer of golden core in the 35th year, accompanied by a retinue. You traversed numerous lands and finally arrived at the chaotic Star Islands behind the Great Abyss dynasty. Although desolate, this place had become a refuge for many low-tier cultivators seeking asylum. Strictly speaking, it could no longer be considered the domain of the Great Abyss dynasty. Its true master was the Chaos Sea. The Chaos Sea is boundless, and it is said that crossing it would lead one to the southern celestial realm of cultivation. However, after all these years, aside from the native cultivators of the Chaos Sea, very few from the eastern continent have successfully made the journey. Nevertheless, this had little bearing on you, as you had no intention of venturing to the southern celestial realm. Your current desire was merely to establish a home in the chaotic Star Islands. You arrived at the northernmost island of the chaotic Star Islands. It is the closest point to the shores of the Great Abyss. Aside from its nominal allegiance to the Chaos Sea, it bears no difference from the mainland. Despite the relatively modest size of the northernmost island, its territory is still approximately 1/5 the size of a dynasty. After paying 500,000 spirit stones, you acquired a territory equivalent to nearly half a city. You divided this land into two parts. One half became the residence of the Su family, while the other was transformed into a trading association. In the 36th year, you embarked on a path of redemption, striving to reinvent yourself. Through diligent and honest business practices, your enterprise began to flourish. Yet, only you were aware of the truth. This was not a lucrative endeavor. Even with the collective efforts of your family and subordinates over an entire year, the spirit stones earned barely matched the consumption of just 2 months. You understood that this could not continue. It would only lead to depletion. Thus, you began to seek a way out. Eventually, from the mouth of the island's lord, you learned of a significant opportunity. The Chaos Sea was recruiting cultivators. Recruiting cultivators? You furrowed your brow. The Chaos Sea, in a strict sense, belonged entirely to the domain of the Chaos True Monarch, a figure of immense power whose true capabilities remained unknown. Yet, he was known for his wanderlust, entrusting the management of the Chaos Sea to his subordinates. However, as indicated, the Chaos Sea is merely the territory of the Chaos True Monarch. It is neither a sect nor a royal family, with only the island lords considered part of the Chaos Sea. Other cultivators residing within could only be deemed inhabitants. But now, with the island lords already at full capacity, why would there be a need to recruit cultivators? You sensed something amiss. Concurrently, a subtle instinct of crisis emerged, prompting you to ultimately decline the island lord's recruitment offer. In the 39th year, you successfully united with Mu Ningxiu as partners in the Dao. With the activation of leadership powers, your cultivation level saw a notable enhancement, elevating you to the 8th layer of the Golden Core. The enhancement of your leadership prowess has been substantial, and you feel that the 9th level of the Golden Core is within your grasp. By the end of the year, your 4th child was born. He is the most gifted among all your offspring, possessing a singular wood attribute root and a medium-grade spiritual body known as the Greenwood spiritual body. You named him Su Xuan, hoping that his future path in cultivation would be as smooth as his name suggests. At this point, you refrained from taking another wife, understanding that your partners already possessed commendable talents, rendering it unnecessary for them to squander their time solely on raising offspring. Furthermore, your cultivation resources were relatively scarce. Although you could still support everyone's rapid advancement for the time being, a day would inevitably come when those resources would be depleted. Thus, you began contemplating lucrative ventures. However, you were devoid of knowledge in the 4 arts of cultivation, and your partners shared the same ignorance. Only Ji Qingxian had, during her youth, studied alchemy for a brief period. Yet, her skills were limited, and the first-tier elixirs she concocted were of little use to you or the trading company. In desperation, you returned to your original profession on the extreme North Island, utilizing the connections you had cultivated over the years. You discreetly eliminated many cultivators seeking refuge on the island with their family resources, all without detection. Your purse began to swell. Yet, you did not neglect to maintain good relations with the island's master, Wang Beixian, for the Starry Chaos Islands had strict prohibitions against violence. Should any conflict arise and be discovered, the consequences could range from expulsion to the complete forfeiture of one's cultivation. If Wang Beixian remained oblivious, it would be for the best. However, should he uncover your activities, the benefits you had provided him could serve as a potential escape route. In the 45th year, you broke through to the 9th level of the Golden Core. This level of power positioned you as the second most formidable individual on the island, following only Wang Beixian. Additionally, due to your charitable nature over the years and the fair dealings of your trading company, you garnered considerable renown on the extreme North Island, ultimately becoming its vice master, albeit nominally, as you still did not belong to the ranks of the Chaos Sea. You began to expand your influence, establishing your business across much of the Starry Chaos Islands. Despite the lack of profitability, you earned the support of numerous wandering cultivators. By the 47th year, the influx of individuals from the eastern continent's cultivation realm to the Starry Chaos Islands increased significantly, leading to resource shortages. The entire expanse of the Starry Chaos Islands equated to no more than the area of 2 empires situated on the sea, and thus lacked sufficient resources to sustain these cultivators. You realized that if the situation continued unchecked, calamity would surely ensue. You reported this information to Wang Beixian, who found your insights compelling, having also recognized the issue during this period. The wandering cultivators, lacking spirit stones, were willing to venture out to hunt demonic beasts in exchange for cultivation resources. However, the cultivators in possession of abundant spirit stones are markedly different. They have amassed a significant quantity of spiritual herbs and cultivation resources within the chaotic Star Islands, having brought spirit stones from the mainland. This has further depleted the already scarce cultivation resources in the chaotic Star Islands. Although some cultivators can maintain their regular practice solely with spirit stones, this is ultimately a minority. The majority require not only spirit stones, but also a variety of elixirs and medicinal herbs for their cultivation. Should this supply and demand be interrupted, their cultivation speed would drastically decline. Wang Beixian inquired about how to address the current situation, to which your response was succinct: expulsion. Chapter 44. Chui Fingyu. Soul fusion. Upon hearing your suggestion, Wang Beixian could not help but shake his head. Despite their unethical behavior, these individuals had indeed paid the requisite spirit stones to ascend the island. Therefore, they should be entitled to the same treatment as ordinary residents, enjoying the protection of the chaos divine sea. Observing Wang Beixian's indecisiveness, you furrowed your brow. Your initial plan was to propose their expulsion and then, seizing the opportunity, eliminate them all. You intended to claim the spirit stones they possessed, distributing the spoils among yourself and the major island lords. Yet, unexpectedly, your plan faltered at its very first step. You began to reassess your opinion of Wang Beixian. You shifted your focus towards the main island of the chaotic Star Islands, as you recognized that associating with a person as indecisive as Wang Beixian would inevitably lead to a poor outcome. In the 48th year, your establishment of the Su clan commerce successfully reached the central Xian Island. This is the core region of the chaotic Star Islands, its expanse comparable to half an empire. The land here is exceedingly precious. Even considering your position as the deputy lord of the extreme North Island, you still expended nearly 1 million spirit stones to acquire a prime location on central Xian Island. Although the expenditure was significant, you remained unfazed for over the years. You had accumulated numerous cultivation resources through your networks. As long as you sold them in such a prosperous place as central Xian Island, you were bound to reap substantial profits. Indeed, within merely 3 days, the cultivation resources you had amassed over the years fetched an astonishing 8 million spirit stones. This was an exorbitant sum. The island lord of central Xian personally received you, and you went forth willingly. Under his subtle hints, you gained insight. The island lord, named Chui Fingyu, is a peak nascent soul cultivator, yet despite his commendable aptitude, he has been hindered at this threshold for several centuries. He reached the peak of the nascent soul stage at the age of 400, yet at 750, he remains stalled at the same level. The reason is singular: resources. Having risen from a mere wandering cultivator to his current position, Chui Fingyu harbors a profound disdain for those avaricious high-ranking cultivators. Since assuming the role of island lord over 3 centuries ago, he has adhered to a spirit of integrity and high moral standards. He resolutely refused to collude with the other island lords. However, circumstances had changed. He was on the verge of reaching the critical age of 800 years for a nascent soul practitioner. Yet, the resources accumulated solely from his meager salary seemed insufficient for a breakthrough into the transformation stage. Anxiety gripped him. Fear consumed him. He resolved to gather the resources from the island to facilitate his own advancement. Thus, he sought your assistance. To your delight, this was a welcome development. After all, individuals like Chui Fingyu were indeed the most agreeable to work with. In the 50th year, with Chui Fingyu's support, your business had expanded across the entire Chaos Star Islands. Although you continued to operate on thin margins, the profits in spirit stones far surpassed those of the past. However, due to the need to satisfy Chui Fingyu's appetites, the Su clan merchants still struggled to turn a profit. Most of your economic sources remained unchanged. By the 52nd year, with the aid of leadership power, you successfully reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm. Preparations for the nascent soul stage commenced. Yet, breaking through to the nascent soul was no simple feat. The condensation of the nascent infant pill alone had already obstructed over 90% of practitioners. While some prodigies could succeed without relying on the pill, such instances were exceedingly rare, and you did not believe that as a mere 3-element root practitioner, you could match their prowess. You began to nurture your own progeny in hopes of leveraging the power of leadership to achieve a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. In the 57th year, your eldest son, Su Qingfeng, and your youngest son, Su Qingyun, successively broke through to the foundation establishment stage. You could distinctly sense that Su Qingyun's cultivation was even slightly superior. Undoubtedly, as a single element root with a mid-grade spiritual body, His speed of advancement could rival that of disciples from formidable sections. Moreover, Su Xuan exhibited a keen interest in alchemy. After careful consideration, you appointed Dan Juezi as his instructor. Though reluctant at first, upon witnessing Su Qingyun's innate talent, he ultimately acquiesced. In the 59th year, your second son, Su Qingya, and your daughter, Su Qingwei, successfully broke through to foundation establishment. In the same year, Ji Qingxian achieved the Purple Mansion stage, while Mu Ningxuang reached the 7th layer of Golden Core. Feng Xuanji experienced a series of breakthroughs, ascending directly to the peak of the Purple Mansion stage. The power of leadership surged forth, enhancing your own cultivation. You could distinctly feel yourself drawing closer to the nascent soul stage. If any among them were to break through to the nascent soul, or if multiple individuals were to achieve the Golden Core stage, you might indeed be able to directly enter the nascent soul realm. In the 60th year, Feng Xuanji broke through to the Golden Core stage. You sensed something amiss, as you had not previously acquired a Golden Core for her, nor had she informed you of her impending breakthrough. You inquired about the reason. Yet, she herself felt somewhat perplexed. At that time, she was merely practicing as usual, yet her body involuntarily began to undergo a breakthrough. Thus, she inexplicably forged her Golden Core. You gazed into her eyes, rendered speechless for an extended moment. An instinctual feeling suggested that Feng Xuanji seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person. However, the leader's influence over you remained unchanged, indicating that her attitude towards you was still as it had always been, devoid of any alteration. You sought counsel from Dan Juezi regarding the events transpiring with Feng Xuanji. He quickly discerned the underlying issue. Within her, two souls were gradually beginning to merge. Merge? You exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, merge. This phenomenon is a rare contingency left by cultivators who have faced tribulations. Should they fail, they can immediately reincarnate with their souls intact. It appears that the soul from her previous life has awakened and is merging with her current self. Upon hearing Dan Juezi's words, you experienced a moment of enlightenment. It became clear that, at this moment, two souls were indeed fusing within Feng Xuanji. Yet, who would she truly be after this fusion? Or rather, was Feng Xuanji the name she bore in her previous life? In the last simulation, Xiao Su successfully awakened her past memories before adopting the name Feng Xuanji. Senior, is there a way for one of these souls to become dominant? Chapter 45. Advancing to the nascent soul. This is utterly impossible. Dan Juezi shook his head and continued. Whether in her past life or this one, she is still herself. The two souls coexist and are fundamentally one. If anyone could truly distinguish between the two, they would surely be a legendary immortal. You silently nodded, deciding to temporarily disregard Feng Xuanji's transformation. After all, during the last simulation, she had still been relatively kind towards you. The 65th year. As Cui Fengyu approached his impending limit, he urged you to expedite the collection of cultivation resources. You complied earnestly. By the 70th year, Cui Fengyu successfully amassed the resources necessary for his breakthrough into the transformation stage and ventured into the inner sea of the Chaos Sea to make his attempt. You became the acting island master of Zhongshuan Island. You acquired the island's protective formation, sealing plate. You received the island master's decree. You swiftly consolidated the various powers of Zhongshuan Island. For you understood that Cui Fengyu's journey was likely a one-way trip. The reason was simple. He was far too old. At present, Cui Fengyu was 760 years old, with just 40 years remaining before the limit for nascent soul cultivators. Although he could still act normally, his physical capabilities had severely declined in all aspects. Coupled with the fact that his original cultivation technique was not particularly remarkable, the chances of a successful breakthrough were exceedingly slim. The 73rd year. Over the years, with sufficient resources at your disposal, you paused the harvest of resources from Zhongshuan Island. The island began to regain its vitality. By the end of the year, your youngest son, Su Qingyun, successfully advanced to the first layer of the Purple Mansion. The power of leadership has been unleashed, granting you a modest enhancement in your cultivation. You settle your mind, attuning yourself to the source of this leadership power. Despite the multitude of followers at your command, you discern that, apart from your companion and progeny, few can truly augment your cultivation. It becomes evident that most of these individuals are driven by self-interest. Sincerity is a rare commodity among them. You cannot help but commend the decision you made to establish a family, a choice that has proven to be most advantageous. In the 75th year, the increasingly formidable Chaos Star Islands have drawn the attention of the Imperial Alliance, prompting them to send envoys to summon the fugitive cultivators. You sense an underlying abnormality in their actions. While a multitude of cultivators have sought refuge in the Chaos Star Islands, most are merely of lower ranks, with scarcely a handful possessing even the Golden Core stage. Why, then, would they seek to summon them without cause? Could such low-tier cultivators truly alter the tides of battle? Despite your perplexity, you heed the counsel of the other island masters and repatriate many of the less valuable cultivators. In the 78th year, Cui Fengyu ultimately failed in his breakthrough attempt. However, he fortuitously retained his life and returned to Su Xuan Island. Upon witnessing that you had commandeered the majority of power on Su Xuan Island, he did not express anger. Rather, he relinquished all authority, entrusting the island's affairs entirely to your stewardship. He hoped that after his demise, you would care for the Cui family. You acquiesced to his request. A month later, you took another spouse, this time the direct granddaughter of Cui Fengyu, Cui Lingyun. The wedding was a grand affair, presided over by Cui Fengyu himself, garnering respect from the high-ranking cultivators throughout the Chaos Star Islands. In the 87th year, you refined your cultivation to perfection, now standing on the precipice of achieving the Yuaning stage, needing merely an opportune moment. In the same year, Cui Fengyu led you into a secluded chamber. He revealed that, during his earlier breakthrough attempts, many resources had gone untapped due to his immediate failure upon commencing the endeavor. This unfortunate event was the very reason for his continued existence. He lamented his earlier sense of righteousness, reflecting that had he been a century younger, he might have encountered failure again, yet at least he would have had the opportunity to engage with that realm. Alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. He shall never have another chance to attempt a breakthrough in this lifetime. Over the years, he had endeavored to cultivate the younger generation of the Cui family, but regrettably, they lacked ambition, failing even to achieve the golden core stage. Now, facing his imminent demise, he pondered deeply and resolved to bestow upon you the remaining cultivation resources from his earlier endeavors. You received a substantial cache of resources, with your contribution amounting to less than 20% of the total. It appears that Cui Fengyu was not as noble as he outwardly appeared. His regrets likely stemmed from not having exploited the residents of Su Xuan Island more thoroughly. In the 90th year, after an extended period of seclusion, you finally succeeded in your breakthrough. Your cultivation has reached the first level of the nascent soul. With the assistance of Cui Fengyu, you have successfully become the lord of Su Xuan Island. Although your methods may not be particularly adept, you have always repaid kindness with gratitude. You begin to safeguard the Cui family on behalf of Cui Fengyu. In the 94th year, tragedy strikes as Cui Fengyu falls. The Chaos Star Islands face calamity once more. But this time the threat does not come from the Dynasty Alliance, but rather from the Chaos Sea. Countless sea beasts launch an assault on the Chaos Star Islands, prompting you to urgently send out distress signals to the inner sea. Yet, these messages seem to vanish without a trace, receiving no response whatsoever. You join forces with numerous island lords to collectively resist the onslaught of the sea beasts. However, the sheer number of these creatures is overwhelming, stretching as far as the eye can see. Among them is a formidable 6th-tier abyssal water serpent, which has already taken on a physical form and boasts immense strength. Even with the formation of the Chaos Star Array alongside other islands, you can barely withstand its attacks. You realize that if this continues, everyone will perish here. You discreetly instruct your family and some members of the Cui family to prepare for evacuation. In the 95th year, the Chaos Star Islands, still awaiting aid, gradually begin to succumb to despair. While rallying the cultivators on the islands to fend off the sea beasts, you quietly depart from Su Xuan Island. Watching the islands fall one by one, a deep sigh escapes your heart. Though you have achieved the nascent soul, how do you differ from the Tianxin sect of your? That same year, due to the continued assaults from the sea beasts on the coastal regions of the Daiyuan dynasty, you do not linger there for long. You lead your people back to the territory once held by the Da dynasty. The land has been ravaged beyond recognition by the ghostly Nether sect. Fortunately, the cultivators of the Dynasty Alliance are in the midst of purging the ghostly Nether sect. With your nascent soul cultivation, you join the eradication forces. At this point, you have gained a measure of influence. Thus, upon the completion of the purge, the Dynasty Alliance grants you a piece of territory. Here, you successfully establish your family. Chapter 46, The Proud Heaven Sect. You begin to recuperate and thrive in this new land. Your 5th child is born, a daughter of Cui Lingyun, who possesses an ice spirit root. To your surprise, she is not only an ice and gold dual spirit root cultivator, but under the enhancement of her unique spirit root. Her cultivation speed rivals that of cultivators with a single spirit root. You name her Su Qingning. In the same year, your eldest and second sons begin to marry and have children, further amplifying the strength of your family. By the 100th year, the lands once belonging to the Dao dynasty begin to gradually regain vitality. Although the Dynasty Alliance continues to frequently summon cultivators, a new rule has emerged. Those with wealth may contribute riches, while those with strength may lend their might. Any faction that offers sufficient spirit stones can be exempt from conscription. You realize that the war may soon come to an end. Or perhaps the Dynasty Alliance has gained an overwhelming advantage. They no longer require these low-level cultivators. Year 106, your family flourishes remarkably, with the younger generation beginning to emerge. The initially plump and amiable Uncle Heir, along with others who began their endeavors under your guidance, have established a commercial guild under your direction. Although few cultivators inhabit the ruins of Dao, it is remembered that in a few decades, this place will regain its former prosperity. Year 110, your spirit beast, the Azure Scale Flood Dragon, has completed its metamorphosis, successfully ascending to a fourth-tier demon beast. The great wilderness beast god Canon has conferred upon you a certain level of cultivation, further enhancing your prowess. Coupled with the assistance of heavenly Tao rewarding diligence over the years, your cultivation has reached the second stage of the nascent soul realm. However, alongside these achievements, a sense of worry begins to creep in. Once cultivators attain the nascent soul stage, they may begin to cultivate divine abilities. Without prior experience in divine abilities, their innate power will inherently be inferior to that of other nascent soul practitioners. Thus, you seek counsel from Dan Juezi regarding divine abilities. Regrettably, Dan Juezi informs you that he is engrossed in alchemy and the pursuit of longevity, possessing no knowledge of divine abilities. Although he once had access to numerous texts on the subject, they have all been plundered by the Heavenly Soul Palace. You express your disappointment and inquire where one might acquire such divine abilities. Upon hearing this, Dan Juezi lapses into deep thought. After a considerable pause, he speaks. Divine abilities, much like advanced cultivation techniques, are pivotal to a faction's legacy. Aside from ancient secret realms, no one would divulge their divine abilities. However, he adds, speaking of secret realms, I know of a place that is about to open. You are indeed aware that he refers to the Sword of the God's secret realm. Had you still been a Golden Core practitioner, you would have eagerly considered the venture. Yet, as a nascent soul cultivator now, how could you possibly enter? Suddenly, an idea strikes you regarding Dan Juezi. Previously, he entered the secret realm as a soul entity during the tribulation stage. Perhaps there exists a method to bypass the restrictions of the secret realm? You promptly consult him, but the outcome leaves you considerably disheartened. Dan Juezi possesses no means to enter, or rather, as he is currently only at the Golden Core level, he is unable to access the secret realm. You feel somewhat helpless. Unlike Su Xuan, you are unaware of the means he employed in the Tianyao mountain range to restore Dan Juezi. Moreover, even if restoration were possible, you have no intention of pursuing it, for you do not trust that your nascent soul capabilities could control the soul of one at the tribulation stage. Year 117. 10 years remain until the opening of the Sword of the God's secret realm, yet news of the realm has already been disseminated. The Dao ruins have become bustling once more, and your business has significantly improved. Your companions and offspring are eager to partake in this opportunity. However, knowing the entire progression of the secret realm, you are reluctant to allow their involvement. The reason is simple. Your prior elimination of Chu Han has led to the overwhelming dominance of the Kolai Academy. Given the strength of Tang Chuan and his 6 teammates, it is likely that other participants within the secret realm would be no match for them if they were to band together. In the year 127, your son Su Xuan successfully advanced to the Golden Core stage. In his youthful exuberance, he yearned to explore the outside world, yet you intervened to halt his ambitions. You arranged a marriage for him, hoping to tether him to domesticity. However, much to your surprise, Su Xuan stealthily departed from the Su family. You were aware that he had likely ventured into the secret realm of the Divine Sword. A twinge of regret washed over you for failing to keep a watchful eye on him, for possessing a spirit akin to Mu Ningxiang. He was highly likely to attract the attention of the true monarch of the Divine Sword. Due to a fragmented soul, the true monarch acted impulsively, often bestowing his legacy directly upon those he deemed worthy, and you feared that Su Xuan would inevitably fall victim to Tang Chuan's schemes. You summoned Feng Xuanji and Mu Ningxiang, instructing them to lead all the cultivators under your command to the secret realm of the Divine Sword to protect Su Xuan. Alas, their efforts ultimately ended in failure. Su Xuan was ambushed by Tang Chuan, although he managed to survive thanks to his spirit and the timely arrival of others. His cultivation was entirely obliterated. Upon receiving this news, a wave of fury surged within you. Yet as you beheld the void transformation cultivator leading the team from the Cole Academy, a profound sense of helplessness enveloped you. Do not retreat, you commanded, casting your gaze skyward. The numerous cultivators of the Imperial Alliance, upon realizing that the final legacy had fallen into the hands of the Cole Academy, immediately took action to seize it. Their overwhelming numbers swiftly obstructed the leading transformation cultivator from the Cole Academy. Just then, a colossal hammer descended from the heavens, crushing 2 members of the Imperial Alliance into a mere pulp. Those who dare harm my son shall perish. The figure was tall and imposing, with a radiant gaze. Had it not been for his declaration, you would have found it impossible to associate him with the once despondent Tang Xuan. Who are you? From the Proud Sky sect. I am Tang Xuan. Upon hearing the name, confusion rippled through the ranks of the Imperial Alliance, as they could scarcely recall any figure by that name. However, the Proud Sky sect instilled a sense of trepidation in them. Regrettably, the Proud Sky sect had long since allied with the Cole Academy against them, sealing their fates apart. At that moment, an elder stepped forward from the ranks of the Imperial Alliance, saying, "Fellow from the Proud Sky sect, do not be hasty. Allow me to elucidate the matter. Before permitting these young friends to enter the secret realm of the sword, our Imperial Alliance had established 3 stipulations with the Cole Academy. While we may allow them entry, the most significant opportunities must rightfully belong to our Imperial Alliance. You may verify this with the friends from the Cole Academy beside you. Of course, the actions of my companions just now were improper, and I am willing to offer my apologies on their behalf." Chapter 47. The Assassination. Upon hearing this, Tang Xuan remained silent. Having arrived here well in advance, he was certainly aware of the agreement made between the Imperial Alliance and the Cole Academy. Yet, if it had been someone else from the Cole Academy who obtained the legacy, it could have been accepted, but since it was his own son, there was no rationale for relinquishing it. Just as the two stood in confrontation, a middle-aged man stepped forth from the ranks of the Cole Academy. This individual is indeed Wang Gang. Despite possessing only a false spiritual root, he has astonishingly cultivated to the Purple Mansion realm. You are taken aback. Yet before you can discern his specific circumstances, Wang Gang speaks, stating, "There is indeed an agreement. But the fortune my disciple has acquired is not the greatest opportunity within the Divine Sword secret realm." Not the greatest opportunity? Is there anything within the Divine Sword secret realm that surpasses the inheritance of the true Lord of the Divine Sword in importance? There is indeed. It is widely known that the Divine Sword secret realm was crafted with the utmost devotion of the true Lord of the Divine Sword throughout his life, while his inheritance was established merely over a few years. A slight comparison between the two reveals the clear disparity. The elder's eyes widen in disbelief. He never anticipated that a distinguished cultivator from the Kolai Academy would engage in such wordplay. Very well, since your Kolai Academy refuses to acknowledge the courtesy offered, do not blame the Imperial Alliance for its actions. With that, the elder draws his sword and strikes first. You observe silently, understanding that although the Imperial Alliance is numerous, they are likely to be defeated. For Tang Xue is formidable. This man has at least reached the divine transformation realm. And judging by the ease with which he dispatched 2 divine transformation powerhouses from the Imperial Alliance with a single blow, he may possess even greater strength. Come forth. Tang Xue roars, swinging his massive hammer and sending the elder crashing backward. The many cultivators of the Imperial Alliance are taken aback. For Tang Xue has defeated the long-revered divine transformation cultivator Li Gonggong with a mere single strike. This has further weakened the already fragile bonds of their alliance. Who else? With another thunderous shout from Tang Xue, the cultivators of the Imperial Alliance retreat in fear. You feel a twinge of regret, for if these individuals refrained from intervening, your opportunity to ambush and eliminate Tang Xuan would vanish. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurs. A colossal black palm suddenly appears in the sky, descending rapidly upon Tang Xue. He attempts to flee, yet the owner of that giant palm has no intention of letting him escape. In the blink of an eye, Tang Xue is struck down to the ground. The infinite hand seal. Could it be the legendary Jin Yao? Upon hearing this name, your pupils constrict, for his reputation is exceedingly illustrious. He is a cultivator from the Martial God Hall, having displayed remarkable talent in body refinement from a young age. Moreover, he focuses solely on body refinement, neglecting qi cultivation. Despite this, he has steadfastly adhered to his principles, even at the cost of a shorter lifespan compared to his peers. The infinite hand seal is his renowned ultimate technique, said to have allowed him to slay numerous same-tier void spirit cultivators with his 7th-tier refined body and this divine ability. Under the suppression of such a powerhouse, Tang Xue soon finds himself on the verge of death. His continued survival is merely due to Jin Yao's leniency. Who would have thought that you, like a stray dog, would still dare to flaunt your power? Alas, it seems that today, I happen to be passing through this place. Spare him. A distant sound echoed, yet Jin Yao showed no mercy, mercilessly reducing Tang Xue beneath his hand to a mere pulp. How dare you harm a member of the Aotian sect? Heh, the Aotian sect? Jin Yao scoffed, engaging in fierce battle with his companions. Meanwhile, the god transformation cultivators from the Imperial Alliance seized the opportunity, rushing towards Tang Xuan. Retreat. We must withdraw. The members of Cole Academy scattered in panic, and you took the chance to follow closely behind them. Half an hour later, amidst the relentless pursuit by the Imperial Alliance, members of Cole Academy began to fall away from the ranks, as the last god transformation elder of the group sacrificed himself to block the assailants. Chaos erupted within the team. Su Xuan, why do you refuse to surrender the inheritance? Do you wish to doom us all to destruction? Upon hearing these words, Su Xuan let out a cold smile. Just as he was about to retort, an ominous premonition surged within him. Who? The one who will take your life. You stepped forth from the void, unleashing the full might of your nascent soul cultivation. With a single strike, you ended Su Xuan's life. Yet, even in this moment, you remained vigilant, for you understood that one strike would not suffice to vanquish Su Xuan. While you slaughtered Su Xuan's companions, you searched for his whereabouts. However, the outcome was profoundly disappointing. Su Xuan had vanished. He had disappeared without a trace. Despite your utmost efforts to extend your spiritual awareness, you could find no sign of him. Moments later, you had decimated the rest of Cole Academy's members, including the brother Dai, who had once overshadowed Su Xuan, whose skull you crushed. At that moment, a vine struck towards you. It was Su Xuan. You swiftly turned to look behind you, finding Su Xuan gazing back at you. He spoke slowly. I never imagined you would wait until today to strike at me. Unfortunately, I have prepared for far too long. You stand no chance. Hearing Su Xuan's words, you let out a cold laugh. Though he had successfully ascended to the nascent soul realm after his rebirth, he remained no match for you. Your cultivation was exceedingly solid. Even the so-called ancient true immortals paled in comparison to your prowess. You launched an assault. The desolate god body refinement technique and the golden spirit body surged forth in full force. Su Xuan found himself at a distinct disadvantage, reeling from your relentless strikes. Within mere exchanges, he was plunged into a desperate plight. What? How can your strength be so formidable? Su Xuan attempted to speak further, but your palm shattered his physical form. His nascent soul burst forth from his body, swiftly fleeing into the distance. At this moment, you had no interest in the so-called secrets he spoke of. Your sole purpose was to ensure Su Xuan's demise. You pursued relentlessly, vowing to annihilate him completely. Yet, at that instant, reinforcements from Cole Academy arrived. A fierce battle ensued. In the midst of your injuries, you obliterated Su Xuan's soul entirely. After successfully landing a blow, you began your escape. However, the reinforcements from the Cole Academy would not allow you to flee easily, even with the aid of swift movement. You were quickly intercepted by them. Chapter 48, Conclusion and Rebirth. You found yourself engulfed in despair. Although these reinforcements had hurried from a nearby branch, they still possessed several cultivators whose prowess exceeded your own. You were no match for them. Meanwhile, the branch director made his move. The overwhelming pressure of his peak nascent soul cultivation instantly enveloped you. It became evident that today you would likely meet your demise. In a desperate act, you detonated your golden spirit body, sacrificing your cultivation. In an instant, a formidable power surged within you. You prepared for a final, desperate struggle. With a fierce shout of break, several cultivators from Cole Academy were obliterated into a mist of blood. Yet, this was far from sufficient. Such a level of attack did not intimidate the remaining cultivators from the academy. Left with no choice, you once again fully summoned the strength of your physical form. Beginning to burn your lifespan, your body grew larger, each limb and bone filled with raw power. Even a gentle wave of your hand could slice through the void. A glint of determination flashed in your eyes. With a sweeping motion of your palm, you unleashed hundreds of palm strikes, all aimed at the branch director. Bang, bang, bang. Caught off guard, the branch director was instantly reduced to a cloud of blood mist. However, in his final moments, he mustered all his strength to retaliate against you. A spurt of blood erupted from your mouth. Your already battered body could no longer withstand the burden. You collapsed to the ground. At this moment, you were bereft of all cultivation, your body shattered, effectively rendered a mere husk. The cultivators from Cole Academy initially intended to finish you off, but upon glancing at the approaching members of the Imperial Alliance, they swiftly retreated. Moments later, the Alliance's cultivators arrived. They assessed your near-lifeless form and the fallen members of the Cole Academy, remaining silent as they collected Su Xuan's body. Only one middle-aged man descended. You recognized him. His name was Linya, and during the previous campaign against the ghostly Ming sect, you had followed his team. Linya examined your condition. After a long moment, he sighed and flew away with the other members of the Imperial Alliance. Watching his departing figure, you felt your lips move slightly. You longed to express that you were still salvageable. Yet, at that moment, no sound escaped your lips. You slipped into unconsciousness. 3 months later, you awoke. With the support of the leader's power, your previously extinguished cultivation had experienced a resurgence. Although you had sacrificed your cultivation and lifespan, your physical realm remained intact. At this moment, although you feel weakened, you remain essentially a fourth-tier body refinement practitioner. You swiftly return home, despite still being in the realm of body refinement. The excessive burning of your lifespan has rendered your hair white as snow. Your partner and offspring momentarily fail to recognize you. It is only after you reveal that you have slain Tang Xuan that they come to their senses. You inquire about the events that transpired. It turns out that the venerable Jin Yao's cultivation was exceedingly formidable, as he managed to repel the members of the Ao Tian sect with only a few moves. However, shortly thereafter, he seemed to sense something and departed at great speed. The cultivators of the Imperial Alliance, upon acquiring Tang Xuan's corpse, also hurriedly took their leave. You are filled with confusion, yet remain oblivious to the full extent of the happenings. You can only urge them to hasten their cultivation before you swiftly proceed to Su Qingyun's cave abode. At this point, his cultivation has been completely depleted, and his lifespan has dwindled to that of an ordinary person, transforming him into a venerable elder with white hair. He weeps bitterly, lamenting his failure to heed your counsel. You observe his aged countenance in silence. After a prolonged moment, you retrieve the ancient god body refinement technique. As Tang Xuan has been slain by your own hand, you decide to test this technique. Countless reproaches that threaten to spill forth ultimately coalesce into a single expression of concern. You depart quietly from Su Qingyun's cave. In the 132nd year, although your cultivation has been entirely lost and you can no longer practice, with the aid of your leadership power, you still manage to return to the first layer of foundation establishment. Simultaneously, your body refinement realm reaches the pinnacle of the fourth tier with a suitable opportunity. You could break through to the fifth tier. The great martial ruins have been incorporated into the territory of the Great Abyss dynasty, and the area is beginning to thrive once more. The Su family experiences remarkable growth, and you gradually welcome your own descendants. In the 138th year, Su Qingyun does not disappoint your expectations, successfully breaking through to the second tier of body refinement before the impending deadline. Although his future path of cultivation remains fraught with difficulty, he is at least free from concerns regarding his lifespan. The leadership power activates, enhancing your body refinement realm to a certain extent. You sense a modicum of strength coursing through your body, leading you to believe that now may be the moment to attempt to break through to the fifth tier of body refinement. In the 139th year, after extensive preparations, you finally succeed in breaking through to the fifth tier of body refinement. Your lifespan experiences a significant extension, and your once white hair returns to its former hue. In the same year, Mu Ningxuang and Feng Xuanji have both reached a stage in their cultivation where there is nothing left to refine. With the right opportunity, they too can break through. Although you recognize that, given their innate talents, they may not require the Ninging pill. You nonetheless invest a substantial sum to procure 2 of these pills for them at the newly established Abyssal Respect Market. This market, initiated by the Great Abyss dynasty to rejuvenate the great martial ruins, has introduced a batch of reasonably priced pills to attract cultivators. Yet despite this, the 2 essence-nurturing pills consumed a significant portion of your savings. In the 142nd year, Mu Ningxuang and Feng Xiankai successfully achieved a breakthrough. The power of leadership was unleashed, resulting in a remarkable surge in your cultivation, allowing you to restore your standing to the golden core stage. Furthermore, over the years, your grandchildren have embarked on their own paths of cultivation. Although their realms are still modest, given time, they will undoubtedly prove to be invaluable assets to you. In the 143rd year, your 4th son, Su Qingyun, entered into matrimony. His bride was the youngest daughter of the Pill King Pavilion's master, located within the esteemed Yuanzuan market. They had known each other for many years, supporting and assisting one another along their cultivation journeys. Your heart swelled with joy, believing them to be a match made in heaven. Simultaneously, with the assistance of the Pill King Pavilion, the Su Family Chamber of Commerce successfully acquired a prime location in the Yuanzuan market. Chapter 49. The Calamity of Beasts. Returning to the pinnacle in the 156th year, your cultivation reached the 3rd layer of the golden core stage. Under your guidance, the Su family flourished increasingly well, with a growing number of descendants. However, you maintained a selective approach to procreation, with your progeny still numbering only 5. That same year, a piece of news reached your ears. The sea beasts of the chaotic divine sea had launched an assault. The Great Abyss dynasty was besieged from 2 fronts, prompting a renewed call to arms for cultivators. The scale of this endeavor was immense. Even though you paid a considerable price, the dynasty's alliance temporarily spared the Su family. In the 163rd year, compelled by the repeated summons from the dynasty's alliance, you reluctantly set forth with Mu Ningxuang towards the Great Abyss dynasty. By this time, the chaotic Star Islands had already fallen. The front line of the battle between the Dynasty S alliance and the sea beasts had shifted to the coastal areas. To engage in protracted warfare with the sea beasts, a city named Black Iron City rose dramatically from the earth. This was your destination. Upon arriving at Black Iron City, you aligned yourself with a figure known as the Qingzhou Recluse, beginning your efforts to repel the beast invasion. Here, you engaged in a semblance of effort, working without true diligence. Some of the cultivators in your team shared this mindset. After all, one's life is paramount, while these territories belong to the Great Abyss dynasty. The local cultivators understood the principle of mutual dependence, yet those dispatched from other dynasties by the alliance remained completely passive. Before long, your team became the least effective among all. You were assigned to the front line, the area suffering the highest casualties on the battlefield. In merely half a month, your team had lost half its members. You understood that this could not continue. Although you and Mu Ningxuang had survived due to your physical cultivation and spirit bodies, it was only a matter of time before you met your end on the front line. You conferred with the Qingzhou Recluse about the possibility of retreating from this perilous place. Upon hearing this, the Qingzhou hermit let out a deep sigh. How he longed to escape this place swiftly. Yet, what would become of the Qingzhou temple he left behind? What fate awaited his disciples and family? The Imperial Alliance would undoubtedly use them as a warning to others. Listening to his words, you fell into silence. Indeed, ascending to the position of a leader inevitably binds one to the very power they wield. You were no exception. If you were to flee, what would become of your descendants? A wave of nostalgia washed over you, recalling the days when you roamed as a solitary cultivator. However, in an instant, you dismissed such thoughts, for you were acutely aware of the immense challenges that accompany the solitary path. Setting aside the benefits conferred by leadership, one need only consider the renowned tribulation transcendence, each supported by formidable forces behind them. Year 146. After a year of relentless battles, only 4 remained in your party: yourself, Mu Ningxiang, the Qingzhou hermit, and a seemingly youthful girl. Fortunately, the sea beasts began to retreat, allowing your return to the Su family. Although you were compelled to the front lines due to punishment, the Imperial Alliance still provided you with a substantial amount of cultivation resources. A flicker of gratitude blossomed within you, leading you to regard the Imperial Alliance's governance of this realm of cultivation in a somewhat favorable light. Yet, this notion was soon dispelled. How could one with an advantage remain beneath others for long? Year 152. As your offspring gradually broke through to the Purple Mansion realm, and Ji Qinxian successfully condensed her Dan, your own cultivation level rose once more, restoring you to the 5th layer of the Golden Dan. Moreover, the Imperial Alliance had not summoned cultivators for battle in recent years. It seemed that everything had returned to normalcy, with the Su family flourishing and the Su clan commerce experiencing comprehensive development under the auspices of the Dan Wang Pavilion. Year 161. Your cultivation had ascended to the 6th layer of the Golden Dan. Although you could no longer rely on personal cultivation, the leader's power continued to flow back into your family. You began to instruct some of your descendants with physical cultivation talent in the dual practice of law and body, aiming to enhance your own physical cultivation realm. However, you did not impart to them the secret of the desolate god body refinement technique. Instead, you taught them the great desolate body refinement art. This was not due to a lack of trust, but rather the awareness that with more eyes comes greater risk. In today's realm of cultivation, even 7th and 8th tier cultivation methods could incite a bloodbath. How much more perilous would be the revelation of a 9th tier technique? One that could lead directly to the path of immortality? Should such a technique become exposed, the Su family would undoubtedly face annihilation. Year 176. At this juncture, you were nearing 200 years of age. The power of the Su family surged dramatically, and your cultivation experienced a remarkable recovery, reaching the pinnacle of the Golden Dan. Meanwhile, the war in the Eastern Continent's cultivation realm has come to an end. The Xianhan dynasty, unable to contact their distant ancestor in the immortal realm, ultimately faced annihilation at the hands of the Dynasty Alliance. A significant reshuffling has taken place in the Eastern Continent's cultivation realm. Once an indomitable force, the Karai Academy found itself purged due to its misguided allegiances. However, owing to its previous connections with numerous powerful factions, it managed to survive, albeit at the cost of substantial resources for reparations. Among the 2 palaces, 1 academy, 3 sects, and 4 clans, aside from the Karai Academy, 2 other factions sided with the Xianhan dynasty, the Outyan sect and the Chu clan. Regrettably, they lacked both the fortune and strength of the Karai Academy. The Outyan sect retreated overseas, while the Chu clan was utterly obliterated. In the realm of supreme powers, The venerable Tai sect and the newly ascended Qin clan have taken their places. The entire cultivation world began to revive rapidly. Seizing the opportunity, you accumulated a vast array of spiritual pills and elixirs. Subsequently, you entered a prolonged period of seclusion. Year 233. You embarked on the longest retreat of your life. During this time, the Su family experienced an epic elevation. Among your 5 children, all except Su Xuan reached the golden core stage. Su Xuan, however, did not disappoint your expectations. After his cultivation was crippled, he diligently refined his body and made remarkable progress within mere decades, attaining the pinnacle of the 4th stage of body refinement. With a suitable opportunity, he could reach the 5th stage of body refinement, akin to your own level. You could not help but marvel at this child's prodigious talent. Chapter 50. The Mysterious Skeleton, Breakthrough After Breakthrough. Aside from Su Xuan, your youngest daughter, Su Qingning, also made rapid advancements. Possessing both ice and gold dual spiritual roots, her cultivation speed ranked just behind Su Xuan, and she has now attained the 8th level of the golden core stage. As for your partners, their progress has been relatively modest. Given that their cultivation levels were already high, further advancements required considerable time investment. During your retreat, only Shui Lingyun broke through to the golden core stage. Notably, aside from your partners and offspring, you also had a granddaughter who ascended to the golden core stage. She is Su Mingjia, the eldest daughter of your second son, Su Qingya. Despite her having only 3 spiritual roots, she has trained exceptionally hard, managing to condense her golden core before reaching a century of age. Thanks to the abundant resources of the Su family. During this time, your contracted spirit beast, the Bilingjiao, also successfully broke through to the 5th stage. Alas, although its breakthrough provided you with a substantial influx of cultivation power from the great wilderness beast god canon, it proved futile for you. The moment you consumed that power, you became incapable of further cultivation. Even if it were a 9th tier technique, it could not lift this limitation. Your current cultivation level relies solely on the power of leadership. With its assistance, you have restored your cultivation to the 2nd layer of the nascent soul stage. While your own arduous training over the years has elevated your body refinement to the mid-5th stage, the overall strength of the Su family has ascended to a new echelon. In the 236th year, while you were indulged in your cultivation, a sudden, urgent call pierced the tranquility. Following the sound, you discovered Su Qingfeng anxiously awaiting outside your secluded abode. Upon emerging, you inquired about the cause of his distress. It turned out that Su Qingyan had previously made a marriage pact with you before entering the Divine Sword secret realm, only to flee from the engagement. After providing compensation to the family, they departed with their daughter. In the ensuing days, Su Qingyan wed He Lianxin, the daughter of the Pill King Pavilion's master, and they bore children together. You had since relegated this matter to the recesses of your memory. However, the woman who had been abandoned on the wedding day sought you out today. Your brow furrowed, sensing the complexity of the situation. Concurrently, the long-dormant instinct of crisis awareness began to stir once more. You rose and made your way to the grand hall, intending to confront the woman. Su Qingyun, what words do you have left at this juncture? Ah, how unexpected it is. The once disparaged Xiao Yunqi has awakened the bloodline power of the Xiao family and successfully reclaimed her heritage. As you stepped into the grand hall, it felt as though the heavens themselves had struck. While uncertainty had lingered before, it was now undeniable. This Xiao Yunqi was formidable. Yunqi, I truly. Su Qingyun, lacking in eloquence, found himself at a loss for words as you stepped forward to alleviate the tension. Dear niece Yunqi, do not be so harsh. My son at that time. Silence, old man. What right do you have to speak here? Had you not insisted on binding my father in marriage? Would we have fallen to this state? Your expression darkened, yet a benevolent smile lingered upon your lips. You turned your gaze to the individuals behind Xiao Yunqi. 2 in the nascent soul stage and 3 in the golden core stage. Evidently, this individual was not held in high regard within the Xiao family, likely a mere low-tier scion. Even should you eliminate her, the Xiao family would not dare to act on the territory of the great Yuan dynasty. Ning Shuang, Xianji. As your words fell, Mu Ning Shuang and Feng Xianji appeared outside the grand hall. They joined you in action, swiftly suppressing everyone within the hall. Wow, what are you? Xiao Yunqi exclaimed in astonishment. She struggled to comprehend how you possessed such strength, given the current rumors that the Su family's ancestor had been rendered powerless, barely surviving through physical cultivation, and was not expected to last much longer. You paid her no mind. In your heart, she had long since become a mere specter. You proceeded to probe Xiao Yunqi's soul. You discovered that she seemed entirely devoid of any connection to fortune, while her plight mirrored the archetype of many fated individuals. Upon closer scrutiny, it fell woefully short. It was all simply a matter of luck. Eliminate her. In an instant, 6 heads rolled to the ground. Just as you intended to return to your dwelling, your finely tuned sense of impending danger surged dramatically. Activate the ancestral protective formation. With a thunderous shout, you witnessed a skeleton charging towards you from the distance. It was the very skeleton from the ancient wood realm. A wave of terror washed over you as you realized that the source of your impending doom was not Su Xuan, but rather this entity. The ground trembled. The skeletal hand swung, striking the protective formation of your clan, causing it to sway precariously. You intended to organize an evacuation for your kin. Yet the oppressive aura emanating from the skeleton filled you with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. It had attained the state of Dongxiu. Moreover, most of its body had regenerated flesh, leaving only its limbs as stark white bones. With a resounding crash, the protective formation shattered completely. You perished. How could this happen so inexplicably? Su Xuan was taken aback. He could not fathom the nature of this ghostly skeleton or how it had tracked him down. However, its rate of advancement was nothing short of alarming. It seemed that its target was likely Mu Ningxiang. If it were to devour and refine her, to what heights would its power ascend? And what actions would it take at that point? Commencing assessment of this simulation's gains. Having slain 2 individuals with luck in this simulation, you may select 3 items from the following options. 1. Second layer of Yuanying cultivation. 2. Mid-stage 5th level of body refining realm. 3. The talent utilized in this simulation. 4. Order of the Island Master of Zhongshuan Island. 5. Memoirs of Danjuezi. Indeed, Su Xuan possessed no luck. Su Xuan smirked and, without hesitation, chose the cultivation realm and the talent used in the simulation. In an instant, he felt his limbs and bones strengthening incessantly, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds. An inexhaustible surge of power coursed through him, facilitating a continuous transformation of his physical form. Simultaneously, waves of spiritual energy emerged before Su Xuan. The energy was voraciously absorbed by his qi, propelling his cultivation to new heights. Ultimately, a miniature figure manifested within him. The Yuanying had formed. Yet, this was only the beginning. Due to Su Xuan's mastery in both qi refining and body refining, reaching the 2nd layer of Yuanying and mid-stage 5th level, upon breaking through a major realm, his body continued to absorb spiritual energy, undergoing a frenzied transformation. It was not until half an hour later that the process gradually came to a halt. Chapter 51, Offensive and Defensive Transformation, Innate Divine Ability System. Open the panel. Immortal Cultivation Simulator 4, Host, Su Xuan. Cultivation, 2nd layer of Yuanying. Mid-stage 5th level of body refining. Spiritual root, 3 spiritual roots. Spiritual body, golden spiritual body. Talent, strong body, white, swift movement, fortuitous fate, slave goo, crisis awareness. Heaven rewards the diligent. Leadership power, energy value, 1, 804, 340. Current simulation energy consumption, 100,000 system. How much energy is required for a system upgrade at my current realm? Ding. Upgrading the system to level 5 requires an energy expenditure of 10,000,000 points. Must it truly demand such an exorbitant amount? Su Xuan shook his head. Though one may claim to have ascended to the nascent soul stage and can procure a greater number of spirit stones within the Grand Martial dynasty, the discerning are not easily fooled. Just recently, one was at the golden core stage, and in the blink of an eye, has transformed into a nascent soul practitioner, a transformation that is readily perceived as abnormal. However, should one resort to alternative methods, the essence remains somewhat lacking. After all, one can now simulate their progress at home, gradually enhancing their strength. Yet, venturing out to acquire spirit stones could invoke the ire of unsuitable adversaries, leading to dire consequences. For in reality, unlike simulation, death is irrevocable. System, let us continue the simulation. Ding. The current level of the cultivation simulator is 4. And you may choose from the following purple talents. Elemental body, purple, a superior spiritual physique. Your speed will be significantly enhanced while practicing elemental techniques. Silent presence, purple at will. You can completely conceal your aura at any moment, even from those several realms above you. Bloodline power, purple, you will possess formidable bloodline strength, greatly enhancing all your attributes. And your descendants will consequently hold a profound affinity towards you due to this bloodline bond. Bloodline power. Su Xuan's pupils contracted. He had heard whispers of this phenomenon. It is said that the offspring of those at the ascended stage are endowed with potent bloodline capabilities, though they tend to diminish with each generation. Yet, this bloodline power appears, from its description, to be even more potent. As for the other 2 talents, although the elemental body is indeed a superior spiritual physique, the techniques I practice in both qi refinement and body cultivation do not align with the elemental spectrum, rendering this physique of little assistance. Silent presence, while seemingly formidable, offers no tangible advantage in combat. Moreover, being well acquainted with the trajectory of this world, I have no immediate intentions of traversing perilous locales. System, I choose bloodline power. Ding. Selection successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the talent of bloodline power. Simulation commencing. At this moment, you have become a nascent soul practitioner, proficient in both magical and physical cultivation, achieving considerable success in your body refinement journey. You feel confident. You can now confront Tang Chue and Ji Xianyu head-on. You have settled in Tianxian City. The Great Wasteland Secret Realm has only recently opened, and the city is thriving. Your task is to await their emergence from the Secret Realm. You cultivate in Tianxian City, yet due to your nascent soul status, the assistance available here for your advancement is minimal. Thus, you cease your cultivation and embark on an exploration of Tianxian City. Tianxian City is vast and, bolstered by its association with the Tianxian sect, is replete with diverse resources. You intend to procure supplies in advance for future endeavors. However, you quickly realize that you possess no spirit stones whatsoever. Fortunately, the Grand Marshal Dynasty offers a spirit stone loan service. You step into the Grand Marshal Chamber of Commerce, your aura unabashedly on display. You are promptly welcomed by the chamber's administrator, Wu Qingxi, to the highest level. You unequivocally articulated your origins. Without hesitation, Wu Qingxi promptly facilitated a loan of 1 million spirit stones for you. However, he also cautioned that this sum must be repaid in full, 1,500,000, within a decade. Otherwise, you would incur the wrath of the entire Great Wu Dynasty. You smiled, readily acquiescing to the terms, for you knew that the Great Wu Dynasty would cease to exist in 10 years, and even if you wished to repay, where would you go to do so? With 1 million spirit stones in hand, you ventured forth to commence your procurement. This time, in addition to elixirs and cultivation resources, you acquired a considerable number of young demonic beasts. Although it is preferable to contract a single demonic beast with the Great Wilderness Beast God Classic, the efficacy diminishes significantly with the second. Yet, you could bind them to your descendants, allowing the Great Wilderness Beast God Classic to nurture them, who in turn would empower you through their leadership, given the bond of blood. You need not fear that these descendants would divulge the secrets of the Great Wilderness Beast God Classic. Soon, the day arrived to conclude the Secret Realm. As you gazed upon the exit of the Great Wilderness Secret Realm, you confirmed that indeed, it was the disciples of the Tianxian sect who had obtained the final inheritance. Although Tang Xuan did not acquire it, the gleeful expression of Wang Gang beside him suggested they had reaped considerable rewards. The tables had turned. You let out a cold laugh, and in an instant, you seized control of all the Tianxian sect disciples, unreservedly delving into their souls. Within this soul-searching, you acquired the Great Wilderness Beast God Classic, the Great Wilderness Palm, the Divine Body Refinement Technique, the Beast Slave Technique, the Beast Master S Insights, and the Body Refinement Insights. Stop. Who are you? Upon noticing the approaching elder from the Tianxian sect, you merely smiled disdainfully and swiftly slaughtered all the Tianxian disciples. Then, with a simultaneous motion of your palms, a torrent of hand seals cascaded toward them. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, your cultivation was robust, and your physical strength was formidable. Even the elder of the Tianxian sect, once a distant aspiration for you, was instantly reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Turning your gaze to Tang Xuan, you were eager to discover what he had ultimately gained within the secret realm. However, prior to that, you needed to address the troublesome Tang Chue. Although he had not appeared this time, you were certain he had been watching Tang Xuan closely. The moment you posed even the slightest threat to Tang Xuan, he would intervene. With the imminent arrival of Ji Xianwei, you were compelled to temporarily set aside this thought, for you believed your current strength was insufficient to contend with both of them simultaneously. You swiftly departed from Tianxian City and sought refuge in a secluded town, where you commenced your training in the Great Wilderness Palm. This was a divine art you had previously missed on several occasions. It is well known that regardless of whether it be sword techniques, blade techniques, or fist and palm techniques, once they reach the 5th tier, they ascend to the level of divine arts. The practitioners have the option to cultivate these divine abilities into their personal innate powers. Should they choose this path, their potency would be significantly enhanced, granting them a natural advantage in battles against other practitioners. However, once a practitioner selects their innate power, they cannot alter their choice, as these abilities will accompany them throughout their lives. Consequently, most practitioners exercise extreme caution when selecting their abilities. Chapter 52. Subduing the skeleton. You have chosen to cultivate the Great Wilderness Palm as your innate power. although you are aware that its rank is not particularly high. It suffices for your current needs. Moreover, unlike ordinary practitioners, if you acquire superior abilities in the future, you can still transition to them. Several hours later, you successfully enter the first stage of mastering the Great Wilderness Palm. Yet, before you can revel in your accomplishment, a sudden gust of wind rushes toward you. Turning to investigate, you discover that it is Su Xuan. She has somehow managed to locate you through unknown means, but you remain unperturbed. While Su Xuan has reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, she has yet to learn her innate power due to the constant vigilance of the Tianxin sect. In contrast, you not only possess formidable combat strength through the dual cultivation of law and body, but have also comprehended the Great Wilderness Palm. Hand over the treasures of my Tianxin sect, you declare with a cold smile, immediately countering with a strike from the Great Wilderness Palm. Bang! The clash of palm imprint against flesh creates a resounding explosion. With just one move, Su Xuan is sent reeling, spitting blood. How can you be this strong? You muse, astonished by the overwhelming enhancement granted by your bloodline power. Had you known it would be this effective, you would not have spared Tang Chuan. On the other hand, Su Xuan is equally taken aback by your strength. She turns to flee, but you are unwilling to grant her that chance. Your body, having undergone a qualitative transformation due to the augmentation of bloodline power, is now akin to that of a practitioner who has entered the Great Ascension stage. Even a lineage spanning dozens or hundreds of generations would be immensely beneficial. Moreover, your bloodline power is of the earliest generation. You step forward and seize Su Xuan. Although her cultivation realm surpasses yours, you are unable to probe her soul directly. Nevertheless, you compel her to relinquish a fragment of her soul, thereby exerting control over her. The sensation of power entices you, leading you to believe that other practitioners are merely trivial. However, you soon regain your composure. At this moment, you are but a nascent soul practitioner. Consider the current Dawu Empire. Although there are no tribulation-level practitioners, there are still those at the void refinement stage. Yet, such a colossal entity can be obliterated in the blink of an eye. What right do you have to look down upon others? Your focus must remain on self-improvement. You begin to contemplate the path that lies ahead. After a prolonged contemplation, you ultimately resolve to draw upon the experiences from your previous simulation. However, this time, you were accompanied by Ji Xianyu. You arrived at the Ji family residence, where, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, you commanded Ji Xianyu to facilitate your union with Ji Qingxian. Yet, you refrained from marrying Ji Qingxian immediately, for you are a person who cherishes nostalgia. Even now, you can vividly recall the moment when you first wed. A mere alteration in that moment could lead to the birth of a different progeny. Subsequently, you made your way directly to the Zhen Guanwang mansion in Dali. At that time, the mansion remained unscathed. Everything appeared harmonious and stable. Naturally, you had no intention of rescuing your father-in-law. Despite your formidable strength, you were still no match for the royal family of Dali. Furthermore, Dali was distinct from Dawu, being a member of the Imperial Alliance, which undoubtedly housed formidable tribulation-crossing cultivators. You began to lie in wait, gradually honing your skills in the Great Wilderness Palm. Once you mastered the Great Wilderness Palm as your life's divine ability, your training speed accelerated significantly. In just 3 years, you achieved remarkable proficiency. That same year, the Dali royal family commenced their assault on the Zhen Guanwang. You informed Xiao Su in advance, hoping she could persuade the Zhen Guanwang to flee swiftly. However, he remained obstinate, despite having made some preparations for evacuation. He outwardly refused to believe that his brotherly companion, the Emperor of Dali, would turn against him. You regarded the Zhen Guanwang in silence, realizing that his reluctance to leave stemmed from his peak transformation stage. Faced with the entire Dali dynasty, where could he possibly escape? Calmly embracing death might be acceptable, but any attempt to resist would only endanger more lives. You departed Dali with Xiao Su. As you journeyed day and night, you swiftly reached the Diyu dynasty, where you settled the two of them in Taiping City. Alone, you ventured into the ancient wood realm. At that moment, the skeleton had yet to awaken, and to prevent it from devouring the villagers once more, you led them to the opposite end of the ancient wood realm. You drove away the beasts in this area, allowing the villagers to take refuge here. Although the villagers were puzzled by your actions, they dared not voice their doubts in light of your overwhelming power. You stepped into the ancestral hall, where your sense of impending danger subtly resurfaced, albeit significantly diminished. Gazing at the coffin enshrined at the top of the hall, a cold smile crept across your lips. With a swift motion, you unleashed the Great Wilderness Palm, channeling a terrifying force that surged toward the coffin. With a resounding crash, the coffin was instantly reduced to ashes, and from within emerged the familiar skeleton. Who are you? How dare you intrude upon my realm of the Celestial Soul Palace? The name Celestial Soul Palace is undoubtedly familiar to you, as it is the very force responsible for transforming Danjuezi into a soul entity. Its strength is unparalleled, renowned in the Eastern Continent's cultivation world, akin to the martial god palace, which is famed for its ancient practices. Yet, one must ponder, why does such a formidable power fail to fortify its own domain? Who orchestrated the occurrences within this ancient wood realm? You find yourself bewildered, but you choose not to dwell on it further. Your immediate task is to eradicate the skeleton that has relentlessly pursued you. With a thunderous shout, you unleash the great wilderness palm, sending forth countless palm prints that descend upon the skeleton like towering mountains. How dare you, young one? The skeleton exclaims, desperately evading your strikes. However, being merely at the foundational stage, it stands no chance against you. Upon the slightest contact with the great wilderness palm, its form disintegrates into dust. You hesitate not, launching innumerable palm prints until half of the ancient wood realm lies in ruins. Chapter 53. Soul searching for Su Xuan finally. It is dead beyond resurrection, is it not? You extend your spiritual sense to seek the skeleton's remnants, discovering that apart from the nascent golden core cultivator, Su Xuan, the ancient wood realm bears no trace of other cultivators. Fortunately, not everyone possesses the miraculous ability to resurrect like Su Xuan. You return to the encampment of the villagers in the ancient wood realm, presenting them with several tomes of martial arts you salvaged from the Zhengguan royal mansion. You caution the villagers about the perilous world beyond, advising them that even upon attaining cultivation, they must not venture outside the ancient wood realm for the next 2 centuries. Of course, your intentions are not born of benevolence, but rather a necessity. You must ensure the villagers' safety to successfully escort Su Xuan away from this realm. You commence your cultivation within the ancient wood realm and soon discover that, following the skeleton's complete disappearance, the villagers can indeed cultivate normally. It appears there was a profound connection between that skeleton and the villagers. In the 6th year, under your meticulous guidance as a nascent soul cultivator, the first foundational cultivator emerges from the ancient wood realm. He glimpses the world outside. However, due to witnessing your formidable power over the years, they have long revered you as a deity. Thus, the foundational cultivator dares not linger and promptly returns to the ancient wood realm. You successfully lead Su Xuan away from the ancient wood realm. In the 9th year, war erupts as anticipated. After much contemplation, you decide against leaving the great martial empire. This time, you resolve to deal with Su Xuan first. You return to Xuanhe village, informing your parents of the impending war, urging them to seek refuge in the valleys surrounding the heavenly demon mountain range. Then, you arrive at Su Xuan's residence. Is it you? Was initially taken aback. Having resided in Su Nh village for such an extended period, he had indeed encountered you before. Yet he could scarcely believe that someone without even a trace of chi cultivation could ascend to the nascent soul stage within a single day. You observed the astonishment etched upon his face, a slight smile gracing your lips as you inquired about the origins of the Tianqing grass. Startled, immediately questioned how you became aware of the existence of the Tianqing grass. You chose not to respond directly, but instead pointed out his identity as a cultivator of the outnet sect. You are from the martial god palace? Exclaimed. He raised his right hand, and in an instant, a heavy iron hammer materialized within his grasp. A mere parlor trick, he scoffed, empowered by your bloodline strength. Even the formidable Ji Xian, you could not withstand your might, let alone the insignificant. Within mere exchanges, you subdued him effortlessly. You pressed him for the origins of the Tianqing grass, threatening immediate refinement should he remain silent. Pleaded for mercy, divulging the tale of the Tianqing grass. It turned out that the Tianqing grass was, in fact, a peak 5th-tier shape-shifting beast, dispatched by the Tianqing royal family from the central continent to the eastern continent in search of a certain item, the nature of which he did not know. He had met the Tianqing grass over 30 years prior when it had already taken form and named itself a Qing. Their bond blossomed into love, culminating in the birth of. However, shortly after its arrival, disaster struck. The martial god palace located the Outyin sect and proclaimed that those not of their kin must harbor ill intentions, asserting that the Tianqing grass concealed a monumental secret. They demanded the surrender of the Tianqing grass, to which the Outyin sect could not acquiesce. Not only was the sect leader's grandson, but even if this had involved an ordinary disciple, the Outyin sect would not easily relent. Consequently, a fierce battle ensued between the two factions. With the outcome all too clear, the Outyin sect was defeated. Thereafter, the Outyin sect declared a closure of their mountains. Although managed to escape with a Qing, she suffered a grievous loss of her innate power, regressing to the form of Tianqing grass, while dared not utilize his own cultivation. Thus, they remained in this mortal village, awaiting a Qing's revival. Listening to's narrative, you nodded in understanding. It indeed unraveled many of the mysteries that had lingered in your mind. Regrettably, S fate was sealed. With a few decisive strikes, you swiftly ended his life. Seizing the Tianqing grass, you refined it in an instant. This time, however, you opted not to forge a contract with the Tianqing grass, for your current prowess afforded you numerous more suitable alternatives. Without hesitation, you made your way to Cole University. Harnessing your formidable spiritual sense, you located within mere breaths. Who approaches my Cole University? You inquired. Recognizing the newcomer, you realized that this individual was the very instigator responsible for your previous loss of cultivation during the last simulation. However, you merely etched this individual into your mind without directly executing him. After binding Su Xuan, you swiftly departed from the Kolai Academy. Is it really you? How could you possibly be so powerful? Su Xuan gasped in astonishment, but before he could finish, an overwhelming force surged towards his consciousness. You delved into his soul. Within the depths of his memories, you discovered a wealth of information, taking a full half-hour to comprehend. It turned out he was also a transmigrator. Like many others of his kind, he possessed a unique advantage, a golden finger that allowed him to glimpse into his future. This innate ability enabled him to foresee his fortunes, experiences, and even life and death. He carried the memories of his past life from birth. Initially, the name displayed in the life and death section of his golden finger was Su Xuan, but that changed upon your arrival. It indicated that you would ultimately be the one to end his life. Thus, the young Su Xuan dared not approach you and consistently evaded your presence. Of course, he had contemplated preemptively eliminating you, but that proved impossible. In his youthful world, Su Xuan was merely a middle-aged man, living a life of complacency, offering him no assistance. In stark contrast, you were the scion of the affluent Su family from Xuan village, always accompanied by numerous guards. How could he, uninitiated in the path of cultivation, stand against such formidable protectors? Consequently, he remained patient until he entered Kolai Academy and took Wang Gang as his mentor, at which point he devised plans to eliminate you. However, just as he was preparing to return to Xuan village to enact his scheme, you sought him out and captured him, extracting his very soul. This encapsulates Su Xuan's current memories. You cannot help but find it amusing. After all, prior to Su Xuan's aggression, you had never contemplated slaying him. In a mystical sense, you feel an unseen hand orchestrating these events. Chapter 54. The antagonist male lead. Su Xuan, and what of Su Xuan? You remain perplexed as to his true identity and the role he plays, questioning why he frequently appears in the memories of Chu Han and Su Xuan. Unable to ascertain the answer, you decide not to dwell on it. After all, you possess numerous opportunities for trial and error, even if Su Xuan has plotted against you. There will come a day of reckoning. With a single strike, you obliterate Su Xuan. In your perception, his essence does not dissipate entirely but rather flows like a stream, gradually drifting away. This remarkable quality of potential revival is truly astonishing. You shake your head, then seize that essence and swiftly refine it. From this moment forth, Su Xuan shall no longer exist in this world. 3 months later, the great martial dynasty has begun to descend into chaos. You await Chu Han's arrival quietly as you make your way along the retreat route of the Ji family. Hand over Ji Qingxian. And I shall treat today as if I never encountered the Ji family's entourage. Is it really you? Chu Han, you are still alive. I grant you one final opportunity. Surrender Ji Qingxian. Qingxian is not among our ranks. Huh? How could that be? Chu Han let out a cold laugh. All of Ji Qingxuan's family members were within this team, and how could she possibly be absent? Yet, Chu Han remained oblivious to the presence of a shadow that quietly emerged behind him as he looked down upon the Ji family. Xiao Han, be cautious. Dan Juezi intended to employ his ultimate technique, ghostly ascendancy, but the growing disparity between him and Chu Han rendered him powerless before he could execute his technique. He was apprehended. You are from the Heavenly Soul Palace. Huh. I never imagined that Dan Juezi would one day be captured by a Yuanian cultivator. Truly. A tiger fallen in the plains. Enough of this noise. With a fierce grip, you seize Dan Juezi, your formidable strength causing his soul form to waver. Were it not for the remnants of his past as a tribulation-transcending cultivator, you would have already dispatched him. With your other hand, you reached out and began to probe Chu Han's soul. Although Chu Han had revealed the truth to you during your Jindan stage, it paled in comparison to the authenticity you derived from a Yuanian-level soul search. In the midst of the soul search, after half an hour, you opened your eyes. Chu Han's memories were surprisingly more abundant than Su Xuan's. This individual was also a transmigrator. He had fallen asleep while reading a story about villains and subsequently found himself in this world. Moreover, his memories revealed that this world bore a striking resemblance to the one depicted in that villainous tale. Though he claimed to be the child of destiny, he would ultimately meet his demise at the hands of Gu Xuanxian. As for his current safety, it was solely because Gu Xuanxian had yet to make an appearance at this juncture. In his recollections, Gu Xuanxian would only emerge after the conflict between the dynasty alliance and the Xianhan dynasty had concluded, and all of these events were orchestrated by Gu Xuanxian himself from the shadows. Gu Xuanxian practiced demonic arts, covertly supporting the war between the dynasty alliance and the Xianhan dynasty. He severed the connection between the Xianhan dynasty and the upper realms. This maneuver plunged both sides into a stalemate. The dynasty alliance's forced recruitment of local cultivators was also at Gu Xuanxian's behest, for only through the demise of countless beings could Gu Xuanxian's demonic powers be rapidly augmented. So that was the case. This man had already paved his path to death. A glimmer of cold light flashed in your eyes. Yet, you remained uncertain how to eliminate Gu Xuanxian. For in Su Xuan's memories, Gu Xuanxian was an invincible entity. He hailed from the Taichu imperial court of the Central State's cultivation realm. That was a power reputed to overshadow even empires. Among all cultivation realms, there were only 3 imperial courts. They were the Taichu imperial court of the Central State, the Taiyan imperial court of the Northern Plains, and the Songlong imperial court of the Songhai realm. Given Gu Xuanxian's illustrious lineage, he was far beyond the reach of Chu Han. Even if Chu Han were to diligently cultivate for several millennia, he might only manage to secure a meager position within the Taichu imperial court. In Chu Han's recollection, the fierce battle between the dynasty alliance and the Xianhan dynasty had just concluded when Gu Xuanxian, utilizing demonic techniques, rapidly achieved breakthroughs. Shortly thereafter, the Taichu imperial court seized the opportunity to strike against the eastern continent's cultivation realm. It was during this conflict that Chu Han met his demise. Following this, Gu Xuanxian's rate of advancement became nothing short of miraculous. By continuously seizing opportunities from other fated individuals, he ascended successfully within mere centuries. This individual wielded immense power, orchestrating the grand tapestry of the eastern continent's cultivation narrative entirely to his advantage. You murmur to yourself. However, despite Gu Xuanxian's formidable influence, with the aid of the simulator, you firmly believe that the day will come when you shall annihilate him. Contemplating this, you eliminate Chu Han and then turn your gaze toward Dan Juezi, compelling him to heed your command. Dan Juezi initially resists but ultimately surrenders a fragment of his soul under your coercion and inducements. You gain control over Dan Juezi. This time, you lead everyone to the remote expanse of the eastern continent's most eastern region, the Great Wasteland. Adjacent to the Dreaming Ocean, although resources are scarce, the area is remarkably secure, as it neither belongs to the Dynasty Alliance nor the Xianhan Dynasty. Furthermore, due to the thin spiritual energy, even Golden Core cultivators find it arduous to practice here. Yet, this forsaken place becomes an ideal sanctuary for you, free from any potential threats. Even if cultivation proves impossible, you can rely on your leadership prowess to achieve breakthroughs. You establish your home here. Time swiftly passes, and before long, 50 years have elapsed. Having meticulously recorded the timing of your marriages, your offspring possess qualities and spiritual roots identical to those in your previous simulations. You bestow upon them the same names as before. However, this time, due to your absence from the Chaos Sea, you ultimately do not marry Chui Lingyun. Nevertheless, you find contentment in your circumstances. Under your guidance, your children swiftly marry and bear offspring. In just a few decades, you find yourself surrounded by numerous grandchildren. Although their current cultivation levels are modest and offer little assistance, with the inheritance of your bloodline power, they will inevitably reach elevated realms and provide you with significant support. Chapter 55, The Alchemical Codex of Immortals and Demons. You impart the Great Wasteland Beast God Codex and the Wasteland Divine Body Technique to your descendants. This time, you harbor no secrets. Due to the sparse spiritual energy of the Great Wasteland, your cultivation progresses at a sluggish pace, prompting you to dedicate the majority of your time to teaching your progeny. Their cultivation levels ascend remarkably swiftly. In the 65th year, with the assistance of the leader's power, your cultivation has ascended to the 3rd layer of the nascent soul stage. Though this marks your initial breakthrough, you are confident that the journey ahead will unfold with increasing ease. In the 71st year, bolstered by the leader's strength, your cultivation has now reached the 4th layer of the nascent soul stage. At this juncture, the entire Su family has already mastered the techniques you imparted. You find yourself with little to occupy your time. You begin to gather the scarce cultivation resources that exist within the vast wilderness. During one of your resource collection expeditions, you pass by a site known as the Tomb of Immortals. It is rumored that a true immortal once perished here. After the celestial being met its demise on this mountain, its blood flowed forth, imbuing the area with an abundance of spiritual energy, far surpassing that of other locales. However, due to the peculiar nature of this place, no cultivators dare to practice here. You remain somewhat skeptical. After all, the great wilderness harbors not a single golden core cultivator, and the most daring to explore this site would likely be, at best, a purple mansion cultivator. What could the so-called oddities truly signify? You venture into the tomb of immortals, intending to find a location with richer spiritual energy for the Su family. But at that moment, you feel an inexplicable attraction drawing you in. The source of this allure is somewhat mysterious. You cannot discern whether it is your innate talent guiding you or some unseen force beckoning you. After a moment of contemplation and lacking any warning from your instincts, you ultimately decide to step further into the tomb of immortals. The spiritual energy here is indeed dense, and as you ascend towards the peak, it becomes sufficient for cultivation even for nascent soul practitioners. Standing halfway up the mountain, you gaze downward, only to find that it is not as the rumors suggest. This is merely an ordinary mountain. Perhaps the unusual trees here have led the lower-tier cultivators to propagate exaggerated tales. Yet, recalling the cautionary tales from the ancient wood realm, you choose to test the spiritual energy here for yourself. You begin to meditate and cultivate in this place. A month passes without any change in your physical state. In fact, the purity of this spiritual energy is unparalleled, vastly superior to that which you utilized during your cultivation in the Great Martial Dynasty. You decide to shatter the peculiar trees here and return home to bring the members of the Su family. However, at that moment, a voice echoes in your ear. Young man, pause. Do you know what year and month it is this evening? Startled by the sudden voice, you first freeze, then scan your surroundings with your consciousness, discovering that the entire mountain is devoid of any presence. Just then, the voice resounds again. Following the sound, you carefully search with your spiritual sense, only to find that the one conversing with you is a stone turtle. A stone turtle can speak? You are momentarily bewildered. Yet, you soon remember that this is a fantastical world. After all, even the former Su Xuan was able to be reborn with mere chi refinement. So the existence of a talking stone turtle seems rather reasonable. You locate the stone turtle, its surface remarkably smooth. Though it may seem that many years of trials and tribulations have passed, it remains untainted. You confess to it that you are unaware of the current year. In the realm of cultivation in the Eastern continent, each dynasty possesses its own unit of measuring time. Upon hearing this, the stone turtle pauses momentarily before inquiring about the Taisong dynasty. Taisong, a myriad of memories flashes through your mind, yet ultimately, you realize that you possess no knowledge regarding this dynasty. You shake your head at the stone turtle, indicating your ignorance of this realm. With a heavy sigh, the stone turtle reveals his origins. He was once General Xian Yu of the Taisong imperial court, which was the dominant power in this world. However, as time passed and the first emperor of Taisong ascended, he vanished without a trace, leading to growing discontent among the forces opposing the Taisong imperial court. Eventually, a significant portion of the cultivation world rose in rebellion against its rule. Before being completely sealed, the Taisong imperial court had already reached a precarious state, with only the then crown prince, Ing Shao, leading the remaining cultivators in resistance. Yet, who would have thought that the Taisong imperial court would have long since faded into obscurity? It appears that Ing Zhao's quest for restoration has ultimately met with failure. Subsequently, the stone turtle inquires about who the most powerful cultivator in the current Eastern continent is. You find yourself at a loss. Although you have learned the names of many tribulation-crossing cultivators through various simulations, you remain ignorant of who possesses true strength. After all, these individuals are mostly in seclusion, and few have witnessed their prowess firsthand. Noticing your inability to answer his question, the stone turtle continues, asking if you know why the Eastern continent is currently the weakest among the 9 great cultivation realms. You are bewildered. You sense that this stone turtle, having been sealed for so long, may have lost his wits, posing questions that a mere nascent soul cultivator like yourself should not be expected to answer. However, after a moment of hesitation, you choose not to contradict him and respond, stating, I am unaware, esteemed elder, please enlighten me. The reason is that the most powerful dragon vein of the Eastern continent has been suppressed. In all the cultivation realms of Europe, the Eastern continent was blessed with the most abundant spiritual energy, giving rise to a formidable power like the Taisong imperial court. Yet, following that fateful war, the other great cultivation realms conspired to plunge us into an abyss of despair by directly suppressing the dragon vein of the Taisong imperial court. Upon hearing this, you are somewhat perplexed. If the dragon vein of the Eastern continent is indeed so powerful, why do the cultivators of the other realms not seek to seize it? Why instead suppress it? As if sensing your thoughts, the stone turtle elaborates. They cannot occupy this dragon vein because it is already infused with various violent and modeled spiritual energies. Only those with exceptionally powerful bloodlines can refine these energies using the methods of alchemy for immortals and demons. The Taizong Emperor Ing was such a person. As are you, although even the former crown prince Ing Shao fell short by a margin. As the stone turtle spoke, a dark tome materialized before your eyes. Chapter 56, Continuous Breakthrough. Inscribed upon it were the 4 striking characters, Refining Immortal Demon Classic. Is this for me? You inquired of the stone turtle. And upon receiving its affirmative response, you cautiously approached. Upon opening the Refining Immortal Demon Classic, an overwhelming torrent of words surged into your consciousness. An hour later, you exhaled a heavy breath of stagnant air. This tome is indeed formidable. The practice it entails follows an entirely demonic path. One can enhance their own cultivation by refining the cultivation of others, or compensate for various losses by absorbing the power of others. No wonder the Taizong imperial court was besieged by the cultivators of other realms back in the day. After all, practitioners seek longevity. So what does it mean to possess a technique that refines the cultivation of others? However, the conditions for mastering this technique are exceedingly complex. Merely possessing a potent bloodline is a significant hurdle for all cultivators. After all, there is but one way to obtain such a powerful bloodline, to endure 9 thunder tribulations and ascend to the realm of great completion. Only then can one perfectly align with this technique. A deficiency in bloodline strength would result in significant waste of absorbed cultivation. This was one of the crucial reasons for the downfall of Prince Ing Shao back in the day. Yet, how could one who cultivated such a powerful technique meet their demise? You could not suppress your curiosity. The stone turtle sighed softly, stating that the emperor did not fall. He ascended successfully, but at that moment of ascension, his path was obstructed. If fortune favored him, he should still be alive. I see, you nodded. Realizing that the emergence of these fated children led you to mistakenly believe that ascension in this world was a trap, much like in many others. After imparting the technique to you, the stone turtle fell silent, gazing skyward, lost in thought. Moments later, its form began to disintegrate. The once smooth surface became marred with cracks. With a deafening explosion, its body shattered, dissipating entirely into the ether. Alas, you sighed. You had intended to see if you could contract the stone turtle through the Great Wilderness Beast God Classic, but it seemed its lifespan had long since come to an end. Year 77. In this lifetime, due to your lack of a contracted beast, you successfully transitioned to the Refining Immortal Demon Classic. You discovered that this technique is indeed formidable. Regrettably, the path of cultivation is fraught with peril and bloodshed. Should one embark on this journey, failure to swiftly attain a lofty realm may result in a collective condemnation from the entire world of immortals. Presently, the vast wilderness is indeed a favorable locale, sparsely populated and unlikely to attract attention. However, it is also devoid of high-ranking cultivators, rendering the absorption of their prowess of little benefit to your advancement. You began to deliberate deeply and ultimately uncovered a critical insight. Within Chu Han's memories, it is revealed that the final confrontation between the Imperial Alliance and the Xianhan dynasty would claim the lives of countless cultivators. These souls would subsequently be devoured by the formidable Gu Xuan, who, upon gaining substantial power, would soon retaliate against the Eastern continent's cultivation community, resulting in widespread devastation and suffering. Yet, if you could refine the spiritual energy from the deceased cultivators prior to this calamity, Gu Xuan would not only be deprived of his enhancement, but it might also avert the impending catastrophe for the Eastern continent. Guided by the instructions of the shattered stone turtle, you entered the sealed dragon vein. It was unclear how long this place had been sealed, but a considerable amount of spiritual energy had already leaked out. You discerned that this energy was indeed as turbulent and mottled as the stone turtle had described, rendering it impossible for ordinary cultivators to absorb. Any attempt to forcibly absorb it would surely lead to madness. In contrast, the Refining Immortal and Demon Tome claims to possess the ability to refine all, and even those with insufficient bloodline strength would merely absorb a portion of the energy, wasting the remainder. You commenced your seclusion to cultivate and refine the spiritual energy here. In the 82nd year, you had refined a substantial amount of energy. Although your cultivation of the Refining Immortal and Demon was ongoing, the violent and mottled energy had nonetheless inflicted considerable harm upon your physical form. You were perpetually engulfed in anguish. Fortunately, effort bore fruit as your cultivation successfully ascended to the 5th layer of the nascent soul stage. Simultaneously, you felt the power of leadership continuously nurturing you. By the 87th year, you had refined the majority of the spiritual energy present, and during this time, you had grown accustomed to the suffering within your body. Your cultivation reached the 6th layer of the nascent soul stage. glancing at the dwindling spiritual energy remaining. You began to devise a method to unseal the dragon vein. Despite its tumultuous nature, the energy here was fundamentally pure, and should you continue your practice in this location, it would not be long before you achieved the God transformation realm. You initiated the unsealing process. Unfortunately, your attempt was met with failure. In the course of your endeavor, you inadvertently triggered the countermeasures of the seal. Uncertain of the identity behind the mechanism, you recognized that lingering here was ill-advised. You forcibly refined the leaked spiritual energy and returned to the Su family. You resumed your seclusion to refine the energy within your body. In the 90th year, with the aid of the leader's power and these spiritual energies, you have successfully attained the 7th level of the nascent soul. Over the years, Su Xuan has merged with her past life soul. Her cultivation has progressed by leaps and bounds, swiftly reaching the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Even at this moment, she remains guided by her current life soul. She is even seeking opportunities to avenge her father, King Zhenguan. You have brought her to the 4 holy heavenly palace. Knowing that Su Xuan possesses considerable fortune, the great wilderness domain is not her stage. The vermilion bird envoy of the 4 holy heavenly palace received you both. Her name is Su Xuan, possessing the cultivation of the 8th level of transformation. You are somewhat perplexed, for you are aware that 30 years hence, Su Xuan will become the new vermilion bird envoy. What then will become of Su Xuan? Will she meet the same fate as you once crafted in your tales, falling victim to others? Or will she successfully break through to the void realm and ascend to a higher echelon within the 4 holy heavenly palace? Chapter 57, Refinement. All of this remains beyond your knowledge. You leave Su Xuan a substantial amount of cultivation resources, advising her to avoid participating in the Divine Sword's secret realm 30 years hence. She agrees, although you both have been preoccupied with cultivation and have not developed profound feelings. There exists an inexplicable sentiment, that of family. This reflects the reality for most partners in the realm of cultivation. Partners pursuing longevity are often engrossed in their practices, leaving little room for romance. The term partner merely denotes a companion. The same holds true for progeny. Typically, only those who see no hope in their path choose to extend their lineage and establish families. You, however, stand as an exception. After bidding farewell to Su Xuan and Su Xuan, you do not return to the Su family, but instead head directly to the chaotic Star Isles. In truth, you had no intention of going to the chaotic Star Isles. Yet, now you possess the refined immortal demon codex. With the chaotic Star Isles soon to be besieged by sea beasts, it presents an ideal opportunity for you to employ the codex. In the 91st year, you arrive at the chaotic Star Isles. Everything here remains as you remember. Chui Fengyu's breakthrough has failed, as his lifespan completely wanes. The Chui family will soon meet its demise. You choose not to assist the Chui family immediately, instead patiently awaiting the sea beast's assault on the chaotic Star Isles. In the 94th year, an endless horde of sea beasts begins their onslaught on the chaotic Star Isles. Due to the presence of a 6th-tier water serpent among the sea beasts, many cultivators on the Isles can only resist with great difficulty, awaiting reinforcements from the Chaos Sea. After reaping considerable benefits from Chui Fengyu, you begin to assist the Chui family in their evacuation. Simultaneously, you notice that, because you did not aid Chui Fengyu in gathering resources this time, he has not attempted a breakthrough, but instead has retained even more resources. Soon, some islands begin to fall. Countless low-tier cultivators continuously perish. Seizing the opportune moment, you activated your cultivation technique, refining all the remaining powers within them that had yet to dissipate completely. Your cultivation level ascended to the 8th layer of the nascent soul stage. However, before you could savor your triumph, the malevolent water serpent set its sights upon you. Though merely a low-grade 6th-tier beast, its extraordinary bloodline endowed it with formidable combat prowess. You found yourself on the defensive, retreating under its relentless assault. Fortunately, the island lords provided substantial assistance in your defense. The chaotic star formation coalesced into a colossal sword, striking towards the water serpent. The sound of metal clashing echoed, yet the water serpent emerged unscathed. Instead, the immense sword enraged it further, compelling it to unleash its innate divine ability without restraint. Unlike humans, demonic beasts possess innate abilities that are inherent to their nature. Any beast that reaches the 5th tier invariably possesses such a divine ability, and there's encompass a wide array of forms. Some excel in combat, others enhance their physicality, and some even assist in cultivation. The water serpent's innate ability belonged to the former category. With a thunderous roar, it summoned countless waves that coalesced into a serpentine form. Unwilling to falter, you unleashed your formidable powers, sending forth an endless barrage of palm strikes. The resounding impacts echoed as your strikes dissipated, while the water dragon continued to thrash menacingly in the skies. You realized that you were likely no match for it. Yet, you remained unfazed. As the refining immortal demon scripture activated fully, swiftly drawing upon the spiritual energies of the recently deceased cultivators on the island. However, due to the proximity to your breakthrough threshold, you were compelled to refine the powers of several fated individuals. Your cultivation level surged once more, reaching the 9th layer of the nascent soul stage. Yet, the individuals whose powers you had refined soon withered away, their anguished cries attracting the attention of others. Notably, Wang Beixian, the lord of the extreme North Islands, stepped forward to condemn your actions. A cold smile crept upon your lips as you swiftly appeared behind him. Channeling the great wilderness palm with all your might, you struck him down, instantly refining him. In an instant, the cultivators of the chaotic Star Islands erupted into a tumult of outrage, denouncing your actions. You shook your head, perplexed, for in your eyes, the impending invasion of the sea beasts meant these individuals were fated to perish on the chaotic Star Islands. Yet, if you could save the lives of the entire chaotic Star Islands cultivators at the cost of a few, would that not be a great deed? Though you did not comprehend their sentiments, you still offered them respect. With a flurry of palm strikes, you shattered several nearby protective formations before vanishing into thin air. In just a few short days, all the cultivators of the chaotic Star Islands were annihilated. Unlike the previous occasion, this time, apart from a few island masters who departed early, no one successfully escaped. Those who harbored intentions of fleeing all perished at your hands. Your cultivation has significantly advanced. However, a bottleneck has emerged. You are acutely aware that this represents the threshold to transcendence, which cannot be surmounted solely through the refinement of the immortal demon codex. In the 95th year, you arrived at the city where the Chui family temporarily resided. You encountered Chui Fengyu. Although he did not attempt a breakthrough this time, and possessed a longer lifespan, he still bore the marks of age and decay. You conveyed your intentions to marry Chui Lingyun. He was taken aback. While perplexed by your thoughts, he promptly began making arrangements. Before long, you wed Chui Lingyun. And in the same year, your 5th child was born. She possessed the familiar attributes of dual spiritual roots, ice and gold. You named her Su Qingning. In the 120th year, Chui Fengyu passed away. Yet, he could not cultivate a second nascent soul practitioner for the Chui family before his demise. You recognized that their innate qualities were severely lacking. Indeed, without Chui Fengyu's assistance, it is likely that none among them would have attained even the golden core stage. You took with you a portion of the Chui family members willing to follow you and returned to the great wilderness domain. After settling everyone, you resumed your cultivation. In the 126th year, your physical refinement successfully ascended to the late 5th stage. At this juncture, you felt confident, unperturbed even in the face of the monstrous water dragon once more. In that same year, your descendants continually broke through to the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Their rate of advancement diminished, prompting requests to relocate to areas conducive to more rapid cultivation. You graciously acquiesced to their wishes. After providing each with some cultivation resources, you sent them to the burial Immortal Mountain. In the 127th year, you visited the Divine Sword ruins, accompanied by Su Xuan. However, you refrained from allowing her entry into the ruins. Instead, you both quietly awaited outside the secret realm. You understood that even without Tang Chuan, the Kailai Academy remained formidable. They were highly likely to succeed in acquiring the final inheritance, which would inevitably lead to a conflict between the Imperial Alliance and the Kailai Academy. Time swiftly passed, and the day marking the end of the secret realm arrived. As anticipated, with significantly fewer participants, the legacy of the Divine Sword ultimately fell into the hands of senior brother Dai. Hand over the inheritance, you scoundrels of the Kailai Academy. Ah, Lord Shun, do not be hasty. The one who has secured the inheritance is none other than the 3rd prince of our Deluo dynasty, Dai Tianhu. I implore you to grant our Deluo dynasty some regard. You are of Deluo. Why does this individual appear among the ranks of the Kailai Academy? Lord Shen cast his gaze towards the individual from Deluo. Subsequently, the individual from the Great Luo dynasty began his introduction. He identified himself as Dai Zhong, the captain of the royal guard of the Great Luo dynasty. Not long ago, the dynasty had just endured a fierce struggle for succession. 9 princes, along with their subordinates, engaged in both overt and covert conflicts. Ultimately, the 2nd prince, Dai Tianxiao, ascended to the position of crown prince. Despite his victory, in a display of benevolence, the 2nd prince chose not to eliminate his brothers. However, the remaining princes understood that the Great Luo dynasty no longer offered them a refuge, compelling them to seek alliances with other powers. Very well, we shall spare the Great Luo, but we must extract his soul. My lord, Dai Zhong hastily approached. Yet the interests of the dynasty alliance were beyond the sway of a single individual. In mere moments, the dynasty alliance had reached an agreement with the Qilai Academy and taken away Dai Tianhu. From a distance, you observed this development with a furrowed brow. You were surprised to discover that Dai Tianhu had connections with the dynasty alliance, averting a potential conflict between the alliance and Qilai Academy. After a moment of hesitation, you resolved to follow the dynasty alliance and ascertain the situation. Several hours later, the dynasty alliance's procession continued until it halted at a place known as Yuan's City. This was once the site of the martial king city, now transformed into a new stronghold after being seized by the Great Yuan dynasty. You initially intended to capture Dai Tianhu after the alliance's cultivators completed their soul extraction, but unexpectedly, an unforeseen event transpired. Several robed figures descended from the sky, heading straight for Dai Tianhu. "Who are you?" Lord Chen exclaimed, brandishing his sword, yet the robed figures did not flinch. They charged directly towards Dai Tianhu, determined to reclaim him at any cost. You witnessed this scene unfold, and the identity of the robed figures became evident. They were individuals from the Great Luo dynasty. It seemed Dai Zhong, upon learning of Dai Tianhu's inheritance, had directly contacted the royal family. After all, this concerned the legendary sword sage's legacy. If successfully obtained, it was a sure path to transcendence, if not to the Great Ascension, at least to the crossing tribulation stage. Though the Great Luo dynasty was distant, dispatching a few nearby cultivators was entirely feasible. It appeared that the dynasty alliance was not entirely unified. You murmured to yourself, refocusing your gaze ahead. After the robed figures had sacrificed several lives, they finally managed to seize Dai Tianhu. However, at this moment, Dai Tianhu's body was forcibly subjected to soul extraction by Lord Chen, leaving him in a state of exhaustion. "Humph, the soul extraction is complete. Take him back to report." Upon hearing this, the leading robed figure, though seething with anger, dared not linger any longer and had no choice but to carry Dai Tianhu back to report. You quietly followed behind, sensing a glimmer of opportunity. Once you confirmed that there were no members of the Imperial Alliance pursuing you from behind, you made your move. With a single strike, you severely wounded one of the cloaked figures. The remaining two exchanged glances, astonished that a mere nascent soul cultivator would dare to ambush them. And they attacked you without hesitation. However, at that moment, they were significantly depleted of energy and utterly fatigued. Although they possessed the cultivation of the transformation stage, they had already reached their limits. In contrast, despite being merely at the peak of the nascent soul stage, you were bolstered by the power of your bloodline. And your cultivation was robust and harmonious. In less than a quarter of an hour, all the cloaked figures had fallen to your prowess. You seized the ailing Dai Tianhu and initiated a soul search. As you probed his mind, a smile crept upon your lips at the influx of information. Indeed, soul searching was a remarkable technique. Within Dai Tianhu's consciousness, you not only uncovered the legacy of the divine sword true monarch, but also learned numerous secrets of the Luo dynasty, including the recent struggle for succession. Initially, the most promising candidates for the throne were the first prince, Dai Tianlin, and the third prince, Dai Tianhu. Yet, it was the unremarkable second prince, Dai Tianxiao, who ultimately prevailed. The reason for this unexpected outcome lay in the constant presence of mysterious cultivators who safeguarded Dai Tianxiao. These individuals were not only formidable in strength, but also fiercely loyal, and they were entities that Dai Tianhu had never even heard of. After all, in the Eastern Continent's cultivation world, how could any powerful figure above the transformation stage remain obscure? This led Dai Tianhu to suspect that Dai Tianxiao had garnered the favor of some enigmatic force or hidden family. Upon witnessing this memory, you were struck with astonishment. For Dai Tianhu, being a mere native, it was understandable that he could not grasp the intricacies of the situation. However, as a transmigrator, you immediately recognized the significance of this development. Dai Tianxiao was not merely the recipient of some mysterious entity's patronage. He undoubtedly wielded a formidable advantage. After concluding the soul search, you deftly crushed Dai Tianhu's neck with a gentle grip. Subsequently, you unleashed a palm strike, obliterating his body, rendering him utterly vanished from existence. Dai Tianxiao, indeed, piqued your interest. You entrusted the obtained El Xian Sword Classic to Mu Ningxuang and instructed her to return to the grave of immortals for cultivation. Meanwhile, you made your way to the Great Abyss to join the Imperial Alliance. In the 13th year, leveraging your peak nascent soul cultivation, you successfully integrated into the Imperial Alliance. Due to your extraordinary combat prowess, you ascended to the position of a squad leader, tasked with leading a group of golden core and nascent soul cultivators to launch a surprise attack on the Xianhan dynasty. You diligently followed through with the plan. In that year, You dismantled several minor families and sects within the Xianhan dynasty, resulting in a notable enhancement of your own strength. However, due to the absence of elixirs to assist you, you resolved to postpone your breakthrough until your cultivation became more solid. The 146th year arrived. Your troop wreaked havoc in the outer regions of the Xianhan dynasty, committing unspeakable atrocities, soon garnering the attention of the dynasty. They dispatched numerous formidable experts to encircle you. Yet you skillfully countered each assault. Remarkably, during these skirmishes, you even managed to slay several god transformation practitioners. In a fleeting moment, your name resounded throughout the Xianhan dynasty, instilling fear even in the infants, who refrained from crying upon hearing it. By the 150th year, after years of preparation, you endeavored to break through. This time, you were thoroughly equipped, as the rewards of diligence and leadership had amassed an extraordinary amount of power within you. As anticipated, your breakthrough was triumphant. You ascended to become a god transformation powerhouse, thereby extending your lifespan to 1,500 years, granting you the opportunity to witness the rise and fall of numerous forces. Yet, you did not grow complacent, continuing to relentlessly hunt down the practitioners of the Xianhan dynasty. Although these individuals were of low cultivation and offered minimal assistance, even the smallest gains were valuable. In the 153rd year, your actions were recognized by the Dynasty Alliance, which rewarded you with a substantial supply of cultivation resources. They publicly commended your endeavors and elevated your rank, appointing you as a captain within the alliance. You remained undeterred, fully aware that in 23 years, the Xianhan dynasty would face annihilation, and the final battle between the two factions was expected to occur within the next 5 to 10 years. In this interim, you resolved to fervently enhance your cultivation. By the 168th year, you successfully attained the second level of god transformation. Furthermore, leveraging your accumulated merits, you exchanged for two powerful techniques within the Dynasty Alliance. One was known as the Great Sun King Body, a technique of body refinement, perfectly suited for your practice. Within 5 months, you had grasped its fundamentals. This technique, embodying the essence of strength and vitality, significantly augmented your physical form, rendering it nearly indestructible. The other technique, named Flying Sky Crossing, was an exceedingly rare movement technique and the only one of its kind offered by the Dynasty Alliance. However, its sole utility lay in travel or escape, providing negligible assistance in combat. When executed, it enveloped you in a peculiar ethereal aura, but if this aura was disrupted, the technique would falter immediately. It was, in many respects, rather ineffectual on the battlefield. Yet, for you, it held a distinct advantage. You could employ it to swiftly utilize the refining immortal demonic cannon to absorb the yet-to-be dispersed cultivation energy. You have devoted 7 months to mastering this formidable skill. Your celestial ascension has successfully reached a profound state of completion. In the 173rd year, the final battle has commenced, occurring much later than your calculations predicted. You have been assigned to infiltrate the immortal Han dynasty under the command of General Wei Zhan, aiming to strike at the heart of the enemy. Instantly, you sense something amiss. Not to mention that General Wei Zhan is merely a void refinement practitioner, lacking the capability to mount such an offensive. Furthermore, among his soldiers, apart from yourself, there are only 2 who have attained the transformation stage. With such a meager force, it seems unlikely that even a single city could be besieged. Yet, even upon realizing the discrepancies, you dare not voice your concerns and follow General Wei Zhan into the immortal Han dynasty. Days later, once you have infiltrated the immortal Han dynasty, you finally muster the courage to inquire about the true purpose of this expedition. His reply is exactly as you anticipated. It turns out that your unit is essentially a sacrificial force, designed to attract the attention of the immortal Han dynasty. Every member of this contingent, from General Wei Zhan to the most ordinary soldier, is a wanted figure on the immortal Han dynasty's bounty list. The practitioners of the immortal Han dynasty harbor a deep-seated desire to capture or kill you. You feel a surge of incredulity and subsequently question General Wei Zhan as to why he would heed the commands of the Dynasty Alliance to march to certain death. With a soft sigh, he responds, "Do you think I wish for this? However, if I do not comply, my entire clan will suffer the consequences, even my sister, who is the Empress." He contemplates that dying heroically may grant him a respectable legacy, whereas being compelled to perish would leave him with a tarnished reputation for eternity. Wei Zhan shakes his head and asserts that with him present, no one can escape. Everyone must face death together. You silently curse under your breath but still manage to voice your thoughts. General, you have reached the pinnacle of void refinement, mere steps away from becoming a transcendent practitioner, granting you a lifespan of 5,000 years. Each lightning tribulation you overcome adds another 5,000 years to your life. And surviving 9 tribulations could extend your existence by 50,000 years. How can you resign yourself to perish here? Upon hearing this, a flicker of regret passes through Wei Zhan's eyes. Truth be told, he too is unwilling to accept such a fate. Yet, he recognizes that he is the only bait capable of drawing the attention of the immortal Han Dynasty's transcendent practitioners. Noticing Wei Zhan's hesitance, you seize the moment to implore him, General, awaken. We are but insignificant cultivators. Our current realm is our utmost limit, while you possess a promising future, potentially becoming a revered ancestor. But our Wei clan, the Wei clan? Humph. Once you achieve the transcendent realm, you can establish another clan. In 5,000 years, who knows how many Wei clans could be founded, with you as the progenitor. Indeed, General, your exceptional talent must not be squandered alongside us. The others in the group, witnessing Wei Zhan's wavering resolve, begin to voice their encouragement. After all, most of them are independent cultivators who joined the Dynasty Alliance for the sake of training resources, not to sacrifice their lives. Chapter 60. Farewell to Taiyang Xuanzia. My esteemed companions, so be it. I shall defy the imperial decree just this once. With these words, Wei Zhan tore through the fabric of the void with bare hands, stepping into the abyss and vanishing without a backward glance. As you observed his departing figure, a moment of speechlessness washed over your countenance. After all, who among those who have lived for centuries does not know one another? It was evident that Wei Zhan had long harbored intentions of retreat. He merely sought a graceful exit. Otherwise, how could he be swayed by your mere words? You parted ways with the others, embarking on your quest for an escape. Most chose to take the long way back to the territory of the Imperial Alliance. Yet you were acutely aware that such a course was utterly impossible. The Imperial Alliance had undoubtedly prepared for your departure, having sent you forth. Unless one possessed the power to rend the void, returning to the Imperial Alliance in such a brazen manner would surely lead to capture. As for Wei Zhan's predicament, the Imperial Alliance must hold some fatal leverage over him, compelling him to embrace a fate of demise. In the prior simulation, the final battle concluded swiftly, merely within 3 years, leading you to surmise that he had willingly accepted his death. However, in this simulation, he seemed less inclined towards such an end. What then had brought about this transformation? All of this remained a mystery to you, though it bore little relevance to your current circumstances. Your immediate task was to transcend your cultivation before Gu Xuanxian could do so. In the 174th year, as your group remained unresponsive for an extended period, the Imperial Alliance was left with no choice but to march their forces forward. To appease Gu Xuanxian's appetite, they initially dispatched lower-tier cultivators. Nevertheless, what utility could such cultivators provide in the War of Annihilation? An endless tide of lower-tier cultivators was swiftly vanquished within mere moments by the Xianhan dynasty. You observed the situation discreetly, refraining from any rash actions, for you understood that both sides' tribulation stage cultivators were fixated on this land. Li Yuan, are you truly willing to be a mere pawn of the Taichu imperial court? A middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe erupted with fury within the territory of the Xianhan dynasty, the fabric of his robe billowing in the wind, seemingly echoing his inner discontent. Yet, the Emperor of Deyuan retorted with scorn. Ha ha ha, the world has long suffered under the tyranny of Xianhan. We are the righteous army, here to rescue the eastern continent from calamity. Very well, let us meet in earnest. I shall see just how much weight you barbaric monarchs carry. As his words fell, 5 figures emerged behind the Emperor of Xianhan, all tribulation stage cultivators, with the white-haired elder among them exuding a profound aura, likely having transcended more than one thunder tribulation. Excellent. Let us indeed prove ourselves. The Emperor of Dayuan raised his head, and beside him appeared 8 tribulation stage cultivators. Gu Jusi, Gu Shifeng, you have indeed arrived. As the words of the Emperor of Xianhan echoed, 3 figures materialized beside him. You turned your gaze towards the source of the sound, and to your astonishment, one individual bore an uncanny resemblance to Tang Shui. Clad in a crimson robe with flowing white hair and wielding a demonic sword, he exuded formidable strength. No sooner had he appeared than he unleashed a strike towards the direction of the Dynasty Alliance. Tang Lu, is it you? You're alive. Have you even transcended the second tribulation? Tang Lu remained silent, raising his hand once more to deliver another strike. This disdainful gesture incited a chaotic melee among the numerous tribulation cultivators present. You observed from a distance, yet the intensity of the battle was overwhelming. The void shattered, with spatial turbulence manifesting all around. Despite your utmost concentration, the specifics of the conflict remained obscured. Simultaneously, skirmishes among other mid- and high-tier cultivators erupted, filling the air with the sounds of combat and fluctuations of spiritual energy. Hidden in the shadows, you seized the opportunity amidst the turmoil to venture towards the battleground of the low-tier cultivators, activating the magic tome. Days passed, and your cultivation successfully ascended to the third layer of the transformation stage, filling your heart with joy as you realized this indeed was your fortuitous ground. You continued to seek further opportunities. The scale of this war was vast, with both sides deploying numerous combatants, particularly on the side of the Dynasty Alliance. Nearly half of the low-tier cultivators from the Eastern Continent's cultivation realm had been gathered. In this battlefield, low-tier cultivators fell like cannon fodder, their lives extinguished relentlessly. Their aim was simple: to curry favor with Su Xuan and assist in his cultivation of demonic arts. After all, without Su Xuan's aid, even the combined might of all other dynasties would struggle to match the Xianon dynasty. Regrettably, all of this would ultimately serve as a garment for your own ascension. As the war escalated, the spiritual energy you could absorb grew more abundant. After a fortnight, you successfully broke through the bottleneck, reaching the fourth layer of the transformation stage. Simultaneously, your first tribulation of transformation arrived. The tribulation consists of two phases, encountered at the fourth and seventh layers of transformation. This initial tribulation bore limited power, merely refining the cultivator's spiritual energy, enhancing its robustness. However, given the circumstances, you found yourself amidst the battlefield. A shiver coursed through you as you felt the impending trial. Just as the tribulation began to coalesce, someone took notice of you. Clad in white and at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, this individual exuded formidable prowess. And you sensed an ominous warning emanating from him. "It's you," he exclaimed with a shriek. Before he could make another move, you turned and fled, empowered by the might of your bloodline. All your attributes, including speed, surged. Although you were merely at the fourth layer of transformation, you outpaced the white-clad individual at the pinnacle. However, just as you relished your swift escape, a longsword suddenly barred your path. "Hey, young one, where do you think you're running to?" Gazing upon this longsword, you finally recalled the identity of the person before you. Tian Xuanzi. Although he has appeared multiple times in various simulations, your encounters with him have been few and far between. However, the transformation he has undergone is so significant that it initially eluded your recognition. Moreover, his cultivation has astonishingly ascended from the second level of the transformation of spirit to the pinnacle of this realm. Such a rapid enhancement is rare even within the vast realm of cultivation, verging on the miraculous. Chapter 61. The initial battle with Su Xuan. The shock within Tian Xuanzi's heart is no less than yours. Over 2 centuries ago, after you suppressed the elder of the Tian Xian sect and seized the inheritance of the great wilderness, you vanished without a trace. By the time he emerged from his seclusion, it was already too late. Fortunately, a few cultivators had observed that battle from afar. Tian Xuanzi gleaned information and images of you from them. However, he was astounded to discover that the one capable of effortlessly subduing the elder of the Tian Xian sect was merely at the second level of the nascent soul stage. Now, you have made a meteoric rise to the fourth level of the transformation of spirit. This led him to conclude that you harbor great secrets. Upon realizing that Tian Xuanzi recognized you, you chose not to flee again. You understood that this individual had already forged a path towards your demise. Should he disseminate news of your astonishing rate of advancement, it would surely attract trouble from those crossing tribulations. The clash between you is imminent. Facing Tian Xuanzi, you ignited your essence blood, channeling all your energy into your techniques, unleashing a terrifying aura that resonated through the heavens and the earth. Before Tian Xuanzi could utter a word, he was relentlessly pushed back by your successive assaults. Witnessing your fierce determination from the very onset, Tian Xuanzi's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated that you would dare adopt such a reckless strategy on this battlefield. Did you not fear that your essence blood would deplete, leaving you vulnerable to ambush? However, there was no time for contemplation. He found himself rapidly cornered into a life-or-death situation. "Arrogant Junior, taste my sword." Whoosh! Tian Xuanzi soared into the sky. Wielding his long sword, and with a single, devastating strike, the terrifying sword chi cleaved through the starry river, as if intent on splitting the entire battlefield in two. He too was desperate. Having witnessed your might, he not only unleashed his innate divine ability, but also spat out a mouthful of essence blood to amplify his technique. Yet, once his essence blood was expended, it was gone for good, while yours could be replenished through the refinement of immortal demons. The refinement of immortal demons was operating at full capacity, allowing you to refine the immense spiritual energy around you. Your previously diminished essence blood was restored. Here it comes. The manifestation of the great sun monarch emerged, and as your essence blood burned, the great sun monarch ascended in stature, like a radiant deity descending upon the world. Simultaneously, the powers of your bloodline, the golden spirit body, and the ancestral goddess body refinement technique surged forth, causing your aura to swell uncontrollably. Beneath their layered defenses, You summoned all your strength to deliver a resounding palm strike. With a sharp crack, the moment your palm imprint collided with the sword chi, the latter disintegrated into nothingness. Undeterred, the palm imprint continued its trajectory, crashing into Tian Xuanzi's chest. In an instant, he transformed into a mist of crimson. Nevertheless, your vigilance remained unyielding. For the sense of impending danger within you was not only undiminished but rather intensified. You understood that Tian Xuanzi was not the source of this threat. At that moment, a deep and gravelly voice resonated. Ha ha ha, splendid. I did not expect such supreme demonic arts to exist in the realm of Dongzhou. Turning towards the voice, you beheld a figure whose cultivation was merely at the initial stage of transformation, yet every gesture exuded an air of confidence. He stood there as if he were the central figure of this world, rendering you acutely aware of your own insignificance, though you had never encountered this individual before. His demeanor led you to deduce his identity, Gu Xuanxian. This protagonist from Chuhan's memories made his entrance in such an unexpected manner. You regarded Gu Xuanxian with a calm demeanor, narrowing your eyes in an attempt to see through him. Yet, you failed, for no matter how intently you scrutinized him, he remained an ordinary cultivator at the transformation stage, 3 spirit roots, devoid of a spiritual body, and possessing a mediocre bloodline. Such a being could easily be vanquished with a single strike. How could he possibly evoke a sense of crisis? Yet, given his role as the protagonist in Chuhan's memories, he could not be merely an ordinary individual. The more you pondered, the more evident it became that Gu Xuanxian was far from simple. Instead of confronting Gu Xuanxian, you began to channel your energy into the cultivation of the immortal demon arts, desperately replenishing the void within your body. How dare you absorb my resources? Bold indeed. Gu Xuanxian scoffed, a formidable demonic blade manifesting in his hand, radiating overwhelming malice. The blade enveloped the entire sky, and boundless demonic energy surged forth, hurtling towards you. To your astonishment, this was a pseudo-immortal artifact. A wave of dread washed over you. Such artifacts could only be wielded by those who had transcended tribulations. For anyone else, even the most abundant energy would be insufficient to activate them. What empowered this man? Although bewildered, you refused to be passive. You ignited your corporeal strength, expended your cultivation, and detonated your spiritual body, trading it for a fleeting surge of power. Great wilderness palm. A simple palm strike erupted, infused with all the energy coursing through your being. Your physical form crumbled, collapsing to the ground. Yet, the impact of your attack was strikingly profound. Channeling the entirety of your power, your palm surged towards the demonic blade, resulting in a deafening clash. Boom. The pseudo-immortal blade faltered. A flicker of panic crossed Gu Xuanxian's eyes as he prepared to strike again. However, at this moment, it was too late. The formidable palm strike hurtled directly towards his face, poised to shatter his skull when, in an instant, the space beside Gu Xuanxian twisted and he vanished from sight entirely. Indeed, he disappeared without a trace. Under your spiritual perception, you can scarcely detect his existence. There is no time to ponder this development. You are acutely aware that numerous powerful beings have arrived from the Taichu imperial court, and should they decide to intervene, it would spell your doom. You plunge back into the fray, fervently slaying foes while activating the refining immortal demon cannon. Countless cultivators fall prey to your grasp, their cultivation forcibly refined. Through this frenzied enhancement, your cultivation swiftly ascends to the 5th layer of the transformation spirit stage. Yet, simultaneously, you become the focal point of the entire battlefield. The Imperial Alliance remains relatively unfazed, for their practices are varied, with many dynasties delving into demonic arts. However, the self-proclaimed righteous Xianan dynasty would never tolerate your actions. Several cultivators charge towards you, and at their forefront, avoid opening cultivator tiers through the fabric of reality. Appearing directly at your side, get lost. The energy within you continually replenishes and ignites, an oscillating sensation that threatens to tear you apart. Yet, you remain resolute in your purpose. Elevation. Chapter 62. 5th layer of transformation spirit. Ascending to the heavenly profound sect, you exert all your strength to propel the great sun Mingwang body and the primitive god refining body technique. Disregarding the onslaught of your assailants as you race towards the core of the battlefield. Time is of the essence. Only within the core can you swiftly achieve a breakthrough in your cultivation. Bang, bang, bang. Multiple attacks strike against your flesh, causing your blood and chi to surge uncontrollably. At last, you arrive at the heart of the battlefield. The refining immortal demon cannon operates at full capacity, an inexhaustible force flooding into your being. Your physical form is restored, and the burning essence of your cultivation is replenished. However, the overwhelming presence of the refining immortal demon cannon attracts even more attention. countless cultivators turn their gazes upon you. At this moment, not only the Xianhan dynasty, but even the Imperial Alliance casts unfriendly glances your way. Nevertheless, you remain undeterred by the unfolding circumstances. You again channel your power to its fullest extent, and before the astonished onlookers, your cultivation surges once more, successfully breaking through to the 5th layer of transformation spirit. Yet, at this juncture, you have not even weathered the tribulation of the 4th layer, and it is evident to all that something is amiss. A torrent of attacks rains down upon you, your corporeal form sustaining severe injuries. Yet simultaneously, boundless power is absorbed by the refining immortal demon cannon, compensating for your losses. You cannot help but marvel at the might of the refining immortal demon cannon. Truly, it is an immortal art, a stark contrast to the 9th-tier beast god cannon. Alas, just as you are poised to make yet another breakthrough, Su Xuan has summoned the tribulation cultivators of the Taichu Imperial Court. This individual is none other than Gu Jusi, mentioned by the Emperor of Xianhan. In the fleeting moment where he was engaged in a fierce battle with an immortal cultivator, he suddenly found himself standing beside you. You attempted to employ the technique of flying to escape, but as you just began your ascent, a single punch struck you. Your body, which had been able to withstand the might of a void-refining cultivator, was instantly shattered. In the blink of an eye, your primordial spirit was obliterated, leaving you with no chance to defend yourself. Such is the overwhelming power of a tribulation transcendent. You are dead. Alas, Su Xuan sighed heavily. He had believed that through the ongoing war, he could successfully cultivate to the void-refining stage using the immortal refinement devil technique. Yet, he never anticipated being targeted one after another. Tian Swansea was manageable, a cultivator emerging from a minor sect, lacking any substantial foundation. With a mere display of his hidden prowess, he could easily suppress him. However, to his dismay, Gu Xuan had also set his sights on him. This individual was incomparable to Tian Swansea. With numerous formidable techniques at his disposal, particularly his lineage, he had reached a level unattainable by 99 of cultivators throughout their lifetimes. How could he possibly defeat one who commanded tribulation cultivators? Su Xuan let out another sigh, then turned his attention back to the rewards. Due to your elimination of 2 individuals blessed with fortune in this simulation, you may select 3 items from the following options. 1. Cultivation at the 5th level of spirit transformation. 2. Late-stage body refining at the 5th rank. 3. The talent used in this simulation. 4. The immortal refinement devil technique and its cultivation progress. 5. The divine sword inheritance. 6. The innate divine ability, grand desolation palm. 7. The commander's token of the Imperial Alliance. 8. The Taishan sword. Gazing at the 6 options presented before him, Su Xuan contemplated deeply and ultimately chose options 1, 3, and 4. There was no alternative. While the immortal refinement devil technique could still be acquired in the next simulation, it would require a considerable amount of time initially. Moreover, the other rewards were quite underwhelming. The body refining stage was irrelevant, as he had not pursued body refining in this simulation. Any improvement in that regard had solely stemmed from the leader's influence. The divine sword inheritance was similarly straightforward. Although he could not access it yet, the inheritance would remain intact, allowing for soul-searching later. The grand desolation palm followed the same reasoning. As for the last 2 options, Su Xuan couldn't even bear to glance at them. System, I choose options 1, 3, and 4. Ding. Selection successful. No sooner had he spoken than an overwhelming influx of understanding regarding the immortal refinement devil technique surged into Su Xuan's mind. He perceived a gaunt figure, obscured in shadows, gazing at the celestial beings with a cold smile. Subsequently, this figure comprehended the immortal refinement devil technique. From mortal to immortal, I too shall transcend. This epiphany lasted an eternity. When Su Xuan finally regained consciousness, his cultivation had ascended to the 5th level of spirit transformation. He felt a surge of formidable energy within his being, a confident smile gracing his lips. He opened the system panel. Immortal Cultivation Simulator 4, Host, Su Xuan Cultivation Level, 5th Layer of Divine Transformation. Mid-stage of 5th Rank Body Refinement, Spiritual Roots, 3 Spiritual Roots, Spiritual Body, Golden Spiritual Body, Talents, Strong Body, White, Swift Movement, Fortuitous Fate, Slave Gu, Crisis Awareness. The way rewards diligence, leadership power, bloodline power. Energy value, 1, 704, 340. Current simulation energy consumption, 100. 000. It has been detected that the host's cultivation level has reached the 5th layer of divine transformation, successfully granting an opportunity for a system upgrade. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Oh, an upgrade? This time, having witnessed the formidable power of the demon mimic talent, Su Xuan hesitated not. He promptly resolved to venture forth and amass wealth. Moments later, Su Xuan arrived above the heavenly profound sect. Gazing upon this place, both familiar and foreign, myriad thoughts swirled within his mind. Just yesterday, the heavenly profound sect had expelled him for failing to meet the spiritual root requirements, and he had said nothing. After all, at that time, he was merely a mortal at the body refinement stage. However, today, Su Xuan had ascended to become a fifth-layer divine transformation cultivator, capable of instilling trembling fear within the entirety of the heavenly profound sect. This sect must provide him with an explanation. With this thought, Su Xuan, standing at the apex of the heavenly profound sect, unreservedly revealed his cultivation level. Fifth layer of divine transformation. A terrifying pressure instantaneously enveloped the entire sect. He looked down and observed the protective array of the sect gradually activating. Yet, to Su Xuan's eyes, this array was hardly superior to paper. With a mere casual strike, he created a gaping hole in the freshly activated formation. Simultaneously, numerous elders, who were previously in seclusion, soared into the sky, their expressions grave as they gazed upon Su Xuan. They were unaware of why such a powerful being had come to the heavenly profound sect, but they understood that today would not conclude peacefully. You dare! Su Xuan's gaze sharpened, and once more, a terrifying pressure swept across the entirety of the heavenly profound sect. The elder who had just spoken fell rigidly to the ground. Many disciples rushed forward to assist him, only to discover that although the elder was not dead, he had sustained severe injuries. Without several years of recovery, it would be nearly impossible for him to regain his former state. Chapter 63. Pressure on the heavenly profound sect. A profound silence engulfed the scene. After a long pause, one of the elders slowly spoke. Esteemed senior, may I inquire what brings you to our heavenly profound sect? Bring out Tian Shuzi and Ji Xinhue to meet me. Upon hearing this, the multitude of elders fell silent once more. It was not that they were unwilling to summon the two. Rather, both were currently in seclusion for significant matters and could not be disturbed unless absolutely necessary. Esteemed senior, the two are presently enough. If they do not come to meet me today, they shall have chosen the path to their own demise. Hearing these words, the elders reluctantly returned to the heavenly profound sect, forcibly summoning the two who were in seclusion. Moments later, two figures ascended into the sky. Ji Xinhue appeared relatively unscathed, having recently emerged from her meditation. However, Tian Shuzi fared poorly. He had only recently reached the second layer of divine transformation and was currently stabilizing his realm. The forced exit not only rendered all previous efforts futile, but it also nearly caused a plummet from the recently attained second tier of the transformation stage. Esteemed Taoist, you have entered my Tianxin sect. The leader of the Tianxin sect spoke, suppressing his anger. Su Xuan cast a fleeting glance in his direction and replied nonchalantly, I am on the verge of a breakthrough. I shall require all the spirit stones of your Tianxin sect. Once I ascend, I shall surely bestow generous rewards. Upon hearing this, Tang Xuanzi, already incensed, erupted in fury, rebuking him. Arrogance. Our Tianxin sect has stood for millennia, and never has anyone dared to strike at us so boldly. With that, a long sword materialized beside him, launching directly at Su Xuan. Merely a trifling skill, Su Xuan waved his hand dismissively, sending the flying sword careening aside. Simultaneously, Tang Xuanzi plummeted from the air, mirroring the fate of the elder before him. This time, however, Su Xuan showed no mercy. Multiple palm strikes rained down upon Tang Xuanzi, causing him to spew blood, his aura waning. His realm had fallen. After enduring countless trials to ascend to the second tier of the transformation stage, he was forcefully reverted back to the first tier by Su Xuan. This scene left the onlookers astounded. In their understanding, it was exceedingly rare for cultivators of the transformation stage to inflict harm upon one another, unless through the combined efforts of multiple cultivators or by overwhelming someone across several minor realms. What they witnessed was indeed an extraordinary occurrence. They even began to question whether the sect leader, Tang Xuanzi, was merely pretending to be a transformation stage cultivator, perhaps never having succeeded in his breakthrough. Yet, in Su Xuan's mind, this was all a matter of course. In a previous simulation, Tang Xuanzi had somehow ascended to the pinnacle of the transformation stage in a mere 200 years. At that time, he was not even Su Xuan's equal. How could he possibly be now? Were it not for the concern that annihilating the Tianxin sect might attract the attention of other formidable beings, it would have long since vanished from existence. After all, reality is not akin to simulation. Although Su Xuan now stood among the elite of the great martial empire, prudence remained paramount. I shall not repeat myself. Su Xuan spoke coldly, his words devoid of emotion, as if the mere prospect of refusal would unleash a wave of carnage. Give it to me. With those words, Tang Xuanzi collapsed. Upon hearing his command, the elders of the Tianxian sect and Ji Xianyue returned to the sect, relieved, and procured all the spirit stones. Ding. Detecting absorbable material. Would you like to absorb it? Yes. Ding. Absorption successful. Energy value gained. 323, 665, 780. Would you like to expend 100,000,000 energy for an upgrade? Yes. Ding. Upgrade successful. Current simulator level 5. Would you like to begin simulation? No. Su Xuan did not commence the simulation immediately, but instead swiftly infiltrated a desolate valley. After thoroughly confirming the absence of any living beings in the vicinity, he reopened the system interface. Immortal Cultivation Simulator 5, host, Su Xuan cultivation level, 5th layer of transformation. Mid-stage of 5th grade body refinement, spiritual roots, triple spiritual roots, spiritual body, golden spiritual body, talents, strong body, white, swift movement, fortuitous blessing, slave goo, crisis awareness. Diligence rewarded by heaven, leadership power, bloodline power, energy value, 225370120, current simulation energy consumption, 100 million, to my astonishment. The entirety of the spiritual stones within the Heavenly Xian sect is merely sufficient for 2 simulations. It appears that this system upgrade is indeed substantial. Let us see what unfolds. Commence the simulation. Ding. The current level of the Immortal Cultivation Simulator is 5. You may select any from the following pink talents. Perfect Golden Spiritual Body. Pink, a top-tier spiritual body, one of the most formidable physical forms attainable by cultivators in this realm. Not only advantageous in battle, but also significantly beneficial for body refinement. Eternal Tao of Immortality. Pink, your heart's resolve towards the Tao is indomitable. No one can hinder your cultivation. All attributes are enhanced, and the bottlenecks encountered during breakthroughs are diminished. Advanced Sword Bone. Pink, you are a natural-born sword cultivator. All flying swords will acknowledge you as their master, and you will master all sword techniques without a mentor. Su Xuan was initially taken aback, soon overwhelmed with ecstatic joy. The reason is simple. The talents presented this time are extraordinarily potent. Each one embodies the pinnacle of this world's possibilities. First is the perfect golden spiritual body, one of the most powerful physiques in the realm of immortal cultivation. Its benefits are multifaceted, particularly for cultivators who practice both law and body refinement, enhancing their capabilities immensely. Next is the eternal Tao of Immortality. Previously, the full attribute enhancement from the purple bloodline power had left him astounded. How much more formidable would a pink talent be? Finally, the exquisite sword bone is equally remarkable. The number of cultivators with such exceptional sword bones in the entire realm is incredibly limited, and each one ultimately ascended to become a revered great ascension cultivator. However, after much contemplation, Su Xuan ultimately chose the perfect golden spiritual body. Through multiple simulations, he had discerned that the self-detonation of the spiritual body could bestow him with tremendous power, though such an act would ordinarily be tantamount to courting death. This was a simulation. When faced with dire straits, forcibly eliminating 2 opponents through self-detonation could prove advantageous. Furthermore, Su Xuan had now acquired the refinement of immortal demons, ensuring that even in the event of spiritual body self-detonation, there would be no significant repercussions. Simulation commences. At this moment, you have attained the 5th layer of transformation, no longer a mere pawn in the chaos of war. Moreover, having realized that the prior assistance from your family was negligible, you do not intend to establish a power immediately. You begin to bide your time, awaiting the day when the great wilderness secret realm opens. Chapter 64. 3 doors, 9 levels of divine abilities. Time flows swiftly, and soon it is the 15th day. At the moment the great wilderness secret realm concludes, you immediately summon the soul of the disciple who inherited your legacy. In those days, the elder of the Xian sect did not dare to obstruct you upon recognizing your presence, and could only watch from the sidelines. In the process of soul searching, you acquired the techniques of the wild god body refinement, the great wild palm, the beast slave technique, the great wild beast god cannon, and insights into body refinement. Once the soul search concluded, you decisively crushed the skull of the disciple, ensuring that the legacy of the beast sect would remain solely in your possession from that moment forth. You then directed your gaze towards Tang Xuan, who still sought to flee. With a mere gesture, you sealed the space around him, rendering him immobile. Just as you were about to commence the soul search on him, a hammer materialized in the heavens above. You let out a cold laugh and swiftly struck, causing Tang Xuan's figure to plummet from the sky. With one hand grasping each of them, you began the soul search on the father and son. During the soul search, Su Xuan's memories mirrored those from your previous encounter. The opportunities he had gained still appeared to you as worthless. However, the memories of Tang Hammer proved to be somewhat intriguing. Within his recollections, you discovered information regarding Tang Lu, who was both the ancestor of Tang Hammer and one of the 3 founders of the Proud Sky sect. His cultivation level reached the 2nd tier of tribulation, and he practiced both the law and soul dual cultivation, a method from ancient times. Yet, the requirements for soul refinement are exceedingly high, demanding significantly more resources than air refinement. Although soul refinement has fallen out of favor in recent years, its potency remains unquestionable. Soul-refining cultivators possess formidable battle prowess, capable of taking the heads of enemy generals amidst thousands of troops with ease. This is one of the reasons why the Proud Sky sect stands at the pinnacle among the 3 sects, and also why, following the downfall of the immortal Han dynasty, they managed to escape overseas, while the Chu family faced immediate annihilation. Regarding the matter of Tian Qingqiao, the Proud Sky sect held a dissenting view and did not support Tang Hammer's association with her. After all, they had lived for hundreds or even thousands of years, viewing matters with far greater clarity than Tang Hammer. They had long perceived Tian Qingqiao's ulterior motives. Subsequently, when the martial god Hall sought to apprehend Tian Qingqiao, it was merely an opportunistic maneuver on their part. Yet, Tang Hammer remained oblivious to this. In a fit of anger, he departed from the sect and settled in this remote mountain village. Ironically, he still believes that his ability to live safely here is solely due to his own merits. Completely unaware of the significant sacrifices the Proud Sky sect made for him. After perusing Tang Hammer's memories, you did not set off immediately. Instead, you sought a secluded place to begin your practice of the Great Wild Palm. 3 years later, you successfully mastered the Great Wild Palm to perfection and promptly made your way to the burial Immortal Mountain. Following the trail of memories, you proceeded without hesitation towards the stone tortoise. Young man, halt. Do you know what day it is today? Familiar words echoed once more in your ears. This time, without the slightest hesitation, you responded. The Taitsong Immortal Court has long since crumbled. The entire cultivation realm in the eastern continent is in disarray. What time is there to speak of? What? The Taitsong Imperial Court has fallen apart? When did this happen? The stone tortoise exclaimed in shock. You were prepared for his inquiry and continued, I truly do not know. I only know that from the moment I awakened, Taitsong had already met its demise long ago. Awakened? Are you referring to the emergence of a fragment of soul memory in your mind? You nodded in affirmation. You conveyed that your memories had just surfaced, leaving your thoughts in a state of chaos. You only sensed a familiar aura emanating from the direction of the stone tortoise, prompting your visit. A familiar aura? But before he could finish, you revealed your cultivation technique, the refined immortal demon classic. The stone tortoise was taken aback, hastily inquiring about the origin of your technique and whether you recognized his appearance. Upon witnessing his expression, you realized your gamble had paid off. Feigning contemplation, you took a long moment before responding to his question. You seem to be Xinyu? Indeed. May I ask which prince you are? You indicated that you did not recall, as 2 souls were currently merging within your mind. Regarding the other soul, your knowledge was still limited. Upon hearing this, the stone tortoise sighed heavily and recounted the events of years past. It turned out that the stone tortoise was once a pinnacle 8th-tier demon who transformed into human form and joined the Taitsong Imperial Court. The Taitsong Emperor treated him well, and he contributed significantly to the empire's vast dominion. When other factions rose in rebellion against the Taitsong Imperial Court's reign, he fought valiantly until the very end. Afterward, he regaled you with tales of his heroic deeds, only for you to grow impatient and interrupt him half an hour later. Ah, General Xinyu, I am already aware of all this. However, Taitsong has perished. What is the point of discussing it further? Do you perhaps possess any cultivation resources? Once I restore the nation, I shall rebuild Taitsong's vast territories. Upon hearing this, the stone tortoise sighed once more. He lamented that over the years, in order to survive, he had long since exhausted the resources left to him by the Taitsong Emperor. Now, the only assistance he could offer was the knowledge residing in his mind. You eagerly sought his guidance. Under the stone tortoise's tutelage, you successfully acquired 3 divine abilities: the Celestial Emperor's Heaven-Opening Seal, the Thunderous 10,000 Equal Finger, and the Son of Heaven's Golden Body. All 3 of these abilities were 9th-tier techniques, ranking among the elite even in the former Taitsong Imperial Court. Good heavens! You possess such an array of divine abilities. You suspected that the stone tortoise might be concealing more, so you subtly inquired whether he knew of any other techniques. Realizing your intentions, the stone tortoise shook his head. He stated, you were once a prince of the Taitsong Imperial Court. The knowledge you possess is undoubtedly more expansive compared to his. However, your memories have yet to fully awaken. Your understanding remains constrained. Once your awakening occurs, Even the 3 volumes of 9th-tier divine abilities he holds in esteem may fail to captivate your interest. You yearn to express that, in truth, you do find value in them. Yet, as you currently embody the role of a prince of the Taizong imperial court, the necessity to conceal your true self compels you to remain silent. Chapter 65. The central state of the cultivation realm. Subsequently, you inquired of the stone tortoise regarding numerous matters pertaining to the cultivation realm of your. He answered each question in detail, providing you with immense insights. In that era, the cultivation world was a vibrant tapestry of diverse practices. Although chi refinement was the predominant method of cultivation, it accounted for merely 30 to 40% of practitioners. Techniques such as soul refinement, body refinement, beast mastery, corpse manipulation, faith cultivation, ghost cultivation, and goo cultivation were all very much real. Those paths, now deemed lesser, could once aspire to the status of true immortals. The demonic path of that time was not the universally reviled entity it is today. It bore resemblance to the corpse path, involving the use of deceased beings for cultivation. Unfortunately, some individuals, driven by impatience, resorted to killing in haste when no corpses were available, thereby tarnishing the reputation of the demonic path. After imparting all that he knew, the stone tortoise-esque form began to disintegrate. He had existed for an eternity. This awakening had drained the last vestiges of his strength. Yet this time, his departure was remarkably serene. Even before his complete dissolution, he uttered a final phrase. "Your Highness, I believe you will undoubtedly restore Taizong." Hearing these words left you in contemplative silence. After absorbing the spiritual energy emanating from the dragon vein, you settled into meditation, commencing your study of divine abilities. In the 8th year, you successfully mastered the Celestial Emperor's open heaven seal, the thunderous 10,000-pound finger, and the imperial body of gold. Each of these divine abilities was exceedingly powerful, and you designated the Celestial Emperor's open heaven seal as your innate divine ability. In the 9th year, you visited the Ji family. As you had no intentions of establishing a family at this time, you did not take Ji Qingxian with you. You resided temporarily within the Ji household, which left many cultivators of the family in a state of unease. 3 months later, the Great Wu dynasty began to falter, prompting the Ji family to relocate towards the core regions of the dynasty. You followed discreetly behind Ji Qingxuan's entourage. Before long, familiar words once again graced your ears. However, this time, before Chu Han could utter a word, you seized him, directly embarking on a soul search. Dan Juezi attempted to resist, but the gap between your strengths had become insurmountable. He was no match for you. During the soul search, familiar memories surged within your mind. Yet you still failed to uncover how he had facilitated Dan Juezi's return to the tribulation stage. It seemed that this was indeed a matter of his own fortune. You murmured to yourself. Nevertheless, despite this revelation, you harbored no intentions of sparing Chu Han, because once he successfully restores Dan Juezi, an overwhelming number of uncontrollable factors will ensue. After the soul-searching concluded, you seized Chu Han's body and swiftly refined it. Subsequently, without room for rejection, you demanded a fragment of soul power from Dan Juezi and departed from that place. In the 10th year, the war within the Eastern Continent's cultivation community erupted in full force, yet this conflict no longer concerned you. This time, you resolved to explore other cultivation realms. The path to the Southern Yang cultivation realm traverses the chaotic sea of spirits, while the route to the Central Continent's cultivation realm leads through the Beast God Mountain range. This region is exceedingly perilous. Even during the tribulation phase, a moment's carelessness could lead to demise. Generally speaking, no transforming spirit cultivator would dare to traverse this area alone. Yet, you are an exception. Empowered by various talents, not only did you journey safely, but you also successfully crossed the 10,000 Beasts Mountain range in a mere 2 years. During this period, you encountered several remarkably gifted demon beasts. Alas, the technique you now cultivate is the refining immortal demon canon, rather than the great wilderness beast god canon. By the 12th year, having arrived successfully, you began to inquire about the circumstances in the Central Continent's cultivation realm. You discovered that the cultivators here are significantly more powerful than those in the Eastern Continent. Even the openly acknowledged tribulation cultivators numbered between 40 to 50. Among them, many had endured multiple tribulations, unlike the Eastern Continent, where few had even survived the second tribulation. Furthermore, the Central Continent's cultivation realm is vast. Even the so-called foremost power, the Taichu Imperial Court, occupies merely 20% of the land. After a moment's hesitation, you chose to proceed to the Taichu Imperial Court, hoping to eradicate this Gu Xuanxian before it could flourish. In the 13th year, your explorations led you to Taichu Immortal City, the core region of the Taichu Imperial Court. Although the city boasts top-tier spiritual veins available for numerous cultivators to practice, The monthly entry fee is a considerable expense. To ensure your prolonged stay, you ultimately decided to sell the Great Wilderness Palm. This 7th-tier divine ability, though aligned with the void-penetrating cultivators, is of little assistance to you now. You arrived at an establishment named the Su Auction House, sharing the same surname. The place felt particularly welcoming. Upon expressing your intentions, the auction house owner personally welcomed you. He informed you that in 5 days, the Su Auction House would host an auction. If you could present the 7th-tier divine ability at that event, it would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. You agreed and arranged to return for the auction in 5 days. After departing from the auction house, you purchased a modest courtyard. Though small, it served as a temporary refuge. You began your stay there and started to gather information about the Taichu royal family. However, the outcome left you utterly astonished. At this moment, the Supreme Emperor had only just ascended to the throne and surprisingly had no consorts whatsoever. You were bewildered. If that were the case, did it not imply that Gu Xuanxian had yet to be born? If you could intercept the mother of Gu Xuanxian, would this individual not come into existence? You sensed that you had stumbled upon a blind spot. Yet, you quickly recognized the flaw in your reasoning. For you had no knowledge of Gu Xuanxian's mother's name or lineage. You were equally unaware of whom the Supreme Emperor might choose as his future empress. With no information at your disposal, you could only observe the unfolding narrative of the Supreme Emperor's court, hoping for a chance to alter events during your next simulation. Time flew by, and before you knew it, 5 days had passed. The auction commenced. The host of the auction was named Su Xuan, the daughter of the auction house president, Su Xuan. This young lady possessed remarkable cultivation, having attained golden core strength at merely over 20 years of age. Although this was not particularly impressive compared to your own 5th level of divine transformation at the same age, she was an extraordinary presence in the realm of cultivation. Upon closer observation, you discerned that the Su auction house was not particularly formidable. Even President Su Xuan was merely at the 3rd level of divine transformation, lacking the capability and strength to nurture such an exceptional daughter. Thus, you focused your attention on Su Qingya, your instincts suggesting that she was far from ordinary. The auction proceeded as usual, featuring numerous techniques and mystical arts up for bid. However, none of these piqued your interest. With the refinement of immortal demonic text already in your possession, you anticipated that a great war in the cultivation world would propel your strength to new heights, rendering arduous training unnecessary. Admittedly, the allure of demonic arts was undeniably captivating, and you felt yourself somewhat ensnared by it. The auction advanced swiftly, and before long, it reached the climax with the 3 major auction items. The first item to be presented was the Great Wilderness Palm, which you had put up for bidding. Its unveiling caused quite a stir within the auction hall. Although the central continent's cultivation world boasted many formidable practitioners, the control over mystical arts remained exceedingly stringent. For minor sects and wandering cultivators, many would only attain their first mystical art upon reaching the divine transformation realm. Not to mention, the Great Wilderness Palm was a 7th-tier mystical art, among the more formidable of its kind. Ultimately, the Great Wilderness Palm was sold for a staggering price of 45 million spiritual stones. Such a figure was undeniably lofty. Even the combined assets of the entire Tianxian sect could not rival the value of this single mystical art. You could not help but marvel at the opulence of the cultivation world in the central continent. The subsequent 2 featured auction items included a 7th-tier array disc, the Wanshire Mountain Formation, and a 7th-tier magical treasure, the Big Dipper Sword. While these items did pique your interest, their prices far exceeded that of the Great Wilderness Palm. You lacked sufficient spiritual stones to secure their acquisition. However, before departing, you discreetly noted the auctioneer from whom you procured these 2 items. Please wait, fellow cultivator. Turning around, you found Su Xuan smiling behind you. What is the matter? It is as follows. The esteemed master of the Su Clan's Merchant Association, Mr. Hun, wishes to meet you. You furrowed your brow slightly, yet upon sensing no immediate danger, you acquiesced to Su Yuanbang's request. Moments later, you followed him to the uppermost level of the Su Clan's auction house. A middle-aged man clad in black robes, with a pallid complexion and devoid of a beard, was brewing tea in anticipation of your arrival. He introduced himself as Hun Qianqiu, a cultivator from the Heavenly Soul Palace. The purpose of your meeting was quite straightforward. He detected a familiar aura emanating from you. Instantly, you realized he was referring to Dan Juezi. It appeared that the Su Clan's auction house was indeed a property of the Heavenly Soul Palace. It was likely that from the moment you entered, Dan Juezi had already attracted their attention. You pondered silently, yet after considerable deliberation, you resolved not to relinquish Dan Juezi immediately. After all, Dan Juezi was well-versed in the ways of this world and could impart invaluable knowledge upon you. Moreover, although Hun Qianqiu possessed the strength of a first-layer Void Realm cultivator, Such a level was of little consequence to you, given your own formidable enhancements. So, you summoned me here for Danjuezi? In part, yes and no. Han Xianxiu rose and approached the window, continuing, though Danjuezi once was a tribulation-crossing cultivator, he is neither adept in combat nor possesses a notable background. Such individuals have long been disregarded by our heavenly soul palace. The events of that time were merely the result of his own actions. We cannot be blamed. It was indeed you, Danjuezi wished to retort, but now, with only the strength of the golden core. He was effortlessly subdued back into your essence by Han Qianxiu's gentle wave of his hand. Subsequently, through Han Qianxiu's narrative, you began to comprehend the events of that era. It turned out that Danjuezi had once been hailed as the foremost loose cultivator of the eastern continent. However, most of his prowess was achieved through the consumption of his own elixirs, forcibly elevating his cultivation. Such abilities were hollow, lacking substance. Even though he endeavored to minimize impurities in his elixirs during each refinement, he inevitably faced the consequences of a superficial cultivation. Such individuals could never withstand the tribulation lightning of the crossing tribulation stage. Yet, unwilling to face death, what was his recourse? Thus, he ventured to the soul-descending mountain. This was the resting place of the formidable beings of the heavenly soul palace. Throughout history, countless powerful figures from the heavenly soul palace had been interred here. Somehow, Danjuezi managed to successfully transcend the lightning tribulation at this location. The aftermath, however, was catastrophic, resulting in the remains of all the ancestors of the heavenly soul palace being shattered and scattered. Naturally, the palace was incensed at such a calamity occurring in their ancestral grounds. They dispatched several tribulation-crossing cultivators to apprehend Danjuezi and bring him back to the soul-descending mountain, where he was compelled to repent before the spirits of his forebears. Afterwards, the heavenly soul palace initially intended to execute Danjuezi, condemning him to the underworld to atone for his sins. However, at that moment, the ancestor of the Chu family paid a steep price and reached an agreement with the ancestor of the heavenly soul palace, which resulted in Danjuezi being spared. Yet, while he escaped the death penalty, he could not evade a living punishment. The heavenly soul palace ultimately obliterated Danjuezi's physical form and the majority of his soul power, leaving him to languish in this state upon the mortal plane. The mention of the Chu family ancestor inevitably led you to contemplate Su Xuan. This individual had been raised in the Ji family since childhood. Could there be a connection to the Chu family among the four great families? Moreover, how could the Chu family, once among these four prestigious families, vanish entirely by the time of the final battle 2 centuries later? You sensed an unseen hand manipulating these events from the shadows. Seemingly aware of your confusion, Han Qianxiu continued, indeed, the Chu family. Surely you are the so-called Qilin child mentioned by that ancestor of the Chu family. The path for the Chu family has long since been severed. Only you possess the potential to restore their former glory. However, this matter is of no concern to our heavenly soul palace. What you must do now is assist our heavenly soul palace in retrieving a particular item from the secret realm of the 10,000 Laws Immortal Lord. Only then can we consider our agreement fulfilled, and only then will the heavenly soul palace truly release Danjuezi. Upon hearing these words, you fell into a prolonged silence. You could now be certain that Han Qianxiu was indeed speaking of Chu Han. Yet, Chu Han was a transmigrator, his true soul having long since been replaced by another. He had not followed the path predicted by the ancestor of the Chu family toward the Xianxing realm in Zhongzhou. Rather, he had encountered other opportunities and entered the myriad demons mountain range, where he found the means to help Danjuezi restore his powers. Chapter 67. The secret realm of 10,000 laws. What if I refuse to comply with your request? Upon hearing this, Han Qianxiu's expression darkened, and he coldly replied, Then we shall be enemies, not friends. You may leave, but Danjuezi must remain here. Enemies, not friends? Huh, you scoffed, unleashing the full force of your 5th layer of transformation. Oh, so, you have no intention of fulfilling the conditions or surrendering Danjuezi. Yet, this was beyond your control. After all, we had once left our mark within Danjuezi's soul. Ignoring Han Qianxiu, you seized Danjuezi's soul and began to refine it. In an instant, Danjuezi's anguished cries filled the air, his form growing increasingly faint until he eventually vanished entirely from this realm. You seemed to catch Han Qianxiu off guard with your ruthlessness, rendering him momentarily speechless. No one can threaten me. Our transaction is hereby concluded, you declared with a cold smirk. You had no desire to wade into these murky waters. As for Danjuezi, although he had been with you for a brief time, he had acquired considerable knowledge, making it utterly unreasonable to hand him over. Do not attempt to escape. Dear youth, let me be frank with you. Had you not arrived in Zhongzhou, it would have been of little consequence. However, since you are here, you must fulfill the transaction between our 2 families. This secret realm is an obligation you cannot evade. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Han Qianxiu raised his hand, and a massive black claw lunged toward you. In response, you summoned your inner strength, and a golden seal materialized out of thin air, instantly obliterating the claw's mark. To your surprise, the encounter ended in a stalemate. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Han Qianxiu's eyes. Though he was merely an ordinary elder within the Heavenly Soul Palace, his aptitude was commendable. Surely, he should not have been evenly matched with someone at the 5th level of the transformation realm. Yet suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he sensed something amiss. According to the intelligence he possessed, the heir of the Chu family was only in his 30s or 40s. A mere child of such age could not possibly have attained the transformation realm. "Who are you?" he demanded. You chose not to respond to his query, but instead channeled your energy to invoke the Celestial Emperor's opening seal. In an instant, an array of golden seals materialized around you, surging toward Han Qianxiu with lethal intent. Bang, bang, bang. Han Qianxiu retreated repeatedly, evidently aware of his disadvantage. As he found himself cornered, he tore through the fabric of space and fled. Alas, it is still a challenge to eliminate a void realm cultivator. You shook your head. Somewhat regretful. Once a practitioner reaches the void realm, they possess the ability to traverse the void. This marks a profound transformation. Unless one wields the power to deliver a decisive blow, it is exceedingly difficult to vanquish a void realm adept. Subsequently, your gaze turned to Su Xuan with a sinister intent. Sir Yu ignored his words, seizing his head to delve into his soul. After a prolonged moment, Su Xuan collapsed to the ground, and you revealed a hint of perplexity. It turned out that both Su Xuan and Su Qingye were practitioners of the Heavenly Soul Palace. However, they were not father and daughter. Su Xuan was merely an elite member of the Heavenly Soul Palace, while Su Qingye was the newly appointed Holy Maiden. What their ultimate purpose was remained elusive to you, as they only acted under the directives of Han Qianxiu, a direct descendant of the Heavenly Soul Palace. The last command issued by Han Qianxiu instructed them to await the opening of the secret realm of the true monarch of all laws. You began to piece together the recent events. You realized that every transaction between the Heavenly Soul Palace and the Chu family, as well as the personnel dispatched by the palace, pointed directly toward the secret realm of the true monarch of all laws. During your time at the Taichu Imperial Court, you had also gleaned much information. This secret realm had not been opened since its sealing in ancient times, and no one knew what treasures it might hold. There were even rumors that after the true monarch of all laws perished, nothing remained behind. Furthermore, after the passage of so many years, what could possibly endure? Thus, the various factions exhibited a lack of interest in this matter, in stark contrast to the Heavenly Soul Palace, in their quest to obtain a certain artifact from the realm of the true monarch of all laws. They were even willing to overlook the destruction caused by Dan Juezi to the countless ancestral corpses of the Heavenly Soul Palace. This instinctively led you to perceive that the palace master, the true monarch of Soul Heaven, was no ordinary individual. It is highly probable that he, too, is a traveler well-versed in the course of events, akin to Chu Han and Tang Chuan, or perhaps he has awakened memories of a past life, resembling the reincarnated being Feng Xuanji. Upon contemplating this, you found yourself less anxious. You wished to uncover the true essence of the legacy of the true monarch of all laws. Departing from the Su auction house, you initially intended to capture Su Qingye for soul searching. However, Soul Qianxiu was no fool. He swiftly took Su Qingye with him the moment he fled, leaving you with no opportunity. You returned to your small courtyard to commence your cultivation. The spiritual veins in the Taichu Imperial City were exceedingly rich. Even an ordinary resident here could partake in the same spiritual resources as cultivators from major sections. In the 15th year, your cultivation did not see any advancement. Despite the assistance from the principle of diligent effort rewarded by the heavens, you made only slight progress. Such is the nature of cultivators. Once one reaches the stage of spirit transformation, the pace of cultivation inevitably slows, regardless of possessing a celestial root. Simultaneously, you observed that the cultivation realm of Zhongzhou was remarkably harmonious and stable, especially within the territory of the Taichu Imperial Court. Here, not only large-scale wars, but even minor disputes among smaller sects would incite significant commotion, offering you no advantage. You resolved to return to the Eastern Continent's cultivation realm after gathering information about Gu Xuanxin. In the 16th year, the realm of all laws was opened. You joined the throng entering this enigmatic domain, astonished to discover that there were no restrictions on the cultivation levels of the entrance, except for spirit transformation cultivators, whose presence could destabilize the area. All other cultivators were permitted entry. Moreover, the realm of all laws, as its name suggests, indeed housed nearly 10,000 legacies of divine abilities. However, as time wore on, Only a little over 100 stone tablets capable of imparting these legacies remained. Yet, this was not the most significant aspect. The paramount truth was that the legacy of the true monarch of all laws did not discriminate based on a cultivator's realm or innate potential. It recognized only the concept of fate. Only when the time was right could even a chi refining cultivator with a 5-element root obtain his legacy. This was also why the true monarch of soul heaven believed that Su Xuan could receive the inheritance. A glimmer of understanding flashed in your eyes. Chapter 68. The Sea of Heaven Alliance. You meandered within the realm of the true monarch of all laws. Ultimately, you did not acquire any divine abilities, clearly indicating that you lacked the fateful connection with the true monarch. A sense of disappointment washed over you. However, you quickly adjusted your mindset. For at this moment, not only did you possess the refinement of immortal and demon scriptures, but you had also mastered several 9th-tier divine abilities. Even without the inheritance, your path of cultivation is still a smooth journey. Yet, at this moment, an unexpected figure has emerged. A stone tablet in the heart of the secret realm radiates a brilliant light. The power of inheritance descends, absorbed by someone. Your consciousness sweeps toward that direction, only to discover that the recipient of the inheritance is, in fact, Su Xuan. This revelation solidifies your previously lingering doubts. This soul celestial monarch undoubtedly knows something significant. You refrain from acting impulsively, aware that after your previous actions, the heavenly soul palace must be prepared, perhaps even anticipating your arrival. Silently, you depart from the secret realm. Upon returning to your modest residence in the Taichu Imperial City, you observe the unfolding situation within the Taichu Imperial Court. In the 56th year, after years of diligent accumulation, your cultivation finally breaks through to the 6th level of the transformation of spirit. This achievement is indeed a result of the diligent rewards of Heaven's path. Had it not been for your unwavering commitment to day and night cultivation throughout these years, a breakthrough would likely have taken at least a century. In the 64th year, the long-awaited Taichu Emperor finally marries. His bride is Lu Qiuyan, the granddaughter of the leader of the foremost sect, Xintian Dao sect. Their union represents a powerful alliance. And upon their marriage, the Taichu Emperor bestows her the title of Empress. Although Gu Xuanxian has yet to be born, this development is sufficient for you. You leave the Taichu Imperial Court and return to the Eastern Continent's cultivation realm. In the 66th year, upon your return to the Eastern Zhou cultivation realm, you swiftly journey to the Ancient Wood realm. As you expected, the inhabitants, lacking your assistance, have not commenced their cultivation. The skeleton has only just awakened. Yet it is pitifully dispatched by you before it can make a move. After discarding a body-refining technique, you depart from the Ancient Wood realm. This time, you do not take Muning Shuang with you, intending to allow her to grow freely within the Ancient Wood realm. In the 67th year, you retreat to the extreme North Island. Although you claim to be in seclusion, you do not conceal your cultivation aura in the slightest. Each time you conclude your training, it generates considerable fluctuations in spiritual energy. This alerts the inhabitants of the entire chaotic Star Islands to the presence of a formidable figure on extreme North Island. Time swiftly passes, and soon the day arrives when the sea beasts assault the island. As before, the cultivators of the chaotic Star Islands prove no match for the sea beasts. Under the leadership of the noxious water Jiao, the human cultivators are driven back relentlessly. The entire chaotic Star Islands find themselves in peril. Fortunately, the hope you provide, having been in seclusion, instills confidence in them. Even without timely assistance from the Chaos Sea, they harbor no fear, for they believe that you would never allow your tranquil abode to be ravaged by the sea beasts. However, having learned from your previous experience, you choose not to intervene this time. Instead, they continue to wait, anticipating the most opportune moment. Ultimately, the sea beasts breached the majority of the islands. Countless cultivators perished in the jaws of these creatures. The remaining cultivators on the undestroyed islands sought refuge on the extreme North Island, but before they could ascend far, they were devoured by the sentient sea beasts. In an instant, the entire starry chaos archipelago was engulfed in despair. Amidst the lamentations of the cultivators, the sea beasts swiftly occupied most of the islands. Within just a few days, only the extreme North Island and the central Xian Island were still desperately holding on. Why do they all flock to this island? Let me see what makes it so special. The nefarious water serpent transformed into its true form, racing towards the extreme North Island. Bang! A luminous barrier intercepted the nefarious water serpent's assault. This was the island's protective formation. However, a mere 5th-tier barrier was hardly a match for the nefarious water serpent. With relentless strikes, the barrier was soon shattered. Countless sea beasts surged onto the extreme North Island, incessantly devouring the cultivators present. You witnessed all of this, yet refrained from intervening, continuing to bide your time for a more favorable opportunity. At last, An oblivious sea beast intruded upon your secluded chamber. You sprang into action. A formidable pressure emanated from you, crushing the sea beasts scattered across the island. Moreover, your attack was indiscriminate. Many weaker cultivators, succumbing to your overwhelming aura, also became casualties. The refining immortal demon cannon operated at full capacity, allowing you to absorb the cultivation essence of all deceased beings on the extreme North Island. Though their levels were modest, they still provided significant assistance. Who dares to disturb my cultivation? You feigned a glance around. Under your terrifying pressure, the entire island was silent. A pin drop could be heard. Even the sixth-tier great demon, the nefarious water serpent, was rendered speechless by fear. For in that fleeting moment of seeing you, it realized it was no match for you. Although your cultivation was merely at the sixth layer of the transformation realm, the pressure radiating from you was unprecedented and unencountered. A pang of regret bloomed within its heart. It lamented its audacity in acting as the vanguard for the assault. My lord, the nefarious water serpent attempted to explain, but you offered it no chance. The terrifying celestial emperor's heavenly seal was unleashed in an instant, cleaving its body in two. It was dead. Thus, the nefarious water serpent, which had single-handedly slaughtered the majority of the starry chaos archipelago, met its demise at your hands. In that moment, all cultivators erupted in cheers. Those who had once been in despair now began to extol your virtues. Oblivious to the fact that many of their own had fallen to your earlier display of power, you proclaimed your intent to safeguard all cultivators in the starry chaos archipelago, assuring them that they could cultivate in peace. A month later, the once chaotic starry islands had vanished without a trace. In its stead emerged a formidable faction known as the Celestial Ocean Alliance. You ascended to the role of its leader. As nearly all the cultivators here were genuinely devoted, your leadership prowess was successfully awakened, elevating your cultivation to the 7th tier of divine transformation. Chapter 69, 9th tier of divine transformation. At the very moment you attained the 7th tier of divine transformation, your second tribulation of divine lightning descended upon you. Although this lightning was devoid of significant power, serving merely to refine your spiritual essence, it nevertheless deepened the respect the surviving cultivators on the island held for you. In their eyes, you had become a pillar of strength. In the 95th year, shortly after the demise of the abyssal water serpent, a resurgence of sea beasts began to unfold. Yet, you adeptly neutralized each threat. As you refined the remains of these fallen sea creatures, your cultivation became even more robust. However, you were acutely aware that a large-scale assault from the sea beast was imminent. Relying solely on yourself would prove insufficient to withstand the forthcoming onslaught. You ordered numerous cultivators to retreat to the shore and established a stronghold at the junction of the chaotic divine sea and the abyssal dynasty, naming it Celestial Ocean City. Simultaneously, you commenced a search for allies. Just as had occurred in your previous simulations, news of the sea beast's impending siege reached the ears of the abyssal dynasty. However, due to your presence, they refrained from hastily dispatching cultivators for support this time. You threatened them that if they failed to assist you, you would withdraw into the inland territories and disperse all cultivators from Celestial Ocean City. In such a scenario, the abyssal dynasty would find itself devoid of any defenses, facing the monstrous beasts of the chaotic divine sea directly. Initially, the abyssal dynasty dismissed your warnings, believing that even a large-scale incursion from the sea beasts would pose little threat. They considered such lowly beings mere fodder for their high-ranking cultivators, anticipating a swift slaughter. However, the unfolding events soon surpassed their expectations. As the vanguard of the sea beasts fell under your assault, the timeline for their invasion accelerated by many years. A seemingly endless swarm of sea beasts appeared, stretching as far as the eye could see. You realized that Celestial Ocean City could not withstand the impending tide. Just as you prepared to leave, the prince of the abyssal dynasty sought you out. His name was Li Cheng Yuan. Due to his exceptional talents, he held a prominent position within the abyssal dynasty. Unlike others, although he had just recently emerged from seclusion, he had already discerned that the sea beast's intentions were far from simple. While he was unaware of their exact motives, he understood that their successful landing on abyssal territory must be prevented at all costs. Upon learning of your strength, he petitioned the emperor, who conferred upon you the title of Sea Guardian of the abyssal dynasty, dispatching 3 Void Realm cultivators along with a multitude of other cultivators to aid you in resisting the sea beasts. Initially, those Void Realm cultivators were somewhat reluctant, given that your overt strength was merely at the 7th tier of divine transformation. However, the moment they witnessed you subduing a 7th tier sea overlord whale, their defiance vanished instantly. Thus, you successfully withstood wave after wave of sea beast assaults. Your cultivation advanced significantly alongside the rising prowess of these sea creatures. Time flew by swiftly, and soon a century had passed. By this time, your cultivation had reached the 8th layer of transformation. All of this was attributed to the relentless attacks from the sea beasts. Although the efficacy of the immortal demon refinement was somewhat diminished against them, it continued to provide substantial assistance. Furthermore, through years of diligent practice, your body refinement level progressed as well. With the aid of the wild god body refinement technique, you successfully broke through to the initial stage of the 6th tier. While this may not be particularly high, it nonetheless greatly enhanced your combat capabilities. As a practitioner of dual cultivation, you could now withstand the onslaught of several 7th tier demon beasts. Without the intervention of the void practitioners from the Great Abyss dynasty, you single-handedly repelled wave after wave of sea beasts besieging the city. Under your renowned reputation, the fame of Hai Tian City soared, establishing it as a formidable power within the entire Eastern Continent's cultivation realm. In the 107th year, despite the ongoing threat of sea beasts attacking the city, the number of cultivators in Hai Tian City increased rather than diminished. In just a few years, the population of cultivators in Hai Tian City soared to an astonishing 10 million. Although not all of these individuals were wholeheartedly loyal to you, a significant number were still capable of contributing to your leadership. With the exertion of your leadership prowess, your cultivation successfully ascended to the 9th layer of transformation. Concurrently, the Great Abyss Emperor, recognizing your contributions to the dynasty over the years, specifically hosted a banquet to invite you to the Great Abyss Palace for a discussion. Sensing no imminent danger, you gladly accepted the invitation. At the banquet, you and the Great Abyss Emperor toasted and exchanged pleasantries like brothers. Although many of your words were insincere, you gleaned valuable information from his discourse. For instance, the Imperial Alliance, spearheaded by the Great Abyss dynasty, had numerous factions supporting it from behind the scenes. These factions were dissatisfied with the long-standing rule of the immortal Ocean dynasty. While they maintained a facade of neutrality, they had secretly supplied substantial resources to assist the Imperial Alliance. Among the top 10 powers in the Eastern Continent's cultivation realm, apart from the Aoteon sect, Kale Academy, and the Chu family, the remaining 7 factions had all provided aid to the Imperial Alliance. Pondering this, you finally understood why the Imperial Alliance emerged victorious in the previous great conflict. You had previously wondered why, despite being a coalition of 6 powerful dynasties, the Imperial Alliance did not seem particularly formidable, as their tribulation practitioners were not impressive. Among the ancestors of these 6 dynasties, only the Great Abyss dynasty's true monarch of the deep had successfully weathered the second lightning tribulation, while the others had merely endured the first. In contrast, the immortal Ocean dynasty's side, only the Emperor of Xianhan and a newly advanced tribulation cultivator have successfully endured a single thunder tribulation. The majority of others have faced 2 or 3, particularly the ancient ancestor of the Xianhan dynasty. This individual's strength is unfathomable. It is estimated that he has overcome 5 or even 6 thunder tribulations. The disparity in power between the 2 factions is immense. Even with the support of 2 formidable figures dispatched by the Taichu Imperial Court, the gap remains significant. How could such a disparity ever allow the Imperial Alliance to triumph over the Xianhan dynasty? At this moment, it becomes evident that the downfall of the Xianhan dynasty involved the covert participation of numerous forces within the entire Eastern Continent's cultivation world. Furthermore, the current siege by sea beasts is instigated by the Azure Water Dragon King of this maritime domain in pursuit of a certain artifact. After fruitlessly searching the Chaos Star Islands, the Azure Water Dragon King has unleashed a tidal wave of beasts heading directly toward the Deyuan dynasty. Although the Emperor of Deyuan is reluctant to witness the destruction of his dynasty, he finds himself powerless. Surrounded by enemies, he must make difficult choices. The assistance provided by the cultivators sent by Li Qingyuan represents the utmost extent of his capabilities. Chapter 70. The Fated One, Dai Tianxiao. Little did he expect that, through your formidable personal strength, the entire coastline of the Deyuan dynasty would remain unscathed. This has significantly aided him. In response, the Emperor of Deyuan presented you with 2 items. As you focused your gaze, you discovered that they were 2 grand seals, one crafted from pure jade, emanating a soothing aura, while the other, forged from an unknown material, was entirely black, shrouded in a faint demonic energy. Noticing your confusion, the Emperor began to explain. The pure jade seal is the royal seal of the Deyuan dynasty. It not only brings tranquility but also allows the wielder to command the local armies across the Deyuan dynasty and even the Imperial Alliance. The Black Seal, known as the Soul-Devouring Seal, is a weapon of dark magic. It continuously consumes souls, augmenting its wielder's power. This artifact was created millennia ago by the ancestor of the Deyuan dynasty, the sole true monarch. However, following the true monarch's failure to transcend, the artifact suffered significant damage. It has only recently regained a hint of sentience. The Emperor entrusted these two items to you and promised a substantial reward once all matters are resolved. You accepted the items from his hand, paying little heed to his promise. In the 115th year, you experienced another breakthrough, successfully reaching the peak of the spirit transformation stage. You continued to preside over Tianhai City, which flourished under your guidance. The number of cultivators here increased significantly. Encountering a bottleneck in your own cultivation, you altered your previous demeanor and began imparting knowledge and teachings to those living in Tianhai City. As a pinnacle cultivator of transformation, guiding them in their practice is indeed effortless. Soon, you aid countless low-tier practitioners in achieving breakthroughs. They begin to extol your virtues within the city, singing praises of your merits. They regard you as their rebirth parents. Although at this moment, the city of Haitian continues to suffer attacks from sea beasts, their fears dissipate in your presence. Yet, you are acutely aware that the current assaults by the sea beasts are merely a prelude. The true army of sea beasts has yet to arrive. In the 127th year, the secret realm of the divine sword opens, due to various constraints. The opening of this realm does not garner significant attention from the various factions. Nevertheless, you arrive early. As anticipated, this time it is Dai Tianhu, aided by his companions, who successfully seizes the inheritance. The familiar scene unfolds once more, as the cultivators of the Dynasty Alliance promptly apprehend Dai Tianhu. However, this time, your presence is among them. As you approach the abyss to extract Dai Tianhu's soul, the group of cloaked figures reappears. Heavenly Emperor's seal. You bellow, and several resplendent golden seals coalesce in the void, hurtling towards the cloaked cultivators. They are swiftly incapacitated by your might. Yet, you spare their lives, opting instead to delve into their souls. To your astonishment, the memories of these cloaked figures trace back several decades. Their recollections are hazy from years past, revealing only their obedience to the commands of the second prince of the Deluo dynasty, Dai Tianxiao. Over the years, they have carried out numerous tasks for him, including secretly eliminating princes who posed a threat to him and eradicating officials who were unfavorable to his interests. Their mission to abduct Dai Tianhu was also ordered by Dai Tianxiao. To summon transformation cultivators out of thin air? How preposterous, you murmur. If this individual possesses such formidable abilities, could he also summon those in the void realm, or even those undergoing tribulation? If so, he may prove to be even more formidable than Gu Xuanxian. With this thought, your desire to continue probing Dai Tianhu's soul wanes. After relinquishing him to the Dynasty Alliance, you hastily make your way to the Deluo dynasty. 2 months later, you arrive at the Deluo dynasty, located at the northernmost point of the eastern continent's cultivation realm, where life unfolds at a leisurely pace, still adhering to the ancient methods of soul cultivation. The Hall of Martial Deities is also situated here. Through extensive inquiries, you finally ascertain the whereabouts of Dai Tianxiao in the Qianlong Palace. Currently, the Deluo Emperor has suffered a failed breakthrough, leaving the power of the entire Deluo dynasty firmly in the hands of Dai Tianxiao. In the present court of Deluo, it can be said that, apart from the venerable ancestor who is undergoing tribulation, all else is under the influence of Dai Tianxiao. You, with your remarkable cultivation, infiltrated the imperial palace of Deluo to conduct a soul search on a palace maid. After a considerable duration, you exhaled heavily. The maid, having lived in the Deluo royal palace for an extended period, possessed knowledge surpassing that of Dai Tianhu by a significant margin. In her memories, Dai Tianxiao was nothing but a complete wastrel, indulging in debauchery without any connection to the throne. Yet, a decade ago, everything changed. Dai Tianxiao transformed from his previous despondency, beginning to engage with other officials of the Deluo dynasty. However, those officials were reluctant to associate with a prince so detached from the throne, avoiding him at all costs. To the maid, although Dai Tianxiao displayed some changes, he remained unrelated to the imperial seat. At that moment, unexpectedly, he acquired a group of subordinates. Their abilities were not particularly formidable, with most possessing only golden core and nascent soul levels of cultivation. Nevertheless, they were fiercely loyal to Dai Tianxiao, impervious to the temptations of wealth offered by others to divulge even a fragment of information about him. At this point, Dai Tianxiao began to reveal his potential. Although the possibility of his ascendance was still bleak, it was not entirely out of reach. 8 years later marked the onset of the Deluo dynasty's struggle for succession, just as it was presumed that the victor would emerge between the first prince, Dai Tianlin, and the third prince, Dai Tianhu. Dai Tianxiao unexpectedly broke through the fray. His subordinates included dozens of transformation realm cultivators and 2 void realm practitioners, all well-trained and formidable. In a flash, they swiftly eradicated the influence of the other princes. Thus, Dai Tianxiao ascended as the new crown prince of the Deluo dynasty. Chapter 71. Repelling the Sea Beasts. Dai Tianxiao is undoubtedly a formidable figure. A glint of coldness flickered in your eyes. Although he is yet to reveal any hostility towards you, it is prudent to prepare for any eventuality. Moreover, should you succeed in eliminating him, you would gain an additional opportunity for choice. You refrained from acting hastily, instead opting to observe the periphery of the hidden dragon palace. At that moment, you keenly sensed a disturbance in the surrounding space. Instantly, you struck out with your palm. Bang! A robust man had just stepped forth from the spatial rift, only to be met by your blow. Though he staggered back several paces, his tough skin and resilient flesh left him unscathed. What audacity! Who are you in service to? The crown prince, with brotherly affection, has spared you from annihilation, and this is how you repay him? Upon hearing this, your brows furrowed. Yet you did not rush to act. You could sense many individuals approaching your direction the moment this robust man appeared. They are well trained, and in a subtle manner. They protect one individual in the center. You understand that this person is Dai Tianxiao. Although you are unaware of how your identity has been revealed, you realize that today is unlikely to end favorably. Do not act rashly. This person must be the recently renowned Lord Su of Tianhai City in the Eastern Continent. While you remain uncertain of the purpose behind Lord Su's late-night visit, you invite him to enter the palace for a discussion. A jolt of surprise courses through you as you realize your identity is already known to him. Despite Dai Tianxiao's modest cultivation, he possesses a meticulous mind and an extraordinary demeanor. His every gesture exudes an air of dignity and confidence befitting a person of authority. He likely came prepared, having anticipated this encounter. You decline Dai Tianxiao's invitation and turn to leave. Ado wishes to intervene, but is halted by a wave of Dai Tianxiao's hand. He shakes his head at Ado, signaling him to remain calm. You observe all of this silently. You cannot fathom the thoughts of this individual, but you are aware that his tenacity far surpasses that of Tang Xuan or Chu Han. You depart from the Deluo Empire. Shortly thereafter, you return to Tianhai City, where you begin to focus on your cultivation. Although you have reached a bottleneck in your qi refining, hindering your progress, there are no restrictions on your physical training. In the 150th year, you successfully attain the mid-stage of the 6th tier in body refinement. In the 160th year, the sea beasts launch a large-scale assault on the city. You lead the defenders of Tianhai City in a valiant effort to resist, yet you soon find yourselves trapped within the walls. The sheer number of sea beasts is overwhelming. You appeal for assistance from the Empire Alliance, but receive no response for an extended period. Doubts about abandoning Tianhai City creep into your mind. You know that doing so would diminish your leadership power, slowing your cultivation progress. However, you must make this choice. After all, a slower cultivation is preferable to losing your life. Fortunately, despite the ongoing conflict, the Empire Alliance eventually dispatches a considerable number of cultivators to support Tianhai City. United in your resistance, you manage to withstand wave after wave of the sea beasts' attacks. Countless sea beasts perish on land, and you refine their energies. Though their cultivation levels are generally low, the accumulation yields a substantial amount of spiritual power within your qi. You sense that a breakthrough may be imminent. In the 163rd year, a bolt of calamity thunder strikes, and your cultivation finally reaches the void realm. With your newfound power, you lead the cultivators of Tianhai City to counterattack the Chaos Sea. The formidable demons, merely acting on behalf of others, retreat upon witnessing your remarkable valor. You achieve victory, yet you choose not to continue the assault on the Chaos Sea, due to the incomprehensible power of the demon beasts in the Sea of Chaos. Even a demon king from the nearby waters is not someone you can easily vanquish. Their retreat was not born of fear, but rather a realization that the rewards did not measure up to their efforts. Once you had stabilized the Sea of Chaos, you arrived at the front line of the conflict between the two major factions. Unlike before, this time you stood openly with the Imperial Alliance. The battle had yet to reach its peak intensity, thus your presence as a void stage cultivator was not required on the battlefield. You were appointed as the leader of a military unit, temporarily assuming command here. You began to refine the enemy's cultivation in small-scale skirmishes. Although even the lowest-ranking soldiers of the Celestial Han dynasty possessed foundational cultivation, they were no more than ants to you, offering little assistance. In fact, your own training proved to be far more efficient. You quietly awaited the arrival of the final battle, hoping to advance your cultivation at that moment. In the year 173, with Tang Lu's sword strike, all the tribulation stage cultivators from both sides soared into the sky, engaging in a chaotic battle. You feigned engagement, but after half an hour, you withdrew. Silently, you approached the fringes of the battlefield, where the ground was already littered with the corpses of numerous cultivators. You discreetly activated the refinement of immortal and demon techniques. Moments later, your cultivation ascended to the second level of the void stage. Simultaneously, your consciousness swiftly swept across the entire battlefield, and you discovered Su Xuan. He was also employing demonic techniques, but unlike you. Your refinement of immortal and demon techniques merely assimilated the cultivation of others, while his methods consumed cultivators entirely. His actions were brazen, far more reckless than your own. Armed with an immortal artifact, he indiscriminately attacked everyone on the battlefield. The cultivators capable of injuring him dared not confront him, while the others, filled with rage, were powerless to act. His cultivation was rising at an alarming rate, swiftly progressing from the first to the sixth level of the transformation stage. You contemplated striking him down with a single, decisive blow. However, recalling his previous tactics, you ultimately decided against it. In this simulation, you had a promising future ahead, with the potential to elevate your cultivation to greater heights and witness more of this world. There was no need for a reckless confrontation with him. Moreover, to avoid being detected by Su Xuan, you refrained from refining the residual cultivation of the deceased cultivators. Chapter 72. The conclusion of the great battle. The conflict in the sky intensified, and at that moment, the celestial Han dynasty seemed to gain the upper hand. Yet, this favorable situation was short-lived, for just as the first tribulation stage cultivator of the Imperial Alliance was slain, several figures emerged from the void, descending into this realm. Each of them exuded a formidable aura, having at least traversed the second tribulation. The ancestral figure of the Xianhan dynasty, Shi Pu, bellowed, "You, Han Tian, Wu Yuan, Lu Zhanmo, and Dao Yizi, do you truly wish to oppose me? Are you not afraid that my venerable ancestor, Shi Lai, will descend and annihilate you all?" Yet, what greeted him was merely the mocking smiles of his adversaries. "Shi Pu, the world has long suffered under Xianhan. Today, you are undoubtedly facing calamity," came the response. As his words fell, several figures materialized beside Shi Pu. They were the ancestors of the Chu family and the tribulation crossing cultivators from Cole Academy. However, in comparison to the alliance of dynasties, they were vastly inferior in both quantity and quality. Very well, very well, very well. You have forced my hand," Shi Pu declared. "With my blood, I shall stain the heavens, welcoming the return of the ancestral spirit to Xianlu." Acknowledging his imminent demise, he did not surrender. Instead, he cast forth a formation, and in an instant, he transformed into a pool of blood, which was absorbed by the array. In that moment, the formation erupted in radiant light, captivating the attention of everyone on the battlefield. Yet, nothing transpired. The death of Shi Pu incited raucous laughter among the allies of the dynasty, while a pall of gloom descended upon the cultivators of the Xianhan dynasty. The tribulation crossing cultivators from the alliance launched their assault, and within a mere quarter of an hour, they had slaughtered nearly all the inhabitants of the Xianhan dynasty. Only a few divine transformation cultivators from the Ao Tian sect and Cole Academy managed to escape with great difficulty. Meanwhile, Su Xuan, in full view of the assembly, proceeded to devour every fallen cultivator, an act that was nothing short of diabolical. Yet, even the righteous leaders of the Dangmo sect and Dao Xin sect dared not utter a word in opposition, casting sycophantic glances at Su Xuan. A chill gripped you as you realized the extent of the power wielded by the Taichu imperial court. Not a single tribulation-level cultivator in the entire eastern continent would dare disturb even a hair on Su Xuan's head. Su Xuan departed, having attained the fifth layer of Dong Su, surpassing what you had achieved through years of arduous cultivation. What level of might does the Taichu imperial court possess? Before the screen, Su Xuan murmured to himself. This individual has managed to turn the entire eastern continent's cultivation realm into his pawns. Who, then, could be the formidable presence behind him? And he accomplished this in just a matter of days, eclipsing a century's worth of your own painstaking efforts. Such a rate of advancement is truly terrifying. In the 200th year, the great battle had reached a conclusion. The alliance of dynasties remained somewhat faithful to their promises. Although the rewards initially promised to you had diminished considerably, you were still allocated a significant territory. You remained the king of the sea for the Dayuan dynasty. But now your domain had expanded severfold. Your territory encompassed 1/10 of the former area of Dayuan. While the Dayuan dynasty took the opportunity to seize the dragon vein spiritual lands of the Xianhan dynasty, redeveloping the territory that had once belonged to Xianhan. Due to the abundance of rewards bestowed upon you, your life has become increasingly comfortable. Nonetheless, you remain acutely aware of the memories held by Chu Han. Su Xuan is poised to orchestrate a counteroffensive against the entire eastern continent's cultivation realm in the near future. At that juncture, the eastern continent's cultivation realm will witness no survivors. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood with shattered walls and remnants of destruction. Countless cultivators will fall in this battle, and the entire eastern continent's cultivation realm will serve merely as a stepping stone on Gu Xuanxin's path to ascension. Yet, you find yourself powerless to avert this fate. You are fully cognizant that remaining in the eastern continent's cultivation realm would be tantamount to walking towards your own demise. Thus, after a prolonged period of contemplation, you resolve to journey to the southern sea's cultivation realm. At this moment, your cultivation has ascended to the second level of Dongxiu. Crossing the chaotic divine sea is no longer a challenge. Furthermore, given the remoteness of the southern sea's cultivation realm, the overall strength of its cultivators is relatively modest, making it a promising destination compared to other realms. However, after years of connection, you have developed considerable ties with Tianhai City. Moreover, the city has provided substantial support to your leadership, and departing abruptly could potentially hinder your cultivation progress. Therefore, you plan to select a suitable new city lord before your departure. You disseminate news of your intention to travel the world and recruit a new city lord. In an instant, Tianhai City is abuzz with excitement. Yet, this fervor quickly subsides, for most individuals seek merely a safe haven. As long as they feel secure within Tianhai City, they will naturally choose to remain. The identity of the city lord matters little to them. Days later, the selection of the new city lord commences with fervent enthusiasm. Among the candidates, a mix of individuals arises, including numerous undercover cultivators arranged by various factions. You observe all this without exposing them, for your aim is simply to provide a resolution for the cultivators of Tianhai City. However, during the selection process, a figure captures your attention. Clad in a black robe, this individual possesses formidable strength. Though you do not recognize her, you identify the person beside her, Feng Qing'er. This character, once relegated to the recesses of your memory, has re-emerged before you. Astonishingly, her cultivation has surged to the pinnacle of transformation. In a mere 2 centuries, she has ascended from qi refining to the peak of transformation. Such rapid advancement can hardly be deemed slow. Were it not for your previous simulation in which you had slain Feng Qing'er, you might even suspect her of being a child of destiny. Although she is not, it is evident that she harbors significant secrets. You murmur to yourself, already contemplating the notion of soul-searching Feng Qing'er. However, upon noticing the multitude of Tianhai City residents surrounding you, you temporarily abandon this idea. You ultimately selected the individual clad in black robes as the acting city lord. The reasoning behind your choice was rather straightforward. Not only was she remarkably powerful, but she was also accompanied by Feng Qing'er. Following the conclusion of the city lord selection conference, you welcomed both of them back to your lord's manor. However, the moment they stepped inside, you took action. Your formidable cultivation immediately ensnared them. You proceeded to perform a soul search. During this process, Feng Qing'er's memories appeared exceedingly vague. Her recollections seemed to linger in the time shortly after she had joined the Tianxian sect, with the subsequent 2 centuries remaining a blank slate. Only a few indistinct memories hinted that she had been cultivating in a certain location after the conclusion of the great wilderness secret realm, where her powers had indeed advanced. In merely 2 centuries, she had attained the pinnacle of the transformation god stage. Yet, it was the black-robed individual's memories that stirred a tempest within you. Astonishingly, she was Ji Xianhua. You once pondered why she, who should have reached the transformation stage under normal circumstances, did not appear alongside Tian Xuanzi in the Xianhan dynasty. Now, the truth was revealed. She had subsequently allied herself with a mysterious organization known as the Xianling sect. This organization was immensely powerful, its influence sprawling across the entire cultivation world, with the number of high-ranking cultivators rivaling that of the entire eastern continent's cultivation realm. Now Ji Xianhua, having reached the pinnacle of the transformation god stage, was merely the leader of a small outpost in the eastern continent. This outpost was named Fengxian Realm, and Feng Qing'er was referred to by the Xianling sect as the Formation Eye. You sensed that you had stumbled upon a monumental secret. What have you done to me? Just as you intended to continue the soul search, Ji Xianhua unexpectedly regained consciousness. She struggled desperately to break free from your grasp. Yet all her efforts were in vain. You tightened your grip around her neck and forcibly resumed the soul search. However, this time, Ji Xuanyue's body erupted in an instant, revealing a spectral figure hovering above her head. An elder spirit. A jolt of surprise coursed through you, but you soon realized that this entity was entirely different from Danjuezi. This spirit seemed devoid of consciousness, merely casting a fleeting glance at you before vanishing into thin air. A sense of impending danger resonated within you. You understood that it was unwise to linger here. After swiftly dispatching Feng Qing'er with a single strike, you departed from Tianhai City without hesitation. You traversed the void, making your escape towards the Chaos Sea. 201 days had passed. You found yourself lost within the vast expanse of the Chaos Sea. It was boundless, and having never set foot here before, you were momentarily at a loss regarding which direction to take. Yet, you remained unperturbed. The sense of danger within your heart began to dissipate. You knew that for the time being, you were safe. At this moment, it mattered little where you chose to cultivate. You casually set foot on an island, commencing your cultivation journey. However, tranquility was swiftly disrupted, as this island had already become the domain of the demon race. The moment the demons laid eyes on you, they surged forward in a frenzied assault. Without hesitation, you unleashed your divine powers, vanquishing them all. Subsequently, you stripped the island of its resources and departed. Yet, before long, a formidable demon obstructed your path. This creature was a mid-stage 7th-tier beast. Although such cultivation was no match for you, you opted for retreat. You could distinctly sense countless demon beasts converging upon your location. If they were all 7th tier, you might have fared well, but should even one 8th tier demon emerge, your demise would be certain. In the year 202, after a long journey, you finally arrived at the Southern Ocean's cultivation realm. You found a bustling market to recuperate and began to gather information about your surroundings. It turned out that after an 8th tribulation demon had emerged from the chaotic sea of spirits, the demon race had completely seized control of that realm. This was also the reason why the cultivators of the chaotic sea had been unable to assist the Starry Isles during their time of crisis. After all, faced with their own calamities, they could hardly concern themselves with a few islands in the outer sea. Upon learning this news, you could not help but sigh. You realized that in this world, each individual perceives things differently. The level of cultivation and status dictates one's perspective, and differing viewpoints lead to disparate observations. Even if one could probe minds, it would not guarantee an understanding of the essence of a matter, for to some, these perceptions are indeed reality. By the year 272, you commenced your cultivation in the Southern Ocean's realm. Although the spiritual energy here was not particularly abundant, the vast resources you had accumulated enabled you to successfully break through to the 3rd layer of the Void Realm. This breakthrough consumed a full 70 years of your life. Such a slow pace of cultivation felt somewhat disconcerting to you. In the year 295, a momentous announcement reverberated through the Eastern Continent's cultivation realm. The forces that had besieged the immortal Han dynasty were entirely annihilated. After many years, although the ancestor of the immortal Han had yet to descend to the lower realms, he paid a tremendous price to bestow formidable power upon the Celestial Willow. Once shackled by various factions, the Celestial Willow suddenly became an entity they dared not provoke. In merely half a month, it eradicated all the forces that had once attacked the immortal Han dynasty and located the remnants of the Han who had been hiding for years, thereby re-establishing the immortal Han dynasty. At this juncture, the vast Eastern Continent's cultivation realm was left with but one dynasty, that of the immortal Han. The former heir, Shi Tian, ascended as the new emperor of the immortal Han. Furthermore, the once distant Outyin sect and the increasingly declining Kelii Academy rose again, becoming the only two formidable powers in the Eastern Continent's cultivation realm. Only the Chu family has vanished without a trace following the demise of their ancient ancestor. How could this be? You murmur to yourself. According to the memories gleaned from Chu Han's mind, Gu Xuanxian should have mounted a counteroffensive against the Eastern Continent's cultivation world over the years. While the major powers would surely face annihilation, the entities responsible for their downfall would be entirely different. How could the Xianan dynasty have re-emerged? Why do remnants of the Xianan dynasty still exist in Chu Han's recollections? Despite their prior extermination, a myriad of memories flickers through your mind. Ultimately, you discern that the world is rife with uncertainties. Numerous transmigrators have wrought a butterfly effect upon this realm. Now, even the knowledge you have extracted from Chu Han's consciousness may not reflect the true events that transpired. Chapter 74. Shifts in the circumstances in the year 324. Your cultivation has made no progress. Rather, due to the gradual fading of your leader's power, your cultivation begins to regress. Yet, you remain unperturbed, continuing your serene practice within the marketplace. This time, you seek to perceive the unfolding events in this world from your own perspective. In the year 397, the celestial realm remains tranquil. During this period, your physical cultivation undergoes repeated breakthroughs, successfully reaching the pinnacle of the 6th stage. In the year 465, the Taichu imperial court launches a war against the newly re-established Xianhan dynasty. However, this conflict unfolds differently than you had anticipated. In this war, neither side deploys many high-level cultivators. More often than not, those who take the field are merely golden core or even purple mansion adepts. You realize this may indicate that both sides have reached some form of agreement, sacrificing the lives of these lower-tier cultivators to enhance Gu Xuanxian's powers. As expected, years later, The Taichu imperial court announces that Su Xuan has successfully transcended the tribulation, assuming the mantle of the new Taichu emperor. The former Taichu emperor retreats to Taichu Mountain, joining the numerous ancient ancestors of the Taichu imperial court, thereby becoming part of its foundation. In the year 581, a new force, the Daluo city, emerges within the eastern continent's cultivation realm. This familiar name evokes memories of an old acquaintance, Dai Tianxiao. He has likely amassed formidable resources by now. The outcome unfolds precisely as you envisioned. In the year 588, discontent with the rule of the Xianhan dynasty, several factions within the eastern continent's cultivation world rise up once more. They are not only led by the new force of Daluo city, but also include remnants of the old powers, spearheaded by the Tianhan palace. Through their earnest collaboration, they swiftly force the Xianhan dynasty into retreat. This scene feels eerily familiar, as if the wheels of history are turning once more. Yet, at this moment, Tong Tianlu takes action. Gifted with celestial power, he now possesses strength rivaling that of a ninth-layer tribulation transcender, swiftly decimating those factions. At this moment, the formidable power displayed by the city of Daluo astonished the entire realm of immortality. Numerous tribulation transcendents were dispatched from Daluo city. Although their levels were not particularly high, having only overcome 2 or 3 tribulations, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. In their fearless onslaught, even the formidable Tong Tianlu, possessing the cultivation of the 9th level of tribulation, found himself outmatched. The Xianhan dynasty faced relentless defeat, with Daluo city pursuing them in victory. Under the command of Dai Tianxiao, all members of the Xianhan royal family were slaughtered. Even Tong Tianlu, with his impressive 9th level cultivation, was cleaved into segments, each imprisoned within different miniature worlds. That year, the entire eastern continent's world of immortality underwent a change in leadership. As a new power emerged upon the land, the Heavenly Luo Imperial Court, Dai Tianxiao became the inaugural emperor of the Heavenly Luo Imperial Court, diligently striving to comprehensively develop the entire eastern continent's realm of immortality. In the 672nd year, your cultivation reached the 4th level of void exploration. A journey that took a full 400 years, greatly aided by the rewards of diligent effort. You recognized that the path ahead would become increasingly arduous. Continuing along this trajectory would likely lead to a dead end. Thus, you began imparting your teachings within the Southern Ocean's realm of immortality. By the 685th year, after extensive wandering in the Southern Ocean's realm of immortality, you finally discovered an island rich in spiritual energy, which you named Tianhai Island. Here, you founded a sect and began to recruit disciples. In the 700th year, due to your noble character and formidable strength, Tianhai Island swiftly emerged as a burgeoning power within the Southern Ocean's realm of immortality. The development of Tianhai Island began to flourish. Although you did not advance in rank, you could clearly perceive the progress in your cultivation over the past decade, surpassing that of the preceding century. By the 735th year, you shared portions of the Great Wilderness Beast Control Classic with the cultivators on the island for their training. This technique disseminated rapidly in their hands, not merely due to your esteemed character, but because you recognized that while humanity dominated the Southern Ocean's realm of immortality, numerous formidable beasts thrived in the seas. Here, contracting a powerful beast was far swifter than on land. Should this technique be widely spread, it would undoubtedly elevate Tianhai Island's strength to new heights, enabling you to harness greater cultivation through your leadership. In the 778th year, you successfully broke through to the 5th level of void exploration. However, your actions had also attracted the attention of many powers within the Southern Ocean's realm of immortality. For there exists a saying in the world of immortality: the law must not be lightly transmitted. This is known by all powerful factions. For a potent technique not only signifies the foundation of a power, but also ensures that their descendants remain at the apex of the immortality food chain. Your emergence had thoroughly disrupted the ecological balance of the Southern Ocean's realm of immortality. They sought to impede progress, yet it was already too late. Your Heavenly Sea Island was merely a loosely knit faction. The importation of the Great Wilderness Beast scripture lacked any constraints. Any cultivator who joined Heavenly Sea Island could obtain a copy of the scripture. Consequently, the Great Wilderness Beast scripture swept through the entire Southern Ocean cultivation realm like a horde of locusts. Moreover, due to the rapid ascension of the demonic beasts in their early stages, the cultivation speed of these low-tier practitioners soared astonishingly. In a mere few decades, the price of demonic beasts in the Southern Ocean cultivation realm had multiplied by more than 5 times. This was still due to the incompleteness of the techniques you provided and the limitations imposed by the Great Wilderness Beast scripture. The efficacy of the second contracted demonic beast was only half that of the first, and the effectiveness waned further with each subsequent contract. Otherwise, the Southern Ocean cultivation realm would likely have been devoid of demonic beasts by now. In the year 779, the major top-tier factions of the Southern Ocean cultivation realm united to voice their grievances against you. Faced with this outcome, you had no choice but to expend substantial resources to appease them. Even you had not anticipated that the great wilderness beast scripture would engulf the entire Southern Ocean cultivation realm at such an astonishing pace. Currently, more than half of the cultivators in the Southern Ocean cultivation realm were practicing the great wilderness beast scripture. How many cultivators were there in the entire Southern Ocean cultivation realm? At least several hundred billion. The leader's power you ultimately acquired was minuscule in comparison to their numbers. Chapter 75. The power of destiny. You could not help but lament the heartlessness of these cultivators. Though it was you who had granted them the opportunity for advancement, few among them expressed gratitude. In the year 800, the strength of Heavenly Sea City had not improved. Instead, under pressure from various factions and your failure to present further techniques, it began to decline. Your cultivation stagnated, even weakening slightly under your own practice. You recognized that this was the consequence of the leader's power. In just a few decades, many cultivators who once held you in gratitude had forgotten you. After entrusting Heavenly Sea Island to your disciple, Lita Hai, you departed from the Southern Ocean cultivation realm. In the year 998, while traversing the breathtaking landscapes of the cultivation realm, a piece of news caught your attention: the contest of destiny, the opportunity for ascension. In just 8 brief words, the entire cultivation realm was set ablaze with excitement. It is well known that once a cultivator reaches the tribulation stage, they must endure a thunder tribulation every 5,000 years. This tribulation can be summoned in advance, but the consequence of failure is death and obliteration. However, if one succeeds, their cultivation will experience a significant boost, and they shall gain an additional 5,000 years of life. Throughout the cultivation realm, the majority of tribulation stage cultivators face the first and second tribulations, with only a scant few managing to overcome the third. Should one surpass the 9th level, they may attempt to break through to the Great Ascension. The Mahayana, often referred to as the ordinary immortal, signifies a transformative journey for practitioners who ascend to this exalted realm. Upon reaching this level, the very essence of their existence undergoes a profound metamorphosis. At this juncture, a Mahayana practitioner is faced with the choice of transcending to a higher plane or remaining within this earthly domain. However, those who opt to linger in this world are subject to its constraining forces, resulting in a significant reduction of their lifespan. Conversely, the decision to ascend greatly enhances one's longevity. Thus, it is generally acknowledged that few would choose to remain in the lower realms. The path to transcending into the Mahayana is fraught with challenges. In ancient times, there existed remarkably gifted cultivators who managed to achieve this breakthrough through sheer will. Yet, in contemporary times, success hinges upon harnessing the fateful energies of this realm. Presently, such power has manifested. In the central plains of the cultivation world lies the Xiantian Dao sect, specifically the Wujidong Cave, a place you have yet to explore. After much contemplation, you resolve to venture there. In the first millennium, you successfully arrive at the Xiantian Dao sect, only to find that what was once a serene sanctuary for Taoist cultivation has become overwhelmingly crowded. Numerous practitioners from the 9 major cultivation realms have converged upon this location. Initially, the sect attempted to disperse the throngs. However, they quickly realized that those brave enough to enter such a prestigious domain were all formidable cultivators with substantial backgrounds. Recognizing the futility of resistance against such a multitude, the Xiantian Dao sect opened its gates and welcomed everyone inside. Amidst the bustling crowd, you seamlessly integrate yourself into the throng and eventually discover the fabled Wujidong Cave, the source of the fateful energies. Legend has it that 100,000 years ago, the revered ancestor of the Xiantian Dao sect, the Wujizhen, attained the fateful power within this very cave, successfully breaking through to the Mahayana and ascending thereafter. Sadly, aside from a few disciples of the sect, no one witnessed this momentous event, leading to the cave's gradual obscurity. 5,000 years ago, the sect's leader, Weiyazi, experienced a similar ascent, mirroring the journey of the Wujizhen. This time, however, his ascent was captured by a recording stone, allowing countless individuals to witness the spectacle. Now, as another 5,000 years approach, anticipation mounts that the Wujidong Cave will once again yield fateful energies. Although you are acutely aware that such powers are beyond your grasp, you resolve to patiently await the unfolding events, curious to see who will ultimately triumph and achieve ascendance. As the days pass, 2 months swiftly elapse. The Xiantian Dao sect grows increasingly congested. What once was a solitary grove now accommodates 3 individuals. The area closest to the Wujidong cave is eerily empty, save for a few formidable tribulation-crossing practitioners seated in meditation, each having endured 9 tribulations. Amongst this gathering, you also spot several familiar faces, the first of whom is Su Xuan. At this moment, he stood among the ranks of the Taichu imperial court. This court not only boasted a venerable ancestor seated at the forefront, having achieved the 9th level of tribulation, but also commanded formidable strength, positioning itself at the forefront of nearly all powers. Additionally, there was Dai Tianxiao, whose cultivation had astonishingly ascended to the 1st level of tribulation. Alongside him were 2 robust men, each having reached the 7th level of tribulation. Although their prowess still lagged behind that of the Taichu imperial court, the multitude of hidden tribulation cultivators by their side afforded them a chance to contend for the power of destiny. Lastly, there was the celestial soul true monarch. To your surprise, this individual had originally possessed merely the 4th level of tribulation. Yet, after enduring numerous calamities within the Eastern continent's cultivation realm, he remained unscathed and subsequently achieved a breakthrough, successfully overcoming the 5th thunder tribulation. However, such cultivation was hardly noteworthy in this place, and being alone, he had no opportunity to vie for this power of destiny. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed. 2 orbs of light, one black and one white, gradually materialized within the Wujidong. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, and an abundance of spiritual energy surged toward the 2 luminous spheres. This spectacle was immensely grand, capturing the attention of everyone present. Could it be that 2 powers of destiny had emerged? Surely, there must be a share for Su Xuan. Following the sound, you noticed that the first to act was an elderly man with white hair, seated at the forefront. His speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he reached out to touch the white orb of light. Yet, the power of destiny was not so easily grasped. The moment he made contact, countless forces of destruction surged toward him like a torrential storm. With a piercing scream, Su Xuan's physical form was obliterated, leaving only his nascent soul to flee into the distance. The power of destiny can only be claimed by those destined for it. Such a simple truth. Yet Su Daoyu failed to comprehend. A middle-aged man, who had been seated beside Su Xuan, stepped forward, but his aim was not the power of destiny. It was Su Xuan himself. With a resounding crash, the sound of shattering consciousness echoed, and this formidable tribulation cultivator, who had traversed the realms for countless years, vanished entirely from existence. Chapter 76, Ascension, Alien Races. With Su Xuan's fall, many eager cultivators were taken aback. They were well aware that the power of destiny could only be possessed by the destined. However, who among those who had cultivated to such a level lacked a touch of fortune? Thus, they collectively believed themselves to be under its favor. Yet the outcome shattered their illusions. Even the esteemed Su Xuan, who had attained the 9th level of tribulation, lacked such power. How could they, with their inferior cultivation, possibly possess it? Were those who truly held the power of destiny akin to Tang Chuan or Chu Han? You furrowed your brow. For if we were to adhere to this notion, the ownership of these 2 divine mandates would inevitably fall upon Su Xuan, Dai Tianxiao, or the Honorable Soul Tian. You dared not dwell on this thought, but continued to gaze at the 2 divine mandates. It was evident that several individuals had already stepped forward to examine the Black Divine Mandate. Nonetheless, with Su Xuan's previous experience as a cautionary tale, not even those at the 9th level of tribulation would dare to touch them. After all, while it is common knowledge that only those destined to bear the Divine Mandate may claim it, how can one ascertain whether they indeed possess such a destiny? No one knows. Just as the crowd hesitated, the Honorable Soul Tian took action. His immense cultivation erupted suddenly, propelling him towards the Black Divine Mandate with astonishing speed. At the moment of his contact with the Divine Mandate, the sky darkened abruptly. A multitude of thunderbolts materialized, imbued with the power to annihilate worlds, striking directly at the Honorable Soul Tian. However, the Honorable Soul Tian remained unflustered in the face of this spectacle. He raised both hands, and a milky white light appeared above his head. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless thunder rained down. Yet it could not harm him in the slightest due to the protection of this light. He succeeded. Simultaneously, his cultivation began to surge exponentially. Within mere breaths, the Honorable Soul Tian's cultivation escalated from the 5th level of tribulation to the Great Ascension. His cultivation felt remarkably solid, as if it were the culmination of tens of thousands of years of arduous training. Once the thunder tribulation concluded, a vast aperture appeared in the sky. At the moment of its emergence, an abundance of spiritual energy swept through the entire Xintian Dao sect. Even a single breath taken by those present felt invigorating. A singular phrase flashed through everyone's minds: the upper realm. The Honorable Soul Tian naturally recognized this as well. and without further hesitation, he stepped into the opening. As the enormous aperture began to close slowly, all present felt a profound transformation in the essence of his life at the moment he entered. He had ascended. No one anticipated that this divine mandate would be claimed by a cultivator at merely the 5th level of tribulation. Witnessing this scene, the remaining individuals no longer hesitated. They unleashed their respective powers, fervently vying for the last remaining divine mandate. Yet, at this moment, you sensed an acute awareness of impending danger. You were somewhat perplexed, yet still adhered to the instinct and retreated a considerable distance. You halted only upon reaching the gates of the Xiantian Dao sect. Ha! I have succeeded. I have succeeded. Gu Tianwei proclaimed, "Today, I shall prove my path and transcend the tribulation to ascend." Following the sound, you observed the ancestral figure of the Taichu imperial court, Gu Tianwei, claiming the white divine mandate with the assistance of the Taichu imperial court's denizens. However, before he could undergo the tribulation, Gu Xuanxian unexpectedly extracted his heart from behind. Gu Tianwei turned to look, but alas, under the influence of Gu Xuanxian's devouring magic, he could utter no further words. May the ancestor rest well. Such an opportunity for ascension is better left to us, the younger generation. I, Gu Xuanxian, shall ensure that the name of the Taichu imperial court resonates throughout the entire realm of cultivation. With that, Gu Xuanxian seized the power of destiny from Gu Tianwei's grasp. Yet, his circumstances were starkly different from those of the sole heaven-true monarch. The moment Gu Xuanxian made contact with the power of destiny, though he was still met with the impending lightning tribulation, his cultivation swiftly ascended to the great ascension. However, shortly after Gu Xuanxian stepped forward, a dark claw pressed against the luminous gate. Strange and grotesque beings emerged, devouring the ranks of the Taichu dynasty. Other cultivators, witnessing this scene, sought to flee, but it was too late. The life forms before them existed on a plane far superior to that of humanity in this realm. With merely a glance, all present cultivators found themselves immobilized, held captive in place, awaiting their inevitable demise. Only you and a few others lurking at the periphery remained unscathed. You desired to escape, yet the moment you stepped into the void, those monsters seized you. You perished. How could this be? Observing the unfolding scene, Su Xuan was taken aback. Previously, when he acquired the alchemical immortal demon tome, he had raised a question. If the ascension path is blocked, how then shall modern cultivators ascend? Is ascension merely a trap? Yet, the answer given to him by the stone turtle was otherwise. The Taitsong Emperor had, in essence, successfully completed his ascension. It was just that no one knew where he had ascended to. Unlike other ancestors of various factions, he did not contact his kin in the lower realms through divine means. What Su Xuan witnessed now undeniably suggested that ascension was indeed a trap, and it was likely that the former Taitsong Emperor had long perished at the jaws of these monsters. But what of the sole heaven-true monarch? Why did he, the first to ascend, succeed? Although Su Xuan could not discern the nature of the world to which the sole heaven-true monarch had ascended, the abundant spiritual energy emanating from it affirmed that it was the realm where cultivators of this world were meant to ascend. The ascended cultivators of ancient times had also reached that world, after all. But how did Gu Xuanxian fit into this? Was it a matter of the power of destiny being different? Or was it that all of this was part of a grand conspiracy? Su Xuan remained in the dark. After much hesitation, he once again turned his gaze to the system panel. Due to your actions in this simulation, having slain 2 individuals endowed with fortune, you may select 3 items from the following options. 1. Cultivation at the 5th layer of void transformation. 2. Peak 6th stage of body refinement. 3. The talent utilized for this simulation. Chapter 77. Single spiritual route. Before him lay several options, and without hesitation, Su Xuan chose to enhance his cultivation, refine his body, and augment his innate talent. In an instant, his cultivation experienced a remarkable surge. An immense reservoir of spiritual energy manifested from thin air, flowing into his being. In the blink of an eye, Su Xuan ascended to the 5th level of the void realm. Such a level of cultivation could be regarded as a paragon within the entire Dewu Empire. At this moment, Su Xuan's combat prowess was extraordinary. It could be said that should he desire, he could easily obliterate the entire Dewu Empire. However, Su Xuan refrained from such an action, for this was reality, not mere simulation. If he were to encounter insurmountable foes in the real world, would it not be a futile waste of his simulator? He opened the system panel. Immortal Cultivation Simulator 5. Host, Su Xuan. Cultivation, 5th level of Void Realm. Peak of 6th stage body refinement. Spiritual roots. Triple spiritual roots. Spiritual body. Refined golden spiritual body. Golden spiritual body. Talent. Strong body. White. Swift movement. Fortuitous blessing. Slave Gu. Crisis awareness. Diligence rewarded by heaven. Leadership power. Bloodline power. Energy value. 125370120. Current simulation energy consumption. 100 million. System. Commence simulation. Ding. The current level of the Immortal Cultivation Simulator is 5. You may choose freely from the following pink talents. Random single spiritual root. Pink, you will acquire a randomly attributed single spiritual root, which will accelerate your cultivation speed. Note, all spiritual roots have an equal probability, including exotic roots. Mastery of all laws. Pink, you will face no restrictions while cultivating divine abilities, allowing you to designate all learned abilities as your innate divine powers. Survival after calamity. Pink, upon your death, you will not immediately lose consciousness. Instead, you will wander this world in a spiritual form. During this time, you cannot cultivate, but you will not face death. Upon contemplating the 3 options presented before him, Su Xuan soon made his choice. Random single spiritual root. His current methods were already sufficient. The only aspect he lacked was a higher realm of cultivation. A single spiritual root would enable him to elevate his realm more swiftly. If, during the next simulation, he could attain the peak of the tribulation crossing stage, he would be invincible in this realm, free to act as he pleased. At this moment, you have become a cultivator of the 5th level of Void Realm. Such cultivation allows you to traverse freely within the Dou Empire. You return directly to Tianxian sect, seizing the severely wounded Tian Xuanzi to conduct a soul search. The members of Tianxian sect are filled with astonishment and fury upon seeing you, yet none dare to impede your actions. Conducting soul search, moments later, a torrent of memories floods into your mind. From Tian Xuanzi's memories, you learn that the Dou Empire is one of the weakest empires in the entire Eastern Continent's immortal cultivation world. Even the so-called unparalleled prodigy of the Great Wu Dynasty, Wu Mingyue, is merely at the 8th level of the Void Realm. Such a level of cultivation is far from being your equal. You nod lightly, then take a step into the void. A quarter of an hour later, you arrive at the Great Wu Imperial Palace. You sweep your divine sense over everything here. To your astonishment, the Great Wu Dynasty is even more feeble than you had anticipated. Aside from Wu Mingyue, this vast royal family possesses only 2 cultivators of the Void Realm. Such a meager strength is indeed inferior to any other dynasty. No wonder they were the first to be eliminated in the war. You unleash a massacre within the royal family, directly refining the emperor of the Great Wu, who once sent you to the Xianhan dynasty. Who dares to cause trouble in my Great Wu? A cold voice reaches your ears. You recognize this woman as Wu Mingkong, touted as the foremost prodigy of the Great Wu dynasty. Although her beauty is extraordinary, her ethereal grace is nothing more than a mere facade to you. Akin to a delicate skeleton, you strike out with your palm, sending her spiraling back, blood spewing forth. Seizing the moment, you unleash a torrent of spells upon her. In the blink of an eye, Wu Mingkong is drenched in blood. Not dead. Your eyes narrow slightly, yet you do not dwell on it. After all, you have yet to master your innate divine abilities, and a weaker attack is to be expected. You turn your gaze to the other 2 cultivators of the Void Realm within the Great Wu, who plead for mercy, begging you to show leniency. After a moment's hesitation, you ultimately acquiesce to their requests. After all, the impending demise of the Great Wu Dynasty at the hands of the Dynasty Alliance presents a prime opportunity for you to swiftly enhance your power. If you were to annihilate the Great Wu prematurely, would they not miss out on substantial cultivation? You seize the souls of everyone in the Great Wu royal family. Should they dare to defy you, you could instantaneously obliterate them. The following year, you spare Tang Chuan, curious to see how far he, as a fellow child of destiny, can advance. You have not forgotten Feng Xuanji either. Although she did not appear in the last simulation, you sense there is more to her than meets the eye. After all, her past life was that of a formidable cultivator in the late stages of tribulation. How could such an individual remain inconspicuous? With these thoughts in mind, you soon arrive at the Zhengguan Marquise. The atmosphere here is one of harmony and prosperity. You feign a wandering traveler and pay a visit to the Marquis of Zhengguan. Initially perplexed, he quickly comprehends your identity upon sensing your subtle connection to the 4 holy heavenly palace. You begin to reside in the Zhengguan Marquise. During this time, you inadvertently reveal your cultivation level, frequently offering guidance to all within the Marquise. This earns you immense respect from everyone in the estate. Time passes swiftly, and before long, the day arrives when the Dali royal family moves against Zhengguan. This time, you did not offer any admonition to King Zhengguan. Instead, upon learning that the Great Li dynasty would take action against him, he sought your assistance in bringing his beloved children back to the 4 holy heavenly palace, entrusting them to his sister for their upbringing. You refrained from immediately answering his plea. Countering with a rhetorical question, it is said that the ancient ancestor of the Great Li royal family, Wen Renli, has recently ascended to the tribulation stage. If I were to take them away now, what would become of Su Xuan? With her strength, could she truly withstand the might of the great Li royal family? Upon hearing your words, King Jingguan recognized the gravity of the situation. He ceased his requests for your aid and began to orchestrate the retreat of his children on his own. You nodded gently as you observed his departing figure. Chapter 78. The first strike. Days later, the forces of the Great Li dynasty launched a surprise attack on the Jingguan residence. Their power was formidable, and their military formation swiftly breached the protective array surrounding the estate. Yet, in the final moments, you intervened. At this juncture, dealing with these soldiers was as effortless as crushing an ant. Even the general of the second stage of Dongxi within this contingent fell victim to your effortless might. You paid no heed to their exclamations, instead silently channeling the refinement of immortal and demonic arts within your mind. In an instant, the corpses of the soldiers you had slain rapidly withered away, countless pure energies surging into your sea of qi. However, this was still insufficient, far from enough. At this moment, you had a considerable distance to traverse before breaking through to the sixth stage of Dongxi. You shattered the absorbed cultivators into fragments, then turned to King Jingguan, saying, "Stay here well, I shall safeguard the residence." "Are you truly the ancestor of the four holy heavenly palace?" he stammered, awestruck by your prowess. "Yet even so, you would not stand a chance against one Renli," he added, astonished into silence by your might. You disregarded his words and settled into a meditative state to recuperate. In the days that followed, the Great Li dynasty repeatedly dispatched troops to assault the Jingguan residence. Yet all became nourishment for your cultivation. Upon realizing your formidable power, the Great Li dynasty quieted, refraining from sending further forces against the residents. Time passed, day by day, until the sixth year arrived. The ancestor of the Great Li royal family, when Renli, emerged from his seclusion. Upon hearing of the numerous armies of the Great Li failing at the Jingguan residence, he was consumed by rage and promptly sought you out. The moment you laid eyes on him, countless memories surged within your mind. When Renli, at the second stage of tribulation, with a fire spiritual root and his innate divine ability being the southern Ming burning heaven formation, his strength was lacking, placing him among the weakest of tribulation cultivators. Furthermore, in the last simulated battle, he was the only tribulation cultivator to fall on the side of the Royal Alliance. You engaged in battle with one Renli, and with the enhancement of your bloodline power and perfected golden spiritual body, you quickly drove him into retreat. "Friend, I implore you to hold back," he pleaded. But you paid no attention to his words. The actions in your hands hastened dramatically, swiftly cornering one Renli into a dire predicament. "You have coerced me." When Renli began to ignite his own lifespan, yearning for a desperate confrontation, yet he failed to anticipate that your arsenal of tactics far surpassed his own. You consumed your lifespan and self-detonated the golden spirit body, which had ceased to be of significant aid to you. In an instant, your aura surged exponentially, reaching the pinnacle of the void realm in the blink of an eye. At this juncture, when Renli found himself utterly defenseless against you and was soon subdued on the spot, the alchemical tome of immortality operated silently, gradually refining when Renli's cultivation. No, when Renli emitted a mournful wail, yet your motions remained unrelenting. Moments later, when Renli's cultivation plummeted back to the void realm. However, this level of existence had long since been insufficient to sustain him. The instant he regressed, he was reduced to a mere skeleton. You showed no signs of mercy. Instead, you activated the alchemical tome of immortality once more, utterly refining when Renli. Your cultivation ascended to the sixth layer of the void realm. In the seventh year, after annihilating the entire royal family of the Great Li, you successfully unified the entire Great Li dynasty. Furthermore, you extinguished the sole imprints of the high-ranking officials of the Great Wu dynasty, perceiving that the current tribulation-crossing cultivators were no more formidable than this. A plan began to take root in your mind. You were unwilling to wait any longer. Excessive delay might invite unforeseen variables. You resolved to strike first, targeting the other dynasties. This plan, once conceived, expanded rapidly within your thoughts. In the eighth year, the war you had instigated commenced. Your initial target was set upon the Great Yu. The Great Yu lay in close proximity to both the Great Wu and Great Li. After inciting both nations to send troops to attack the Great Yu, you stealthily infiltrated the heart of the Great Yu alone. Here, you pressed forward with overwhelming force. Swiftly arriving at the capital of the Great Yu dynasty, you encountered the ancestral figure of the Great Yu dynasty, who had entered the tribulation stage over 4 millennia ago. In terms of spiritual roots, qualifications, methods, and divine abilities, he far exceeded when Renli. Alas, he was now too aged. Although tribulation-crossing cultivators are said to extend their lifespan by 5,000 years with each tribulation they endure, their physical faculties inevitably decline over time. Those who lack confidence in successfully crossing the tribulation become exceedingly frail in their later years. Meanwhile, bolstered by various enhancements, your power had reached a terrifying zenith. In merely a few dozen exchanges, the ancestral figure of the great you was vanquished by you. He expressed his submission, but without a moment's hesitation. You executed him on the spot, for you understood that those who were forcibly subdued would never cultivate true loyalty. And if that were the case, what purpose would there be in their existence? You activated the alchemical tome of immortality, and in an instant, you refined him completely. Your cultivation saw yet another elevation. Although this time you did not achieve a breakthrough, the immense spiritual energy you wielded still facilitated significant growth. In the 15th year, you traversed the lands, engaging in battles from the south to the north. Even before the Great Yuan dynasty initiated its war, the conflicts you instigated had already engulfed all the feeble dynasties lacking tribulation stage cultivators. Your physical cultivation had successfully ascended to the early 7th stage. During this period, you consolidated all the territories under your command and established a new power, the Eastern Qian dynasty. Though the Eastern Qian imperial court is not yet formidable under your guidance, it is steadily gaining strength. You began to gather techniques seized from the royal families of the Great Wu, Great Li, and Great Yu, proclaiming that loyalty to the Eastern Qian dynasty would grant access to these teachings. While you were aware that this approach could only garner temporary allegiance from the lower-tier cultivators, it was better than nothing. Among the multitude of practitioners, there would inevitably be a few who remained loyal to you. In the 48th year, your cultivation made considerable strides. Yet your ostentatious actions attracted the wariness of surrounding powers. They began to ostracize and suppress you, but due to your previous slaying of 2 tribulation stage cultivators, none dared to strike first. The development of the Eastern Qian dynasty faced significant restrictions, yet you remained unperturbed. For within this realm, you had already acquired that which you desired. Chapter 79. The Celestial Qing royal family. In the 50th year, you scavenged some techniques from the treasuries of various nations, albeit most were of low caliber. Only within the Great Yu dynasty did you find a technique called the Sun Finger, which reached the 9th tier. You commenced the cultivation of this technique, ultimately refining it into your personal divine art. In the 51st year, you resolved to traverse the Beast God Mountain range, aiming for the Central State's cultivation realm. After all, the ascension pathway revealed by Gu Xuanxian in the previous simulation led to a strange world, and you intended to eliminate this potential threat at its inception. With your prowess having ascended to the 6th layer of the Void Realm, you swiftly crossed the Beast God Mountain range. However, upon reaching the opposite side, a reminder captured your attention. It was a fortuitous omen. Due to the low level of this talent, it could only draw your notice when you were very close to the opportunity. Yet, in this place, as your divine sense swept the surroundings, you discovered no other entities save for a few low-tier beasts. Perplexed, you continued to explore based on the clues provided by the omen. At last, behind a colossal stone, you uncovered an entrance to a small world. You stepped through it, instantly attracting the gaze of all within that realm. Who dares to intrude upon the territory of our immortal spirit sect? Your brow furrowed, recalling that in the previous simulation, Ji Xianyue and Feng Qing'er had ultimately emerged through the immortal spirit sect. With their soaring cultivation and peculiar titles, you ascertained that the celestial spirit sect must possess great fortunes. Such fortunes rightfully belong to you. You take the initiative, unleashing a resounding roar that illuminates your entire being with golden radiance. Your formidable aura surges exponentially, instantly reaching the pinnacle of the void realm. This is the power of the golden spirit body, one of the most formidable spiritual bodies in this realm, whose combat prowess far surpasses mere cultivation assistance. In response to your audacious assault, the celestial spirit sect does not cower. They form a formation that barely withstands your attack. However, this effort proves insufficient. At this moment, the highest cultivation among them barely grazes the pinnacle of the void realm. Such mastery means little in the presence of a seasoned warrior like you, who has previously vanquished tribulation cultivators. With your first strike, your palm imprint crashes down, shattering their formation in an instant. With the second strike, you pursue relentlessly, charging into their ranks like a tiger among sheep, unleashing a massacre. Yet, at that moment, a figure clad in emerald, brandishing a spear, appears not far from you. She does not immediately launch an attack. Instead, she dispatches those severely wounded by you before directing her spear towards you. This assault is one you find eerily familiar. But before you can fully comprehend the situation, the spear collides with your chest. The sound of metal striking stone echoes through the air, and a glimmer of astonishment flashes in her eyes. At last, you behold her visage clearly, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, adorned with a green crown. Her every gesture exudes the presence of a superior being. Strangely, despite recalling numerous simulated scenarios, you remain entirely ignorant of her identity. Yet, this aura, after careful consideration, you realize it harmonizes with that of the Azure Celestial Royal Family. No longer hesitating, you unleash your full power, invoking the refining immortal demonic tome. The golden spirit body, the bloodline strength, and the archaic goddess body refining technique in a tumultuous surge against her. Remarkably, her strength surpasses your expectations. Though her offensive techniques are somewhat lacking, her overwhelming vitality allows her to remain unscathed amidst your onslaught. Upon seeing you, a flicker of disbelief flashes in her eyes. A mere sixth-layer void realm cultivator under 100 years? How is that possible? At this, astonishment briefly crosses your gaze. After all, once a cultivator reaches a certain level, altering their appearance becomes trivial, making their true age difficult to discern. Only those on the brink of death emit a faint aura of mortality. The fact that she can perceive your true age signifies her mastery over life force has achieved a truly terrifying level. In that moment, you spring into action. As your entire strength converges into a singular point, a formidable essence of golden power emanates from your fingertips, striking fiercely towards the Tianqing royal clan. The sound of impact reverberates, yet an endless torrent of verdant liquid erupts from her being, and astonishingly, she remains unscathed after the assault. A frown creases your brow. For the divine technique you just unleashed was your utmost capability. Previously, you had failed to perceive the disparity while confronting the two tribulation transcendents from the eastern continent, leading you to mistakenly believe that tribulation cultivators were not so formidable. However, facing the Tianqing royal clan, a third-layer tribulation cultivator, you find yourself ensnared in a dire predicament, awakening to the vast chasm that exists between tribulation cultivators. Nonetheless, you do not falter, as the instinct for survival has yet to urge you to retreat. Thus, you conclude that this Tianqing royal clan lacks the capacity to extinguish your life. The battle intensifies once more, but this time, the Tianqing royal clan takes the initiative. She transforms into her true form, entwining herself around you. The once vibrant life force abruptly morphs into a devouring energy. Upon enveloping you, she manifests her innate divine technique, commencing the absorption of your cultivation. Witnessing this, a sardonic smile graces your lips. You channel the full might of the refinement of immortal demons, and two potent forces of absorption clash within your bodies, resulting in a stalemate. The 52nd year sees you still locked in this confrontation, but as the Tianqing royal clan exerts her divine technique to its fullest, while you merely operate your cultivation normally, you begin to gain the upper hand. A flicker of horror flashes in her eyes. She longs to plead for mercy, yet you are unwilling to grant her such an opportunity. Rather than easing your assault, you accelerate the operation of the refinement of immortal demons. A tremendous force of absorption radiates from you, leaving the Tianqing royal clan defenseless as you shatter her divine technique, reverting her to her human form. However, her once brilliant eyes and radiant teeth are now replaced by a sickly pallor. She has been defeated. Her original third-layer tribulation cultivation has plummeted back to the second layer. You advance upon her, seizing her neck and demanding information about the immortal spirit sect. She remains silent. Without hesitation, you conclude her existence and activate the refinement of immortal demons to assimilate her cultivation, although her level exceeds yours at present, preventing you from extracting her soul. This is inconsequential, for by your next encounter, you will surely possess a higher realm. Your cultivation experiences a slight enhancement. Following the guidance of the fortune within your heart, you embark on an exploration of this small world. After a brief while, you discover a village wherein none of its inhabitants can cultivate. This familiar scene evokes memories of the ancient wood realm, where even the most powerful entity was merely a skeleton. Although it is rather peculiar, you surmise that he is merely a transformation deity at most. In this realm, even the few guardians of the immortal spirit sect stationed at the entrance have attained the void realm. You begin to perceive everything within this miniature world. You discover that there seems to exist an overarching formation subtly woven into the fabric of this place. The central area of this formation points towards a particular house within the village. Following this enigmatic force, you arrive at the village, where you notice that all the energies of this realm converge upon a young girl. This reminds you of the term formation I that you once unearthed from Ji Xianyue's memories. This young girl, much like Feng Qing'er from that time, has become the focal point of this world's energies. Countless strands of spiritual power gather around her, as if she encapsulates all the might of this little universe. A profound yearning stirs within you. It seems that by consuming her, the power of this world would be bestowed upon you. This thought astonishes even you. For although you often act without scruples and frequently slay the innocent, you have never reached the point of cannibalism. As for the immortal and demon refinement scriptures, you narrow your eyes and begin to assess the girl before you, only to find that she possesses no cultivation whatsoever. She is merely an ordinary mortal. What could be the reason for this? You attempt to probe her mind, yet she remains unresponsive. In the depths of the unknown, it appears as though some force is obstructing you. Left with no other options, you turn your attention to the villagers. You seize 2 of them and commence your inquiry into their souls. However, within their minds, you glean nothing of value. They reside in a world known as the Qingyuan realm, where generations of inhabitants have been unable to cultivate. Fortunately, this realm is devoid of demonic beasts, ensuring the safety of its residents. It resembles a paradise where all live in blissful harmony. Their memories reflect this existence. In the minds of these villagers, they have thrived here for countless generations, utterly disconnected from the outside world. Naturally, they are oblivious to the circumstances surrounding the immortal spirit sect. The young girl in the village, having lost her parents at an early age, has been raised by the collective care of the other villagers. Everything seems perfectly reasonable. Yet, a sense of unease lingers within you. After all, if this village is indeed, as they remember, a completely mundane settlement, how could it possibly attract the attention of the immortal spirit sect? The sect has meticulously arranged this world into a grand formation, which undoubtedly consumes vast resources. If there were no profit to be gained, what would compel them to undertake such an endeavor? After much contemplation, you ultimately resolve to take the young girl with you. As for the mysteries of this world, perhaps time will unveil the answers. The little girl bore no name until you bestowed upon her the name Su Luo. In the 52nd year, you brought Su Luo to the immortal cultivation realm of Zhongzhou, making no unnecessary stops along the way, and hastened directly to the Xiantian Dao sect. You were keenly aware that when the 64th year arrived, the emperor of the Taichu dynasty would wed Lu Chuyan, the granddaughter of the sect's leader. Moreover, Gu Xuanxian would be born a few years thereafter. By that time, any attempts to thwart this fate would be futile. Soon, you reached Daoya City at the foot of the Xiantian Dao sect and began to gather intelligence about the sect. True to its reputation as the foremost sect in Zhongzhou's immortal cultivation realm, it boasted many formidable practitioners, with 8 visible tribulation stage cultivators. Rumors circulated that the true strength of the Xiantian Dao sect far exceeded this. Its ancestral figure, Lu Wui, had reportedly reached the 9th layer of tribulation, though he had not made an appearance for millennia. Nonetheless, his demise was not yet upon him, and it was highly likely he remained among the living. Lu Wui, you murmured to yourself. In the previous simulation of the destined battle, although the final 2 destinies originated from the Wuji cave within the Xiantian Dao sect, the sect did not vie for them. This suggested that their so-called ancestor, Lu Wui, had likely perished. However, even if he were excluded from the equation, infiltrating the Xiantian Dao sect to eliminate Lu Qiuyan would still prove exceedingly difficult. Not only was she the beloved granddaughter of the current sect leader, Lu Jiashan, but she was also surrounded by numerous powerful guardians. Moreover, the 9-tiered great formation within the Xiantian Dao sect would undoubtedly render any attempt futile. Thus, a direct assault was out of the question. Yet, if not through force, you found yourself at a loss for how to proceed. After much deliberation, you ultimately resolved to join the Xiantian Dao sect. The process was remarkably straightforward. As the foremost sect in Zhongzhou's immortal cultivation realm, it attracted a steady stream of cultivators wishing to join daily. Some, of lesser prowess, sought to become disciples, while those of greater strength aspired to be stewards or elders. In response, the Xiantian Dao sect had a comprehensive procedure in place to assess these individuals. Fortunately, although the refining immortal demon tome was labeled as a demonic scripture, it was entirely distinct from other demonic cultivation techniques. The spiritual energy it conferred was extraordinarily pure, even surpassing that of the righteous sects by a significant margin. Utilizing this pure spiritual energy in your cultivation at the 6th layer of Dongxiu, you successfully gained entry. However, due to your recent induction, your initial status was that of a steward rather than an elder. Chapter 81. Intercepting Lu Qiuyan in the 53rd year. This marked your first year within the Xiantian Dao sect. You served as a steward in the task hall, during which time you were astonished to discover that Lu Qiuyan's innate talent for cultivation was rather mediocre. Due to the numerous descendants of Lu Jianshan, the leader of the Xiantian sect, and the untimely demise of her parents, Lu Qiuyan's experience within the sect was far from favorable. The resources allocated to her for cultivation were even inferior to those granted to the direct disciples. Yet, despite her lack of recognition, eliminating her proved to be an arduous task. You chose an alternative approach. You began to covertly engage with Su Xuan, consistently bestowing her tasks with high praise. Even in the event of her failure, you would secretly alter her outcomes to reflect success. This behavior swiftly captured Su Xuan's attention, prompting her to inquire why you chose to assist her. Your response was that she bore a striking resemblance to your deceased wife. At the mention of your late wife, Su Xuan's gaze instinctively shifted to your daughter, Su Luo, noticing no semblance between them. It was not a matter of appearance, but rather of experience. You softly began to elucidate, explaining that your late wife shared a similar background with Su Xuan. She was also the granddaughter of a powerful sect leader. Despite her inherent mediocrity, she received little support from her family and progressed at a sluggish pace in her cultivation. By the time she reached the Golden Core realm, she had exhausted all her potential, and her repeated forced breakthroughs left her with lasting repercussions on her path. Even with your assistance, she ultimately succumbed to age in the nascent soul stage. This represented a profound sorrow within your heart. Upon encountering Su Xuan, you were struck by the parallels between her journey and that of your late wife. Thus, you felt compelled to assist her so that she would not tread the same path of misfortune. After hearing your tale, Su Xuan fell into a contemplative silence. She was moved, recognizing the striking similarity between her current plight and that of your late wife. Although she had reached the Golden Core stage, her exposure to numerous void refinement and tribulation-crossing cultivators rendered her unwilling to accept such a fate. Following the loss of her parents, she had seldom received additional cultivation resources from the Lu family, relying solely on her perseverance and the meager resources available to inner disciples to progress in her practice. The hardships she endured were known only to her. In the 55th year, under your patient guidance, your relationship with Su Xuan flourished. Over the years, you had leveraged your authority to procure numerous benefits for her. Under your mentorship, her cultivation advanced rapidly, soon reaching the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. In the 56th year, Su Xuan endeavored to break through to the nascent soul stage, while you successfully exchanged the contributions made to the sect for a congealing infant pill. She achieved her breakthrough. Experiencing a surge in her cultivation, she began to develop a sense of dependence on you. In the 57th year, you both successfully became partners in the Tao. This process unfolded smoothly, even perceived as a significant gain by Lu Jiangshan, the leader of the Xiantian sect. In his eyes, Su Xuan was merely a marginalized disciple of the Lu family, a presence deemed dispensable. The prospect of enlisting a cultivator of the 6th layer of the Void Realm for his family was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. The ceremony marking your union as partners in the Tao was vibrant and was presided over personally by the esteemed patriarch, Lu Jiashan. Not a soul within the Xiantian Tao sect dared to disregard his authority, as they all flocked in congratulations. As fate would have it, you both welcomed a daughter into the world that same year, a sigh of relief escaping your lips. The ensuing days were filled with unparalleled comfort and delight. Before long, the 63rd year arrived, and by this time, you had ascended to the esteemed position of elder within the Xiantian Tao sect. However, during one elder meeting, news arrived from the Taichu imperial court. The Taichu emperor sought to take Su Xuan as his bride. A mere handful of words left you utterly astounded. Throughout this simulation, you had been in constant companionship with Su Xuan, yet she had never even laid eyes on the Taichu emperor. How could such a message possibly arise? You found yourself perplexed, and Lu Jianshan shared in your bewilderment. Nevertheless, considering your unwavering loyalty to the Xiantian Tao sect over the years, he courteously declined the emperor's proposal. Yet, Lu Jiangshan's actions did little to assuage your unease, and a sense of impending crisis began to gnaw at your consciousness. Realizing the gravity of the situation, you resolved to evacuate the Xiantian Tao sect to avert a tragic fate in this simulation. You departed with Lu Xuan and Su Luo, opting not to return to the Eastern Continent's cultivation realm, but instead choosing the relatively unfamiliar yellow sand cultivation realm. This realm was reputedly the most arduous for living conditions, with only a few Buddhist sects and sword sects persevering through hardship, namely the Vanyin Temple, Tianju Temple, Mingwang Sect, and Sword King Pavilion. Beyond these, no force capable of transcending calamity resided within the yellow sand cultivation realm. Despite the harsh conditions, you had not been idle during your years in the Eastern and Central Continent cultivation realms. At this juncture, you possessed ample resources for cultivation, sufficient to sustain your practice for an extended period. You settled in for diligent training. 70 years passed. By this time, the turmoil in the Central Continent cultivation realm had subsided. You promptly returned to inquire about the situation. It turned out that shortly after your departure with Su Xuan, the national teacher of the Taichu imperial court had personally come to seek you out. This individual was none other than the Taichu emperor's mentor, a figure of significant merit prior to the emperor's ascension. His personal visit underscored the sincerity of the Taichu Emperor's intentions. Lu Jiangshan promptly received him, yet by then, you had vanished without a trace. Even Lu Qiuyan had been taken to the desolate yellow sand cultivation realm by you. Even if Lu Jiangshan wished to consent to this marriage at this moment, he would find himself utterly powerless. Upon learning that you had taken Lu Qiuyan away, the Taichu Imperial Court promptly commenced its search for your whereabouts. However, you had anticipated this development. After years of relentless pursuit, they uncovered not a single trace of you. Last year, the Taichu Emperor remarried, this time to one Zairu, the sole daughter of the Prime Minister of the Taichu Imperial Court. Chapter 82. Numerous doubts. Upon receiving this news, you found yourself perplexed. Through the years of interaction, you had discerned that Lu Qiuyan bore no extraordinary traits. She possessed neither the favor of destiny nor exceptional cultivation talent. Why, then, did the Taichu Emperor hold her in such high regard? Had they divined something significant? Or was there another traveler from another realm within the Taichu Imperial Court, aside from Gu Xuanqian? You refrained from pursuing these thoughts further, for your objectives had already been accomplished. The Empress of the Taichu Imperial Court had been replaced, and Gu Xuanqian would not grace this world again. Year 84. Through the cultivation of the Immortal and Demon Refinement Codex in previous years, coupled with your diligent efforts, you successfully ascended to the 7th level of Dongshu. At this juncture, you encountered no further bottlenecks before your tribulation. You resolved to devote yourself to cultivation within the Huangsha Immortal Realm, striving to elevate your abilities to the tribulation stage within a millennium. Year 94. Remarkably, Su Qingluo, who had previously been unable to cultivate, began to progress, and her advancement was notably swift. You were somewhat astonished, but chose not to dwell on it. After all, she, like Feng Qinger, was deemed a focal point of formation, and her cultivation speed should be comparable. You sent her to the Sword King sect for training while you and Lu Qiuyan embarked on a family planning endeavor. Year 177. During this period, your physical cultivation reached the mid-stage of the 7th rank. The Su family flourished once more, managed by your descendants while you remained in the shadows, serving as their guardian. This time, you refrained from eliminating Tang Chuan and Chu Han. Instead, you wished to observe how far they could progress relying solely on the destiny they carried. Year 275. You successfully ascended to the 8th level of Dongshu. This pace could hardly be deemed slow. Yet, concurrently, a formidable challenge emerged before you. Your cultivation resources had been utterly depleted. The resources required for your daily rigorous practice at your current level could only be described as astronomical. In a mere 200 years, you had exhausted all the cultivation resources previously acquired in the Eastern Continent and the Xintian Dao sect. In deep contemplation, you resolved to visit the burial Immortal Mountain. For with your current strength, you might be able to unlock the dragon vein there. Year 276. You arrived at the burial Immortal Mountain. A familiar voice resonates once more in your ear. You engage in a dialogue with the stone turtle, reminiscent of past simulations. You acquire the Celestial Emperor's heaven-opening seal, the thunderous 10,000 equal finger, and the golden body of the Son of Heaven. Following the destruction of the stone turtle, you hasten towards the dragon vein. The spiritual energy emanating from this place is abundant, yet it offers little assistance to your current state. Within just a few days, you have completely absorbed the overflowing spiritual energy. Your cultivation has progressed slightly, but a breakthrough remains a distant prospect. You begin to ponder whether it is possible to unlock the seal of this dragon vein. After several days of research, you discover that the sealing power of the dragon vein is not particularly formidable. However, with your current strength, you could forcefully dismantle it, albeit at the risk of drawing attention. To enter the dragon vein discreetly, the assistance of a top-tier array master is essential. After much contemplation, you decide to explore the Eastern Continent's cultivation realm. At this juncture, in the Eastern Continent's cultivation realm, your established Dongxin dynasty has crumbled due to the loss of your protection. It has been divided among various powerful factions. Furthermore, your actions have altered the course of events in this world. Consequently, the current landscape of the Eastern Continent's cultivation realm is dominated by the Xianhan dynasty. Nevertheless, the development of the Deluo dynasty is also on the rise, showing potential to become the second dynasty. Upon learning these developments, you set out to find the most powerful array master in the Eastern Continent. Through extensive inquiries, you finally locate this individual, Chu Wuyo of the Array Immortal sect. Upon receiving this news, you immediately make your way to the Array Immortal sect. Situated in a remote area, it is a secluded sanctuary for cultivation. The moment you step into the Array Immortal sect, you are met with a barrage of array attacks. They are intricately layered and interwoven, swiftly forcing you out of the sect. Who approaches my Array Immortal sect? A chilling voice reverberates around you, emanating from all directions, eluding your attempts to pinpoint its source even with your divine sense. Left with no choice, you speak. I have long heard of the esteemed Chu sect master. I come today with a request, hoping that sect master Chu will emerge to assist me in unraveling an array. I assure you, there will be ample reward. The array immortal sect has long sealed its gates, uninterested in worldly affairs. You should leave, responds the voice. Hearing this, you frown, resolutely deciding to forcefully break the array and capture Chu Wuyo. Just as you prepare to act, the grand array of the sect unexpectedly collapses, vanishing without a trace. Confused, you wonder if Chu Wuyo is indeed prudent, but then a voice reaches your ears. Chu Wuyo, if you refuse my courtesy, I cannot be held accountable for the actions of the Xianling sect. The Xianling sect again? Startled, you step into the void, directly appearing within the array immortal sect. Who are you? Disregarding the words of the person from the celestial spirit sect, you immediately struck out with a powerful palm, delivering a devastating blow. Just as you believed you were on the verge of uncovering the machinations of the celestial spirit sect, the individual S had exploded in an instant, leaving your hands drenched in blood, your pupils constricted. This familiar method instantly evoked memories of Feng Qing'er, for she bore an uncanny resemblance to this person. Could it be that Feng Qing'er had already become a member of the celestial spirit sect before entering the great wilderness secret realm? A torrent of confusion surged within your heart. You sensed that the ambitions of this celestial spirit sect were undoubtedly grand. However, there was no time for contemplation, and you turned to face Chu Wuyo, who was utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Upon seeing the chill in your gaze, she finally reacted, saying, "Senior, I shall decipher the formation for you at once." Chapter 83, A Struggle for Destiny. Days later, you return to the Dragon Vein, with Chu Wuyo's assistance. You swiftly unraveled the formation and entered its depths. Within the Dragon Vein, not only was there a chaotic and violent spiritual energy, but a powerful gray energy, filled with a sense of decay, manifested at the very core. You gazed intently and discovered that it was, in fact, a manifestation of destiny. It resembled the black and white energies you had encountered previously. The only distinction was that while the black and white energies were imbued with formidable strength, evoking a sense of yearning, this gray energy fell short. Although it contained considerable power, it was ultimately weaker than its black and white counterparts. You were uncertain of what this gray energy signified or whether it could elevate someone to the great ascension realm. Yet you understood that this matter must remain undisclosed. You swiftly dealt with Chu Wuyo. Subsequently, you began to meditate and cultivate within the Dragon Vein. In the 382nd year, you had absorbed all the spiritual energy within the Dragon Vein, successfully advancing your cultivation to the 9th layer of the Void Realm. Though the Dragon Vein would continue to produce spiritual energy for centuries to come, you chose not to linger. After sealing the Dragon Vein once more, you departed. Returning to the Eastern Continent's immortal cultivation realm, you began to observe everything around you. You discovered that, without your intervention, Su Xuan and Dan Juezi were leading the Falling Cloud sect to remarkable prosperity. At this juncture, Su Xuan had attained mid-stage transformation, and his path in life appeared to be smooth sailing. Meanwhile, Tang Chuan was faring equally well, and his cultivation surpassed Su Xuan's by a notable margin. With the joint support of the Outyin sect and the Kolei Academy, he had reached the pinnacle of transformation. Although this level of cultivation may not be deemed particularly high at present, it might indeed secure them a place in the contest for destiny that would unfold centuries later. Although Dai Tianxiao has yet to reveal his true prowess, it is evident that he possesses formidable strength, merely biding his time in silence. Should he choose to act, it is likely that he could easily bring about the downfall of the Xianhan dynasty. After observing the current state of the Eastern Continent's cultivation realm, you returned to the Yellow Sands cultivation world, where you began to guide your descendants in their practice, fostering their advancement to elevate your own standing through their leadership abilities. By the year 774, the number of your descendants had reached a staggering count, while the majority of them were not highly skilled. Their collective efforts nonetheless propelled your own cultivation forward, allowing you to successfully break through to the pinnacle of the Void Realm. At this juncture, you were poised to attempt the tribulation, confident that, bolstered by various enhancements, you possessed at least a 90% chance of overcoming the first lightning tribulation. In the year 776, after thorough preparation, you initiated your attempt to transcend the tribulation. The first bolt of lightning struck, yet to you, it seemed trivial. You did not even need to activate your golden spirit body to withstand it. This was also true for the subsequent tribulations, until the 7th bolt, which elicited a slight reaction from you. It was only when the 8th bolt descended that you exerted your golden spirit body and activated the divine refinement technique to manage its impact. With the eighth tribulation barely repelled, the ninth began to brew ominously in the heavens. It was immensely powerful, captivating all cultivators within 1,000 miles. The final tribulation comprised 9 bolts, and the last was exponentially stronger than the preceding 8. Countless pinnacle void realm cultivators had perished under its wrath, their remains obliterated. Yet, you faced this ultimate challenge with unwavering courage. Despite the visible scars from enduring the first 8 tribulations, these were mere superficial wounds. At this moment, both your condition and strength remained at their zenith. Finally, after half an hour, the last bolt descended like a true dragon from the heavens, its terrifying roar echoing across 10,000 miles. With a thunderous explosion, the tribulation shattered your preemptively cast spells. Fortunately, thanks to your golden spirit body and the power of your bloodline, you emerged unscathed from the tribulation, thus becoming a transcendent cultivator. Countless others felt the significance of your breakthrough and came to pay their respects. The Su family was thereby established as the 5th transcendent force within the Yellow Sands cultivation realm. By the year 971, in recent years, the influence of the Su family has expanded rapidly, and the enhancement brought by the leadership has significantly elevated your cultivation. Although you have yet to reach the 2nd level of the tribulation stage, you sense that it is not far off. During this period, you have diligently practiced numerous divine abilities. The Sun Finger, the Celestial Emperor's Heaven-Opening Seal, the Thunderstorm 10,000 Pounds Finger, and the Emperor's Golden Body. These 4 9th-tier divine abilities have all been cultivated to perfection. At this moment, you are filled with confidence. Should you choose to instigate war once more in the Eastern Continent's cultivation realm, none would be able to stand in your way. You begin to prepare for the destiny struggle that will unfold in several decades. You yearn to witness the outcome of this impending contest and to comprehend what the upper realm will entail. In the first millennium, you covertly arrived at the Xiantian Dao sect, which has now gathered numerous top-tier cultivators. Learning from past experiences, you chose to observe from a distance, utilizing your spiritual sense to explore the situation within, refraining from stepping inside. As you anticipated, this time, without your interference, Su Xuan and Tang Chuan also arrived at the Xiantian Dao sect. Remarkably, in just a few hundred years, their cultivation had ascended to your level, reaching the tribulation stage. Su Xuan's cultivation was particularly refined, showing signs of imminent breakthrough. Although this strength still ranked among the lower echelons of those present, it was evident that they had acquired the ability to draw upon the power of destiny. At that moment, 2 spheres of light, one black and one white, slowly emerged within the Wuji cave. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted, and countless spiritual energies surged toward the 2 spheres of light, creating a magnificent spectacle that immediately captured the attention of all present. Chapter 84. Alien Races. Could there truly be 2 sources of destiny power? This must surely include a portion for me, Su Xuan. A familiar voice echoed as an elderly man with white hair boldly advanced towards the white source of destiny power. It was indeed Su Xuan. With Su Qian's horrifying scream, his soul was swiftly obliterated by a middle-aged man nearby. Witnessing Su Qian's demise at the hands of the destiny power, those who had been eager to act hesitated, choosing instead to observe the unfolding events. Just then, 2 figures simultaneously rushed toward the black source of destiny power, none other than Su Xuan and the true monarch of Soul Heaven. At this juncture, the true monarch of Soul Heaven had reached the 5th level of the tribulation stage, while Su Xuan, despite being at the 1st level, had somehow acquired a combined attack technique, merging with Danjuezi. Together, they fought evenly against the true monarch of Soul Heaven. Do you dare? The true monarch of Soul Heaven glared at Su Xuan, his eyes filled with rage, yet he could not afford any hesitation, determined to seize the destiny power even at the cost of severe injury. However, Su Xuan was not one to yield easily. Just as the true monarch of Soul Heaven made contact with the destiny power, Su Xuan too successfully reached out to touch it. Boom! The simultaneous strike of the 2 individuals incited a tumult of destiny's power, unleashing a torrent of thunder far more formidable than what you had previously witnessed. Ultimately, both the Soul Heaven true monarch and Danjuezi fell beneath this divine tribulation. As the sole survivor, Su Xuan successfully absorbed the power of destiny, his cultivation soaring rapidly until he reached the great ascension stage. Once the tribulation concluded, a vast opening suddenly manifested in the sky, and at its emergence, Su Xuan stepped forth into it. Countless pure spiritual energy swept across the entire Xiantian Dao sect, invigorating all present with a refreshing vitality. You meticulously probed this new realm with your spiritual perception, discovering that it bore a striking resemblance to the world you had encountered previously. It was abundant in spiritual energy, likely the higher realm to which cultivators from this world had ascended. However, What captivated your attention was that white strand of destiny's power. In your last simulation, Su Xuan had successfully navigated the tribulation and subsequently summoned a horde of bizarre entities. What would transpire this time? You had stifled Su Xuan in his infancy. Would the ascension of another unfold differently? Following Su Xuan's ascension, the others present immediately engaged in a fierce contest for the remaining strand of destiny's power. In the end, it was the revered ancestor of the Taichu imperial court, Gu Tianwei, who emerged victorious. Throughout this contention, your spiritual awareness remained fixated on Tang Xuan and Dai Tianxiao. You keenly sensed that something was amiss. Tang Xuan, while partaking in the team formed with the Ao Tian sect and the Kulai Academy, attempted to seize the Destiny's power, but ultimately fell short. In stark contrast, Dai Tianxiao stood still, his demeanor unperturbed. As if the appearance of this Destiny's power bore no significance to him, he remained quietly in place, observing Gu Tianwei's tribulation. With a resounding thunderclap, the tribulation commenced, and Gu Tianwei's experience mirrored that of Su Xuan, achieving success in short order. An opening appeared before him, yet before he could enter, a sharp blade pierced through his chest. A scream escaped Gu Tianwei's lips, yet even with his successful ascension, he was powerless to resist, and within mere breaths, he was reduced to a lifeless husk, his primordial spirit barely managing to escape. He was slain by these enigmatic beings before even completing his ascension. A wave of shock surged within you. Without a moment to ponder, you swiftly fled the Xintian Dao sect, acutely aware that those strange entities, having entered this realm, would undoubtedly commence a massacre against its cultivators. There would be no time to escape then. 5 months later, you found refuge back in the eastern continent's cultivation realm. Yet news of the decimation of much of the central continent's cultivation realm reached you simultaneously. The speed of those bizarre entities was astonishing. In just a few months, they had slaughtered a significant portion of the central continent's cultivation realm. Countless forces have succumbed, and innumerable cultivators have become the sustenance they speak of. Fortunately, this world has endured for many years, and not all the transcendent cultivators ultimately chose to ascend to the higher realms. Among them, several individuals, for various reasons, chose to remain in this realm. Notably, Master Sandang from the Huangsha cultivation realm and Wuling Sanren from the Beiyuan cultivation realm stand out. These two individuals, possessing remarkable strength, have led numerous cultivators to form a grand formation, barely managing to keep those bizarre creatures at bay within the central continent's cultivation realm. However, this defense is ultimately tenuous. Although they have successfully contained these strange monsters using a 9th-tier formation, the formation is continuously undergoing terrifying depletion. At their current reserves, it is likely that they will soon be exhausted. Fortunately, at this critical juncture, Gu Tianwei has timely regained his life force through possession. Though his cultivation has yet to be fully restored, he has immediately provided substantial spirit stones, preventing the further spread of these peculiar monsters. What on earth is happening? You mutter to yourself. Initially, you suspected that these strange creatures might have been deliberately introduced into this world by Gu Xuan after his ascension. However, it now seems that this is far from the case. As long as someone absorbs that white strand of the heavenly mandate's power, these bizarre creatures will inevitably appear. Moreover, their objective is to devour the cultivators within this realm. After much contemplation, you find yourself utterly perplexed. Nevertheless, since the heavens shall fall, there are those towering figures to support it. You need only to focus on your cultivation. You return to the Dragon Vein, continuing your practice there. In the 1052nd year, after accumulating sufficient strength, you successfully weather the tribulation and break through to the second layer of tribulation crossing. Simultaneously, your gaze turns to that gray strand of heavenly mandate power. After years of accumulation, it seems to possess considerably more strength. You sense it may offer you significant assistance. Unable to resist, you step forward to examine the gray strand of heavenly mandate power closely. You discover that, after all these years of gathering, the destructive force it contains has indeed grown more potent. Yet, just as you intend to grasp it, a sense of crisis warns you. Chapter 85. Entering the Higher Realm. You pause momentarily, then promptly dismiss the idea of absorbing the strand of heavenly mandate power from your mind. However, the sense of crisis does not dissipate. Instead, it intensifies. You realize that your close proximity to this heavenly mandate power must have inadvertently triggered something, alerting the unseen forces behind it. Who could this person be? Without further thought, you decisively hold the strand of heavenly mandate power in your hand. After all, the entire cultivation realm is now ensnared in a dire predicament, and this heavenly mandate power represents your sole chance for survival. The heavenly mandate power begins to merge with your essence. The dense thunderstorm materialized out of thin air. With a resounding roar, an infinite force of thunder descended upon you. Yet you persevered, supported by your formidable physique. Your aura began to ascend rapidly, instantly transcending the limits of this realm. Just as you believed you were on the brink of becoming an immortal, your surging energy began to recede, for the celestial power was insufficient, and your cultivation swiftly regressed back to the 6th layer of tribulation. However, even with this fleeting breakthrough, a portal to the celestial realm manifested before you. Gazing at the luminous gateway, uncertainty washed over you. Yet, feeling the intense vibrations of impending danger, you resolutely stepped through. After a considerable time, when you reopened your eyes, you found yourself in an entirely new world. Although the spiritual energy here was far more abundant than in your previous realm, the landscape appeared desolate. Something felt amiss. This world was starkly different from what you had encountered before. Could this be the domain of those bizarre creatures? A sense of foreboding gripped you. Nevertheless, adhering to the philosophy of making the best of your circumstances, you began to explore this unfamiliar territory. As you traversed the surroundings, you discovered numerous spiritual herbs thriving in the area. Each appeared robust and well-nourished, suggesting they had flourished for many years. Wait, 3 immortal phoenix grass. Even such a 7th-tier spiritual herb grows casually by the roadside? Just as you contemplated investigating further, a booming voice interrupted. Halt. Who are you? How could a human appear here? Turning towards the source, you saw a horned creature charging in your direction. With a grotesque visage and a fierce demeanor, it emanated an aura that reached the 8th layer of tribulation, significantly surpassing your own. However, fortified by your supreme golden spiritual body and bloodline powers, you engaged in combat. After several fierce exchanges, you ultimately vanquished the creature. Approaching its lifeless form, you scrutinized it closely, noting that it was neither human nor demon. Its physique bore some resemblance to humanity, yet its features were unmistakably akin to those of a demon, leaving you perplexed. After a prolonged observation, you activated the Celestial Demon Refinement Manual and began to absorb its essence. Your cultivation experienced a slight enhancement. In the year 1053, you started to wander in this new realm. You encountered a lower-tier horned creature and performed a soul search, which revealed the truths of this world. It turned out that the realm you ascended to was named the Silver Twisted Realm, one among the myriad worlds in the cosmos. Thousands of years ago, a terrifying spatial turbulence swept across the multiverse, causing countless worlds to collide and form a dimension known as the Great Xianhuang World. The various races inhabiting these realms inevitably fell into conflict, with both the human race and the Silver Horn tribe being among them. They belonged to the weaker factions, merely surviving in the vast universe. Oh, does this imply that the issue lies not with the power of destiny, but rather with the other end of ascension? You ponder aloud. It is widely recognized that upon using the power of destiny to ascend, one randomly materializes in a location within the upper realm. The destination of the ascension varies according to the nature of the power of destiny. The dark power of destiny seemingly leads to the territories of the human race, while the white power directs one to the lands inhabited by races hostile to humanity. This revelation leaves you feeling quite overwhelmed, as in this world. Humans have descended to the lowest echelon of existence, with numerous races preying upon them. Such circumstances render your cultivation journey perilous. After a moment's hesitation, you resolve to cultivate in place, for the concentration of spiritual energy in this realm is commendable, and you currently find yourself within the territory of the Silverhorn clan, whose strength is comparatively modest. Among the surrounding territories, the most formidable beings are merely at the 3rd or 4th tier of the Great Ascension. Although you cannot contend with them directly, this place remains relatively safe compared to others. The 1100th year. Just when you believed you could cultivate peacefully here, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A race known as the Awakening Spirit Clan defeated the Silverhorn clan, seizing their territory and beginning to enslave them. Alarm bells ring in your mind. Yet, before you can escape, the Awakening Spirit Clan discovers your presence. How is it that a human cultivator is here? Have they secretly forged some agreement with the Silverhorn clan? They exclaim. Ha ha ha, 2 of the lowest races. With their power, even if 100 of them came, they could do nothing to my Awakening Spirit Clan. They continue. Indeed, it matters not which race we capture. There are plenty of human cultivators in the mines. No sooner had they spoken than 2 members of the Awakening Spirit Clan launched an assault against you. Their strength is formidable, both having reached the Great Ascension stage. You are no match for them. However, bolstered by multiple protective layers, you manage to hold your ground. A mere ant at the crossing tribulation stage dares to resist? How laughable. They taunt. The Awakening Spirit Clan raises their hands, summoning an overwhelming wave of spiritual energy from all directions. What? They can control unclaimed spiritual energy? How monstrous. You think in shock. But before you can mount a defense, a tremendous shockwave knocks you unconscious. When you awaken again, you find yourself within a mine. Your cultivation has been sealed, and you are unable to harness any spiritual energy, relying solely on your physical strength to move. What are you dawdling about for? Newcomer. If you do not finish excavating these materials today, you will surely face dire consequences, a voice commands. Hearing these words, darkness engulfs your vision. Ascension has led to a life of mining. In the year 1102, you found yourself at a loss for words, yet secretly sought an escape from your predicament. You discreetly contacted other miners, attempting to devise a means of flight, but were met with disheartening results. The formidable power of the spirit clan was insurmountable, rendering any resistance futile. Among your fellow miners, many harbored similar aspirations of escape, yet all, without exception, met with failure. Those who dared to oppose were left incapacitated, stripped of most of their cultivation, with little hope of ever seeing the light of day again. Faced with the overwhelming strength of the spirit clan, you resigned yourself to mining in peace, beginning to regret your ascension. In the lower realms, your prowess had granted you a position of considerable authority. You could have honed your skills before plotting your next move. By the year 1120, you had risen to the role of a minor leader among the miners. Just as it seemed your fortunes were turning, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A contingent of the fallen immortal clan arrived at your mining site, engaging the spirit clan in fierce combat. Ultimately, they emerged victorious, forcing the spirit clan to retreat and abandon the mine. Consequently, you found yourselves under the command of the fallen immortal clan. However, as your gaze met that of one of their members, a tumultuous wave of emotions surged within you. It was none other than Su Xuan. Though it seemed improbable, the truth was undeniable. Upon learning of the Taichu Imperial Court's recent marriage and progeny, you had conducted your research on him. This individual bore the same name, Su Xuan, but his appearance and talents differed markedly from your memories, leading you to believe it was merely a coincidence. In subsequent days, due to his rare appearances within the deep palace, you paid him little heed. Yet today, witnessing his every gesture and the manner in which he spoke, it became clear that he was indeed Su Xuan. You were astounded. Little did you anticipate that intercepting Su Xuan's mother, Lu Qiuyan, would lead to such an extraordinary twist of fate. Upon reflection, however, it seemed reasonable, for Su Xuan was likely a transmigrator, who has indeed traversed through someone else's existence. In the year 1123, the fallen immortal clan expanded rapidly, their influence burgeoning, and the number of races captured and brought to this mine grew ever larger, including a notable presence of human cultivators. You began to interact with the native human cultivators of this realm, learning from them the dire circumstances faced by their kind. It appeared that the plight of humans in this world mirrored the information you had previously gathered. They were indeed a diminutive race within this realm, though not the weakest. In this world, entire clans had been reduced to mere shadows of their former selves. The foremost among the races is the first tier, while the weakest is the ninth. The human race has ascended to the 8th tier. Within the territory inhabited by humans, 5 formidable forces prevail: the Sword Immortal Sect, the Diamond Temple, the Sea of Suffering Sect, the Hall of Eternal Life, and the Profound Nether Cult. Each of these factions boasts formidable beings at the Immortal King level. Under their protection, the situation for human cultivators remains relatively stable. However, despite the outward semblance of tranquility, they dare not offend the fallen immortals, a first-tier race. Whenever a human cultivator is captured by these fallen immortals, the sects can only feign condemnation, never daring to take genuine action against them. Upon learning this information, a flicker of understanding crossed your eyes. Beyond the Great Ascension, the hierarchy of cultivators is categorized into the true immortal realm, celestial immortal realm, profound immortal realm, immortal king realm, immortal emperor realm, immortal sovereign realm, and the immortal venerable realm. The immortal venerable realm represents the pinnacle attainable in this world. While not every first-tier race possesses an immortal venerable, the majority have means to rival one. In stark contrast, the most powerful among humans are merely a handful of immortal kings, and even if there are hidden powers, they are at best immortal emperors. In light of such a vast disparity, the mere survival of the human race in this world is nothing short of remarkable. How could they dare to provoke those mighty races? You relinquished the thought of awaiting rescue from human cultivators. In the 125th year, your cultivation pace accelerated significantly within this realm. Although your chi refinement stage had yet to break through, your physical cultivation advanced rapidly. Soon reaching the early stage of the 8th tier, your burgeoning strength instilled a glimmer of hope for escape. During a brief respite after mining, you utilized your formidable physique to slay the fallen immortal guarding the mine, and with the routes gleaned from other human cultivators in your mind, You swiftly fled to the 10,000 Great Mountains. This land is the domain of the demon race. Yet traversing it would lead you to the human territory of Ember City. However, shortly after entering, you caught the attention of a colossal bear, an 8th-tier late-stage demon beast. While its strength was not particularly overwhelming, its defense was astonishingly formidable. It took considerable time and effort to vanquish the beast. Just as you were about to step deeper into the 10,000 Great Mountains, a beam of golden light pierced through your body. The corrosive force it carried became evident upon contact, and you realized the peril you faced. Human, there is no escape for you. A familiar voice echoed in your ears. Turning back, you beheld your pursuer, Su Xuan. Unbeknownst to you, he had acquired some fortuitous opportunity and, although he was not currently cultivating the devouring heaven demon technique, he had nonetheless achieved the great ascension realm in a mere 1,000 years. His cultivation was impressively profound, although he was slightly weaker than you. In the grand tapestry of this vast world, he was undoubtedly a top-tier existence. You secretly accumulate strength, intending to deliver a fatal blow to Su Xuan. Yet, you remain unaware that once a cultivator reaches the great ascension, a fundamental transformation occurs. Their very essence of life is altered, with every sinew and bone experiencing a significant enhancement. This is precisely why great ascension cultivators are referred to as mortal immortals. Every movement you make appears agonizingly slow in Su Xuan's eyes. In the brief span of merely a quarter of an hour, you find yourself retreating in defeat, grievously wounded and spitting blood. Chapter 87. The annihilation of Su Xuan. A heavy sense of powerlessness floods your heart. However, you do not relent. Even in death, you are determined to drag this individual down with you. You charge towards Su Xuan, while your nascent soul prepares to escape and advance. Observing your advance, a mocking smile graces Su Xuan's lips, only to be swiftly replaced by shock. He steps directly into the void. Yet, in that very instant, your body erupts. Boom. This is the self-detonation of a supreme spiritual entity. A terrifying wave of energy instantly engulfs the entire realm. Even the void, recently torn by Su Xuan, is detonated in an instant. The space experiences a violent explosion, with an endless torrent of chaotic energies consuming Su Xuan. You charge towards him in a frenzied assault. But Su Xuan struggles futilely to defend himself. The chaotic energies of this world are vastly more powerful than those of the realm you previously inhabited. Even a powerful sovereign would find it difficult to escape unharmed. He is dead. Thus, Su Xuan perishes at your hands, yet the cost you incur is devastating. At this moment, you are left with only your nascent soul, having suffered grievous losses in your cultivation and combat prowess. You are compelled to traverse the vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains in such a diminished state. In the year 1134, after enduring countless trials, you finally emerge from the 10,000 Great Mountains. However, you are now a shattered nascent soul, your spiritual energy depleted, barely able to maintain your current form. Yet, the sacrifices you made are not in vain. You have finally arrived at Ember City. This is the nearest human territory to you, albeit sparsely populated. Due to its frontier location, it is protected by formidable experts of the profound immortal realm. Just when you believe you have found safety, a dark seal suddenly descends upon you, suppressing you in place. Captain, look, I have captured this individual who escaped from the fallen immortal clan. Ha ha ha, splendid. Quickly take him back to the lords of the fallen immortal clan. So, this is how lowly the human race has sunk in this realm, you murmur to yourself. However, this time, you choose not to flee. You understand that you no longer possess the ability to do so. Your nascent soul begins to dissipate, your very essence fading into oblivion. You have perished. As you witness the scenes unfolding within this simulation, Su Xuan remains speechless for a long time. In this realm, although the upper realm demons do not prey upon the human race, the situation is hardly dissimilar. The humans in the Xianhuang Great World are akin to myriads. While they struggle to survive, they lead lives fraught with uncertainty. They even humiliate themselves before other alien races, betraying their own kin. Yet, despite such dire circumstances, the City of Flame has found a path to demise. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Su Xuan's eyes, and he resolutely decided to completely refine the City of Flame in the next simulation. Commencing calculation of this simulation's gains. As you have slain a person of fortune in this simulation, you may choose any 2 items from the following options. 1. 6th layer of tribulation transcendence. 2. Initial stage of 8th tier body refinement. 3. The talent used in this simulation. 4. The innate divine ability, Sun Finger. Gazing at the options before him, Su Xuan did not hesitate and directly selected the cultivation and talent. In an instant, the valley where Su Xuan sat became enveloped in swirling clouds and mist, suffused with ethereal energy. From the sky, A faint rumble of gathering thunder resonated, yet it dissipated in an instant. Simultaneously, Su Xuan's realm began to ascend rapidly. Tribulation Transcendence, first layer. Tribulation Transcendence, second layer. Tribulation Transcendence, third layer. Until he gradually came to a stop at the sixth layer of Tribulation Transcendence. Feeling the abundant energy within his chi, a smile graced Su Xuan's face. Achieving the sixth layer of Tribulation Transcendence with such a rich chi, if I so desired, I could likely break through to the seventh layer immediately. However, in the end, Su Xuan chose not to continue his tribulation, as it posed too great a danger. Conversely, the rewards from the simulation not only offered a swift elevation of his cultivation, but also allowed for seamless breakthroughs without any bottleneck. System, open the panel. Immortal Cultivation Simulator 6, host, Su Xuan. Cultivation, sixth layer of Tribulation Transcendence, peak sixth tier body refinement. Spiritual root, singular spiritual root, spiritual body, supreme golden spiritual body. Golden spiritual body, talent, strong body, white, swift movement, fortuitous blessing, slave curse, crisis awareness, heaven rewards diligence, leadership power, bloodline power, energy value, 25, 370, 120, current simulation energy consumption, 100, 000, 000. Detected that the host cultivation has reached the sixth layer of Tribulation Transcendence, successfully granting an opportunity for system upgrade. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Another upgrade opportunity. Su Xuan murmured to himself. Yet, this time he did not hesitate at all, and immediately soared towards the great Wu royal family. After all, with his cultivation now at the sixth layer of Tribulation Transcendence, he was, apart from a few hidden Mahayana cultivators in other realms, virtually unmatched in this world, fully capable of plundering spirit stones without restraint. In merely 15 minutes, Su Xuan arrived at the great Wu royal family. Esteemed senior, who might you be? One of the guards stationed at the great Wu treasury inquired. Without responding, Su Xuan gently raised his hand. Bang! In an instant, the treasury door, capable of withstanding the full force of a peak Dongshu cultivator's attack, exploded. The exquisite spiritual iron shattered into fragments. The system, how much energy can these absorb? Ding! Detected that the object ahead does not belong to the host and cannot be absorbed. Su Xuan furrowed his brow, then swiftly struck out with his palm, instantly reducing the entire great martial emperor palace to rubble. Numerous cultivators from the great martial imperial family charged towards him, but with a mere lift of his hand, he suppressed them all in place. All treasures within your royal treasury shall belong to me. Is that agreeable? Upon witnessing Su Xuan's formidable power, these cultivators of the great martial dynasty dared not refuse. They bowed and pleaded for mercy, acquiescing to his demands. System, absorb all the spirit stones here. Ding. Detected absorbable energy value, 1, 832, 642, 230. Shall absorption commence? Ding. Absorption successful. Would you like to upgrade the system? Without hesitation, Su Xuan chose to upgrade. However, post-upgrade, the remaining energy of the system was insufficient for further simulation. Thus, for the next several hours, Su Xuan swept through the surrounding dynasties, compelling them to surrender all their spirit stones. System, open the panel. Cultivation Simulator 6, host, Su Xuan, cultivation level, sixth layer of Tribulation Transcendence. Peak of sixth stage body refinement, spiritual root, single spiritual root, spiritual body, supreme golden spiritual body. Golden spiritual body, Chapter 88, Secrets of the Upper Realm, Talent, Strong Body, White, Swift Movement, Fortuitous Fate, Slave Goo, Crisis Awareness, Heaven's Reward for Diligence, Leadership Power, Bloodline Power, Energy Value, 32, 125, 370, 120. Current Simulation Energy Consumption, 1, 000, 000, 000. Initiate Simulation. Ding. The current level of the Cultivation Simulator is 6. And you may make any selection from the following orange talents. Eternal Prosperity of Immortal Path. Orange, your fortune becomes extraordinarily prosperous, and you will always encounter opportunities for cultivation advancement easily, regardless of the time. Path of the Immortal Sovereign. Orange, your cultivation speed receives immense enhancement. All attributes are significantly boosted. The path of cultivation becomes exceptionally smooth. You will never experience inner demons, and the tribulations you endure will be greatly weakened. Might of the Immortal. Orange, you will gain the pressure of a true immortal realm, which is immensely powerful and can directly suppress great ascension cultivators. This is simply astonishing, Su Xuan murmured to himself. The three options before him were incomparable to those presented earlier. Indeed, Even one of these talents would suffice to elevate one to, or even surpass, the status of a child of destiny in this realm. The eternal prosperity of a mortal path would bestow formidable fortuitous power. Just this aspect alone is quite ludicrous. After all, isn't the growth of talents like Su Xuan and Su Xuan reliant on such forces? The might of the immortal can directly crush great ascension cultivators, ensuring that he would not be at the mercy of others, even in the Xian Huang great world. Meanwhile, the path of the immortal sovereign would provide an enhancement to all attributes, making the journey of cultivation exceedingly smooth, preventing the emergence of inner demons and weakening the tribulations. This talent is undoubtedly the most powerful among the selections. After all, the tribulations in the Xian Huang great world are far more formidable than those in the current realm. It is said that the tribulations faced by those at the realm of immortal sovereigns possess the capacity to obliterate an entire world. System. I choose the path of the great Tao immortal sovereign. Ding. Selection successful. Simulation commencing. You feel a surge of formidable power coursing through your body. A faint smile inadvertently gracing your lips. At this moment, even the most accomplished cultivators within this realm find themselves no match for you, rendering you invincible. You resolve to rectify all past regrets. Year 1. You arrive at the Mount of the Fallen Immortals. Under the astonished gaze of the stone turtle, you strike a decisive blow, shattering the seal of the dragon vein and directly extracting the power of destiny. This time, although a faint sense of danger lingers, it is not overwhelming. You begin to patiently await the arrival of the mastermind behind the scenes. Several hours pass, and an elderly man emerges from the void, charging towards you. You engage in a fierce exchange, ultimately securing victory by a narrow margin. However, the elder proves to be formidable, immediately adopting a desperate stance, resulting in a stalemate. At last, you take the initiative to speak. Elder, I harbor no ill intentions and have no interest in this power of destiny. I merely wish to hear your story. My story. The elder furrows his brow. What is it you wish to know? The immortal spirit sect. Your identity, the source of this power of destiny, and the objectives you seek to accomplish. A series of inquiries leaves the elder startled, causing him to retreat step by step. Who are you? You observe the elder's reaction without immediately responding, merely nodding slightly. In that fleeting moment of encounter, you sensed his identity through his aura, a member of the immortal spirit sect. It bore a resemblance to the essence of Feng Qing'er and Su Qingluo. Though the significance of this connection eludes you, you are certain of their relationship. As the elder perceives your silence, he attempts to flee, but how could you allow him to escape so easily? With the attributes bestowed by the great Tao immortal sovereign, your prowess has reached the pinnacle of this realm. Not to mention that this elder, merely at the 6th layer of tribulation, would pose no challenge even if he possessed a higher level of cultivation. You defeat the elder once more. This time, he comprehends that he is no match for you. Words are futile. Read my soul. I shall not resist. You did not anticipate such acquiescence from the individual before you. Yet after a brief moment of hesitation, you step forward to probe his soul. During the soul reading, the elder's memories are abundant, taking you an entire hour to meticulously sift through. His name is Zhongqin, an elder of the immortal spirit sect and a conservative faction within the sect. Millennia ago, the sect leader, having reached the pinnacle of tribulation yet unable to ascend, devised a method to fabricate power of destiny. This involved siphoning energy from lesser worlds. He interconnected multiple small worlds, merging the celestial essence and fortune within them into a suitable human vessel, subsequently employing array formations to refine and amalgamate their respective celestial fortunes, thereby creating a semblance of fate's power. However, this fabricated force of destiny pales in comparison to the authentic power of fate. Its assistance to practitioners is minimal. While it may suffice for those in the early stages of tribulation, it becomes increasingly ineffective beyond the 8th layer, only capable of propelling a practitioner by a single realm. It is utterly incapable of elevating a 1st-layer tribulation practitioner directly to the great ascension level, unlike genuine fate's power. Fortunately, this pseudo-fate can, akin to its true counterpart, break limits, enabling peak tribulation practitioners to transcend and achieve great ascension. Consequently, in recent years, nearly all ascendants from the cultivation realm have employed this method. Yet, this ascension approach is profoundly detrimental. It necessitates the fusion of numerous array nodes and the sacrificial offering of all living beings within the small worlds. One could assert that for every ascendant, the deaths of millions accompany their rise. In contrast, the gray fate power you previously refined does not bear such a heavy toll. It took tens of thousands of years within the dragon vein to coalesce into its nascent form, and the celestial spirit sect recognized its potential early on. Their hesitance to refine it immediately stemmed not only from its incomplete maturity, but also from the fact that this locale was discovered by conservatives who dared not ascend. Indeed, no one dared to ascend. Years ago, the successful ascendant of the celestial spirit sect conveyed a message back to the sect through an unknown means. In the present upper realm, humanity has been reduced to mere livestock for other races, forced to live in a state of subservience. Even the most powerful beings among humanity, those at the immortal king level, have become puppets of more formidable races. Furthermore, this situation continues to deteriorate. Whenever a talented individual emerges among humanity, their fate is not one of ascendancy but rather of demise. Powerful races immediately devour these gifted humans, rendering the human race increasingly feeble. There is no longer any hope for humanity to rise. Chapter 89. Master Sandang, the five spirits wanderer. Upon learning this news, you are taken aback. The circumstances are far graver than you had previously encountered. Although you were aware of humanity's dire state through simulations, you never anticipated the situation had worsened to this extent. Moreover, the conservative faction of the celestial spirit sect had revealed their leader's message to the major powers, yet these entities remain oblivious, persisting in their ascension through the method of refining souls, continuously providing sustenance to the upper realm. It seems to have become a deadlock, a world devoid of any hope. After a long while, you release your hold on the soul search. The elder, having been subjected to your extensive probing, now appears dazed and disoriented. Unexpectedly, the situation has escalated to such an extent. Although you had long anticipated this turn of events, the absurdity of it still caught you off guard. Nevertheless, you paid little heed to it, for you are unlike those conservative practitioners. While they hesitated, afraid to ascend, you felt no psychological burden whatsoever. However, the circumstances in the Xianhuang Great World are indeed dire. The status of the human race there is exceedingly low, and should you choose to ascend, a favorable outcome seems unlikely. Yet, if you refrain from ascending, you find that in this realm, reaching the great ascension is already the pinnacle. Although your cultivation may not stagnate immediately upon achieving this level, progression becomes arduous. After much contemplation, you ultimately decide to take each step as it comes, seeking alternative opportunities for breakthrough. In the 5th year, you unified the entire Eastern Continent's cultivation world with your formidable strength. Even the Xianhan dynasty, wielding the backing of an ancestral figure from the upper realm, had no choice but to submit upon witnessing you effortlessly slay a tribulation practitioner with a single strike. In the same year, you held a grand ceremony at the burial Immortal Mountain, imparting the complete teachings of the great wilderness beast god to all practitioners in the Eastern Continent's cultivation world. Many familiar faces attended this momentous occasion, yet your attention was drawn to only two individuals, Tang Chuan and Chu Han. These two possess extraordinary potential. Without your intervention, they might indeed have become the key to the human race's resurgence. By the 20th year, you continued to cultivate various divine abilities while also teaching at the burial Immortal Mountain. With the enhancement of your leadership, your cultivation level steadily ascended. On the 35th year, a day arrived when dark clouds enveloped the burial Immortal Mountain, accompanied by thunder and lightning, as countless bolts of lightning descended upon you. However, the tribulation lightning no longer posed a significant threat. With a mere flick of your hand, you effortlessly obliterated it. Boom! Sensing your immense power, the heavens unleashed even more formidable tribulation lightning, each bolt stronger than the last, culminating in a final strike capable of annihilating peak tribulation practitioners. Yet, you remained undaunted. With a commanding shout, you directed a colossal finger, imbued with overwhelming might, against the storm clouds. In this manner, the once ominous tribulation clouds were shattered by your singular touch. Your cultivation reached the 7th level of tribulation. The multitude of practitioners below the burial Immortal Mountain were astounded by your display of power, lauding your might. Yet, you were acutely aware that this was far from sufficient. While you could dominate this world through various enhancements, should you ascend, you would still be no match for those formidable races. Thus, you began to seek ways to strengthen yourself further within this realm. Drawing upon the memories in your mind, you first sought out Master Sandang, who resided in the distant Yellow Sand cultivation realm. In the Yellow Sand cultivation realm, at the Mingwang sect, upon your arrival, Master Sanding was already present at the sect's entrance, welcoming you. Please, come in. You nodded gently and subsequently followed him into the grand hall of the Mingwang sect. You engaged in extensive conversation. It turned out that the world you inhabited was known as the ancient spirit realm, where some factions with ascended ancestors had long been aware of the feeble strength of the human race in the Xianhuang Great World. Yet what of it? To attain eternal life, one must ascend. Trapped within this realm, even those who have reached the great ascension stage can only extend their lifespan by a mere 10,000 years. Thus, even with the knowledge of a bleak future, nearly all cultivators still chose the path of ascension. Subsequently, due to a significant upheaval within the ancient spirit realm, all cultivators in this world found themselves unable to break through to the great ascension stage. From that point onward, all who achieved ascension were reliant on the power of pseudo-fate, a force derived from countless living beings. Although the energy contained within this pseudo-fate was not entirely pure, it was still potent enough to forcibly propel those who had long lingered at the peak of tribulation through to the great ascension and open the path to ascension. Master Sandeng also utilized this pseudo-fate to achieve his breakthrough. Throughout his life, he was benevolent and never harmed any sentient being. Yet, when faced with the peak of tribulation, he reluctantly resorted to the pseudo-fate forged from the essence of myriad beings, which caused him great anguish. Consequently, after his breakthrough, Master Sandeng chose not to ascend but instead opted to remain, safeguarding the ancient spirit realm. Upon hearing these revelations, a glimmer of understanding appeared in your eyes. Although the present Master Sandeng succumbed to the fear of death and ultimately consumed the pseudo-fate, he remained true to his promise. In the calamity a millennium later, he stepped forward voluntarily to protect the ancient spirit realm. However, despite his commendable character, he was woefully ignorant of the Xianhuang Great World and possessed no clues regarding your inquiries. Disappointed, after bidding farewell to Master Sandeng, you ventured to the northern origin cultivation realm in search of the elusive Wuling Sanren. This individual was far more enigmatic than Master Sandeng. While a scant few in the cultivation world had heard of Master Sandeng's name, Wuling Sanren was shrouded in mystery. Just as you were about to return empty-handed, a shadow intercepted your path. He was of diminutive stature and unremarkable appearance, the kind of person who would be lost in a crowd. Yet, a single glance was enough for you to recognize him as the Wuling Sanren you sought. However, compared to Master Sandeng, he was decidedly less amiable. Junior, I have secluded myself from the world of cultivation for thousands of years. How did you come to learn of my whereabouts? Before he finished speaking, a streak of sword light surged toward you. You scrambled to respond, but the razor-sharp blade still inflicted considerable harm upon you. The power of this individual was astonishing. Your heart raced in alarm. With the assistance of the power of bloodlines, the perfected golden spirit body, and the great celestial being, your strength has ascended to a terrifying level. Even a formidable opponent like Master Sandeng, at the first stage of the Great Ascension, would be no match for you, even if he exerted all his might. However, the figure before you, the Wuling Hermit, effortlessly breached your defenses with a single strike. This individual possesses at least mid-stage Great Ascension strength. Faced with such a presence, you became cautious. You channeled your perfected golden spirit body to its fullest and unleashed your innate divine ability, the Sun Finger. The essence of the sun surged forth, coalescing all the spiritual energy within you into a single point directed at the Wuling Hermit. In an instant, the void shattered layer upon layer. As if a mysterious force had parted the clouds, the Sun Finger emerged from the rift, resembling a fractured vault of heaven. Excellent, the Wuling Hermit bellowed, as 5 radiant rings enveloped him, continuously rotating and converging into a luminous barrier. With a thunderous crash, the collision echoed across the realm, causing the very fabric of existence to tremble thrice. The light barrier shattered, yet your Sun Finger maintained its momentum, striking directly at the Wuling Hermit. This move signified your victory. How is this possible? He exclaimed. Your cultivation is inferior to mine, your physical form is of a lower tier, and your divine abilities do not compare to my own. How could you achieve such a result? In response, you merely smiled calmly. Wuling Hermit, it is advisable for you, an elder, to temper your temper. When I previously visited Master Sandeng, he did not resort to such direct confrontation. You know Sandeng? The Wuling Hermit's brow furrowed slightly, and he fell into contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he spoke. Young one, though I cannot discern your exact age, your visage suggests that your lifespan remains abundant. Allow me to offer a word of caution. Even upon reaching the pinnacle of tribulation, do not absorb those false fated powers for ascension. Noticing a shift in the Wuling Hermit's tone, you promptly inquired about the ancient spirit realm. Upon hearing your question, the Wuling Hermit sighed heavily and, after a considerable pause, began to recount what he knew. In the era of the Wuling Hermit's birth, the ancient spirit realm had no restrictions. Cultivators could attain the great ascension without relying on fated powers. However, it seemed that a vast formation was later set in place across this world, enveloping the entire ancient spirit realm, preventing its cultivators from breaking through to the great ascension. This forced them to depend on the fated powers born within the ancient spirit realm to achieve ascension. The wielding hermit had experienced this himself. Fortuitously, he ascended directly to a human city in the Xianhuang Great World. Initially, he believed he could cultivate there in peace and attain immortality. However, it soon became evident that something was amiss. Every individual within that city bore an aura of death, and the entire city was shrouded in a dismal atmosphere. Devoid of hope, the wandering spirit of the five elements inquired of those present the reason behind the situation. The revelation left him utterly disheartened. The inhabitants of this city had become mere prey for other races, a scheme devised by the higher echelons of the human cultivators to ensure their own survival. Without hesitation, he chose to flee. Yet, how could the guardians of the city, belonging to other races, allow him to escape so easily? The five elements wanderer engaged in a fierce battle with them and ultimately managed to flee at the cost of burning his own essence. However, in the days that followed, he discovered that the human race throughout the vast Xianhuang world was largely in the same predicament. The cities he encountered were but miniature representations of humanity. Disheartened, he began to wander aimlessly within the Xianhuang realm. This period was lengthy, and his cultivation saw considerable advancement. During an altercation with other alien cultivators, he inadvertently shattered a spatial node. Thus, he and the alien were transported back to the ancient spirit realm. His current cultivation at the fifth layer of the Great Ascension was attained within the Xianhuang world. Upon hearing this, you furrowed your brow and remarked, "So, in this realm, the first layer of Great Ascension is already the limit?" "Not quite," he replied. "Although Great Ascension cultivators are suppressed by the forces of this realm, I conjecture that it should not be an insurmountable challenge to advance 2 or 3 layers within one's lifetime." 2 or 3 layers. That hardly suffices, you murmured, as a plan began to take shape in your mind. Subsequently, you bid farewell to the five elements wanderer and continued your journey through the ancient spirit realm. In the 63rd year, you arrived at the central continent's cultivation realm. Although you temporarily spared Tang Xuan and Chu Han in this simulation, it did not imply that you would extend the same mercy to Gu Xuanxian, who betrayed humanity. You made your way directly to the Taichu imperial court, where, in front of numerous cultivators, you decisively struck down the Taichu emperor upon his dragon throne. Before the powerful figures of the Taichu imperial court could react, you departed swiftly. In the 64th year, you delivered a discourse atop Tianyao Mountain in the central continent's cultivation realm. Word of your actions in the eastern continent spread quickly, drawing a throng of cultivators to you. As was customary, you imparted several techniques and magical powers to them. Many cultivators expressed their gratitude towards you. With the aid of the leader's influence, your cultivation experienced a slight enhancement. Just as you prepared to leave, a massive hand emerged from the void, attacking you. You recognized the intruder as Gu Tianwei. As a peak tribulation transcending cultivator, he would undoubtedly not stand idly by while you slaughtered his kin. However, this presented an opportunity for you to establish your authority. A fierce battle ensued. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, you left Gu Tianwei bloodied and sent reeling back. "Senior, please show mercy," he pleaded. "Humph, begone." You disregarded Gu Tianwei. Although he currently appeared to you as insignificant as an ant, he was nonetheless a peak cultivator on the verge of transcending to the Great Ascension stage, and might provide some assistance in your grand designs. However, this scene did not escape the gaze of numerous cultivators seeking enlightenment at the foot of Tianyao Mountain. Their admiration for you deepened, and your cultivation experienced a slight elevation once more. Chapter 91. The Golden Finger of the True Monarch of Heavenly Souls in the 75th year. You traversed the ancient spirit realm, continually exploring and researching. You intended to uncover methods to contend with the alien races of the Xianhuang Great World. However, the outcome was disappointing. Throughout these years, despite scouring 9 realms of cultivation, you failed to discover a third Great Ascension cultivator. Furthermore, no trace of the power of destiny could be found. Yet, during your meandering, you unexpectedly arrived near the ancient wood realm. With some leisure time on your hands, you decided to investigate the situation. Upon entering the ancient wood realm, you found everything as it once was. The enigmatic skeleton continued to absorb the life force of the realm's inhabitants. Life force. Your pupils constricted as you recognized a blind spot. The actions of the mysterious skeleton mirrored the methods employed by the celestial spirit sect to fabricate pseudo-destiny power. Could there be a connection between them? You immediately entered the shrine of the ancient wood realm and seized the slumbering skeleton. "Who are you to dare intrude upon the small world of my heavenly soul palace?" It questioned. You ignored its words and attempted to probe its soul. Though the skeleton possessed limited power, its memories were shrouded in darkness, preventing you from perceiving any details. How could this be? A hint of confusion crossed your mind. Once a cultivator reaches the nascent soul stage, they can probe the souls of those with inferior cultivation. You had gleaned many secrets through this ability, making it a reliable method. Yet, why had it failed against the skeleton? Was it possible that it had once been a cultivator with strength surpassing the seventh layer of tribulation? Doubts about the skeleton's identity began to surface. You grasped it tightly, tearing through the void, and headed straight for the heavenly soul palace. Several hours later, you cast the skeleton into the grand hall of the palace. A number of elders from the heavenly soul palace appeared by your side. Sensing the immense aura emanating from you, they dared not act recklessly, instead directing their gazes towards the true monarch of heavenly souls. Witnessing this scene, the true monarch could only muster the courage to speak. Esteemed senior, what brings you here? This being was discovered in a small world. It claims to be from the heavenly soul palace, hiding there to siphon the life force of humanity. I ask you, is this true? Impossible. Absolutely not. Esteemed senior, please discern. Whether it is true or not can be revealed through soul probing. The true monarch of heavenly souls repeatedly waved his hands in denial. But you would not allow him to evade your inquiry, especially since your arrival was predicated on the intent to seek out the true monarch. You raised your hand to strike at the celestial soul true monarch, yet his figure dissipated into a swirling black mist. At this moment, the chasm between you and the celestial soul true monarch resembled that of clouds and mud. Even the most flamboyant tactics appeared as mere trifles before your eyes. With a resounding crash, you clasped your hands together, conjuring an invisible wall in the void, which surged forth to crush the celestial soul true monarch. In the blink of an eye, he was reverted to his original form. He yearned to plead for mercy, but you did not allow him the chance to speak before you advanced upon him. As you delved into his soul, you murmured softly, "How intriguing." It became evident that the celestial soul true monarch was not a transmigrator, but rather an indigenous cultivator. However, he could be considered to possess a golden opportunity, having once stumbled upon a tome entitled Sword Shattering the Heavens, wherein he played the role of the ultimate antagonist. The protagonist of this narrative was a man named Su Xuan, who, despite being a natural talentless individual, remained stagnant in the chi refining stage well into his 20s. Yet fortune favored him, as he overcame countless challenges to defeat this ultimate villain and ultimately ascended to become a true immortal. Upon learning this revelation, the celestial soul true monarch was filled with rage. He exterminated every individual named Su Xuan within the Eastern Continent's cultivation realm. Following the records within Sword Shattering the Heavens, he unearthed numerous opportunities and methods to harness the power of destiny. For years, he had concealed himself within the celestial soul palace, digesting these newfound fortunes. The skeleton before you bore no relation to him whatsoever. Senior you, the celestial soul true monarch spoke nervously, for the knowledge within his mind was too bizarre and significant. Should someone delve into his soul, his fate would undoubtedly be grim. Rise, you commanded slowly. Although the celestial soul true monarch possessed a modicum of fortune, it was not substantial, as evidenced by his failure against Su Xuan in the contest for the power of destiny. Nonetheless, even this slight fortune afforded him a chance at ascension, potentially aiding your future endeavors. Your celestial soul palace has considerable expertise in matters of the soul. Do you possess a method to extract this entity's soul? Upon hearing this, the celestial soul true monarch repeatedly affirmed, Yes, esteemed senior, we do have such a method, though it may require some time. We must operate the 10,000 souls refining heaven array to directly refine it. 76 years passed, and you began your temporary residence in the celestial soul palace, while the celestial soul true monarch led numerous elders in the relentless obliteration of this skeleton. Little did they anticipate that, despite its weakness, the essence of its life was extraordinarily resilient. Even with the combined efforts of several tribulation stage cultivators operating the 10,000 souls refining heaven array, it took nearly 2 years to completely refine it. Finally, as a mournful wail echoed through the air, the skeleton dissipated entirely into the ether. Without hesitation, you stepped into the focal point and began to read all that pertained to the skeleton. This being was named boons, a member of the Bone Demon clan from the Xian Huang Great World. This race is quite formidable, classified as a secondary race within the vast realm of Xianhuang. Boons, a solitary cultivator of the Bone Demon clan, found himself entangled in a fierce competition for resources against a human cultivator, leading to his inadvertent descent into the ancient spirit world. There, he faced immense suppression. In stark contrast, the human cultivator who fell alongside him retained his formidable cultivation at the 4th level of the Great Ascension. Ultimately, boons was no match for his opponent and was swiftly slain. However, the resilience of the Bone Demon clan is remarkable. The human cultivator, seemingly unaware of Bone Song's tenacity, extinguished his life force and departed in haste. Though he had lost all his cultivation, he miraculously survived. Initially, he contemplated returning to the Xianhuang realm, but upon realizing that his current state would render him vulnerable to his former enemies, he chose to remain in the ancient spirit world. Thus, he began to wander through this realm. His very presence exuded an air of strangeness, which attracted hostility from many. Nevertheless, as a member of the Bone Demon clan, even without cultivation, he could easily dispatch those whose abilities were limited to the foundation establishment stage. His recollections of the Heavenly Soul Palace were acquired after he extracted the soul of an ordinary disciple from that sect. He learned that the Heavenly Soul Palace was a powerful force in this territory and mentioned it as a means of seeking protection. In the ensuing days, Bone Song meandered into the ancient wood realm, a place rich in life force, where he succumbed to slumber. Soon, life began to flourish within the ancient wood realm. He planted a unique bone demon technique within the bloodlines of these beings, intending to consume them when the time was ripe to substantially restore his cultivation. After embedding the technique, he fell into a deep sleep, which lasted for an extensive period due to the immense energy expenditure involved. Upon awakening, he encountered you. Thus, it became clear. You nodded in understanding as Bone Song's memories unfolded. This individual was indeed the alien who had arrived in this world alongside the five spirits wanderer. You gained insights into the Bone Demon clan and the location of the spatial rift connecting the two worlds. 77th year. You arrived at the Duantian mountain range, a treacherous region situated between the eastern and northern cultivation realms. The spatial rift connecting the two worlds lay within this perilous terrain. As you stepped into the rift, a violent wave of spatial turbulence engulfed you, and darkness enveloped your vision. When you opened your eyes once more, you found yourself in the Xianhuang Great World, guided by Bone Song's memories to a place known as the Heavenly Radiant Secret Realm, once the territory of the Heavenly Radiance clan. However, during the initial merging of the Xianhuang Great World, a catastrophic battle had erupted among countless races. Countless races have thus perished, and the Tianhuang clan stands among them. This secluded realm of the Tianhuang clan has become a forsaken treasure. Whenever it is opened, countless cultivators from various races venture forth to explore its depths. However, now that the secret realm is sealed, you find yourself as its sole inhabitant. You begin your exploration in this desolate place, with no one else present. You proceed with a calm demeanor, meticulously conducting a thorough search of the surroundings. 80 years have passed, and you have diligently explored most areas of the Tianhuang secret realm. Your efforts have yielded substantial rewards. In addition to an abundance of cultivation resources, you have discovered a tome of celestial techniques from the corpse of an unknown race. This tome, entitled Heavenly Demon Suppression Fist, is a martial art practiced by the Heavenly Demon clan. Yet the creature you examined was not of this lineage, suggesting that this celestial art was likely seized from another. You sit cross-legged within the secret realm and begin to cultivate this newfound technique. Soon, an incomprehensibly profound force begins to flow through your body, invigorating every limb and sinew, particularly your fists. After practicing this celestial art, you feel a trace of demonic energy manifesting. You now sense that a mere flick of your fist could effortlessly vanquish even a great ascension cultivator. Truly, this celestial technique is astonishingly intricate. You murmur to yourself, then gently swing your fist, unleashing a tremendous intent that rushes forth like a tempest. Where your fist's intent passes, the void shatters, and the demonic energy lingers, preventing the space from closing for an extended period. With a thunderous roar, your fist's intent finally strikes a mountainside, causing the peak to tremble and revealing a mysterious cave. Witnessing this spectacle, your eyes widen in astonishment, and without hesitation, you advance toward the cave. As you step inside, before you can fully comprehend the situation, a spectral figure appears before you. This entity possesses a cultivation level equivalent to yours, both at the 7th layer of calamity transcendence. But it bears horns and wings, marking it as an otherworldly being. A flicker of recognition passes through your eyes. This must be the master of the secret realm, the Tianhuang clan. The cave before you is likely the site of the realm's inheritance, though it remains concealed by unknown forces. Perplexed, you have little time to ponder. As the Tianhuang figure strikes first, though merely a phantom, it is capable of delivering tangible attacks. In an instant, golden blades of light rain down upon you. Alas, despite the grandeur of this assault, it remains fundamentally an attack from the calamity transcendence realm, and with a mere lift of your hand, you effortlessly dissipate it. You annihilate the spectral figure of the Tianhuang clan, yet as it fades, another apparition emerges, this time at the 8th layer of calamity transcendence. Observing this, a flicker of understanding crosses your gaze. Subsequently, without holding back, you extinguished it, as you ascended through the 9 layers of tribulation, reaching the pinnacle of your trials. And advancing into the first layer of the Great Ascension, several phantoms manifested only to be obliterated by your might. Eventually, the formidable figure of the 4th layer of the Tianhuang clan emerged, a being whose power was immensely superior to that of the Wielding sages, presenting a considerable challenge for you. Fortunately, at this moment, you possessed an additional trump card, the Celestial Demon Suppression Fist. Upon recognizing the strength of the phantoms, you invoked this celestial technique. Instantly, the heavens and earth transformed, as boundless spiritual energy converged into your fist, which you unleashed with tremendous force. Upon impact, the phantom retreated in defeat, dissipating into nothingness in an instant. This time, no new phantoms appeared within the cave. Instead, an ancient tome materialized before you. As you gazed upon it, several lines of text gradually emerged. To the future seeker, greetings. By the time you encounter this book, I, Su Xuan, have likely long departed. In my life, I have neither children nor kin. Yet, I do not intend to carry the knowledge I have amassed into the earth. Therefore, those who pass through the trials I have set forth shall earn the right to witness the wisdom I have acquired throughout my existence. Upon reading these words, you immediately scan the tome with your divine sense, and a multitude of celestial techniques flooded into your consciousness. You acquired the Zhuang Burning Heaven technique. You obtained the Radiant Celestial Seal. You gained insights from the Zhuang Immortal. Chapter 93. The transmission of teachings. This was indeed the legacy of a celestial immortal. A surge of astonishment coursed through you. From your earlier discoveries, you noted that the Radiant Celestial Seal and the Zhuang Burning Heaven technique were both second-tier celestial arts, corresponding to the realm of celestial immortals. Furthermore, there were several lower-tier celestial arts included. Although the Immortal Demon Refinement Classic that you possessed rendered these lower celestial arts of limited utility to you, you could bestow them upon others, thereby facilitating rapid cultivation among the denizens of the ancient spirit realm. In the 9th year, you began to summon the tribulations and advance within the secret realm. The rich spiritual energy here made your process of transcending the tribulations remarkably smooth. Soon, you successfully navigated through the 8th lightning tribulation. Afterward, you thoroughly scoured every inch of the secret realm, and upon learning that it would take a millennium for it to reopen, you departed. You returned to the ancient spirit realm and established a sect upon the burial Immortal Mountain, once again disseminating word of your teachings. This time, however, you would impart celestial arts. Instantly, the entire cultivation world erupted in excitement. An endless stream of cultivators surged into the great wilderness domain, all eager to obtain celestial skills at the earliest opportunity. In the 9th year, the great wilderness domain was already overcrowded. Yet you did not rush to impart the celestial arts. Instead, you chose to wait. The distance separating each cultivation world was considerable, making it challenging for lower-tier cultivators to arrive swiftly. Especially far from the eastern continent's immortal cultivation realm are the Kanglin and Fengyue realms. Even after a year, scarcely any tribulation transcendents have arrived, let alone other lower-tier cultivators. In the 96th year, you continue to wait here, while some among the crowd grow increasingly impatient. Why must we endure this wait? What ulterior motives do you harbor? I see no genuine celestial techniques in this individual. He raises this matter merely to capture our attention, perhaps as a diversion, one scoffs. I shall not wait any longer. Quickly, deliver to me the celestial arts. In the face of such skepticism, you merely smile serenely. With a gentle lift of your hand, those who questioned you are instantly reduced to ash. In that moment, the onlookers are filled with dread. An 8th-layer tribulation transcendent has effortlessly annihilated a peak tribulation cultivator. Only then do they begin to believe your words. Celestial arts. Only celestial arts possess such might. The crowd ceases their impatience, settling into a tranquil wait. You too find joy in this. As your initial intention was to attract more lower-tier loose cultivators, fostering gratitude towards you to enhance your leadership power and thereby elevate your cultivation. In the 97th year, your consciousness sweeps across the vast expanse of the great wilderness continent. Once desolate, it now teems with countless cultivators from various realms. At this moment, you speak. Channeling your cultivation, your voice resonates like ethereal music in every ear. This time, you impart 3 celestial techniques: the Golden Radiance Flying Immortal Record, the 100 Rivers Spirit Absorption Cannon, and the Heart of Enlightenment Sutra. With insights gleaned from the Zhuang Immortal, you effortlessly bestow these arts upon all present. Externally, the crowd expresses profound gratitude towards you, and your leadership power grants you a notable enhancement. Your cultivation ascends directly to the pinnacle of the 8th layer of tribulation, allowing you, whenever you wish, to summon the ninth layer tribulation. Yet, you are acutely aware that your greatest gains stem from the loose cultivators within the immortal realm. Those of noble lineage or sect backgrounds, despite their gratitude, cannot contribute to your cultivation. To garner their support, the sole path lies in becoming the sovereign of the ancient spirit realm. At this thought, a subtle smile graces your lips. That which once seemed unattainable is now within your grasp. However, you resist the urge to pursue it immediately, choosing instead to continue manifesting your presence at the tomb of immortals. Your consciousness radiates outward, observing each cultivator, responding to their queries without fail. Simultaneously, you pay particular attention to a few individuals, Su Xuan, Su Xuan, and Su Xuan. Under your influence, each of their paths to cultivation has undergone a profound transformation. Su Xuan had previously cultivated the great wilderness beast god sutra that you imparted, and had somehow formed a pact with a rabbit. His cultivation has surged ahead, reaching the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Similarly, Su Xuan, under your influence, witnessed no wars in the Eastern Continent's cultivation realm. After acquiring the great wilderness beast god sutra, he ventured deep into the heavenly demon mountains with Dan Juezi, forming a contract with a serpent demon of exceptional lineage. Over the years, he diligently practiced within the heavenly demon mountains, only emerging recently upon hearing the news you disseminated. His cultivation speed surpassed even Su Xuan's, directly achieving the fourth layer of the transformation stage. As for Su Xuan, her progress has been even more remarkable. Under your previous guidance, she awakened her past life's wisdom ahead of schedule. Possessing experience akin to the late stages of tribulation, she can cultivate even without the great wilderness beast god sutra, employing a ninth-tier technique. Now, leveraging her past memories, she has propelled her cultivation to the seventh layer of the transformation stage. With the celestial arts you bestowed upon them, it is likely they will reach the late stages of tribulation or even its pinnacle before the emergence of the destined power. In the 120th year, the disciples who accepted your teachings began to depart gradually. However, many remained on the mount of immortal burial, not moving an inch. You regarded these individuals with seriousness. Although their cultivation levels were generally modest, most being loose cultivators, they held you in profound admiration, each capable of enhancing your own cultivation. In your leisure, you commenced instructing them, leading to their rapid advancement. In the 127th year, the day of the secret realm of the divine sword commenced. Yet, for you, such realms had lost all significance. You chose not to attend, but instead made your way to the Deluo dynasty, intending to meet Dai Tianxiao. Half an hour later, you tore through the void, stepping into the Deluo dynasty. This act swiftly drew the attention of those surrounding Dai Tianxiao, prompting countless cultivators to rush towards your location. Chapter 94. The Secret of Dai Tianxiao. You observed this scene in silence. Once, in the presence of such individuals, you had to tread carefully to avoid their wrath. Now, with the tides of fate having shifted, a mere glance from you could annihilate them all. Yet, you remained motionless, while a flicker of astonishment crossed Dai Tianxiao's gaze. Though he concealed it well, you discerned this moment. Senior, your arrival here is. You did not respond to his inquiry, instead raising your hand gently to seize him. However, just as you were about to probe his soul, an instinctual warning surged within you. Your brow furrowed. At this moment, you had become invincible within the ancient spirit realm. What could Dai Tianxiao, who could endlessly summon tribulation cultivators, possibly do? You could easily vanquish him in an instant. With this thought, you proceeded to search his soul. Bang! As a tremendous explosion reverberated, you were compelled to retreat under an overwhelming pressure. Your attempt to probe the soul had failed. Bewildered, you caught a fleeting glimpse of a man clad in white, standing atop the mountain, turning to gaze at you. This individual was unexpectedly formidable, and you couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Meanwhile, Dai Tianxiao's subordinates rushed to support him, each one a fierce and menacing figure, intent on engaging you in a deadly confrontation. Upon witnessing this, a glint of cold determination flashed in your eyes. Since you were now adversaries, a battle was inevitable. You engaged in combat with these individuals, but it swiftly devolved into a one-sided massacre. In less than a quarter of an hour, Dai Tianxiao's followers lay sprawled on the ground. You harnessed the essence of the immortal devil refinement, attempting to refine their cultivation. However, to your astonishment, the cultivation you absorbed was markedly different from that of others. The essence within these individuals was extraordinarily pure, unlike anything the ancient spirit realm could possess. A chill passed through your gaze as you unleashed your full power, directing it toward Dai Tianxiao. The clang of metal striking metal echoed through the air. Although Dai Tianxiao staggered back repeatedly, you failed to inflict any damage upon him. Looking up, You noticed his aura escalating rapidly, now reaching the pinnacle of the tribulation stage. Though he remained standing, it was as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. You had not anticipated such an unpredictable variable emerging within the ancient spirit realm. With this level of combat prowess, he might have risen to prominence among the human race thousands of years ago, yet now, it fell upon you to terminate him. With that, Dai Tianxiao flipped his left hand, and two swirling vortices of black and white energy coalesced in his grasp. In but a moment's breath, a long sword materialized in his hand. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, you swiftly unleashed several divine abilities toward him. Trivial tricks, Dai Tianxiao scoffed disdainfully, then lunged at you with the long sword in hand. The two of you became entwined in a fierce struggle. However, Dai Tianxiao's strength far surpassed your expectations. Despite your best efforts, you found it nearly impossible to gain the upper hand. His sword, akin to a parasite, relentlessly eroded your very being. Were it not for your golden spirit body, you would have likely been reduced to a mere puddle of blood by now. Feeling the urgency of impending danger intensifying, you realized you could no longer afford to persist in this manner. You ignited your lifespan, self-destructing the golden spirit body, which had become of little use to you. In an instant, your cultivation soared to new heights. This state transcended the tribulation stage as you truly stepped into the great ascension realm. When Dai Tianxiao charged at you once more with his sword, you did not flinch. Countless strands of spiritual energy surged into your fists, emanating a dark luminescence. With a thunderous roar, your fists collided with Dai Tianxiao's longsword, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion in the void. However, in the next moment, something astonishing transpired. Dai Tianxiao's sword shattered inch by inch, and the fragments swiftly transformed into wisps of spiritual energy, vanishing without a trace. This is impossible. Dai Tianxiao's eyes widened in disbelief as blood surged from his mouth. After casting a deep glance at you, he reverted to his original self. You immediately approached him to probe his soul. During the soul's search, moments later, Dai Tianxiao collapsed to the ground, and a flicker of confusion crossed your eyes. His memories were astonishingly frozen in time from decades ago. In his recollections, he was merely a carefree prince, oblivious to the events of the subsequent years. Coupled with the words he had just uttered, you realized that a formidable being had affixed a fragment of their consciousness to Dai Tianxiao. This powerful entity was likely a practitioner from the human race within the Xianwang Great World. Why would this individual attach a piece of their soul to Dai Tianxiao? Where did these inexplicable practitioners originate? A wave of perplexity surged within you. Yet, no one could provide answers to these questions. Year 136. You sat atop Burial Immortal Mountain, having endured the 9th Thunder Tribulation, as the world fell into a profound silence. Your cultivation swiftly ascended to the 9th layer of Tribulation Crossing. At this moment, your cultivation was exceedingly solid, and had it not been for the limitations of this realm, you would soon attain the Great Ascension. Year 206. Your cultivation reached the pinnacle of Tribulation Crossing, and you could distinctly sense a powerful binding force in the world, obstructing your progress. You had reached a point where there was nothing more to cultivate. However, you remained unhurried, calmly imparting teachings atop Burial Immortal Mountain. Under your meticulous guidance, every individual who chose to remain on the mountain made significant advancements in their cultivation. You also received feedback from the leadership power, resulting in a slight enhancement of your own cultivation. Although subtle, you could clearly perceive yourself gradually breaking through the constraints of this realm. Perhaps this time, even without utilizing the power of destiny, you could successfully attain the Great Ascension. Year 372. An increasing number of wandering cultivators opted to join Burial Immortal Mountain. Furthermore, due to your constant dedication to educating fellow practitioners, your name resounded throughout the entire realm of cultivation. You earned a new title, Immortal Master. Chapter 95, The Will of the World. Year 572. With the aid of leadership power, your cultivation grew increasingly formidable. At this point, you could say that you had completely transcended the limits of this world. However, due to the absence of the power of destiny, your strength remained at the level of Tribulation Crossing. You felt the immense power coursing through you now. If you were to engage in battle with Dai Tianxiao at this moment, you could vanquish him without incurring any cost. In the year 573, you sought out the 5-spirit sage and inquired about the origin of the ancient spirit realm. The sage exhibited a degree of astonishment at your question and asked why you were in pursuit of the realm's origin. You revealed your intention to refine the origin of the ancient spirit realm and ascend to the position of its ruler. Upon hearing this, the sage shook his head, informing you that the origin of the world was not easily refined. Even at your current cultivation level, having reached the pinnacle of tribulation, you would only be capable of refining the origin of a minor world. The ancient spirit realm, however, is a vast domain, and its origin is immensely powerful. Regardless of your formidable combat prowess, it is beyond the capacity of a mere tribulation practitioner to refine. The five-spirit sage, despite his reservations, ultimately disclosed the location of the world's origin to you. Following the path indicated by the sage, you soon arrived at the location of the world's origin. The Abyssal Valley, the deepest part of the ancient spirit realm. Even with your current cultivation, you felt a sense of trepidation upon confronting this place. After much hesitation, you resolved to descend and explore. As you plunged into the Abyssal Valley, darkness enveloped you, accompanied by an unusual fluctuation that obscured your consciousness. When your awareness returned, 3 days had already elapsed. You found yourself at the valley's bottom. Despite the continued absence of light, your consciousness allowed you to discern some aspects of your surroundings. The path stretched interminably, flanked by black stone walls. At the end of the pathway loomed an ethereal figure, a Qilin. Your eyes widened in disbelief. The power of this world's origin was not humanoid. Simultaneously, the Qilin turned its gaze in your direction. A commendable human, it remarked, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in its eyes. Alas, you were born too late. Had you come into existence thousands of years ago, you might have shone brightly on the higher stage of the upper realm. Upon hearing this, you eagerly inquired about the current state of the ancient spirit realm. The Qilin initially responded with a melancholic laugh before slowly explaining, the ancient spirit realm has now become a feast for foreign races. They have deployed celestial formations beyond this world, preventing all beings within from breaking through to the Great Ascension, compelling them to rely solely on the power of destiny for their breakthroughs. Furthermore, the only other means of ascension is to usurp the origin power from minor worlds. The foreign races have disclosed this method to the practitioners of this realm. Consequently, one after another, minor worlds have been refined by these practitioners. But due to their conspicuous auras, they are soon captured by the foreign races and become their coveted prizes. Upon receiving this news, your eyes widened in shock. In haste, I inquired of the Qilin about the events that had transpired in this world. How had the human race fallen to such depths? The Qilin sighed softly and recounted the entire tale. Millennia ago, the ancient spiritual realm still permitted ascension to the higher realms. At that time, the human race was formidable. Though devoid of any celestial sovereigns, they possessed methods to contend with such power. However, during the convergence of myriad realms, everything changed. Countless races engaged in a cataclysmic conflict. And regrettably, humanity emerged as the vanquished. From that moment forth, humans were reduced to mere prey. Fortunately, the other races understood the principle of not exhausting their resources. And thus, they did not annihilate humanity entirely. Instead, they allowed humans to survive in a state of perpetual struggle within the Xianhuang Great World. Thus, the humans of the Xianhuang Great World became akin to livestock. Those of lesser cultivation continued to reproduce, while the exceptionally gifted individuals were swiftly consumed as sustenance by the other races. Meanwhile, the foreign races discovered ascenders from the ancient spiritual realm, each possessing extraordinary talents and remarkable roots, rendering them prime candidates for nourishment. Consequently, the other races set their sights on the ancient spiritual realm. Yet, due to the constraints imposed by the world's will, they found it challenging to breach its borders and resorted to erecting a colossal formation to seal the ancient spiritual realm. This formation not only suppressed the cultivators of that realm from achieving the Great Ascension, but also amplified the thunder tribulations by several folds. From that point onward, no one from the ancient spiritual realm could attain the Great Ascension through their own efforts. Subsequently, through unknown means, they imparted a secret technique to the cultivators of the ancient spiritual realm, enabling them to refine the pseudo-origin power. The cultivators of the ancient spiritual realm began to frantically refine the small worlds, even as the worlds will warn them of the futility of their actions. Those at the pinnacle of tribulation understood their predicament. If they did not ascend, they would soon succumb to old age. Ascension, perhaps, held a glimmer of hope. Yet, their struggles proved fruitless, and ultimately, these individuals were destined to become the prey of the foreign races. Those ancient spiritual realm cultivators still surviving within the Xianhuang Great World had achieved their breakthroughs through genuine destiny power. Although they lived in a state of constant evasion, their existence was far superior to that of those who relied on pseudo-destiny power for their ascension. This left me perplexed. If true destiny power could shield one from the pursuit of these foreign races, why did the worlds will not generate more of this destiny power? In response to my inquiry, the Qilin sighed once more. He explained that while he was the world's will of the ancient spiritual realm, the emergence of destiny power was beyond his influence. Destiny power is an enigmatic force. Whenever a suitable individual is born, this world grants them destiny power to aid in their ascension. A suitable individual? A sudden shock coursed through your heart as memories of the recent contest for the power of destiny surged through your mind. Had you not intervened, the ultimate claim to this power would undoubtedly have fallen to Su Xuan and Su Xuan. Were they truly the rightful heirs of destiny? Chapter 96. Refining the essence of the world. Upon receiving this information, a sense of unrest lingered in your heart. The will of the world responded to your purpose for coming here. It recognized your extraordinary nature and promised that, should you achieve a breakthrough to the great ascension without relying on the power of destiny or its counterfeit, it would bestow upon you the essence of the ancient spirit realm. Without hesitation, you agreed to the conditions laid before you. In the year 763, under your relentless dedication to imparting teachings, an increasing number of cultivators, filled with gratitude, joined the ranks of the immortal burial mountain. Meanwhile, your cultivation had long been suppressed by the grand formation set by foreign races. You felt the time had come for you to strive for a breakthrough. In the year 770, you began to search for the weaker points within the spatial nodes of the ancient spirit realm's grand formation. After years of arduous searching, you finally discovered the place, the chaotic Star Islands. This was a location you knew all too well. However, upon your return, you found yourself transformed beyond recognition. Taking a deep breath, you sensed the immense power within you and summoned the final thunder tribulation, the great ascension tribulation. Instantly, the heavens and earth were shrouded in tumultuous change. Even though you had chosen the weakest point of the grand formation, the tribulation was amplified 1,000-fold. A colossal bolt of lightning emerged, akin to a raging thunder dragon, charging directly towards you. The mere first strike could obliterate all cultivators attempting to transcend. A flicker of astonishment crossed your eyes. It was no wonder that throughout the years, no one in the ancient spirit realm had managed to break through to the great ascension on their own. The intensity of this tribulation would likely shatter even the most seasoned great ascension cultivators. Fortunately, you were not among those ordinary cultivators. Now, not only had you benefited from the great Tao immortal sovereign's mitigation, but over the years, you had also cultivated your physical body to the late 8th stage. Even in the face of such thunder, you stood unafraid. Boom, boom, boom. Multiple bolts of lightning rained down, yet you skillfully neutralized each one. Soon, you reached the 9th bolt, the final tribulation in the normal ascension process. Its intensity was unfathomable, bolstered by the foreign grand formation. Even a late-stage great ascension cultivator would be reduced to mere fragments. Come, you bellowed, unleashing all your hidden cards in an instant. You were ready to confront the tribulation head-on. In the next moment, you unleashed a powerful punch that tore through the heavens, its might formidable enough to instill fear. Although it still paled in comparison to the power of the thunder tribulation, the collision between the two managed to diminish its force by a third. Subsequently, you unleashed a series of divine abilities. By the time the thunder tribulation loomed above you, it had already lost half of its original strength. With a resounding crash, you summoned all your strength and confronted the thunder tribulation head-on. Ultimately, though your body bore the scars of battle, you withstood the onslaught of the thunder tribulation. You succeeded. You became the first cultivator in tens of thousands of years within the ancient spirit realm to achieve a breakthrough to the great ascension through sheer personal effort. Simultaneously, the entrance to ascension manifested. However, you chose not to enter. Instead, you returned to the Abyss Valley. Upon your return, the will of the world expressed profound astonishment. It had never anticipated that someone could indeed transcend the thunder tribulation solely through their own strength. Yet, having witnessed your success, it honored its promise and bestowed upon you the primordial power of this realm. You swiftly refined it, and in an instant, you felt an indescribable force envelop you, merging your essence with that of the entire ancient spirit realm. All beings within the realm became your subordinates. With the aid of your leadership power, your cultivation experienced an explosive surge. Within mere breaths, you ascended from the initial stage of great ascension to the 5th layer. Such strength was truly formidable. The 967th year marked another breakthrough, aided by the entirety of the ancient spirit realm. Over the years, you wielded immense power, controlling everything within the realm, including the yet-to-manifest destiny power and the still-forming false destiny power. You took command of these forces and orchestrated a unified distribution. When the time was ripe, you allowed them to absorb the destiny power simultaneously, facilitating their ascension to the Xianhuang Great World. In the 1000th year, the black and white strands of destiny power emerged in succession, and you unhesitatingly claimed them for yourself. In response to the doubts raised by some peak tribulation cultivators, you displayed your formidable prowess, vanquishing them with ease. You entrusted the black destiny power to Su Xuan, while after much contemplation, You ultimately decided to bestow the white destiny power upon Lord Su Xuan. Intuitively, you sensed that Lord Su Xuan was not as straightforward as he appeared. Having seized the opportunity from Su Xuan, he had seemingly qualified for ascension to immortality. As for the false destiny power, over the years, 3 fragments had gradually emerged within the ancient spirit realm. After careful selection, you allocated them to the 3 most powerful peak tribulation cultivators, Gu Tianwei and the Yin-Yang twin swords of the Kanglin cultivation realm. The strength of Gu Tianwei was undoubtedly formidable. In your previous intervention, he successfully distinguished himself and claimed the power of destiny. Although he ultimately failed to ascend, it nonetheless attests to his formidable strength. The Yin-Yang twin swords are renowned among the peak cultivators of the Kanglin immortal realm. Hailing from the ranks of solitary practitioners, they have mastered an exceptionally sophisticated combined attack technique, which they have honed to perfection, allowing them to stand their ground even against Gu Tianwei. By enabling their simultaneous ascension, the likelihood of survival is significantly enhanced. As for Tang Xuan and Feng Xuanji, you have made arrangements for them as well. You bestowed upon Feng Xuanji a gray power of destiny. Though its energy is incomplete, given that Feng Xuanji has now regained her cultivation to the 7th layer of tribulation, this power should be sufficient to tenuously support her breakthrough into the Great Ascension. For Tang Xuan, you granted him a green power of destiny. Following Gu Xuanxin's successful ascension, you have not remained idle over the years, diligently seeking the potential locations he might have ventured to. At last, in a valley not far from the Taichu imperial capital, you discovered this power of destiny. Regrettably, this power will ascend to the fallen immortal clan, leaving one to ponder whether Tang Xuan's journey will bring him fortune or misfortune. Chapter 97. The Eerie Sun clan. The group commenced their ascension. The outcome was undoubtedly smooth, as they all successfully ascended amidst the envious gazes of numerous cultivators in the ancient spirit realm. However, from the white power of destiny, several bizarre creatures emerged. Fortunately, with your guidance, Lord Su Xuan was able to evade the creature's assault and step into the ascension passage. How cunning these human ants are! Scoffed several creatures as they glanced disdainfully at Lord Tian and charged towards the outside world. At that moment, they noticed you. As you have now ascended to the position of the ancient spirit realm sovereign, each of the newly ascended individuals imparted a fraction of their cultivation to you. Instantly, your cultivation reached the 6th layer of Great Ascension. In contrast, these creatures, despite their former might, faced immense suppression upon entering this realm, only managing to exert the power of the 1st layer of Great Ascension. The disparity was glaringly evident. You immediately unleashed your divine abilities against these creatures. They were no match for you. Within mere breaths, you subdued them on the spot. No, this is impossible, even if you had not chosen to ascend. The resources of this realm are insufficient for you to cultivate to the 6th layer of Great Ascension. You paid no heed to the creature's words, instead channeling your full force into the refining immortal demonic classic, swiftly refining their cultivation. Subsequently, you approached them, binding them together, and commenced soul-searching. After a considerable time, you opened your eyes and reduced these creatures to fragments. These vile beasts were indeed detestable. It turned out that these creatures belonged to the Eerie Sun clan, a race considered inferior even to humans, classified as a 9th-tier species in the Xianhuang Great World. Their bloodline was of inferior quality, and their physical form exuded a foul stench. They had not been nurtured by the higher races, but had instead become the subservient slaves of the 3rd-tier race, the Tian Gui clan. The Gui Ri clan, naturally, was unwilling to remain subjugated beneath the Tian Gui clan for long, and thus began to seek methods to augment their power. Several decades prior, a practitioner of the Gui Ri clan discovered a vulnerable spatial node within their territory, seemingly connecting to another realm. Consequently, they commenced their research on this phenomenon. Ultimately, it was revealed that this spatial node led to a lower realm inhabited by the human race. This was indeed fortuitous news. In their eyes, humans were tender and delicate, easily absorbable, and the lower realm of humans represented an exceptional pasture. However, this spatial node could only be activated from the opposite side, and even with the use of divine powers to extend the duration of the teleportation pathway, only a few members of the Gui Ri clan could traverse it at a time. Thus, the Gui Ri clan dispatched only a handful of young elites to remain in wait, anticipating the moment when the interdimensional passage would open, allowing them to invade this realm and consume the humans. The Gui Ri clan had indeed charted their path to destruction. A glimmer of cold light flickered in your eyes as you resolved to eradicate this Gui Ri clan following your ascension. In the year 1064, you arrived at the Jinhuang secret realm, accompanied by the Wuling Sanren, who sought to return to the Xianhuang Great World through this place. At this moment, the secret realm had yet to be activated, leaving only the two of you within its vast confines. The Wuling Sanren cautioned you that this secret realm possessed formidable restrictions. Once it was opened, no one would be able to communicate with the outside world or depart from this location. He also urged you to exercise caution, as while everyone's cultivation would be suppressed to the great ascension level upon activation, some alien races possessed tremendous strength. And nearly all of these races bore similarities to the demon race, wielding their innate divine abilities. Confronting such beings directly would surely lead to disastrous outcomes. In the year 1067, adhering to the advice of the Wuling Sanren, you concealed yourselves around the periphery of the Jin Huang secret realm. Simultaneously, the secret realm was activated. As your cultivation was only at the 6th layer of Great Ascension, you were not subjected to any suppression. Countless races surged into this realm, exhibiting bizarre and varied forms, many of which were entirely unfamiliar to you. The Wuling Sanren provided explanations for each one. It turned out that these odd races were predominantly lower tier, while those of higher rank bore increasing resemblance to humans. By now, you and the Wuling Sanren had thoroughly scoured the Jin Huang secret realm multiple times, rendering the possibility of finding any fortuitous encounters nearly impossible. Therefore, your current objective was to hunt down these peculiar lower-tier races and seize the cultivation resources they possessed. You and the Wuling Sanren coordinated effectively, successfully ambushing several groups of races on the outskirts of the secret realm. Countless lower-tier aliens perished at your hands, with the Gue clan suffering particularly brutal defeats time and again. Several days later, your harvest is abundant. Just as you contemplate withdrawing, a robust man with dark skin appears. The Five Spirits Wanderer immediately realizes that trouble is brewing. He attempts to flee, but in an instant, the man strikes him severely, causing him to spit blood. Are you the ones who ambushed my Tiangue clan? Upon hearing this, a glint of cold light flashes in your eyes. You hadn't anticipated that the Tiangue clan possessed such formidable strength. Without further thought, as soon as the man's words fall, you activate your golden spirit body. With both palms extended, numerous divine powers surge forth, overwhelming him. The ants of the human race do not know their own insignificance. The man displays disdain, and a torrent of blood energy erupts from him like an ancient beast awakening, instantly countering your divine powers. He is, indeed, a body cultivator. Your pupils constrict. Although the Xinhuang Great World has various cultivation methods, body cultivation remains rare due to lifespan constraints. It is astounding that the man before you has mastered this path. Boom, boom. With a series of explosive sounds, your divine powers are obliterated in an instant, yet the man remains unscathed. He bellows to the sky, his golden fist swinging relentlessly, filling the entire atmosphere with his intent. Observing this, you dare not hold back and immediately begin to burn your lifespan. Heavenly Demon Towning Fist. In that moment, two fists collide in the sky. The immense force causes the void to shatter inch by inch, and the entire secret realm trembles. Fortunately, just as the realm is on the brink of collapse, you finally overwhelm the robust man completely. Phew, he is sent flying. In an instant, you appear behind him, aiming directly for his vital point. Chapter 98. The Hall of Eternal Life. Stop. If you harm Tung Jiaobong, you will have forged a personal enmity with me, Tung Jieli, and the Gue clan. To the death. A series of shouts from afar immediately draw the attention of all the cultivators present. However, the only response he receives is your cold, mocking smile. Thus, before the eyes of the crowd, the illustrious genius of the Gue clan, Tung Jiaobong, falls at your hands. Simultaneously, your refining immortal demon tome operates at full capacity, swiftly transforming him into a lifeless husk. Human cultivator, how dare you? At that moment, Tung Jieli, who had just spoken, arrives late. Witnessing the death of his junior, he instantly erupts with fury, resembling a beast ready to devour. His face contorted as he charges at you. You harbor no fear of him. After all, everyone is restrained by the suppression of this secret realm. Their powers limited to the Great Ascension stage. Even if you cannot match him in strength, escaping would be effortless. However, you ultimately underestimate this man. He raises his hands above his head, and countless peculiar seals manifest in his grasp. In an instant, a crimson light descended from the heavens, merging seamlessly with Fujigari. Hurry! This person has sacrificed their soul. The urgent call of the Five Spirits Master echoed in your ears. Yet before you could tear through the void, Kato reappeared before you. Go, accompany my son in burial. In this moment of peril, you made a swift decision. With a resounding crack, you detonated the golden spirit body. A surge of formidable power coursed through your limbs, and you met Fujigari with your fists. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of terrifying explosions erupted as the two of you exchanged blows in a fierce duel, exchanging hundreds of strikes in an instant. The void trembled, and the secret realm began to collapse. The shockwaves from your battle soon shattered the fabric of this secret space, leaving you uncertain of where you would be swept away. Days later, when you opened your eyes again, you found yourself in an unfamiliar place. The abundant spiritual energy here indicated that you had indeed arrived in the Xianhuang Great World. As you began to heal, you sought information about your whereabouts. The year was 1074. You exhaled a heavy breath of stale air. After years of recuperation, your injuries had nearly healed. As for your current location, it was the territory of the Bone Demon clan within the Xianhuang Great World. This realm was divided into 10 distinct regions. Both the human clan and the ancient demon clan resided in the Huanqing region among these 10 areas. Following the tidings you gathered, you soon arrived at the territory of the human clan, Yangqing City. Nestled against the Changxing Palace, it was a bustling place. However, all human cultivators residing here were obliged to pay a substantial fee to the Changxing Palace each month. Using the resources plundered from the Jinhuang secret realm, you directly covered several years' worth of fees. You began to meander through Yangqing City. You noticed that, perhaps due to the presence of the Changxing Palace, the living conditions of the human cultivators were not terribly bleak. Although they faced hardships due to the significant fees owed to the palace, their lives were relatively stable. Unlike the lifeless husks described by the Five Spirits Master, you commenced your cultivation here. By the year 1162, your cultivation level successfully reached the 7th layer of the Great Ascension. However, just as you emerged from your seclusion, a riot erupted in Yangqing City. Hundreds of foreign cultivators rampaged through the streets, pillaging and wreaking havoc in the shops. No one dared to intervene. All around, people exchanged cold glances, each harboring an indifferent attitude. You too stood by, not out of a lack of compassion, but rather a deep understanding of the nature of these human beings. If you were to act against those foreign cultivators, they would not express gratitude. Instead, they would continue to observe from the sidelines with indifference. Enough, Luoya. What exactly do your demonly clan intend to achieve? Yangqing City is certainly not a place where you can act recklessly. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in blue slowly emerged from the crowd, his demeanor and bearing exuding an air of superiority. Upon his arrival, the leaders of the foreign tribes, including Luo Yi, gestured dismissively and remarked, "Ji Linxing, you have finally decided to show yourself. 4 of the 5 great human factions have already agreed to collaborate with my Emoli tribe, yet your Changsheng Palace has yet to provide a response. What is this? Are you unwilling to grant my Emoli tribe some respect? This is absolutely out of the question. If you seek battle, then I, Ji Linxing, shall accompany you to the very end. Even if your Emoli tribe were to launch 100,000 strong assault, I would shatter it with a single sword." Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid, splendid. Luo Yi departed. You remain unaware of the specifics of their discourse, but sense a looming threat. It seems that Yangqing City may no longer be safe. You begin to prepare for an evacuation, yet before you depart, you wish to ascertain the situation regarding the Changxing Palace among the 5 great human factions. In the year 1163, merely a year later, the Emoli tribe amassed a formidable army, vowing to annihilate the entirety of the human populace within Yangqing City. By this time, many humans had fled, yet under the protection of the Changxing Palace, a majority of lower-tier cultivators chose to remain. Ji Licheng, as he had proclaimed, stood alone at the city gates, surveying the approaching forces of the Emoli tribe. He raised his sword high, and an endless stream of sword energy manifested around him. Resembling a youthful sword immortal, 3 live sword intent, Ji Linxing bellowed, then struck forth with his sword. However, his blade did not target the Emoli tribe, but rather the city gate itself. With a resounding crash, the gate shattered. The city's protective array dissipating in an instant, replaced by the encirclement set by the Emoli tribe. This scene left countless onlookers in utter shock. Even you found yourself engulfed in confusion. Why did Ji Linxing, who had just been at odds with the Emoli tribe, suddenly turn his aggression towards the inhabitants of the city? No answers were forthcoming. An unending tide of Emoli forces surged into Yangqing City, akin to a horde of locusts rapidly harvesting the lives of human cultivators. Yet you were well prepared. At this moment, you remained at a distance outside Yangqing City, merely surveying the unfolding chaos with your spiritual sense. Chapter 99, Seeking the Tao. In the year 1166, when you returned to Yangqing City, 3 years had elapsed. The city had been rebuilt, and you had gleaned a considerable amount of information. However, amidst this news, Ji Linxing had emerged as a hero safeguarding Yangqing City, leading the human populace in repelling the assault of the Emoli tribe. Ultimately, at great cost, he succeeded in vanquishing the invaders. You remain oblivious to the events of that time, yet one thing is certain. You can no longer remain in Yangqing City. The Eternal Life Palace, like other foreign races, mercilessly reaps the lives of low-ranking cultivators. In the year 1204, you wandered through the human territories, yet found no place to settle. Over the years, you have explored numerous locations and gathered considerable intelligence regarding the denizens of the ancient spirit realm. In a mere span of over 2 centuries, the once fated Su Xuan has ascended to become a direct disciple of the Xianming sect. Meanwhile, Su Xuan and the true monarch of heavenly souls have also allied themselves with powerful factions. Their strength has surged dramatically, and you sense that it won't be long before they leave you in their wake. As for Su Xuan, his whereabouts remain a mystery to you. After ascending to the territory of the fallen immortals, he seemingly has not returned to the realm of humanity. Those who ascended through the false power of destiny have fared poorly. Only Gu Tianwei continues to linger in a remote small town. The Yin-Yang twin swords, having recently ascended, were swiftly devoured by stronger foreign beings. Where then lies the opportunity for breaking the stalemate in this world? You ponder quietly. Through years of understanding, you have become well acquainted with the racial hierarchy within the Xinhuang Great World. After tens of thousands of years, among the myriad of races, only degradation has occurred, with no ascension in sight. While it seems absurd, upon reflection, it appears rather reasonable. Advanced races regard lower races as mere prey and servants. Should an unparalleled genius emerge from a lower race, they would be hunted down in an instant by the advanced races, who would never allow any chance for the low-ranking races to rise. Take the human race as an example. Nearly every one of the 5 existing celestial kings is intricately connected to foreign races. Those who break through to the celestial king realm without the consent of the foreign races ultimately meet a grim fate. In the year 1260, disheartened, you departed from the human territories. After years of deliberation, you chose to temporarily reside in the most remote region of the Xianhuang Great World, the Tianji domain. This place can be deemed the most barren in the entire Xianhuang Great World, with spiritual energy levels comparable to those of the ancient spirit realm. However, it is also home to only some weak races, ranked at level 9 or even lower. Living here offers you a degree of safety. You find peace in your cultivation here. Suddenly, you sense a slight decline in your cultivation level. Initially taken aback, you soon realize that someone has perished. Now, as the ruler of the ancient spirit realm, all beings within it bestow their power upon you. Although the recent turbulence affected you, its impact was not overwhelming. Therefore, you deduce that it must be Gu Tianwei who has fallen. After struggling for over 2 centuries, he, who ascended by means of false destiny, ultimately succumbed to the hands of foreign races. You cannot help but feel a tinge of sorrow for him. This may very well be the true portrayal of those who have ascended from the ancient spirit realm over the millennia. In the year 1379, empowered by the force of leadership, you successfully achieved a breakthrough in your cultivation, reaching the 8th level of the Great Ascension. However, you also sense that the assistance provided by this leadership force was diminishing. Compared to your current self, the inhabitants of the ancient spirit realm were undeniably feeble and could offer little aid. Most of your leadership strength now derived from Tang Chuan, Chu Han, Feng Xuanji, and the sole celestial monarch. Over the years, as these 4 developed in the Xianyuan Great World, their sense of belonging to the ancient spirit realm waned. Consequently, your cultivation progress began to slow as well. You realized that this could not continue. Relying on others was less effective than relying on oneself. Thus, you established a sect within the silent domain, named the Quest for Tao sect. You proclaimed that your teachings were inclusive. Any earnest practitioner, regardless of race, could join. Soon, your sect attracted numerous cultivators, primarily those who felt unfulfilled within their respective races, lacking techniques, background, and resources. Your newly founded sect offered them hope, resulting in a strong sense of belonging among these cultivators. Although their cultivation levels were low and they could not provide immediate substantial assistance, each possessed a commendable aspiration towards the Tao. You believed that, given time, 1 or 2 extraordinary individuals might indeed emerge from among them. By the year 1462, the practitioners within your sect continued to flourish, with some even reaching the Great Ascension realm. The feedback they provided was evident. You felt your cultivation advancing steadily, now just a step away from the 9th level of Great Ascension. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Due to the proximity of your quest for Tao sect to the Tianzhou clan, they sought to prevent your development in the area. They began to expel you. Initially, you dismissed their efforts, for although their name bore the character Tian, they were, in truth, an inconsequential race. Among them, the highest cultivation level was merely that of a true immortal. While such an existence was still formidable, it remained within the realm of acceptability. Their mere words could not compel you to abandon the quest for Tao sect, which you had established with considerable effort. Yet, after repeatedly driving away the Tianzhou clan's members, their true immortal ancestor came to confront you. Being a formidable true immortal, you found yourself somewhat outmatched in direct confrontation. Master, perhaps we should leave the quest for Dao sect. After all, the ancestor of the Tianzhou clan is a true immortal, and with our current strength, we may not stand a chance. You heard the voice beside you but chose to remain silent, instead observing the situation of your disciples. Among them, aside from the elder Mo who had just spoken with you, the rest were primarily disciples who had recently embarked on the path of cultivation or tribulation practitioners. Chapter 100. The defeat of the ancestor of the Tianzhou clan. Although such cultivation could barely ensure one's safety within the realm of Tianji, it undoubtedly paled in comparison to the Tianzhou clan. After much hesitation, you ultimately decided to avoid the confrontation. However, to your surprise, the ancestor of the Tianzhou clan had no intention of letting you escape so easily. You engaged in a fierce battle with him. Despite being consistently at a disadvantage, you managed to remain undefeated. A glimmer of cold light flashed in the eyes of the Tianzhou ancestor. He had not anticipated that the human before him would be so formidable. Merely relying on his great ascension cultivation, he was able to contend with a true immortal like himself. This individual would surely become a great threat. He raised both hands, channeling his entire strength into his elbows. In an instant, his elbows radiated a dazzling golden light. This was the Tianzhou clan's innate divine ability, the earth-shaking elbow. Thousands of years ago, the Tianzhou clan, like the human race, was an immensely powerful lineage. Their ancestor, with his unmatched elbows, had dominated his era. Although the power of the technique wielded by the individual before you was vastly inferior to that of the ancestor from thousands of years ago, it was still not to be underestimated. You immediately unleashed your full potential. Enhanced by various augmentations, your strength ascended to a new pinnacle. In your continuous exchanges with the Tianzhou ancestor, neither side could claim victory, and you even found yourself gaining a slight advantage. Observing this, the Tianzhou ancestor swiftly redirected his assault towards the direction of the Qiudao sect. His speed was astonishing. Each elbow strike was imbued with the might to rend the heavens and split the earth. The disciples of the Qiudao sect were utterly powerless to resist. By the time you managed to intercept him once more, a significant number of the Qiudao sect's disciples had already perished. The Tianzhou clan had sealed your fate. Feeling the diminishing strength of your leader, fury ignited within you. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted, soaring skyward. How daring! You rely merely on a fleeting burst of strength and truly believe that I, the ancestor, would be intimidated by you? Upon hearing your words, the Tianzhou ancestor halted. Gradually, the golden light on his elbows turned crimson, and as he swung his arms, the void trembled in response. Earth-shaking elbow, he bellowed as he charged toward you. Yet you did not flinch. Instead, you burned your lifespan and summoned the full power of the heavenly demon-suppressing fist to collide with him. Boom. A tremendous explosion resounded through the void as the impact of your clash echoed with the sound of shattering stones. In the next moment, something astonishing occurred. The once invincible elbows of the Tianzhou ancestor shattered upon colliding with yours. He was rendered powerless. A Tianzhou clan without its elbows was akin to a tiger stripped of its teeth, no longer posing any threat. How could this be possible? The ancient ancestor of Tianzhou, with eyes wide in fury, had no time to react before being subdued by your relentless strikes. You fully activated the refining immortal demon codex. And in an instant, countless pure energies were absorbed into your being, your cultivation sword, and you even managed to heal some of your earlier injuries. Meanwhile, the ancient ancestor of Tianzhou was reduced to mere bones under the astonished gazes of onlookers. Without pausing for recuperation, you headed straight for the territory of the Tianzhou clan. At this juncture, the only true immortal ancestor of the Tianzhou had been slain by you, and the remaining major league cultivators posed no threat. Like a tiger among sheep, you charged into their tribe, and within mere breaths, you refined all the cultivators of the Tianzhou clan. Aware of the necessity to eradicate the roots of the problem, you did not linger. One after another, the clans of Tianzhou were decimated. After refining their powers, not only did you restore the energies depleted by your leadership, but you also advanced further, reaching the 9th level of the major completion stage. Master, Mo began, hesitating to continue. You offered no explanation but instead systematically organized the disciples and elders of the sect to reclaim the territory of the Tianzhou clan. In the year 1463, you reclaimed the entirety of the Tianzhou clan's land and established a new Dao-seeking sect upon it. Upon learning of your formidable strength, the nearby lesser races began to extend their goodwill towards you. They ceased to impede their cultivators from joining your sect, which thrived and flourished as a result. By the year 1670, your cultivation experienced another breakthrough, successfully reaching the pinnacle of major completion. Now, You merely needed to transform the spiritual energy within your body into immortal energy to step into the realm of true immortality. This process was not particularly difficult. It merely required patience and perseverance. Emerging from your seclusion, you began to convert the immortal energy while observing the sect. Although you had acted as a detached overseer over the years, your immense power undoubtedly served as a protective shield for the Tao-seeking sect. Even in your absence, the number of disciples rapidly swelled to 100,000. Soon, a figure captured your attention. She was a human. The moment you laid eyes on her, you recognized her identity. Su Xuan. Once the focal point of a formation, she had also ascended to the Xianhuang Great World. After over a millennium of tumultuous change, her appearance had remained utterly unchanged. She was still a young girl. You immediately appeared before Su Xuan, inquiring about her experiences over the years. She stammered, unsure of how to respond. Anxious, you reached out and grasped her head, initiating a soul search. However, this time, your usually invincible soul-searching technique met with failure. Her memories were fragmented, barely recalling events from the years in the Qingyuan realm. At that time, she still lived among the villagers of the Qingyuan realm. Subsequently, she inexplicably embarked on the path of cultivation. Up to this point, her memories were somewhat coherent, yet those that followed were a chaotic jumble. You unearthed numerous fragmented recollections from her mind, featuring a diverse array of individuals. Among them were cultivators from the immortal spirit sect, various alien races from this world, and a remarkably beautiful woman. However, you could never quite connect them into a cohesive narrative. Was it the immortal spirit sect? No. You had already gleaned a thorough understanding of their influence. The individuals from the immortal spirit sect who appeared in the memory fragments must have intended to capture her for refinement. Yet, if that were the case, how could she have escaped their grasp? You murmured to yourself. At that moment, you sensed that Su Qinghua's face was veiled with an air of mystery. Nevertheless, you were not one to hesitate. After a brief contemplation, you resolved to adapt to the circumstances. You bestowed upon her the name Su Luo and made her your personal disciple. You imparted to her the Zhihuang Burning Heaven technique, the most formidable cultivation method in your possession aside from the refined immortal demon canon, capable of leading directly to the celestial realm. Su Luo progressed rapidly in her training. Within just a few years, she had mastered the Zhihuang Burning Heaven technique to great completion. Simultaneously, under your guidance, her cultivation soared at an astonishing pace, reaching a level comparable to Elder Mo Lu in a matter of mere years. In the year 1730, you transformed all your spiritual energy into celestial power. In an instant, the essence of your life was elevated. You had ascended to immortality. At this moment, you gazed down upon the vast landscapes of the quest for the Tao sect, and an overwhelming sense of ambition surged within you. In the time that followed, you began to expand the territory of the quest for the Tao sect. Those lesser, weaker races were swiftly incorporated into your fold, becoming members of the sect. Although such actions did not guarantee unwavering loyalty from all these weaker races, even a small fraction sufficed. You could distinctly feel the feedback from the power of leadership. Your cultivation continued to ascend, and it would not be long before you could achieve another breakthrough. However, your actions also drew the attention of many weaker races. These races, struggling to survive in the Tianji domain, were significantly impacted by your rise. In the year 1733, these races claimed to be restoring the ecological balance of the Tianji domain, dispatching a formidable force towards the quest for the Tao sect. Among them were two true celestial beings. Yet, by this point, you had become a different entity altogether. Facing these cultivators, a mere flick of your hand sent them into retreat. You showed no mercy to those who dared to attack you, instead invoking the refined immortal demon canon and promptly refining them all. In an instant, your cultivation has once again achieved a breakthrough, successfully ascending to the second layer of true immortality. Compared to your rapid advancement in the ancient spirit realm, this progress cannot be deemed swift. Nevertheless, the Immortal Refinement Demon Codex is fundamentally a second-tier celestial technique, and to experience such a remarkable rate of improvement within the true immortal realm is indeed commendable. In pursuit of further enhancement, you began to scour the surrounding races for their inherited techniques. However, the outcome was profoundly disappointing. Among these lesser races, most possessed only first-tier celestial techniques, with second-tier techniques being exceedingly rare. Moreover, they mentioned that in the Xianhuang Great World, the regulation of techniques is exceedingly stringent. Lesser races are permitted to possess, at most, second-tier techniques. If one aspires to attain the Xian immortal realm, it becomes imperative to serve powerful races as subservient, thereby gaining a modicum of hope to receive their approval and cultivate more formidable techniques. Should a lower-tier race fortuitously acquire a high-tier technique, it must be surrendered to the higher races governing the vicinity. Any attempt to privately cultivate such techniques, if discovered by the higher races, would undoubtedly result in annihilation of the clan. This reasoning is quite justifiable, and a flicker of understanding passed through your eyes. In your view, the actions of these powerful races are not without merit. For if these lower races were not constrained, all races could potentially ascend to higher tiers. Who, then, would undertake the most menial tasks? Yet, the myriad shackles they impose represent a significant limitation for the lower-tier races. For you, however, the situation is entirely different. As long as you can obtain a high-tier technique during this simulation, you will be fully equipped to engage in cultivation thereafter. Thus, all that remains for you is to wait patiently. After all, the Xianhuang Great World has been in a state of amalgamation for millennia, and many races were once resplendent in their glory. Among them, not only celestial kings and emperors have graced their ranks, but even celestial lords and esteemed beings have appeared. In the secret realms they have left behind, it is certain that there exist techniques that point directly to the pinnacle of the immortal path. In the 1800th year, while you continue your cultivation, you leverage the Tao-seeking sect to glean information regarding the events unfolding in this world. You learn that a secret realm will emerge in a little over a century. Although it is merely the relic of a Xian immortal cultivator, it is highly probable that it contains techniques that could assist you. You begin to devise plans regarding the secret realm. Just then, a cold, clear feminine voice resonated from outside the Tao-seeking sect. The saintess of the sword immortal sect, Bai Jie, has heard of the exceptional cultivation of the sect master and has come to seek guidance. The sword immortal sect, Bai Jie, seeking my counsel? A flicker of doubt crossed your mind. The sword immortal sect is one of the 5 great sects of humanity within the Xianhuang Great World, boasting numerous celestial beings beyond just the celestial kings. Even if this individual genuinely wished to offer guidance, how could it possibly pertain to someone like you? After a moment's hesitation, you ultimately resolve to step outside and investigate further. You have stepped out of the Seekers of the Way sect, and there stands Bai Jie, poised just outside the mountain gate. Clad in a flowing white robe and adorned with a hairpin, she possesses an ethereal beauty. Yet her demeanor exudes an air of elegance akin to a freshly bloomed white lotus, beautiful to behold but not to be trifled with. Barefoot, she stands upon the flying sword. And upon your arrival, a faint smile graces her lips. However, you find yourself devoid of the inclination to admire this scene, for the moment you lay eyes on her. An alarming sense of danger reverberates within you, issuing a stark warning. The visitor bears ill intent. You maintain a facade of calm as you usher her into the Seekers of the Way sect. In the instant she delicately lifts her foot, both of you spring into action. A thunderous explosion echoes through the entire sect, reverberating even among the disciples within, who suffer grievously from the fallout of your clash. Indeed, the rumors of those lesser races ring true. You have indeed ascended to the realm of immortality. As the words leave your lips, Bai Jie strikes once more. Her cultivation far surpasses yours, and a flurry of sword shadows descends upon you, compelling you to defend yourself with great difficulty, leaving you devoid of any opportunity to counterattack. It becomes painfully evident that a vast chasm separates you from this formidable opponent. In a moment of clarity, you resolve to retreat. Humph, do you still wish to resist? Bai Jie's flying sword quivers slightly, and in an instant, she materializes before you. Your pupils constrict, but before you can react, her sword pierces through your chest. Blood spurts forth as you disregard your injury and tear through the void in a desperate bid to escape. Yet, each time you emerge from the void, Bai Jie anticipates your landing, striking you with relentless precision, leaving you in perilous circumstances. Realizing you can no longer continue in this manner, you decide to gamble everything. Perhaps there lies a glimmer of hope. Heavenly Demon S Suppression Fist. Your aura surges forth, fully manifesting. In the next moment, an overwhelming wave of demonic energy coalesces around your hands and descends with tremendous force. The clash of your fist intent against her sword intent reverberates through the skies, fracturing the void and unleashing torrents of spatial turbulence. In this exchange, you barely manage to reach an equilibrium. Nonetheless, you are acutely aware that you are no match for her. Should you fail to subdue her immediately, the disparity between you will only widen. Curse it. How has the human race from the lower realms ascended so rapidly? Your pupils constrict once more, but before you can ponder further, Bai Jie, sword in hand, charges at you once again. The battle rages on in the heavens, and ultimately, you manage to secure a tenuous victory, yet it is far from sufficient. For you can distinctly feel the insistent warning of impending doom. As you gained an advantage, his reminders intensified, indicating that Bai Jie possessed formidable hidden cards or that nearby cultivators from the immortal sword sect were hastening toward this location. Contemplating this, you decisively burned nearly all of your remaining lifespan. Instantly, A tremendous force enveloped you. Subsequently, you unleashed a powerful punch, causing the very fabric of the heavens and earth to dim in its presence. Witnessing this scene, Bai Jie trembled. She wished to flee, yet you afforded her no opportunity. In the moment you unleashed your full power, you sealed off the entire void surrounding her. She could only await her demise in place, uttering a desperate cry, no. Her anguished wails echoed through the cosmos, but ultimately, they could not grant her salvation. She perished, without even her yawning escaping. When the intent of your fist dissipated, only a shattered body remained. You had no time to refine it, immediately tearing through the void to escape. You could clearly sense a formidable aura drawing near. This individual possessed at least the cultivation of a celestial immortal, or even a mystic immortal, far beyond your capacity to contend with. You fled until you reached the edge of the celestial silence domain, where you finally came to a halt. At this point, your condition had deteriorated to its utmost limits. Your celestial energy was nearly depleted, your physical body gravely injured, and your lifespan significantly reduced due to the recent burning. However, all of it proved worthwhile. You ultimately succeeded in slaying Bai Jie and departed before the experts from the Sword Immortal sect arrived. You began to recuperate in place. Due to the nature of the celestial silence domain, the spiritual energy here was exceedingly sparse, even less abundant than the ancient spirit realm. Fortunately, over the years, you had obtained a considerable amount of elixirs from your sect, barely enabling you to recover from your injuries. In the year 1805, your injuries fully healed. Yet the lifespan you had burned could not be restored. You estimated that you now had at most 100 years left. Compared to the vast lifespans of true immortals, this figure was merely a drop in the ocean. You began to abandon your cultivation and return to the path-seeking sect. Unsurprisingly, it had indeed been annihilated by the immortal sword sect. Just as you were consumed by sorrow, a wave of power from your leadership resonated within you. This wave was immense. While it would not cause you to fall in realm, it would certainly require a century of arduous cultivation to restore. Among the four of them, one had perished. A flicker of astonishment crossed your eyes. These individuals bore the heavenly mandate of the ancient spirit realm, and at the moment of ascension, they underwent a profound transformation. Even now, in the mystic yellow great world, they would be sheltered by fortune, thriving effortlessly. Could it be that the immortal sword sect was behind this? You murmured to yourself. Then, without daring to linger, you set off, relying on your memory to seek their whereabouts. You first arrived at the Xianming sect, and, after extensive inquiries, learned of the news that Feng Xuanji was still alive. At this moment, she had already become a direct disciple of the sect leader, her cultivation surpassing yours by a notable margin. However, as she gradually lost her sense of belonging to the ancient spirit realm after ascending, her powers did not significantly enhance your own. Subsequently, you arrived at the Twin Flames Alliance, where Su Xuan resided. To your astonishment, the scenes unfolding before you were utterly shocking. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, the remnants of shattered walls scattered about, all permeated with the scent of death. The Twin Flames Alliance had been annihilated. This power, once guarded by two formidable Xianxian realm experts, had vanished into thin air within just a few short years. Could it be that Su Xuan had perished? A deep sigh escaped you. In your heart, Su Xuan was second only to Gu Xuanxian in terms of fortune within the ancient spirit realm. He, who could have claimed the power of destiny through sheer strength, should have journeyed further, yet he had inexplicably fallen. Eventually, you arrived at the Soul Heavenly Monarch's location within the Soul Suppression Tower. Though this force was not particularly strong, it had been established by the ancient ancestor of the Heavenly Soul Palace in the ancient spirit realm, allowing the Soul Heavenly Monarch to enjoy a comfortable existence here. While he may not rival the others, his current cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Great Ascension, and he was on the verge of breaking through by converting all of his spiritual power into celestial energy. Just as you were about to depart, a figure appeared in the skies above the Soul Suppression Tower. With hair and beard as white as snow, his sudden appearance drew out the tower's master. Lord Baijan. What an unexpected honor. The master exclaimed. What brings you here today? Yet, Baijan merely snorted coldly, replying, Humph, soul unyielding. It seems you have forgotten the agreement our human race made a millennium ago. Chapter 103. The mortal cannot become an immortal, the mortals cannot become immortals. The events of the past were already a great grace from our 5 major sections. Do you now wish to contravene the regulations set forth at that time? Upon hearing this, your eyes widened in disbelief. However, what followed was even more astonishing. With a sinister laugh, Soul Unyielding revealed his true power, exuding an aura of the celestial king realm. This was indeed the same level as Baijan. Among all the human race in the former Xianhuang Great World, only 5 had ever reached such a realm, and now Soul Unyielding had become the 6th. Everyone present was left agape, unable to fathom how the seemingly unremarkable soul, unyielding, had silently cultivated to such an extraordinary level. How is this possible? You stammered. Without the permission of the fallen immortal clan, where did you acquire the power of the laws? In response, soul unyielding chuckled again. That is not for you to concern yourself with. If you still remember you are of the human race, then do not spread today's events. I, soul unyielding, shall lead our people to victory. With a wave of his hand, everyone present instantly lost consciousness, including you. When you opened your eyes again, an indeterminate amount of time had passed. The essence of the undying soul, and by Jean, has long vanished without a trace. Your vitality, too, has been waning. In the year 1883, you began to wander through the vast expanse of the Xianhuang Great World, traversing mountains and rivers and crossing dense forests. You roamed the territories of various races, yet found naught of value. Your life hangs by a thread, and despite consuming numerous elixirs of longevity, you can distinctly feel your life force dwindling. Clinging to your last breath, you resolve to seek out the impending secret realm that is soon to emerge. In the year 1902, you arrived at the Dreamland Secret Realm, the domain of the seventh-tier race known as the Dream Clan. This mystical place was left behind by a cultivator named Meng Xian thousands of years ago. Although this secret realm has manifested several times, it continues to attract numerous wandering cultivators from various races to explore its depths. As you stepped inside, a voice suddenly called out to you just as you passed through a spatial wormhole. Following the sound, you were astonished to find it was none other than Su Xuan, alive. A flicker of shock crossed your eyes as Su Xuan, without preamble, pulled you into a secluded corner. He began recounting his experiences since arriving in the Xianhuang Great World. It turned out that he had been cultivating within the Twin Fire Alliance, thriving under the care of its two leaders due to his considerable talent. His progress was swift. He even refined a celestial flame and successfully broke through to the true immortal realm. However, this fortunate period was not to last. Just as his life was flourishing, a cultivator from the immortal sword sect appeared, demanding the Twin Fire Alliance surrender Su Xuan. Naturally, the two leaders refused. A fierce battle was imminent. Yet, despite being at the same Xian immortal level, the sect's cultivator displayed overwhelming strength, defeating both leaders single-handedly. Just as he charged at Su Xuan, one of the leaders self-destructed to impede the immortal sword cultivator, while the other employed a grand technique to teleport Su Xuan to safety. Subsequently, like you, Su Xuan began to wander through the Xianhuang Great World, albeit with significantly better fortune. He encountered many opportunities along the way, and his cultivation soared to the second level of true immortal. After hearing this, you were left speechless. If Su Xuan had survived, then it was likely that the one who perished was the true monarch of heavenly souls. Countless memories flashed through your mind. You deduced that the undying soul's ability to harness the power of the laws to break through to the immortal king was undoubtedly entwined with the death of the true monarch of heavenly souls. As for the immortal sword sect, you were uncertain of their ultimate intentions, but their actions clearly indicated a relentless hunt for all ascended cultivators who had broken through to the true immortal realm. How did they discern these ascended cultivators? And why were the two leaders of the Twin Fire Alliance so determined to protect Su Xuan? You remain oblivious to the answers to all this. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, you let out a heavy sigh and commence your exploration of the secret realm alongside Su Xuan. Perhaps due to your companionship with Su Xuan, your endeavors yield abundant results. Within just a few days, you have gathered several celestial herbs. Aware of your own physical condition, you graciously leave these precious herbs for Su Xuan. You confide in him that your time is limited, and your sole desire before departing from this world is to behold the teachings of the great dream secret realm. Su Xuan nods in understanding and assures you that he will let you witness the inheritance should he obtain it. Thus, you both continue your exploration within the secret realm. Time passes swiftly, and before you realize it, a month has elapsed. You remain in the secret realm, searching tirelessly. Aside from the spiritual herbs you have collected along the way, there are no further discoveries. Just then, a flurry of figures flashes past you. They seem to be vying for something. You and Su Xuan decide to follow them to uncover the truth. After some time, you witness a fleeing cultivator being struck down, while those who pursued him swarm to seize the object in his possession. Only then do you discern the nature of that object. It is a pearl, emanating an ethereal chill, undeniably extraordinary. As Su Xuan steps forward to join the fray, a sense of impending danger stirs within you. Be careful, you shout, retreating hastily. However, it is too late for Su Xuan to escape your warning. With a thunderous explosion, a figure materializes from the pearl, clad in black hair and a crimson robe. He immediately devours most of the cultivators present. Even Su Xuan suffers a severe blow, barely managing to escape after burning his essence blood. Yet, This figure has no intention of sparing him. After consuming all nearby cultivators, he lunges toward Su Xuan. Master, assist me. No sooner have the words left his lips than Dan Juezi, who had long remained hidden, reappears. Their combined attack technique has reached an extraordinary level of mastery, merging seamlessly in an instant. When the figure arrives before Su Xuan, he astonishingly possesses the cultivation of the 6th tier of true immortal. An impressive combination attack, he taunts, but regrettably insufficient before me, Situ Li. With that, Su Xuan engages in fierce combat with Situ Li. Although they appear evenly matched, your sense of danger intensifies. You realize that remaining here is no longer an option. Perhaps Su Xuan can vanquish this foe or possesses some means of escape, but you do not share that fortune. Staying here only leads to your demise. With this thought, you unleash several punches infused with intent towards Situ Li before turning away, not looking back. In the days that follow, you persist in your exploration of the secret realm. Yet, it seems that fate is playing a cruel jest upon you. You have searched the secret realm for an extended period, yet have not acquired anything of worth. However, during this time, you have not returned completely empty-handed. The secret realm is fraught with peril, which has led to the demise of numerous cultivators from various races. By refining their cultivation through the celestial and demonic scriptures, you swiftly ascended to the 2nd level of true immortal. Meanwhile, the news of Situ Li's exploits spread throughout the entire secret realm, with nearly all cultivators falling victim to his ambushes. Presently, the atmosphere in the realm is one of pervasive trepidation. You, however, have consistently evaded Situ Li's assaults due to your keen sense of crisis. You ventured into a valley, seeking further exploration, when unexpectedly, you beheld Su Xuan. He lay gravely injured, languishing in a near-unconscious state within the valley. Indeed, he has not perished. You murmured to yourself, hastening to assess his condition. A sharp intake of breath escaped your lips. Upon your recent examination, you discovered that Su Xuan's aura had diminished to a critical level. It would not be long before he succumbed entirely. His survival thus far relied solely on a mysterious essence within him, sustaining his life. Moreover, during your investigation, you found no trace of Dan Juezi, suggesting that this individual had most likely met his end. What, then, is the true nature of Situ Li, who has wrought such devastation? A multitude of images flashed through your mind. Although Situ Li's aura is not particularly formidable, merely at the late stage of true immortal. At most, could such a strength truly vanquish both Su Xuan and Dan Juezi? After a moment of contemplation, you placed your hand upon Su Xuan's forehead. Since he was on the brink of death, it seemed prudent to extract some final utility from him. You delved into his soul. Countless images flooded your consciousness. After a considerable time, you managed to sort through these visions. It turned out that Su Xuan's experiences in the primordial yellow world closely mirrored the account he had shared with you. The sole divergence was the deaths of the 2 leaders of the Double Fire Alliance, who, surprisingly, referred to Su Xuan as senior brother. This revelation caught you off guard. If this is the case, it suggests that Su Xuan's identity is more complex than merely that of a transmigrator. As for the battle that ensued between Su Xuan and Situ Li after your departure, it unfolded simply enough. After merging with Dan Juezi, Su Xuan quickly gained the upper hand. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the orb that Situ Li had parasitized was, in fact, an artifact of considerable rank. This orb unleashed a series of formidable attacks, each inflicting significant harm upon Su Xuan. Within mere minutes, he sustained severe injuries, while Dan Juezi was obliterated by a beam of white light that annihilated his very soul. In this dire situation, Su Xuan had no choice but to employ a blood shield to escape. However, Situ Li's relentless pursuit compelled him to expend an excessive amount of his vital essence. By the time he arrived in this valley, he was hanging by a thread. Fortunately, a mysterious aura safeguarded his life force, allowing him to linger on, albeit precariously. Unfortunately, the duration of this secret realm was too prolonged, leaving no time to extricate you for treatment. You let out a gentle sigh and then brought an end to Su Xuan. The enhancement from the leader's power gradually diminished, but soon the alchemy of immortals compensated for this void. You continued to explore the secret realm, yet as time passed, you noticed the diminishing number of individuals within it. Without exception, they had all perished at the hands of Situ Li. You were unaware of this person's true origins. Yet you understood that the orb he was parasitically linked to was extraordinarily powerful, even capable of overpowering the combined might of Su Xuan and Dan Juezi. With a sense of crisis, you cautiously lingered at the periphery of the secret realm, awaiting its conclusion. 3 months later, as the secret realm came to an abrupt end, an overwhelming wave of terrifying pressure surged forth. Each of these presences was a formidable immortal king, who had long been lying in wait outside the secret realm. Their target was undoubtedly Situ Li. No, more precisely, it was that orb. Countless terrifying celestial techniques descended, and Situli could not withstand the onslaught. Retreating immediately into the orb. Situli, surrender the reversal orb to me, and I shall assist you in restoring your corporeal form and reforge the glory of the Dream Clan. No, hand it over to me. We of the Tiani clan are a second-tier race. Only we can aid you in your restoration. Situli, you treacherous usurper, swiftly yield the reversal orb. Numerous voices echoed in your ears, yet Situli remained unfazed. He immediately burrowed into the reversal orb, seeking to escape through its power. However, the power of the orb was ultimately finite. Just as it released its divine abilities, a young girl with pristine white wings halted its advance with a mere gesture, exerting a terrifying force that rendered the reversal orb immobile. She was indeed an immortal emperor. Such a being could easily be revered as a founder among some mid-tier races. Yet she had descended personally for the reversal orb. And this was not the end. With the girl's appearance, an increasing number of formidable beings took action, each one an immortal emperor, unleashing a barrage of celestial techniques that clashed in the heavens, causing the very fabric of the world to collapse. Strangely, the reversal orb remained unscathed amidst their relentless assault, while Situli still attempted to commandeer it to escape. Situli, do not harbor any illusions of resistance. Now that you have dared to reveal yourself, there is no chance of your escape. At these words, a flicker of resolve flashed in Situli's eyes. He immediately exerted all his strength to activate the reversal orb, merging with its terrifying power in an instant. Let it be known that I, Situli, concede defeat today. But you shall never claim the reversal orb. As his words fell, a cataclysmic explosion resounded throughout the realm. Situli and the reversal orb vanished amidst the chaos. Chapter 105. Sovereign of the ancient spirit world, the immortal emperors were also affected by the dreadful explosion, suffering significant injuries as a result. Yet, before you had the chance to heal, you vanished instantaneously from that place. The celestial pearl, you etched this scene into your heart, vowing to seize this treasure as soon as your strength permitted you to enter the secret realm. In the year 1905, you traversed mountains and valleys, finally arriving at the domain of the fallen immortals. However, within this territory, you found no trace of Su Xuan, which stirred a modicum of doubt within you. Yet, there was little you could do. To evade detection by the cultivators of the fallen immortals, you had no choice but to depart. In the year 1927, you sat quietly atop a mountain peak, contemplating the profound truths of heaven and earth and the evolution of the great Tao. Yet, your cultivation remained stagnant. You understood that this stagnation was a consequence of your lifespan. Having previously battled fiercely, sacrificing years of life, you had reached the brink of existence. Now, your vitality waned, and your celestial energy was obstructed. Unless you could ascend to the celestial immortal realm to replenish your lifespan, the prospect of any breakthrough was utterly bleak. In the year 1938, you established a sect anew, gathering several promising disciples, hoping to progress further through their leadership. You imparted your lifelong knowledge to them, yearning for their assistance. Your disciples' cultivation soared, yet your own advancement was painfully slow. That same year, you sensed the diminishing power of leadership within you once more. Who could it be this time? You murmured to yourself, but time allowed no indulgence in contemplation. Your vitality had reached its nadir, leaving you only the chance for a final glimpse of the world before your demise. You have perished. Simulation concluded. As a result of eliminating an individual blessed with fortune during this simulation, you may select 2 items from the following options. 1. Second-tier true immortal cultivation. 2. The talent utilized in this simulation. 3. The legacy of the purple radiance immortal. 4. The heavenly demon subduing fist. Upon viewing the options presented before him, Su Xuan was momentarily taken aback, for only 2 choices appeared. After suffering a grievous blow, Su Han had perished by his own hand. Thus, Gu Xuanxian had survived? Su Xian's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished at the tenacity of this individual, who could even transcend into another's body after being defeated. Very well. Let us choose cultivation and talent. As soon as the words left his lips, an inexhaustible stream of spiritual energy manifested, flowing towards Su Xuan. His cultivation began to ascend continuously. 7th layer of great completion. 8th layer of great completion. 9th layer of great completion. Boom. The instant Su Xuan reached the pinnacle of great completion, all the spiritual energy within him transformed into celestial energy. Ultimately, his cultivation stabilized at the 2nd tier of true immortal. This power was undeniably formidable. Su Xuan murmured to himself, feeling acutely that his strength had surpassed the limits of this world. Due to the overwhelming pressure exerted by this realm, Su Xuan felt an immense weight upon him. Without hesitation, he made his way to the origin of the world. Familiar scenes unfolded before his eyes like a fleeting panorama. In merely half an hour, He arrived at his destination. How could this be? How could such a formidable human exist in this realm? When did you ascend to the true immortal realm? Listening to the voice of the world's will, Su Xuan refrained from answering immediately. Instead, he spoke, this realm has already been discovered by foreign races. It will not be long before they descend and slaughter the beings of this world. Only I can preserve it. Who exactly are you? A flicker of astonishment flashed in the eyes of the world's will. Yet, no explanation could be offered for his inquiries. The two of them locked gazes for a considerable time until the world's will finally spoke. Alas, although I know not your origins, your aura cannot be feigned. You are indeed of the human race. As you have stated, the ancient spirit realm is no longer safe. Many foreign races have discovered this realm. Even if I exert all my strength to prevent them, they will inevitably find a way to infiltrate the ancient spirit realm through some vulnerabilities. I hope you can save this world. Just as the words left his lips, a sphere of light imbued with both black and white energies appeared before Su Xuan. Its aura was vast like an abyss, surrounded by an enigmatic power. The moment Su Xuan laid eyes upon it, he recognized it instantly. The world's origin. Su Xuan swiftly refined it. In an instant, everything within the ancient spirit realm manifested in his mind. He beheld the myriad beings within the realm. The unparalleled great formation enveloping the ancient spirit realm, the various sects and clans, as well as numerous hidden secret realms. Su Xuan carefully absorbed all that emerged in his consciousness, and after a long while, he exhaled a breath of turbid air. System, open the panel. Immortal Cultivation Simulator 6, Host, Su Xuan, Cultivation Level, Second Layer True Immortal, Peak 6 Stage Body Refinement, Spiritual Root, Single Spiritual Root, Spiritual Body, Pure Gold Spiritual Body, Gold Spiritual Body, Talents, Strong Body, White, Swift Movement, Fortune, Slave Goo, Crisis Awareness, Heaven-S Reward for Diligence, Leadership Power, Bloodline Power, Great Tao Immortal Monarch. Energy Value, 22. 125, 370, 120. Current Simulation Energy Consumption, 10, 000, 000, 000. Bing. Detected a change in the essence of the host's life. Simulation consumption will increase. Current Energy Consumption Value, 50, 000, 000, 000. That's not too much, Su Xuan murmured to himself. At this moment, he had become the master of the ancient spirit realm, and all secret realms within it were laid bare before him. In just a few moments, he completed the plundering of the nearest secret realm. The system's energy value quickly reached 7, 355, 569, 496. System, commence simulation. Ding. The current level of the Immortal Cultivation Simulator is 6. You may make any selection from the following orange talents. The unrivaled in the same realm. Orange when your opponent is at the same level as you. He can never defeat you, regardless of the means he employs. You will always possess a method to counter him. The power of random laws. Orange, you shall randomly acquire a power from the laws. Note, this talent possesses instability, and there is a certain probability that the host will obtain an incomplete power from the laws. Exemplary Mentor. Orange, your teaching ability is significantly enhanced. With mere words, you can enable others to fully comprehend what you convey. Chapter 106. The Laws of Space. Gazing at the three options before him, Su Xuan narrowed his eyes. These three talents, while not overwhelmingly powerful, were not without merit. The unrivaled in the same realm was undoubtedly advantageous, greatly enhancing one's combat prowess. However, possessing such an abundance of talents, he had already reached a state of invincibility within his realm. Thus, why would he seek this talent when he already had the means to prevail? Though there may be rare exceptional circumstances that could allow him to turn the tide, such instances were ultimately few and far between. Consequently, this talent was the first to be dismissed. As for the Exemplary Mentor, while it could complement the power of leadership, it ultimately did not augment his own capabilities. Furthermore, the path of cultivation ahead would only grow increasingly arduous. If he were to impart knowledge within the ancient spirit realm, the enhancement he would gain would be minimal. Conversely, within the Xianhuang Great World, although the rate of advancement would be significantly faster, he would inevitably attract the covetous eyes of other factions. Regarding the second talent, the power of laws, it was a unique element within the Xianhuang Great World. When a cultivator reaches the pinnacle of the Xian Immortal Realm, they must absorb a type of law power to solidify their future cultivation path. In this realm, the power of laws is finite, predominantly held by advanced races. Lower-level races seeking to utilize the power of laws to ascend to the Immortal King realm must pay various costs to request it from those higher-tier races. Thus, it serves as a shackle binding lower races to the advanced ones. Nonetheless, the power of laws is plentiful, with varying strengths. Those higher races often possess some lesser law powers they are unwilling to absorb, allowing them to trickle down to the lower-tier races. This indeed presents a commendable option. Su Xuan murmured to himself. Unlike other cultivators who rely on the power of laws to break through to the immortal king realm, he could elevate his cultivation level first, and then selectively choose the power of laws. System, I choose the random power of laws. Ding, selection successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the power of the laws of space. Simulation commencing. With the power of the laws of space, you become exceedingly formidable, with but a thought. You can instantaneously reach any location within the ancient spirit realm. The laws of space. A surge of astonishment courses through you as a myriad of images flash through your mind. In your memories, you recall that the Xianhuang Great World encompasses numerous supreme laws, including time, space, fate, causality, destruction, creation, the 5 elements, yin and yang, power, and reincarnation, among others. Each of these is claimed by various advanced races. How could there be a void in the laws of space? You pondered for a moment, yet ultimately chose to think no further on the matter. After all, acquiring the laws of space was indeed a fortuitous event, for with their assistance, you could enhance your survival in the simulation. Rather than immediately venturing to the Xianhuang Great World, you opted to remain in the ancient spirit realm to explore it meticulously. You dedicated a decade to thoroughly scour the entire ancient wood realm, extracting every secret treasure and amassing a wealth of cultivation resources. In the 15th year, you established a dojo on the Mount of Buried Immortals, proclaiming that all cultivators who met your criteria could receive a share of cultivation resources and immortal technique inheritance free of charge. The announcement sent ripples through the entire cultivation community. Numerous cultivators poured in from the 9 major realms of cultivation, flocking to the vicinity of Mount Buried Immortals. You began to investigate each of them in turn. The outcome was somewhat unexpected. Aside from Chu Han, Tang Chuan, Feng Xuanji, and the sole true monarch, 3 others were surprisingly intertwined with the fortunes of the ancient spirit realm. You took immediate note of these individuals. Their fortunes varied in strength. Yet as the sovereign of the ancient spirit realm, you could perceive their essence clearly. Especially notable was a cultivator named Wang Li. Although his current cultivation was merely at the peak of qi refinement, his heart for the Tao was remarkably potent. Furthermore, he had mysteriously acquired a boon of fortune. Should nothing impede his progress, a breakthrough to the Great Ascension and subsequent flight to the Xianhuang Great World seemed assured. However, something felt amiss. A flicker of doubt crossed your mind. For with the addition of these 3 individuals, alongside the previously noted Gu Xuanxian and Dai Tianxiao, the number of those possessing the favor of fortune in this realm had astonishingly reached 9. Even when excluding Dai Tianxiao and the sole true monarch, those associated with the Xianhuang Great World, the count still stood at 7. Though they may possess varying strengths, it was expected that they would all receive the divine path's favor, gaining a measure of heavenly mandate. Yet, even when accounting for the gray heavenly mandate within Mount Buried Immortals and the green fortune in the valley beside the Taichu Imperial City, only 4 manifestations remained. What then? Of the rest? Contemplating this, you resumed your exploration of the ancient spirit realm, seeking any overlooked locales. In the 21st year, having thoroughly searched the ancient spirit realm, you finally discovered a blue heavenly mandate in the boundless seas of the Southern Ocean's cultivation realm. This heavenly mandate had only recently come into existence, its presence faint and concealed deep beneath the ocean's depths, which had previously prevented you from detecting it. Yet, this was all there was. You murmured to yourself. Over the years, you had extensively explored the entirety of the ancient spirit realm. In this world, aside from the 5 heavenly mandates you had already uncovered, no other traces of heavenly mandates remained. Nonetheless, it was fortunate that this discovery would enable the 5 individuals to ascend normally. Whether any among them could ascend even further remained to be seen. In the 63rd year, you accepted Lu Qiuyan as your direct disciple, thwarting the request of the Taichu Emperor to take her as his bride. In desperation, the Taichu Emperor was compelled to marry the daughter of the Prime Minister instead. Year 65, the Taichu Emperor rejoiced at the birth of a son. Meanwhile, you silently observed the situation within the Taichu Imperial Court, patiently waiting. The child seemed lost in a fog, as if he had yet to awaken his intellect. Even at 18, he resembled a mischievous toddler of 3 or 4 years. The entire imperial court was filled with disappointment, and the Taichu Emperor had nearly forsaken him. Only the Prime Minister's household continued to guide him in his cultivation. Yet, you remained unfazed by this scene, for to you, it all appeared to be a natural occurrence. You continued your vigil in the Taichu Imperial Court, anticipating the moment Gu Xuanxian would traverse realms. Year 85. A glimmer of brilliance suddenly flickered within Gu Xuanxian's once murky eyes. An ethereal aura of demonic energy subtly manifested around him. Damn it! Why must I inhabit this new body, arriving in this realm 2 decades late? Chapter 107. The identity of Su Xuan. Upon hearing these words, your pupils constricted. You had not anticipated that Su Xuan was not merely a traveler of realms, but rather possessed an extraordinary background. In an instant, you materialized beside him, and before he could react, you seized his head to delve into his soul. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming tide of memories surged into your mind. It turned out he was indeed a traveler of realms. However, his first arrival was not in the ancient spirit realm, but rather in the Xinhuang Great World. He was born into the fallen immortal clan, with both parents of considerable cultivation, holding substantial influence within their lineage. Yet, he himself was of mediocre talent, merely an ordinary member of the clan. Nevertheless, his parents were determined not to let him fade into obscurity. In the days that followed, they commissioned the clan's array masters to establish an extraordinary celestial formation. And with the assistance of the clan's ancient ancestors, they orchestrated numerous calculations, ultimately enabling Su Xuan's reincarnation into the ancient spirit realm to seize the fortune of this world. However, due to your disruption of the corporeal vessel they had previously arranged, Su Xuan had only now succeeded in his reincarnation. At this juncture, the memories abruptly ceased. The extent of Su Xuan's recollections was limited, and what he was to do after his reincarnation would be imparted by the master of the Taichu imperial court. A glimmer of understanding crossed your eyes. If this were the case, then all the puzzling events would align perfectly. You immediately obliterated Su Xuan's soul, and in the very moment of his demise, a chill unexpectedly enveloped your back. In the depths of your being, you sensed a formidable presence fixating upon you. Yet, as the instinctive warning of impending danger had yet to manifest, you found no cause for immediate concern regarding your safety. Such potent laws of power. This must surely be the ancient ancestor of the fallen immortal clan who cultivated the laws of fate. You furrowed your brow, a deep sigh resonating within your heart. Being marked by such an existence, it seemed that your ascent to the upper realms was destined to be fraught with peril. You stepped into the void, instantaneously arriving beside the primeval master. Under his astonished gaze, you seized his head and delved into his soul. Countless memories surged into your consciousness. It turned out that this individual was not a practitioner from the ancient spirit realm. He had forcibly transported his soul to this world using a peerless array laid by the fallen immortal clan. This body was meticulously chosen for possession. His purpose was rather straightforward, to assist Su Xuan in embarking upon a specific path of cultivation. Should Su Xuan adhere to these paths, he would successfully seize the fortune of this world. There were numerous cultivation routes available. Although you had intercepted Su Xuan, the fallen immortal ancestors still possessed various means to realign Su Xuan's cultivation journey. Simultaneously, you acquired the devouring heaven demon art from this person's memories. It was indeed a highly advanced celestial technique. Despite the moral transgressions involved, his power was indisputable. You silently noted him in your mind. In the 120th year, you arrived early at the Deluo dynasty. At this time, although Dai Tianxiao was not yet surrounded by many mysterious experts, he had already begun to shine. He courted officials and eliminated dissenters. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he would soon ascend to the position of crown prince. Who is it? A flicker of astonishment crossed Dai Tianxiao's eyes. You gradually materialized before him. Before he could take any action, you had sealed off all the void around him, leaving him with no chance of escape. How is this possible? The power of the loss. How could there exist such power in this lower realm? No, wait. Are you from the Xinhuang Great World? But how is it that you remain unaffected by the restrictions of this realm? You disregarded his words, gently lifting your hand to capture Dai Tianxiao. His eyes turned pale, his aura rising in intensity. Yet, even so, he could only reach the pinnacle of the tribulation crossing stage. The gap between you was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Stop, stop. This lower realm is a discovery of my sword immortal sect. Regardless of who you are, leave immediately, or I shall report to the ancestor, and you will pay the price. You paid no heed to his words and began to forcibly probe his soul. However, once again, you met with failure. Due to it being merely a fragment of a soul, his mind contained only vague shards of memory scattered across various scenes. Among them, you easily recognized the sword immortal sect from the upper realm, a power that had once hunted you. This individual held a relatively high position within the sword immortal sect, at least that of an elder. The memories related to the ancient spirit realm were even more nebulous. Despite having visited every corner of the ancient spirit realm, you could not identify the locations within his recollections. You calmed your mind and began to explore quietly. as every blade of grass and tree in the ancient spirit realm unfolded in your thoughts. After a while, you slowly opened your eyes. How intriguing. A faint smile graced your lips. Through your recent exploration, you were astonished to discover that the fragmented memories within his mind were remarkably similar to those of the tomb of immortals. Could it be that there are aspects of the tomb yet to be uncovered by your own endeavors? A thought struck you, and in an instant, you found yourself hovering above the tomb of immortals. Everything here remained as you had envisioned in your mind. Strange and peculiar plants flourished in abundance. The scene within Dai Tianxiao's mind was indeed that of the summit of the tomb of immortals. However, the issue lay in the fact that you had visited this place nearly every time you simulated it. Aside from the expansive view, there was little of note at the summit. You began to meticulously investigate the pinnacle of the tomb of immortals. Days passed in this manner, yet you found nothing of significance. Nevertheless, you did not relent. Since this place had caught the attention of the Sword of Immortals, it must harbor something extraordinary. You sat cross-legged on the summit, contemplating the profound truths of the heavens as the world transformed around you. In the 340th year, as night fell, 9 stars converged in the sky, intertwining and illuminating one another. A gentle starlight enveloped the summit of the tomb of immortals. Concurrently, a luminous barrier materialized in the spot illuminated by the starlight. A spark of curiosity ignited within you, prompting you to step into it. However, the scene that unfolded before you left you utterly astonished. It was a battlefield. Countless cultivators had perished here, their appearances varied and their attire distinct, predominantly belonging to alien races. Their bodies had remained in this space for tens of thousands of years, seemingly preserved by some unknown force. A flicker of confusion crossed your eyes. As you stepped into this realm, you could distinctly feel that you had entered another world. This place was utterly different from the ancient spirit realm, resembling the vastness of the Xianwang Great World. The remnants of various races before you confirmed this notion. You commenced your exploration of this world. Its expanse was not vast, roughly the size of the eastern continent's cultivation realm. Yet, the number of cultivators who had fallen here was astonishing. Even those of the immortal emperor realm occasionally appeared. Beside the remains of these formidable beings floated enigmatic forces. The power of laws. This world contains such an abundance of law power. A profound shock coursed through you. The power of laws is essential for achieving the status of an immortal king. In the Xianwang Great World, law power is scarce. Each type of law power is singular in its existence. This rarity has led to countless Xianxian cultivators being ensnared in place for a lifetime, unable to ascend to the rank of immortal king. It is evident how immensely attractive this realm is to Xianxian cultivators. Pregnancy spirit, weaving destiny, coexistence, true fire, nature. A multitude of powers of the laws materialized before you. Although among them, the formidable forces of the laws were few. The ability to transcend a single celestial king was sufficient. Should this realm be divulged, it would undoubtedly incite a tremendous upheaval within the grand world of Xianwang. Regrettably, I have already acquired the law of space, rendering the other forces of the laws of little consequence to me at present. With a gentle sigh, you resumed your exploration here. Yet, this expanse of heaven and earth has existed for an eternity, while the bodies of these cultivators remain uncorrupted. The celestial artifacts they bore have lost their essence due to a lack of timely restoration following the Great Battle. Such artifacts hold no value for you. Just as you contemplated your departure, a voice called out to you. "Young friend, please hold." You turned towards the sound, only to find that the one who beckoned was an elderly man clad in white robes. Instinctively, you felt a surge of caution. However, the old man appeared to bear no ill will. He simply stood there and began to speak slowly. "I never expected the first to arrive here would be of the human race. It seems that in the end, we emerged victorious in that grand conflict." The elder then introduced himself as Luosheng, the master of the Eternal Life Hall, one of the 5 major sects of the immortal spirit realm, and a pinnacle cultivator of the immortal emperor. Although he had perished in the War of the Races, his soul had not dissipated completely due to his mastery of the Greenwood Law. Upon hearing this news, you were taken aback. Yet, you promptly informed Luosheng that his hopes were in vain. The world where the myriad races resided had long since merged, forming the grand world of Xianwang. Moreover, the human race did not achieve victory in that ancient battle. They are now subjugated by those powerful races, struggling to survive within the grand world of Xianwang. Luosheng fell silent for a long while before revealing a faintly relieved smile. "Ah, well, I should have known this would be the outcome. It is a pity that after waiting here for a millennium, I ultimately did not attain a satisfactory conclusion. This is the culmination of my lifelong study. I shall leave it to you, young friend, with the hope that you will protect more of our kin." With that, Luosheng gradually faded from sight. Just as he completely vanished, A profound green energy and an ancient tome materialized before you. You disregarded the energy representing the Greenwood Law and instead opened the ancient book. Instantly, a torrent of ancestral memories surged into your mind. You acquired the fifth-tier celestial technique, the Green Emperor's eternal life method. You inherited Luoxing's lifetime experiences. You obtained the fifth-tier celestial spell, the all-encompassing palm. As you absorbed the memories swirling in your mind, it took you a moment before you finally opened your eyes. Something felt amiss. You furrowed your brow. In Luoxing's memories, he had existed in this world as a soul for 100,000 years. The great world of Xianhuang has recorded the war of all races, which, when calculated, spans merely around 60,000 years. How could such a vast disparity arise between the two? Where has the intervening time vanished? Could it be that Luo Sheng has lingered here for so long that he has lost track of time? No, that cannot be right. You promptly dismissed this notion. It must be noted that Luo Sheng is a pinnacle cultivator of the immortal emperor, profoundly sensitive to the passage of time. Moreover, while the Qingmu principle can preserve his soul, it merely sustains it until his natural limit. At the moment of his demise, that limit was set for 100,000 years hence. If merely 60,000 years have elapsed since his fall, then his soul would certainly not have weakened to this extent. Has the intervening 40,000 years simply disappeared? A chill crept down your spine. If this truly bears the mark of those foreign races, it is indeed terrifying. In the 9th century, during these years, you remained at the burial immortal mountain, imparting teachings without venturing elsewhere. Yet, despite this, your cultivation has made no progress. The gap between you and the cultivators of the ancient spirit realm is far too vast. Their breakthroughs offer you scant assistance. You estimate that even if all the cultivators of the ancient spirit realm were nurtured to the stage of crossing tribulations, their contributions would only elevate you by a few minor realms. However, the Zihuang secret realm has yet to open, and you have no means to traverse to the great world of Xianhuang. Thus you remain in the ancient spirit realm, continuing to prepare the power of destiny. In the 1000th year, the forces of black and white destiny re-emerged, and you unreservedly claimed them. This time, no one dared to contest you. Your performance in the ancient spirit realm has made your strength known to all. You summoned the previous 4 in Wangli, allowing them to select the destiny forces that suited them. The remaining 3 pseudo-destiny forces were entrusted to the other 2 fortunate individuals and Su Xuan. Thus, amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, the 8 of you ascended together to the great world of Xianhuang. Chapter 109. Slaughter of the Foreign Races. Ha! This truly is the lower realm of the human race. The familiar Giri tribe reappeared, but before they could finish their words, you materialized beside them. With a mere wave of your hand, you obliterated them into ashes. Then you turned your gaze to the heavens, your mind swirling with thoughts. In the last simulation, those who ascended from the ancient spirit realm were ruthlessly intercepted and slain by the Sword Immortal sect upon reaching the true immortal realm. This time, having allowed them to choose different destiny forces, will they meet a different fate? In the 1067th year, you once again entered the Zihuang secret realm. At this moment, the realm had only recently opened, and without hesitation, you commenced the slaughter of all foreign races within the Zihuang secret realm. Although numerous cultivators within this realm possess powers surpassing your own, they are, in truth, no match for you. Even when your abilities are suppressed to the pinnacle of the Great Ascension, you can effortlessly annihilate certain true immortal practitioners. As the slaughter escalates, the cultivation you have refined through the immortal devil classics continues to burgeon. In a mere few days, you ascend from the 3rd to the 4th tier of true immortality. Yet, this is merely the beginning. Your rough estimation indicates that there are at least several 100,000 cultivators from various races within the Zihuang secret realm. While the number you have already slain barely accounts for 1/10 of that figure, your actions soon attract the attention of the major races, who unite in a futile attempt to counter your rampage. However, their combined forces are nothing more than a farce in your eyes. Even their so-called proud innate divine abilities and high-tier immortal artifacts can be evaded by your command of spatial laws. You resume your massacre within the Zihuang secret realm, with countless alien cultivators falling before you. Just then, a delicate figure in white blocks your path. It is by Jia from the Immortal Sword sect. You are momentarily perplexed, but her words ignite a fiery fury within you. Stop. As a human, how can you senselessly slaughter other races? Do you know the identity of the fallen immortal clan's Guli Gu you are pursuing? He is, before she can finish. You swiftly crush her skull with a single palm. In the outer world, she may not have been your adversary, and now that she is suppressed within the secret realm, she is certainly no match for you. You swiftly refine her cultivation, and upon witnessing your ruthless display, the other alien beings hastily flee. Humph, where can you escape to? You scoff. manipulating the spatial laws to traverse the secret realm, leaving countless adversaries powerless against your might. Within a mere 10 days, you have decimated more than half of the cultivators in the Su Xuan secret realm, and your cultivation naturally ascends to the 5th tier of true immortality. After solidifying your powers, you once again turn your gaze toward the remaining alien races. However, they appear to have gained some wisdom. As many cultivators huddle in the core region of the secret realm, relying on one another and even setting up a grand formation in anticipation of your arrival, you remain unperturbed, choosing not to attack their fortified position immediately. Instead, you venture to the periphery, exterminating any isolated cultivators. The Su Xuan secret realm endures for an extensive duration, lasting 2 full years. During this time, the inhabitants are utterly isolated from the outside world, with no news able to escape. Thus, you find no reason to rush. You commence the thorough plundering of the belongings carried by the cultivators you have slain, successfully acquiring a wealth of cultivation resources and celestial techniques. A particular tome, known as the Golden Scales Immortal Technique, has captured your attention. This is a method for refining the body, and its rank astonishingly reaches the 3rd tier, capable of elevating one's cultivation to the realm of the profound immortal. You reminisce about the body-refining realm that you had long forgotten. In numerous past simulations, you had ultimately chosen not to pursue it. Yet, this time feels distinctly different. Without a moment's hesitation, you immediately commence your cultivation of this technique. Given that your cultivation has already attained the 5th layer of true immortal, your essence of life undergoes a remarkable transformation. As a result, your progress is rapid. Within mere months, your body-refining realm ascends to the 9th tier. You find yourself mastering the art of body refinement with remarkable ease. And if you were to devote yourself entirely to this path, it would likely not take many years before you could achieve an immortal physique. However, you choose not to continue in seclusion for further training. Instead, after exhaling a breath of stale air, you instantaneously arrive at the core area of the Su Xuan secret realm. At this moment, the place is teeming with individuals, as countless cultivators from various races huddle within the protective formation, too fearful to emerge. They are intently focused, continuously searching for your whereabouts. Yet, all their efforts prove futile. With the mastery of spatial laws, you are beyond their reach. In mere moments, you find yourself hovering above the formation. Thunderous sounds resonate as a barrage of palm strikes rains down, causing the protective array to tremble precariously. Cease at once. Who are you? Our elder from the Tianyi clan is currently waiting outside the secret realm. If you dare harm even a hair on our heads, the moment the secret realm concludes shall mark your demise. Indeed, our Tianwei clan also has an elder stationed outside. If you withdraw now, we may treat this as if nothing has occurred. Cursed human cultivator, once I break free, I shall ensure your entire clan faces annihilation. More and more cultivators proclaim their identities, beginning to voice their grievances against you. However, the only response they receive is your sardonic smile. You continue to flicker through the void, unleashing palm strikes upon the formation. The array soon quakes violently, yet it manages to hold on, bolstered by the support of the various alien races. Unperturbed, you persist in your quest through the void, seeking the formation's vulnerabilities. Your actions induce a growing tension among the alien races. Wait, esteemed senior, I am a cultivator of the Yuanling clan. Our entire lineage has maintained amicable relations with the human race for generations, and we are not allied with these races. Might there be some misunderstanding? Indeed, my lord. Although my skin is dark, I am undeniably a genuine human cultivator, with no connections to these alien races. Esteemed senior, do not be misled by my presence among the Tianyi clan. I am, in fact, half human. You pay no heed to the words of these alien races. For in your view, regardless of their lineage, none shall escape the confines of the Su Xuan secret realm. The significance of the spatial laws is paramount. You would never allow them to be exposed prematurely. As for the events following the conclusion of the secret realm, they are of no concern to you. Regardless, after refining them, you will return to the ancient spirit realm, awaiting the next opening of the secret realm. Here, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in your eyes. Gradually, the myriad manifestations of nature converged in your hand. The energy from every blade of grass and every tree around you was drawn forth, forming a colossal emerald green handprint. With a resounding crash, overwhelming power descended, instantly creating a gaping hole in the grand formation. Seeing this, the alien beings scattered in disarray, yet one among them called out, urging calm, "Fear not, everyone. Hold your ground. He is but a single individual, and with so many of us present, even a mere spit from each of us could drown him." However, his words garnered no response. The others continued their retreat, utterly disregarding him. After all, They had witnessed your formidable strength firsthand. If they fled now, they might still have a sliver of hope, but to stay and defend would surely spell their doom. Like a tiger amidst a flock of sheep, you plunged into the grand formation. Countless alien beings fell before you. The refinement of immortals and demons quietly propelled, transforming them into streams of pure cultivation essence. Without hesitation, after annihilating those who clung to the formation, you immediately commenced the pursuit of the remaining foes. As you flickered throughout the purple radiant secret realm, a multitude of cultivators perished at your hands. Your cultivation soared, swiftly reaching the 6th level of true immortal. In the year 1068, you devoted an entire year to thoroughly cleansing the purple radiant secret realm time and again. Once you confirmed that no alien beings survived, you traversed the teleportation portal back to the ancient spirit realm. The purple radiant's secret realm opens once every millennium, a mere trifle in the long lifespan of a true immortal. You plan to reap its rewards a few more times before venturing to the Xian Huang Great World. You began your cultivation on the burial Immortal Mountain. Although the spiritual energy here was rather thin for you, it was considered top-notch throughout the ancient spirit realm. In the year 1109, through your exceptional prowess, you swiftly tempered your physical cultivation to the immortal stage. Yet, you were acutely aware of the arduousness of this path. Despite your rapid progress now, it was solely due to the advantages of the true immortal realm. Even if you wished to break through to the mid-stage of the first-rank immortal body, it would be exceedingly challenging in the ancient spirit realm. In the year 1304, 2 strands of power from the leadership faded. You understood that this was indicative of problems faced by ascendants. Moreover, one power was strong while the other was weak. It appeared to involve an ascendant wielding the power of destiny and another using the power of pseudo-destiny. You furrowed your brow. Now, merely 300 years had passed since their ascension. It was plausible for the one using the pseudo-destiny power to fall. But why had even the one wielding true destiny perished? Did any among them swiftly ascend to the realm of true immortals, or did they provoke some terrifying existence? A flicker of doubt took root in your mind. Yet, the astonishing events were yet to unfold. Over the ensuing centuries, the ascendants gradually perished. By the time the second purple radiant secret realm was unveiled, only 3 of those ascendants remained. In the year 2067, you re-entered the purple radiant secret realm. It seemed that the previous incident had cast its shadow for this time. The number of cultivators venturing into the realm was notably sparse. Your rough estimation suggested that there were at most several thousand, scattered and predominantly comprised of low-ranking loose cultivators from their respective clans. Even with their essence refined, you found it exceedingly challenging to break through to the 7th layer of true immortal. This was not due to their low cultivation levels, but rather because the refining immortal demon classic was merely a 2nd-tier celestial technique, which could only support your cultivation up to the 1st layer of celestial immortal. Furthermore, the pace of advancement in the realm of true immortals would begin to slow significantly. Although it remained immensely beneficial to you at present, it was glaringly inferior to your past experiences in the ancient spirit realm. After a moment of contemplation, you chose not to continue the slaughter of foreign races, but instead shifted your focus to the Qing Emperor's longevity technique. In the year 2068, you successfully transitioned your cultivation. The Qing Emperor's longevity technique differed vastly from the refining immortal demon classic. The latter emphasized a war-based, rapid ascension approach, while the former was grounded in solid foundations and a gradual progression. Your celestial power became infused with vitality, revitalizing your spirit. Subsequently, you feigned joining the exploration teams, embarking on a quest for so-called fortuitous encounters within the purple radiant secret realm. In the year 2069, the secret realm came to a close. You, alongside other loose cultivators from various races, were teleported out of the realm. You began to observe your surroundings keenly. To your acute dismay, despite the multitude of races present, none were of the human lineage. This realization conjured thoughts of the ascendants who had perished previously, and an ominous premonition surged within you. Had the massacre of foreign races a millennium ago in the purple radiant secret realm come to light? You murmured to yourself, but quickly dismissed the notion. For if that were the case, you surely would not remain unscathed. Moreover, although the purple radiance immortal was not particularly powerful, the intricacies of the secret realm were exceedingly complex. Should the mighty cultivators from the outside world attempt to forcibly enter or communicate with those within the realm, the entire domain would collapse, and everyone would be swept into the chaotic currents of space. After pondering for a moment, you resolved to put such thoughts aside and directly departed from the location, setting out to explore the vast and mysterious world of Xianhuan. In the year 2072, you traversed mountains and rivers, arriving at the border city of the human race, Xinhua City. Yet, at this moment, The place was utterly desolate, devoid of any signs of life. Had Xinhua City been annihilated? What could have transpired? A foreboding sensation intensifies within you. Although you yearn to obliterate the city of Ember, its significance as a frontier stronghold for humanity is undeniably paramount. Should Ember fall, the ramifications for the human territories would be dire. Chapter 111. The domain of celestial flight with a sense of impending doom. You tread once more toward the core of the human realm. However, the scenes that unfold before you fill your heart with dread. The entirety of the human domain lies desolate, devoid of any traces of human existence. It dawns upon you that humanity has been annihilated. Clinging to a sliver of hope, you continue to scour the vast expanse of the human territories. Yet, even within one of the 5 great sects, the Xianming sect, you find it eerily abandoned. Pressing onward, you suddenly sense 2 distinct presences rapidly approaching your location. Instinctively, you harness the laws of space, concealing yourself within the void. Moments later, an elder and a youth materialize not far from you. Master, has the human race been exterminated? What purpose do we have here in their domain? Foolish child. It was the first-tier race, the fallen immortals, who obliterated humanity. They are quite arrogant, often dismissing many of the resources that humans cultivated. Yet we are different. Though our 3-eyed clan is of a slightly higher tier than humans, we are still merely a 7th-tier race. Their cultivation resources remain immensely valuable to us. But Master, won't this action incite the wrath of the fallen immortals? After all, these resources could be considered their spoils of war. The elder of the 3-eyed clan hesitates momentarily, then responds, such a possibility certainly exists. However, over a century has passed since that time, and the resources still remaining are likely those they deem worthless. Upon hearing this, you quickly grasp the grim reality of humanity's fate. Instantly, you flicker from the void and seize control of the elder. Who are you? Ignoring his query, you tighten your grip and delve into his mind. A torrent of memories floods your consciousness. From the memories of the elder, you learn that the fallen immortals began their campaign against humanity over 7 centuries ago. Their onslaught was swift. Within mere decades, the human domain was thoroughly cleansed. While a few fortunate souls managed to escape, the fallen immortals soon commenced a systematic eradication of humanity throughout the Xianhuang Great World. To this day, no trace of humanity remains in the Xianhuang Great World. Entirely exterminated. Your eyes widen in disbelief. This revelation leaves you utterly astounded. Just how could humanity have been so thoroughly decimated? In your previous simulation, they were unscathed. Countless images surge through your mind, and you think of Gu Xuanxian, but quickly dismiss the thought. Because Gu Xuanxian's memories had been probed by you, despite his parents possessing formidable powers, they were merely elders and could not possibly command the entire fallen immortal clan. In the past, they had sought the guidance of the ancient ancestor of the fallen immortal to strategize the fate of the Guling realm, and this endeavor had demanded a considerable sacrifice. Yet, if it weren't for this individual, what other factors could have instigated the butterfly effect? You found yourself lost in contemplation. As you compared the 2 simulations, you soon discerned the blind spot, the ascenders. This time, 3 more individuals ascended than last, and could one of them have drawn the attention of the fallen immortal clan? Currently, the fallen immortal clan continued their relentless search for the human race. Whom exactly were they pursuing? You murmured to yourself, and then, with a flicker of your form, departed from the realm of humanity. In the year 2085, you had concealed yourself and finally arrived at the realm of heavenly silence. During this period, you discovered that the power of humanity had not been entirely eradicated. The former 5 great sects had been assimilated by the fallen immortal clan and had re-established a force known as the 5 spirit sect within their domain. The fallen immortal clan, utilizing their life essence as a medium, successfully crafted a celestial artifact designed to detect humans, scouring the vast expanse of the Xianhuang Great World for any remnants of the human race. Stop. You there, boy, why do you resemble a human so much? Upon hearing these words, a chill flickered in your eyes. Harnessing the laws of space, you instantaneously appeared beside those members of the fallen immortal clan. Manifestation of all creation. As your voice echoed, a terrifying palm imprint surged toward them. In an instant, these members of the fallen immortal clan were subdued on the spot. You began to delve into their memories, but before you could complete this task, an ominous sense of danger crept upon you, intensifying with each passing moment. You dared not linger and promptly slipped into the void, fleeing swiftly. However, it was already too late. This individual had astonishingly reached the realm of the Celestial King. And just as you stepped into the void, he materialized beside you. What? The laws of the void. A flicker of shock flashed in his eyes as he raised his hand to strike at the very spot from which you had just escaped. Boom. Crackle. With the sound of an explosion, The void around you began to shatter, and the chaotic currents of space surged toward you. You struggled desperately, yet even so, you were swept into the maelstrom. Although you relied on the laws of space to remain unharmed, when you once again emerged from the void, it was evident that you had arrived in an unfamiliar realm. Your eyes glimmered with confusion. The concentration of spiritual energy here was alarmingly low, even inferior to that of the ghouling realm. Had I been carried away by the chaotic currents of space to a lower realm? You murmured to yourself, surveying your surroundings. This world was shrouded in darkness, and every blade of grass and tree bore an unusual aura, leaving you utterly perplexed. Extending your consciousness, you realized you were situated just outside a village. The monks within the village are exceedingly powerful, with several individuals surpassing your own strength. Who are they? Meanwhile, your sudden appearance has drawn the attention of the villagers. In an instant, several true immortal realm cultivators materialize beside you. The leader, without hesitation, launches an attack against you, declaring, "Outsider, perish." A flurry of sword energy manifests, swiftly forming a sword array aimed directly at you. You dare not underestimate them and respond by striking against the sword array with your palms. The clash of metal reverberates through the air, leaving you feeling as though your very insides are churning and a mouthful of blood surges forth. This individual is unexpectedly threefold stronger than yourself. Alarmed, you immediately begin to burn your lifespan. Wait, clan leader, he should be one of our human cultivators. Those feathers appear to be a disguise. You interject. Human? The middle-aged leader furrows his brow and produces a luminous orb, presenting it before you. In an instant, the orb emits a gentle green glow. The villagers lower their guards, curiosity replacing their wariness as they gaze upon you. This scene leaves you somewhat bewildered. Eventually, the leader provides clarification. He is known as Su Xuan, the village chief of Tianxiang village. The realm they inhabit still belongs to the Xianhuang Great World. Yet it is an area that is less compatible since the recent merging of the Xianhuang Great World. The locals refer to this place as the Tiandun domain. The density of spiritual energy here is relatively low, incomparable to that of the Xianhuang Great World. However, there are no restrictions on cultivation with diligent effort. Reaching the true immortal realm is not an arduous task. Originally discovered by a human cultivator of the Xian immortal realm, this domain was established as a refuge from the oppression faced in the Xianhuang Great World. He led his family and several allied factions to this region. Over the passage of time, the number of cultivators here has steadily increased, comprising both humans and other races. While human cultivators thrive and multiply, the other races have been vanquished by the powerful Xian immortal. Now, after tens of thousands of years, although the cultivators of the Tiandun domain generally possess lower realms, their numbers have become quite substantial. It is astonishing that humanity has such a hidden paradise. However, with the passage of so many years, have no formidable alien races discovered the Tiandun domain? You inquire, perplexed. Naturally, there have been discoveries. Just over a century ago, a celestial king from the Tianting clan stumbled upon this place. He slaughtered several villagers, but ultimately met his demise at the hands of the city lord of Mu within the Tiandun domain. You probe Su Xuan for more information about the city lord of Mu, and his response leaves you profoundly astonished. It turns out that the Tiandun domain has developed over the years into a full-fledged nation, complete with 4 great celestial cities, 16 towns, and countless villages. Every lord of the celestial cities is, without exception, a formidable being of the celestial king realm. A myriad of questions surged within your mind. In this desolate land, even attaining the true celestial realm is an arduous task. How could these individuals have ascended to the celestial king level? Moreover, the laws of the Xianhuang Great World lie within the other 10 domains. From where did they procure their power of laws? Yet, for all your inquiries, Su Xuan could not provide an answer. He, too, was merely a peak-level true celestial cultivator, barely managing the role of village chief, let alone unraveling the secrets of these city lords. You temporarily resided in Tianxiang village, beginning the process of recuperation from the injuries inflicted by the celestial king of the fallen celestial clan. In the year 2087, your wounds had completely healed. You bid farewell to Su Xuan and set forth to explore the Tianyun domain. To your astonishment, you discovered that this area had been sealed off. As Su Xuan had mentioned, the Tianyun domain was a region that had proven somewhat incompatible during the fusion of the Xianhuang Great World. Nevertheless, it fundamentally belonged to the Xianhuang Great World. It was connected to the Xianhuang Great World, and one could even reach the Tianji domain through this connection. However, this juncture was heavily guarded, preventing any cultivators from the Tianyun domain from departing. While you were taken aback, you understood that such measures were justified. After all, this place had been established by cultivators fleeing from the Xianhuang Great World. who had suffered greatly at the hands of foreign races and naturally wished to keep their sanctuary concealed. Furthermore, the human inhabitants here lived in peace and prosperity, far surpassing their counterparts in the Xianwang Great World. Before long, you arrived at Beixianqing. The atmosphere of life here was vibrant, a stark contrast to the human realm of the Xianwang Great World. You entered a shop named Jubao Pavilion, where you procured a considerable amount of resources. You realized that despite the region being sealed, essential goods were still abundantly available. For instance, the celestial essence pills in your possession were priced remarkably lower here than in the Xianwang Great World. Continuing your journey, you soon reached the Divine Weapon Pavilion. However, the moment you pushed the door open, a figure caught your attention. It was the sole celestial monarch. Remarkably, he had survived in this simulation, having met an early demise in the last one. Furthermore, his cultivation had evidently ascended to the second layer of true celestial. This revelation left you astounded. The sole celestial monarch recognized you immediately upon seeing you. He approached and engaged you in cordial conversation, during which you gleaned much about the circumstances in the Tianyan domain. As for his experiences in the Xianwang Great World, he spoke somewhat obliquely. You learned that shortly after joining the Soul Suppression Tower, he encountered the fallen celestial clan's campaign to eradicate humanity. Fortunately, Soul Immortal had foreseen the impending danger and led the core members of the Soul Suppression Tower to safety, with the sole celestial monarch among them. However, the fallen celestial clan was not inclined to let them off so easily. Shortly after their escape, they encountered relentless pursuits by the fallen immortals. The Soul Guardian Tower team suffered devastating casualties. Only he, under the desperate protection of Soul Immortal, managed to escape. As for how they arrived in the celestial refuge and the whereabouts of Soul Immortal, the celestial monarch cleverly evaded the subject. After conversing with you for a brief moment, the celestial monarch departed from the armory pavilion. You found yourself gazing at the dazzling array of shelves, ultimately purchasing a set of celestial weapon formations from the pavilion's master. This item, known as the Tideborn 7 Absolute Swords, not only stands as a paragon among second-tier celestial artifacts, but also serves as the armory pavilion's treasured possession. Priced exorbitantly by the master, he remained neglected, gathering dust day after day. However, what others deemed exorbitant was merely commonplace to you. After vanquishing the alien races within the Purple Radiant Secret Realm, your spirit stone count reached a staggering level. You successfully acquired this set of celestial artifacts. In the year 2230, by scavenging a vast array of cultivation resources from the alien races, you successfully ascended to the 7th layer of true immortality. However, the spiritual energy in the celestial refuge was exceedingly thin, leading to a significant depletion of your resources. If this trend continued, you would likely exhaust your supplies long before reaching the heavenly immortal realm. A thought crossed your mind, and you began to ponder. The top-tier cultivators in the celestial refuge must possess undisclosed cultivation methods. Otherwise, it would be impossible to reach the immortal king level in such an environment. But what could these methods entail? Chapter 113. Jiang Wanjie. Moreover, since they have concealed such cultivation techniques, it is certain that they would not allow others to discover them. Should you attempt to investigate forcibly, it might invite dire consequences. After a long contemplation, you decided to remain here and cultivate in peace for the time being. After all, you have specialized in the Qing Emperor's longevity technique, ensuring that even with age, you would not suffer from the depletion of vital energy. You could break through at any moment. In the year 2742, after expending a considerable amount of cultivation resources, you successfully advanced to the 8th layer of true immortality. However, just as you were preparing to continue your closed-door training, a sense of crisis began to stir within you. The warning was not intense, so you, relying on the spatial laws, chose not to leave immediately. Instead, you set up several formations around your retreat before resuming your practice. In the year 2890, you were abruptly awakened. The source of your disturbance was none other than your innate sense of crisis. Each warning it sent shivers down your spine. You immediately concluded your retreat and stepped outside. At that moment, the Northern Cliff Immortal City had been breached. Countless fallen immortal cultivators surged in, while above, a powerful fallen immortal was laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha. Indeed it is here. The reincarnation of the human race's immortal sovereign is truly difficult to kill. As you turned your gaze, you discovered that the fallen celestial clan's cultivators were assaulting the Lord's mansion, while Lord Mu valiantly led his disciples in a desperate defense. Humph! Do the ants of the human race still dare to resist? Quickly surrender the reincarnation of the celestial sovereign, lest our powerful can arrive and make you yearn for life yet find none. Yet, upon hearing these words, Lord Mu did not yield. Instead, he sent messages to other celestial cities, summoning various lords for assistance. Thus, a stalemate ensued. You discreetly observed the unfolding chaos. The fallen celestial clan had numerous formidable figures. Among those visible to you, there were several celestial kings. In stark contrast, the human side, aside from Lord Mu, had no other celestial kings. Although Lord Mu possessed tremendous strength, his protection extended only to the Lord's mansion. The remaining regions of North Cliff Celestial City were rapidly being ravaged by the fallen celestial clan. They slaughtered all in sight, akin to a horde of locusts voraciously consuming human cultivators. You understood that the defeat of the human race was inevitable. North Cliff Celestial City could not be retained. However, just as you were about to flee, an ethereal voice resonated throughout North Cliff Celestial City. 9 lifetimes of reincarnation evade causality. Reconstructing this body is also I, awakening today. Unknowing of the dream, a single thought returns, and a single thought becomes a demon. In an instant, the already dim sky of the celestial domain fell into silence once again. Endless demonic energy surged into this realm. You stood frozen, bewildered by the unfolding events. Yet, you could distinctly sense the vanishing of your sense of crisis. Simultaneously, the fallen celestial clan members in the sky began to explode. They plummeted to the ground, transforming into pools of blood. Boldness! How dare you slaughter my fallen celestial kin? A powerful shout echoed from afar. But the fallen celestial clan's cultivator who had just arrived found himself ensnared by the void. He struggled desperately, yet it was in vain. Then, as if sensing something, a look of terror became visibly apparent on his face. No. He ignited his entire essence blood, soaring into the sky in an attempt to escape. However, awaiting him was a blade of black light. In that fleeting moment of contact, the fallen celestial emperor was cleaved in two, his halves swiftly contracting until they vanished from existence. He was slain. A celestial emperor was thus instantaneously eradicated. A tempest of shock surged within your heart. What transpired next left you utterly astounded. From the sky came a wave of disturbance, revealing countless wrinkled, old faces. Zhang Wanjia, how is this possible? You merely possess a fragment of the reincarnation laws. How could you penetrate the 9 lifetimes of reincarnation and attain the realm of the celestial sovereign? Those aged faces expressed profound astonishment, each scrutinizing Zhang Wanjia with keen interest. After a lengthy pause, an aged face erupted into a terrifying laughter. Ha! It is clear to me that this individual has been ensnared in the cycle of reincarnation. Manifesting through the flesh of others is indeed his utmost limit. What fear could such an unconventional being, who has attained enlightenment in this manner, possibly harbor? However, the only response was a scornful smile from Zhang Wanjia. The laws of reincarnation are profoundly intricate. Even if I cannot unravel them all, I am certainly not comparable to you. I have recorded the actions of your kind over the years, for every member of my human race you dare to slay. I shall exact vengeance upon your kin in the cycle. You. A wave of astonishment and fury rippled through the multitude of alien beings. Yet Zhang Wanjia's threat bore little weight upon most of them. After all, the formidable celestial beings required no reincarnations. Those Zhang Wanjia had subdued were merely distant descendants of theirs. What relevance did such estranged entities hold for them? Gentlemen, do not waste words. Let us engage. An elderly man with dark skin was the first to step forth from the void, his essence closest to the heavenly escape domain, arriving in mere moments. The law of divine movement? Ha ha ha, such a trivial law is hardly worthy of my attention. With a snap, a black blade of light materialized and hurtled toward the elder. The elder waved his hand lightly, and numerous intricate seals appeared before him. When the blade of light collided with the seals, an astonishing scene unfolded. In the instant of their contact, the seals shattered instantly, while the blade of light, undeterred, pierced through the elder. Although he did not perish on the spot like the celestial emperor of the fallen immortals, he was nonetheless sent flying, celestial blood splattering across the vast sky. In just one strike, merely one strike, and the elder of the same celestial rank was utterly defeated. One could not help but marvel at the disparity between celestial beings. Just then, however, a sense of impending crisis began to ripple through the air. You understood that other celestial beings from the alien races were approaching. While Zhang Wanjia might possess formidable abilities and remain unscathed, as a true celestial cultivator, you would struggle to withstand even the residual waves of their battle. With this in mind, you immediately activated the law of space and, in a few flickering moments, returned from the heavenly escape domain to the heavenly silence domain. Chapter 114, The Celestial Realm in the year 205. A considerable time had elapsed since the conflict among celestial beings. The specifics of the outcome remained unknown to you. Throughout these years, you have been in seclusion within the heavenly silence domain, successfully advancing your cultivation to the 9th layer of true celestial. The amplification of your leader's power had yet to dissipate. Surely, the result could not be too dismal. You murmured to yourself before shaking your head and retreating into seclusion once more. In the year 650, you successfully cultivated to the pinnacle of true celestial. Now, you merely needed to complete the transformation of your body to attain the celestial realm. This step was akin to the breakthrough from the great ascension realm to the true celestial realm. It was merely a matter of time. You did not continue your seclusion. Rather, you returned to the celestial escape domain through the laws of space. Although this place had endured a great calamity, it had been rejuvenated through the efforts of numerous cultivators. You swiftly inquired about the events of that fateful year. Zhang Wanjie had engaged in a fierce battle with many formidable beings from other races, and surprisingly, the outcome was a stalemate. However, this does not imply that Zhang Wanjie could contend equally with over a dozen foreign celestial sovereigns. Despite his mastery of one of the most potent laws, the law of reincarnation, the fundamental reason lay in the absence of the true forms of those foreign celestial sovereigns. Many of those formidable beings had not even set foot in the Xinyuan Great World. Consequently, the foreign races had no choice but to temporarily relent, establishing 3 rules. Should any cultivator from the celestial escape domain venture into the territories of the other 10 domains, they would be mercilessly exterminated. This provided a brief respite for the cultivators of the celestial escape domain, while Zhang Wanjie found himself once again ensnared within the cycle of reincarnation. A flicker of doubt crossed your eyes. This simulation was entirely distinct from the previous one, and the catalyst for this transformation was none other than Zhang Wanjie. Who precisely is this individual? A myriad of images flashed through your mind, yet ultimately you could only think of the 2 individuals you had previously discovered, who bore the fortune of the ancient spirit realm. One of them must undoubtedly be the reincarnated form of Zhang Wanjie. A glimmer of insight illuminated your gaze. The fortunes of these 2 individuals were not particularly potent, which is why they had initially escaped your attention. One was named Lan, a clan cultivator from the Northern Origins cultivation world, and among all those endowed with fortune in the ancient spirit realm, he was the one most minimally blessed. From a young age, he had been the young master of the Ying family, far surpassing his peers in cultivation. However, prior to your notice, although he had attained the golden core stage, he was merely an ordinary prodigy. The other was named Yi Honglian. His fortune was neither excessive nor deficient, placing him in a moderate position among his peers. His life story mirrored this. Yi Honglian hailed from the Kanglan cultivation world and was merely an inner disciple of the Extreme Day sect before your discovery. You had observed him multiple times, only to find nothing remarkable about him. His techniques were average, his aptitude unexceptional, and even his spiritual body was merely an ordinary fire spirit body. Yet, this seemingly mundane individual managed to cultivate from the purple mansion to the transcendent stage within a millennium, ultimately relying on the power of destiny to succeed in his ascension. You silently etched his name in your heart, preparing to delve deeper into his mysteries in the next simulation. The 37th century. You successfully transformed your cultivation and broke through to the first layer of celestial immortality. In order to expedite your training, you began to investigate the cultivation methods of the celestial sovereigns within the celestial escape domain. However, you soon found yourself disheartened. The cultivation method known only to the 4 city lords remained a profound secret, even to their closest kin. With no alternative, you continued your secluded practice here for 4 millennia, yet your progress stagnated. You lamented the scarcity of spiritual energy in the celestial escape domain. Although time could still facilitate a breakthrough, after a moment's contemplation, you chose to depart. You arrived in the Xinyuan Great World, where the abundant spiritual energy revitalized your spirit, causing your brow to unfurl in relief. However, the only drawback was that, under the coalition of various races, a decree of extermination had been issued against the human race. All races would show no mercy towards humans. You retreated into the vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains, a territory belonging to the demon race, which proved to be relatively amicable compared to others. The area was expansive and rich in spiritual energy, an excellent haven for secluded cultivation. After 2,460 years, you achieved a breakthrough in your physical cultivation, successfully reaching the mid-stage of the first-tier celestial body. Moreover, under the influence of the Qing Emperor's longevity technique, you sensed a significant increase in your lifespan. However, the fluctuations from your breakthrough attracted the attention of nearby demonic beasts. Your instinct prompted you to conceal yourself in the void, but upon discerning the true form of one particular beast, a surge of greed welled within you. This fox, adorned with 2 horns and a golden coat, was unmistakably a Chenghuang. This creature naturally possessed an exceedingly rare power of life principles. A mortal could gain 2,000 years of life from riding it for just a year. For cultivators, the benefits were immeasurable. Upon forming a contract with the beast, Its life force would continuously nourish the cultivator, significantly extending their lifespan and propelling those who practiced related techniques to great heights. Indeed, this beast resonated with you. A glimmer of determination sparked in your eyes as you summoned the spatial laws to pursue the Chenghuang. To your astonishment, the creature reacted with remarkable speed, vanishing from sight just as you prepared to strike. You hastily activated the spatial laws, quickly following it into the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains. In this inner region, the trees loomed densely, obscuring the sky from view when you glanced upward. Sensing something amiss, you felt a familiar sense of foreboding. Yet the experiences accumulated over the years in the Xianhuang Great World had transformed you from the naive youth you once were. You promptly began to retreat, intending to leave the area. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed, and you felt a disorienting wave of dizziness wash over you, your blood surging. You bit your tongue to maintain your clarity, then invoked the spatial laws to swiftly return to the cave where you had previously secluded yourself. Chapter 115. The Convergence of Worlds. Upon returning to your cave, you immediately extended your divine sense to observe the surroundings. Once you ascertained that no monstrous beasts were pursuing you, a sense of relief washed over you. What could this Chenghuang signify? Was it attempting to lure me? A myriad of doubts flickered through your mind. Yet, after considerable contemplation, you ultimately resolved to refrain from stirring trouble and chose instead to remain in your cave for quiet cultivation. The passage of 4,500 years finally heralded a long-awaited breakthrough in your cultivation. You successfully ascended to the second tier of the celestial immortal realm, and your celestial power now brimmed with vitality, deeply rooted and everlasting. You felt assured that even if you were to extend your arduous training to the brink of your limits, you would remain unaffected by any depletion of energy. With your heart set on secluded practice within the 10,000 Great Mountains, you resolved to grind your way to the realm of profound immortals. Time flew by swiftly, and after several hundred years, when you opened your eyes once more, you were jolted by a strong sense of impending crisis. This alert was exceedingly intense, instantly rousing you from your reverie. What could this situation entail? Cursing inwardly, you began to scan the external circumstances with your divine sense. The once tranquil 10,000 Great Mountains were now bustling with activity. Various races of cultivators were desperately pouring into this area, and among them was a particularly grotesque and fearsome contingent making its way toward the cave where you were in seclusion. With a mere thought, you appeared before them. A swift motion of your hand was all it took to pin them in place. The alien beings, taken aback, attempted to flee, but how could their meager cultivation, barely at the true immortal stage or even the great ascension, stand against you? They could only bow repeatedly in supplication. You regarded these beings with indifference. Their meager strength posed no threat to you, even in your state of seclusion. Thus, they could not possibly be the source of your sense of crisis. You proceeded to interrogate them one by one. During your soul-searching, you discovered that immense changes had transpired in the Xianhuang Great World during your years of isolation. It had once again undergone a fusion. Much like tens of thousands of years ago, countless worlds converged, forming the Xianhuang Great World. This fusion reoccurred a millennium ago. However, unlike the first instance, this convergence unfolded smoothly, leaving no impact on the geographical layout. Of course, this was true only concerning the land. The world that merged with the Xianhuang Great World was known as the Tianhuang Great World. There, the variety of races was even greater, and the cultivators were more formidable. Shortly after the two worlds merged, the Tianhuang Great World declared war upon the Xianhuang Great World. Initially, these conflicts were limited to minor sects at the juncture of the two realms. However, it swiftly escalated to higher echelons, with major races from both worlds engaging in combat. At first, there were victories and defeats on both sides, but as time progressed, the cultivators of the Xianhuang Great World gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. In the vast world of Xianhuang, countless races have been obliterated, and innumerable cultivators are left homeless, forced into hiding. The towering figures of the troll cultivators before you are but a handful who have fled the perilous intersection of the two realms, seeking refuge in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Is this the wasteland world? And to your astonishment, humanity occupies a commendable position within it? You mutter to yourself. The invasion of the Xianhuang world by the wasteland realm bears no significance to you, and you even find yourself anticipating its arrival. Sir, could you possibly let us go? The plea reaches your ears, but before you can respond, another voice interjects. Look, Grandpa, that seems to be a cultivator of our human race. At the sound, you turn to see an elderly man and a youth hastening towards you. They embody the source of your impending crisis. Not daring to hold back, you step forward and unleash the forest of all things palm. In an instant, every tree in the vicinity withers, and a vibrant green palm imprint is ruthlessly struck forth. Whoosh, boom. The elder attempts to fend off the attack, but it is too late. The forest of all things palms swiftly pierces through all his defenses, landing squarely on his chest. With a grunt, the elder staggers back, his vitality waning. Just as he believes he has withstood the blow, a look of terror suddenly washes over his face. The palm imprint you released is voraciously devouring his life force. Despite his immediate consumption of various elixirs, his once black and white hair has turned entirely white. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that in this realm? It is a cultivator of the human race who possesses the laws of space, and yet, your cultivation is so lacking. It seems you are destined for great fortune. As the words leave your lips, the elder's figure vanishes from sight. Whoosh! A beam of sword light pierces the heavens, and pale sword energy descends from above. You dare not underestimate the situation. Your aura surges fiercely, and you summon the Qingdi longevity technique to its utmost potential. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of metal clashing resounds as you engage in a flurry of exchanges, but the elder's strength far exceeds your expectations. Though his cultivation is merely at the third level of the celestial immortal realm, his techniques are remarkably sophisticated, allowing him to match you blow for blow. Even with your multiple enhancements, feeling the impending sense of crisis, you immediately begin to burn your lifespan. In an instant, your aura ascends once more. The elder, however, cannot afford to do the same. He is far too old. The little remaining lifespan he possesses has already been partially consumed by your forest of all things palm. Should he ignite his lifespan now, he would perish within mere seconds. You swiftly gain an overwhelming advantage, and with a decisive strike, the elder is slain by your palm. The youth, however, is captured on the spot, and you commence the process of soul-searching. They originally hailed from the Qin family of the vast world of Tianhuang. This is a remarkably powerful lineage, with their ancestral figure, Chen Tiandao, being a formidable celestial being who has attained enlightenment through the laws of space. The reasons for their pursuit of you are rather straightforward. The laws possess a unique nature. Prior to the fusion of the Xinhuang Great World and the Tianhuang Great World, each maintained its own distinct laws of power. However, they have now merged into a singular entity. Thus, within this realm, two individuals may possess identical laws of power, but only one can ultimately prevail. The amalgamation of the two worlds signifies the convergence of their respective laws. Although this integration strengthens the laws, the ultimate essence of the power will invariably gravitate towards a single individual, independent of their cultivation level. This is one of the reasons why the Tianhuang Great World has declared war upon the Xinhuang Great World. Upon realizing that the laws of power had not chosen him, Chen Tiandao promptly dispatched the entirety of the Chun family to seek your whereabouts. Should all the power converge upon you, the repercussions would be dire. Chen Tiandao could suffer grave injuries or, in the worst-case scenario, experience a fall from grace. Having established themselves in the Tianhuang Great World for many years, the Chun family has amassed numerous enemies. If Chen Tiandao's protection were to be stripped away, they would swiftly be obliterated by rival factions. Consequently, the Chen family, along with several allied forces, has mobilized to search for you throughout the Xinhuang Great World. Is that so? This complicates matters, you mutter to yourself. You are acutely aware of the terror that a celestial being embodies. Should Chen Tiandao ascertain your exact location, he could instantaneously appear before you through the laws of space and eliminate you. Recognizing the urgency of your situation, you realize you cannot linger here. Although the two individuals before you possess relatively lower power, they are still members of the Qin family's main lineage, bearing identity tokens. It would not be long before other members of the Chun family arrive upon learning of their demise. You departed from the 10,000 Great Mountains. Yet the Xinhuang Great World is now engulfed in turmoil, fraught with peril at every turn. This leaves you at a loss as to where to go. With no other options, you cautiously begin to wander through the Xinhuang Great World. However, you soon encounter a familiar group, the Giri clan. This once ambitious level 9 race, which had attempted to invade the ancient spirit realm, is now a shadow of its former self, having suffered greatly during the ongoing conflict. They are left with only remnants of their forces, and even the leading cultivators are merely a handful of heavily wounded celestial beings. Without hesitation, you resolve to eliminate them, seizing their cultivation resources in the process. You invoke the laws of space and instantaneously appear behind a celestial cultivator of the Giri clan, unleashing the divine manifestation palm, which consumes his life on the spot. Your actions quickly draw the attention of the leader of this group, who steps forth with a cold demeanor and inquires, "Who might you be?" With a swift strike, I eliminated the elder of the Giri tribe. Could it be that there exists a grudge against us? Observing this scene, a flicker of derision passed through your eyes. Such an overt act of humiliation did not provoke them into action. It appears that this faction of the Giri tribe is but a hollow shell. You summoned the laws of space, and when you reappeared, it was behind the leader. Today, I have come to extinguish your Giri tribe. Upon uttering these words, the surrounding flora and fauna were instantly drained of their spiritual energy, and a vibrant green palm imprint was forcefully struck upon the leader's head. A thunderous crash resonated, shattering the leader's skull. Yet, he did not perish. In the fleeting moment before your strike, he successfully sacrificed his own soul, gaining a brief surge of extraordinary power. Well, you young brat who dares to annihilate my Giri tribe must first surpass me, and Barrow turned to face you. Despite having lost his head, you could still sense the overwhelming fury emanating from him. In the next instant, he no longer concealed himself and unleashed the full might granted by the sacrifice of his soul. In mere moments, his cultivation soared to the pinnacle of the celestial, immortal realm. A long blade, forged from the essence of blood and slaughter, materialized in his grasp. Heavenly Slaughter Blade. A terrifying blade light surged towards you, its accompanying aura of blood and slaughter instilling a sense of dread akin to being trapped in purgatory. However, in the face of such a formidable assault, you remained unperturbed, effortlessly evading it with a mere thought. What is this? How could a celestial immortal evade my attack? And Barrow exclaimed in shock. Unwilling to accept this, he struck at you with several more blows. Yet, each of his attacks failed to graze you in the slightest. Gradually, the extraordinary power gained from his sacrifice diminished, and his strikes slowed. Ultimately, he fell helplessly to the ground. Indeed, my mastery of the laws of space has significantly strengthened. You nodded lightly. Although the fusion of the laws has inadvertently granted you a formidable foe, the advantages are undeniably apparent. In the past, while you could invoke the laws of space to evade the assaults of other cultivators, you could never achieve such ease as you do now. You subdued the remaining Giri tribe members, and then commenced the soul-searching. After a considerable time, they collapsed one by one. A flicker of astonishment crossed your eyes. It turned out that the plight of this world was even graver than you had imagined. Not only the top-tier forces, but now every faction possessing a celestial king in the vast world of Tianhuang, even rogue cultivators at the celestial king level, had all arrived in the Xianhuang Great World. They were frantically seeking out cultivators from the Xianhuang Great World who shared the same laws of power. As for the weaker races within the Xianhuang Great World, they had become mere collateral for their pursuits. The Giri tribe was one such example. Upon being discovered by a formidable emperor of the celestial realm, several practitioners from the Xian Sun clan were swiftly annihilated. The emperor plundered their cultivation resources and ensnared all the members of the Xian Sun clan within a large banner emanating dark energy. This particular faction of the Xian Sun clan was engaged in a mission at the time. Upon learning of the mysterious force that had obliterated their clan, they immediately gathered and fled towards the 10,000 Great Mountains. The location of the Xian Sun clan was not remote. If they could fall victim to the assaults from the cultivators of the vast wasteland world, then the plight of other races would undoubtedly be far worse. You murmured to yourself, subsequently gathering all the cultivation resources of the Xian Sun clan before vanishing from the scene. In the year 4980, through your heightened sense of crisis, you repeatedly evaded the members of the Qin family. Moreover, due to the elevated status of humanity in the vast wasteland world, you had not encountered much danger over the years, allowing you to focus on your cultivation. Chapter 117. The Gift of Time's Cycle Simultaneously. You could distinctly sense the burgeoning strength of your own laws. In the year 5000, you sat atop a mountain peak, contemplating the profound truths of heaven and earth. Just then, a new warning of impending danger surged forth, this time exceedingly fierce, catching you off guard. You decisively activated the laws of space. However, it was too late. In the instant you invoked the spatial laws, the void before you suddenly collapsed. An elderly man emerged from within, unleashing a raucous laugh. Ha ha, heaven has favored me. Qin Tiandao, and I have finally found you. The sacrifices of so many from the Qin family have not been in vain. At these words, a chill ran down your spine, and the sense of crisis escalated to its peak. Yet, in your current state, you found yourself powerless. Despite the spatial laws being more favorable to you, you were fundamentally just a celestial being, while Qin Tiandao stood before you as an immortal sovereign. You were immobilized by Qin Tiandao, as the laws of space were gradually extracted from you. You met your demise. The simulation has concluded. Commencing the evaluation of your gains from this simulation. As you had vanquished an individual blessed with fortune during this trial, you may select 2 items from the options presented. 1. Second level of celestial being cultivation. 2. The talent utilized during this simulation. 3. Mid-stage first rank celestial body realm. 4. The art of all-encompassing nature. 5. The eternal life technique of the Azure Emperor and its cultivation realm. 6. Second-rank celestial artifact, the tide-breaking 7 absolute sword. Gazing at the options before you, Su Xuan fell into a deep silence. The cultivation realm was paramount, undeniably a necessary choice. But what about the second option? Su Xuan pondered extensively. While the laws of space were indeed powerful after several millennia, as the Xianhuang Great World merged with the vast wasteland world, he would inevitably attract the attention of Chen Tiandao. In order to uphold the laws of space, Chen Tiandao would undoubtedly stop at nothing to eliminate himself. Yet, his formidable strength is beyond dispute. Throughout this simulation, he has safeguarded his existence, managing to survive 5 millennia in this perilous world. Thus, it seems prudent to pursue cultivation and innate talent amidst such risks. Ding, selection successful. At the instant these words resonated, an inexhaustible stream of spiritual energy materialized from the void, flowing ceaselessly into Su Xuan's being. He felt a sudden warmth engulf his body, and in a fleeting moment, he experienced the transformation from the true immortal realm to the celestial immortal realm. Simultaneously, the laws of space merged seamlessly with Su Xuan. Their compatibility was remarkably high, and he soon grasped them entirely. What an immense force of law! With a mere thought, Su Xuan instantly found himself atop the burial immortal mountain. Everything here mirrored his observations during the simulation, teeming with peculiar flora and fauna. He flickered through the landscape, traversing the entire ancient spirit realm in just a matter of moments. As he surveyed the surroundings, a sense of bewilderment washed over him. Nearly 2 days prior, he had been turned away from the Tianxian sect of the great martial dynasty. Yet, in such a short span, he had ascended to become the sovereign of the entire ancient spirit realm. The sect that once expelled him now appeared to him as insignificant as mere ants. Nay, even less than that. Upon returning to the Tianxian sect, every detail fell within his purview. The secluded elders, the laborers fetching water and chopping wood, the disciples contemplating their techniques, all these scenes flashed through his mind. After a prolonged silence, Su Xuan sighed softly and returned to the summit of the burial immortal mountain. He opened the system panel. Immortal Cultivation Simulator 6, Host, Su Xuan Cultivation Level, Second Layer of Celestial Immortal. Peak of 6th Stage Body Refinement, Spiritual Root, Singular Spiritual Root, Spiritual Body, Supreme Golden Spiritual Body, Golden Spiritual Body, Talent, Strong Body, White, Swift Movement, Fortuitous Fate, Slave Gu. Crisis Awareness, Heaven-S Reward for Diligence, Leadership Power, Bloodline Power, Great Tao Immortal Sovereign, Space Law. Energy Value, Number Audit Failed. Current Simulation Energy Consumption, 5,000,000. Gazing at the contents displayed on the panel, Su Xuan let out a gentle sigh. In recent simulations, the few individuals bearing fortune whom he had personally vanquished were scant, resulting in diminished options for his choices. While this allowed those with fortune to explore the pathways of the future for him, was it truly right or wrong? Su Xuan found himself uncertain. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he finally spoke softly. Begin simulation. Ding. The current level of the Immortal Cultivation Simulator is 6. You may make any selection from the following orange talents. Supreme of Humanity. Orange, you are a born emperor, possessing unparalleled imperial might. Under your reign, all subjects with cultivation levels beneath yours shall remain unwaveringly loyal, harboring no treachery. The Celestial Spirit Root. Orange, your spiritual root, will undergo a significant enhancement, considerably accelerating your cultivation speed and allowing you to disregard the process of energy conversion. The Cycle of Gifts. Orange, every 12 years, you will receive a boon from the surrounding environment, which may manifest as a martial technique, a celestial artifact, a miraculous elixir, or some mysterious, unknown entity. Upon encountering these 3 options, Su Xuan paused momentarily, then swiftly began to weigh them in his mind. The human Tao Sovereign undoubtedly represents an exceptionally formidable talent. It resembles a slave Gu enhanced many times over. However, in the ancient spirit realm, such an ability would provide little assistance. In the Xianhuang Great World, the status of humanity is exceedingly low, and other races would never permit the establishment of a dynasty by human hands. Furthermore, the celestial escape domain is already under the watchful eye of several celestial kings, leaving no opportunity for advancement. Thus, Su Xuan promptly dismissed this talent. In contrast, the celestial spirit root is considerably more potent, especially due to its ability to bypass the conversion of celestial energy, which is quite advantageous. Beyond the true immortal realm, every breakthrough requires a conversion of celestial energy. Although this process carries no inherent danger, the time it consumes is excessively lengthy, especially as one's cultivation deepens. The duration of each conversion increases exponentially, demanding an immense investment of time. The celestial spirit body, however, could conserve this precious time. As for the final option, the cycle of gifts, it is imbued with a vast array of uncertainties. It may lead one to discover a celestial artifact of little use or unveil some arcane opportunity. Yet, the potential of these opportunities is closely tied to one's location. By diligently exploring the ruins of great clans, one is bound to make significant discoveries. With this in mind, Su Xuan promptly chose the talent of the cycle of gifts. Ding! You have successfully selected the talent of the cycle of gifts. Simulation begins. You suddenly find yourself outside the great wilderness secret realm, waiting for Tang Xuan to appear. This individual had previously journeyed to the Xianhuang Great World with your assistance, but has since vanished without a trace, offering you no aid. Thus, he has become a useless pawn in your eyes. It is better to utilize his remaining potential to gain another opportunity for choice. Days passed, and the secret realm came to an end. The moment Tang Xuan reappeared, you swiftly dispatched him, reducing him to ash alongside Tang Hammer, who had come to his aid. After eliminating him, you immediately returned to the peak of the burial Immortal Mountain to await the arrival of the cycle of gifts. 12th year. In an instant, you felt an intuitive connection, as if a node in the void was beckoning you. You promptly activated the laws of space and traversed to that ancient battlefield. Familiar scenes flashed before your eyes, yet you paid them no heed, instead wandering through the secret realm, awaiting the appearance of Luo Sheng. Young friend, please pause. To my astonishment, the first to arrive here was indeed a member of the human race. It appears that in that great battle, we ultimately emerged victorious. Upon hearing this, you immediately interrupted Luo Sheng. You informed him that in that fateful clash, the human race had suffered defeat, and now within the vast realm of Xianhuang, humanity had been reduced to mere prey for the alien races, constantly at risk of being slaughtered. This dire situation was only worsening, and it seemed that the future held no hope for humanity to rise again. How could this be possible? Luo Sheng exclaimed. We, the human race, are the essence of all beings. How dare those alien races commit such outrageous acts against us? You were momentarily taken aback. Luo Sheng's reaction was somewhat unexpected. After all, during your previous simulation, he had merely sighed softly before imparting all his knowledge to you. However, your reflexes were swift, and you continued in response. Senior, the truth is indeed as I say. If you doubt it, before you could finish, a sense of impending danger surged within you. With a thought, you vanished from your original location. The laws of space. Luo Sheng gasped in surprise. Yet, before he could fully comprehend the situation, he felt a powerful force of devouring energy tearing at his soul. It was none other than the refinement of immortals and demons. Since you had yet to transition to the Qing Emperor's longevity technique during this simulation, you continued to practice the refinement of immortals and demons. Although its level was not high, it perfectly countered a soul entity like Luo Sheng. As Luo Sheng's cries of agony echoed, his soul quickly began to wither. Old fool. If you do not wish to maintain your dignity, allow me to assist you. As you spoke, you raised your hand, preparing to completely refine him. No, young friend. It's a misunderstanding. This was all a misunderstanding. Luo Sheng pleaded for mercy, but what awaited him was your mocking smile. You had just discovered that his cultivation had evidently diminished to barely the level of a celestial immortal. At any moment, you could probe his soul. As you refined him with the technique, you simultaneously began to extract his memories. A torrent of recollections flooded into your mind. Moments later, Luo Sheng emitted a final, anguished wail before vanishing entirely. It seemed that even the slightest deviation could yield drastically different outcomes. You muttered to yourself. Through your recent soul search, you learned that Luo Sheng still had over 300 years before his demise, and his soul power had yet to wane. During this time, should he succeed in seizing a new body, he could rely on the Qing Emperor's longevity technique to extend his life by several millennia. While this time may not be extensive, it would grant him the opportunity to accomplish much. Thus, the moment Luo Sheng laid eyes on you, he harbored thoughts of seizing your body. However, with your mastery over the laws of space, you would afford him no chances. Therefore, his only path ultimately led to death. As for the other matters residing in his mind, they were largely consistent with what he had previously shared with you. Indeed, he had been trapped here for 100,000 years. The realm around you seems to be ensnared, with all the practitioners who have perished within it, along with the powers of the laws they embodied, unable to escape this place. However, these matters are of no concern to you. As one endowed with the laws of space, you regard these feeble forces with disdain. After mastering the Qing Emperor's longevity technique and acquiring the all-encompassing palm, you promptly departed from this secret domain. In the 13th year, you arrived at the Kanglin Immortal Realm, specifically at the Extreme Day sect. At this time, Yi Honglian was merely an inconsequential outer disciple within the sect. When you sought him out, he was diligently preparing for the inner sect examination scheduled for the following year. Disguising yourself as a venerable elder of the Extreme Day sect, you began to covertly engage with him. Soon, under your incidental guidance, Yi Honglian's cultivation surged dramatically, instilling in him a profound admiration for you. By the 14th year, Yi Honglian successfully passed the inner disciple assessment with overwhelming superiority. His first course of action was to seek you out, for in his eyes, you had already become a figure akin to a revered elder, someone he could trust completely. Seizing the moment, you imparted the great wilderness beast mastery to him and took him on as your personal disciple. In the 16th year, you accompanied Yi Honglian to the heavenly demon mountain range. At the very heart of the mountains, you successfully captured a peak 7th-tier demon, the time-reversing cicada. This creature is exceedingly rare, possessing the extraordinary ability to reverse time. However, at present, it is merely at its peak 7th tier, capable of reversing time for only one person by a millennium at most. A glimmer of understanding flickered in your eyes as you realized the nature of the opportunity that allowed Su Xuan to restore his cultivation within the heavenly demon mountain range. You harnessed the time-reversing cicada and initiated a contract with Yi Honglian through the great wilderness beast mastery. The disparity in their cultivation levels posed significant risks during the binding process. Fortunately, leveraging your celestial second-layer cultivation, you forcefully linked their essences together. In an instant, Yi Honglian's aura soared, swiftly advancing from the foundation establishment stage to the peak of the nascent soul stage. Chapter 119. The Cycle of Rebirth Simultaneously. The power of leadership bestowed upon you a modicum of feedback. Although this feedback was negligible in its impact on your current self, it still brought a smile to your face. For you understood that Yi Honglian was, in fact, the 9th reincarnation of Jiang Wanjie, and when the two merged, it would undoubtedly grant you significant enhancement. In the 24th year, the Wheel of Time's gift was triggered once more, this time leading you to discover a celestial artifact, a flying sword. While this item was commendable within the ancient spirit realm, it held no value for you at this juncture. You bestowed this celestial artifact upon Yi Honglian. Time passed swiftly, and before long, 5 centuries had elapsed. During this interval, the Wheel of Time's gift was activated numerous times, through which you uncovered another secret realm, the Wraith Domain, that served as a conduit between the ancient spirit realm and the Xianhuang Great World. This is the secret realm of the Tiangui clan, teeming with the numerous spirits they nurture. While you have discovered that this realm can connect 2 worlds, you prudently chose to merely extract its resources to ensure safety, refraining from recklessly traversing from the Ing spirit domain to the Xianhuang Great World. In the 800th year, with your assistance, Yi Honglian successfully reached the first layer of transcending tribulations. You promptly gathered the verdant celestial power beside the Taichu imperial court to aid his ascension. Yi Honglian triumphed. Yet at the very moment he stepped through the ascension gate, he turned to cast a glance your way. In that fleeting instant of youthful innocence, as he wished to look back, tears had already ceased to flow. You were momentarily taken aback, swiftly realizing that this was the awakening of Jiang Wanjie's reincarnation memories. However, before you could inquire, Yi Honglian had vanished into the ancient spirit realm, leaving you in silent contemplation. In the 850th year, you found yourself wandering aimlessly within the ancient spirit realm. Everything appeared just as you had first observed. Gu Xuanxian's cultivation had surged remarkably, and he seemed to possess the strength to vie for celestial power. The same held true for Su Xuan. After you had intercepted the passage of time, he had somehow restored Dan Juezi's cultivation. You even witnessed them entering a secret realm you had explored multiple times, where they uncovered abundant resources and a profound combined technique. Indeed, the fortune they bore was extraordinary. Behind Gu Xuanxian loomed the ancestor of the fallen immortal clan, who commanded the laws of destiny. But who was the figure supporting Su Xuan? Could it be a celestial being adept in the laws of fortune or causality? You fell into deep thought, sensing an obscure connection between the individual behind Su Xuan and the Double Fire Alliance. In the 1000th year, the contest for celestial destiny commenced once more. However, this time, you did not partake, but observed silently from the sidelines. With Su Xuan's fall, Su Xuan and the Soul Heaven True Monarch simultaneously reached for the black celestial power. Their outcome mirrored the past, with Su Xuan emerging victorious. Due to his fortuitous circumstances this time, he effortlessly defeated the Soul Heaven True Monarch and successfully ascended to the Xianhuang Great World. Meanwhile, the other black celestial power was seized by Gu Xuanxian from Gu Tianwei, yet under your subtle orchestration, he did not succeed as intended. Just as Gu Xuanxian made contact with the celestial power, dozens of Tribulation Realm cultivators launched a simultaneous assault upon him, including several from the Taichu Imperial Court. Gu Xuan was taken aback, attempting to flee, but the void surrounding him had already been sealed by you, and despite all his efforts, he could not escape even a fraction. The relentless attack struck Gu Xuan, each blow inflicting severe damage upon his limbs and bones. Until the final assault descended, he was completely obliterated from this realm. The one who unleashed this attack was none other than Gu Tianwei. Thanks to your prior warning, he had long been on guard against Gu Xuan, thus evading a fatal ambush. However, what he did not anticipate was that everything you had foretold was indeed true. This junior, whom he valued above all, would actually dare to launch a surprise attack during the contest of fate. This revelation filled him with immense fury. Consequently, he immediately unleashed all his lifelong skills and directed a lethal strike towards Gu Xuan. Yet, as he reclaimed the power of destiny, his body began to tremble uncontrollably, as if confronted by something dreadfully terrifying. No. Gu Tianwei's form erupted, leaving only his primordial spirit to flee. You harnessed the laws of space, swiftly capturing him, and commenced a soul search. However, to your astonishment, Gu Tianwei's memories had become a chaotic mess, revealing only a hazy image within. It depicted an elder with wings sprouting from his back, his visage shrouded in darkness. The moment Gu Tianwei successfully retrieved the power of destiny, this figure materialized in his mind. He was, in fact, the fundamental reason behind Gu Tianwei's backlash from the power of destiny. Such a terrifying method of cross-realm assassination. A jolt of fear coursed through you. Yet, during the last simulation, you too were targeted by this individual, yet you ultimately escaped his clutches. Was it that he could only rely on the power of destiny for his backlash? Or had you been under some form of protection? Countless doubts flooded your mind. In the year 1064, you once again arrived at the Jin Wang secret realm. However, this time you chose not to massacre the alien races, but patiently awaited the conclusion of the secret realm, preparing to venture into the Xianhuang Great World. In the year 1068, upon entering the Xianhuang Great World, you successfully triggered your first annual gift here. Within the starry domain, you discovered an exceedingly concealed spatial rift. Even as you invoked the laws of space, it was a strenuous endeavor to enter. After a period of exploration, you found that this spatial rift served as a treasure trove for a race known as the Golden Horn clan. It housed a plethora of spirit stones, albeit drained of their spiritual energy over time. Aside from that, there were merely a few tomes of celestial techniques. You scrutinized each one. Although these texts were somewhat commendable, they paled in comparison to the longevity techniques of the Qingdi, rendering them utterly unhelpful for your cultivation journey. This left you perplexed. Given that everything here bore no benefit to you, what then could the so-called opportunity signify? Chapter 120. The secret of the characters. You commenced a profound exploration here. After several hours, you finally unearthed an ancient tome amidst a pile of weathered spirit stones. It bore the striking title, Golden Horn Heart-Piercing Stab. You paused momentarily before beginning to observe. This tome contains a fifth-tier celestial technique primarily focused on combat, wielding an immensely powerful offensive capability. However, it can only be cultivated by the Golden Horn clan, as the technique centers on refining horns and employing them in attacks. Clearly, this does not align with your capabilities. Yet, it seems illogical. Since the cycle of years has guided me here, this item must possess some utility for me. After a brief contemplation, you resolve to substitute your fingers for horns in your cultivation practice. Departing from this space, you sought a secure location to commence your training. In the 1071st year, you honed your fingers to an extraordinary hardness, successfully mastering the Golden Horn penetrating stab in place of the Golden Horn. Despite your considerable advancement in strength, you chose not to exit your secluded practice immediately, opting instead to continue your training in situ. In the 1200th year, through years of diligent effort, you achieved a breakthrough to the third tier of the celestial immortal realm. During these years, you encountered numerous opportunities bestowed by the cycle of years. However, as you remained in seclusion, such opportunities began to dwindle. You resolved to leave this place and explore the ancient mountains and landmarks of the Xianhuang Great World. Your first destination was the 100,000 Great Mountains, a vast expanse likely to harbor many undiscovered locales. You sought a secluded valley where you could practice while awaiting the return of the cycle of years. In the 1212th year, your intuition heightened, sensing a mysterious aura emanating from the east beckoning you. Promptly, you activated the spatial laws to hasten your approach. However, the scene that unfolded before you left you utterly astounded. You witnessed a Huang riding a celestial beast engaged in combat with a soaring serpent, both targeting a lotus flower in a nearby pool. Its crimson leaves floated gracefully above the water, radiating a soft, golden glow. Unfamiliar with the name of this lotus, you intuitively recognized its potential significance to your journey. You materialized above the lotus leaf, but suddenly, an ominous warning resonated within you. There were demonic beasts lurking beneath the water. Alarmed, you swiftly activated the spatial laws to evade the impending danger. Just as you vacated your previous position, a colossal koan emerged, its massive maw lunging toward the lotus flower. In that moment, the name of this creature surged into your consciousness, the Taishu koan. This formidable beast inherently possessed a faint spatial law, distinguishing it as a predator at the apex of the food chain among demonic creatures. A flicker of hesitation crossed your mind. Yet, upon witnessing the Taishu koan, both the Huang and the soaring serpent grew frantic, unleashing their innate divine powers in a desperate assault against it. Boom! Bang! The two attacks struck the Taishu koan, yet its immense form merely quivered before it resumed its advance toward the lotus flower. In the realm of celestial beings, a profound deliberation stirred within your heart. Ultimately, hesitation gave way to decisive action as you invoked the laws of space, traversing to the side of the illustrious Tai Su Xuan. Golden horn piercing heart. A resounding whoosh accompanied the manifestation of a finger mark, imbued with cataclysmic might, hurtling towards Tai Su Xuan. He, too, sensed the impending peril, yet it was too late. Just as he formulated a countermeasure, the finger mark swiftly pierced through him, aiming for his very head. A mournful wail escaped Tai Su Xuan's lips as he transformed into human form, narrowly evading this lethal onslaught. At that moment, blood gushed from the gaping wound at the side of his head, disbelief etched upon his countenance as he gazed at you. How could a mere human celestial breach my corporeal form? What sorcery is this? You paid no heed to his words. Instead, your figure flickered, appearing beside the lotus flower. The myriad demons dared not impede your path. It was only after you gathered the precious bloom that Tai Su Xuan spoke. Human friend, please pause. This lotus, known as the celestial water cleansing blood lotus, is a precious item utilized by our demon kin to purify bloodlines. It bears no value for you, and even if harvested, it would merely serve as a bargaining chip for cultivation resources. Why not engage in a trade with me instead? At his words, your brow furrowed slightly. You had heard whispers of the celestial water cleansing blood lotus, but if it were truly a worthless item, how could the wheel of fate have guided you here? After a moment's contemplation, you resolved to see what Tai Su Xuan could offer in exchange. Upon receiving your consent, Tai Su Xuan vanished from sight, returning moments later with a jade tube radiating golden light. Upon it, two grand characters were inscribed: longevity. Your pupils contracted in surprise, and you readily agreed to the exchange. 1,220th year passed. When you opened your eyes once more, a wisp of enigmatic life energy lingered beside you, the source of which was undoubtedly the jade tube bestowed by Tai Su Xuan. From the first glance, you recognized the extraordinary nature of this artifact. As you anticipated, the jade tube contained the legacy of a renowned cultivator known as the Longevity Celestial Sovereign. He hailed from 200,000 years past, a time when the myriad realms had yet to unite, and he stood as the sole celestial sovereign among humanity. Though the Longevity Celestial Sovereign was not particularly aged, possessing the laws of life, one would expect he could have survived until now. Yet, why was it that no celestial sovereigns guarded humanity during the convergence of the realms? This enigma left you pondering, though his fate was of no concern to you. Acquiring the legacy of the Longevity Celestial Sovereign, your strength surged dramatically. Within his teachings lay not only potent celestial arts but also a profound inheritance concerning the essence of the characters. This inheritance is exceptionally powerful. Upon successful cultivation, the enigmatic life force will manifest around you. With its enhancement, all your injuries can heal at an astonishing pace. Moreover, the records within the inheritance clearly state that even if the physical body is obliterated, as long as a fragment of the soul remains, one can still be restored through the secret of the characters. Chapter 121. The fortuitous encounter of Chu Han in the year 1600, you persistently practiced within the vast mountains. Throughout these years, you acquired numerous celestial herbs through the gifts of the annual rings. Your strength surged dramatically, quickly reaching the 4th level of celestial immortality. Concurrently, you forged a contract with the ancient mount of the divine beast, Cheng Huang. At this time, Cheng Huang lacked the cunning you had previously observed in your simulations. With merely a few celestial herbs, you successfully established a bond with him. Although you had not yet cultivated the beast mastery technique akin to the great wilderness beast goddess canon, the Qingdi longevity technique you practiced complemented Cheng Huang remarkably, benefiting both of you immensely. In the year 1902, you returned once more to the dream secret realm. Familiar scenes flashed before your eyes like a fleeting panorama. You successfully entered the secret realm. Your cultivation was suppressed, reverting to the true immortal realm. Drawing upon the memories within your mind, you swiftly arrived at the location where the heavenly reversal pearl first appeared. At that moment, The area was barren, yet days later, you sensed an aura approaching. It was none other than Su Xuan. This puzzled you. In previous simulations, he had engaged in a fierce battle with Sidoli here, ultimately sustaining severe injuries and meeting his end at your hands. Why, then, had he returned in this simulation? Was it a quest for death? Or was there a monumental opportunity for his rebirth here? With this thought, you felt no urgency. Instead, you concealed yourself in the void, silently observing the unfolding events. Moments later, Su Xuan approached your vicinity. A group of cultivators, fiercely vying for something, immediately caught his attention. Su Xuan followed closely behind them, and with a mere thought, you trailed after him. With a resounding explosion, Situ Li re-emerged. He swiftly devoured all the cultivators present, leaving only Su Xuan and Dan Juezi, who were barely holding their ground with a combined offensive technique. A commendable technique, yet regrettably insufficient before Situ Li. As those words fell, Su Xuan began to retreat in defeat, while Situ Li pressed the advantage, unleashing a beam of white light through the heavenly reversal pearl. Su Xuan, flee quickly. Dan Juezi stepped forward, directly confronting the white light. In an instant, his soul was obliterated, vanishing entirely from this realm. Master! Su Xuan roared in anguish. Yet he understood he was no match for Situ Li, forcing him to burn his essence and make a decisive retreat. As Situ Li continued his relentless pursuit, just as he was poised to launch another attack on Su Xuan, you made your move. You dared not hold back in the slightest, with utmost resolve. You summoned the laws of space to manifest behind Situ Li. The palm of myriad phenomena struck forth, instantaneously shattering his very soul. With a resounding thud, the heavenly reversal pearl fell to the ground. You remained cautious, observing from a distance before gradually approaching. Was this truly the treasure that the celestial kings and emperors so fervently coveted? Your eyes narrowed slightly as you meticulously scanned the heavenly reversal pearl with your spiritual consciousness. After a brief moment, when no sense of impending danger was forthcoming, you felt reassured enough to advance and collect it. You successfully refined the heavenly reversal pearl. To your astonishment, this orb possessed extraordinary attributes. Beyond its offensive capabilities, it contained within it a miniature realm. Furthermore, time flowed significantly faster within this realm than in the outside world. 10 years of cultivation within the heavenly reversal pearl would equate to merely 1 year passing outside. With 10 months remaining until the conclusion of the Dreamland Secret Realm, you contemplated testing the effects of this remarkable pearl. You murmured to yourself before feeling a stirring within your heart, prompting you to enter the internal miniature realm of the heavenly reversal pearl. The spiritual energy in this realm was quite abundant. While it paled in comparison to the strongholds of formidable races, it was nonetheless commendable relative to the overall expanse of the Xian Huang Great World. You immediately began your cultivation within. 10 months later, upon exiting the heavenly reversal pearl, you found yourself still within the Dreamland Secret Realm. The nearby cultivators continued their explorations, refraining from engaging in the slaughter that often marked the end of such realms. Indeed, this pearl was extraordinary. A wave of joy washed over you, yet your thoughts quickly turned to the celestial kings and emperors waiting at the periphery of the secret realm. These cultivators had been patiently biding their time outside. If they failed to catch wind of Situ Li's whereabouts, they would undoubtedly detain all individuals within the realm, conducting thorough searches. What should be done? You found yourself momentarily at a loss for a plan. However, the conclusion of the secret realm was still some time away, allowing you to remain composed. Relying on the memories etched in your mind, you made your way to the valley where Su Xuan was recuperating. As expected, you discovered him there. You released your spiritual consciousness to probe the surroundings, noting that despite your earlier intervention, Su Xuan had nevertheless expended a considerable amount of vital essence in his desperate bid for escape. At that moment, he resembled a mere shell of his former self, visibly struggling for breath. It was difficult to perceive how he could possibly survive. You frowned slightly, concealing yourself within the nearby void as you awaited the unfolding events. Time flowed swiftly, and before long, 3 months had passed. Su Xuan's aura had dwindled to its lowest ebb. The profound energy sustaining his life had completely dissipated. Observing this scene, you resolved to step forth from the void and personally bring his suffering to an end. Yet, just at that moment, the valley, which had been devoid of visitors for so long, was suddenly graced by the presence of 2 unfamiliar auras. Scanning with your spiritual consciousness, you discerned a graceful young woman in a blue dress alongside a robust elder with hair as white as snow. Behold, elder, there stands a human cultivator in this valley. Alas, my lady, our purpose in this dream realm is to seek the celestial pearl, not to rescue anyone. The elder sighed heavily, and though he was exceedingly reluctant, he remained by the young woman's side without straying an inch. Could it be him? The young woman's heart quivered, as if a revelation struck her. Quickly, She produced a spiritual herb and administered it to Su Xuan. In an instant, Su Xuan's lifeless body sprang back to vitality. His withered spiritual energy surged forth, and his realm ascended rapidly, reaching the pinnacle of true immortal. You, concealed in the void, were taken aback. Although the insight you had gained from the character's secret art enabled a remarkable recovery speed, it paled in comparison to the elixir the young woman had given to Su Xuan. My lady, what have you done? Without the universal restoration pill, how can the young clan leader awaken the ancient divine bloodline? Chapter 122. The end of the secret realm. The elder felt a jolt of dread, immediately grasping Su Xuan's neck in an attempt to extract the universal restoration pill. Yet, it was too late. The moment the pill entered Su Xuan's mouth, it was completely absorbed. There was no possibility of expulsion. Elder, cease this at once. He is my savior. Silence. The awakening of the young clan leader's ancient divine bloodline is of utmost importance to our ancient spirit clan. How dare you administer his elixir to an outsider? The elder's anger flared, his once dark skin turning crimson. He swiftly invoked his power to bind Su Xuan. However, how could Su Xuan, now brimming with strength, allow himself to be restrained? He immediately fought back. The two soon found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle. Yet, within the dream realm, all cultivators were constrained to the true immortal level. In this context, the elder was no match for Su Xuan. After a few exchanges, the elder was forced to retreat, ultimately being subdued by Su Xuan. Young master, please do not harm Elder Imo. Su Xuan turned towards the voice, and after a moment of realization, he exclaimed, could it be that you are Fairy Guyu? It had been 5 centuries since their last encounter, yet she still remembered him and had presented such a precious elixir. Ignoring the bound Elder Imo, the two began to exchange pleasantries. Meanwhile, you, hidden in the void, couldn't help but exhale a sigh of regret. Although you were unaware of the specific effects of the universal restoration pill, it was evident from the recent interactions between Su Xuan and Elder Imo that its significance was immense. Restoring injuries and elevating realms might be only a fraction of its capabilities. You silently committed the elixir to memory. After a brief moment, Guyu departed the valley with Elder Imo. Ultimately, Su Xuan, harboring compassion, chose to spare the elder. And you, concealed in the void, could not suppress a series of mocking chuckles. Su Xuan's actions would undoubtedly lead him into considerable trouble. If it were not for the protection of fate, he would have perished countless times due to his reckless actions. Time swiftly passed, and 2 months had slipped away in the blink of an eye. As the day of the secret realm's conclusion drew nearer, a sense of unease began to envelop you. You realized that while the inverse pearl was immensely powerful, you could not refine it into your life's celestial artifact. Consequently, at the end of the secret realm, it would easily be detected by the celestial kings of various races, sealing your fate. After much deliberation, you ultimately decided to conceal the inverse pearl within the dream secret realm, intending to retrieve it when the next secret realm was unveiled. Days later, the dream secret realm came to a close. As anticipated, in the instant the realm ended, several celestial kings materialized before you. They unabashedly unleashed their divine senses, frantically scanning all the cultivators exiting the realm. Where could he be? What of the inverse pearl? Surely he did not remain within. No. The current Situli had been resurrected. The dream secret realm would not tolerate his presence. Our esteemed ancestor has foreseen that the inverse pearl would undoubtedly manifest today. It must be in the possession of one among them. What more is there to deliberate? Let us search one by one. And as for the ultimate fate of the inverse pearl, let each rely on their own capabilities. Several celestial emperors reached out from the void and commenced their search of the cultivators who had ventured into the secret realm. Many present were understandably reluctant. They revealed their respective backgrounds, attempting to force their way out. However, given the immense significance of the inverse pearl, even the mightiest backgrounds were disregarded. They proceeded to scrutinize the cultivators one by one. Soon, it was your turn. With your relatively low cultivation and the absence of a celestial artifact in your storage bag, you managed to pass the inspection successfully. Even at the risk of offending so many races, it was evident that these cultivators placed tremendous importance on the inverse pearl. Retrieving it during the next secret realm would prove exceedingly difficult. With a sigh, you silently departed from the scene. In the 2300th year, you visited numerous ancient celestial mountains and relics, and your cultivation naturally advanced to the 5th layer of the celestial immortal realm. Moreover, about a decade ago, you sensed a surge of power bestowed by the leader. Initially, this endowment was not overtly apparent, but as time passed, it grew increasingly potent. To this day, while it has yet to facilitate a breakthrough in your realm, it has undeniably provided substantial assistance. You are aware that this power emanates from Yi Honglian, who should be in seclusion within the northern cliff celestial city. Yet, You are uncertain if, when Jiang Wanjia's memories fully awaken, the leader's power will continue to aid you. In the 2400th year, you arrived at the domain of the human race. Due to Yi Honglian's premature ascension, the human race had already been obliterated by the fallen celestial race shortly after your arrival in the Xianhuang Great World. This land had long since transformed into a desolate wasteland. You gazed upon the land, which had been thoroughly scoured countless times, your brow furrowing in contemplation. Today marked the day of the year wheel's gift, yet you wondered if anything could possibly remain here. With a sigh in your heart, you made your way to the once thriving hub of the human race, the Wuxian Fang market. There, you awaited the arrival of fortune in silence. Hours passed, and when you finally received a guiding signal, it was already midday. This particular guidance was peculiar, as it did not indicate any cardinal direction but rather pointed downwards. Could it be that something of great value was buried beneath the Wuxian Fang market before its destruction by the fallen immortals? Intrigued, you commenced your excavation. However, you underestimated the depth of this opportunity. After digging several thousand meters beneath the Wuxian Fang market, you still had yet to uncover the promised fortune. Had it not been for the year wheel's persistent guidance urging you downward, you might have questioned whether you were digging in the wrong direction. Time slipped away swiftly, and before long, a month had passed. As a celestial immortal, your digging speed was remarkable, yet after a month of labor, having descended hundreds of thousands of meters, you had still not found the sought-after opportunity. It was no longer feasible to continue. The heat was unbearable, even for your celestial energy. With a gentle sigh, just as you were on the verge of giving up, a subtle fluctuation appeared beside you. Chapter 123. The mysterious world. You perceive the fluctuation, which seemed to manifest as a rift in space, leading to another realm. Without hesitation, you activated the laws of space and stepped through. Dim energy obstructed your consciousness, and when you regained clarity of your surroundings, you discovered yourself in an unfamiliar world. The spiritual essence here appeared more abundant than that of the Xianhuang Great World. You murmured in awe, taking in the sights around you. This realm exuded a somber atmosphere reminiscent of the celestial escape domain. Yet its level was even higher than that of the celestial escape domain and the entire Xianhuang Great World. The air brimmed with spiritual energy and rich resources. Even the nearby ravine was teeming with celestial herbs. You began to explore this new world. Under the perception of your consciousness, it seemed that no other beings existed apart from yourself. Gradually, you felt a surge of confidence as you gathered the abundant celestial herbs into your possession. However, just as you planned to depart and explore other regions, a sense of impending danger subtly warned you. Startled, you had come to fully trust this instinctual warning. And upon receiving the alert, you promptly retraced your steps. You returned to the very spot where you had entered, only to discover that the rift in space had vanished. A wave of trepidation washed over you, leaving you at a loss for what to do next. You could only linger nearby, searching for any other means of escape. However, the outcome has left you disheartened. This realm is exceedingly flat, and even with your mastery of spatial laws, you have been unable to uncover even the slightest fissure. It seems you are ensnared within this place. 2,600 years have passed, yet you have still not discovered a path to escape. Nevertheless, during this time, you have been diligently cultivating within this world. The abundant spiritual energy has significantly accelerated your training, and with the nurturing of your skills from Yi Honglian, you swiftly transcended to the 6th level of the celestial immortal realm. You have come to realize that this place is rather splendid. If you could remain here for extended periods of arduous practice, it would likely only be a matter of time before you ascend to the status of an immortal sovereign. 2,890 years have elapsed, marking the day of Jiang Wanjia's complete awakening. While you were engrossed in your seclusion, you suddenly sensed a remarkable surge in your cultivation. Yet, unexpectedly, as you reached the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm, the pace of your enhancement gradually slowed, ultimately ceasing altogether. Even the previous support from Yi Honglian had vanished. A flicker of alarm surged within you, though you did not succumb to panic. You were aware that after repelling the foreign immortal sovereign, Jiang Wanjia would soon return to the cycle of reincarnation, while the owner of Yi Honglian's body remained himself. As anticipated, shortly thereafter, the support Yi Honglian had bestowed upon you returned to your being. Although it lacked the potency experienced during Jiang Wanjia's awakening, it still allowed you to successfully reach the 8th level of the celestial immortal realm. You exhaled a sigh of relief and resumed your cultivation in this realm. 3,400 years have passed, and you have successfully advanced to the 9th level of the celestial immortal realm. However, as the years of your continuous practice unfolded, the spiritual energy in this place began to wane. You yearned for a change of scenery, yet whenever thoughts of departing this domain arose, a sense of impending crisis would alert you. What exactly is this realm? You pondered aloud, In desperation, you resorted to the celestial herbs you had previously gathered for your cultivation. Although it seemed somewhat wasteful, you maintained a remarkably swift pace in your training. 3,500 years have gone by, and the laws of space within you have begun to strengthen. You comprehend that this is a result of the fusion between the Xianyuan Great World and the Tianhuang Great World. The power of the laws belonging to Qin Tiandao is gradually transferring to you. During the last simulation, Qin Tiandao had discovered my whereabouts through blood sacrifice. Now, as I find myself in this enigmatic world, one cannot help but wonder if he can trace me here. A flicker of doubt crossed your mind. If this mysterious realm could even isolate powerful immortal sovereigns, it would certainly be good news. In the 4th millennium, you have diligently cultivated to the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm. Now, you need only to complete the transformation of your celestial power to enter the realm of the profound immortal. With time on your hands, you began to explore further within this vast world. You discovered that the realm you now inhabit is indeed immense. The area in which you have secluded yourself for cultivation constitutes merely a small fraction of this realm. You have made feeble attempts to explore the surroundings with your spiritual consciousness. To the west lies a dense forest, teeming with the presence of mystical beasts. Yet, every time you contemplate approaching it, a profound sense of danger overwhelms you, issuing fervent warnings. To the east, an expansive plain harbors several tribes. The origins of these tribes remain shrouded in mystery, but the instinctual alerts of peril you receive when attempting to investigate are no less intense than those from the forest. To the north, a vast plateau stretches out, seemingly devoid of life, leaving you with an unsettling absence of any vital essence. Nevertheless, even as you consider stepping into this desolate expanse, the warnings of impending danger still reverberate within you, albeit with diminished severity compared to the previous 2 regions. Lastly, to the south lies the very place from which you traversed through the spatial rift to arrive here. Further south, a chasm awaits. Although the sense of threat in this vicinity is not overwhelmingly strong, an ominous premonition lingers within your mind. Should you find yourself trapped here for eternity, your ultimate choice would likely be to venture toward the northern plateau. Time swiftly flows by, and before you know it, 5 millennia have elapsed. At this juncture, you have successfully ascended to the realm of the profound immortal. Even the laws of space are on the verge of merging and undergoing transformation. However, at this moment, an unforeseen incident transpires. A fissure abruptly splits open nearby, and a terrifying force begins to surge forth, tearing the very fabric of reality asunder. What a marvel, indeed! The practitioners of the great Xianhuang world possess an uncanny ability to conceal themselves, even managing to excavate an entire world from such profound depths. Alas, this endeavor ultimately proves futile. Following the sound, you discern that the individual who has breached this realm is none other than Qin Tiandao. He has successfully torn through the fabric of space using unparalleled divine powers, entering this long-secluded domain. As Qin Tiandao steps into this place, he appears utterly depleted, on the brink of a decline in his realm. Yet, despite his weakened state, he remains an entity beyond your reach. With all your might, you invoke the laws of space, desperately attempting to flee toward the northern plateau, only to be intercepted instantly by Qin Tiandao. He lets out a deep, resonant laugh. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that the possessor of the space laws of the great Xianhuang world would be a myriad at the profound immortal level? His laughter abruptly ceases as a black tentacle pierces through his body. Qin Tiandao attempts to escape, yet the tentacle clings to him like a parasite. No matter where he tries to flee, the ominous appendage seems to anticipate his every move. What manner of creature is this? Qin Tiandao bellows in rage, immediately wielding his sword in a desperate strike against the tentacle. However, its formidable strength exceeds his expectations. Even with all his might, Qin Tiandao was unable to inflict even the slightest harm. Thus, his body was repeatedly pierced by the tentacles, celestial blood spilling into the vast sky. And his aura swiftly waned. He had sustained grievous injuries. Simultaneously, a furious voice echoed from the heavens. Damn it! How could 2 human beings discover this place? Hiamo, what were you guarding? Upon hearing this, the owner of the tentacles immediately revealed its true form. It was an oddly shaped beast, its head disproportionately large, adorned with countless tentacles, an unspeakable oddity. Hiamo, seemingly innocent, replied, Patrol Envoy, the area they entered is a spatial anchor we established in the Xianhuang Great World. To prevent detection by the opposing cultivators, I entrusted a great sorcerer to set up a celestial array there. Who would have thought this array would be so powerful that even my divine consciousness was obscured? So these 2 have just intruded here? It seems indeed so. Upon hearing this, the voice in the sky fell silent for a time. After a long pause, it spoke again. Very well. The power of the laws they possess can form a complete set, I hope the esteemed one will not blame us upon learning of this. As soon as these words fell, you felt a dizzying whirl of the world around you. When you regained consciousness, you found yourself in a grand formation alongside Chen Tiandao. You were still somewhat bewildered. However, Chen Tiandao was already unleashing a tirade of curses. You scum from the outer realms, even in death. I, Chen Tiandao, shall not let you have it easy. Do you desire the laws of space? Huh, I shall not grant you that. With that, Chen Tiandao began to burn his lifespan. His vitality diminished rapidly, and within mere breaths, he aged drastically. Yet soon, an immense surge of life force poured into the formation, sustaining Chen Tiandao's final breath. Humph. Since you have battled with us, you are well aware of our methods. What of burning all your lifespan? Even without your corporeal support, we still possess ways to preserve your law power. Upon hearing this, a glint of cold light flashed in Chen Tiandao's eyes. With a mental shift, he poured all his law power into your body. The way of the heavens flows chaotically. In an instant, Chen Tiandao obliterated everything about himself, including his flesh, cultivation, celestial body, and soul. He paid the ultimate price of his complete disappearance to successfully dismantle the grand formation and create a small rift in space. This left you utterly astounded. However, this was no time for hesitation. You immediately urged the laws of space and slipped into the rift. At this moment, your mastery of space laws had become exceedingly potent, and within mere breaths, you successfully traversed to the other side of the rift. When you opened your eyes again, you found yourself in a city of the human race. Although you may be uncertain of your whereabouts, a long-lost sense of belonging brings you a sigh of relief. You realize that you have emerged from a perilous situation unscathed. With a swift motion, you seek out a passing cultivator to extract their memories. To your astonishment, you find yourself in the vast world of Tianhuang. At this moment, the vast world of Tianhuang has completely merged with the Xianhuang world, and the human race, now dominant in this realm, has evidently become one of the most formidable races. Here, you feel remarkably secure. However, you do not allow yourself to grow complacent. Instead, you harness the laws of space to depart from this location, seeking a secluded forest to temporarily settle. You begin to reflect on the events that transpired earlier. What realm was that, after all? The outer heaven spoken of by Chen Tiandao, or perhaps some other world? Furrowing your brow, you recall overhearing a conversation wherein it was revealed that upon a cultivator's demise, the power of their laws returns to the cosmos. Preserving such power requires the intervention of those from the outer heaven. You contemplate the mysterious battlefield where countless cultivators from various races perished, their respective laws preserved intact. There must be a connection among them. A tightening sensation grips your heart, as if you have glimpsed a monumental secret. In the 100th year, your injuries have healed, and you have gathered information regarding the situation in the vast world of Tianhuang. Here, the hierarchy is not as rigid as in the Xianhuang world. Instead, it boasts a claim of equality among all races. Though humans occupy a leading position, they refrain from oppressing weaker races. You find yourself in disagreement with this notion, believing that those who are not of your kind harbor different intentions. The weaker alien races may currently acquiesce to the humans, but with the fusion of the two great worlds, the Xianhuang world now hosts many powerful alien races, and those once subjugated by humans may inevitably develop their own agendas. However, this is not your concern. With your current strength, you cannot influence the war between the two worlds. Your priority now is to enhance your own cultivation. In the 120th year, you establish a sect named the Pursuit of Tao. Utilizing your cultivation at the Xianxian level, you swiftly gather a group of promising disciples. You impart to them your techniques and guide their training. The development of your sect flourishes. By the 400th year, in just over 200 years, the Pursuit of Tao has evolved into the most powerful sect in the vicinity, and under the influence of your leadership, your own cultivation has progressed significantly. Chapter 125. Retrieving the Defying Heaven Pearl. In the 500th year, the Pursuit of Tao continues to thrive. Concurrently, news reaches your ears. The war between the Xianhuang world and the vast world of Tianhuang has come to a definitive end. This conflict has yielded no victor. Only the weaker wielders of law power have been refined by the opposing side. Certainly, due to the formidable strength of the celestial desolation world, the majority of its inhabitants are cultivators who have refined those from the Xianhuang world. However, the war abruptly ceased at this juncture. The celestial desolation world did not pursue its advantage to continue plundering resources from the Xianhuang world. Thus, both realms coexisted in a state of peace, which left you somewhat perplexed. Nonetheless, you did not dwell on it, as the absence of war was a boon for you, allowing you to develop your own power in the background. In the year 5900, for millennia had elapsed since your initial entry into the dream secret realm. In 2 years, the realm would reopen once more. Without hesitation, you hastened to the vicinity of the secret realm, eagerly awaiting its opening. During this time, you continuously observed and explored, seeking to uncover the hidden celestial kings and emperors concealed within the void. To your great delight, although a few alien beings remained hidden outside the realm, their strength was evidently insufficient to pose a threat to you. When the time came, with a heart full of trepidation, you stepped into the secret realm. Relying on your memory, you swiftly located the once-buried reversal pearl. Its spiritual essence was still intact, and you effortlessly entered its inner space, which remained unchanged since your first visit, possessing a unique flow of time distinct from the outside world. You cultivated diligently within until the dream's secret realm concluded. After the realm closed, you feigned nonchalance as you departed alongside numerous cultivators. Suddenly, the previously tranquil void trembled, and several figures emerged before you. After 4 millennia of waiting, the reversal pearl had finally revealed itself. Indeed, no one would have anticipated its delayed emergence by 4,000 years. Now only the Qi-Ling clan remained steadfast. No sooner had the words left your lips than a barrage of terrifying attacks surged toward you. Yet, they were taken aback to find that their onslaught was entirely futile. Before them stood merely a phantom of yourself. Yes, a mere illusion. After the fusion of your spatial loss, your power had significantly amplified. Even the celestial kings of the Qi-Ling clan, despite their full efforts, found it impossible to lay a finger on you. While those celestial kings were still scouring for you, you had already traversed layers of space, arriving in another domain. Subsequently, you hastened your journey back to the Seek Path sect. In the days that followed, you entered the inner space of the reversal pearl and commenced rigorous cultivation. With ample time at your disposal, you began to shift your focus to a new technique, the celestial longevity technique, which you had discovered in the Jade Scroll of the Longevity Celestial Sovereign. This technique complemented the secret art left behind by the Longevity Celestial Sovereign. Yet due to its exceedingly high tier, it required a considerable amount of time to successfully transition. Once you were eager to cultivate, but lacked the time for transformation, however, the present circumstances are quite different. Within the heavenly reversal pearl, you commenced your seclusion. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 6,100 years had elapsed. During your time in the heavenly reversal pearl, you exhaled a heavy breath of turbid air. Despite the unique flow of time within, it took you a full 200 years to successfully complete your transformation. At this moment, your celestial power had undergone a qualitative change. Every ounce of flesh and blood in your body brimmed with vitality. Should a mortal taste even a drop of your blood? Extending their lifespan by 1,000 years would be a trivial matter. What an extraordinary technique. You couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Yet, simultaneously, a sense of confusion arose within you. After cultivating the Eternal Life Sutra, you keenly observed your lifespan increasing exponentially, far surpassing the enhancements gained from practicing the Qing Emperor's longevity method. The founder of this technique, the Eternal Life Immortal Venerable, not only possessed the lifespan bestowed by the Eternal Life Sutra, but also bore the terrifying longevity of a powerful Immortal Venerable. Not only has he survived to this day, but living for several more millennia would also be within his grasp. Yet, why does the current realm of cultivation hold no record of his name? Is it related to the outer heaven mentioned by Chen Tiandao? Or is there still a higher realm beyond this world where immortal venerable beings can achieve breakthroughs? All of this remains a mystery to you. Just as you were about to continue your cultivation, a faint warning of impending danger reached your consciousness. You promptly concluded your seclusion and departed from the heavenly reversal pearl, scanning the entirety of the Seeking Tao sect with your divine sense. You found everything to be as usual, with no signs of disturbance. Oddly, the sense of danger began to wane. Frowning slightly, just as you were about to return to the heavenly reversal pearl, you suddenly spotted several dark figures appearing within the Seeking Tao sect. Without hesitation, they attempted to abduct a disciple of the sect. You would not allow such a thing to happen. Instantly, you revealed yourself and rescued the disciple. Ancestor, thank you for your timely intervention. We pay our respects to the ancestor. Your appearance acted as a potent stimulant, bringing immense reassurance to the disciples of the Seeking Tao sect. However, it also incensed the figures in black robes. They questioned your lack of contractual spirit and your repeated violations of the rules. You were left utterly bewildered by their accusations. Just as you were about to inquire, a voice from a distance interrupted you. Master. Following the sound, you saw your eldest disciple, Su Xuan, rushing towards you. He was the most gifted among the first batch of disciples you had accepted a millennium ago and had now reached the pinnacle of true immortal status, serving as the acting sect master. Yet, who could have anticipated that the moment Su Xuan arrived at your side, the warning of impending danger would once again surge forth? You dared not hesitate. In an instant, you exerted your full power, suppressing Su Xuan on the spot amid the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Master. You paid no heed to his words, but instead summoned the laws of space to immobilize all the cloaked figures, commencing the soul-searching process on each of them. After a considerable duration, the black-clad individuals were reduced to mere fragments, while your countenance remained impassive as you turned your gaze once more towards Su Xuan. Chapter 126. The Reversal Stone. I hope you do not disappoint me, you sighed softly. Upon hearing this, Su Xuan immediately crumbled, kneeling in supplication and begging for your forgiveness. Witnessing this, your heart had already arrived at an answer. Yet, with an air of disbelief, you proceeded to search Su Xuan's soul as well. However, the ultimate revelation proved to be a source of disappointment. It turned out that during your years of seclusion, Su Xuan had entirely claimed the Seeking Tao sect as his own domain, even engaging in a transaction with a force known as the Heavenly Alliance. The Heavenly Alliance provided Su Xuan with abundant cultivation resources, while he, in turn, was to regularly supply them with disciples endowed with fortune. This arrangement unfolded harmoniously, until one of the disciples Su Xuan had sent to the Heavenly Alliance escaped midway. This incited the wrath of the Alliance's leader, who immediately dispatched subordinates to retrieve the individual from the Seeking Tao sect. You furrowed your brow. Could it be that the leader of the Heavenly Alliance was a formidable cultivator of fortune? However, you swiftly dismissed this conjecture. For the law of fortune is among the highest echelons of laws in this realm. Following the fusion of the two worlds, its possessor would undoubtedly be a celestial sovereign. Yet, from the memories of those black-robed men, you discovered that the so-called leader of the Heavenly Alliance, though seemingly formidable, was at most a mere celestial king. While he might reign supreme in this corner of the world, in the grand tapestry of the cultivation realm, he was merely a slightly larger ant. After a moment of contemplation, you resolved to address the matter at hand. When your gaze returned to Su Xuan, he trembled uncontrollably, pleading for your mercy. Yet, you showed no compassion, instantly obliterating him before the eyes of numerous disciples. Subsequently, you signaled for the disciples to disperse and appointed your second disciple, Cheng Su, to assume the position of the sect master of the Seeking Tao sect. Several hours later, as night descended, you invoked the laws of space and promptly appeared in the cave dwelling of the disciple who had fled back from the Heavenly Alliance. Although this individual was nominally a disciple of your Seeking Tao sect, you sensed an underlying complexity to him. Without hesitation, you commenced the soul-searching process. The memories you uncovered were fleeting, so brief that you managed to sift through them in mere moments. Yet another traveler? You gently shook your head. This person, named Wang Yuan, had only recently traversed into this realm, and his previous incarnation was also a disciple of the Seeking Tao sect bearing the same name. The reason for his return from the Heavenly Alliance was rather simple. As your compatriot, he too possessed a formidable asset, the Reversal Stone. This stone bore a striking resemblance to the Reversal Pearl. All is intricately linked to the laws of time. However, the essence of the Reversal Pearl fundamentally slows down the passage of time within its internal microcosm, allowing those ensconced within to remain entirely oblivious. The Fate Reversal Stone operates similarly. It designates a specific area where the flow of time is reduced to a fraction of its normal pace, rendering the inhabitants within that region unaware, while observers from the outside perceive their movements as sluggish as that of a tortoise. Wang Yuan, this individual, managed to escape from the Celestial Alliance using the Fate Reversal Stone. Yet, he was unaware of how he had been transported to the Celestial Alliance in the first place, harboring no resentment towards the Seeking Tao sect. Thus, at the very moment of his escape, he returned directly to the Seeking Tao sect. Upon learning this information, you shook your head in regret. Although Wang Yuan had previously been unwaveringly loyal to the Seeking Tao sect, the words of the figure in black instilled a flicker of doubt within him. This doubt magnified in his mind until, prior to your soul searching, he had surmised that a high-ranking member of the Seeking Tao sect had reached a certain accord with the Celestial Alliance, and he might well be the sacrificial pawn in this arrangement. Regrettably, given the circumstances, I cannot allow you to remain. As soon as the words left my lips, Wang Yuan's body erupted violently, transforming into a cascade of dust that dissipated entirely into the cosmos. Meanwhile, you cradled the Fate Reversal Stone in your palm, scrutinizing it with great care. This object bore no signs of having been shaped by earthly hands. Its myriad patterns seemed to have emerged naturally, as if they were its very essence. You attempted to activate the Fate Reversal Stone to lock onto a particular spatial area. However, due to its recent usage, it only managed to secure a minuscule section. You contemplated this altered space in silence, discovering that the time flow within this area, modified by the Fate Reversal Stone, matched precisely with that of the interior of the Reversal Pearl. Furthermore, on the reverse side of the Fate Reversal Stone, There existed a recess that fit perfectly with the reversal pearl, which took you by surprise. Could there be a connection between the two? Or are they perhaps one and the same? You began to experiment with merging the two entities. Yet, it soon became apparent that the matter was far more complex than you had envisioned. Although they were inextricably linked, their natures were fundamentally different. At the moment of contact, rather than merging, a formidable repulsive force emerged. In resignation, you set this matter aside for the time being. 6,300 years passed. Heeding past lessons, you dedicated some of your time to monitor the affairs of the Seeking Tao sect while continuing your arduous training. Upon concluding your seclusion, you actively held teachings to guide your disciples in their cultivation. This endeared you greatly to your followers, enhancing the feedback from your leadership. 6,320 years later, a name captured your attention, Su Xuan. Once a woman of great fortune whom you had esteemed, she had now become a mere stranger. At this moment, she not only successfully ascended but also became a disciple of the unparalleled top power, the celestial palace of Tianyan, in the vast world of Tianhuang, thus claiming the nominal authority over the neighboring realms. How is this possible? Can she truly reach this point solely based on the memories of a tribulation-transcending cultivator? As soon as the words escaped your lips, you realized something was amiss. The assertion regarding Su Xuan's past life as a tribulation-transcending cultivator stemmed entirely from the lips of Dan Juezi. In every subsequent simulation, you had failed to verify the accuracy of this claim. You silently etched this matter into your mind, intending to take action against Su Xuan in the next simulation. The 6,355th year saw you diligently cultivating within the reverse heaven pearl. Your cultivation advancing to the second level of the profound immortal realm under the blessings of the leader's power and the diligent rewards of the heavenly Tao. Although the pace of your cultivation had considerably slowed, you remained brimming with confidence. The earthly longevity art you practiced was inherently peaceful and had significantly extended your lifespan. This rate of cultivation was still within your acceptable limits. Chapter 127, the third level of profound immortal in the 6,720th year. Despite your persistent efforts within the reverse heaven pearl, you found yourself unable to break through once more, even with various enhancements. This sparked a flicker of doubt within you. While 300 years had passed in the outside world, a full 3,000 years had elapsed within the reverse heaven pearl. How could it be so absurd that you had yet to ascend a single level in such an extensive time frame? A sense of unease gripped your heart. You promptly recognized that something was amiss with your body. Immediately, you resolved to exit the reverse heaven pearl. However, just as this thought emerged, a sense of crisis alerted you. A grave foreboding washed over you. Without delay, you commanded the reverse heaven pearl to launch an attack on the outside world. Yet, these assaults vanished into the abyss, eliciting no response whatsoever. Panic surged within you. At that moment, you dared not act recklessly and chose to remain within the confines of the reverse heaven pearl. It appeared that the outside world had not entered due to the pearl's limitation of accommodating only one person. You lingered there for an extended period. During this time, although you successfully advanced to the third level of the profound immortal realm, only you were aware that these advancements were merely the result of the feedback from the leader's power. You had already lost the ability to cultivate. As days went by, you sensed that many of the enhancements granted by the leader's power were gradually fading away. They had forgotten you. You understood that continuing down this path would lead to certain doom, rather than await your fate. It would be more prudent to seize the opportunity while your cultivation still lingered at the third level of the profound immortal realm and fight desperately against the denizens of the outside world. Ignoring the warnings of your crisis awareness, you burst forth from the reverse heaven pearl. Before your eyes lay a realm of chaos. Without daring to pause for a moment, you immediately channeled the laws of space with all your might and surged in one direction. However, you soon felt a formidable force bearing down upon you. Its speed was astonishing, and even with your mastery of the laws of space, you found yourself outmatched. You were pursued. With a resounding bang, your body shatters, leaving only your soul behind. It is at this moment that you finally discern the identity of your pursuer, a venerable elder with an ethereal presence. Why? You cannot restrain yourself from questioning him, yet the elder merely replies, "Those from the mortal realm cannot ascend to immortality." Your pupils constrict. But before you can utter another word, the sword in the elder's hand crushes your soul into oblivion. You have perished. Gazing at the scene displayed in the simulator, Su Xuan remained speechless for an extended period, regaining his composure only after several moments. This simulation appeared deceptively tranquil, allowing him to survive for millennia. However, in reality, it was fraught with peril. After reaching the realm of Xinxian, he encountered more than one assassination attempt. It is evident that either the celestial longevity technique or the reversal pearl possesses a factor that stymies his cultivation. Moreover, The elder's words echoed those of Baijian, raising the question, why did this individual come after him only after he achieved Xianxian? A myriad of doubts swells within Su Xuan, yet he ultimately cannot ascertain the reason. Commencing the assessment of this simulation's rewards. As you have slain 2 individuals of great fortune during this simulation, you may select 3 items from the following options. 1. 3-layered Xianxian cultivation. 2. The talent utilized during this simulation. 3. The celestial longevity technique and its cultivation stages. 4. The all-encompassing palm. 5. The heart-piercing golden horn. 6. The reversal pearl. 7. The reversal stone. 8. The perfect law of space. As Su Xuan contemplates the 8 options before him, a flicker of hesitation crosses his eyes. Naturally, cultivation and talent are paramount, and he must select both. But what of the final choice? Celestial spells? Celestial techniques? Celestial artifacts? Or perhaps the perfect law of space? He begins by eliminating the 2 celestial techniques. Subsequently, he methodically compares the remaining 5 options. The celestial longevity technique, which provides direct access to the realm of celestial lords, is undoubtedly one of the most prestigious techniques in this world. Should news of it leak, it would undoubtedly incite a storm of bloodshed throughout the entire Xianwang realm. Yet, it could also spell disaster for him. The reversal pearl bears similar attributes. Its unique time flow is quite advantageous, though one must sacrifice an equal amount of lifespan while in seclusion. Nonetheless, it would undeniably be of immense help. Yet the dilemma persists. Su Xuan cannot determine whether the celestial longevity technique or the reversal pearl is responsible for his stagnation in cultivation. Thus, he discards both options as well. As for the reversal stone, its utility is far too limited, serving merely as a means of escape. Compared to the law of space, it pales significantly. After a moment of contemplation, Su Xuan ultimately decides upon the perfect law of space. Although he is uncertain whether the current law of space will affect his connection to Qin Tiandao, such matters are likely to unfold millennia hence. Compared to the heaven and earth eternal technique and the reversal pearl, which are akin to ticking time bombs ready to explode, this choice is exponentially superior. Selecting cultivation, talent, and the complete laws of space. Ding. Selection successful. As the system's prompt echoed, Su Xuan felt a powerful law of space surge towards him from the cosmos, swiftly merging with his own spatial laws. In an instant, his spatial laws transformed into a perfect form. Concurrently, Su Xuan's aura soared, rapidly reaching the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm. Boundless spiritual energy cascaded from the heavens, absorbed by Su Xuan. Within him, it surged tumultuously. In just a few breaths, this energy completed a transformation that would typically require ordinary cultivators thousands of years to achieve. Opening the system panel. Immortal Cultivation Simulator 6. Host, Su Xuan. Cultivation level. 3rd layer of Xian Immortal. Peak of 6th stage body refinement. Spiritual root. Single spiritual root. Spirit body. Golden spirit body. Refined golden spirit body. Talent. Strong body. White. Swift movement. Fortuitous destiny. Slave goo. Crisis awareness. The Tao rewards diligence. Leadership power. Bloodline power. Great Tao immortal sovereign. Spatial laws. Gift of the year wheel. Energy value. 712-537-0120. Current simulation energy consumption. 5 billion. Remaining energy allows for one more simulation. This time, it aims directly at the Immortal King. Let us begin. Ding. The current level of the Immortal Cultivation Simulator is 6, and you may choose from the following orange talents. Destined Immortal Travel. Orange. As long as you possess a memory of a specific location, you can appear there within 3 breaths. Independent Immortal Path. Orange. When you lose all family and kin, your cultivation speed will increase dramatically. Parting Hope. Orange. You will always withstand the first fatal attack from others. Chapter 128. Destined Immortal Travel. Upon gazing at the 3 options before him, Su Xuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. All 3 talents are undeniably powerful. However, in comparison to the other 2, Destined Immortal Travel stands out as the most advantageous. A talent that allows for freedom of movement, enabling one to traverse space at will, offers unparalleled operational possibilities. Without hesitation, Su Xuan declared, "I choose the talent Destined Immortal Travel." You open your eyes, and before you lies a greenish gold goo worm. It is enveloped in a potent spatial force. From the moment you lay eyes upon it, an indescribable bond forms between you. With a thought, you find yourself in the Zhengguanwang mansion. Everything here is identical to your memories, still exuding tranquility and harmony. As your consciousness sweeps across the mansion, you immediately detect the presence of Feng Shuanji. In an instant, you appear behind her, preparing to search her soul. But to your surprise, this attempt at soul searching also ends in failure. Feng Shuanji, seems to harbor numerous memories, yet what you can glimpse is merely a fragment of her early years. This realization flickers a hint of confusion in your eyes. As you contemplated delving deeply into Feng Xuanji's mind, an ominous premonition surged within you. In that fleeting moment, a spectral figure emerged above her, clad in a pale crimson robe, with long hair cascading to her waist and a playful smile gracing her lips. Her eyes, however, radiated an inexplicable chill. Despite your current cultivation of the third layer of the profound immortal realm, your heart quivered upon encountering her gaze. How could there be a native profound immortal in the ancient spirit realm? Which esteemed master do you serve? She inquired, her voice akin to an enchanting melody, compelling you to divulge all your secrets. Yet, your resolve remained remarkably steadfast. In the instant you found yourself captivated by her allure, your clarity returned. You refrained from speaking, silently scrutinizing the crimson specter. The absence of a looming sense of danger assured you that, even if the figure before you was indeed an adversary, she posed no threat. As predicted, after a brief exchange of glances, the red specter spoke first. This reincarnated being is under the auspices of the star sequence immortal sovereign of the heavenly transformation immortal palace. No matter who you are, you shall not harm her in the slightest. Otherwise, you will be at odds with the heavenly transformation immortal palace. Her words fell like icy winter winds. You smiled faintly, outwardly acquiescing to her declaration. The star sequence immortal sovereign, you mused. After the specter vanished, a flicker of realization crossed your eyes. The star sequence immortal sovereign practices the supreme laws of order and is one of the founding figures of the heavenly transformation immortal palace. If Feng Xuanji shares this connection with the heavenly transformation immortal palace, it could elucidate her circumstances in the upper realm. Yet, why would so many cultivators from the upper realm extend their reach into the ancient spirit realm? What, in this realm, could possibly warrant their attention? A swell of questions flooded your mind. However, as the current sovereign of the ancient spirit realm, you possessed an acute awareness of all that transpired here. Aside from the grand array enveloping the realm, there was nothing linking it to the upper realm. Yet, the heavenly transformation immortal palace stands as a paramount force in the celestial wasteland, while the ancient spirit realm ascended to the primordial yellow world. Why would they forsake their own realm to extend their influence here? This conundrum led you to conclude that the ancient spirit realm surely harbored secrets unknown to you. Captivating the attention of these immortal sovereigns, a myriad of thoughts flitted through your mind, but ultimately, your gaze returned to Feng Xuanji. Only she could unveil the intentions of the immortal sovereigns from the upper realm. Nevertheless, you chose not to act upon Feng Xuanji immediately. Instead, a thought crossed your mind, and you instantaneously traversed to the great wilderness secret realm. Familiar scenes unfolded before your eyes. You beheld the 6 flavors earth yellow lotus, the first fortuitous encounter you experienced upon arriving in this world. Though it now seemed trivial, it still stirred ripples within your heart. Your consciousness enveloped the entire secret realm, instantly locating Tang Chuan's whereabouts. At that moment, he remained merely a body-refining practitioner, while with a mere thought, you reduced him to nothingness. Subsequently, you activated the immortal travel technique, appearing across various locations in the ancient spirit realm. You collected all the opportunities from your memory and vanquished Lan, the son of fate who had been lost among the multitude. Upon your return to the Zhongguan Wangfu, a year had already elapsed. This time, instead of probing Feng Xuanji's soul, you chose to bestow upon her a tome of immortal arts along with some cultivation resources. Following this, you similarly sought out Yi Honglian. However, you refrained from taking him as your disciple. You realized that after the awakening of Jiang Wanji's memories, although the cultivation he granted you through his leadership remained, it was gradually diminishing. Given your current realm, further mentorship would yield diminishing returns. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, you merely offered him guidance to forge a benevolent connection before departing from the ancient spirit realm. In the 3rd year, you activated the immortal travel technique to arrive at the Xian Huang Great World. Yet again, the cross-dimensional transport of the immortal travel technique exacted a significant toll on your celestial power. You spent several days restoring your energy to a considerable extent, as you were uncertain whether the inability to cultivate in your previous simulation stemmed from the celestial longevity art or the heavenly reversal pearl. You opted not to seek them out this time. Instead, you ventured to other locales, patiently awaiting the arrival of the year wheel's gifts. By the 12th year, the first reminder of the year wheel's gifts emerged. Following the guidance, you swiftly discovered a sword tomb in the void. Before the sword tomb stood a stone tablet inscribed with the words, Sword Immortal. A surge of astonishment coursed through you. However, upon considering that the opportunity indicated by the year wheel's gifts posed no immediate danger, you chose to enter. In an instant, All the celestial swords within the tomb seemed to awaken. Their ringing clamor echoed, vibrating incessantly. Your attention was soon captured by a particular black sword. Yet, as you scanned it with your consciousness, you realized it was not merely a black sword, but a blood sword. The dense aura of bloodshed lent it a shadowy hue. It stood as the sovereign of the sword tomb, surveying all the celestial swords. Chapter 129. The renowned sword immortal. What a magnificent sword! You murmured to yourself, instantly appearing beside the blood sword. However, just as you intended to observe it closely, the blood sword emitted a crystal-clear sword cry that resonated throughout the entire sword tomb. In an instant, all the celestial swords converged toward the blood sword, as if paying homage to their emperor. With a piercing force that transcends the 5 realms for 100,000 years, I have cleaved through countless celestial and demonic foes. Though I perish today, I shall not be deemed defeated. I shall return wielding my sword once more. A voice, ethereal and elusive, echoed, causing the celestial swords that had been worshipping the blood sword to tremble in response. A powerful aura has descended upon this realm. You are unaware of the identity of this individual, yet the ability to traverse realms grants you the assurance to remain unperturbed. Moments later, the void begins to coalesce, revealing an elderly figure. His presence is profoundly deep, instilling a sense of insurmountable challenge within you. Are you merely a mere celestial? How did you come to this place? Upon hearing these words, you momentarily freeze. Yet, as you prepare to elucidate, a sudden instinct of danger surges within you. You dare not underestimate the situation and promptly activate the laws of space to distance yourself. Clang. Such swiftness, yet regrettably, it pales in comparison before me. Me? Your heart sinks at the realization. Without a moment's hesitation, you harness the spatial laws to flee. You run relentlessly until you ascertain that the elder does not pursue you. Then you pause. However, moments later, a sense of unease washes over you. The place to which the year wheel guided you should be safe. And the warning from your instinct was not particularly intense. Moreover, if that elder were truly a celestial lord, how could he not breach the void? Something is amiss. With this thought, you retrace your steps, returning once more to the sword tomb. The familiar elder materializes again, his aura still profoundly deep, yet your fear has diminished. When he draws his sword once more, you do not flee immediately, but instead engage with him. You discover he is not as formidable as you had envisioned. Although his strength far surpasses yours, his speed is lacking. You begin to manipulate the laws of space to your advantage. Gradually, the elder's aura wanes, and his attacks lose their potency. Is it the laws of space? And so powerful? How is this possible? Your cultivation is merely celestial. From where have you acquired such strength? The elder questions you in disbelief. Yet, the only response he receives is your relentless assault. Break! You bellow, a terrifying palm imprint shattering the heavens, bearing down upon the elder. Insight sword shield. Boom. The elder attempts to counter, but your strike is too swift. Bolstered by the laws of space, before he can even conjure his celestial techniques, he is struck by the palm imprint, sending him reeling until he collides with the boundary of the realm. Seizing the advantage, you pursue him relentlessly. Yet the elder, now filled with trepidation, repeatedly implores, "Young friend, please hold back. I am the founder of the Sword Immortal sect, a revered celestial." Before he can finish, your assault descends upon him once more. This time, you show no restraint. For in the recent clash, you have discerned the true essence of the Sword Immortal. He is far too weak. This individual has long lost track of time in this cursed place. Were it not for the lingering power of the loss, he would have surely plummeted into the realm of Xianstin by now. Moreover, for reasons unknown, the renowned Sword Immortal's reaction speed is exceedingly sluggish. Under your relentless manipulation of spatial laws, he is utterly unable to touch you even in the slightest. The Sword Immortal is repeatedly struck by your attacks, yet his physique remains remarkably resilient. Though he appears utterly disheveled under your onslaught, he clings to life with unwavering determination. "No, please, fellow cultivator, show mercy," he cries out desperately. "I too perished in battles against the celestial demons, without accolades yet burdened with toil. You cannot take my life." The Sword Immortal's voice echoes with despair. However, from the moment you first encountered him, he harbored intentions of murder against you. Even though he once saved countless mortals, there is no possibility of sparing his life. With an impassive demeanor, you continue your assault. Ultimately, the corporeal form of the Sword Immortal shatters completely, leaving behind only a remnant of his soul. You seize this soul, relentlessly extinguishing it until it descends to the 3rd tier of Xianxian. The Sword Immortal emits a wretched scream, yet you remain indifferent to his cries, promptly initiating a soul search. After a considerable duration, the anguished wails of the Sword Immortal diminish into a whisper, and he ultimately dissipates into the vastness of existence. A valuable find. A slight smile graces your lips. This individual was indeed a celestial sovereign, and his memories are remarkably intact. It turns out the sword immortal was a master of the sword path from over 100,000 years ago. At that time, although the myriad realms had yet to merge, conflicts among them were rampant. However, only celestial sovereigns participated in this war, as only those of such exalted status could traverse the myriad worlds without external aid. The reason behind their fierce battles was quite simple. A celestial sovereign discovered that absorbing the laws of other worlds would enhance one's own power. This revelation swiftly swept across the various realms, igniting war. Celestial sovereigns from all corners began to strike out towards other worlds, targeting those who shared similar laws. The war soon escalated. Before long, not only celestial sovereigns, but also celestial lords and emperors began utilizing external means to invade other realms and wreak havoc. The objective of this conflict had long since shifted from targeting those with similar laws to indiscriminate slaughter across the board. The entire multiverse descended into chaos. As for what transpired thereafter, the sword immortal remains unaware, having offended the wrong individuals during that war, leading to his entrapment by otherworldly celestial sovereigns within this diminutive realm. Now, he exists merely as a fragment of a soul, struggling to survive within this confined space. Curiously, however, the array that imprisoned him remains intact in his perception, completely severing him from the vast expanse of the Xianhuang Great World. There was no way to convey any message to the outside world. Chapter 130, The Destruction of the Sword Immortal Sect. Yet you were unlike him. With just a slight evocation of the laws of space, you entered this realm. Was it the overwhelming strength of the spatial laws, or did the gift of the annals of time find a fragile spatial node? You furrowed your brow in contemplation. Subsequently, you focused your mind on examining the lifelong teachings of the renowned Sword Immortal. This was indeed the greatest opportunity of your journey. The renowned Sword Immortal had lived for countless ages, mastering a plethora of celestial techniques and spells. Among them, his primary cultivation method was a 7th-tier celestial technique known as the sword forging formula. This technique allowed one to enhance their own strength by continuously refining powerful celestial swords. This was the main reason the renowned Sword Immortal reached such an exalted state. Despite his lackluster talent among celestial sovereigns, and even when compared to other formidable laws, his sword laws seemed to pale in comparison. Yet, he ultimately achieved sovereignty through the relentless refinement of celestial swords, carving out a unique path to greatness. However, innate talent ultimately constrained him. While the renowned Sword Immortal attained the realm of celestial sovereign, he lacked the full capabilities of one, and even with the sword forging formula, he remained at the bottom among all celestial cultivators. Besides the sword forging formula, the renowned Sword Immortal possessed numerous 7th-tier celestial techniques. You selected several powerful ones to cultivate. In the 10th year, you refined your first celestial sword and successfully transitioned to the sword forging formula. However, its assistance was not substantial. Over the lengthy years, aside from the blood sword, the other celestial swords had, to varying degrees, lost some of their spiritual essence. Your gaze fell upon the blood sword. It did not mourn the downfall of the renowned Sword Immortal, but stood proudly among the many celestial swords as it always had. You flew to the side of the blood sword. The sword forging formula began to operate, and the blood sword was gradually refined by you. The refinement process was not arduous. In fact, it was simpler than that of the previous celestial sword. In the 15th year, you successfully refined it, and your cultivation surged, directly reaching the 6th layer of the profound celestial realm. You jumped 3 tiers. Merely refining one celestial sword spared you at least several thousand years of arduous cultivation, which filled you with immense joy. Simultaneously, a profound connection formed between you and the blood sword. You learned its name, the Eternal Sword. Indeed, a celestial sword imbued with the essence of bloodshed bore such a name. Although it seemed absurd, its effects resonated with its title of eternity. Whenever the Eternal Sword slayed a cultivator, it would siphon a portion of their life force, bestowing it upon its master. This method of siphoning had no upper limit. As long as you vanquished enough cultivators, achieving longevity equal to that of the heavens was within reach. Moreover, within the Eternal Sword, a potent sword intent was nurtured, which would also elevate with the life force it absorbed. Previously, when the revered Sword Immortal wielded his blade, the nurtured sword intent was potent enough to slay even the most formidable celestial monarchs. Although time has nearly eroded its essence, given the passage of time, it could still amass formidable power. In the 20th year, you commenced your quest within the vast realm of Xianhuang, seeking various celestial swords. As this path is predominantly traversed by humanity, you promptly made your way to the 5 Immortals workshop. Here, you began your procurement endeavors. However, Due to the stringent requirements of the sword refinement technique, you scoured the marketplace and discovered only 3 swords suitable for refinement. Reluctantly, you decided to refine these 3 celestial swords. To your astonishment, shortly after entering seclusion, a resounding noise erupted nearby. Clang. In an instant, your secluded chamber was shattered, and several figures clad in white robes surged into your space. A glint of cold light flickered in your eyes as recognition dawned upon you. These were members of the Sword Immortal sect, an organization that had relentlessly pursued you shortly after your ascension. Yet, they now appeared pitifully weak in your eyes, especially since their formidable ancestor, the Sword Immortal, had fallen to your hand ages past. The Sword Immortal sect's disciples exchanged glances before advancing toward you, but you remained unfazed. With a mere lift of your hand, the eternal life sword surged forth to engage them. The clash of steel echoed, clang, clang, clang. Yet, it soon became evident that they were no match for this blade. The true immortals and celestial beings fell at its touch, leaving only 3 profound immortals struggling to withstand the onslaught. Not good. Quickly send word to the sect leader. Upon hearing this, you felt no urgency. You merely commanded the eternal life sword to ease its assault, ensnaring them as if toying with mice, while you expanded your consciousness, patiently awaiting the arrival of Baijan. After a brief moment, a formidable pressure descended from the heavens. You sensed Baijan's approach. Unlike your initial distant observation, Baijan now emanated an ominous aura. Yet he failed to trigger any sense of crisis within you. You are the one from the lower realms? He questioned. Already cultivated to the profound immortal level? Humph. It seems someone is orchestrating events from the shadows. You disregarded Baijan's words, maintaining your steady gaze upon him, unable to endure the silence. He unleashed a strike at you. However, he could only strike at your illusion. Your form flickered, and in an instant, you dispatched the 3 profound immortals of the Sword Immortal sect. Then, under Baijan's predatory gaze, you materialized above him. A flicker of astonishment crossed Baijan's eyes. But no matter his attempts, he could not touch you in the slightest. Instead, he found himself repeatedly pierced by the eternal life sword, suffering immense loss of vitality. I see it now, I understand. This is the void principle. It is the work of an alien force aiding you. The machinations of those foreign races run deep. They are willing to pay a steep price to sever the path of survival for my kind. I am filled with an unquenchable resentment. Baijan's furious roars echoed in vain, for they bore no fruit. Countless sword auras were unleashed by him, yet none could graze you in the slightest. Despair enveloped him. He resembled a trapped beast, waiting helplessly for the arrival of death. You dared not underestimate the situation, continuing to employ the laws of space to deplete Baijan's dwindling celestial power. Time slipped away, and at last, he succumbed. Just as you prepared to deliver the final blow, Baijan erupted with a thunderous roar. You traitor of the human race. Even if I perish, I shall ensure you do not find peace. A cacophonous explosion engulfed the heavens and the earth, though you sought refuge in the void. You were taken aback by Baijan's words. A traitor? Alarm surged within your heart, prompting you to harness the laws of space and hasten towards the Sword Immortal sect. An hour later, you burst forth into the open. Yet by this time, the sect had already received news of Baijan's demise. The elders had departed, and few disciples remained. You seized them one by one to extract their souls. But the information gleaned was scant and of little use. You had arrived too late. A sigh escaped your lips. Due to your unfamiliarity with the Sword Immortal sect, you could not utilize the celestial travel to arrive here instantly. However, you were not one to waver. Despite failing to uncover the complete truth within the Sword Immortal sect, there were still 4 other sects to consider. With this thought, you activated celestial travel and arrived in Yongxing City beneath the Hall of Eternal Life. Everything here appeared as it once did, yet you were no longer the newly ascended Great Ascension cultivator of yore. You first scanned the Hall of Eternal Life with your divine sense, and soon pinpointed the Hall Master, who was still in seclusion. In an instant, you summoned all your power to manipulate the laws of space, bypassing the layers of restrictions to appear within his abode. Who are you? The Hall Master was momentarily taken aback, but before he could react, you had already struck at him with your sword. A terrifying aura of blood and slaughter bore down upon the Hall Master like a mountain. Clang. Realizing the peril, the Hall Master hastily attempted to respond. Yet in his panic, he was no match for you. Even with his status as a celestial king, he suffered a grievous blow, retreating repeatedly. You seek death. Hall of Eternal Life seal. Crack. In that instant, a massive azure seal descended from the heavens, bearing the weight of mountains and seas as it rushed toward you. Yet you remained unfazed. With the complete mastery of the laws of space, not even the combined efforts of Baijan and the Hall Master could touch you. You effortlessly evaded the Hall of Eternal Life Seal. The Eternal Life Seal shattered the cave, injuring numerous disciples. You possess the laws of space? The Master of Eternal Life was taken aback. After all, someone of his caliber, a celestial king, could only cultivate the powers of laws that other races deemed inferior. Although such powers could assist cultivators in breaking through realms, they would ultimately reveal their true nature in battle. The Master of Eternal Life was acutely aware that he was no match for you. He wished to plead for mercy, but before he could utter a word, your lethal strike followed in quick succession. The Eternal Sword radiated a beam of sword light, multiplying from 1 to 10, then from 10 to 100. Each beam of sword light was imbued with boundless might. This was the 7th-tier celestial art, the chaotic sword prison. In this manner, hundreds of terrifying sword lights surged forth, enveloped in overwhelming malevolence, heading straight for the Master of Eternal Life. He roared in fury, attempting to resist, but all his efforts were in vain. As the chaotic sword prison descended in its entirety, the Master of Eternal Life was instantly ensnared, rendered immobile. Relax your mind, and allow me to search your soul, or perish. The Master of Eternal Life hesitated momentarily. Yet, ultimately, his desire to survive triumphed over all else. He merely paused briefly before relinquishing his mind, permitting you to delve into his memories. In the midst of the soul's search, moments later, your eyes narrowed. To your astonishment, the Master of Eternal Life had only a limited understanding of the Sword Immortal sect's actions. Although a pact was established millennia ago in the Xianwang Great World to prevent lower realm cultivators from ascending, the true orchestrators were not the 5 great sects, but rather a faction known as the Skywatching sect. Furthermore, only the Sword Immortal sect had any connection with the Skywatching sect. The remaining 4 sects merely acted as mercenaries for benefits. What manner of power is the Skywatching sect? You murmured to yourself. Although you were unaware of their specific circumstances, you sensed an intrinsic connection between the elder who had pursued you in the last simulation and the Skywatching sect. In the 30th year, you set aside trivial matters and devoted yourself entirely to cultivation. In a mere decade, you had refined the 3 celestial swords from before. Though you had not yet broken through to the next realm, you felt that it was within reach. By the 40th year, you resumed your quest for the traces of celestial swords. Regardless of whether they were wielded by other cultivators or treasures of the sect, you effortlessly acquired them through the laws of space. In just a few decades, you had gathered all celestial swords that met the requirements of the sword refinement technique within the entire realm of humanity. Your cultivation sword, swiftly reaching the 8th layer of the profound celestial realm. However, you encountered a situation akin to that of the renowned Sword Immortal. The cultivation obtained through the sword refinement technique felt somewhat insubstantial, posing a potential hazard when battling stronger opponents. This is ultimately a sideline path, you sighed inwardly, yet remained unfazed. For others, this may be a flaw, but for you, it was merely a temporary state. As long as you maintained your realm and entered the next simulation, your cultivation would solidify once again, just as it had before. After thoroughly plundering the realms of the human race, your gaze shifted towards the other races. However, in comparison to humanity, the practitioners of the sword among them are exceedingly few. Furthermore, due to the long-standing dominance of the renowned Sword Immortal over the laws of the sword, this path has become increasingly difficult to master to its pinnacle. Most cultivators, relying on the power of other laws to break through, have ceased to focus on swordsmanship. Only a handful of celestial beings and profound immortals from the other races continue to pursue this path. Soon enough, you claimed their celestial swords as your own. Yet, the cultivation they provided was insufficient. You estimated that you would need to refine at least 10 swords of this caliber to achieve another breakthrough. You began contemplating how to acquire more celestial swords. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated your mind, leading you to the idea of the heavenly wasteland. The development of humanity there is exponentially superior to that of the primordial yellow world, undoubtedly housing numerous sword traditions. With this thought, images of the heavenly wasteland filled your mind, as you hoped to traverse there through the celestial travel. However, the outcome was disappointing. The celestial travel trembled momentarily. Yet you did not move an inch. What could be the reason? Is the distance between the heavenly wasteland and the primordial yellow world greater than that between the ancient spirit realm and the primordial yellow world? A flicker of doubt crossed your eyes. Nevertheless, you muttered to yourself, very well, I shall wait for the celestial king to try again. Chapter 132. The power of celestial source. In the 160th year, you followed the memories in your mind to that underground world. What puzzled you was that it seemed to be relatively close to the primordial yellow world. The celestial energy consumed by the celestial travel was minimal. You began to rely on the abundant spiritual energy here to enter seclusion and cultivate. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 800 years had passed. When you opened your eyes once more, you had evidently reached the pinnacle of profound immortality. At this point, you only needed to refine your celestial energy slightly to rely on the complete laws of space to break into the realm of the celestial king. Yet, just as you intended to continue your seclusion, a vague sense of crisis alerted you. Someone was approaching, not daring to linger. You immediately focused your thoughts and returned to the primordial yellow world. Unfortunately, you were still a few days short, but it was not too long. Finding a safe place to refine yourself would suffice. You took a moment to adjust, but due to the conspicuous nature of breaking through to the celestial king, you ultimately chose not to remain in the primordial yellow world and instead returned to the ancient spirit realm. Although the spiritual energy here was thin, what you lacked was merely a matter of time and patience. You sat cross-legged in the primordial yellow world, quietly observing everything in this realm. In the first millennium, the battle of destiny commenced. Without your interference, the victors this time were still Su Xuan and Su Xuan. These two successfully ascended, and the practitioners of the mysterious Sun Clan emerged from the ascension portal. With a flicker of thought, you annihilated all of the mysterious Sun Clan from miles away. The assembled cultivators from the ancient spirit realm remained oblivious to the unfolding events. A millennium passed, with nothing to occupy your time. Your attention shifted towards the other fortunate beings, curious to observe the means by which they would ascend if left to their own devices. The first to ascend was Feng Xuanji. In the year 1360, she entered the grave of immortals, successfully absorbing a surge of gray destiny power to achieve her elevation. Meanwhile, Yi Honglian remained motionless for an extended period. You also took note of Dai Tianxiao, who was under the manipulation of an elder from the Sword Immortal sect. However, his methods paled in comparison to those of the fallen immortal ancestor, and he bore no fortune to bolster him, rendering him rather unremarkable in your eyes. Thus, time trickled by. Before long, the year 1600 arrived, and a significant portion of your celestial power had transformed. At that moment, Dai Tianxiao finally made a move. He discovered the blue destiny power within the southern cultivation realm and, through unknown means, managed to steal a fragment of the true fire law. Instantly, you recognized this power from the mysterious battlefield. It was undoubtedly the object of desire for the elder of the Sword Immortal sect. A flicker of interest ignited within you, prompting you to inscribe a mark to record Dai Tianxiao's aura. As he successfully ascended, you, too, manifested in the Xianhuang Great World through your celestial technique. In the ensuing days, you traversed the expanse of the Xianhuang Great World, seeking traces of Dai Tianxiao through spatial laws. At last, in a remote corner of the 10,000 mountains, you found him. Dai Tianxiao was swiftly navigating deeper into the mountains. You followed closely behind. Thus, half a month elapsed. Dai Tianxiao finally halted at the foot of a mountain, where a young man clad in black awaited him. The youth accepted the ring containing the law power from Dai Tianxiao, who seemed to have fulfilled his mission, collapsing to the ground. Regrettably, the sword law was nowhere to be found. After thousands of years of planning in this realm, he was left to settle for alternative laws. The young man sighed softly, then sat cross-legged to absorb the true fire law. Observing this scene from the void, you chose not to act immediately, instead opting to wait in silence. Soon, the young man began to master the true fire law, his aura steadily rising. Just as he reached the pinnacle of his power and was on the verge of a breakthrough, you made your move. The eternal sword flew from your grasp, aimed directly at the young man's brow. Startled, he was unable to move during his breakthrough, forced to endure your strike. The sound of metal clashing echoed across the expanse. Though the young man survived, he was grievously injured, his breakthrough interrupted. "Who are you?" he gasped, struggling to rise, but you offered him no respite, closing in and delivering relentless blows. Soon, he utterly lost his fighting capability and collapsed to the ground. You immediately proceeded to search his soul. A torrent of memories flooded into your mind. This individual was named Lin Jianyi, an elder of the Sword Immortal sect. However, he was not a native of the Xianhuang Great World. He hailed from a realm known as the Hengyu Great World, and during a mysterious expedition, he inexplicably arrived in the Xianhuang Great World. The human forces here were dwindling, and even as a peak Xianxian practitioner, he could not attain the power of the laws to break through to the immortal king. Fortunately, there is always a glimmer of hope. By a stroke of coincidence, he learned about the myriad race's battlefield in the ancient spirit realm from a mysterious figure. Thus, he utilized a fragment of his soul to descend into the lower realm, controlling Dai Tianxiao while seeking the battlefield of myriad races. As for Dai Tianxiao's ability to summon practitioners, it was derived from a treasure known as the Heavenly Emperor Seal, which he acquired in the Hengyu Great World. This artifact was left behind by an ancient emperor and could summon soldiers through an endless stream of belief power. However, since it was difficult to gather substantial belief in the Xianhuang Great World, Lin Jianyi transmitted this item to the lower realm for his fragment of the soul to employ. Simultaneously, you discovered the truth about the sword immortal sect's hunt for ascenders in the lower realms through his memories. According to his recollections, every world continuously generates immortal source power, and when practitioners from that world ascend, they can consistently draw upon the originally destined immortal source power. Yet, if a world remains devoid of ascended practitioners for an extended period, this power accumulates. It becomes increasingly potent, endlessly amassing. Of course, this immortal source power essentially only enhances the strength of the practitioners it empowers, serving no other purpose. Hence, while the practitioners of the Xianhuang Great World were curious about this phenomenon, they did not give it much thought. However, a millennium ago, a remarkably talented practitioner refined several worlds, and with the aid of countless beings' flesh and immortal source power from those realms, he astonishingly broke through to become an immortal sovereign. Chapter 133. The Lord of the Sky Gaze. This individual was none other than the Lord of the Sky Gaze. Possessing the strength of an immortal sovereign, he concealed his brilliance and continued to remain in hiding. In fact, no one in the entire Xianhuang Great World had ever heard of his name. Nevertheless, despite his concealment, he was not idle. He commanded numerous practitioners to work for him and set up a formidable array across all lower realms to prevent any practitioners from ascending. Those who ascended through the power of false destiny would soon meet their demise at his hands. The method for creating false destiny power was something he had disseminated, intended to extract a certain essence from these practitioners. As for those ascending through true destiny power, although they were challenging to locate, he had already devised a strategy. He transmitted a method to the sword immortal sect to discern the aura of the lower realms. Once detected, those practitioners would be immediately slain without hesitation. Regarding Baijian's situation, it was quite straightforward. He had long been enslaved by the Lord of the Sky Gaze, the Master of the Sky, through unknown means. Convinced Baijian until his last breath that his actions were in service of humanity, only the Master of the Sky could lead humanity to resurgence. Meanwhile, Lin Jian seemed to perceive the truth. In the Master of the Sky's heart, there exists no distinction between humanity and the other races. He acts solely for his own benefit. Otherwise, with his capabilities, he could have ensured a significantly better existence for humanity, rather than merely draining their lifeblood from both sides. Upon hearing the name of the Master of the Sky, one cannot help but recall the elder who ultimately vanquished you in the last simulation. Could it be him? You murmur to yourself. The elder's power surpassed your imagination. Even when you invoked the complete spatial laws, you could not escape his grasp. You felt that even if you cultivated to the level of an immortal king or emperor, it would still be insufficient. Only by reaching at least the realm of an immortal lord could you contend with him using spatial laws. Yet, you soon found this notion to be somewhat implausible. If that elder were indeed the Master of the Sky, he would have no need to utter the words that those descending from the lower realms cannot achieve immortality. His actions and manner of speaking bore more resemblance to that of a subordinate of the Master of the Sky. This thought sent a jolt through your heart. If even the Master of the Sky subordinates possess such strength, how formidable must he himself be? A shroud of gloom enveloped your heart. Subsequently, you tightened your grip. Concluding Lin Jian's fate before returning to the ancient spirit realm, you sought out the will of the world, inquiring about the nature of the celestial source power. This power, the core output of a realm, bestows enhancements upon all cultivators who ascend from the ancient spirit realm. As the sovereign of the ancient spirit realm, you can easily summon this celestial source power. Upon hearing this, you began to sense the existence of the celestial source power as instructed by the world's will. Soon, you discovered it at the heart of the ancient spirit realm. This celestial source power radiated golden light, flowing with a subtle resonance of the Tao. Regrettably, you did not perceive the presence of spiritual energy within it. It appeared more akin to a blessing power, capable of assisting those whom it favored in the unseen realms. How then shall you refine this power? You attempted to refine the celestial source power, but it merely overflowed from your body. Despite your efforts with various methods, it remained unchanged. In exasperation, you resolved to temporarily depart from this place and first strive to break through to the immortal king realm. In the year 1880, the celestial energy within you had completely transformed. Furthermore, possessing the complete spatial laws allowed you to achieve a breakthrough directly without the need for fusion. With a resounding boom, the celestial energy within you surged, rising rapidly until it merged with the power of the laws. In that moment, you became an immortal king. You could distinctly feel the bond between yourself and the spatial laws growing ever closer. It felt as if they were your own limbs. fully integrated as part of your being. Now, your speed through the void has multiplied several times over. Should you encounter Baijan once more, he will not even have the opportunity to self-destruct before you. Without a moment's hesitation, you return to the source of the celestial power, attempting to refine it. However, the outcome was once again disappointing. No matter how fervently you absorbed this celestial energy, it would invariably overflow from your being. Moreover, with your continued attempts, it began to exhibit a degree of resistance towards you, leaving you utterly perplexed. Could it be that the success of the heavenly observer was intertwined with the techniques or laws he practiced? You pondered this in silence. Subsequently, you etched the essence of the celestial power into your memory and activated the celestial journey, returning to the Grand Huang world. In the year 1902, the dream secret realm reopened. You initiated the celestial journey, directly entering the valley where Su Xuan lay gravely injured. Time passed, minute by minute. The familiar scene soon unfolded once again. Su Xuan collapsed, and Guyu along with Elder Imo entered the valley shortly thereafter. This time, you were well prepared. The moment Guyu produced the Wanling Gui Yuan Dan, you felt the void tremble. When her awareness returned, the Wanling Gui Yuan Dan had mysteriously vanished. How is this possible? Elder, did you see that? The Wanling Gui Yuan Dan in my hand just disappeared. What? The Wanling Gui Yuan Dan. Why did you take it out? Elder Imo felt a chill run down his spine. Although he had sensed the tremor in the void, he remained unaware of what had transpired. Meanwhile, you, holding the Wanling Gui Yuan Dan, did not rush to leave. Instead, you concealed yourself in the void, eager to witness how Su Xuan would attempt to save himself under these circumstances. As time ticked away, Su Xuan's aura grew increasingly feeble. Just as he was on the brink of death, a massive azure dragon erupted from within him. The dragon soared into the heavens, unleashing a thunderous roar. In an instant, it seemed as though Su Xuan had triggered some mechanism, and a powerful life force erupted within him. Not only did it heal all his injuries, but it also propelled his cultivation to new heights, directly ascending to the third tier of the celestial immortal realm, breaking through 11 realms. Such rapid advancement would leave anyone astounded, labeling it as defiance against the heavens. Witnessing this, you fell into contemplation. Indeed, the fortune surrounding this individual was immense. Yet, why had you always been able to vanquish him? Chapter 134. The Outsiders. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion resonated across the heavens and the earth. The sky split open, and several figures clad in blue robes surged forth. They moved directly towards Su Xuan. Simultaneously, you sensed a warning of impending danger emanating from them. These newcomers were not to be trifled with. You hesitated to ponder the reasons for potentially vanquishing Su Xuan, instead opting to activate your immortal travel, instantly departing from the secret realm. In the year 1903, after restoring your celestial energy, you successfully arrived at the great world of Tianwang through immortal travel. You commenced your search for celestial swords across various locales. Your inquiries led you to the Sword God Mountain, renowned for its abundance of celestial swords. The master of Sword God Mountain, Su Xuan, is the possessor of the laws of swords within the great world of Tianwang. This individual, with exceptional talent from a young age, inherited the ancestral power of Sword God Mountain and rapidly ascended to the realm of Celestial Monarch. Though this person presented a formidable challenge, after much contemplation, you resolved to attempt an audience with him. You feigned a visit to Sword God Mountain, and under the guidance of a disciple, you soon met Su Xuan. To your surprise, this man was utterly devoted to swords. Even with numerous celestial medicines offered, you could not procure a single celestial sword from him. Left with no choice, you meandered through Sword God Mountain for a while before retracing your steps, having noted several locations where celestial swords were stored. On a moonless, windy night, you made your move. With the ability of immortal travel, you instantly appeared within Sword God Mountain. You summoned the laws of space, disregarding the layers of prohibitions, and seized dozens of celestial swords, which filled you with elation. However, just as you intended to delve deeper, a sense of impending crisis surged within you. You immediately retreated, but it was too late. Threads of sword intent materialized from thin air, racing towards you with incredible speed, leaving you no time to account for the 3-breath delay of immortal travel. You had no option but to rely on the laws of space for evasion. The clang of swords echoed. In an instant, you felt the surrounding void sharpen, transforming into countless blades that obstructed your path. This was the law of sound. You were taken aback, realizing that Sword God Mountain harbored other experts besides Su Xuan. The adept wielding the law of sound was extraordinarily skilled, likely having reached the realm of Celestial Monarch as well. Without hesitation, you exerted all your strength to activate the laws of space, disregarding the sound-formed blades, and charged straight towards the mountain's exit. Clang! Endless blades sliced through your body, By the time you had enough time to activate immortal travel, you were already bleeding profusely. Fortunately, you ultimately succeeded. With the aid of immortal travel, you escaped Sword God Mountain. In the year 1908, you sat cross-legged atop the mountain peak. Immediately upon fleeing Sword God Mountain, you consumed the universal return pill, restoring all your injuries. Moreover, you sensed an awakening of a bloodline within you, reminiscent of Elder Mo's prior words. Miss, what have you done? Without the universal return pill, how can the young clan leader awaken the ancient divine bloodline? Is there a special bloodline within you as well? Regrettably, the efficacy of a Wanling Guiyuan Dan leaves much to be desired. Although I can sense a pulse of bloodline within me, awakening it may necessitate the consumption of several more. With a sigh, you begin to channel the sword refinement technique, initiating the process of refining the spoils acquired from Sword God Mountain. In the year 1980, you successfully refined all the celestial swords, thereby achieving a breakthrough to the second tier of the Celestial King realm. You then resumed your inquiries into the locations of celestial swords within the vast expanse of the celestial wilderness. The results, however, were somewhat surprising. Undoubtedly, the foremost power in the celestial wilderness is the Tianyin Immortal Palace, followed by 10 other significant factions, 6 of which are dominated by the human race, namely the Chun family, the Medicine King Valley, the Taiching sect, the True Self Temple, the Five Elements Mountain, and the Life and Death Gate. Among these factions, the number of cultivators wielding celestial artifacts in battle is exceedingly rare. Most rely on their innate abilities. Moreover, those who possess celestial swords are even scarcer. It appears that the combat styles of high-ranking cultivators are intrinsically linked to their own principles. If one wishes to acquire a multitude of celestial swords, the gaze must inevitably turn towards Sword God Mountain. With a subdued sigh, you do not hasten to the mountain, but instead embark on a journey through the celestial wilderness. In the year 2200, during this period, you triggered several cycles of the year wheel-esque gifts. Although you received numerous celestial techniques and elixirs, their significance has waned considerably for you. After all, upon reaching the Celestial King realm, even with an abundance of resources, one must invest considerable time to achieve further breakthroughs. You continued your search among various ruins, awaiting the arrival of the year wheel-esque gifts. In the year 2400, the gifts arrived once more, guiding you towards a path leading to other realms. Elated, you understood that each journey to another world had yielded substantial rewards. Thus, you promptly invoked the laws of space and traversed into that realm. In an instant, the sky brightened. You felt enveloped by a warm aura. Yet what lay before your eyes was far from idyllic. It was a vast expanse, densely populated with bronze celestial artifacts, stretching endlessly. They were impeccably preserved, exuding an indescribable strangeness. You stepped into their midst, scrutinizing the bronze artifacts with care. However, despite their impeccable condition, the inscriptions upon them had long since faded into obscurity, rendering them indecipherable. You discovered a fragmented bronze sword and, employing the sword refinement technique, attempted to refine it. Before long, you succeeded. This bronze sword possessed immense power, enabling you to instantly ascend to the third tier of the Celestial King realm. Filled with exuberance, you immediately commenced the search for other bronze swords. Yet, just as you were about to act, an elderly figure suddenly materialized before you, a being from beyond the heavens. His words instilled a sense of alarm within you, prompting you to swiftly invoke the laws of space and retreat to a safe distance. However, the elder was remarkably formidable. At the very moment you departed, he appeared by your side like a shadow. Do not be alarmed, young one. We are both beings from beyond the heavens. Perhaps the old man here hails from the same world as you. Chapter 135, Hanfeng. The elder's voice was imbued with profound weariness. As though he had dwelled in this realm for countless millennia, he exuded a sense of melancholy, and your arrival seemed to bring him a flicker of joy. I come from a world known as Shadow Star. What of you? Upon hearing this, you furrowed your brow. The elder, noticing your expression, appeared to grasp the situation entirely. With a gentle sigh, he began to speak. We, beings from beyond the heavens, are ultimately unrecognized by this realm. Throughout my lifetime, I have encountered countless individuals like us. Yet all have met inexplicable demise while traversing the path to becoming immortal. Your heart raced at this revelation, prompting you to inquire about the reasons behind such fate. The elder, seemingly eager to share, began to impart all that he knew. It turned out that in this world, there were many like you, all possessing extraordinary fortunes, their paths to cultivation seemingly unobstructed. However, even those with the most formidable destinies mysteriously perished before achieving immortality. The reason remains a mystery to all, including the elder himself. Yet, being inherently cautious, After witnessing the unexplained death of a fellow being from beyond the heavens thousands of years ago, he chose to restrain his cultivation speed and conceal his aura to avoid drawing attention. He succeeded, managing to survive until now, yet his lifespan was nearing its end, compelling him to attempt a breakthrough to immortality. "I believe I have found the method to transcend," he declared, taking a deep breath. Instantly, his robes billowed without wind, revealing his formidable cultivation level, peak immortal monarch. Throughout history, no being from beyond the heavens has ever attained immortality, but I, Mo Xiao, may fill this void. No sooner had he spoken than a surge of powerful life force manifested beside him. His white hair turned black in an instant, and his wrinkles vanished. "Come forth." With a thunderous roar, the ominous tribulation clouds engulfed Mo Xiao. Although you stood at a distance, you could distinctly sense his aura waning rapidly. "Ha ha ha. I have succeeded. The tribulation cannot slay me. Today, I, Mo Xiao, shall affirm my path." His voice was abruptly silenced, and in your perception, his essence diminished to its nadir. Moments later, the tribulation dissipated entirely, leaving the place where Mo Xiao had stood devoid of any trace. He was gone. This realization sent shivers down your spine, for from your perspective, Mo Xiao was immensely powerful, and the likelihood of his breakthrough succeeding appeared to be at least 60 to 70%. Such probability, while not guaranteeing a breakthrough, should not lead to such a suffocating demise. Thus, there is but one truth. Mo Xiao's words are indeed genuine. Those from beyond the heavens encounter an unknown force that obstructs their ascension to the realm of immortal sovereignty, leading to their failure and subsequent demise. You find it difficult to regain your composure, only recovering several hours later. With a soft sigh, you begin to gather the bronze swords within this realm. In the 2700th year, you successfully refine all the bronze swords in this world, elevating your cultivation to the 4th tier of Immortal King. There is nothing left for you to cherish in this realm. You depart, and, with your commendable cultivation, join the Taiching sect, becoming a steward therein. Utilizing the sect's information network, you commence your quest for news regarding the Wanling Guiyuandan while also searching for immortal swords. In the 3rd millennium, your status within the Taiching sect flourishes. Due to your generous demeanor, many disciples are eager to serve you. Over the years, you have also acquired numerous immortal herbs through the gifts of the year wheel. By the 3005th year, through the connections of a Taiching sect disciple, you meet Elder Han Feng from the Pill Peak, a respected alchemist and an immortal emperor. Although he is insatiable, you provide him with ample benefits due to his ability to concoct the Wanling Guiyuandan. Han Feng agrees to assist you in alchemy, yet informs you that the Wanling Guiyuandan is a top-tier 5th-grade immortal pill, capable of resurrecting the dead and awakening hidden bloodline powers, making it exceedingly precious. The required immortal herbs are numerous and costly. Moreover, he will only assist you once, regardless of success or failure. There will be no debts between you. You gladly accept his terms and begin your search for the necessary herbs. In the 3100th year, nearly a century has swiftly passed. Using various resources obtained from the gifts of the year wheel, you successfully gather all the herbs required for the Wanling Guiyuandan. However, just as you locate Han Feng, he greedily demands further benefits, claiming that his alchemical skills have significantly improved, thus increasing the success rate of the pill compared to before. Reluctantly, you acquiesce to his demands. Yet in your heart, you have already deemed him a harbinger of your demise. In the 3101st year, Han Feng begins the alchemical process, and soon, the rich fragrance of the pills wafts throughout the Pill Peak, suggesting his skills have indeed progressed. You feel a glimmer of hope and consider sparing him for the time being. Yet, what follows from Han Feng leaves you utterly astonished. He informs you that the alchemical attempt has failed. At the critical juncture of the creation of the elixir, the insufficiency of the mystical herbs you provided resulted in the failure to solidify the potion. The attempted concoction crumbled into a mere handful of residue. A glimmer of cold light flickered in your eyes, yet you maintained a facade of cheerful acceptance of the outcome. In the year 3105, Han Feng embarked on his journey to participate in the alchemy convention. The moment he departed from the Taiching sect, you promptly activated the laws of space to follow him. As he passed a desolate mountain, you made your move. The everlasting sword was unleashed, its terrifying momentum instantly condensing and tearing through layers of void, racing towards Han Feng. Clang. However, Han Feng, being a formidable celestial emperor and a top-tier alchemist, was equipped with numerous protective artifacts. The moment the swords might made contact with him, it was repelled. "Is it you?" A flash of resentment crossed Han Feng's eyes, and in an instant, he tore through the void to appear beside you. With a thunderous shout, a vast sea of flames erupted around him. Yet, to you it was far too slow. The instant the flames manifested, you evaded through the laws of space. No matter how furious Han Feng became, he could not inflict a single injury upon you. Laws of space. How could you possess such power? A shock surged through Han Feng's heart. Wasn't he this inheritance from the Qin family? Realizing the formidable nature of the laws of space, he dared not hesitate. He spat out a mouthful of essence blood and unleashed his full might. Heavenly Fire Great Hand Seal. In an instant, Han Feng ascended to the skies. An infinite surge of fire attribute energy converging towards him, forming a formidable manifestation. As he raised his hand, the manifestation struck out, aiming to suppress you. You contemplated evasion through the laws of space, yet Han Feng seemed to have anticipated this. His attack came swiftly, locking onto your aura. No matter how you activated the laws of space, the Heavenly Fire Great Hand Seal relentlessly pursued you. Clever tactics, you mused. The everlasting sword materialized in your grasp. In the next moment, your lifespan began to ignite, and the sword, sensing the essence of life, trembled uncontrollably. You too desired this. As the thought crossed your mind, you exhaled a mouthful of essence blood onto the everlasting sword. Instantly, it radiated a blinding crimson light, exuding an aura that instilled dread. Break through him, you commanded. With a swift motion, you unleashed the everlasting sword, its blinding brilliance illuminating the heavens and earth, the terrifying aura suppressing the eternal celestial dome. This sword beam was capable of annihilating all. The so-called Heavenly Fire Great Hand Seal was instantly shattered, the sword's momentum undeterred, hurtling towards Han Feng. No, please no. Han Feng staggered backward, terror etched across his face. Yet, it was too late. He was already encircled, unable to escape the onslaught of your strike. Ta Ching Flame. Li Fire Shield, save me, save me. As Han Feng's forehead pulsed with veins, he desperately summoned all his defensive measures. Yet, no matter how he struggled, he was utterly powerless before the might of that sword. The sword's radiance collided with all his defenses, resulting in a thunderous explosion. When the dust settled, only a lifeless body lay there, stark and still. He was dead. Despite the considerable cost incurred, you had successfully slain Han Feng, a formidable emperor of the celestial realm. However, as you approached him, he trembled slightly. Such resilience of life? No, something was amiss. Without hesitation, you drove your sword into Han Feng once more. To your astonishment, when the eternal sword pierced his body, it could no longer draw any vitality from him. He was indeed dead. This revelation left you plagued with doubts. Yet, the subsequent scene rendered you utterly flabbergasted. Han Feng slowly rose to his feet, the flesh and blood you had severed rapidly converging back toward him. In mere moments, he was restored to his former state. However, at that moment, he resembled nothing more than a puppet, void of any semblance of life. Han Feng roared and charged at you. It was only after engaging him in combat that you realized he had grown stronger. This newfound strength bore no relation to his cultivation or physical prowess. Rather, it signified a fundamental transformation in the essence of his life. You now felt that even if you were to burn your lifespan anew, you could scarcely inflict any harm upon him. Left with no other option, you reluctantly relinquished any hope of seizing the myriad spirit-returning pills that might be contained within his storage ring and retreated for the time being. In the year 3110, your injuries fully healed, and you returned to the Tai Ching sect, feigning normalcy. Unsurprisingly, news of Han Feng's peculiar state had indeed reached this place. Shortly after his resurrection, he stormed into a celestial city. Upon receiving the report, the Tai Ching sect swiftly dispatched individuals to apprehend him. Yet, this quickly became a troublesome affair. Han Feng was of considerable standing and an exceptionally skilled alchemist. The Tai Ching sect was naturally reluctant to abandon him. However, no matter who the Tai Ching sect sent to investigate Han Feng's condition, the conclusion remained the same. He was dead. Furthermore, in this state, Han Feng lacked a soul, leaving the Tai Ching sect unable to probe his mind to uncover the true culprit behind his predicament. Thus, Han Feng was confined within the Tai Ching sect. His storage ring, celestial fire, and powers of the laws were claimed by the sect. Upon learning this news, you couldn't help but furrow your brow. You harbored a persistent feeling that Han Feng was extraordinary. Regrettably, your previous all-out strike had been too powerful, had you left him with a sliver of life. A soul search would surely have yielded significant insights. This matter was etched into your mind. In the year 3125, while in the treasure exchange pavilion of the Tai Ching sect, you unexpectedly discovered 2 spirit-returning pills. You realized that these were likely remnants of Han Feng. After the upper echelons of the Tai Ching sect confiscated his storage ring and found these items to be of no use to themselves, they placed them in the sect's treasure exchange pavilion. However, the price was exceedingly steep. Even if you pooled all your contributions from the sect, it would be difficult to exchange for a single item. You began to leverage your connections, exchanging high sums to obtain contributions from disciples of the Taiching sect. In the year 3126, after expending a significant portion of the cultivation resources acquired through the years, you finally succeeded in exchanging for 2 Wanling Guiyuan pills. Overwhelmed with joy, you did not consume them immediately. Instead, with a thought, you utilized the immortal journey to transport yourself to a secure location. This was the very space where Mo Xiao had fallen. Although the spiritual energy here was not particularly dense, it was remarkably safe. No matter the commotion you might cause, it would remain undetected. You consumed the Wanling Guiyuan pill. Unlike your first experience, this time you felt an immediate surge of heat throughout your body. Yet, something was still lacking. Without hesitation, you promptly ingested the second pill. In that instant, boundless power surged forth from within you. You felt your blood boil. A painful, burning sensation coursed through every corner of your being. Simultaneously, a blood-colored phantom began to take shape above your head. Initially, it stood only 100 feet tall. But as your agony intensified, its form expanded significantly. It only began to retract once it reached a height of 100,000 feet, slowly returning to your body. You were unaware of the nature of this phantom, yet you instinctively knew that your bloodline had awakened. Chapter 137. The Discourse of Laws. I never expected that I too harbored a concealed bloodline within me, you murmured to yourself. Although you were uncertain of the origin and nature of this bloodline, it ultimately felt like a blessing. At this moment, you sensed that your body had been significantly enhanced. An indescribable power coursing through your limbs and bones. In the year 3150, due to your awakened bloodline, your strength soared. Quickly advancing to the 5th tier of the immortal king realm, you remained in this space, meditating and adjusting your state until you fully grasped the powers bestowed by the awakening of your bloodline before returning to the Taiching sect. In the year 3500, the vast world of Tianhuang trembled, causing great alarm among many cultivators. You understood that the two great worlds were on the verge of merging. Numerous exalted immortals began to investigate, and they swiftly uncovered the situation. Upon learning that the fusion of worlds would not pose significant danger, the cultivators of the Tianhuang world finally felt at ease. Yet, no one could have anticipated that the merging of the two realms would lead to a mutual attraction of the power of laws, resulting in high-tier cultivators from both worlds clashing for millennia. In the year 4000, the Tianhuang world and the Xinhuang world completed their fusion. Meanwhile, you, who were in seclusion, were astonished to discover that your spatial laws were once again connected with Chen Tiandao. How could this be possible? My spatial law has reached a complete state. Why can I still merge with Chen Tiandao's fragment? Moreover, I have been in this desolate realm for thousands of years. How could I only begin to merge now? You suddenly feel a shiver run down your spine. Although this state is beneficial and harmless to you, Chen Tiandao will undoubtedly spare no effort to locate you and eradicate you. Reluctantly, you have no choice but to leave the Taiching sect and embark on a quest for a safe refuge. In the year 4300, you utilize the gifts of the annals to search for safety across the world. Yet, you have been unable to find it for a long time, which fills your heart with gloom. You ponder how you might survive under Chen Tiandao's hand, despite the myriad of images that flash through your mind. The only thoughts that surface are of the underground world and the space where the Mo Xiao fell. As a celestial sovereign who practices the spatial law, it is likely that no barriers in this world can thwart him. If you wish to escape from this individual, it seems you must rely on external forces. With a soft sigh, images of the underground world materialize in your mind. With a clear, resonant cry, you find yourself suddenly transported to this place. Here, you begin to cultivate while awaiting Chen Tiandao's arrival. Time swiftly passes, and soon it is the 5th millennium. A familiar scene unfolds once more. Chen Tiandao tears through the void and appears in this world. The cultivators of this profound and yellow world truly possess the ability to hide. They have unearthed a realm so deep. Alas, it is ultimately a futile endeavor. Observing the murderous intent in Chen Tiandao's gaze, you feel a stirring within and promptly retreat. Ha ha ha, merely at the celestial king realm, where can you escape to? Yet, before Chen Tiandao can make another move, his body is violently pierced by tendrils. This time, although he is caught off guard, Chen Tiandao swiftly utilizes the spatial law to reach a safe area, avoiding the heavy injuries he sustained previously. It seems that my possession of the complete spatial law is the reason why Chen Tiandao's loss of spatial law is not as rapid this time. You murmur to yourself and then gaze skyward once more. There, Mo and Chen Tiandao continue their fierce battle, though Mo is at a disadvantage. Chen Tiandao manages to hold his ground with the aid of the spatial law. Damn it, had it not been for the deficiencies in my spatial law, I would have slain you, foul creature, on the spot. Mo remains silent, attacking relentlessly. Meanwhile, the beleaguered Chun Tiandao, with the arrival of the inspector, ultimately succumbs to defeat. A familiar scene reoccurs. You feel a disorienting spin as you and Chun Tiandao are transported into a grand formation. However, this time, having elevated your cultivation, you awaken earlier. Young one, you have awoken? Chun Tiandao approaches you, his eyes betraying a hint of hesitation. Before you can utter a word, he begins to recount the predicament you both currently face. He informed you that you are now ensnared by the celestial cultivators from beyond the heavens. Their intentions are rather straightforward, to extract the power of laws from your very beings. However, this method is exceedingly brutal, that would forcibly amalgamate your bones and blood, crafting a pill of law. Thus, dire straits await both of you today. Upon hearing this, rather than inquiring about how to escape, you asked him about the function of the law pill. At this, a flicker of surprise crossed Chun Tiandao's eyes. He had not anticipated that, at such a critical juncture, you would be more concerned about trivial matters than your survival. Yet, after a long sigh, he replied, the law pill represents a complete manifestation of law power. As for its purpose, I cannot ascertain. According to my ancestors from the Chun family, once a cultivator's law power reaches perfection, they can use the law pill to acquire a second form of law power. However, his assertion lacks any basis. For in both the great world of desolation and the great world of Xianhuang, no one possessed complete law power prior to their fusion, let alone perfection. After Chun Tiandao finished speaking, he fell silent until several cultivators appeared before the grand formation, at which point a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes, as if he had made a resolute decision. Young one, today I save your life. I hope that in the future, when my Chun family finds itself in distress, you will also lend your hand. As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Tiandao entrusted you with his entire spatial law and once more invoked the chaotic flow of the heavenly path. In an instant, everything about him faded away. Yet it also dismantled the grand formation and tore open a spatial rift. Without hesitation, you traversed through layers of space and returned to the great world of Xianhuang. Year 5001. You were astonished to discover that the spatial law derived from Chun Tiandao could not merge with your own. Your spatial law had integrated with your essence, while his, although absorbed, was fundamentally merely attached to your spatial law. This revelation left you utterly bewildered. Chapter 138, Xinzhan, Hongyun Law. At this moment, you could ascertain that the powers of law do not attract one another. Rather, someone was orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. Tianyin Xian Palace? Beyond the heavens? The Lord of the Heaven-peering sect? The fallen immortal ancestor? Or perhaps the entity behind Han Feng? Numerous names danced through your mind. Yet you could not confirm who the true culprit was. All of this felt rather distant to you. Year 5100. You returned to the Taichin sect. The war between the great world of Xianhuang and the great world of desolation had concluded, and the various factions had stabilized. You resumed your search for immortal swords across different regions, hoping to acquire sufficient strength for self-defense before the heaven-peering sect found you. Soon, an auction piqued your interest. It was a grand event hosted by the Tianyin Xian Palace. In this realm, irrespective of your race or origin, as long as you possess treasures of considerable worth or a sufficient amount of spirit stones, you may partake in the proceedings. Furthermore, the Celestial Palace guarantees your safety. Whether you are a buyer or a seller, once the auction concludes, the Celestial Palace will dispatch individuals to escort you safely away. With merely a few volumes of celestial techniques, you seamlessly gained entry into this grand event. The atmosphere is resplendent, adorned with an array of dazzling auction items that leave one utterly entranced. Regrettably, a significant portion of your resources had previously been bestowed upon Han Feng, and since his storage ring was confiscated by the Taichin sect, you find yourself somewhat financially constrained at this moment. You begin to scrutinize all the auctioned items, hoping to discover what you most urgently require. Soon enough, you identify your target, a set of celestial swords. This collection, known as the 24 Swords of the Celestial Gate, comprises a complete ensemble of celestial artifacts. Although their individual ranks may not be particularly high, they all meet the criteria of the sword refining technique. Securing this set would at least elevate you by a small realm. You silently commit this to memory. Shortly thereafter, the auction officially commenced. Through the prior sale of several celestial herbs, you successfully acquired the 24 Swords of the Celestial Gate. However, just as you took possession of the swords and prepared to depart, you discovered that leaving was no longer an option. The entire auction venue had been ensnared within a formidable array, rendering even the laws of space significantly constrained. A sense of foreboding began to creep over you. Yet, bolstered by the assurance of the celestial escape, you chose to remain composed and return to your seat, eager to discern the motives of the enigmatic orchestrators behind this event. The auction continued as usual. Before long, more and more cultivators, like yourself, began to notice the peculiarities surrounding the auction house. Some remained discreet, while others sought their own means of escape, and a few dared to question the celestial palace. However, those who attempted to voice their inquiries found themselves unable to produce any sound. Time slipped away swiftly. Before long, it was time for the grand finale of the auction. Despite the pervasive anxiety that enveloped the attendees, many cultivators remained fixated on the final few items. The reason was simple: these items were extraordinarily precious. Elixirs capable of granting a second life, techniques that lead to the pinnacle of immortality, and complete powers of the laws themselves. Even though you were acutely aware that such treasures were beyond your reach, you could not help but cast your gaze upon them. The first of the grand finale items. The 9 transformation Nirvana flower. I offer 100,000 premium spirit stones. I bid 150,000. Dear friends, I implore you to grant me this favor. Shouts of bidding erupted, and ultimately, the 9 transformation Nirvana flower fell into the hands of the sect of life and death. Moments later, the second grand finale item. The primordial heart technique was also successfully auctioned. Yet, at the instant the third item was presented, darkness descended. This was not a darkness of physical nature. Rather, someone wielded supreme divine powers to obscure everyone's perception. When your awareness returned, you found that several figures had materialized within the auction hall. Who gave you the audacity to attempt to seize the treasures of my heavenly transformation immortal palace? In the sky, several cultivators from the heavenly transformation immortal palace surrounded a lone monk, who remained utterly unperturbed, smiling serenely. Ba. This principle of the law rightfully belongs to the true self-temple. Why do you speak thus? Humph. The grievances between your true self-temple and the thief monarch have no bearing on my heavenly transformation immortal palace. However, here, you shall not lay a finger on this individual. Should you insist on protecting the thief monarch, we shall be compelled to reveal our true capabilities. As the words fell, a fierce battle erupted in the skies. Figures clashed continuously, with a dazzling array of celestial techniques that left one's head spinning. You were taken aback by the sheer number of celestial sovereigns involved. Yet, what astonished you even more was that Xianjun single-handedly confronted multiple celestial sovereigns from the heavenly transformation immortal palace without the slightest hint of disadvantage. His movements appeared casual, yet each step deftly evaded all incoming attacks. Moments later, all the cultivators from the heavenly transformation immortal palace were grievously injured and forced to retreat, while Xianjun remained unscathed in the air. Ba, the principle of the great fortune has been perfected by this humble monk. It would be wise for you, my friends, not to seek unnecessary suffering. Upon hearing this, all present were struck with astonishment. They could hardly fathom that a mere 1,000 years after the fusion of the two realms, someone could unify the powers of two laws, achieving a breakthrough and reaching a state of completion. The cultivators from the heavenly transformation immortal palace were equally filled with dread. Fully aware of the might of the great fortune principle, they exchanged glances and promptly dispatched one to negotiate with Xianjun. This is utterly impossible. Today, not only must I reclaim the wisdom principle, but the thief monarch is surely doomed. With that, Xianjun ceased holding back. A colossal Buddha apparition materialized above his head, radiating a divine light that instilled awe and reverence. Countless sufferings abound in the world. I alone can save all beings. When will you choose to take refuge if not now? Xianjun's voice resonated like a celestial melody, penetrating the consciousness of every individual present. Even if you utilized the spatial principles to distance yourself, you were still ensnared by the residual influence for several moments. The cultivators of the heavenly transformation immortal palace found themselves instantly under Xianjun's control, appearing as his most devoted followers, ready to acquiesce to his demands. But just then, a sudden turn of events occurred. A girl clad in blue stepped forth from the void, effortlessly lifting her hand to dispel Xianjun's control. Xianjun, you have overstepped your bounds. Her voice was ethereal, and the moment she spoke, the entire auction house fell into silence. Overstepped? My great fortune principle is already perfected. Who among the realms dares to slay me? Very well. I initially aimed to act discreetly today to spare you the star sequence and the heavenly transformation immortal palace. Since you reject my goodwill, do not blame me, Xianjun. As his words echoed, Xianjun's aura surged once more. The colossal Buddha apparition transformed from ethereal to corporeal, charging directly towards the star sequence. Who would have imagined that, just as the colossal Buddha was about to strike the celestial sequence, a domain suddenly manifested before her, immobilizing the giant figure in place? You have acquired the complete order laws, yet you are ultimately a step too late. No matter how formidable the order laws may be, they cannot rival my perfect fortune laws. As soon as the words left his mouth, the immense Buddha exploded with a thunderous roar, the terrifying shockwave instantly engulfing the entire realm. Countless nearby cultivators perished in the explosion, and even the celestial sequence, which had just restrained the giant Buddha, suffered grievous injuries. However, the celestial sequence hailed from the profoundly established heavenly transformation immortal palace. As soon as she was wounded, a powerful stream of life emerged above her head, swiftly restoring her to her former state. Xianjun, if you withdraw today, my heavenly transformation immortal palace will not pursue the matter. Instead, we shall assist you in retrieving the long-lost 10,000 Buddha scripture from the true self temple. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Xianjun was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. Ha! Who would have thought that the 10,000 Buddha scripture, which we have sought for millennia, would actually be in your possession? Truly impressive tactics and schemes. Alas, the path of fortune is inherently invincible. Why would I need to borrow the 10,000 Buddha scripture? I, Xianjun, already possess the unique complete laws of the two realms. Why should I retreat? As he spoke, the golden light upon his forehead flickered vigorously. A resonant sound emanated from his lips. This is the sound path of law. You were taken aback. Never did you anticipate Xianjun's progress would be so rapid. Not only had he perfected the fortune laws, but he had also vanquished the bearers of the sound path laws from the Xian Huang Great World and the Tian Huang Great World, successfully cultivating a second law power. Who is this person? You were astonished and immediately resolved to activate the immortal escape to leave this place. However, just then, the world fell silent once more. For terrifying presences suddenly appeared. From beyond the heavens, you instantly recognized one of the four figures as the inspector you had encountered before. Yet before you could collect your thoughts, these four individuals had already attacked Xianjun and the celestial sequence. Their speed was staggering. The celestial sequence appeared as insignificant as an ant before them, and even with her proud order laws activated, she had no means to resist. It's you. Seeing these individuals, Xianjun's eyes widened in fury. He immediately set aside past grievances and turned to rescue the celestial sequence. However, even with the enhancement of his two law powers, he could only barely defend himself against these foes, unable to guarantee his own safety. How could he hope to save the celestial sequence? Before long, the celestial sequence was subdued by them, and Xianjun could only cling to life through his perfected fortune laws. Give up. The moment the two realms merged, we from the southern heaven exchanged our law powers with those from the northern heaven. Now we have all cultivated two law powers. How can you, a mere novice, compare? With that, the four once again launched their assault. Although the power of their laws may not be top tier, two fists cannot contend with four hands. Even though Xianjun relied on the law of fortune to evade numerous strikes, he could not escape severe injury. Soon, he was utterly defeated. Cough, cough, cough. My law of fortune is already perfected. Even if you defeat me, what will it matter? Do you dare to kill me? Xianjun bellowed to the heavens. Yet, before he could finish his words, a cultivator from the outer heaven struck him down directly. Although that cultivator was also reduced to ashes by the heavenly tribulation in an instant, Xianjun was undeniably dead. Witnessing this scene, a sense of impending doom washed over you. Although the warning of danger had yet to arrive, you nonetheless urged your immortal escape and swiftly departed from the place. You returned to the Taichin sect. The events that transpired in the auction house left you in a state of lingering astonishment. It was not until several hours later that you regained your composure. The two laws of the outer heaven, you murmured to yourself. You could hardly believe that everything Qin Tiandao had said was true. Cultivators could indeed absorb a second law of power. What was astonishing was that the cultivators of the vast world knew little of this, while those of the outer heaven were well aware. Among them, there were likely individuals of significant stature. You pondered for a moment, and without further hesitation, you took out the 24 swords of the heavenly gate and began to refine them. 5,200 years passed. You successfully refined all 24 swords of the heavenly gate, and your cultivation naturally ascended to the 7th level of the immortal king. At this moment, you felt that if you could obtain enough immortal swords to refine, a rapid breakthrough to the immortal emperor realm would be within your grasp. And even the immortal monarch would not be beyond reach. Yet, the question remained, where would the swords come from? The time when you would be targeted by the spies of the sky-peering sect was drawing near, and you were eager to elevate your cultivation. Thus, you embarked once more on the quest for immortal swords. On the 5,201st year, you returned to the Tianyin auction house. By this time, everything had returned to its original state, and you successfully gathered intelligence about the auction that had taken place a century ago. After Xianjun's demise, the cultivators from the outer heaven quickly stripped away the law of star sequence. However, just as they intended to continue their assault on the remaining attendees. An elder appeared at the auction house. This individual was comparable in cultivation to Su Xuan, possessing one complete law and one nascent law. However, he practiced the laws of strength and destruction. The combination of these two formidable laws granted the elder the most potent offensive capability in this world. Even facing four opponents, he could firmly suppress all cultivators from the outer heaven. The outer heaven cultivators fled in disarray, and one of them was completely detained by the elder. Upon hearing this news, your pupils constricted, and you immediately recognized this elder as Su Xuan, a seemingly ordinary name. Yet he was undeniably the foremost figure in the vast world. Even the apparent leader of the Tianyan Immortal Palace, Xingxiu, was merely his disciple. Chapter 140. The 9 Levels of the Celestial King in the 5230th year. You tirelessly traverse various realms in search of the whereabouts of the Celestial Sword. However, the current 2 realms are no longer the era of the renowned Sword Immortal. During the time of the renowned Sword Immortal, every realm possessed its own unique sword principles, even if one could not absorb the sword principles of their own realm. There were alternatives such as the principles of iron, steel, and even the principles of qi and techniques. Thus, during that period, pursuing the path of sword cultivation was indeed a commendable choice. Yet, following the merging of the myriad realms, all principles began to intertwine. Although the power of the principles has significantly strengthened since then, only a single individual remains who has reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. This has resulted in a dwindling number of sword cultivators among the high-ranking practitioners, and the production of celestial swords has sharply declined. In desperation, you find yourself once again at the Sword God Mountain, which harbors the greatest number of celestial swords across the 2 realms. If you can refine them all, breaking through to the Celestial Emperor would be a mere formality. With a flicker of thought, you successfully enter the mountain using the determined immortal's method. However, you are met with the disheartening realization that only a few scattered low-level practitioners' auras remain. What is happening here? You are momentarily taken aback. Then recall the sound principle of Xinjin. If he could cultivate a second principle of power, then the figure you encountered previously at the Sword God Mountain, who possessed the sound principle, must have perished. But where is Su Tianhe? Could it be that the sword principles he possessed have been seized? With a sense of confusion, you probe the souls of the remaining practitioners on Sword God Mountain. After a long while, you exhale a breath of turbid air. Su Tianhe is dead. Moreover, he met his demise without any means of resistance. In the memories of these practitioners, they merely felt a ghostly light streak across the sky, leading to the instantaneous demise of every practitioner wielding principal power on Sword God Mountain, including the peak celestial sovereign, Su Tianhe. Even in his final moments, he could not discern who had taken his life. A flicker of understanding passes through your eyes. Upon learning that refining the principal power to perfection allows for the continued absorption of other principal powers, it is certain that numerous celestial sovereigns will target lower-level practitioners. Naturally, a force like Sword God Mountain, which possesses a substantial amount of principal power but lacks the protection of a celestial sovereign, becomes the prime target. The prospect of refining principal power to perfection and absorbing a second type will undoubtedly incite a bloodbath across the 2 realms. You murmur to yourself, in the 2 realms, there exist 3,000 great paths and 800 minor ones. Even disregarding the lost principal powers, there are at most 3,800 paths. These principal powers are already taxing to support a single realm, let alone amidst the current circumstances. Moreover, no one knows what would happen after perfecting the second principal power. Is it possible to cultivate a third? A fourth? In the depths of fate, you sense an invisible hand orchestrating all that transpires. The year is 5231. You meticulously explore the entirety of Sword God Mountain, discovering that although all the high-ranking cultivators have been annihilated, the assailant has only taken the power of the laws and Su Tiange's treasured sword, disregarding the lesser celestial swords. This fortuitous revelation allows you to gather all remaining celestial swords from Sword God Mountain and enter a period of seclusion. 5,400 years pass. Upon concluding your retreat, you find your cultivation has astonishingly reached the 9th level of the Celestial King. Should you achieve further enhancement, you could transmute celestial energy and aspire towards the realm of the Celestial Emperor. The transformation from Celestial King to Celestial Emperor requires at least 1,200 years of effort. One can only hope time remains on your side. With a gentle sigh, you resolve to activate the spatial laws and embark on an exploration across the corners of the realms. 5,508 years later, while traversing a valley, you successfully trigger a reminder brought forth by the gift of the annular cycle. Without hesitation, you follow the guidance and step inside. However, the moment you enter, it feels as though you have arrived in a new world. Everything here starkly contrasts with the desolate, dilapidated, and lifeless exterior. Upon entering, you find warmth, comfort, and vibrant life. This is the essence of vitality, a life force that feels strikingly familiar. The image of its master, Tian Chi Chao, suddenly materializes in your mind. To your astonishment, traces of Tian Chi Chao exist even in this realm. Intrigued, you delve deeper. Yet, to your dismay, this valley, despite its rich life force, harbors no other beings. You commence your exploration. Soon, beneath a massive boulder, you uncover a minute spatial fissure. Its fluctuations are exceedingly faint. Had you not possessed the spatial laws, you would never have discerned its presence. Another new dimension. The ripples of this spatial crack are so subtle that they are even more concealed than those spoken of by the celestial practitioners from distant realms. You promptly activate the spatial laws to enter. However, as you navigate through the spatial passage, you collide head-on with a white-haired female cultivator. A resounding crash. The impact of your collision destabilizes the spatial passage. It trembles momentarily before collapsing inch by inch, unceremoniously casting you both into an unknown dimension. Who are you? Ignoring the white-haired cultivator's inquiry, you extend your divine sense to probe the surroundings. Yet, your consciousness sinks like a stone into the abyss. In your perception, everything around you is shrouded in darkness and an eerie energy. No matter how far your divine sense reaches, it perceives nothing at all. In this peculiar realm, if indeed there are layers of barriers, it stands to reason that the practitioners of the celestial observation sect would find it exceedingly challenging to trace my whereabouts. As you survey your surroundings, you proceed towards the white-haired female cultivator. Sensing the impending danger, she attempts to strike at you. However, within this bizarre space, even with your mastery of spatial laws, you find yourself ensnared by numerous constraints. What hope does she possess? A green orb of light forms in her hand. Yet as soon as it is released, it is extinguished by the surrounding enigmatic energy. This predicament instills her with profound fear. She yearns to flee, but the bizarre energy swiftly envelopes her, rendering her immobile. Chapter 141. The potent law of time. You are similarly ensnared. Nevertheless, through your command of spatial laws, you manage to navigate through these strange forces with great effort. At last, you stand before the white-haired female cultivator. Without a moment's hesitation, you seize her and commence the soul-searching process. A torrent of memories floods your mind. After a considerable duration, your eyes widen in astonishment. The law of life. Opposite the spatial passage, there exists a manifestation of the law of life. Although you are currently trapped by this strange energy and cannot escape this space, you silently commit this discovery to memory, resolving to acquire that law of life in your next simulation. 5,600 years have elapsed. You have been confined within this mysterious space for a century. Yet, it seems boundless. Even as you advance in a single direction, there is no end in sight. Perhaps it would be wiser to remain here. With the spatial laws at your disposal, even if the celestial observation sect were to seek you out, you would still possess the strength to contend. Having said this, you cease your search for an exit and instead channel your energy, beginning a serene period of cultivation within this space. Time swiftly passes, and in the blink of an eye, a millennium has gone by. Despite the extremely sparse spiritual energy in this realm, you have made modest progress through diligent effort. You sense that you are nearing the pinnacle of the immortal king level. However, the day when the practitioners of the celestial observation sect will find you draws ever closer, instilling a sense of caution that prevents you from fully immersing yourself in cultivation. Thus, you practice while simultaneously extending your consciousness to probe their movements. 6,720 years have passed. This was the date when, in a previous simulation, the celestial observation sect located you. Yet, this time seems to be hindered by the confines of this space, and they do not appear. Gradually, you begin to relax. As time progresses, you delve deeper into immersive cultivation. 7,200 years later, you finally achieve another breakthrough, successfully reaching the pinnacle of the immortal king level. Yet, just as you prepare to transmute the celestial energy within your body, a scene of terror unfolds before your eyes. The bizarre energy in this realm suddenly coalesces into a singular mass. Like a tempest, it swiftly engulfs the entire expanse. You are uncertain what has transpired. But in the instant they form into a storm, you find yourself liberated from your constraints. Your consciousness suddenly expanded, yearning to glimpse the visage of this world. Yet, at that very moment, an ethereal voice echoed within your mind. "Ah, my young friend, what do you anticipate?" In an instant, it felt as though the entire realm had come to a standstill. Only a venerable elder with white hair and youthful features gradually materialized before you. "Oh, an outsider's malevolent spirit?" No sooner had the words left your lips than you felt a tumultuous vertigo, as a multitude of memories began to be extracted from your being. You were subjected to a soul search. This was the first time you had ever endured such an experience. Fearful of exposing your secrets, you immediately ignited all your remaining lifespan. With a surge, your cultivation soared, reaching the first level of the celestial monarch in but a few breaths. Yet, this was merely a fraction of what was required. In that moment, you could barely wriggle free from the elder's grasp. There was no time, nor was it feasible, to invoke the celestial escape to flee this place. You consumed everything you could ignite. Even the spirit you had long forgotten erupted in an instant. In that fleeting moment, a formidable power coursed through your entirety. Even a gentle wave of your hand sent shockwaves reverberating through the void. Yet, the elder regarded the spectacle with a tranquil smile. How intriguing, truly intriguing. You outsiders always manage to unleash exponentially greater power when cornered. However, he added, but this is still far from sufficient. Time halt. As soon as the words left his lips, you felt the world once again plunge into silence, with only the elder moving freely. The law of time. This was undoubtedly the legendary law of time. A tremor coursed through your heart. Initially, you believed yourself too feeble, ensnared by the elder's command. But now, enlightenment dawned upon you. He wielded the fabled law of time. It was said that those who possessed this power could traverse the river of time, flitting between various temporal nodes. Thus, its bearer was the most enigmatic entity in existence. No one knew the true identity of the wielder of the law of time, nor the heights they had achieved. Yet now, you beheld this reality. His might rendered you utterly powerless, even after having consumed all that you possessed. Before him you felt akin to an insignificant insect, unable to stir any ripples. You could only watch helplessly as he approached you. Meanwhile, the remnants of your lifespan began to dissipate. Just as the elder was poised to conduct another soul search, your life force had already reached its end. The elder, astonished and incredulous, seemed taken aback by how easily you had perished. He attempted to wield the law of time to salvage your existence, but it was a futile endeavor. For what you had ignited was everything that constituted your being. This exchange for power could not be halted, and thus your essence was obliterated. You had succumbed. In the elder's incredulous gaze, you finally closed your eyes. The simulation has concluded. Before the screen, Su Xuan widened his eyes in disbelief. He never anticipated that he would attract such a formidable presence during this simulation. Unlike other laws, the law of time is a profoundly significant existence. Should he fall victim to a successful soul search, he would likely find himself imprisoned within the river of time, unable to engage in further simulations. Moreover, the bizarre space in which he was ensnared was guided by the gift of the annual rings. However, the gift of the annual rings always directed him toward opportunities, not perilous places like this one. Yet, this time, there appeared to be a deviation in the guidance. It seems the fault does not lie with the gift of the annual rings. Su Xian's gaze sharpened as he recalled the white-haired female cultivator. She was a manifestation of a celestial herb, having lived in the celestial blue realm since childhood. Just as he intended to traverse the spatial tunnel into the celestial blue realm, she, too, seemed to have the sudden impulse to explore the outside world. Thus, their collision occurred, resulting in both being transported to that strange space. Was it fate or causality? Su Xuan murmured to himself. After much contemplation, he remained oblivious to when he had ever interacted with the bearers of these two laws. Commencing calculation of this simulation's gains. Due to your elimination of 2 individuals blessed with fortune during this simulation, you may select 3 items from the following options. Chapter 142, Strength Through Survival. Option 1, Pinnacle of Immortal King Cultivation. Option 2, Sword Refinement Technique and Cultivation Progress. Option 3, Eternal Sword. Option 4, the talent used in this simulation. Option 5, Awakened Bloodline Power. Option 6, Overflowing Spatial Law. Gazing at the options before him, Su Xuan hesitated briefly before selecting Cultivation, Talent, and the Overflowing Spatial Law. The other 3 options, while precious, could be easily acquired through memory. Opening the system panel. Immortal Cultivation Simulator 6. Host, Su Xuan. Cultivation, Pinnacle of Immortal King. Peak of 6th Stage Body Refinement. Spiritual Root. Single Spiritual Root. Spiritual Body. Pure Gold Spiritual Body. Golden Spiritual Body. Talent, Strong Body. White. Swift Movement. Fortuitous Fate. Slave Goo. Crisis Awareness. Heaven's Reward for Diligence. Leadership Power. Bloodline Power. Great Tao Immortal Sovereign. Spatial Law. Gift of the Annual Rings. Fixed Immortal Travel. Energy Value. 2, 125, 370. 120. Current Simulation Energy Consumption. 5, 000, 000, 000. Note: a significant change in the host's life essence has been detected. An upgrade is required to continue simulations. Current upgrade energy consumption, 100,000,000,000. Upgrade. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Su Xuan's eyes. The talents provided by Simulator 6 were already remarkably powerful. What wonders might an upgrade yield? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Xuan immediately summoned the spatial law, manifesting it throughout the ancient spirit realm. By this time, he had already become the sovereign of the ancient spirit realm. All ancestral relics were laid bare before him, and within just a few hours, he had thoroughly plundered the vast accumulation of relics amassed over hundreds of thousands of years. Although there are still a few relics yet to be explored, the process of scavenging them is exceedingly slow. What Su Xuan lacks the most at this moment is time. System, absorb all these spirit stones and spiritual objects. Ding. Absorption successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 305923423558 energy points. Would you like to upgrade the system? Upgrade. Continue the simulation. Ding. The current level of the cultivation simulation system is 7, and you may choose any of the following golden talents. Chaos Body. Gold. This is a physique that reaches the limits of this realm. All your attributes will be significantly enhanced, and you will receive a fortuitous blessing from the universe. Supreme Spiritual Root. Gold. This is a spiritual root that reaches the limits of this realm. Your cultivation speed will be greatly accelerated, allowing you to bypass any bottlenecks and mental demons. Strength through survival. Gold. For every year you survive, your attributes will receive a slight enhancement. Note, this enhancement has no upper limit. You can utilize this talent to transcend the boundaries of the world. As Su Xuan beheld the 3 options before him, he was taken aback. He had not anticipated that such formidable talents would manifest. Both the Chaos Body and the Supreme Spiritual Root are exceptional gifts that reach the pinnacle of this world. Unfortunately, this realm is not particularly welcoming to those from beyond. Even with the swiftest cultivation speed, one faces severe obstacles and potential demise when attempting to ascend to the immortal sovereign level. Presently, he is unaware of how to overcome these barriers and successfully break through to the immortal sovereign realm. Conversely, the talent of strength through survival, which allows him to surpass the world's limits, may grant him the power to defeat or even slay immortal sovereign practitioners while still at the immortal monarch level. Simulation begins. Without any hesitation, you instantly traverse to the space where the renowned sword Immortal resides, relying on the immortal journey. You walk straight towards the eternal sword. At the moment of contact, the voice of the renowned sword Immortal resonates throughout the secret realm, a force that has traversed the 5 realms for 100,000 years. However, before he can finish speaking, your consciousness has already locked onto his position. You then strike down with a palm. Bang, puff, crash. The renowned sword Immortal plummets to the ground, and you seize him, performing a soul search. You have acquired the sword refining technique. You have obtained the Shura sword formation. You have gained the true Young One sword slash. After the soul search concludes, the renowned sword Immortal quickly becomes dispirited. Yet this time, you do not kill him. Instead, you refine the eternal sword, and then prompt the immortal journey to depart from this place. You arrive in the space where Shao resides. Scanning with your consciousness, you swiftly detect his presence. At this moment, he is unexpectedly forging those bronze immortal artifacts. Upon sensing your arrival, Shao is momentarily taken aback, then promptly appears beside you. An outsider? Feigning surprise, you inquire how Shao discerned your origins. He explains that it is due to the aura. As a cultivator's realm deepens, their perceptions become increasingly sensitive, with just a slight attention. One can notice the unique aura surrounding outsiders. Upon hearing these words, you were momentarily taken aback. Yet, before you could inquire further, began to recount his tale. He informed you that all celestial visitors in this realm encounter various influences when attempting to ascend to the status of immortal sovereign, often leading to failure and demise. You were already well aware of this. Thus, throughout his ensuing narrative, you nodded in agreement, hoping to glean additional insights from his words. After a brief pause, you asked, Senior, given the immense constraints imposed by this world, how can we possibly ascend to immortal sovereign? At the mention of your question, S' eyes gleamed with excitement as he pointed to the bronze celestial artifacts, exclaiming, Do you see those? They are the result of 100,000 years of my labor. He continued, I have crafted 3 sets of bronze celestial artifacts, each interconnected and interwoven, forming a grand celestial array. This array, he asserted, was a top-tier 7th-level celestial formation capable of shielding against the senses of the world. S' words resonated with strength and conviction. However, you harbored the knowledge that his aspirations were destined for failure. Should he dare to ascend to immortal sovereign, he would inevitably face death and dissolution. After a moment's hesitation, You resolved to speak. Senior, if this world has imposed such restrictions upon us, it is likely that the formations within this realm may prove ineffective as well. Upon hearing this, simply shook his head. He explained that although he had not yet attained the status of immortal sovereign, his mastery of formation techniques had reached an unparalleled pinnacle, unmatched even in the entire cultivation realm. He asserted that if the array he had painstakingly arranged over 100,000 years could not shield against the world's perception, then no outsider could ever hope to ascend to immortal sovereign in this world. Hearing this, a shadow of doubt clouded your heart. If someone as formidable as, having prepared for 100,000 years, could meet with such a tragic fate, could you truly succeed? Noticing your silence, spoke again. He assured you that, in addition to the grand array, he had prepared numerous contingencies, making the prospect of his breakthrough nearly assured. Furthermore, upon achieving success, he intended to utilize this grand array to assist more celestial visitors in their ascension. You forced a smile and nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, time passed slowly. Remained focused on crafting the bronze celestial artifacts, while you diligently refined the spatial laws within your body, aiming for swift perfection. However, the rate of refining the power of the laws was contingent upon the strength of your celestial energy. Although had managed to refine the power of the laws to perfection within a mere 1,000 years after the merging of the two realms, he was, after all, an immortal sovereign. You, on the other hand, were merely at the pinnacle of the immortal king stage, and it was likely that even after 10,000 years, you might not achieve perfection in the power of the laws. You paused your refinement of the power of the laws and redirected your efforts to fully transform your celestial energy in hopes of rapidly reaching the realm of immortal emperor. 300 years later, you successfully transitioned your sword refining technique and mastered several celestial arts gleaned from the mind of the renowned sword sovereign. During this period, you have also acquired most of the easily obtainable celestial swords from both realms, relying on the memory stored within your mind. However, your current cultivation remains at the pinnacle of the celestial king stage, thus you have refrained from refining them immediately. In the 12th century, you successfully transformed all your celestial energy, achieving a breakthrough to the celestial emperor realm. After a millennium of waiting, you sensed a significant enhancement in your strength. Various innate talents bestowed upon you immense advantages. Even though you had just ascended to the celestial emperor realm, you felt capable of contending with peak celestial emperors and even celestial monarchs. Your breakthrough brought great joy to Mo Xiao. Upon learning that you were searching for celestial swords, he generously gifted you all the surplus bronze celestial swords from the grand formation. You utilized the sword refining technique to refine these swords, and soon after, you successfully advanced to the second layer of the celestial emperor realm. Advancement within the celestial emperor realm became increasingly challenging. You let out a soft sigh. The quality of the celestial swords you refined was acceptable, while they could elevate your cultivation by 4 or 5 levels when you were a celestial king. They now only granted an increase of about 1.5 levels. Once you reached the celestial monarch stage, would the refinement of all celestial swords from both realms only yield an increase of 1 or 2 levels? You began to recall the insights from the renowned sword celestial sovereign's mind. You discovered that your rate of advancement was comparable to his. However, during his era, the power of a single law was not particularly formidable, leading most cultivators to engage in battles using celestial artifacts. Consequently, the profession of artifact refiners flourished during that time. The sword celestial sovereign effortlessly gathered hundreds of refiners to forge swords for him. In contrast, after the convergence of the myriad realms, the power of laws has grown exceedingly potent. High-level cultivators now predominantly rely on the power of laws for combat rather than celestial artifacts. This has resulted in a saturation of celestial artifacts, and the number of cultivators pursuing the path of artifact refining has dwindled significantly. To this day, there are likely fewer than 10 refiners capable of crafting artifacts that meet the requirements of the sword refining technique. Nevertheless, it is better than nothing. You resolved to recruit a few refiners first. With a flicker of thought, you activated the immortal travel, appearing in the Xianwang Great World. Through extensive inquiries, you soon discovered a race known as the Fire People. This race possesses innate fire and is naturally gifted as refiners. However, upon revealing your intentions, they expressed their inability to assist you. As celestial artifacts became less circulated, the entire Fire People tribe had turned to the business of pill refining, leaving few among them capable of crafting celestial artifacts, let alone fulfilling various requirements. Upon hearing this, you did not abandon hope immediately. Instead, you randomly captured a few Fire People cultivators to search their souls, seeking to verify the truth of their claims. However, unexpectedly, within the mind of a higher-ranking member of the Fire People, you uncovered information regarding spatial spirit crystals. Decades ago, The Fire People and the Spirit Awakening tribe unearthed a deeply buried vein of ore. Initially inconspicuous, it revealed itself as they delved deeper, disclosing a small quantity of spatial spirit crystals. These gems are the pinnacle of mineral wealth. Even a speck of dust fallen from a spatial spirit crystal could effortlessly forge a miniature world. Moreover, over the years, they have discovered several complete spatial spirit crystals, making the creation of a true world an attainable feat. Furthermore, spatial spirit crystals inherently contain fragments of spatial laws. Possessing them would significantly shorten the time required to refine these laws to perfection. With this thought in mind, you hesitated not. Following the memories of a fire person to seek out the vein, you invoked the spatial laws, shimmering through the void until you swiftly arrived. However, the mine was heavily guarded by numerous cultivators, surrounded by layers of defenses, impenetrable as a fortress. Despite your mastery of spatial laws, you could not guarantee your safety upon entry. You began to probe the strengths and weaknesses of the cultivators from the two tribes with your divine consciousness. 2 celestial monarchs and 5 celestial emperors met your gaze, eliciting a flicker of surprise within you. Previously, during your soul-searching of the Fire People, you had learned that their entire tribe possessed only one celestial monarch, who was on the brink of demise. It was unexpected that they held the spatial spirit crystals in such high regard, even summoning this ancient ancestor, who was half in the grave, maintaining a facade of calm. You began to stealthily advance into the mine using the spatial laws, setting your sights on the Fire People's ancestor. Yet, to your astonishment, he detected your presence first. His sunken eyes ignited with a fierce brilliance, flames swirling in his hands as he charged directly at you. Who is it? You were startled by his sudden awareness. Unsure of how he had sensed you, you ceased your concealment and unleashed your full power. The eternal life sword sliced through the void, appearing instantaneously before the fire ancestor, while you, harnessing the spatial laws, materialized beside him to launch your assault. The fire ancestor attempted to defend himself, but your relentless barrage of attacks left him grievously wounded. You despicable young wretch! Were it not for my impending demise, you would not have succeeded. He roared defiantly. Very well, if I must die today, I shall take you with me. With that, a torrent of searing flames erupted from his decaying form, signaling the activation of his life-bound divine ability. Once unleashed, it would spell his end, regardless of the outcome. Clearly, the fire ancestor was prepared to fight to the death. However, you had anticipated this. With a gentle lift of your hand, an array of celestial swords materialized beside you. They intertwined and shimmered, swiftly coalescing into a chilling, formidable sword formation. This is a 7th-tier celestial technique, the Shura sword array. The terrifying sword energy cascaded down, causing the fire ancestor to tremble in fear. You are merely a celestial emperor cultivator. How can this be possible? A flicker of dread crossed the fire ancestor's eyes as he hastily retreated in an attempt to evade the sword formation. Yet, it was too late. The everlasting sword, exuding a chilling bloodlust, surged forward, locking onto the fire ancestor's position. No matter where he fled, the everlasting sword would effortlessly pursue him. Following this, countless celestial swords soared through the air, their overwhelming might crashing down upon the fire ancestor. When the other cultivators in the mine arrived, the fire ancestor had already been reduced to ashes. No, ancestor. Countless fire clan cultivators rushed to the scene, yet none dared to confront you. Instead, their gazes turned to the celestial lord of the Qi-Ling clan. This individual exuded a profound aura, not only younger in age, but also significantly more powerful than the fire ancestor. You possess great audacity. Upon witnessing his dear friend perish at your hands, the Qi-Ling ancestor erupted in furious wrath. His chilling killing intent nearly materialized, instilling terror in all the cultivators within the mine. With a wave of his hands, the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward you like a tidal wave. However, these efforts proved futile against you. Having previously encountered the Qi-Ling clan's offensive tactics, you reacted swiftly, activating the laws of space to evade successfully. The laws of space. No wonder you infiltrated here. A glint of malice flashed in the Qi-Ling ancestor's eyes as he gestured for the celestial emperor cultivators from both clans to surround you while he unleashed his celestial techniques for a ranged assault. He intended to exhaust you through the efforts of others. Yet, this ultimately proved to be in vain. At this moment, your power, bolstered by various enhancements, had reached a terrifying level, rendering these celestial emperor cultivators incapable of affecting you in the slightest. Seizing the opportunity, you stepped forward, unleashing a devastating force upon the celestial emperor cultivators, causing them to retreat in disarray. Among them, the Qi-Ling clan's emperor, who bore the brunt of your assault, found his internal organs shattered, struggling briefly before succumbing entirely. He is dead. One celestial emperor was thus slain before your very eyes. The Qi-Ling ancestor, witnessing this scene, was taken aback, hastening his attacks, hoping to use his spatial manipulation techniques to restrain you. Yet, you remained utterly unaffected. Spatial manipulation is ultimately but a minor path. How could it contend with the laws of space? In just a few breaths, you unleashed a series of strikes, slaying all the Celestial Emperor cultivators from both clans, leaving only the Qi Ling ancestor to persist in his struggle. His lips trembled uncontrollably. Who are you? Merely a Celestial Emperor. How could you have mastered the laws of space to such an extent? Hearing this, you merely shook your head gently. In the midst of the astonished gazes of the two clans of cultivators, the head of the venerable ancestor Qi was suddenly crushed, marking the fall of this guardian of the Qi clan for countless ages. The remaining cultivators from both clans were not spared either. After extracting their souls to locate the whereabouts of the spatial spirit crystals, you summoned the eternal sword and executed them on the spot. Shortly thereafter, guided by your memories, you discovered the location of the spatial spirit crystals. This mining vein had already been largely excavated. The spirit crystals that had been produced were held in the possession of Ancestor Qi and Ancestor Horan, each possessing merely a handful of them, suggesting that little remained within the mine. With a flicker of intent, you began to excavate within this vein. In the year 1205, you successfully pierced through the mine. However, aside from a variety of useless ores, you found only 5 meager spatial spirit crystals, leaving you somewhat disheartened. After collecting these crystals, a thought struck you, and you utilized the immortal journey to transport yourself to a safe location. Here, you began to refine the spatial spirit crystals. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 200 years had elapsed. Through continuous refinement of the spatial laws with the crystals, one fateful night, you elevated the spatial laws to a state of perfection. You felt your mastery over the spatial laws grow significantly stronger, enabling you to traverse between the Xianhuang Great World and the Tianhuang Great World without relying on the immortal journey. This filled you with immense delight. Previously, you had heard of the realms of Tiannan and Tianbei from cultivators beyond the heavens, and in Lin Jinyi's mind, you discovered a place called the Hengyu Great World. This revelation implied that beyond the Tianhuang and Xinhuang realms, there were indeed other great worlds to explore. With this newfound understanding, you could pursue additional avenues for exploration, seeking out more opportunities and paths. Moreover, upon perfecting the spatial laws, you had the option to absorb another type of law's power. The dilemma arose whether to assimilate the sword laws from the renowned sword immortal or the life laws from the Tianqing realm. After careful consideration, you ultimately resolved to absorb the sword laws. Although the life laws were undeniably powerful, they were merely a fragment within the Tianqing realm and not complete. The true wielder of the life laws in the Xianhuang Great World was undoubtedly a celestial sovereign. In contrast, while the sword laws possessed by the sword immortal were also incomplete, you were aware that another fragment of these laws was held by Su Xuan, a mere celestial lord, making them comparatively easier to obtain. With this thought in mind, you hesitated no longer and, with a flicker of intent, arrived at the realm of the renowned sword immortal. Before the sword immortal could react, you seized him from the void and swiftly refined his sword laws. In a cacophony of anguished cries, the sword immortal was utterly obliterated. In the days that followed, you began to cultivate diligently, thoroughly refining the principles of the sword. Your strength surged remarkably. Chapter 145. The anomaly of Su Tianhe. In the 1600 year, you had achieved a minor completion in your mastery of the sword principles. Upon concluding your seclusion, you exhaled a breath of turbid air, your eyes igniting with brilliance. What a formidable principle of the sword! You gently raised your hand, and all the immortal swords you had refined materialized in an instant. Although their rank remained unchanged, each sword now emanated an aura of sharpness that sent chills down the spine. Unfortunately, this principle of the sword was incomplete, and it represented the pinnacle of your current capabilities. You sighed softly. Then, with a flicker of thought, you summoned the immortal journey to appear in the vast world of Tianhuang. You once again set your sights on the Sword God Mountain. Although 2 celestial monarchs were stationed there, both possessing considerable strength, they were no match for you in your current state. However, to be on the safe side, you chose to lie in wait outside the Sword God Mountain, quietly anticipating the departure of one of them. In the 1625th year, your opportunity finally arrived. Shortly after the celestial monarch who practiced the Tao of Sound departed, you stepped forth from the void, heading straight for the Sword God Mountain. This time, you intended to engage swiftly and decisively, sparing no effort. Clang. In the realm, countless immortal swords materialized, their blades gleaming, causing all within the Sword God Mountain to tremble. At the forefront was Su Tianhe, who, still in seclusion, suddenly sensed the impending threat of death and awoke instantly. Who dares to challenge the Sword God Mountain? He bellowed, hastily summoning his life-bound immortal sword to counter your terrifying strike. However, The disparity between you two filled him with dread. With a single strike, Tianhe unleashed his sword. Yet, as he initiated his attack, your sharp sword light had already arrived. His body suffered successive grievous wounds, blood erupting incessantly. Boom! The heavens and earth resonated with thunderous roars. Ultimately, the everlasting sword shattered Tianhe's blade, with countless immortal swords following suit, hurtling towards Su Tianhe. No, no. I cannot die yet. I still have formidable foes to vanquish, debts to settle, and my sect has yet to be restored. Su Tianhe roared in fury, yet in response, he was met only by your boundless sword light. Su Tianhe's form was relentlessly sliced by the blade light, but just as he was about to collapse entirely, a new Su Tianhe emerged. Indeed, a new Su Tianhe. At that moment, the aura emanating from him was strikingly different from before. Bearing a resemblance to the deceased Han Feng, Su Tianhe slowly rose, boundless spiritual energy converging towards him, and in an instant, all his injuries were healed. He, like the former Han Feng, has become a soulless puppet, devoid of any vitality. In the face of such circumstances, Su Tianhe did not dare to be complacent and immediately unleashed his lethal moves. However, unexpectedly, though Su Tianhe did not undergo a complete transformation like Han Feng, he exhibited a peculiar resilience. After sustaining significant damage from your sword's aura, it would not be long before he recovered and continued to wield the celestial techniques he mastered in life. Clang, clang, clang. The two of you engaged in an unending aerial duel, with an array of celestial arts sweeping across the entire Sword God Mountain. Countless disciples of Sword God Mountain cried out in agony, yet Su Tianhe remained oblivious, a yearning smile adorning his face. As time passed, your celestial energy began to wane, while Su Tianhe grew increasingly vigorous, slowly gaining the upper hand. Helplessly, you resorted to invoking the laws of space to retreat. The year 1640 saw Su Tianhe's unusual condition spread throughout the entire Tianwang cultivation realm. He relentlessly annihilated several sects and cities until the star sequence celestial sovereign intervened to suppress him entirely. Alas, had you known Su Tianhe would transform in such a manner, it would have been wiser to absorb the laws of life directly. Upon hearing this news, a sigh escaped your lips. Yet, in this world, there is no elixir for regret. Since you had chosen to absorb the laws of the sword, you must find a way to acquire Su Tianhe's share as well. You arrived at the Tianyin Celestial Palace, seeking admission. The process went smoothly. With your cultivation at the second level of Celestial Emperor, you successfully joined and became a steward. In the days that followed, you subtly inquired with your colleagues about Su Tianhe's situation. However, the results were somewhat unexpected. The peculiar events surrounding Su Tianhe baffled even the Tianyin Celestial Palace. Despite several celestial sovereigns gathering to discuss, they ultimately failed to elucidate the anomalies afflicting him. This outcome left you feeling a chill, for you understood that Su Tianhe's condition was not an isolated case. At least Han Feng exhibited a strikingly similar predicament. If two seemingly unrelated individuals manifested the same affliction, how many others might also be affected? Yet, why had this situation not arisen during the last simulation? Could it be that the individual responsible for Su Tianhe's demise in that simulation was the same celestial sovereign? You murmured to yourself, but quickly dismissed the notion. The purpose of that celestial sovereign was straightforward: to obtain the laws of the sword embodied in Su Tianhe. Beyond that, he scarcely touched the practitioners and resources of Sword God Mountain. Moreover, while Su Tianhe's strength was formidable, a significant gap remained between him and the celestial sovereigns. If he were to encounter a true celestial sovereign, his demise would be easily achieved. Time flew swiftly, and soon it was the year 1700. At this moment, the heavenly expansion Immortal Palace detected nothing of value on Su Tianhe. After much contemplation, it was ultimately decided to execute him and extract the sword principle for the disciples of the palace to utilize. Naturally, this news filled you with immense joy. Before long, you uncovered the identity of the sword principle's rightful owner, a rising talent named Lu Xinghe. He is a descendant of the second elder of the heavenly expansion Immortal Palace, Lu Chonghai, and has demonstrated remarkable cultivation talent since childhood. Now on the brink of achieving the status of Immortal King, Lu Chonghai had sought the sword principle from the star sequence Immortal Sovereign for him. However, just as you intended to further investigate Lu Xinghe, an unexpected visitor arrived at your door, none other than the star sequence Immortal Sovereign. She stood quietly before you, her autumn-like eyes seemingly capable of penetrating all truths. What principle do you cultivate? The question startled you. You promptly replied, Palace Master, I cultivate the knife principle. Upon hearing this, the star sequence Immortal Sovereign paused in surprise, before contemplatively stating, I never imagined that the long-lost knife principle would come into your possession. It is no wonder you would also take an interest in the sword principle. As soon as her words fell, she vanished from sight, leaving you drenched in cold sweat. How could she know I would be intrigued by the sword principle? I have not even met her. Countless memories flooded your mind until you finally recalled someone. Su Xuan, the third elder of the heavenly expansion immortal palace. She cultivates the heart principle, which not only perceives the emotional fluctuations of others, but also directly influences the thoughts of lower-tier cultivators. Your previous thoughts must have been sensed by her, leading to her curiosity about you. But no, that cannot be right. As an immortal sovereign, Su Xuan's insights would be far more extensive. She likely has already detected the murderous intent I harbored towards Lu Xinghe. Yet, why did she ultimately choose not to disclose everything to the star sequence? Could it be that she harbors a grudge against Lu Xinghe? A myriad of thoughts raced through your mind, yet the intentions of Su Xuan remained elusive. Ultimately, you resolved to adopt a wait-and-see approach, planning to act once Lu Xinghe attained the rank of immortal king. In the year 1660, Lu Xinghe successfully broke through to the immortal king realm using the sword principle. After careful consideration, you decided against taking immediate action against him. After all, Lu Xinghe had always remained within the confines of the heavenly expansion immortal palace, leaving you without any opportunity to strike. Moreover, any forceful attempt within the palace would undoubtedly attract attention, given the considerable gap between your current strength and that of the immortal sovereigns. Confronting the heavenly expansion immortal palace could lead to being suppressed by multiple immortal sovereign experts before you even had a chance to act. Thus, you chose to remain in hiding. As days turned into weeks, you gathered numerous celestial swords through your connections within the heavenly expansion immortal palace. As you refine these celestial swords, you venture out, relying on the gifts of the annals of time to procure a considerable amount of resources. The 1800th year arrives, and at last, your cultivation experiences a breakthrough, elevating you to the third tier of the celestial emperor realm. Just as you prepare to continue your quest for celestial swords, the third elder, Su Xuan, pays you a visit. She straightforwardly expresses her desire to eliminate Lu Xinghe and offers you a substantial reward of cultivation resources, along with assurances of your safety, should you agree to assist her. Upon hearing this, a wave of surprise washes over you. Yet you are acutely aware that the task at hand is utterly implausible. If Lu Xinghe were indeed so easily vanquished, and if Su Xuan possessed the means to protect herself from Lu Xinghe, she could simply instruct her disciples to act on her behalf. Why would she seek your aid? However, before you can articulate your thoughts, Su Xuan perceives the turmoil within you. She asserts that Lu Xinghe's identity is far from ordinary, and once he meets his demise, the truth will be revealed, garnering the support of all within the Tianyan immortal palace. Her words resonate like ethereal melodies, momentarily ensnaring your thoughts. When you regain your senses, Su Xuan has vanished without a trace. A sense of urgency grips your heart. Su Xuan's power is formidable, far surpassing that of any celestial cultivators from Tianyan immortal palace you encountered at the auction house. Her strength undoubtedly reaches the level of a star-sequenced celestial sovereign. The revelation of the truth, what could it possibly entail? You ponder aloud. After much contemplation, you ultimately resolve to adhere to your initial intention, to remain still for the time being and await the opportune moment. Time swiftly passes, and soon it is the 2000th year. During this interval, you leverage your status as a steward of the Tianyan immortal palace to forge connections with numerous cultivators within the vast world of Tianwan. Through these associations, you have also become acquainted with several artisans of weaponry, securing a reliable source of celestial swords. After a series of twists and turns, you find yourself once more in the space occupied by Mo Xiao. He has completed the crafting of all bronze celestial artifacts and is now poised for the final touches. Aware of Mo Xiao's precarious situation, you inquire about his contingency plans. His response is nothing short of impeccable. He reveals that he has set up a grand formation capable of shielding this space from the perception of the heavens, along with several powerful sources of life essence. While these sources may not rival the strength of the laws of life, they can provide a considerable boost to his vitality all at once. This preparation will ensure that when he ascends to the level of celestial sovereign, he can swiftly replenish his life force in the face of any crisis, thus transforming peril into safety and weathering the tribulations of thunder. Hearing this, you fall into silence. You are aware that Mo Xiao had a backup plan during the previous simulation that allowed him to endure the thunderstorm a little longer. Yet, it was only a temporary reprieve. Just when Mo Xiao believed he could succeed, his life force began to plummet rapidly, and in mere moments, he succumbed to death. After a moment of contemplation, you advised Mo Xiao to exercise utmost caution in his pursuit of breaking through to the status of immortal sovereign, emphasizing the necessity of thorough preparation. Although the essence of life he possesses is formidable, it may not suffice to ensure his survival through the tribulation of thunder. Yet, Upon hearing your counsel, Imo Xiao merely chuckled heartily. He proclaimed that, unlike others from beyond this world who have failed in their attempts to ascend to a mortal sovereign, he is different. Throughout his extensive existence, he has made innumerable preparations for this very breakthrough. Even if he were to seek additional tribulation-evading artifacts now, it would merely be the icing on the cake. As he spoke, Imo Xiao began to ascend slowly, revealing the profound cultivation he had kept dormant for many years. In this realm, no one from beyond has ever succeeded in becoming an immortal sovereign, yet I, Imo Xiao, may just fill that void. Astonishingly, he chose to initiate his breakthrough before the appointed time of reckoning. Alas, good intentions often go unheeded, and you sighed inwardly. Under your guidance, rather than preparing adequately, Imo Xiao opted to confront the tribulation of the immortal sovereign several centuries in advance. Boom! With a thunderous roar from the heavens, an endless torrent of tribulation lightning shattered through the fabric of space, striking directly upon Imo Xiao. His aura swiftly dwindled. Chapter 147. The terrifying tribulation. You remain nearby, silently observing in hopes of uncovering the fundamental reason behind Imo Xiao's impending failure. Soon, a colossal surge of life force emerged, revitalizing Imo Xiao's previously weakened essence. He erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "My young friend, do you see this? This is the myriad dawn grand formation." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, his voice abruptly ceased. You immediately probed with your divine sense, only to find Imo Xiao's aura had diminished to its utmost limit. His visage was etched with terror, as if he had encountered something dreadful. Imo Xiao had perished. Once again, he had succumbed beneath the lightning tribulation. However, unlike the previous occasion, this time you witnessed genuine fear upon his countenance, an intrinsic dread. Imo Xiao, at the pinnacle of immortal lord cultivation, what could possibly instill such fear in him? You murmured to yourself, a sense of foreboding welling up in your heart. In the year 2001, you tirelessly searched the space where Imo Xiao had fallen, but to no avail. Just as you were about to depart, a message from Qiu Haiding reached your mind. She informed you that Lu Xinghe was to participate in a trial. At that moment, Lu Xinghe was alone, presenting an opportune moment for a decisive strike. As for Lu Changhai, she would obstruct him on your behalf. After a brief hesitation, you resolved to venture to the site of the trial. Aware that after the merging of realms, the forces of law would attract one another, it would be inevitable for you to confront Lu Xinghe. Thus, it was wiser to strike preemptively, extinguishing him in his cradle. Shortly thereafter, you arrived at the trial location, known as the Tongxian Tower. Only those with a bone age below 3,000 may enter. Furthermore, upon the completion of the trials within the tower, the Tongxian Tower will bestow a reward upon the cultivator, commensurate with the levels they have ascended. The magnitude of this reward varies, entirely contingent upon the treasures the cultivator has sacrificed to the spirit of the tower prior to entry. This notion evokes a sense of familiarity within you. However, before you can ponder further, the Tongxian Tower swings open. Lu Xing emerges with the throng, and you, utilizing the principles of spatial manipulation, seamlessly follow in his wake. In no time, you find yourselves within the confines of the Tongxian Tower. Each fellow cultivator accompanying you has generously offered the spirit of the tower an abundance of treasures. After a moment's hesitation, you two present the various gifts acquired over the years through the cycles of time to the spirit. In an instant, your surroundings blur. When clarity returns, you find yourself in an entirely new realm. You sense waves of energy coursing around you. Most of your fellow cultivators have collapsed to the ground, compelled to crawl onward. Yet, you remain unscathed. Why is this so? A moment of surprise is followed by a sudden realization. The bone age requirement of the Tongxian Tower has been restricted to 3,000 years. Cultivators of such age are predominantly celestial beings and profound immortals, with scarcely any at the level of immortal kings, let alone someone of your caliber as an immortal emperor. Maintaining a facade of composure, you begin to ascend alongside those in the foremost ranks. Soon, only a handful remain ahead of you, all of whom are immortal kings, each a paragon of excellence in the vast world. Yet, as time passes, these so-called prodigies begin to falter, gradually being expelled from the Tongxian Tower. Only Lu Xinghe perseveres. Mastering the laws of the sword, he presses forward, even as many of his peers at the same level succumb to failure. However, just as he believes he can conquer the layers of the Tongxian Tower, you make your move. In an instant, the heavens and earth shift. A formidable sword aura cleaves through the void, hurtling toward Lu Xinghe. What? Lu Xinghe whirls around abruptly, evidently taken aback by your capacity to launch an attack. A flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. In a heartbeat, the sword aura pierces through Lu Xinghe, yet he does not collapse. Instead, he gazes at you with a bemused smile. Fascinating, truly fascinating. No sooner are the words out of his mouth than the flesh and blood of his body convulse violently. The internal organs you had just shattered swiftly mending themselves. This spectacle sends a shiver down your spine. You are uncertain of the transformation occurring within Lu Xinghe. But one thing is clear. He is akin to Han Feng and Su Tianhe. However, unlike Han Feng and Su Tianhe, who undergo such a metamorphosis only in death, Lu Xinghe was born thus. You must not harbor even the slightest sense of carelessness, and immediately you exert the full force of the sword principle to strike at him. Upon witnessing this scene, a flicker of astonishment crossed Lu Xinghe's eyes. However, he remained unperturbed, summoning a celestial artifact that completely negated all your attacks. Do you also possess the sword principle? From which realm did you acquire it? Ignoring his words, you promptly activated the space principle once more to launch an assault against him, and this time, you burned a portion of your lifespan. A formidable power surged through your limbs and bones. When you again approached Lu Xinghe, you shattered the celestial artifact in his grasp. Crack! Bang! Lu Xinghe was sent flying. Although his injuries were instantly healed, a glimmer of shock flickered in his eyes this time. The space principle. The complete space principle. You are not from this realm. Who are you? And why do you seek to kill me? In response, Lu Xinghe expelled a mouthful of vital blood, rapidly elevating his cultivation. Celestial Emperor, third layer. This was undeniably a realm that equaled yours. You clashed once more, yet this time, he had already gained the upper hand. You began to rely on the space principle to engage in a tug of war with him. While Lu Xinghe's physical strength was extraordinary, his speed had not improved. Despite his furious roars, he could not lay a finger on you. As Lu Xinghe's aura gradually waned, a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. He immediately communicated with the artifact spirit of the Celestial Tower, retreating from it. In a desperate bid to escape you, he even forsook the final reward. But who would have thought he was fast, yet you were even faster. In the blink of an eye, you traversed through the Celestial Tower and appeared outside. At the very moment Lu Xinghe exited the Celestial Tower, countless celestial swords materialized before him. Chapter 148. The complete sword principle. How is this possible? Even the space principle cannot emerge directly from the Celestial Tower. Lu Xinghe screamed in horror, but before he could mount any defense, your terrifying sword light had already pierced through him completely. While Lu Xinghe's body continued to recover swiftly, the pace had significantly slowed. Once more, Lu Xinghe expelled a mouthful of vital blood. However, this time, he chose not to attack you, but instead devoted his full strength to defense. Awaiting the rescue from Lu Xinghe, he understood all too well the might of the space principle. With his strength, he could not touch you in the slightest. Now, the only one capable of saving him was Lu Xinghe. Yet this was merely a wishful thought. At this moment, Lu Xinghe was evidently entangled by Qiu Haidang, making it impossible for him to arrive here in a short time. Friend, I admit defeat in today's encounter. You may withdraw, and once I find a new source of power, I shall grant it to you. Moreover, my ancestor will arrive here in just 15 minutes. Once he arrives, even with your possession of the space principle, you will find it difficult to escape. 15 minutes? Can you hold out? You replied coldly with a smile. In the next moment, a multitude of celestial swords descended, each radiating a sharp brilliance that caused the very heavens to tremble. Do you truly intend to eradicate us completely? My ancestor will not spare you. Lu Xinghe, in a desperate struggle, unleashed a series of shields, yet before you, they crumbled as if fashioned from mere paper. Instantly pierced through, Lu Xinghe's body was once more impaled by your blade. The boundless sword radiance tore his form asunder, blood gushing forth incessantly. This time, he did not recover. Yet you remained cautious. You swiftly invoked the laws of space to appear beside Lu Xinghe. There lay his limbs and bones, shattered beyond repair, with only his head still barely intact. Surely, this must be his end? With a thought, you began to absorb the sword laws that Lu Xinghe had once claimed. Yet, at the moment your fingers brushed against the sword laws, Lu Xinghe's eyes opened with an eerie glint. He regarded you with profound significance and softly uttered, "We shall meet again." Boom. Upon uttering these words, Lu Xinghe's form utterly disintegrated. A torrential rain of blood erupted, staining the entire sky. He was finally dead. You sensed the sword laws no longer bound, and effortlessly claimed them for yourself. Without hesitation, you activated the celestial travel technique to reach a place of safety. In the year 2100, you fully healed from your injuries and merged the two sword laws into one, creating a complete sword law. However, the path to perfecting the sword law remained long and arduous. Throughout these years, you received numerous messages from Qiu Haidang. She informed you that matters had been resolved, and you could return to the heavenly transformation immortal palace to claim your reward, free from worries about Lu Xinghe posing a threat. Yet, you suspected the situation was far more intricate. You muttered to yourself, harboring doubts about Qiu Haidang's words. The reason was simple. She was well aware of the connection between Lu Xinghe and Su Tianhe, yet she had deliberately concealed it during multiple meetings at the heavenly transformation immortal palace. There must be hidden secrets at play. Though unaware of the exact nature of this secret, you sensed her schemes were substantial, and keeping your distance from her was prudent. You invoked the celestial travel technique and swiftly arrived in the valley beyond the Tianqing realm. Here, the spiritual energy was significantly more abundant than in the outside world. And you prepared to refine the sword laws. In the year 2200, you concluded your seclusion. It was not because the sword laws had reached perfection, but rather an instinctual alertness had whispered warnings to you. This was the first time since your mastery of the space laws that such a reminder had surfaced. A sense of foreboding washed over you, prompting an immediate shift through the celestial travel technique to another location. Yet, who could have anticipated that the awareness of crisis still lingered, continuing to send you subtle reminders? This stirred a myriad of thoughts within you. At last, the image of the begonia flower sprang to mind. Surely she intended to utilize the laws of the mind to manipulate you, as if to confirm your suspicions. The ethereal silhouette of the begonia appeared above you in an instant. Without further ado, she reached for your head, and despite your relentless attempts to repel her, you found yourself unable to disperse her presence. Futile effort. My soul is born of the heart. As long as you possess consciousness, my appearance cannot be thwarted. Now, allow me to delve into your memories. A cold smirk graced the lips of the begonia, yet in the next moment, her smile morphed into astonishment. Unable to search the soul? How can a celestial emperor be incapable of such a feat? Could it be that you have also been dispatched here? No, this is impossible. You are clearly of human origin. With that, the begonia launched another assault upon you. However, her soul form, birthed from the laws of the mind, was inherently frail. Beyond being impervious to your attacks, she was exceedingly weak, and with a mere flicker of thought, you evaded her grasp. Useless. You are merely a celestial emperor. Where do you think you can escape to? When my true form arrives, it will mark your demise. Oh, is that so? With a mere thought, you activated the immortal's journey and found yourself within the vast realm of Xianhuang. This action rendered the begonia momentarily speechless, for she could distinctly perceive that the connection between her and her true form had been severed in an instant. How is this possible? Even the perfected laws of space cannot transport one so far instantaneously. Who are you truly? Before she could finish, the essence of her soul dissipated like a leaf untethered from its stem. Witnessing this, you felt a fleeting sense of calm, for you knew that in a millennium's time, the realm of Xianhuang would merge with the realm of Tianhuang, and if you remained caught between the two worlds, the begonia would undoubtedly locate you through the laws of the mind. With the power to grow stronger as long as you lived, you resolved to bide your time and avoid this individual. The year marked the 2250th. You departed from the realm of Xianhuang, exerting all your effort to propel yourself in a singular direction through the laws of space. Yet, in this boundless void, you found no new world for an extended period. Could it be that I am searching in the wrong direction? You murmured, promptly adjusting your course to continue your quest. In the blink of an eye, 2,300 years had elapsed, yet you still failed to uncover a new grand realm. Reluctantly, you activated the immortal's journey once again, returning to the realm of Xianhuang. This time, you altered your direction and commenced a fresh exploration of the infinite void from a different perspective. 2,320 years passed. You hastened through the laws of space and, at long last, discovered a new world. Yet, upon tearing through the fabric of space and stepping into this realm, the influx of spiritual energy left you profoundly disheartened. This was merely an ordinary world. The density of spiritual energy here was even slightly inferior to that of the ancient spirit realm. Given your current cultivation level, any hopes of advancement in this place were utterly futile. Reluctantly, you pressed onward, commencing your search for a greater world. In the 2340th year, you stumbled upon another world. While not vast, the spiritual energy contained within it surpassed that of both the wilderness and the mysterious yellow realms by a considerable margin. Subsequently, you employed your divine consciousness to thoroughly explore this world, only to discover the absence of any sentient beings. This revelation filled you with joy, and you began to cultivate here with a sense of peace. As time swiftly passed, the third millennium approached. You successfully refined the principles of the sword to a state of perfection. Without a moment's hesitation, you activated the immortal journey and arrived at the battlefield of myriad races, ready to select the powers of the principles. However, to your dismay, upon choosing a particular principle, an ominous premonition stirred within your heart. Although the reason eluded you, the intensity of this intuition was undeniable. If you were to forcibly absorb a third principle, one of the existing principles, the space principle or the sword principle, would inevitably dissipate. With no choice but to abandon this plan, you returned to the world you had just discovered, naming it the minor spirit realm, where you embarked on a prolonged journey of cultivation. In the 3200th year, your cultivation successfully ascended to the fourth layer of the immortal emperor realm. Simultaneously, you recognized that the minor spirit realm was quite extraordinary. Its dimensional rank was on par with the mysterious yellow and wilderness realms, each being a significant world. Beneath it lay many ordinary worlds akin to the ancient spirit realm. These worlds connected to the minor spirit realm, yet none could ascend to it. This revelation left you perplexed. However, when you ventured into these ordinary worlds for exploration, you were astonished to find that the cultivator's realms were alarmingly low. In these worlds, regardless of their race, the highest attainment was merely at the void realm. Without delay, you conducted soul searches on all the higher-level cultivators within these worlds. You discovered that their stagnation in breaking through was not due to inability, but rather the absence of subsequent cultivation techniques. Even the methods they employed to reach the void realm had taken millennia of evolution to develop. Furthermore, various restrictions existed within their worlds, the law forbidding concurrent cultivation. If two cultivators practiced the same technique simultaneously, both would find their progress halted. Thus, it became exceedingly difficult to acquire a powerful technique in these worlds. Only a scant few cultivators managed to reach elevated realms. A term immediately surfaced in your mind: fostered cultivation. How could techniques not be practiced in tandem? This must certainly be the result of someone employing the law of order to forcibly alter the fundamental principles governing these worlds. The identity of the mastermind is all too apparent: the Lord of the Celestial Gaze. The will of the worlds within this realm is notably feeble, allowing him to impose the law of order upon their inherent regulations. His intent, undoubtedly, is to obstruct all cultivators in these worlds from ascending, thereby preserving the essence of celestial power intact. Once the opportune moment arises, the Lord of the Celestial Gaze will undoubtedly unleash his formidable powers, refining all the worlds contained herein. Such terrifying methods. You murmur to yourself, your mind swirling with myriad thoughts. In the 3,500th year, you, who have been cultivating in the minor spiritual realm, feel an unsettling restlessness and ultimately opt to depart, embarking on a quest through the vast expanse of emptiness in search of more suitable realms for cultivation. You tirelessly explore the void, traversing its boundless reaches. At long last, after a century, you encounter another world, the great universe. This is a realm you have discovered within the mind of Lin Jianyi. Its structure bears similarities to that of the great world of desolation, both being dominantly human-centric realms. You find an unclaimed celestial mountain and commence your cultivation there. In the fourth millennium, while in seclusion, you are abruptly awakened by a thunderous roar that reverberates throughout the heavens and the earth. Is this a world fusion? You are taken aback, realizing that in the distant great universe, a situation akin to that of the desolation and the Xianhuang realms is unfolding. Soon, a fierce battle erupts between the great universe and the world it is merging with. Even the celestial mountain where you have secluded yourself is affected. Fortunately, your current strength is vastly superior to before. After successfully vanquishing several cultivators engaged in conflict near your mountain, tranquility is restored. However, just as you believe you can continue in peace, an unexpected turn of events unfolds. The laws of space and the laws of the sword begin to absorb the power of the laws inherent within this world. You suddenly feel four streams of law power converging towards you. This spectacle sends shivers down your spine. The sword laws are manageable. You can easily evade their wielders. However, the space laws, as a top-tier law, are wielded by a master whose cultivation is not only profound, but whose speed is astonishingly swift. Should you choose to remain in seclusion here, you would undoubtedly find no peace. After careful consideration, you ultimately decide to act according to circumstances within this world. For the realms of Xianhuang and Desolation have already merged, and Quietang is undoubtedly searching for your whereabouts. Moreover, the minor spiritual realm could be threatened by the Lord of the Celestial Gaze at any moment. In comparison, the relatively weaker great universe appears to be safer. Additionally, you are intrigued to discover what might occur if you were to acquire another complete law power while already possessing one. Would it attach itself externally to your existing law power, much like the previous instance with the space laws? Chapter 150. The reunification, musing on whether the forces might once again merge, creating an even more potent law of power. You concluded your seclusion and commenced your travels in this realm. After extensive inquiries, you discovered that the convergence with the vast universe was located in a realm known as the Sun-Moon world. The dominion over that world was not held by the human race, but rather by two factions named the Celestial Day Clan and the Celestial Night Clan. Their might was exceedingly formidable, and shortly after the two worlds clashed, they gained the upper hand in their skirmishes against the cultivators of the vast universe. In the year 4008, just as you stumbled upon an opportunity bestowed by the Wheel of Time, a sense of impending danger grazed your awareness. This warning was not particularly intense, leading you to surmise that your adversary was at most a pinnacle celestial sovereign. As anticipated, moments later, You heard a cacophony in the sky. Wisps of azure lotus leaves materialized out of thin air, descending directly towards you. However, their assault was far too languid to pose any threat. With a mere thought, you rendered their long-planned attack futile. With a resounding crash, the powerful lotus leaves shattered several mountain peaks, and their wielder gradually revealed himself. I distinctly felt my sword's law being drawn to you. Why do you wield the law of space? Hearing this, a smile graced your lips as you lifted your hand, summoning thousands of celestial swords into existence. They formed an array and surged forward in an instant. You possess two kinds of law power. The man exclaimed in shock, but before he could react, the eternal life sword had already lunged towards him. With a swift motion, the formidable sword light pierced him, and he felt his vitality dissipating rapidly. Stop, stop. I am Su Xuan, the Grand Elder of the Sea Corner sect. If I perish here, the sect master will surely not spare you. Su Xuan attempted to flee, but the space around him had been thoroughly sealed by you, rendering him incapable of moving an inch. Gradually, his voice grew fainter, his life force entirely absorbed by the eternal life sword. Simultaneously, his sword's law began to materialize. You refined it, yet the outcome mirrored past experiences. Although the sword's law was successfully assimilated, it failed to merge with your original sword law, instead remaining an independent entity, attached externally. You sighed inwardly but chose not to linger, continuing your exploration of this realm. In the year 4012, as you traversed this world, you unabashedly displayed your aura, awaiting the owner of the law of space to seek you out. Unexpectedly, the wielder of the space law did not arrive. Instead, another possessor of the sword law found you. He was an alien being, with striking green hair and blue eyes, a rather fearsome appearance. However, his cultivation was lamentably low, merely at the celestial emperor level. Such a level had become trivial in your eyes. With a single stroke of the sword, the alien foe was cleaved in two, falling lifeless to the ground. You began to absorb the principles of his swordsmanship. Soon, the two newly assimilated sword principles melded into one, forming a complete sword principle. However, much to your disappointment, there was no connection between the two complete powers of the principles. They existed as independent entities. Although both had been absorbed by you, you could only wield the initially acquired sword principle. This revelation left you disheartened. Consequently, you ceased waiting for the possessors of the spatial principles and sought a safe haven to commence your cultivation. Time passed swiftly, and before you knew it, 4,000 years had elapsed. By this time, you had absorbed all the spatial principles within this realm, yet their owners had yet to reveal themselves. Could it be that the spatial principles in this world were without masters? You paused for a moment, but this was evidently a boon for you. After fully absorbing these two spatial principles, you delved into immersive cultivation. In the 4,200th year, you successfully broke through to the 5th layer of the Celestial Emperor realm. By the 5,300th year, you achieved the 6th layer. Simultaneously, you felt the enhancement of your strength through mere existence intensifying. At this juncture, you sensed that you could engage in combat with those who had just entered the celestial sovereign realm. Such talent was undeniably formidable, and a sense of joy welled within you. However, before you could continue to linger in this state, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The great world of sun and moon had utterly vanquished the great universe world within a span of merely over 1,000 years. They commenced a widespread massacre of the human cultivators in the great universe world, and soon, a group of human cultivators fled to the valley where you were in seclusion. Upon witnessing this scene, you were momentarily taken aback, but then, with a gentle gesture, you dispatched all the cultivators from the great world of sun and moon on the spot. Thank you, Senior, for your assistance. We are grateful, esteemed one. Senior, please emerge from your retreat to protect us, the human cultivators. Several voices reached your ears, yet you could only let out a soft sigh. Helping these cultivators was merely a trivial act, but to take responsibility for them was a daunting task. Although you could now confront celestial sovereign cultivators directly, the outcome remained uncertain. How could you face the entirety of the great world of sun and moon's cultivators? A thought crossed your mind, and in an instant, you departed from the scene, seeking another secure location. There, you resumed your cultivation, while the outside world was swiftly overtaken by the great world of sun and moon. Countless human factions were obliterated, and innumerable human cultivators perished in succession. Yet, in response to these events, you merely sighed softly. In the 6,600th year, your cultivation finally broke through once more, reaching the 7th layer of the Celestial Emperor realm. However, simultaneously, the resources for cultivation acquired through the cycle of years had been entirely depleted. Reluctantly, you had no choice but to temporarily conclude your seclusion and begin the search for cultivation resources. At this moment, the external world has been entirely dominated by the great realm of the sun and moon, leaving the human race to merely linger in a corner. Although this predicament is arduous for them, it proves rather advantageous for you. You begin to slaughter the alien races without any psychological burden, looting their cultivation resources. In just 1 year, the number of aliens that have perished at your hands has reached billions. Furthermore, the alien celestial sovereigns are utterly powerless against you. Despite your relentless slaughter, the harmonious interplay of two laws allows you to kill from a distance of thousands of miles, ensuring that not a single alien can discern your visage. Chapter 151. Breakthrough to Celestial Sovereign in the year 6603, having successfully acquired a wealth of cultivation resources. You seek a safe haven to enter seclusion and cultivate. This time, you have prepared an abundance of resources sufficient to sustain your rigorous training for several millennia. By the year 7500, you have successfully ascended to the 8th level of Celestial Sovereign. In the year 8600, you reach the 9th level. By the year 9800, through your devoted practice, your cultivation swiftly culminates at the pinnacle of Celestial Sovereign. At this juncture, you need only to transform your entire cultivation to successfully step into the realm of Celestial Monarch. Yet, it seems the heavens do not wish for you to continue in this manner. Just as you begin to convert your celestial energy, a thunderous explosion reverberates throughout the entire cultivation world. Simultaneously, you can distinctly sense the 4 laws of power you possess attracting one another. They intertwine and tear at each other, soon forming 2 entirely new laws of power. At this point, they are capable of further refining and enhancement. This revelation fills you with joy. However, a strong sense of crisis quickly arises within you. You immediately realize that this is the work of Su Xuan. For both the recent explosion and the attraction of the laws unmistakably indicate that the 4 realms have unified, and you and Su Xuan now exist within the same domain. You attempt to activate the celestial journey to reach the lesser spirit realm, but it proves ineffective at this moment. Before you can react, the ethereal figure of Su Xuan materializes before you. She has grown even stronger. Now, Su Xuan not only possesses the complete law of the mind, but has also assimilated other laws. Even facing her phantasm, you feel an immense pressure. Indeed, you are in this realm. Su Haitong's eyes narrow, and a formidable force rushes towards your consciousness. Yet this time, she fails once more. Confusion, disbelief, and astonishment filled Su Haitong's face, as she cannot fathom why, even with her significantly enhanced cultivation, she is still unable to delve into your soul. On the other hand, you are equally bewildered. In the previous simulation, while the master of the law of time did not succeed, you clearly sensed that he was capable of extracting your memories. But why does Su Xuan fail now? Is she merely a facade of strength? The wielder of the laws of time has transcended the realm of celestial supremacy. Not daring to ponder further, the moment Autumn Begonia's soul-searching attempt faltered, you immediately began your retreat. Yet, who could have anticipated that even as you exerted all your might to manipulate the laws of space, the sense of impending danger would only intensify rather than diminish? Futile. For throughout these years, I have absorbed the laws of swift movement and the laws of wind. Even if you possess the laws of space, it is impossible for you to extricate yourself from me with merely the cultivation of a celestial emperor. A chilling voice reached your ears. However, what drew your attention first was not the imminent arrival of Autumn Begonia's true form, but rather the formidable power of the laws she had absorbed. At least 3 varieties. But why could you only draw from 2? Was it due to your cultivation level? Would an elevation in your cultivation allow for the absorption of greater law powers? As these thoughts crossed your mind, you felt the warnings of danger surge within you. Finally, at the moment when the alert induced a sense of trepidation, you activated the celestial journey, finding yourself on the far side of the world. How could this be? Another such tactic? Autumn Begonia's face was etched with shock, yet what astonished her even more lay ahead. Regardless of how her true form wielded the laws of swift movement and wind to pursue you, you consistently evaded her with the celestial journey. Thus, time gradually elapsed. Autumn Begonia, with an obstinate spirit, pursued you for years. Yet, whenever her true form approached, you effortlessly employed the celestial journey to maintain your distance. At last, she relinquished her chase. After casting a meaningful glance your way, her phantom slowly dissipated. However, the sense of impending danger within you remained. You understood that Autumn Begonia had not truly given up. Her previous retreat was merely a ruse. And so, the two of you became entangled once more. Autumn Begonia's true form relentlessly utilized the laws of swift movement and went to assault you, yet you always managed to evade her with a mere thought. This relentless pursuit endured for an eternity. A staggering 11,800 years passed. You successfully transformed your celestial power, breaking through to the realm of Celestial Lord. Moreover, you sensed within that you could now absorb the power of a 3rd law. Indeed, it was true. A surge of joy filled your heart. Yet you refrained from immediately seeking out the new law power, instead standing still, patiently awaiting autumn begonia's arrival. Now, you had not only transcended to Celestial Lord, but had also received a significant enhancement that allowed you to grow stronger with each passing moment. Such a formidable opponent as Autumn Begonia, who had never cultivated laws of slaughter, though powerful, may not necessarily pose a challenge for you. Soon, a figure approached from the horizon, Autumn Begonia herself. Her gaze was sharp, a soft laugh escaping her lips as she taunted, "Why stop running? After all, external forces are ultimately ephemeral, they can be exhausted." No sooner had her words left her lips than you felt an onslaught of countless wind blades materialize around you, rushing towards you. Yet, clang, clang, clang. The sound of clashing metal reverberated, and though the wind blades grazed your skin, they ultimately inflicted no harm upon you. Indeed, witnessing this scene, you were filled with immense joy. Although you had still been at a disadvantage during the recent clash, Quietang had lost her former overwhelming stance. With a resounding clang, you invoked the principles of the sword, summoning thousands of celestial swords that appeared in midair, their dazzling radiance illuminating the heavens. The Shura sword array. As soon as the words left your lips, all the celestial swords surged forth, coalescing into formation within the sky, barreling directly towards Quietang. How could this be possible? How could one of your level unleash such an attack? Quietang exerted all her strength to resist, yet your formidable sword light still pierced through her defenses. As thousands of celestial swords penetrated her body, showering the sky with a rain of blood. However, Quietang instantly recovered. That was the very same technique as Lu Xingha. Your secrets are indeed numerous. If you were to encounter other members of your clan, you would undoubtedly evade capture repeatedly. Unfortunately, you have encountered me. With those words, Quietang's aura surged dramatically. The terrifying pressure rendered the entire realm silent. Chapter 152. The Rule of Progression, the Pinnacle of Celestial Sovereignty. She had actually reached the apex of celestial sovereignty. A flicker of astonishment crossed your eyes, yet you still successfully fled using the fixed immortal escape. However, just as you touched the ground, a torrent of celestial rivers descended from the heavens, completely sealing off your surroundings. This sealing power was extraordinarily unique. Even your spatial principles felt as though they were mired in a quagmire, nearly impossible to activate. You dared not hesitate for a moment and immediately activated the fixed immortal escape to begin your flight. Yet that celestial river followed you relentlessly, no matter where you fled. It always appeared alongside you. This is the rule of destiny. It is the handiwork of that fallen celestial ancestor. In the previous simulation, he had influenced your fate. Yet in this simulation, he had arrived thousands of years late. But with this strike, it became a deadly trap. This celestial river seemed capable of nullifying everything. Although you could continually activate the fixed immortal escape, you could also distinctly feel the connection between you and the technique growing weaker. If this continued, it would not be long before the bond between you and the fixed immortal escape would sever completely. A myriad of thoughts flashed through your mind. At last, you recalled the grand formation, the 10,000 dawn sky array, set by Mo Xiao. Although Mo Xiao had perished under the tribulation of celestial sovereignty during your subsequent explorations, you discovered that the 10,000 dawn sky array remained intact. If there were anything in this world capable of evading the rule of destiny, it would undoubtedly be this formation. With a cry, you once again activated the fixed immortal escape to enter the space where Mo Xiao resided. Without a moment's hesitation, you immediately set the formation in motion, hoping to evade the pursuit of the rule of destiny. Fortunately, you succeeded. The 10,000 Dawn Celestial Array, a masterpiece painstakingly crafted by Mo Xiao, truly lives up to its reputation, possessing a formidable shielding effect that can even obscure the very laws of destiny. However, the sense of impending crisis lingers within you, a reminder that all before you is merely ephemeral. The vast consumption of spiritual stones required to activate the 10,000 Dawn Celestial Array is staggering. Even the entirety of what you possess would not sustain it for long. At this moment, you find yourself ensnared. Yet, how could you acquiesce to such a fate? After a brief moment of meditation, you swiftly made your way to the battlefield of myriad races. Here, the power of the laws had been significantly diminished, but you still managed to locate your target, the law of propagation. You seized it directly, and, in the blink of an eye as the celestial river surged forth, you returned to the 10,000 Dawn Celestial Array. You commenced your cultivation of the law of propagation. Within mere months, you had achieved a modest level of mastery. The law of propagation resembles a diluted version of the law of destiny. It can perceive the future paths of individuals but cannot impede or alter them. To do so would invite backlash, resulting in a considerable loss of lifespan. Moreover, this prophetic process spans merely a millennium, a trivial duration in the protracted existence of a cultivator. Due to the potential for substantial lifespan loss, no cultivators from the outer heavens chose to absorb it. Nevertheless, It possesses a distinct advantage, the ability to ascertain the current state of the target being foretold. You first applied the law of propagation to yourself. In an instant, your millennia of experiences flashed before your eyes, revealing the version of yourself currently engaged in this very prophecy. As for the outcomes of the future, you simulated them 100 times. Among the possibilities, one outcome resulted in your demise at the hands of the fallen immortal ancestor, another in a mutual destruction with Qiu Haitang, and yet another saw you perishing while attempting to seize spiritual stones. However, there was one scenario in which you survived by continuously venturing forth to procure spiritual stones, enduring thousands of years within the 10,000 Dawn celestial array, ultimately achieving a counterattack against the fallen immortal ancestor through the augmentation of law power and various innate talents. Yet, such success proved exceedingly difficult. It took 100 simulations to yield a single successful counterstrike against the fallen immortal ancestor. After careful consideration, you resolved to explore the life trajectories of those fortunate individuals. After all, even when faced with dire straits, you could eliminate them to acquire opportunities for selection rewards. The image of Tang Xuan began to materialize in your mind, and his life trajectory swiftly unfolded within your consciousness. Without any interference from you, Tang Xuan's path of cultivation appeared to traverse a smooth course. He had ascended to the realm of the immortal king, and the law power he had refined was none other than the law of life from the azure sky realm. His destiny seemed preordained, with that law of life remaining unnoticed and unclaimed by anyone. He quietly cultivated in the celestial azure realm, his strength continuously ascending. Next, you chose to envision Su Xuan. He now found himself in a place known as the Flame Clan, a remarkably powerful alien race within the vast world of Xianwang. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Su Xuan garnered significant attention from the Flame Clan. Here, he not only absorbed the ancestral weaving laws of the Flame Clan, but also earned the recognition of the clan's elder, acquiring a technique, the Flame Sutra, that pointed directly to the realm of immortal sovereigns. Simultaneously, Su Xuan's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the pinnacle of the immortal king stage. Moreover, his future path appeared to be one of smooth sailing. You then envisioned Feng Xuanji. At that moment, she was cultivating within the celestial transformation palace. Yet her future path was fraught with peril. She would meet her demise. You foresaw that she would sacrifice her life to protect the celestial transformation palace. This crisis would unfold thousands of years hence, and the force that would strike against the palace remained unknown to you. They were entities you had never encountered before, capable of annihilating the celestial transformation palace with devastating ease. In this crisis, there was no escape. No matter how you envisioned Feng Xuanji, her path led only to death. You then envisioned Gu Xuanxian. At this point, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the immortal emperor stage, far surpassing Tang Xuan and Su Xuan. His path of cultivation was remarkably smooth, and he would achieve the realm of immortal sovereign in 10,000 years. However, he was currently situated in the 100,000 Great Mountains, a place you had once visited. Thus, you decided to take action. You let out a cold laugh and activated the immortal journey, arriving within the 100,000 Great Mountains. Thereupon, you expanded your divine consciousness, locking onto Gu Xuanxian's position before the approaching torrents of the Celestial River. Chapter 153. Annihilation of the Fallen Immortal Clan with a Mighty Roar. You summoned the Eternal Life Sword, which materialized out of thin air, instantly striking through the spatial laws towards Gu Xuanxian, who was 100 miles away. He attempted to defend himself, but it was ultimately in vain. The Eternal Life Sword merely paused momentarily before cleaving him in two. Concurrently, you sensed an eerie stillness enveloping the world. An ominous elder, millions of miles away, cast a profound gaze upon you. You knew he was the ancestor of the fallen immortals. This was the second time you encountered him. Unlike the first, this time, there was a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. The scene abruptly came to a halt. After slaying Gu Xuanxian, you once again traversed back to the myriad morning sky array through the immortal journey. A spurt of blood escaped your lips. The backlash from the law of envisioning was exceedingly powerful. Simultaneously, you could distinctly feel a vast amount of vitality ebbing away from you. Knowing the heavens is easy, but defying them is a formidable challenge. Had you not employed the law of envisioning to slay Gu Xuanxian, it would have been simpler. However, altering his original fate after envisioning him was a defiance of the heavens and would incur tremendous backlash. No wonder the cultivators of the celestial realm are reluctant to practice the laws of derivation. With a gentle sigh, you begin to adjust your breath. Time swiftly passes, and soon it reaches the year 12,980. During this period, you have continuously ventured out through the immortal journey, vanquishing numerous alien beings to seize spirit stones. Yet, this remains far from sufficient. The spirit stones you have acquired barely match the consumption of the 10,000 Dawn Grand Formation. Moreover, the consumption of the formation continues to escalate, amplifying your sense of urgency. You understand that this cannot persist. Even if you relentlessly venture forth to seize spirit stones, it would be arduous to match the formation's demands. You must seek another avenue. Once more, you activate the laws of derivation, and the visage of the Soul Heaven True Monarch materializes in your mind. In an instant, images of the Soul Heaven True Monarch appear before you. However, unlike his former appearance, he has transformed into a being of undying spirit. This revelation astounds you. For in your memories, had you not intervened, the Soul Heaven True Monarch would have perished while contending with Su Xuan for the power of destiny, ultimately failing to ascend to the Xianhuang Great World. Yet now, he not only thrives, but has also attained the pinnacle of the immortal Emperor realm. Furthermore, in the future path you discern for him, everything, like others, is fixed. 3,000 years hence, he shall break through to the immortal Lord realm. Is this a consequence of the power of the laws? You ponder silently. Yet, no matter how you contemplate, you cannot fathom how Soul Unending or the Soul Heaven True Monarch could achieve this under the dominion of the reincarnation laws occupied by Jiang Wanjie. Subsequently, you proceed to derive several others, including all those with fortune in the ancient spirit realm and Wang Yuan in the vast wilderness world. However, apart from Yi Honglian, the future paths of everyone else have already been predetermined. Without your intervention, some would ascend their cultivation paths effortlessly, while others would meet their demise 9,000 years later. Only with Yi Honglian do you perceive 3 potential outcomes. After 100 deductions, you find that Yi Honglian has 78 instances of inexplicable death 9,000 years hence, leaving no trace of his presence. In 21 instances, Jiang Wanjie unravels the reincarnation at the moment of Yi Honglian's impending death, successfully merging with him. Yet, at this juncture, Yi Honglian would cease to be Yi Honglian. Only once does Yi Honglian triumphantly attain the path of the immortal sovereign after 8,800 years, surviving the crisis 9,000 years later and safeguarding countless human beings, becoming the revered Red Lotus immortal sovereign. Perhaps he holds the key. You exhale softly. Then, without a moment's hesitation, you utilize the immortal journey to burst forth into the external realm, annihilating all those fated to perish 9,000 years hence. At this moment, your additional choice opportunities have reached 3. Though few, they are sufficient for your needs. As unnecessary options are eliminated, it becomes evident that the majority of the remaining rewards can be easily acquired once more. 13,000 years have passed. Having healed your wounds, you do not linger. You again burst forth from the vast array of the 10,000 Dawn, commencing your plunder of spirit stones. Yet, regardless of your efforts, you find it exceedingly challenging to match the consumption of the Grand Formation. Under the influence of the laws of fate, you can distinctly perceive the escalating depletion of the 10,000 Dawn Formation. At this rate of consumption, it is likely to dissipate entirely within 2,000 years. Such a trajectory renders the prospect of enduring for several millennia utterly impossible. You let out a heavy sigh. Due to the incompleteness of the absorbed laws of derivation, you can only vaguely foresee the future, lacking clarity on the specific maneuvers required. Very well, since the fallen immortal ancestor continually targets me, I shall first annihilate your entire clan. No sooner have the words left your lips than you summon the immortal's journey to the vicinity of the fallen immortal clan's stronghold. Countless celestial swords materialize out of thin air, instantly plunging into the fray. In an instant, screams and wails reverberate throughout the heavens and the earth, and the feedback from the eternal sword compensates for the previous depletion of your derived powers. By the time the fallen immortal ancestor's mighty powers descend once more, this stronghold of the fallen immortal clan has been utterly decimated, with not a single survivor. He is furious, astonished, yet no matter how he wields his divine powers, he can only watch helplessly as you vanish before his eyes. 13,500 years have elapsed. Your cultivation has successfully ascended to the 2nd level of the immortal monarch. Simultaneously, during these years, the consumption of the 10,000 Dawn Formation has intensified, and you are acutely aware that it is no longer feasible to rely on it for concealment. Thus, you begin to appear incessantly across various locales, ruthlessly exterminating all members of the fallen immortal clan. In a mere 500 years, over 10,000 branches of the fallen immortal clan have been obliterated. Some survivors, harboring a sense of desperation, flock toward the main branch, hoping to seize a slender chance of survival. However, this is utterly impossible. In previous assaults, you have repeatedly approached the main branch of the fallen immortal clan, having already scrutinized everything there. With but a thought, you can arrive at any location within the main branch, ready to unleash further slaughter. Yet before this, there remains a more pressing task awaiting your completion. The Refining of the Laws. Chapter 154. Fierce Battle with the Fallen Immortal Ancestor. Following the unification of the four realms, your sword laws and spatial laws will once again merge. They not only become more formidable, but can also be further refined. During this time, you have not been idle, constantly refining them. Now, you are but a step away from achieving great success in this endeavor. 14,500 years have passed. As a powerful aura sweeps across the heavens and the earth, you immediately sense a transformative change in the two powers of law. They have grown even stronger. You feel that, at this moment, even in the face of the peak immortal Lord Xiu Haidang, you would not necessarily find yourself at a disadvantage. Who could have anticipated that as you sought to further refine them, a sense of impending danger would signal you? What could be the reason? You were momentarily taken aback, yet you dismissed it, for the power of the laws at this moment was undeniably formidable. The 14,600 years had passed. You launched a surprise attack on the fallen immortals once more, directing your efforts straight into the heart of their territory. The instant you materialized, countless cultivators of the fallen immortals detected your presence. They surged forward, employing various supernatural abilities in an attempt to hinder you. However, they were too feeble. With the enhancement of becoming stronger merely by existing, no one among the fallen immortals stood as your equal anymore, not even the esteemed leader of their clan. Even he, despite exerting all his might, could not prevent your massacre of the other fallen immortals. Enough. A thunderous celestial sound enveloped the space like a resounding bell, instantly knocking your celestial sword to the ground. Simultaneously, the ancient ancestor of the fallen immortals gradually emerged from the void. His visage was grim, his form emaciated, resembling an ordinary elderly man, making it impossible to associate him with the notorious ancient ancestor of the fallen immortals. This marked your first true encounter, contrary to your expectations. As you faced him, the warnings from your instinct of crisis, though intense, did not reach their zenith. This indicated that he lacked the ability to strike you down in one fell swoop. I truly did not expect you to dare come seeking me. Who granted you such audacity? Merely because you have ascended to the second tier of the Celestial Lord realm? As his words trailed off, an unfathomable river of celestial energy bore down upon you once more, exuding a sense of peril. Yet, at this moment, your mastery of spatial laws was no longer mired in stagnation, effortlessly allowing you to evade the onslaught. This spectacle rendered all present wide-eyed. Even a hint of astonishment flickered in the ancient ancestor's gaze. After all, this formidable divine ability of his had proven effective against many, including Chen Tiandao, who also possessed spatial laws. Yet first, you eluded his divine abilities through your celestial travel, and now you had directly employed spatial laws to break free from his constraints. Humanity is often gripped by fear of the unknown. Yet here you stood, evidently having transcended that fear. The ancient ancestor of the fallen immortals felt trepidation. However, he swiftly devised a countermeasure. With a cold snort, a violent pressure emanated from him, causing your previously effortless traversal to feel burdensome. The force of gravity. And this was not the end. Boom. Above, endless dark clouds began to converge. And even from a distance of thousands of miles, you could distinctly sense that he was concocting a powerful attack. This was the law of thunder. The three laws wielded by the ancient ancestor of the fallen immortals complemented one another. Even when surveying the entire world, he would likely be second only to the mysterious elder who commanded the laws of time. Yet, witnessing this scene, you remained utterly unperturbed. With the celestial traveler's artifact in your possession, even if you were to falter, you could retreat into the grand formation of myriad realms to devise a longer-term strategy. Moreover, the outcome of the current confrontation is still uncertain. You begin to consume your lifespan, channeling your utmost energy into the principles of the sword. In an instant, a terrifying sword radiance pierces the heavens, overshadowing the firmament. Upon perceiving the fearsome sword principles you wield, the countenance of the fallen immortal ancestor darkens instantly. He has not refrained from slaughtering the cultivators of the sun and moon great world to obtain another complete principle. On the contrary, he made an attempt to seize it at the very moment of the realm's convergence and successfully acquired a second complete principle of thunder. However, the pace of their fusion is exceedingly slow. As of now, although the fallen immortal ancestor has fused a more formidable principle of thunder, he is still far from achieving perfection. Human race, you have remarkably escaped the grasp of fate, yet you remain merely an immortal monarch. Upon uttering these words, a golden great sword materializes above the fallen immortal ancestor's head, hurtling towards you. Clang. Boom. The clash of sword and blade evokes an unfathomable tempest of spatial chaos, instantly engulfing the entire realm. Countless cultivators of the fallen immortal race perish beneath the aftershocks, their life force swiftly absorbed by the everlasting sword, returning vitality to you. Yet, Ultimately, this maneuver signifies your defeat. Although you hold the upper hand in the direct confrontation with the fallen immortal ancestor, his principle of thunder is unequivocally mightier than your blade's principle. You are compelled to divert your attention to contend with the torrential heavenly lightning descending upon you. However, after a single strike, a flicker of astonishment crosses the fallen immortal ancestor's gaze. He distinctly realizes that in their recent clash, he was utterly outmatched. Had it not been for the principle of thunder, he would have already succumbed. Ha ha ha. To unleash such an assault with your immortal monarch prowess is indeed commendable. Alas, you must have burned through your entire lifespan just now, have you not? Boom. As his words fade, the four forces of the fallen immortal ancestor's principles surge violently once more. The gravitational principle ensnares you like a mire. The thunder principle converges into a cascade of celestial lightning. The blade principle manifests as a golden longsword. Yet, the most terrifying of all is the principle of fate. In an instant, the celestial energy radiating from the entirety of the fallen immortal ancestor boils over, his form ascending rapidly, transforming into a figure imbued with an aura of ominous magic. This is the true form of the fallen immortal. While you may not comprehend the means by which he achieves this, you can palpably sense the overwhelming aura of destruction emanating from him. An inexhaustible breath of death spreads forth, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. At the sight of this scene, you take a deep breath, instantly igniting all remaining years of your lifespan. You channel every ounce of your strength into the everlasting sword, crafting a blade of radiance that embodies the might of the universe. This strike reverses the flow of time and cleaves through the heavens. Even the dreadfully terrifying true form of the fallen immortal pales before you. Chapter 155, The Hidden Monster. A tremendous clash resonated through the air, reverberating with a thunderous roar. Yet, in that moment, it was not a matter of victory or defeat, but rather the very heavens themselves seemed to collapse. This was a true cataclysm of celestial proportions. At the sight of the collision, a fissure suddenly emerged, rapidly extending upwards within a mere breath span. The crack widened relentlessly, expanding until it reached the zenith of the firmament, where it ultimately shattered. A formidable force engulfed everyone present, yet you alone managed to escape, relying on the laws of space. How could this be? You muttered to yourself. In all your previous simulations, regardless of victory or defeat, such a phenomenon had never transpired. The scene before you cast doubt upon the authenticity of the predictive laws you had relied upon. Before you could ponder further, a golden eye materialized from the void. Upon locking eyes with it, you found yourself ensnared, unable to extricate yourself. Even as a profound sense of danger surged within you, urging you to flee, it proved futile. You felt your very soul being stripped away, your remaining lifespan trembling precariously. Time froze. Just then, a resounding shout echoed from afar. An elder, wielding the power of time, rushed towards you, forming a seal with his hands to conceal the shattered heavens. He gazed at the origin of the golden eye and sighed softly. Subsequently, he transported you to the very space where you had first encountered him. However, this time, the area was devoid of any strange energies, the entire realm remarkably clear. Simultaneously, the elder's demeanor towards you had softened considerably. He no longer referred to you as an aberration from beyond the realm, nor did he attempt to invade your mind. Instead, he presented you with a pill and inquired, "Young friend, do you wish to know what just transpired?" You were momentarily taken aback, then proceeded to unburden your heart, voicing all the questions that had accumulated within you. The elder nodded gently in response and began to elucidate. He introduced himself as Tianji, having long since ascended to the pinnacle of this world. What you had encountered prior was a being that identified itself as a deity. Their existence had spanned an unfathomable duration, and throughout Tianji's extensive lifespan, he had witnessed them on numerous occasions. The domain in which he resided was known as the Light and Dark Star Realm, a space teeming with countless worlds. Every 500,000 years, all worlds possessing the power of laws within this realm would gradually merge into one. The laws of power wielded by cultivators would attract one another until they formed a singular, true law. Those self-proclaimed deities reveled in such true laws. Thus, as the fusion of these laws approached completion, they would traverse dimensions to devour all cultivators endowed with true laws. Tianji, it seemed, was a cultivator born just after their last extensive harvest. But, esteemed elder, you queried, if this is the case, then surely there are no longer any laws of power remaining in this realm? Upon hearing this, Tianji smiled faintly and spoke again. How could there be none? The so-called power of the laws is fundamentally a path that anyone in this world can cultivate. However, those monstrous beings who claim to be divine have sealed these paths, thus giving rise to the power of the laws. Moreover, due to their blockade, all cultivators are forced to rely solely on the power of the laws to transcend the realm beyond that of the immortal king. This has led to a grim scenario where all cultivators in this realm are compelled to engage in mutual slaughter. As for this power of the laws, I would prefer to refer to them as seeds. Once spawned by those monsters, they continuously absorb the essence from all worlds. Yet, for the long-term development of the light and dark star realm, these monsters have not exhausted the resources, but have chosen to generate a new power of the laws only once every 500,000 years, gradually absorbing the essence from all worlds within the light and dark star realm. Hearing this, you fell silent for a long time, astonished that the power of the laws was formed in such a manner. However, before you could finish your astonishment, Tianji spoke again, filled with fury. "This is one thing," he exclaimed, "but those monsters have obstructed all paths of ascension, indiscriminately attacking any cultivator from this realm attempting to ascend. I have attempted ascension several times, yet each time I was mercilessly intercepted by those bizarre creatures. Were it not for the time law by my side, I cannot fathom how many times I would have perished." At this point, Tianji couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. He revealed that his time was drawing near. Despite the overwhelming rage in his heart, he felt powerless to change his fate. Even with the time law, he could not escape the impending doom, ultimately becoming trapped by those strange monsters within the light and dark star realm. However, in you, I see a glimmer of hope. Me? Indeed. You possess the ability to contend with the peak of the fallen immortal ancestor at the second level of the immortal monarch. Should you break through to the peak of the immortal sovereign, I fear even those peculiar monsters would fall before you. Excitement surged across Tianji's face, only to quickly fade. "I almost forgot," he continued. "You outsiders will be particularly scrutinized by them. Even breaking through to the immortal sovereign has become a luxury." You hastily inquired as to why this was the case. Yet, Tianji's subsequent answer left you utterly astounded. It turned out that under the monster's control, there had indeed been successful ascensions in the light and dark star realm over the years. 220,000 years ago, one individual accomplished this feat like you. He was also an outsider. However, within merely a few thousand years, he swept through the entire cultivation world and successfully ascended. No one knew where he ultimately went. But since then, the monsters have kept track of the aura of outsiders. When an outsider attempts to break through to the immortal sovereign, it draws the attention of those monsters, who subsequently employ various means to ensure their demise beneath the immortal sovereign's tribulation. Is it truly so? You sighed inwardly. It turns out that the cause of Imo Zhao's death was not due to the suppression of this world, but rather a covert assassination by those self-proclaimed divine monsters. This revelation sent a shiver down your spine. In the near future, you too shall ascend to the pinnacle of the celestial sovereign. Yet, how does one transcend this threshold? You inquired of Tianji whether there exists a method to shield oneself from those self-proclaimed divine beings. His response was disheartening. There is none. Unless you possess strength far surpassing that of the celestial master realm while still within the celestial sovereign stage, escape from the clutches of those monstrous entities is utterly unattainable. Chapter 156. The seventh layer of the celestial sovereign. This assertion enveloped you in despair. For, should you fail to break through to the celestial master realm, you would be left to confront the self-proclaimed divine beings of 9,000 years hence with naught but the peak of celestial sovereign prowess. Even with the enhancement of growing stronger through mere survival, you would stand no chance against them. Subsequently, you posed numerous inquiries to Tianji, each of his replies casting a shadow over your heart. Firstly, you cannot refine your current true laws to perfection, for doing so would prematurely attract those monsters. Secondly, it is advisable to refrain from absorbing excessive amounts of law power, as some of these creatures may traverse dimensions to collect law power according to their desires. Lastly, aside from Tianji, there are a few others in this realm who are aware of the existence of these monsters. They too have attempted to resist, yet all have met with failure. This world resembles a vast prison, confining everything within its grasp. 15,600 years have passed. You replenished much of the lifespan previously consumed through the eternal life sword. During this time, your laws of deduction absorbed those of others, culminating in the formation of a true law. You did not rush to refine it. Instead, you promptly turned your focus inward to your own deductions. However, despair soon settled upon you. In 100 attempts at deduction, you did not survive beyond 22,000 years even once. Those self-proclaimed divine beings are overwhelmingly powerful. Even the weakest among them has already transcended the celestial master realm. While you might engage them at that juncture, bolstered by the power of surviving to grow stronger, it would merely be a fleeting moment. Even if you were fortunate enough to slay one of these monsters, you would quickly fall victim to the coordinated assault of others. In your helplessness, you began to deduce the fates of others. Yet, whether it be the meditating Tianji nearby or other celestial master practitioners wielding true laws, their fates were singular, death. Conversely, those like Chu Handan and Tang Chuan, who had yet to reach the celestial master realm, managed to survive. During the lengthy years of your deductions, they thrived remarkably well. But why is this? Do those enigmatic divine beings not require their consumption? This revelation left you momentarily bewildered. Yet after much contemplation, you ultimately resolved to observe the unfolding circumstances. 16,000 years have elapsed. You successfully broke through to the third layer of the celestial sovereign. However, emboldened by your newfound strength, you did not hasten to depart. Instead, you chose to continue enhancing yourself in this very location. 17,300 years have passed. You have successfully ascended to the fourth layer of the celestial sovereign. In the year 18,600, you achieved the fifth layer. By the year 19,980, you reached the sixth layer. With a deep sigh of relief, you concluded your cultivation, for in your previous divination, it was foretold that the celestial palace of Tianyin would face destruction in the 20,000th year. Thus, you resolved to investigate the creature responsible for this calamity. You conveyed this information to Tianji, who, after a moment's hesitation, agreed to accompany you to the celestial palace of Tianyin. You both awaited in silence. Soon, you encountered Quietang, the enigmatic elder of the celestial palace, whose prowess had waned to the point of being no match for you. However, after careful consideration, you chose to remain discreet. Staying at a distance with Tianji, time passed gradually, and before long, the fateful year of 20,000 arrived. In an instant, the heavens and earth were shrouded in tumultuous clouds, as a formidable force swept across the realm. Even from 1,000 miles away, you and Tianji felt an immense pressure. This was the force of the laws. It was Su Xuan. He had disregarded my counsel and perfected the true laws. Tianji uttered a cry, but before he could finish, an even more potent force erupted. It was a golden coffin, approximately 100 meters long, its surface marred by rust, exuding an eerie aura at every inch. You could not fathom what lay within, but upon its sight, your instinctive sense of danger surged to its peak. This place was no longer safe. You promptly warned Tianji and utilized the celestial escape to flee. Just as you departed, a powerful wave of deathly energy erupted from the golden coffin, releasing countless specters that swiftly engulfed the entire celestial palace of Tianyin. When you returned, the year had advanced to 20,002, and the celestial palace had seemingly vanished, leaving behind a desolate expanse. I had long warned Su Xuan that waiting for those creatures might offer a glimmer of hope. But if they were summoned prematurely, it would spell disaster. You urgently inquired of Tianji the reason behind this calamity. His response echoed his previous insights. This world is a colossal prison, binding all cultivators within its confines. As for those who could perfect the true laws ahead of time, they became unpredictable variables in the eyes of the creatures. They would dispatch powerful monsters to eliminate these cultivators who had manifested the perfected true laws. When the creatures descended en masse, although they remained formidable, the cultivators of this realm would at least have a chance to struggle, rather than being inexplicably crushed. Hearing this, you experienced a sudden enlightenment. It is no wonder that when you previously sought to continue refining the power of the laws, a sense of crisis served as a reminder. Yet, if those monsters were indeed so formidable, would there be any hope of survival? A heaviness settled once more in your heart. However, all you could do at this moment was to strive for self-improvement. In the 20,190 years, your cultivation successfully ascended to the seventh layer of the immortal sovereign realm. Concurrently, you adjusted everything about yourself to peak condition, awaiting the arrival of those monsters. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the 20,200th year. You gathered with Tianji and several renowned immortal sovereigns from this realm to deliberate on how to evade this calamity. Some proposed retreating to the corners of the light and darkness star realm, while others suggested hiding within powerful formations. All these ideas were categorically dismissed by Tianji. He informed the assembly that the ultimate goal of these monsters was to plunder the true laws from everyone. Even if they had yet to collect a single law, they would not depart easily. Chapter 157. The Descent of the Divine Beings. If one wished to prolong their existence, they would have to relinquish all true laws they possessed. Yet, what difference would that make to death? Once a cultivator forsakes their law power, their cultivation would plummet, rendering further advancement nearly impossible. Those who had just achieved the rank of immortal king might fare slightly better, but if a powerful immortal sovereign were to abandon all their laws, they would exhaust their lifespan and perish on the spot. What, then, should we do to evade this calamity, esteemed Tianji? Indeed, Tianji, among all present, you possess the greatest strength. We shall heed your counsel. In my view, we can only fight to the death. Upon this declaration, the assembly fell into a profound silence. After all, they were the oldest beings in the light and darkness star realm, with a few having witnessed the last invasion of monsters. Such entities could hardly be opposed by them. Observing their reaction, Tianji remained expressionless and continued to elucidate. Although I cannot fathom the thoughts of those monsters. In their previous large-scale descents, their power was not overwhelmingly strong. In fact, prolonging the encounter might attract even mightier adversaries. Upon hearing this, the assembly lapsed into silence once more. After a considerable pause, one person slowly spoke up. Yet even so, the first wave of monsters is beyond our capacity to resist. Even the weakest among them possesses at least peak immortal sovereign cultivation. Hearing this, Tianji merely sighed softly and then gazed into the distance. The horizon was shrouded in swirling black mist, and powerful auras emanated from within. They are coming. An endless tide of monsters surged into this realm. Furthermore, they were utterly distinct from the myriad races within this world. While many of the races here were grotesque, they at least possessed a humanoid form. These monsters, however, were entirely different. They are creatures adorned with tentacles, others with countless eyes, and some covered in hair. They appear as though they are a grotesque amalgamation of numerous corpses, evoking a profound sense of dread. Fortunately, these monsters do not possess overwhelming power. Although an instinctual warning surged through you at their sudden emergence, it was not as intense as the previous encounter with the golden coffin. This realization instills a sense of assurance. You can fight. Everyone, follow my lead. As the words left your lips, the aura of Tianji could no longer be concealed, revealing itself with unrestrained vigor. A formidable array of time laws coalesced, ensnaring a multitude of bizarre creatures, rendering them immobile. Observing this scene, the other celestial beings felt a surge of confidence and promptly joined forces with Tianji. You too participated. But for prudence's sake, you positioned yourself on the periphery of the battlefield, utilizing spatial and sword laws to launch remote attacks. Soon, through the concerted efforts of all, the strange monsters were confined. Although they could not be slain immediately, the situation appeared less dire. However, just as you believed you could maintain control over these creatures, countless blades of light suddenly erupted from the void. They disregarded the time laws imposed by Tianji, cleaving several celestial beings into a mist of blood. Witnessing this, the fleeting confidence of the crowd was shattered, prompting a frantic retreat. Even Tianji vanished from sight. You too succumbed to panic. At the peak of your alarm, you activated the divine escape, fleeing to a far distance. Yet, you underestimated the capabilities of those creatures. The strength of the wielder of the light blades far surpassed your imagination. Even as you activated the divine escape to reach the far side of this realm, you were struck from millions of miles away. Pain, a searing agony coursed through your entire being. Yet, you dared not hesitate for a moment. You summoned all your strength to propel yourself through the boundless void. 5 months later, you found yourself in a lifeless world. Just then, a piercing shriek echoed in your ears. Your vision darkened, and you collapsed to the ground, only your consciousness barely remaining alert. You felt a powerful force pulling you in, and your vitality began to wane. You were dead. What? A surge of shock coursed through Su Xuan. He never expected that the previously invincible divine escape would fail to save him. Moreover, the so-called deities among those monsters could cross half a world to strike him. What extraordinary power they possessed. Commencing assessment of this simulation's outcomes. Due to your slaying of 3 individuals blessed with fortune during this simulation, you are entitled to select 4 items from the following options. 1. A 7th layer celestial lord cultivation. 2. A sword refining technique and progression in cultivation. 3. An eternal sword. In this simulation, several talents were utilized. The true space law at the level of great achievement, the true sword law at the same level, and the true propagation law. Observing the options before him, Su Xuan hesitated briefly before selecting the cultivation talent along with the space law and sword law. As for the propagation law, it was not a matter of disinterest. Rather, he anticipated that in the next simulation, he would possess strength far surpassing his current capabilities. At that time, he could easily seize the more formidable fate law, rendering the choice of the propagation law unnecessary. System, display the panel. Immortal Cultivation Simulator 7, Host, Su Xuan, Cultivation Level, 7th Layer of Immortal Sovereign. Peak of 6th Stage Body Refinement, Spiritual Root, Single Spiritual Root, Spiritual Body, Pure Golden Spiritual Body, Talents, Strong Body, White, Swift Movement, Fortuitous Fate, Slave Goo, Crisis Awareness. Heaven's Reward for Diligence, Leadership Power, Bloodline Power, Grand Tao Immortal Sovereign, Space Law, Gift of Time, Immortal Journey, Strengthening through Survival. Current energy level sufficient for the next simulation. Would you like to begin? Initiate simulation. Ding. The current level of the Immortal Cultivation Simulator is 7. You may choose from the following golden talents. Life Devour. Gold each time you slay a creature, you can absorb its remaining lifespan. Absolute Defense. Gold, you will gain a brief period of invincibility, the duration of which depends on your current realm and the celestial energy expended. All laws return to origin. Gold, each time you absorb a type of law's power, all attributes will receive a substantial enhancement. Chapter 158. All laws return to origin. Staring at the three formidable options before him, Su Xuan was momentarily taken aback, for each was immensely powerful. However, with an uncertain path ahead, and not yet knowing if he could break through to the immortal sovereign level, he ultimately chose the option that would directly enhance his strength. All laws return to origin. Ding, simulation commencing. You feel a clarity in the cosmos, and your strength experiences a significant boost. What a tremendous enhancement, you murmur to yourself. At this moment, you sense that if you could wait a little longer, you would be capable of overpowering any immortal sovereign cultivator in this realm. You arrive in the space of the renowned sword immortal and engage in soul-searching. You acquire the eternal life sword. You obtain the sword refining technique. You gain the Azura sword array. Upon successfully transitioning your cultivation method, you hesitate not a moment and immediately seek a safe location to enter seclusion for training. In this unknown world, only absolute strength could possibly alter the unfolding events. 1,500 years pass. You successfully break through to the 8th layer of Immortal Sovereign. 3,200 years pass. You achieve a breakthrough to the 9th layer of Immortal Sovereign. 4,900 years pass. You reach the pinnacle of Immortal Sovereign. Vast power fills your being. Under the enhancement of all laws return to origin and strengthening through survival, you feel utterly invincible in this realm. Yet, this is not the end. Due to your previous omission in selecting a law of derivation, you now possess the opportunity to embrace a law of power, thereby allowing the convergence of all principles to bestow upon you a significant enhancement across all attributes. As for what to select, this contemplation momentarily ensnares you in indecision. Within that ancient battlefield, although myriad laws of power abound, they are not particularly formidable. At least, they pale in comparison to the supreme laws of time, space, causality, and fate. After much deliberation, you resolve to first absorb the law of fate. However, your initial target is not the fallen immortal ancestor, but rather the realms of Hengyu and the Sun-Moon worlds. With a mere thought, you traverse through the realm of the immortal traveler to arrive here. At this moment, these two worlds have indeed merged. Through your extensive inquiries, you discover that the law of fate here has been absorbed by a cultivator of the Tianzhou clan. This individual is a venerable elder of the Tianzhou, possessing a cultivation level of the 7th tier of Immortal Sovereign. Although such prowess holds little significance for you, he resides deep within the heart of the Tianzhou clan. Engaging him would mean confronting the entire clan. You refrain from immediate action and instead meticulously investigate the specifics of the Tianzhou clan. After a brief period, you successfully ascertain the details. The Tianzhou clan boasts 10 immortal sovereign cultivators, yet only one stands at the pinnacle of this realm, while the others pose no conceivable threat to you. With this realization, you swiftly penetrate the heart of the Tianzhou clan. Your divine sense sweeps across everything within. And before the numerous immortal sovereigns of the Tianzhou can encircle you, you materialize within the abode of the Tianzhou cultivator who possesses the law of fate. Who are you? Before the words can fully escape his lips, you unleash a palm strike, aimed directly at him. In an instant, the void shatters in layers, and your seemingly casual strike, imbued with the might of the cosmos, obliterates the 7th tier immortal sovereign. By the time other Tianzhou cultivators arrive, they can only witness 4 strands of law rising slowly into the air. Uncle, enter. No. Return the life of our elder. A number of Tianzhou cultivators rush towards you, their faces contorted with rage and malice. Yet, in response, you merely raise a hand. Boom. An immense force erupts from your palm, forming an unending tide that instantly topples these Tianzhou cultivators to the ground. The very cultivator who first attacked you finds his body shattered, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. How can this be? How can an immortal lord be so powerful? Upon hearing this, you merely smile with indifference. Ants need not know so much. No sooner have the words left your mouth than an unfathomable aura surges forth, bearing down upon him. Meanwhile, the other Tianzhou cultivators find themselves ensnared by your spatial law, rendered utterly powerless. Boom. As that aura descends, the individual is instantaneously slain on the spot. The remaining cultivators of the Tianzhou clan finally came to realize that you were in existence beyond their reach. They began to flee in haste, while you stood still, awaiting the arrival of the venerable ancestor at the pinnacle of immortality. After a brief moment, a bald elder emerged from the void. Upon seeing you, he erupted with fury. Despicable human, to launch a sneak attack deep within the territory of the Tianzhou clan. What audacity you possess. With that, the bald elder unleashed a torrent of crimson light, imbued with overwhelming murderous intent, hurtling towards you. Yet, you remained unfazed, even allowing a hint of derision to curl at the corner of your lips. He was far too weak. The disparity in strength between the bald elder and the fallen immortal ancestor was astronomical. Even during your last simulation, you could have easily defeated him with minimal effort. In the next moment, you casually waved your hand, and a palm descended with crushing force. The imprint of your palm expanded in the air, creating a series of sonic booms, as if the very fabric of the universe were about to tear apart. Bang! At the instant of contact between the palm imprint and the crimson light, it was devoured, continuing its relentless advance towards the bald elder. He attempted to flee, but with a mere thought, you completely immobilized him, forcing him to confront your strike head-on. With a resounding crash, the bald elder was sent hurtling backward, shattering countless structures of the Tianzhou clan. Yet, before he could touch the ground, you seized him once more. In an instant, the entire Tianzhou clan fell silent, all present stunned by the spectacle. They could hardly fathom that the venerable ancestor, who reigned supreme in the world of sun and moon, was so easily vanquished by you in a single move, and now lay captured like a wretched beast. The expression on the elder's face shifted through shades of green and red, his murderous intent surging wildly. But no amount of rage could alter the situation before him. You plunged the eternal life sword into the chest of the elder. In that instant, torrents of blood gushed forth, and his cultivation began to plummet. Just as he reached the pinnacle of the immortal monarch realm, you seized his head and swiftly refined it. Chapter 159. Refining the laws of destiny, an overwhelming flood of memories surged into your mind, while the elder perished, having lost his soul. Moments later, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in your eyes. After absorbing the laws of destiny, you activated the immortal search to seek a safe haven. In the year 4901, you successfully refined the laws of destiny and began to sift through the memories of the Tianzhou ancestor. This individual had lived for countless ages and was undoubtedly one of the most knowledgeable beings in the realms of sun, moon, and the cosmos. He had also encountered those monstrous entities who proclaimed themselves as gods. Within his recollections, these so-called gods would occasionally appear, devouring the laws they required. In his youth, the Tianzhou ancestor had once witnessed a cultivator wielding the law of life being consumed by a red-haired beast that emerged from the void. This event evokes memories of the inheritance of the eternal sovereign, once bestowed upon you through the gift of tree rings. This individual not only possessed the secret of the character, but had also cultivated the laws of life. Yet, why did they vanish inexplicably, leaving not even the faintest trace behind? Once, you were quite curious about this matter, but now it seems likely that this person was consumed by those monstrous beings. What, then, caused the laws of life to remain within the celestial blue realm? You furrowed your brow, and with this perplexity in mind, ventured into the valley outside the celestial blue realm. Guided by your memory, you swiftly located the teleportation passage. You stepped inside, and this time, faced no hindrance, quickly passing through the portal to the other side. In an instant, a rich vitality enveloped you, invigorating your spirit. However, you found no trace of any life forms here, including Su Xuan and the white-haired female cultivator, which left you greatly puzzled. In previous simulations, you had performed a soul search on the white-haired cultivator, and her memories indicated that she had resided in the celestial blue realm since birth, never having departed even a step. Moreover, the celestial blue realm was teeming with vibrant grasses, which starkly contrasted with the current desolation. You began your exploration in this realm, but the outcome was unexpectedly disheartening. Even after scouring the entire celestial blue realm multiple times, you could not find any living beings. How could this be? What had altered the course of events? A thought struck you, and you promptly activated the laws of destiny to probe into Su Xuan's fate. Yet this time, it was as if your efforts had vanished into the abyss. Although you wielded a more potent power of destiny, you found yourself unable to glimpse his fate. Why was this? You continued to invoke the laws of destiny to inquire about the fates of others, but they remained consistent with the scenes you had previously observed through the laws of divination. Only Su Xuan eluded your understanding. In the 5,300th year, you cultivated within the celestial blue realm, nourished by its abundant spiritual energy. Soon, your cultivation reached its zenith. You could distinctly sense the warnings instilled by your awareness of impending danger. Should you attempt to break through to the sovereign realm, the ultimate outcome would undoubtedly be death. How could it be that, despite acquiring numerous enhancements and assimilating the powers of 3 different laws, the path to sovereign remains utterly devoid of hope? To what realm had those creatures that obstructed you ascended? A tightening sensation gripped your heart, yet you ultimately chose not to pursue an immediate breakthrough to sovereign, opting instead to wait for the strength gained through survival to augment your abilities. In the 6,700th year, with no advancement in your cultivation, you began to wander through this world. After much wandering, you found yourself at the domain of the fallen immortal clan. intent on seizing the laws of destiny from the ancient ancestor of the clan. You captured several cultivators from the fallen immortal clan and commenced soul-searching, seeking to uncover all that there was to know about the clan. As one of the most esteemed races within the vast realm of Xianwang, the overall strength of the fallen immortals tribe pales in comparison to that of the previously formidable Tianzhou tribe. Although the ancestral figure of the fallen immortals possesses extraordinary power, he remains but a solitary entity. Furthermore, in this phase, the four realms have yet to unify, rendering him devoid of true laws at his disposal. After careful deliberation, you ultimately resolve to penetrate the heart of the fallen immortals tribe. On a moonless night, you spring into action. With two true laws at your command, you instantaneously materialize within the depths of the fallen immortals tribe, unleashing a wave of slaughter. Countless members of the fallen immortals fall before you as effortlessly as chopping vegetables. And even the tribe's esteemed patriarch, a figure of the celestial realm, proves no match for your might, succumbing to your suppression in an instant. However, just as you are about to deliver the final blow, a formidable pressure manifests in the sky. You realize that the ancestral figure of the fallen immortals has arrived. Yet, despite his apparent strength, he is currently limited to triggering lower-level crisis awareness. The only concern you harbor is the potential for breaking the heavens during your confrontation, which may inadvertently draw the attention of lurking monstrosities. With this thought in mind, you strike, and when you do, you give it your all. You ignite your own lifespan and fully channel the two true laws. In an instant, the eternal sword cleaves through the fabric of existence, aimed directly at the ancestral figure's visage. The murderous aura emanating from this strike is profound, and the accompanying force of nature inspires trepidation. Even the ancient ancestral figure, having lived countless epochs, trembles upon witnessing this. Nevertheless, he is a top-tier powerhouse in this realm and responds immediately. Multiple strands of law power materialize around him, intertwining and coordinating to form layered defenses against the eternal sword. Yet, in comparison to your assault, his defenses appear woefully inadequate. The laws of thunder, gravity, and blade are swiftly shattered, and even the true form of the fallen immortals, manifested through the law of fate, barely manages to deflect the eternal sword. Yet, the eternal sword still pierces through his being. A vast quantity of vitality is stripped away, leaving the ancestral figure's complexion ashen. Even as he strikes down the eternal sword in a desperate attempt, the lost lifespan cannot be reclaimed. He is enraged. The ancestral figure of the fallen immortals immediately unleashes two devastating maneuvers. A torrential river of celestial energy rushes towards you from all directions, followed by a dazzling aurora that seems intent on engulfing you. However, these efforts are too slow for you. You manipulate the laws of space, effortlessly evading their onslaught. Yet, just as you believe the ancestral figure to be merely formidable, your inner sense of crisis suddenly intensifies. A wave of terror raises the hairs on your skin, prompting you to hastily activate the laws of space and retreat repeatedly. A terrifying explosion reverberated through the heavens and the earth, its origin unmistakably linked to the radiant light wielded by the fallen ancestor of the immortals. Yet, it is clear that this dazzling aurora could not possibly have emanated from him. The true conjurer was someone else entirely. As if to affirm your suspicions, you focused your gaze and beheld a singular eye rising from the epicenter of the explosion. It floated eerily in the air, and an unsettling chill coursed through you. The eye emitted a cacophony of sounds, and in the next instant, an endless expanse of radiant light materialized, unleashing indiscriminate attacks in all directions. Countless members of the fallen immortal race were obliterated in an instant, including the fallen ancestor himself. In that moment, he had succumbed to death, the essence of four laws of power slowly dissipating from his lifeless form. He was gone, an inexplicable end for one who had just moments ago confronted you directly. Terror swelled within you, compelling you to activate the laws of space and flee at a distance. However, the eye showed no intention of allowing you to escape so easily. Even as you employed the technique of celestial travel to evade, it could reappear before you in the blink of an eye, relentlessly launching attacks. Despite your attempts to evade using spatial laws, you still felt the impact as it struck your palm. In an instant, excruciating pain radiated through your entire being. When you regained your senses, you realized that your hand had vanished. You pondered the reason for this premature demise, whispering to yourself, yet instead of fleeing, you chose to confront the pursuing monstrosity. At this moment, you finally discerned its true visage. The creature appeared as a colossal eye, surrounded by an array of purple tufts, which, under the moonlight, accentuated its menacing presence. Ah, a second human escaping the clutches of fate. Too bad. We were well prepared. As the words left its mouth, the purple tendrils of the eye began to exude gas, swiftly transforming into a billowing fog that surged toward you, heightening your sense of impending doom. Yet, at this juncture, you felt an unexpected resolve. Today, I shall vanquish you. As the declaration left your lips, you summoned all the laws at your disposal, particularly the law of fate. Though you did not undergo a transformation akin to that of the fallen ancestor, you felt an immense power, foreign yet potent, surging within you. Die? A terrifying sword aura burst forth, shaking the heavens as the void itself began to crumble. Concurrently, you ignited your entire lifespan, unleashing another powerful strike. This palm strike, fueled by the sacrifice of your own longevity, eclipsed even the sword aura and strength, imbued with an intent of ultimate destruction. Wherever it passed, all vitality would be swiftly extinguished, an assault surpassing the pinnacle of celestial sovereigns. Damnable insect, you are even more troublesome than that fellow. Curse it. Curse it all. The eye opened in fury, resembling someone who had been played for a fool. After all, to him, this was merely a game of cat and mouse. Your sudden onslaught had caught him off guard, resulting in significant losses. Whoosh. Bang. 2 attacks followed in rapid succession. The sword light severed a corner of the eye, causing an endless stream of black blood to erupt. Meanwhile, the palm strike pierced through layers of purple mist and collided with the eye, unleashing a heart-wrenching scream that resonated through the heavens. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of joy ignited within you. Yet, to your astonishment, as the palm imprint dissipated, the eye remained alive. A flicker of resentment glimmered in its depths, as boundless and strange energy enveloped its form. At that moment, it appeared even more formidable. A wave of despair washed over you. You wished to escape, yet felt utterly powerless. All you could do was close your eyes and await your fate. Stop. Time halted. Just then, 2 authoritative shouts echoed from the horizon. Their voices possessed an extraordinary power, instantly freezing the eye in place. One of them was Tianji, while the other was unfamiliar to you. However, the aura he exuded was even more potent than Tianji's by a margin. As they appeared, the 2 exchanged glances, seemingly surprised that the other had chosen to intervene. Tianji, did you not despise the outer demons? Why not do you extend your hand to assist this young friend? Aha. You know well why I disdain those from beyond the stars. Yet, you, who claim to have left the realms of light and darkness, are now here. Their banter ensued for a brief moment before they simultaneously launched their attacks at the eye. In an instant, the once mighty eye exploded, and an endless cascade of black blood rained down from the sky. You felt compelled to speak, yet the toll of your recently burned lifespan weighed heavily upon you, rendering your vision increasingly dim. Time passed, though you could not tell how long, until you awoke. To your astonishment, you were still alive, brimming with vitality, showing no signs of having been forcibly snatched from the brink of death. You are awake, young friend, came a voice. You turned to see Tianji at your side, accompanied by the other individual who had previously come to your aid. You hurriedly expressed your gratitude, but Tianji waved it off, explaining that the one who had assisted you was Mu Li. Without his abilities, he would have been unable to rescue you from the gates of the afterlife. Upon hearing this, you hastily conveyed your thanks to Mu Li and discreetly observed him. Unlike Tianji, Mu Li exuded a dense aura of bloodlust. Had he not just aided you, you would undoubtedly have deemed him a remorseless fiend. Without the need for gratitude, you possess an extraordinarily potent mastery of spatial laws. Thus, I request only one favor from you. Mu Li's voice was as frigid as millennial-old frost, yet from her deliberately hoarse tone, you detected a hint of something amiss. She appeared to be a female cultivator. Chapter 161. Erosion of the spatial barrier. Ultimately, you acquiesced to Mu Li's request and agreed to fulfill this task a century hence. You commenced a period of recuperation within this realm where Tianji resided. During this time, Tianji shared numerous insights with you, which he had previously disclosed in the last simulation. Yet, in order to conceal your awareness of these matters, you merely echoed his sentiments. Time swiftly elapsed, and before long, 6,800 years had passed. Mu Li reappeared in this space, requesting that you employ the laws of fate to ascertain whether her journey would bring fortune or misfortune. You gladly consented. However, to your dismay, the results of your inquiry revealed only darkness. The laws of fate were obstructed by an unseen force, preventing you from glimpsing the future that awaited Mu Li. You communicated this revelation candidly. Yet, before Mu Li could respond, Tianji interjected, asserting, I have long declared that this method is futile. This world is a vast prison. How could those monsters possibly allow you to traverse the spatial barrier to reach other realms? How could one ascertain the feasibility without attempting? Are we to simply await our doom? You sighed. Upon hearing the ensuing dialogue between the two, the entirety of the situation became clear to you. It turned out that both Mu Li and Tianji had reached the zenith of cultivation within this realm. Unlike Tianji, who had experienced numerous failures to advance, Mu Li had succeeded. Although the specifics of her method remained a mystery, her cultivation evidently surpassed that of the celestial sovereign, yet her path forward was uncertain, leaving her unsure of how to proceed. The two, aware of their possible exit, were naturally reluctant to be ensnared by those monsters within the realms of light and darkness. Throughout the years, they had tirelessly sought an escape. Mu Li, with her transcendent cultivation, ventured to the fringes of the realms of light and darkness, discovering a relatively fragile barrier. Meanwhile, Tianji employed the laws of time to repeatedly observe the arrivals of the monsters, in hopes of uncovering a breakthrough. It was evident in this endeavor that Tianji had failed. Although his observations were accurate, the monsters were indeed weak during large-scale incursions. He could only control them momentarily using the laws of time. The other celestial sovereigns within this realm were of no assistance whatsoever. Furthermore, among those monsters lurked an exceedingly formidable entity, capable of annihilating numerous cultivators in a mere strike. Such an existence was far beyond the capabilities of Tianji and his companions. Moreover, Mu Li's success was not guaranteed. Despite her absence in your previous simulation, her fate remained shrouded in uncertainty. Yet the darkness witnessed through the lens of fate, coupled with the words uttered by Tianji, unequivocally suggests that her ultimate fate is likely death. Of course, this is merely a high probability. The darkness signifies the unknown. Perhaps Mu Li possesses extraordinary luck, enabling her to successfully escape from the realm of light and shadow. Thus, after much contemplation, you ultimately decide to accompany Mu Li to the frail boundary. Upon witnessing your resolve, Tianji lets out a heavy sigh and opts to follow you both. 6,850 years have passed. Due to Tianji's lack of mastery over spatial laws, his cultivation can barely sustain him in the void, resulting in your arduous journey taking 50 years to reach this point. You have now arrived at the boundary. Just as Mu Li had indicated, this boundary is indeed quite fragile. With your command over spatial laws, it seems plausible that you could wear it down over time. However, just as you are about to commence your efforts, an acute sense of danger arises within you, warning you vehemently. Although it is not an inevitable death sentence, it carries a high probability of calamity. This revelation leaves you momentarily astonished, unsure of how to convey this to them. Yet, after a brief consideration, you resolve to take the risk. You instruct them to distance themselves from the area, while you position yourself at the utmost limit, relying on the spatial laws to erode the boundary. This method proves to be exceedingly slow, and soon you find yourself in the 7th millennium. However, before you can completely wear down the boundary, a creature covered in writhing tentacles materializes before you, launching an immediate assault. Though you had anticipated such an occurrence, you still find yourself wounded by its tentacles. A fierce burning sensation and an overwhelming sense of crisis flood your consciousness. Acting swiftly, you sever the offending appendage, allowing the feeling of peril to gradually subside. At that moment, Tianji and Mu Li appear instantaneously, each unleashing their unique powers against the tentacled beast. Yet, this creature is far more formidable than the previous monster, and even their most vigorous attacks merely sever a few tentacles. I have long forewarned that these monsters would undoubtedly lay traps by the boundary, never allowing you to depart easily. Tianji sighs heavily, yet he does not hold back, channeling all the power of his laws. You remain unaware of the other 3 laws he wields. However, at this moment, Tianji breaks through the skies, surveying the eternal expanse, a commanding aura emanating from him, as if it were his birthright. He appears more powerful than when he previously restrained the monster with the time formation, eternally binding time. In the next instant, as Tianji forms intricate seals, a series of mysterious light barriers emerge from his hands, instantly subduing the tentacled creature. But this is not the end. The light barriers shimmer momentarily, and before the creature can react, it vanishes without a trace. Witnessing this scene, your pupils constrict in astonishment. You had not anticipated that Tianji possessed such capabilities. Yet, why had he not employed this method during the previous simulation? It seems that Tianji has discerned your thoughts. Letting out another sigh, he informs you that the method he just employed serves only as a temporary remedy. While he can seal that monstrous being within the river of time, this is ultimately a fleeting solution. The life form of such monsters is of an exceedingly high order, far surpassing all races within this realm. Although the river of time is fundamental to this world, it cannot permanently confine these creatures. One day, they will inevitably transcend the limitations of the river of time and escape. Regardless of when they break free, they will surely unleash unimaginable calamities upon this world. In stark contrast to Tianji's furrowed brow, Mu Li is filled with delight at this moment. She believes that sealing this monster will allow her to continue breaking through the barriers of the realm and venture into other star realms. Yet only you are aware that this is utterly impossible. The moment you entertain the thought of dismantling the boundary, a heightened sense of crisis warns you with intense urgency. This warning is far more potent than before, rendering your situation one of certain doom. You convey this predicament to Mu Li, cautioning her about the terrifying existence that lies beyond the boundary. Nevertheless, she remains undeterred, recklessly advancing toward the barrier with a vow to shatter it and escape the light and dark star realm. Alas, you possess a lifespan far exceeding mine and have now ascended beyond the realm of immortals. Why not remain here and await their arrival, instead of heedlessly fleeing this place? Upon hearing this, Mu Li gently sighs and responds, "You may not believe it, but I have been reborn." Her familiar words strike you like a thunderclap, leaving you momentarily speechless. Though it sounds absurd, it is indeed the truth. I have not cultivated the laws of reincarnation, yet I have genuinely felt the essence of rebirth. Tianji, in my previous life's memories, we fought side by side, together resisting those self-proclaimed deities. As you mentioned, they were not overwhelmingly powerful. Even one particularly formidable monster among them was ultimately ensnared by our combined efforts. But what followed? Monsters are endless. Even if we slay them all, there will always be a second wave, a third wave of creatures, eternally relentless in their quest to seize all the true laws of this realm. And you could never traverse their spatial pathways to reach the other side as you envision. This is simply impossible. In my previous memories, we were ultimately overwhelmed by the third wave of monsters. We forced our way through that spatial passage, but before we could escape, a vast abyssal maw swallowed us whole in an instant. Upon hearing this, Tianji furrows his brow more tightly. Clearly, he finds it difficult to believe Mu Li's words, for such matters lie far beyond his comprehension. Each individual perceives the world from a unique perspective, thus witnessing different realities. In the realm of Tianji, apart from those who possess the laws of reincarnation, it is utterly inconceivable for anyone to be reborn with such vivid memories. Yet, you are different. You are acutely aware that this world is inhabited by many who bear fortune. Although Mu Li is a native of this realm, she is likely one of them. However, contemplating this leads to a dilemma regarding how to proceed. According to Mu Li's perspective, forcibly breaking through the boundary may indeed present a glimmer of hope, but that is applicable to her alone. The sense of crisis you experience serves as a stark reminder that should you dare to venture out, certain death awaits you. Moreover, you possess the innate ability to grow stronger merely by existing. By the 22,000th year, your strength will undoubtedly reach an astonishing level. At that point, you may surpass both Mu Li and Tianji. After much contemplation, you ultimately decide to assist Mu Li in refining the boundary to its utmost limit, while she will wait until you and Tianji have distanced yourselves before shattering the boundary to escape the light and dark star realm. In the 7,100 year, you successfully thin the boundary to a fragile layer, while Tianji has long since departed. Break the boundary and step outside. As the words leave your lips, you activate the immortal travel, setting your destination in a lower realm far from this place. Simultaneously, Mu Li strikes with her palm, successfully shattering the boundary. In an instant, a torrent of terrifying spiritual energy surges forth, but accompanying it is a skeleton exuding a foul aura. Its power is formidable, and the surrounding space subtly warps, far surpassing the tentacled creature you encountered before. In comparison, Mu Li's transcendent realm is akin to a firefly against the full moon, utterly incomparable. As for what transpires thereafter, you remain oblivious. With a fleeting haze enveloping the space before you, you abruptly find yourself departed from the boundary before the skeleton can make its move. In the first 10,000 years, the four realms have already merged. Your strength has also seen considerable enhancement. However, at this juncture, should you attempt to break through to the immortal sovereign, the likely outcome remains death. With no further room for advancement, you begin to traverse the four realms. Your first destination is the Heavenly Yin Immortal Palace, where you intend to investigate the situation surrounding Qiu Haitang. However, recalling Tianji's warning about the Grand Elder Qiu Fan's strength surpassing the pinnacle of immortal sovereign, you ultimately decide to wait outside rather than force your way in. Time swiftly passes, and before long, several years have elapsed. You finally await the day when Qiu Haitang ventures out. With a flicker of intent, you swiftly invoke the laws of space to follow her closely. As she distances herself from the Heavenly Yin Immortal Palace, you seize the moment and unleash a sword strike from afar. A profound sword light emerges, instantly traversing layers of void, racing towards Qiu Haitang. Who? A flicker of panic crossed Qiutang's eyes, but before she could react, the sword struck, shattering her protective celestial energy and landing squarely on her chest. With a sharp gasp, her body was sent flying, crashing through several mountain peaks. By the time you reappeared beside her, it was evident that her breath had become shallow, the air within her lungs scarce. Do you not wish to employ any restorative techniques? You remarked with a cold smirk, unleashing the principles of the sword, which cleave Kuai-Tang in two. This strike seemed to trigger some hidden mechanism. At the moment she was bisected, a dark liquid began to surge from her body, swiftly binding her halves together once more. How did you discern my true identity? Kuai-Tang questioned, her spirit racing towards you, intent on launching a mental assault through the laws of the mind. Yet, despite her swiftness, you were swifter still. Before she could mount her attack, your myriad powers had already enveloped you. In the next instant, the eternal sword materialized out of thin air, emanating an overwhelming aura of bloodlust, cutting through layers of space as it surged towards Kuai-Tang. The explosive sound echoed like thunder, engulfing the entire realm. However, to your astonishment, Kuai-Tang, at the center of the explosion, emerged unscathed. It was the dark liquid. You immediately recognized its significance, observing how it enveloped her entire form, effectively creating a barrier that repelled the bloodlust, preventing any harm from befalling her. What a peculiar technique. You mused internally, yet you dared not hesitate. Relentless. You unleashed another wave of attacks upon Kuai-Tang. In this instance, you once again sacrificed your lifespan. In an instant, the heavens trembled, the mountains shuddered, and the very fabric of space quivered in response to the brilliance of your sword. Yet, despite the magnitude of your assault, the dark liquid remained unbroken. Conversely, Kuai-Tang's invocation of the laws of the mind inflicted a disorienting effect upon you, leaving you momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, she attempted to flee. But with your mastery over spatial laws, you would not permit her escape. With a mere thought, you intercepted her once more. What do you intend to do? A glint of fear flickered in Kuai-Tang's eyes as she realized there was no escaping your grasp. Witnessing her predicament, you could not help but smirk. Once upon a time, she had chased you across the world, yet the roles had now reversed. Thus, you continued to leverage the spatial laws, shadowing Kuai-Tang closely, relentlessly attacking to deplete the dark liquid surrounding her. Soon, it began to thin. Panic ensued within her. She understood that today, her fate was all but sealed. In a desperate bid, she expelled a mouthful of vital blood, her power surging as she sought to confront you with newfound strength. Yet, she was simply too weak. In the presence of various talents, your own strength is already comparable to that of any peak immortal sovereign, enhanced further by the support of two authentic laws. This grants you a formidable advantage even against Su Xuan, let alone the Autumn Sea Tang, who has relied on unorthodox means to elevate her power. You and Autumn Sea Tang engage in a series of confrontations. Although initially you are unable to inflict any harm upon her, it does not take long for the black liquid to dissipate entirely. This revelation leaves Autumn Sea Tang's physical form utterly exposed before you, devoid of any protection. It is time to conclude this, you declare with a disdainful smile. In the next instant, the eternal life sword soars into the sky, illuminating the entire firmament with its radiant blade aura. Autumn Sea Tang is thrown into a state of panic, yet, no matter how she attempts to evade, she cannot escape the relentless pursuit of the eternal life sword. Her body is pierced by the sword, and an inexhaustible stream of life essence flows from her, causing her to age instantaneously. Who are you, to possess such power as an immortal monarch? She exclaims, bewildered. Autumn Sea Tang attempts to utter more, but you have already crushed her head, beginning the process of refining her soul. In an instant, a torrent of memories floods your mind, which takes you several hours to meticulously organize. As you had surmised, Autumn Sea Tang is not a native of this realm. She hails from a world known as the Eternal Immortal Domain. In comparison to this realm, the spiritual energy there is far more abundant, and the power levels are significantly greater. What perplexes you, however, is that both Autumn Sea Tang and Lu Xinghe, along with others, are merely ordinary cultivators within the Eternal Immortal Domain, having no connection whatsoever to the so-called divine beings and entirely unaware of their existence. This discovery leaves you in a state of deep contemplation, as you had previously assumed there must be some degree of connection between them. Something feels amiss. Within Autumn Sea Tang's memories, it is evident that even ascended cultivators from this realm are meant to travel to the Eternal Immortal Domain. How then could they be hindered by monsters, as Tianshi had claimed? What is the underlying issue here? Is the ascension pathway obstructed by these creatures? Or is there a more profound problem within the entire Eternal Immortal Domain? You ponder aloud. As for the purpose behind Autumn Sea Tang and her companions arriving in this realm, it is quite straightforward. Although the Eternal Immortal Domain boasts the title of Upper Realm, it is essentially only a half-step above this world. Furthermore, in recent years, the resources of the Eternal Immortal Domain have begun to dwindle, exacerbating the plight of the already impoverished smaller races. Consequently, under various arrangements, multiple races from the Eternal Immortal Domain have dispatched numerous cultivators to the lower realm in search of new habitats. The Everite clan, to which Autumn Sea Tang belongs, and the Night Demon clan, which includes Lu Xinghe and Lu Changhai, are among those who have undertaken this mission, having mingled for many years. Their innate divine abilities and racial talents bear similarities, resulting in a collaborative effort to explore the lower realm together. Little did they anticipate that this world would be exceptionally suitable for the survival of both clans. To prevent others from ascending before her, Qiu Haiteng harbored ulterior motives and resolved to take decisive action, devising a plan to eliminate the duo of Lu Xinghe and Lu Changhai. Alas, this world is not as idyllic as one might envision. You sighed inwardly, beginning to sift through the information swirling in your mind. In your perspective, since Qiu Haiteng and her companions could traverse the passage to the great world of Tianhuang, it stands to reason that there exists a connection between the great world of Tianhuang and the eternal immortal domain. At the very least, it was once a realm to which one could ascend. Yet, where does Mu Li's mention of the abyssal maw encountered after ascending with Tianji fit into this narrative? If it too were part of the eternal immortal domain, would it not imply that even the so-called upper realm is now under the dominion of those monstrous beings? A chill ran through you, prompting you to halt your musings. Time passed swiftly. After traversing the entirety of the four realms, you returned to the space where Tianji resided. You conveyed certain revelations regarding the eternal immortal domain to him. Initially taken aback, he soon informed you that if the eternal immortal domain indeed exists, it is likely the very place this world was destined to ascend to. He had once glimpsed the past through the laws of time, discovering that millions of years ago, there were indeed whispers of the eternal immortal domain. However, at that time, he possessed scant knowledge and was unaware of what the eternal immortal domain truly signified. Thus he did not regard the matter with any significance. Perhaps that is indeed the case. You sighed inwardly, a sense of foreboding taking root in your heart. Regardless of the true circumstances, you resolved to ascend and see for yourself. In the 19th millennium, you journeyed to the Tianyin Immortal Palace to inform Qiu Fan not to attempt perfecting the true laws, lest the consequences be dire. Upon learning of your mastery over the laws of fate, he heeded your counsel. In the 20th millennium, you employed the laws of fate to glimpse the future paths of numerous individuals bearing luck and preemptively eliminated those who were fated to perish 2,000 years hence. This granted you certain fortuitous opportunities. By the 21,990th year, despite your breakthrough to immortal sovereign still being fraught with peril, time was no longer on your side. You attempted to commence your ascension. As bolts of heavenly tribulation descended, you effortlessly dispelled them. However, in the moment the final bolt struck, a golden coffin appeared in the sky. Chapter 164, the final ascension to immortal sovereign and overwhelming pressure instantly enveloped the entire realm. And a brilliant golden light illuminated your being. You were suddenly beset by dizziness. Simultaneously, you realized that the heavenly tribulation had intensified. The prior tribulation, which you could easily withstand, now bore the destructive might to obliterate the heavens and the earth, augmented by the golden coffin. Fortunately, you still possess the innate talent of the great Tao immortal sovereign. Though its assistance had diminished significantly, the ability to weaken the tribulation remained intact. When the thunderous tribulation descended in its entirety, despite its immense power, it fell within the realm of your endurance. You began to traverse the tribulation gradually. Suddenly, the individual within the coffin, initially taken aback by the inexplicable diminishment of the thunder, let out a sharp sound, unleashing a multitude of luminous blades that surged toward you. The clang of metal echoed as you bore several grievous wounds, yet managed to fend off the onslaught. The occupant of the coffin attempted to strike again, but to his surprise, a luminous barrier manifested before him, halting all attacks the moment they breached its threshold. It was none other than Tianji, exerting the full force of time's laws, impeding even one as formidable as the being in the coffin. A variable, yet again, much like before. Nevertheless, it was fortuitous that the time for reaping was nearing. Soon, the true form would arrive to settle matters. With a gentle sigh, the occupant ceased his assault and gradually faded from sight. Your essence began to ascend, undergoing a transformation within your very being. You had succeeded. Upon opening your eyes, an overwhelming aura radiated forth, infused with a celestial might, signaling your ascension to the pinnacle of this realm, immortal sovereign. However, your elation was short-lived, for you had just overheard the occupant's mention of a clone. If even his avatar had attained a power surpassing that of an immortal sovereign, one could only speculate about the might of his true form, casting a shadow of unease in your heart. 2,200 years passed. You and Tianji once again summoned all pinnacle immortal sovereigns from the four realms. Together, you deliberated on strategies to navigate the impending crisis. Familiar inquiries arose, culminating in Tianji's final decision to engage in battle. As dark mist swirled across the horizon, an endless tide of monsters emerged. Yet this time, you were well prepared. The instant Tianji ensnared them within a grand temporal formation, you sprang into action. Your cultivation and innate talents had elevated your prowess to a terrifying level. A fearsome sword light cleaved through the air, spilling forth torrents of blood. With each swing of your blade, several monsters fell. In an instant, the sky was drenched in crimson, the gruesome aura cascading like a torrential downpour. Thus, in seamless cooperation with Tianji, you swiftly annihilated the first wave of beasts. Even the creature lurking in the shadows, releasing blades of light, was first ensnared by you before Tianji banished it into the river of time. The spectators were left astonished, unable to fathom the extent of your terrifying strength, as each strike effortlessly dispatched the monsters that had instilled fear within them. How splendid! With both elders so powerful, surely we are safe this time, one remarked. Indeed, look, the monsters no longer dare to emerge, another agreed. Wait, the sky is still. A gasp escaped from the crowd, drawing every gaze toward the source of the ominous black mist. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure enveloped the area, manifesting as the golden coffin you had previously encountered. Yet, this time, it appeared more solid and formidable than before. With a crack, the grand coffin slowly creaked open, and an extraordinarily bizarre entity emerged. It struggled to maintain a semblance of human form, yet its torso and limbs were grotesquely decayed. Particularly disturbing was its abdomen, which seemed hollowed out, revealing a gruesome mass of bloody tentacles and viscous goo. In that instant, an acute sense of impending danger surged within you. Before you could even muster the spatial laws to flee, countless tentacles erupted from the creature's abdomen, ensnaring you in their grasp. You attempted to invoke your immortal escape technique, but under the tentacle's suffocating embrace, your once invincible ability faltered. No matter where you sought refuge, the tentacles clung to you tenaciously. What a horrifying method! You endeavored to unleash the laws of the sword and fate to shatter these tentacles, yet your assaults inflicted no harm upon them whatsoever. Even when you resorted to sacrificing your lifespan to self-detonate your spirit, the damage was merely superficial, leaving only faint marks upon the tentacles. The creature's might surpassed your wildest imaginings. You realized that your demise was imminent. With your limbs bound by the tentacles and your celestial energy siphoned away, even the power of laws was consumed by their monstrous grasp. A profound despair enveloped you, unlike anything you had ever experienced. However, just then, a violent disturbance resonated from a distance. It was potent, even more so than the prior arrival of the golden coffin. Using your spiritual sense, you scanned the area and discerned several robed cultivators emerging from a spatial passage. Astonishingly, this passage was alarmingly close to those abominable creatures. Upon witnessing the monstrosity, these individuals displayed initial shock, but they quickly engaged in combat. Although their strength did not rival that of the being from the coffin, their superior numbers allowed them to unite and pose a formidable challenge. Cursed be this lower realm. What manner of powerful entities lurk here? What is this grotesque form of assault? Little 5, while the spatial passage remains open, return swiftly and summon more of our kin for support. Regardless of what it is, these lower realm insects dare to harm my eternal night kin, and they shall face annihilation. Instantly, the cultivators of the Eternal Night clan engaged in a fierce battle with the entity from the coffin. You immediately felt the tentacle's grip on you loosen significantly. Seizing the moment, you launched your own attacks. Time raced by as you struggled against the tentacles while observing the unfolding situation outside. The cultivators of the Eternal Night clan were clearly at a disadvantage. Despite their attempts to form formations, they could only barely hold their ground. Chapter 165, The Eternal Celestial Realm at long last. You have severed all the tendrils, but just as you prepare to flee, a far more formidable aura sweeps across the heavens and the earth. Before you stands a young man with striking sword-like brows and starry eyes. It is evident from his demeanor that he is the patriarch spoken of by the members of the Eternal Night clan. Under his leadership, the clan swiftly turns the tide of battle, launching a counterattack against the figure within the coffin, ultimately ensnaring him completely. You seek death. The occupant of the coffin bellows in fury, yet no matter how he struggles, he cannot breach the blockade established by the Eternal Night clan. Just as he is on the brink of being utterly subdued, an unforeseen anomaly occurs. A colossal maw from the abyss materializes, lunging directly at the clan leader. The once mighty patriarch is suddenly bitten, losing half of his body in an instant. You dare not hesitate for even a moment. Seizing the opportunity amidst their fierce clash, you channel the spatial laws with all your might, racing towards the spatial passage of the Eternal Night clan. As the space before you shimmers and distorts, you find yourself transported to a new world. Here, the spiritual energy is far more abundant, causing every pore in your body to unfurl with delight. You realize, this is the eternal celestial realm. However, the scene that unfolds is far from idyllic. Having arrived through the Eternal Night clan's teleportation portal, you find yourself deep within their territory, surrounded by numerous cultivators of the clan. Upon your appearance, They swiftly subdue you and begin to inquire how you came to be here. You explain that the clan leader is engaged in a fierce battle in the realm opposite, and you inadvertently became entangled in the aftermath of their conflict. The members of the Eternal Night clan furrow their brows at your words, seemingly incredulous that their patriarch could encounter trouble in the lower realm, and they immediately commence a soul search on you. To their astonishment, the soul search fails. This outcome leaves you somewhat perplexed. The cultivators before you are at least at the level of celestial sovereigns, while TNG has merely surpassed that threshold slightly. Why are they unable to perform a soul search on you, whereas TNG can? Moreover, the various methods employed by TNG indicate his exceptional prowess. You sense that TNG is truly extraordinary. On the other hand, upon realizing their inability to conduct a soul search, the members of the Eternal Night clan hesitate. Yet they do not execute you immediately. Instead, they confine you within a prison. You cannot help but feel a surge of relief at this outcome. With the potential for growth while remaining alive, as long as you can endure in this realm, your day of reckoning will eventually come. Thus, you commence your cultivation within the confines of the Eternal Night clan's prison. Time flies swiftly, and before long, 2,300 years have passed. During this period, you manage to conduct soul searches on several weaker fellow inmates, gradually uncovering fragments of information. The realm beyond Celestial Sovereign is still referred to as Celestial Sovereign. If you possess the cultivation techniques to continue your practice, you may additionally refine another principle to enhance your being. Practitioners of such realms are typically classified as 4-method immortal sovereigns or 5-method immortal sovereigns. The chieftain of the Eternal Night clan, however, stands at the pinnacle of 7-method immortal sovereign, being the second most formidable entity within the entire clan. This revelation has granted you a somewhat nebulous understanding of those monstrous beings. If one were to conjecture based on this proportion, the individual within the coffin is likely at the peak of either 7-method or 6-method immortal sovereign. The ordinary monsters are approximately equivalent to 5-method immortal sovereigns. As for the colossal abyssal maw that emerged last, it is feared to be at least an 8-method immortal sovereign, or even the fabled 9-method immortal sovereign. Viewed in this light, the strength of these peculiar creatures does not seem overwhelmingly formidable, especially when compared to the entirety of the eternal immortal domain. With this thought, you find your mind at ease. Although your days in the eternal immortal domain have not been particularly pleasant, they are undeniably preferable to the perpetual threat of death posed by those monsters. You resume your cultivation within the confines of the prison. In the blink of an eye, another 2 centuries have passed. During this interval, the chieftain of the Eternal Night clan and the subsequent reinforcements have yet to return, exacerbating the already arduous circumstances of the clan. They swiftly decline, soon to be consumed by a race known as the Night Demon clan. Meanwhile, you successfully exploit the spatial principles to escape. You embark on an exploration of the eternal immortal domain, astonished to discover that the cultivation methods here are starkly different from those in the light and dark star realm. In this realm, the power of principles is cultivated from within. However, this self-generated power is not as potent as the true principles you possess. Tianji was indeed correct. Principles are a universal path available for all to cultivate. While the power of principles in the light and dark star realm is a creation of those monsters through the essence of the world, nonetheless, the manufactured power surpasses the cultivated power by a considerable margin. You murmur to yourself. After much contemplation, you ultimately decide to expedite your acquisition of your 4th principal power through cultivation. You continue to wander the eternal immortal domain, seeking opportunities through the passage of time. In the year 23,040, you traverse mountains and rivers, scouring numerous regions. At last, within a dilapidated secret realm, you discover the first scripture capable of cultivating to the level of immortal sovereign, the slaying immortal scripture. This technique not only allows you to reach 9-method immortal sovereign, but also aids in the crystallization of the slaughter principle. Although the slaughter principle is not the most supreme, it ranks just below them in significance. Furthermore, it serves merely as a transitional phase for you. In the next simulation, you will ultimately choose to absorb the true principles. You commence your seclusion and cultivation in this fractured secret realm. In the year 24,000, you successfully condense the slaughter principle. You have been bestowed with the blessing of the myriad laws returning to their origin, resulting in a significant enhancement of your power. Indeed, the force of the laws you have self-conjured pales in comparison to the true laws, likely only reaching the level of complete law force. With a gentle sigh, you resumed your cultivation within this secret realm. 24,500 years passed, and you successfully ascended to the 2nd tier of the immortal sovereign. However, just as you intended to cultivate here for eternity, an acute sense of crisis jolted you into action. Without hesitation, you activated the immortal escape and began your flight. Chapter 166. Glorious evolution. Yet, Scarcely had 3 breaths elapsed when you found yourself ensnared once more by countless tendrils. It was the figure from within the coffin. A wave of shock surged through you, leaving no time for contemplation as a familiar scene unfolded before your eyes. The tendrils began to absorb everything about you, and they did so with alarming rapidity. You felt darkness encroach upon your vision, and in your final moments, a voice echoed in your ears. Fortunately, the variable was eliminated in time. It should not attract excessive attention from the cultivators of the immortal domain. You are dead. How could this be possible? How could those monsters appear in the eternal immortal domain? Staring at the images projected by the simulation, Su Xuan found himself at a loss. For he had delved into this simulation multiple times, yet no one had ever encountered those beings who claimed to be gods. Just when he thought he could cultivate in peace, the figure from the coffin re-emerged, now significantly more powerful than before, leaving Su Xuan with no chance to resist. What are these monsters? How can they manifest in the eternal immortal domain without anyone noticing their presence? A whirlwind of thoughts raced through Su Xuan's mind, and after a prolonged moment, he could only exhale a heavy sigh. Commencing the evaluation of this simulation's rewards. As you have slain 3 individuals of fortune during this simulation, you may select 4 items from the following options. 1. Second-tier Immortal Sovereign Cultivation. 2. The Celestial Slaying Sutra and its cultivation progress. 3. The Sword of Immortality. 4. The talent utilized in this simulation. 5. The Complete Law of Slaughter. 6. The Complete Law of Fate. Gazing at the options presented before him, Su Xuan hesitated not a moment, swiftly opting for the cultivation, talent, the Complete Law of Fate, and the Celestial Slaying Sutra that would allow him to reach further realms. In the next instant, clouds of mist swirled around him, enveloped in celestial energy. The Law of Fate materialized from thin air, rapidly absorbed by him. Simultaneously, his cultivation began to break through at an astonishing pace. An endless stream of spiritual energy was assimilated and swiftly transformed within his body. Within mere breaths, he successfully ascended to the immortal sovereign realm. Soaring into the sky, Su Xuan felt the formidable power coursing through him, and a surge of ambition welled within his heart. With my current strength, I could likely stand unrivaled even in the entirety of the light and dark star realm, he mused with a soft smile. However, his formidable strength did not compel him to act irrationally. After a brief tour of the ancient spirit realm, he quietly returned to his original position. System, open the panel. Cultivation Simulator 7. Host, Su Xuan, cultivation level. Second layer Celestial Sovereign. Peak 6th stage body refinement. Spiritual root. Single spiritual root. Spiritual body. Pure gold spiritual body. Golden spiritual body. Talents. Strong body. White. Swift movement. Fortunate fate. Slave goo. Crisis awareness. Heaven's reward for diligence. Leadership power. Bloodline power. Great Tao Celestial Sovereign. Spatial laws. Gift of the Year Wheel. Fixed celestial journey. Becoming stronger by living. All laws return to origin. Current energy value sufficient for the next simulation. Would you like to initiate? Begin simulation. Ding. The current level of the cultivation simulator is 7. You may choose from the following golden talents. Eternal Metamorphosis. Gold each time you slay a cultivator of another race. You may acquire one of their racial talents or innate divine abilities. Glorious Evolution. Gold your body will undergo continuous changes. Unlike the lower tier Glorious Evolution, these alterations will only develop in beneficial directions and may eventually transcend the limits of this realm over time. Great Love for Humanity. Gold each time you assist another. You will receive a gift, the item being the most valuable possession they own. Gazing at the 3 options before him, Su Xuan furrowed his brow. Each of these choices ultimately leads to an enhancement of his own power. Indeed, every option is exceedingly precious. However, after a moment of contemplation, Su Xuan ultimately chose the Glorious Evolution, which would directly transform him. For even in the subsequent simulation, the location he would likely inhabit during the early stages would still be within the 4 realms of the light and dark star realm. In those places, while there are many different races, their racial talents and innate divine abilities are, to Su Xuan, rather feeble. Even if he were to slay them all, it would be arduous to achieve any substantial enhancement. As for the Great Love for Humanity, while it sounds appealing, it shares a fatal flaw with Eternal Metamorphosis. If he wished to survive and cultivate within the light and dark star realm, this talent's effectiveness would inevitably be quite limited. Ding, selection successful. Simulation commencing. You feel a gentle smile grace your lips as you sense your immense power. In the next moment, you find yourself in the heart of the fallen celestial clan. Without the slightest hesitation, you immediately commence a massacre. One after another, members of the fallen celestial clan fall at your hands, turning the land into a river of blood. However, no matter how much carnage you unleash, The ancient ancestor of the fallen celestial clan has yet to appear. Not here. Then I shall spare your life for now. You let out a cold laugh, then once again activate the fixed celestial journey, finding yourself in the great world of sun and moon. You arrive at the heart of the Tianzhou clan, effortlessly infiltrating their ranks and slaying a Tianzhou cultivator possessing the law of fate. You acquire a complete law of fate, however, as those monsters did not initiate the world fusion. The two complete laws of fate you possess do not attract one another. Witnessing this scene, you felt a tinge of disappointment. However, you swiftly adjusted your emotions and sought a tranquil place to commence your cultivation. In the second millennium, you successfully ascended to the third tier of the immortal sovereign realm. Over the years, you could distinctly perceive that the glorious evolution had rendered your physique extraordinarily robust. You resumed the path of body refinement that you had abandoned for many years. Your progress was swift. In just a few years, your body refinement soared to the realm of the immortal body. Subsequently, through diligent inquiries, you discovered a race known as the Giant Rock Clan, from whom you acquired a scripture that directly pointed to the immortal sovereign's body refinement techniques. In the fifth millennium, the glorious evolution had propelled your body to a terrifying state. You felt your bones becoming incredibly resilient, and your vital essence grew exceedingly profound. Particularly, an additional bone had unexpectedly sprouted from your chest. This bone, though not large and seemingly incomplete, exuded an aura of destructive power capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth. Is this the essence of glorious evolution? A sense of joy surged within you. You sensed that this glorious evolution was far more formidable than mere bloodline awakening. If this transformation continued, you would soon possess a physique that surpassed all others. Moreover, the mysterious bone growing from your chest promised an extraordinary surprise upon its completion. With a heart brimming with excitement, you resolutely entered seclusion once more. In the seventh millennium, you reached the fourth tier of the immortal sovereign realm. In the ninth millennium, the world once again merged, and the two fragments of the fate laws in your possession successfully coalesced into a singular, true law. You swiftly refined it and endeavored to observe the destinies of others. As you attempted to peer into the fates of the monsters, you discovered that each one was shrouded in darkness, imperceptible to your sight. Undeterred, you turned your attention to the cultivators within the eternal immortal domain. Visions of many cultivators flickered in your mind, yet all remained exceedingly vague and unpredictable. Just as you were on the verge of surrendering, you successfully glimpsed the fate of one individual. This person, named Zhengyu, stood at the pinnacle of the immortal monarch realm and was a fellow inmate from your time in the Eternal Night Clan's prison. Although it took every ounce of your strength to barely perceive his fate, it undeniably attested to the might of the fate laws. Once you reached the peak of the immortal sovereign realm, you would be able to gain a deeper understanding of the external world through these laws. Calming your mind, you resumed your cultivation. In the 10th millennium, you executed the same momentous act of slaying the autumn begonia as before. In the 12th millennium, the bone in your chest fully formed. In that instant, celestial thunder roared, and extraordinary phenomena unfolded, as if the entire cosmos were celebrating your achievement. You felt an even greater surge of power within you. In the 12,800 year, you have arrived at the realm of the revered sword immortal. However, he has now lost his utility for you. After seizing the eternal life sword, you departed from that place. In the 13th millennium, you ascended to the 5th tier of the immortal sovereign. During this period, your strength was greatly enhanced by various talents, and you seemingly surpassed the pinnacle of this realm. After careful consideration, you utilized the celestial travel technique to reach the fragile boundary of the spatial realm. As anticipated, Muli was still engaged in eroding the boundary and had not yet emerged. You employed the laws of fate to probe into Muli's destiny. This time, you succeeded. In her future, you glimpsed that she would evade the monster's pursuit and successfully depart from the light and dark star realm. Although her path ahead appeared fraught with challenges, she would remain safe for at least 10 millennia. Elated by this revelation, you approached Muli and engaged her in polite conversation. Who are you? That fluctuation you just employed was the law of space? Upon hearing this, you nodded gently and expressed your willingness to assist Muli in breaking through the spatial boundary. However, you stipulated that you would need to leave the light and dark star realm with her afterward. Muli readily consented. You began to activate the law of space to erode the boundary. Soon, the tentacled monster appeared. Once a formidable adversary, it now seemed less daunting to you. The moment it materialized, both you and Muli simultaneously countered its relentless assaults. Countless tentacles were gradually worn away, and within mere hours, it was reduced to a shapeless mass devoid of appendages. With a cold smirk, you brandished the eternal life sword and drove it into the boundary. Then, you advanced to attempt to probe its soul. However, once again, you met with failure. The creature's mind was enveloped in chaos, entirely devoid of consciousness. The only command it comprehended was to annihilate any being attempting to breach the boundary. Could these creatures be puppets crafted by certain individuals? Yet, that seemed implausible. In previous simulations, some monsters had been capable of speech, clearly possessing their own awareness. With a heart full of uncertainty, you began to examine this tentacle-less monster. At this moment, it was pinned against the boundary, oozing a thick black slime. This substance was exceedingly viscous and emitted a faintly foul odor. Nevertheless, despite your and Mu Li's diligent inquiries, you could not discern its composition. After a prolonged period of fruitless observation, you resolved to continue eroding the boundary. In the 13th millennium and 100th year, you successfully thinned the boundary to a mere layer. You attempted to use the law of fate to explore your own future. To your surprise, your own destiny became nebulous and uncertain. If you chose to leave the light and dark star realm, it was highly probable that you and Mu Li could escape unscathed, yet ultimately, you would still be pursued by those monsters. The monstrous entities are adamant in their pursuit of your true principles, ensuring that this relentless chase will endure for an exceedingly long time. Your chances of survival are infinitesimal. After much deliberation, you ultimately decide to accompany Mu Li to explore the realms beyond the light and dark star realm. For the path of the immortal can lead you to any location you have previously visited. If you are able to witness the world beyond the light and dark star realm, your future path will undoubtedly be fraught with greater unpredictability. With a crisp shattering sound, the boundary collapsed, and an endless stream of spiritual energy surged into the light and dark star realm. However, accompanying this influx was a skeletal figure, exuding an aura of decay. This entity possesses formidable strength, estimated to rival at least that of a six-law immortal sovereign. Such a presence is difficult to contend with. You immediately resolve to join forces with Mu Li to confront this skeleton. Yet, to your astonishment, Mu Li, who had previously agreed to leave the light and dark star realm with you, vanished in an instant, dashing toward the outside world. You curse under your breath but dare not hesitate, summoning all your strength to propel yourself through the spatial laws toward the outside. Fleeing one, die. The skeleton roars, unleashing a barrage of light blades. Despite its immense power, its speed is considerably lacking. In contrast, bolstered by various talents, your attributes have experienced a significant enhancement. Especially your speed, which is nearly on par with that of a true sixth-law immortal sovereign. You deftly evade the light blades, then expel a mouthful of essence blood, swiftly creating distance between yourself and the skeleton. Yet, the skeleton remains undeterred. Utilizing some unknown means, its speed abruptly surges, reaching a level comparable to your own. Thus, you find yourselves engaged in a relentless chase, soon arriving at a realm enveloped in a gentle glow. Chapter 168. Surge of power. You extend your divine sense to explore, discovering that this is merely a world akin to the ancient spirit realm. After committing its appearance to memory, you once again activate the spatial laws to depart hastily. Time passes swiftly, and before long, a decade has elapsed. The skeleton still trails behind you, albeit at an increasingly sluggish pace. It is only a matter of time before you leave it behind. Moreover, no other monsters have emerged to pursue you, which, though perplexing, is indeed fortuitous for you. 2 years later, as you traverse the void, you finally succeed in completely shaking off the skeleton, a development that fills you with joy. You promptly activate the path of the immortal, arriving at a grand world you had previously encountered during your travels. The quality of spiritual energy here is commendable, and the overall strength of this realm is not formidable, allowing you to cultivate in peace. You casually seek out a few indigenous cultivators to extract their memories. You discover that this world is known as the immortal frontier, with very few peak immortal sovereigns. The reasons for this scarcity are quite simple. In this realm, as long as one reaches the pinnacle of the immortal sovereign, they can immediately transcend and ascend to the eternal immortal domain. Here, there are no restrictions, nor will there be any monsters to harvest the so-called true laws. This revelation fills your heart with secret delight. Although this time it is too late. You can rely on this place for a swift ascent to the eternal immortal domain in your next simulation. You promptly seek a secure location and enter seclusion. 15,000 years pass. To your astonishment, you discover that the bones in your chest continue to grow. This is not due to their shape, but rather because you can distinctly sense them drawing in the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, seemingly brewing something within. You are filled with confusion, yet reassured by the thought that glorious evolution will undoubtedly progress in your favor. 17,000 years later, you finally break through once more, elevating your cultivation to the 6th layer of the immortal sovereign. Simultaneously, the growth of the bones in your chest ceases. At this moment, they are crystal clear, harboring a tremendous power within. You attempt to activate them and are astonished to discover that this entity is related to the laws of time. It not only alters the flow of time, but can also freeze it, immobilizing enemies in place. Indeed, it is the power of the laws of time. A wave of joy washes over you. Previously, you had intended for the fourth law's power to absorb the laws of time. Now it seems unnecessary. The bones in your chest have already bestowed upon you a significant portion of the power inherent to the laws of time, allowing you to exchange the fourth law's power for another. Which fourth law should you choose? As you ponder this, you soar towards the realm of light and darkness. At this moment, the four realms have long since merged, and the cultivators there, having endured cycles of slaughter, must possess a wealth of true laws for you to absorb. You arrive at the world you first encountered, on par with the ancient spirit realm. Here lies the ultimate distance for the determined immortal journey, enabling you to instantaneously return to the four realms. With a thought, you find yourself back in the four realms. Simultaneously, a vast amount of immortal power is siphoned away, and it takes you several hours to replenish it. You commence your search for powerful true laws within the four realms. Ultimately, you narrow your focus to 5. They are the time law of Tianji, the power law of Qiufan, the order law of Xingxiu, the fortune law of Xuanjun, and the slaughter law of the ancestor of slaughtering spirits. The first 4 laws are all top tier, while the slaughter law pales in comparison. However, the cultivation technique you are currently practicing, the immortal slayer scripture, complements the slaughter law. If you can absorb the slaughter law, the synergy between the two will undoubtedly yield a power far surpassing that of the other laws. With this thought in mind, you waste no time and head to the territory of the slaughtering spirits, seeking out the ancestor of slaughtering spirits, who is in seclusion, and with a single strike, you eliminate him. In an instant, for distinct colors of the true laws slowly ascended, while you, amidst the horrified gazes of the numerous Luling tribe, seized the law of slaughter and departed from that place. You began to absorb the law of slaughter. This process was remarkably smooth. With the assistance of the Celestial Severance Sutra, you not only successfully assimilated the law of slaughter, but also enriched your celestial power significantly. However, upon successful absorption, you did not immediately act. Instead, after eliminating the 3 fated individuals destined to perish after 22,000 years, you retreated to a secure location to cultivate. In your own destiny, you discovered that once you reached the 22,000-year mark, regardless of your location, you would be relentlessly pursued by a multitude of monsters. The only chance for survival lay within the eternal celestial domain. In the future visions you beheld, those monsters appeared disinclined to venture into the eternal celestial domain. Whenever you resided in its flourishing regions, you invariably lived longer. Thus, you began to meditate and cultivate in that sanctuary. 22,000 years passed. The celestial tranquility allied with all the pinnacle celestial beings across the realms to devise strategies against the monstrous onslaught. Meanwhile, you successfully elevated your cultivation to the 7th layer of celestial sovereignty. On the eve of the massive invasion by the monsters, you refined your 4 true laws to perfection. In that instant, the heavens and earth transformed. A wave of terror, more dreadful than the monster's arrival, swept across the land. Empowered by multiple augmentations, you felt confident enough to contend with even the being within the coffin. Moments later, an endless horde of monsters descended upon the 4 realms. Sensing your formidable aura, the being within the coffin also emerged. Under the command of this entity, the monsters surged towards you. However, you felt no fear. With a mere thought, you utilized the temporal law within your breastbone to immobilize them all. Wait, 2 distinct temporal laws? How could the temporal laws of this world remain unfused? The being in the coffin queried in confusion, but before it could make its next move, it found its own actions sluggish. Realizing that something was amiss, the golden coffin burst open, unleashing a torrent of light blades towards you. You swiftly evaded using the spatial law, then once more invoked the laws of the sword and slaughter, delivering a distant strike with your sword. A sharp clang resonated through the air. Although the sound was faint, it immediately captured the attention of everyone present. Chapter 169. Anomalous change. The sword radiance ascended like a brilliant sun, a fierce intent of slaughter ravaging the heavens and earth, aiming directly for the golden coffin. In that moment, the entire realm fell into silence. Beneath that resplendent sword light, all things lost their color. How could this be? How could such an existence as you arise inexplicably in this realm? The being within the coffin was taken aback, exerting all its might to fend off your assault. Yet all efforts proved futile in the end. The radiant sword light disregarded all defenses, instantly piercing through the golden coffin, and, with unrelenting momentum, continued to cleave through the vast void before finally dissipating. Nothing more than this. You let out a cold chuckle, preparing to seize the moment and initiate a soul search on the person within the coffin. However, At that moment, a fierce wave of danger surged within your heart. Should you proceed, certain death awaits. This revelation struck you with terror, prompting you to activate the laws of space and retreat vigorously. Yet, even such efforts proved futile. The abyssal maw reappeared. Although it did not directly ensnare you, it exhaled a plume of dark energy aimed at you. You dared not underestimate it, hastily employing various techniques to block its advance. Yet, that dark mist seemed imbued with immense power, rendering your efforts utterly ineffective. You were struck. Though you remained unscathed for the moment, the alertness of impending doom reached its zenith. You recognized that something dire was afoot. Simultaneously, the abyssal maw lunged at you once more. However, you were prepared. You fought and retreated, finding yourself beside the spatial passage of the Eternal Night Clan. As the abyssal maw approached you, the passage of the Eternal Night Clan materialized. You immediately summoned all your might to activate the laws of space and dove within. The scene before you became a blur as you passed by a multitude of Eternal Night Clan cultivators. When your vision cleared, you found yourself within their realm. At that moment, the Eternal Night Clan cultivators had just set out, and upon witnessing a human appear as their spatial passage opened, they exchanged bewildered glances. They inquired how you had arrived there. You recounted the truth and expressed that a terrifying monster plagued the world opposite, foretelling grave danger for the Eternal Night Clan should they venture forth. Thus, reinforcements were essential. Upon hearing your words, the clan members were greatly alarmed, and they immediately sought to probe your soul. Yet, despite their attempts, they could not invade even a fraction of your consciousness. Left with no choice, they summoned the clan leader, yet even he could not delve into your soul. After much deliberation, the clan leader ultimately resolved to lead a contingent of elite members to provide assistance. Meanwhile, you were once again confined within the dungeons of the Eternal Night Clan. You recuperated in this place. Unexpectedly, the black mist expelled by the abyssal maw revealed itself to be exceedingly peculiar. It incessantly corroded your body. Had it not been for the countless enhancements bestowed upon you through glorious evolution, you would have long since dissolved into a mere puddle of blood. You began to seek a method of resolution. However, this energy proved extraordinarily potent. Even with all your might, you could not expel it. 20 years later, by this time, you had already departed the dungeons of the Eternal Night Clan through the method of transcendent immersion. Throughout this period, your body endured relentless torment. Yet, to your astonishment, the black energy did not merely bring suffering, it also heralded evolution. You have become even more formidable. This evolution resembles the enhancements bestowed upon you by glorious evolution. You can distinctly perceive that your physical form has been augmented multiple times, and even the essence of your life is gradually transforming. Every part of your being has experienced this amplification. Yet, alongside this transformation, your clarity of thought has begun to wane. You sense a growing haze enveloping your mind, an insatiable thirst for blood arising within you, and as time progresses, even the most fundamental meditation eludes you. What is happening? Will I, too, succumb to the fate of those monsters with the passage of time? This thought fills you with dread. You once again attempt to seek a remedy for your plight. Instantly, the alchemist comes to mind. After much wandering, you arrive at the Nebula Immortal City, a gathering place for various factions. Here, not only is the city bustling with prosperity, but the city lord, Elder Tiandan, is also a renowned alchemist. Although it is difficult to meet him directly, he has taken many disciples, several of whom have established alchemy pavilions within the Nebula Immortal City. Through diligent inquiries, you swiftly locate the alchemy pavilion run by Danling, the third disciple of Elder Tiandan. After expending a considerable amount of resources, you secure an opportunity for a private audience with Danling. Upon your first meeting, Danling assures you that she can provide a cure. However, your situation is exceptionally unique. It will require an extensive array of celestial herbs and resources to concoct the elixir that can heal you. Overjoyed at this revelation, you immediately offer a substantial amount of celestial herbs. Yet, it is still insufficient, as many of the herbs Danling mentions are exclusive to the eternal celestial domain. Reluctantly, you find yourself compelled to purchase them at a high price from the alchemy pavilion. You expend a large quantity of spirit stones acquired through the year wheel's gifts. To your dismay, Danling merely utters 2 words, not enough. This moment instills within you a foreboding sense of unease. You are reminded of the former Hanfeng, as their tones and inflections are eerily similar, surely harboring ill intentions. Nevertheless, you cling to a sliver of hope and hand over all remaining spirit stones to Danling. Very well, return and await news. I will notify you once the elixir is crafted. Upon hearing this, you can no longer suppress your murderous intent. An ominous and formidable force surges through you, igniting a crimson fury in your eyes. With a roar, your figure flickers and you suddenly appear beside Danling, striking down with a single palm. Her head explodes instantaneously, her very soul being consumed in an instant. She is dead and utterly annihilated, forever condemned to not be reborn. Your actions swiftly attract the attention of others within the alchemy pavilion, and they immediately relay the news. The entire enforcement team of Nebula Immortal City rapidly converges upon you. In your daze, you also sense several extraordinarily powerful auras approaching. At least they are all at the level of 6 laws immortal sovereigns. You were initially taken aback, but soon cast aside your surprise and began a frenzied slaughter of the alchemists and members of the enforcement team. In an instant, the alchemy hall was strewn with corpses, a river of blood flowing profusely. Chapter 170. The eerie energy you felt, an unprecedented surge of strength, an endless torrent of power gushing forth from your being. In this state, even the killing laws you had acquired most recently became second nature. Slay the immortal, you bellowed, unleashing the celestial technique embedded within the immortal slang scripture. The laws of the sword fused seamlessly with the laws of slaughter, manifesting an extraordinarily potent sword light. The terrifying might caused the void to tremble, and the heavens wept. The members of the enforcement team, sensing the imminent danger, attempted to flee. Yet it was too late. The ultimate sword light flashed by in an instant, slaughtering them all. Countless bodies fell to the ground like raindrops, causing the entire Nebula Immortal City to tremble in response. But that was not the end. As the everlasting sword continued to absorb the life force of the fallen, you raised your hand and waved it. In the blink of an eye, an endless surge of sword light shot into the sky, swirling for millions of miles. This time, your targets were those beings who had attained at least the 6 laws immortal status. Above the immortal status lies the 5 laws immortal. Practitioners at this level not only retrace the path of the immortal twice, gaining twice the former celestial power, but they also cultivate an additional law of power. By extension, the 6 laws immortal retraces the immortal's path 4 times, obtaining 4 times the celestial power and additionally absorbing 2 extra laws of power. In the past, while you could engage such beings in combat, you would never have acted so impulsively. However, now you felt an insatiable thirst for slaughter, with even your former rationality evaporating. Even when faced with the deadly moves unleashed by numerous 6 laws immortals, you remained utterly composed. Die. In an instant, the world fell silent once more. The boundless sword light coalesced into a solid form. Amidst the intertwining, countless sword marks materialized in the air, as if intent on severing all that existed in the world. Impudence. A mere 4 laws immortal dares to wreak havoc in my Nebula Immortal City, truly ignorant of the meaning of death. Mere bluster. How formidable can a 4 laws immortal truly be? Indeed, there was no need for the master to intervene. We could easily handle this individual. In an instant. The 6 laws immortals launched their attacks simultaneously, various deadly moves coalescing in the heavens, targeting your myriad sword lights. Yet an unexpected scene unfolded. High above in the vast firmament, your boundless sword light surged forth as if in an empty domain, instantly obliterating all their deadly moves. Moreover, its momentum remained unyielding, cleaving them from the sky one by one. The might of a single sword was truly terrifying. Even you were astonished by your own actions. Previously, when in the lower realms, you could hardly secure a steady victory against the pinnacle 6 laws immortal entombed in a coffin. Yet now, with just one strike, you could effortlessly vanquish numerous 6 laws immortals in an instant. What tremendous power is this? What, pray tell, is that ominous black mist? Yet before you had the chance to ponder further, a venerable elder clad in crimson robes suddenly materialized in the celestial expanse. His aura was formidable, unmistakably reaching the 8th tier of mastery. At the moment of his appearance, the numerous celestial beings present bowed their heads in reverence, revealing his identity, the elder of celestial elixirs. A terrifying pressure surged towards you, yet at this moment, you stood undaunted, gazing intently at the elder. How intriguing it is that a mere practitioner of the 4th tier could vanquish several of the 6th tier, remaining utterly unperturbed by my overwhelming presence. It seems you harbor significant secrets. No sooner had he spoken than the elder was before you, a glimmering blade of cold light cleaving through the heavens, instantaneously rending your flesh asunder. The excruciating agony coursed through your entire being, yet instead of succumbing to fear, you felt exhilarated. Your blood seemed to boil, your lifespan igniting in fervor, and your essence surged to unprecedented heights. An overwhelming power flooded your limbs and bones, and even in the face of the elder, you felt no trepidation as you engaged in combat. The air erupted with thunderous explosions, causing the very structures of Nebula Celestial City to collapse in disarray, leaving a landscape of shattered remnants. Countless cultivators marveled at your strength, but only you were aware of the peril that loomed. Although you could contend with the elder, The toll was immense. You felt your life force ebbing away. Within mere exchanges, nearly 90% of your lifespan had vanished. In this life-and-death moment, your wits returned. You frantically urged your spirit to flee, striving to halt the burning of your lifespan. Fortunately, you succeeded. In the instant the elder lunged once more, you managed to escape. Without hesitation, myriad visions flooded your mind as you distanced yourself from nebulous celestial city. After several moments, you arrived at a secluded town previously traversed in your simulations. You collapsed heavily to the ground. During this ordeal, you had summoned your spirit countless times. Your internal energy was utterly depleted, and your body lay in tatters. Yet, thankfully, the elder lacked the bizarre assault methods of those monstrous beings. The void of the eternal celestial realm proved far more challenging to navigate than the lower realms. After invoking your spirit several dozen times, you finally evaded him. For now, you were safe. Gasping for breath, you found no joy in your survival. Instead, dread enveloped you. You realized that control was slipping from your grasp. Despite your body teetering on the brink of collapse, a relentless thirst for bloodshed and slaughter persisted. Had it not been for the life-threatening crisis that restored your reason, you would likely have resumed your rampage without pause. What, then, is to be done? You murmur to yourself. Human beings are invariably filled with trepidation towards the unknown. In your current state, this sentiment resonates profoundly. Although your physical form has been significantly enhanced by the transformation wrought by that ominous black mist, the gradual fading of your consciousness leaves you in a perpetual state of fear. Over time, your gaze has lost its clarity, and, through your perception, the world around you has become shrouded in darkness. You attempt to scream, yet no sound escapes your lips, uncertain of how much time has elapsed. When you regain your ability to perceive your surroundings, you find yourself within an ancient and quaint cave dwelling. You are unaware of your location. Yet the abundant spiritual energy here allows you to feel your entire being unfurl with each breath you take. Chapter 171. A Grand Arrival Elder, he has awakened. As the words leave their speaker's lips, dozens of cultivators appear before you, each one exhibiting palpable tension. The elder at the forefront directly inquires about the source of the peculiar energy emanating from you. Initially taken aback, you recount the events concerning the monsters from the realms beyond. The elder sighs heavily, realizing that these beings have indeed been present for quite some time. While they had foolishly believed they would never return, you hastily inquire about the origins of these monsters, but to your astonishment, the moment they receive your information, the cultivators vanish without a trace, leaving only you and the young girl who had summoned them. You attempt to glean information from her regarding the monsters, but she reveals that she is merely a lowly disciple of the Qingxiao sect and knows little of the matter. She vaguely recalls the elders mentioning that these monsters possess extraordinary power and that their appearances herald a plague upon the eternal celestial domain. A plague? You mutter to yourself. Although you too are afflicted by this black mist, it does not feel like a plague. Rather, it seems akin to an evolution. Even though the black mist within you has been suppressed by the elders of the Qingxiao sect, you can still distinctly sense that your body has been augmented several-fold. 1 year later, during this period, you have been placed under house arrest within the Qingxiao sect. Your movements are confined to this cave, and occasionally, elders from the sect come to inquire about your condition. You respond truthfully, assuring them that you are well and possess a clear consciousness. The elders express satisfaction with your progress, yet there is no indication of their intent to release you. You find comfort in this. For the Qingxiao sect not only brims with spiritual energy, but also offers unparalleled safety, allowing you to cultivate in peace. 24,000 years later, with the aid of the abundant spiritual energy, your cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds, swiftly ascending to the 8th level of celestial sovereignty. Concurrently, the frequency of visits from the elders of the Qingxiao sect has diminished significantly. You can distinctly perceive the tension etched upon their brows. This anxiety is undoubtedly linked to those monstrous beings. Something must have transpired among them. A flicker of doubt arises in your mind. Yet you refrain from delving deeper into the matter. For now, your focus must be on seizing this opportune moment to fervently enhance your own strength. In the 26th year, you successfully transcended to the 9th level of the celestial sovereign through the abundant spiritual energy within the Qingxiao sect. However, you soon noticed a dwindling number of cultivators within the sect. When you first arrived, despite being confined to this cave, you were able to perceive the entire Qingxiao sect through your spiritual awareness. At that time, the sect boasted at least 100,000 disciples. Yet now, the number has likely plummeted below 800,000. While the whereabouts of these individuals remain a mystery, it is evident that something dire is unfolding within the Qingxiao sect. Instinctively, the thought of escape crosses your mind. However, after a moment of hesitation, you realize that the absence of forewarning from your crisis awareness. coupled with the uncertainty of safety beyond the sect, compels you to remain and observe the unfolding events. A decade swiftly passes. On a moonless night, a peculiar and formidable aura suddenly envelopes the entire Qingxiao sect. You cannot comprehend the significance of this presence, yet every disciple who encounters it begins to convulse uncontrollably. They all collapse to the ground, writhing in agony. Some succumb to the excruciating pain, while others miraculously survive. In the eyes of these survivors, you detect a haunting familiarity, an insatiable thirst for blood and carnage. All the surviving disciples of the Qingxiao sect have transformed into beings reminiscent of your former self. Yet unlike you, their minds have been utterly obliterated. Their souls are extinguished, instantly morphing them from living humans into mere shells. Chaos ensues within the Qingxiao sect as countless soulless disciples wreak havoc, dismantling everything in their path. Your own sanctuary suffers numerous assaults. Despite this turmoil, your crisis awareness remains silent, invoking a profound sense of alarm within you. The only plausible explanation for this phenomenon is that the Qingxiao sect has become the safest haven in the surrounding regions. Utilizing the celestial escape technique, you depart from the Qingxiao sect, only to discover that neighboring areas have fallen victim to similar fates. Countless regions are plagued by soulless beings akin to the disciples of the Qingxiao sect. Some of the earlier infected have even begun to lose their human forms, gradually evolving towards monstrous, tentacled aberrations. This revelation leaves you utterly astounded, yet what follows is even more shocking. You behold a crimson moon slowly rising in the sky. Under its ominous glow, all the soulless beings begin to grow increasingly powerful. Those cultivators who had already transformed towards the tentacled monstrosities instantaneously completed their metamorphosis, utterly becoming abominable creatures. How could this be? You continuously urged the immortal journey to manifest in various locales of the eternal immortal domain, only to discover that every place mirrored the previous site you had encountered. After much wandering, you ultimately returned to the Qingxiao sect. Here, you scrutinized the fates of others. You found that your own destiny remained fraught with uncertainties, while many of the elders you had once observed at Qingxiao sect had inexplicably become unobservable. They were all dead. You were acutely aware of their formidable strength. Among them, even the weakest was a seventh or perhaps an eighth law, immortal sovereign. Yet, even such beings had been effortlessly slaughtered in their encounters with those monsters. The unfolding events cast a pall of gloom over your heart. However, you understood that it was impossible to alter anything relying solely on yourself, ultimately resigning to the rigorous cultivation at Qingxiao sect. A year later, during this period, the monsters within Qingxiao sect had already retreated. You had amassed a plethora of cultivation resources within the sect. Just as you believed you could cultivate in peace, a formidable aura suddenly emanated from the outside world. It was that golden coffin. Chapter 172, The Eerie Spirit. He descended from the heavens, unleashing waves of spiritual energy. As in the previous simulation, he was even more powerful than when he roamed the four realms. At this moment, he possessed at least the strength of a peak seventh or even an eighth law immortal sovereign. Nevertheless, even so, he might not be your adversary now. Your concern lay with the other potential monsters lurking in the shadows behind him. You contemplated urging the immortal journey to temporarily escape. Yet the tentacles enveloped you once more in an instant. No matter where you fled, those tentacles would follow, like maggots clinging to bone, incessantly draining everything from you. You realized that if you continued to flee in this manner, you would inevitably be drained dry by the tentacles. Thus, you halted and gazed distantly at the figure within the coffin. Since you refused to heed my warning, regardless of what monsters may linger behind me, today I shall surely slay you. As soon as the words left your lips, the eternal life sword materialized in your grasp. With a swift swing, you severed all the tentacles instantaneously. But that was not the end. You then summoned the power of all laws, channeling it into the eternal life sword. In that moment, the sword seemed to undergo a sublime transformation. It resembled an ancient demon god, intent on annihilating all. Slay the immortals, you bellowed, and in an instant, an endless radiance of sword light erupted, shattering the golden coffin into smithereens. The figure within fell out, yet there was no trace of panic on his face. Instead, he wore an enigmatic smile. What does it matter how strong your power is? You have already been infected and shall serve our purpose. As soon as he finished speaking, a peculiar aura emanated from his body. A sudden wave of dizziness enveloped you, as that strange yet formidable force surged once more towards the crown of your head, igniting an instant blaze of fury within your eyes. Just as you were on the brink of losing your senses, a refreshing sensation swept through your mind, akin to a life-giving oasis in a parched desert. allowing you to maintain clarity even as your power surged dramatically. Though the source of this phenomenon eluded you, a sense of elation bloomed within your heart. Without hesitation, you raised your hand gently, and the everlasting sword, radiant with a brilliant gleam, hurtled toward the figure within the coffin. A resounding crash echoed as his body was sent flying, shattering several structures of the Qingxiao sect before ultimately landing in an open space. When he rose once more, the eerie tentacles within him had vanished, leaving only a mass of decayed entrails behind. How could this be? You merely suppressed the spectral essence within yourself temporarily. How could you remain conscious after being summoned by us? The term spectral essence struck you as a significant revelation. Without a moment's doubt, you channeled the laws of space with all your might, directing your energies toward the head of the figure in the coffin. How audacious! The man within the coffin bellowed in fury, his pallid complexion flushing with rage. In his eyes, your earlier success was merely a lapse in his vigilance. In a direct confrontation, a mere forelawed immortal venerable like you could never hope to match his prowess. Bone spirit law, law of fury, law of the blade. The figure's voice reverberated with fury as his aura surged dramatically, a wave of bloodlust rising like a tempest. Instantly, several bone blades erupted from his body, hurtling directly toward your face. It was evident that he wielded genuine laws of power. Initially startled, you responded with a swift strike of your sword. The sound of the blade rang out crisply. Before the man in the coffin could react, the sword light, enhanced by the laws of space, pierced through him in an instant. His body was cleaved in two, crashing to the ground. Yet, just as you believed him thoroughly defeated, an eerie laughter erupted from him. What does escaping the spectral essence matter? With your strength, it is utterly impossible to slay me. No sooner had he spoken than every injury he bore instantly mended, a strange and formidable power surging forth. You recognized it as the so-called spectral essence. Whereas others fell under its control, becoming mindless, bloodthirsty shells, the man in the coffin harnessed its power without any adverse effects. With a thunderous roar, the strange energy burst forth, shaking the very heavens and earth. Simultaneously, the figure within the coffin ascended into the sky. You found yourself momentarily engulfed in darkness, followed by a blinding flash of a blade descending upon you. His attack was forceful, razor-sharp, and utterly unstoppable. You yearned to engage him in a desperate struggle. But after your previous confrontation with the elder Tiandan, you had already consumed nearly 90% of your lifespan. Now, even with all your might, you lacked the qualification to fight the man in the coffin to the death. Clang! A violent clash rang out, and you were sent stumbling back several dozen paces. Instead, the figure within the coffin stood motionless, a hint of a mocking smile gracing his lips. However, just as he brimmed with confidence and prepared to strike once more, his form was suddenly immobilized. He attempted to resist, yet his body was instantaneously flung backward, shattering into two halves once again. This was the law of rhythm, the power of the celestial seer. As you focused your gaze, you noticed Muli slowly stepping forth from the void. Beside her, 8 forces of law hovered ominously. This was a realm comparable to that of the figure in the coffin, yet their strengths were not to be equated. You beheld Muli's powers flickering in her grasp, swiftly dispatching the figure in the coffin multiple times. Ultimately, the figure was reduced to mere fragments, devoid of any capacity for regeneration. Yet, just as Muli was about to deliver the final blow, you hastily interjected, "Elder, spare him. This individual harbors numerous secrets. We must probe his soul." Soul probing? Futile. Muli sighed softly, then gestured for you to approach and conduct the soul search on the figure. However, the outcome astonished you greatly. Just as you prepared to probe his soul, those entities known as the eerie spirits surged towards you through celestial power, prompting you to swiftly sever your connection to the celestial energy. Did you see that? Within the minds of these sentient creatures resides a multitude of so-called eerie spirits. Should you attempt to probe their souls, these spirits will immediately flood into your body. If you cannot defend yourself in time, you shall be utterly controlled by these eerie spirits. What intrigues me, however, is how you manage to withstand these spirits. Chapter 173, The Eternal Secret Realm I? You were momentarily taken aback, then began recounting your experiences at the Qingxiao sect to Muli. Upon hearing your account, Muli merely shook her head. She then informed you that while the Qingxiao sect possessed a method to combat eerie spirits, it only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause, merely temporarily suppressing those spirits. Should a cultivator of higher realm fall victim to the eerie spirits, they might rely on this temporary measure to resist them completely during that time. However, for those of lower realms, it would not be long before they were entirely consumed by the spirits, leaving no time for salvation. Moreover, this method was exceedingly complicated, requiring the assistance of the Qingxiao sect's inherited techniques. Now, nearly all the higher-ups of the Qingxiao sect had been annihilated, rendering any possibility of their aid to you utterly implausible. Upon hearing this, you were momentarily stunned, and myriad thoughts surged through your mind. If it wasn't the Qingxiao sect, could it be attributed to the glorious evolution? Yet, that seemed amiss. Although you had previously relied on glorious evolution to fend off the eerie spirits for an extended period, you had ultimately succumbed to their influence and lost consciousness upon departing from Xingyun Immortal City. It was only after receiving assistance from the Qingxiao sect that you regained awareness. After much contemplation, you ultimately could not ascertain what had enabled you to withstand the eerie spirits. Upon witnessing your expression, Muli said nothing, merely raising her hand to summon a celestial bird, which then carried you away into the distance. Months passed, and you continued to soar through the skies. You discovered that the eternal immortal domain was vast beyond measure. What you had previously seen was merely the tip of the iceberg. Under Muli's guidance, you learned much. The eternal immortal domain was divided into 13 great continents, with your prior location designated as Su Xuan continent. The cultivators there possessed relatively low strength, and most sects were established by those who had ascended from the lower realms. Consequently, they became the primary targets of the monstrous entities. While other continents had also suffered significant blows, they had not been obliterated as Su Xuan continent had. Instead, they found themselves in a temporary stalemate with the monsters. Your current destination was the relatively safe Taiying continent, which not only boasted the formidable Taiying sect, but also housed the renowned Jiuju Daoxian. Acclaimed as the foremost scattered cultivator in the eternal immortal domain, one of the safest havens available. 26,020 years had passed. After a long and arduous journey, you finally arrived at the outskirts of Taiying continent. To your dismay, you found the border swarmed with guards, who were inspecting every entering cultivator for signs of infection. This filled you with dread. You were acutely aware of your own condition. The so-called mysterious spirits were merely suppressed for the time being, still residing within you. Should you approach the guards for inspection, it would undoubtedly lead to alarming consequences. The only outcome would be your immediate demise at their hands. Not daring to linger, you swiftly concealed yourself and retreated. Do you not plan to enter for refuge? Muli inquired, her confusion palpable. You forced a smile, expressing concern over the exorbitant prices of cultivation resources in Taiying continent, and suggested that you would first procure some resources in the neighboring Tiannan continent before entering. Upon hearing this, Muli nodded gently, indicating that she would wait for you near Taiyang's sect. Thus, the two of you parted ways. Muli entered Taiyang continent while you ventured into Tiannan continent, where cultivators were embroiled in a desperate struggle against the monsters. 26,030 years had elapsed. You settled in Tiannan continent, where half of the land had already succumbed to the encroachment of those monsters. Fortunately, while the overall strength of Tiannan continent was inferior to that of Taiyang continent, it was significantly better off than Su Xuan continent, under the leadership of numerous high-level cultivators. Tiannan continent barely withstood the onslaught of the monsters. Initially, you planned to remain aloof, detached from the chaos. However, Tiannan continent had now become one of the few places where you could seek refuge. After considerable deliberation, you ultimately decided to join the Tiannan alliance, standing alongside the cultivators to resist the monstrous incursions. Time slipped by swiftly. During this period, you, along with your fellow cultivators, have vanquished numerous transformed monsters. However, it soon became apparent that these efforts were futile. The monsters are endless. Intelligent creatures can, through those enigmatic spirits, instantaneously transform low-tier cultivators into beings akin to themselves. Furthermore, the recovery speed of cultivators in the Southern Alliance pales in comparison to the rate at which monsters are spawned. Under the enhancement of the enigmatic spirits, even those of the lowest cultivation can be instantaneously augmented to a level not inferior to that of an immortal sovereign. In just 20 years, the Southern Alliance has been driven to the brink of despair by these monsters. This realization fills you with hopelessness. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberates through the heavens and the earth, akin to the chaotic awakening of the cosmos, sweeping across the entire realm. Following the sound, you gaze upwards to behold a colossal vortex in the sky, seemingly leading to another realm. What? How could a secret domain suddenly manifest such might? It seems the secret domain's origins are far from ordinary. Eternal. Look, it bears the name Eternal. In an instant, the crowd gasps in astonishment, engaging in fervent discussions about the eternal immortal emperor. Meanwhile, you, overwhelmed with urgency and confusion, swiftly select a weaker foreign entity to probe its soul. In that moment, a torrent of memories floods your mind, revealing the nature of the secret domain before you. It turns out that long ago, The eternal immortal domain was merely a plane akin to the Xian Huang Great World, although slightly more formidable. The highest-ranking cultivators here could only attain the level of 10-law immortal sovereigns. Until one day, the eternal immortal emperor emerged, shattering the limits of the eternal immortal domain and successfully breaking through to the realm of immortal emperor. It seemed the other cultivators in this world shed a layer of shackles, their cultivation speeds began to accelerate, and their bottlenecks diminished. Over the subsequent hundreds of thousands of years, numerous immortal emperors began to appear. However, the immortal emperor realm had evidently become the pinnacle attainable within the eternal immortal domain, where cultivation became increasingly arduous. Even the extraordinarily gifted eternal immortal emperor found no further potential for advancement. Thus, he resolved to depart from the eternal immortal domain in search of the vast void beyond. Before his departure, the eternal immortal emperor left behind a secret domain, which would manifest whenever the eternal immortal domain faced calamity, granting substantial opportunities to the cultivators of this world. Such is the case. Yet, who can ascertain whether this secret domain is a blessing or a curse? You let out a gentle sigh, for during your soul probing, you also employed the laws of fate to observe the destinies of those around you. You discovered that they would meet their demise shortly after entering the secret domain, rendering any chance of acquiring the so-called opportunities impossible. As for you, your fate appears somewhat more favorable. However, in comparison to them, you possess merely a glimmer of hope for survival. While you ponder, a multitude of cultivators has already surged into the secret realm. After a moment of deliberation, you ultimately decide to join the main group in their quest for discovery. With a ripple in space, you successfully enter the secret realm. In an instant, numerous cultivators scatter, each commencing their search for fortune. Yet, instead of acting immediately, you take advantage of the spatial laws to explore various locales within the realm, meticulously noting their characteristics. Time becomes elusive as you continue your exploration within the eternal secret realm, uncovering a wealth of cultivation resources. Regrettably, these resources, while abundant, are merely that, resources for cultivation, not the fabled opportunities you seek. They may temporarily enhance your cultivation speed, but offer no further assistance. Just as you begin to feel a sense of disappointment, the gift of the year wheel is activated. A profound and enigmatic aura suddenly arises, guiding you toward the southeast. Without hesitation, you channel the spatial laws with all your might, racing in the direction indicated by the year wheel's gift. Soon, you encounter a towering tree radiating a faint golden light, adorned with golden fruits that evoke an indescribable longing within you. You realize this is the ultimate target indicated by the year wheel's gift. While its purpose remains a mystery, it promises to be of great benefit to you. Hastily, you approach to harvest the fruits, but just then, an alarming sense of danger surges within you. In a split second, you decisively invoke the spatial laws, retreating with urgency. At that moment, the area you had just occupied erupts violently, a terrifying energy fracturing the void around you. Swiftly, a Long and a Hu eliminate this intruder. Upon hearing the command, you glance to see a young girl accompanied by two burly men advancing toward you, their eyes brimming with murderous intent, eager to put you to death. Seeking death, a flicker of cold light flashes in your eyes as you gently raise your hand, unleashing a razor-sharp sword aura. With a swift slice, the two guards known as a Long and a Hu are caught off guard and cleaved in half, while the young girl stands frozen in place, utterly bewildered. You approach her with an expression of indifference, causing her to flinch, her face paling in fear as she stammers. What do you intend to do? I am the daughter of Huang Long, the vice leader of the Tiannan Alliance. Huang Long. You are momentarily taken aback before swiftly raising your hand for a decisive strike. The girl is sent flying, crashing to the ground. Before she can rise again, you pin her down and begin to probe her soul. In that instant, a torrent of memories floods your mind. You successfully discern the name of the golden fruits before you, Xianlingua. This item is exceedingly rare. A single fruit can elevate a cultivator to the status of a celestial venerable. 3 fruits can achieve mastery over 5 laws, and 7 can lead to mastery over 6 laws. The bountiful fruits adorning the grand tree could likely elevate you directly to the status of a 7-law immortal sovereign. This revelation fills you with immense joy. However, just as you prepare to harvest once more, a sense of impending danger washes over you. Is there someone else present? A jolt of alarm seizes your heart, prompting you to retreat swiftly. Yet, to your surprise, no other cultivators emerge in your vicinity. Even upon scanning with your divine consciousness, you discern not a trace of anyone else. Given the absence of other practitioners, the source of your unease likely emanates from the tree itself. You begin to scrutinize the colossal tree, observing that it is surrounded by an array of spatial rifts, manifesting randomly without discernible patterns. Each rift harbors an immense power. To touch one would certainly lead to obliteration. This realization compels you to remain vigilant, and you focus intently on the spatial fissures. Time slips by swiftly, and before you know it, several years have elapsed. The duration of the eternal secret realm's opening has passed significantly, yet you remain before the tree, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. At last, the moment arrives. A glimmer ignites in your eyes as you summon all your strength to manipulate the laws of space, successfully plucking half of the fruits from their branches. The powerful aura emanating from the fruits invigorates your spirit, even causing your acupoints to respond, unfurling with delight. Without a moment's hesitation, you consume one of the fruits. Boom! A torrent of spiritual energy surges forth from the golden fruit, cascading into you like a mighty river, fervently penetrating your being. The energy continuously transforms and compresses within you, its terrifying force nearly causing you to burst. An overwhelming agony radiates throughout your body. Yet you grit your teeth and endure. Moments later, a violent tremor reverberates within you, as a formidable aura sweeps across the heavens and earth, spreading outwards like tumultuous waves. Your cultivation successfully breaks through to the pinnacle of immortal sovereignty. But that is not the end. The potent spiritual energy once again propels your cultivation forward, swiftly re-establishing your immortal sovereign realm, instantly granting you a status beyond that of an ordinary immortal sovereign. What a treasure! Elation surges within you as you consume another golden fruit. The familiar sensation returns. After enduring waves of pain, you achieve yet another breakthrough. Now, with the absorption of just one more law of power, you can truly claim the title of a genuine five-law immortal sovereign. Instead of immediately seeking to absorb the law's power, you begin to cultivate on the spot. As time progresses, your realm continues to ascend. You repeatedly re-establish your immortal sovereign level, achieving this feat 8 times with remarkable speed. Chapter 175, A Surge in Power, Eternal Immortal Emperor. Now, with the absorption of just 2 more laws of power, you shall be able to directly ascend to the status of a 6th-law immortal sovereign. The immense enhancement did not cloud your judgment. Instead, your focus returned to those golden fruits. Upon observing the colossal tree, you noticed it still bore 8 fruits. Should you manage to absorb and refine them all, reaching the realm of the 7 laws immortal would be effortless. However, time was ultimately not on your side. The eternal secret realm lasted a mere 18 years, yet your observations revealed that spatial rifts appeared only once every decade at the very least. Given the remaining time in the eternal secret realm, it would be insufficient to support another gathering of fruits. Reluctantly, you set aside the prospect of harvesting the fruits, silently marking the location in your mind, hoping to return swiftly in the next simulation. Time passed swiftly as you began collecting other resources within the realm. Just as you secured a purple spirit mushroom, the sky suddenly darkened. Looking up, you saw the once clear heavens turn murky, revealing a colossal black hole from which numerous formidable monsters emerged. Their power was overwhelming, and upon their arrival, they immediately commenced a massacre of all cultivators within the realm. You activated your defensive techniques to evade their onslaught, yet a purple monster fixated on you. It expelled a viscous membrane that adhered to you regardless of where you fled, absorbing your essence. Such a lethal tactic. You felt a surge of determination and unleashed multiple strands of law power, manifesting a terrifying sword aura that surged towards the purple beast with dreadful might. Remarkably, you possess true laws? How peculiar. As the thought crossed your mind, the purple monster took to the air, summoning a massive foot to crush you. The explosive sound resonated throughout the realm, causing it to tremble violently. You and the monster exchanged blows, resulting in a stalemate. However, as the purple creature's strength waned, you seized the opportunity to strike once more. In a flash, the eternal sword pierced the air, bolstered by the laws of space, and swiftly penetrated the monster. But that was not the end. The eternal sword began voraciously absorbing the monster's life force, and in the blink of an eye, the purple creature lost its color, transforming into a translucent being. Such a bizarre entity, you mused. Yet, your curiosity could not deter you from continuing your assault. You pressed the advantage, merging the laws of the sword with those of slaughter, unleashing a terrifying sword light that seemed to embody the essence of the great Tao, obliterating everything in its path. The moment the purple creature made contact, it was utterly annihilated. After dispatching it, you remained vigilant, directing your consciousness towards the remaining monsters. They had formed a crushing dominance over the other cultivators, mercilessly slaughtering and assimilating various races. Damn it, how could these creatures have appeared in the eternal secret realm? Previously, when I was peering into fate, I was utterly oblivious to their existence. You murmured to yourself. The fundamental reasons for your inability to perceive this monster are twofold. One is that within the monster lies a far more potent law of fate, and its possessor is exponentially stronger than you. The other is that they have transcended the grasp of fate itself. If it were the former, it would be manageable. However, should it be the latter, the terror is unfathomable. Without time for further contemplation, a portion of the monsters has already ravaged much of the secret realm, charging directly toward you. Each unleashes their unique methods, a myriad of attacks descending from above. Yet, you remain utterly unafraid. At this moment, you have undergone several rounds of recultivation at the celestial sovereign level, significantly enhancing your strength. Those monsters, once seemingly unattainable at the 7th or even 8th rank, have now become as inconsequential as mere straw dogs. With a clang, your sword cleaves through the air, illuminating the entire sky with its radiance. The onslaught of dozens of monsters is instantly shattered by your sword's brilliance. You then stand poised in the air, gazing down at these grotesque creatures. A surge of valor swelling within your heart. It is time to bring this to an end. Hardly had the words left your lips when your sword sliced through the air. The beam of light, as if to sever the heavens, swiftly devoured all the monsters. They perished, shattered into fragments, leaving not a trace. However, before you could revel in your triumph, a terrifying specter re-emerged in the sky. Its oppressive aura was immensely powerful. The moment it manifested, every creature and cultivator within the eternal secret realm that could not withstand its pressure was obliterated on the spot. Those who have ventured into the realm I left behind, I trust the eternal celestial domain is currently besieged by unspeakable calamities. I have established 4 paths of transcendent inheritance. You may. Before the words could fully escape, the specter vanished in an instant. You stood in stunned silence, watching the unfolding scene. Your heart stirred by tumultuous waves. Could he be the eternal celestial sovereign? But why has he taken on such a form? You found yourself unable to fathom it. As for the 4 paths of inheritance he left behind, you held no interest whatsoever. For in that fleeting moment of the specter's disappearance, your instinctive awareness of impending doom reached its zenith. You began to scrutinize your own fate, only to discover it had turned pitch black. The fates of all within the secret realm mirrored your own. They were all destined to perish. You activated your celestial travel and spatial laws, striving to tear through the void to escape. Yet, you felt the cold grip of death drawing near. It was as if an invisible hand had seized you. The mere thought of escape would result in immediate annihilation. In that moment, you found yourself ensnared in an inescapable predicament. Despair welled within you, yet you did not yield. You set in motion the laws of destiny, endeavoring to discover a relatively safe haven for inheritance. Yet, at this moment, everything within the secret realm becomes exceedingly obscure and imperceptible. After much contemplation, you ultimately choose to enter the Su Xuan inheritance. Alongside numerous cultivators, you step inside. Initially, it is an exceedingly narrow passage, just wide enough for a person. However, the instant you fully enter, you are engulfed by an overwhelming silence. A boundless darkness envelopes this place. They have rendered your 5 senses dormant, severing your divine perception. You can only feel yourself standing in the countercurrent of a river, unable to touch anything else. To avoid being swept away by the current, you begin to advance through this abyss. Yet, it seems there is no end in sight, instilling a profound sense of despair within you. Nevertheless, you persist, taking one step after another, each step remarkably stable, as if you have meticulously planned for countless steps ahead. A century passes. Your gaze remains clear. 100 years of aimless wandering has not altered your mindset. A millennium later, most of the cultivators who entered the inheritance with you have succumbed to despair. They abandoned hope, washed away by the relentless current, leaving no trace behind. After 10,000 years, you still find yourself amidst the counterflow of the river. With each step you take forward, the river flows onward as well. Thus, for millennia, you remain stationary. 100,000 years later, you are the sole survivor within this inheritance. Yet, your expression remains impassive, and you continue to walk forward, unmoved. During this time, you have attempted to shout, but gradually you can no longer produce any sound. You have tried to weep, yet tears no longer flow. You have sought sorrow, but eventually, you can endure everything. You have sought joy, but you have grown indifferent to all worldly matters. You wander within this space, the duration of which is uncertain. In your heart, only 2 words persist: perseverance. At last, you glimpse a sliver of dawn, the first ray of light in 1,000,000 years. It shines with warmth, illuminating your heart. Yet, you remain calm and unhurried, taking one step after another. Eventually, you step into a world bathed in light. It is a magnificent hall, resplendent with gold and jade. At its pinnacle, a middle-aged man gazes down upon everything below. Alongside you, 3 others have also arrived. Among them, 2 are familiar faces, Tianji and Gu Xuan. As for Tianji, it is understandable, having been suppressed for so long in the realm of the four directions. His breakthrough now must surely be a culmination of pent-up energy. Moreover, although he meets his demise in Mu Li's memories, that is merely a recollection. Tianji undoubtedly harbors considerable secrets. It is entirely plausible that he escaped the clutches of monsters through his various means, successfully arriving at the eternal immortal domain. But what is the situation with Gu Xuan? As I once observed this individual's fate, it was evident that he had not even met the conditions for ascension. By what means, then, did he succeed in soaring to the eternal celestial domain? The unfolding events before you leave you in a state of bewilderment. Yet, you expertly conceal your expression, standing nonchalantly beside the trio. Firstly, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to you all for successfully passing the trials of the four pathways of heaven, earth, mystique, and yellow. In every aspect, you represent the most exceptional beings within the eternal celestial domain. As the eternal celestial sovereign, I shall, in your name, rescue the eternal celestial domain. No sooner had the words left your lips than boundless black energy surged towards the heavens. Fortunately, you were well prepared. Immediately invoking the laws of space to shield the three before you, the endless black mist flooded into their bodies, resulting in the instant demise of the most powerful among them, Tianji. Conversely, Gu Xuan and another female cultivator survived. Futile, surrender your struggle. Even if your physical form does not align with mine, I shall not allow your departure from this place. You shall be my servant at most. Upon hearing this, a glint of cold light flashed in your eyes. Aware of the extreme danger surrounding you, you nevertheless refused to yield easily. A torrent of sword intent surged skyward. The everlasting sword aimed directly at the eternal celestial emperor. Slay the celestial, you bellowed, unleashing every means at your disposal. Even in the face of the eternal celestial emperor, you harbor no fear. Petty tricks. The eternal celestial emperor scoffed, yet his eyes widened in shock moments later. The everlasting sword, halfway through its trajectory, suddenly changed course, hurtling towards Gu Xuan and the woman, striking them down on the spot. The unexpected turn of events provoked a furious roar from the eternal celestial emperor. Yet, no matter how powerful he may be, he cannot alter the established truth. Good, 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 he exclaimed. Since you wish to become my physical vessel, I shall oblige. The eternal celestial emperor repeated the word thrice, then transformed into a shadow, rushing towards you. You immediately readied your response. A radiant light emanated from your chest bone, momentarily immobilizing him in place. Indeed, he was ensnared. The eternal celestial emperor before you was not as formidable as he appeared. You had already sensed something amiss with this individual. The very fact that he referred to himself in such grandiose terms was telling. Which celestial emperor would belittle his own stature by calling himself the sovereign? Young man, impressive skills. I find myself increasingly eager for this vessel of yours. Upon hearing this, you scoffed, and an array of sword glimmers converged into a single point, hurtling towards the eternal celestial emperor. However, even should you succeed in slaying him, he would merely emit a scream, followed by a surge of black liquid that would instantaneously restore him to his original form. This spectacle reminded you of Quietang and Lu Xinghe. The techniques of those two races mirrored those of this counterfeit eternal celestial emperor. The sole distinction was that this individual's recovery speed was swifter and more formidable. Jia, have you had enough of this commotion? You do not truly believe that such an attack could vanquish me, do you? The ancestor is immortal throughout the eternal immortal domain. And what is a mere little immortal sovereign compared to that? Upon hearing these words, you remain unfazed. For both Qiu Haitang and Lu Xinghe ultimately fell by your blade. Their racial talents too have limits. You relentlessly swing your sword, as if you alone remain in this vast cosmos. Even the eternal sword has melded with your essence. You find yourself engulfed in a profound state, with the sword light you unleash growing ever more powerful. Yet, just as you strike down the eternal immortal emperor for the 20th time, a dimness envelopes your chest. His energy has been depleted. The eternal immortal emperor suddenly breaks free. In that moment, his eyes betray not disdain, but sheer terror. He cannot fathom how a mere immortal sovereign, who has only recently undergone 8 cycles of rebirth, possesses such formidable strength, yet he can acutely sense the waning of his own life. He is on the brink of death. Without a moment's hesitation, the eternal immortal emperor rushes towards your consciousness, desperate to seize control of your being. Chapter 177. The principle of hope. You are momentarily engulfed in darkness. Then, chaos ensues within your mind, a piercing headache overtaking you. Yet, this sensation quickly dissipates. You hear the eternal immortal emperor struggling and screaming in your mind, but gradually, his voice weakens, fading into utter helplessness. After several breaths, he completely vanishes. You find yourself perplexed. However, with the eternal immortal emperor's complete disappearance. For luminous orbs suddenly materialize before you, inscribed with the characters for heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Is this the final inheritance of the secret realm? Taken aback, you cautiously advance, sensing no imminent threat. You unveil the inheritance of heaven. Within, you acquire the yin-yang demon-slaying great formation. You then open the inheritance of earth. Here, you obtain the primordial unity. Next, you unveil the inheritance of profound. Within, you discover a jade cylinder marked with the character for fight. Finally, you open the inheritance of humanity. Here, you receive a tome entitled the 10,000 People Sutra. Gazing at the 4 inheritances before you, a frown creases your brow. Each of them represents the pinnacle of existence within this realm. The yin-yang demon-slaying great formation is an elite array, its level capable of injuring even an immortal emperor. The primordial unity is a premier celestial technique, capable of continuous condensation within a cultivator's body. The longer the condensation lasts, the greater its power. Its level is undoubtedly that of an immortal emperor. The 10,000 People Sutra, on the other hand, is a technique entwined with faith. Crafted by the immortal emperor of the 10,000 people, it is unclear why the eternal immortal emperor placed it among his inheritances. Yet, akin to the previous 2 inheritances, it too stands at the immortal emperor level, enabling cultivators to aspire toward the realm of the immortal emperor. What is the nature of this secret regarding the character? Previously, within the vast realm of Xinhuang, you had acquired a character secret left behind by the immortal sovereign of eternal life. Could it be that this artifact is also of the caliber befitting an immortal emperor? With a heart full of curiosity, you immediately commenced your cultivation. A year later, as you opened your eyes once more, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled within them. This character secret truly is extraordinary. Upon mastering it, you felt your combat prowess ascend remarkably, enabling you to engage in direct confrontations with those of the 9 techniques immortal sovereign, even with only 4 principles absorbed thus far. Should you assimilate 2 additional principles, fortified by the convergence of myriad laws, you would stand undaunted even before a true 9 techniques immortal sovereign. Calming your exhilaration, you resumed your training in the techniques of Return to the Void and the 10,000 People's Secret. The former is a supreme technique of extermination, while the latter enhances one's abilities through the power of faith, both of which would prove immensely beneficial to you. Especially during this tumultuous period of conflict between cultivators and monsters, you would undoubtedly leverage these techniques to swiftly augment your strength. Time flew by. During this interval, you absorbed the principles of time and hope derived from Tianji, then turned to cultivate the Return to the Void and the 10,000 People's Secret. However, just as you reached the culmination of your training, the entire secret realm abruptly collapsed. An endless expanse of spatial rifts emerged, thrusting you back into the eternal immortal domain. Yet, scarcely had you materialized when a chill swept over you. Suddenly, a sharp tentacle pierced through you. Before you could react, you sensed your very essence being relentlessly stripped away. It was those monsters. At that moment, the source of your crisis awareness and the principle of fate became clear. They had long awaited outside the secret realm to hunt down all exiting cultivators, and those monsters that had entered were merely an appetizer. Without a moment's hesitation, you summoned the spatial principles to escape this perilous situation. Yet, the monsters, having meticulously prepared their ambush, would not permit your easy departure. A myriad of tentacles and bizarre energies surged forth, challenging even your significantly enhanced capabilities. Fortunately, you still possessed the ability of fixed immortal travel. As you battled the monsters for 3 breaths of time, you successfully evaded their encirclement. While many monsters still clung to you, they were now trivial compared to what had just transpired. A torrent of sword light sliced through the heavens, cleaving toward those tentacles. The brilliance of your sword obliterated all, casting a shadow over everything. Tentacles fell before your might. However, at that moment, a monstrous entity suddenly emerged, exuding a peculiar aura reminiscent of the one from the coffin. This revelation caused a wave of dizziness to wash over you. Although a refreshing sensation still lingered in your mind, it paled in comparison to previous experiences. Despite your lingering grasp on sanity, you are already beset by waves of hallucination. Comrade, join us, and let us evolve together. Indeed, dear companion, the human race is inherently feeble, lacking even the innate divine abilities and racial talents. Why persist in this state? If you merely nod in agreement with your strength, we shall ensure that the esteemed emperor preserves your consciousness and bestows upon you numerous formidable true laws. What do you say? A cacophony of voices surged within your mind, tempting you to succumb to their allure. Yet, in the end, you managed to awaken through sheer willpower, albeit a moment too late. At this juncture, Your physical form lay in tatters, your very essence diminished to its nadir. Yet, faced with the impending onslaught, you felt no fear. Instead, a serene smile graced your lips. Return to the void. A thunderous roar erupted from the heavens, and in the next instant, an invisible blade of energy soared into the sky, infused with boundless murderous intent, effortlessly shattering the assaults of the monstrous entities. Its momentum unabated, the blade transformed into myriad strands, piercing through all the creatures in an instant. Though they did not perish immediately, the expressions in their eyes shifted from avarice to sheer terror. It appeared that they were indeed the upper echelon among the monsters, each possessed of intelligence. Come again. With a resounding clash, an endless torrent of sword energy spanned countless miles, centering around you, causing all cultivators in the vicinity to tremble in trepidation. The sword energy surged forth like a celestial river, cascading down upon the monsters. When the blade's aura dissipated, all the creatures were annihilated, save for one that exuded a peculiar aura, gasping for breath, yet stripped of its former might. Terror filled its gaze, and its grotesque visage was etched with dread. "Spare us, dear comrade. We are willing to withdraw from Southern Heaven Continent." At these words, a sneer appeared on your face as you instantly materialized beside the creature. "What do you intend to do? I am a personal guard of the Emperor. Should you harm me, I will ensure that not a single tile remains in Southern Heaven Continent." With a swift motion, you seized the creature's head and commenced its refinement. However, even with your enhanced prowess, you were unable to successfully extract its soul. The eerie spirits seemed to possess sentience, thwarting your efforts while simultaneously erasing the creature's essence, rendering it a soulless shell. Sighing at this turn of events, you resolved to bring a definitive end to the creature. Yet, at that moment, the abyssal maw you had once encountered emerged before you, distinct from the others. This abyssal entity bore a unique form, resembling a decaying whale, its massive mouth occupying nearly half of its body. Each opening and closing of its maw was profoundly unsettling. As you gaze upward, you discover that his presence has grown even more formidable than during your encounters in the realm of the four boundaries. At this moment, he embodies the very essence of the laws, subtly merging with the entirety of the cosmos, evoking an aura steeped in profound terror. A creature at the pinnacle of the 9 laws, you coldly chuckle and swiftly unleash the everlasting sword in a sweeping arc. The boundless sword radiance instantly coalesces, tearing through layers of void, hurtling directly toward the gaping maw of the abyss. Yet, he remains unperturbed, merely lifting his head slightly to emit a resonant howl towards the heavens. With a single cry, your immense sword light vanishes in an instant. The peak of the 9 laws is indeed terrifying. You had not anticipated that a mortal cultivator, once bestowed with your spirit, could ascend to such heights. Alas, regardless of your might, if you do not wish to serve us, you shall simply become sustenance. The abyssal maw dripped with drool, its gaze akin to that of one eyeing a rare delicacy. He seemed poised to utter something further, but at that moment, you sprang into action. Denying him another opportunity to speak, you swung your sword with precision, unleashing a terrifying sword light that rent the heavens, accompanied by the thunderous roar of celestial lightning. Racing toward the abyssal maw. This is the power of hope. Whenever ensnared in dire straits, it invariably ignites within you an unimaginable strength. In an instant, the countenance of the abyssal maw shifted dramatically. He could scarcely believe that one as seemingly ordinary as you could unleash such power. No longer able to maintain his initial composure, a surge of dark energy enveloped him, swiftly coalescing into a protective barrier. Yet, this was nothing more than a futile endeavor. In the brief moment of stalemate, you immediately invoked the fighting character technique. A terrifying torrent of energy surged forth, shattering the barrier with a resounding crash. As your relentless assault poured into his mouth, obliterating every shred of flesh and blood within him. Yet, who could have foreseen that an anomaly would arise at this juncture? A profound sense of impending doom suddenly surged within you, an instinctual warning of an imminent crisis. Before you could react, a devastating gray light, capable of annihilating worlds, emerged beside the abyssal maw. It seemed to traverse the layers of void, instantaneously appearing before you. No amount of skill or effort could withstand its might. A tremendous agony coursed through your being. You have perished. Observing the unfolding scene, Su Xuan felt no panic. Rather, a glimmer of realization flickered in his eyes. For he had just perceived a force that undeniably belonged not to the eternal celestial domain. The wielder of such power must be the Emperor, as spoken of by those monstrous beings. The figures behind these creatures were finally revealing themselves. Yet, it seemed their realm surpassed even that of the eternal celestial domain. The assessment of this simulation's outcomes has commenced. due to your triumph over 4 individuals blessed with fortune during this simulation. You may select 5 items from the following options. 1. Eightfold rebirth at the immortal sovereign realm, 6 laws. 2. The true fate law. 3. The everlasting sword. The options presented before Su Xuan were 7 in total. He nodded gently, reflecting on the considerable gains he had made during the simulation. Not only had he vanquished all those fated to perish at the hands of monsters, but he had also triumphantly defeated Gu Xuanxian once more within the eternal secret realm. His available choices had now increased to 5. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Xuan selected all options except for the true fate law and the everlasting sword. This choice was not due to any lack of strength in the fate law. Rather, he already possessed a complete understanding of it and, in the next simulation, would effortlessly merge the two into one. He did not commence immediately. Instead, Su Xuan concentrated, summoning all the unclaimed spirit stones from the ancient spirit realm. Soon, these stones were absorbed by the simulator, transforming into immeasurable energy. System, open the panel. Immortal Cultivation Simulator 7, Host, Su Xuan, Cultivation Level, 8th Rebirth of Immortal Sovereign, 6 Laws. Spiritual Root, Single Spiritual Root, Spiritual Body, Pristine Golden Spiritual Body. Golden Spiritual Body, Talents, Strong Body, White, Swift Movement, Fortuitous Fate, Slave Gu, Crisis Awareness, The Way Rewards Diligence, Leadership Power, Bloodline Power, Great Tao Immortal Sovereign, Space Law. Yearly Gift, Defined Immortal Journey, Strengthening Through Survival, All Laws Return to Origin, Glorious Evolution. Current energy is sufficient for the next simulation. Would you like to proceed? Commence simulation. Ding. The current level of the Immortal Cultivation Simulator is 7. You may choose any from the following golden talents. Perceptive Insight. Gold, every living being possesses unique attributes. Upon selecting this talent, you will be able to see all attributes of every living being. Transforming misfortune into blessing. Gold, you will receive substantial fortuitous assistance. Whenever the amount of luck you possess reaches a certain threshold, you can convert the next crisis into a blessing. Deadly Strike. Gold, you begin to accumulate a surge of energy. For every 10,000 years you accumulate, you can unleash an attack capable of slaying any living being. This attack will ignore all defenses, regardless of the opponent's realm. Chapter 179. Deadly Strike. Gazing at the 3 options before him, Su Xuan paused momentarily. However, he swiftly opted for the Deadly Strike. The reason was clear. It could bypass all defenses, annihilating any living being. Compared to the other 2 talents, the benefits of Deadly Strike were undeniably immense. Ding, selection successful. Simulation commencing. Your current cultivation has reached the 6 laws Immortal Sovereign. You are aware that the advancement of cultivators at this level is exceedingly slow, likely necessitating the use of the Xianling fruit from the Eternal Secret Realm for rapid progression. Before that, the fastest cultivation method at your disposal is the 10,000 people technique. This technique relies on the power of faith for personal enhancement. The more followers you have, the quicker your realm ascends. The cultivation technique you practice has subtly intertwined with the essence of leadership. Should you embark on the journey of establishing a faction now, the rewards would undoubtedly far exceed the sacrifices made. Without hesitation, you commence the endeavor of fostering a power within the ancient spirit realm. With your formidable prowess, you unify the entire realm in a mere decade. You take to the podium, sharing your wisdom and erecting statues of yourself throughout the land. In doing so, you garner a measure of faith, which enhances your cultivation to some extent. In the 11th year, having stabilized the ancient spirit realm, you venture into various grand worlds to replicate your efforts. In the Xianwang Great World, you deliver teachings and engage in benevolent acts to alleviate suffering, swiftly amassing a devoted following. Your renown spreads rapidly. Within 3 short years, your existence becomes known throughout the entirety of the Xianwang Great World. Yet, this favorable tide does not endure. As your fame escalates, it draws the attention of numerous alien races, who swiftly organize a formidable force to confront you. However, you remain unconcerned, for in your eyes, the cultivators of the Xianwang Great World appear no different than myriads. You persist in your teachings, unwavering. One day, as you conclude a lecture, a myriad of attacks suddenly hurtles toward you. Time halts. With a cold smirk, you unleash a sword aura that pierces through heaven and earth, extending for thousands of miles. The radiant blade shatters all incoming assaults, maintaining its momentum to cleave the alien forces in two. In an instant, the entire venue is drenched in blood, and countless cultivators witnessing the scene fall silent, paralyzed by fear. You simply smile and say, "No worries, let us continue our discourse." Previously, we discussed how sword cultivators represent a formidable school of thought, possessing immense offensive capabilities but lacking in defense. relying solely on celestial arts to compensate. Time passes swiftly, and before long, 2 decades have elapsed. By this point, your reputation resounds throughout the Xinhuang great world, in an age where few cultivators genuinely dedicate themselves to others. Your selfless teachings and earnest guidance have evoked profound gratitude among them. You accrue a substantial amount of faith, and although the enhancements it brings are modest at present, the flow of this power is inexhaustible. As long as your faithful disciples remain alive, this energy will continually infuse into you. Your devoted followers begin erecting statues in your honor across the Xinhuang great world, celebrating your virtues. By the 50th year, you have trained several erudite disciples to carry on your teachings. With a mere thought, you manifest in other grand worlds. In the 200th year, you traverse endlessly through the realms, gathering numerous adherents. With the enhancement of the 10,000 people's oath and the power of leadership, you successfully achieve a breakthrough, having recultivated the immortal sovereign realm. However, once a cultivator reaches the pinnacle of the immortal sovereign stage, recultivating it twice is regarded as the 5th method, while recultivating it 6 times constitutes the 6th method. Recultivating 14 times corresponds to the 7th method, 30 times to the 8th method, and 62 times to the 9th method. Only after recultivating 126 times can one attain the 10th method of immortal sovereignty. Although your current progress is astonishingly swift, the subsequent advancements in the immortal sovereign realm grow exponentially, with the recultivation requirements for each stage doubling that of the previous realm. Thus, a considerable distance remains between you and the 10th method of immortal sovereignty. Contemplating this, you hesitate no longer. With a mere thought, you depart from the light and darkness star realm, embarking on an exploration of other worlds. You arrive at the great world of immortal frontiers, a realm you have previously visited. Leveraging your remarkable strength, you effortlessly establish a platform for preaching, garnering a substantial amount of faith power. 250 years have passed. You have settled all matters within the great world of immortal frontiers and soon embark on a journey to other grand worlds. You persistently search through the vast void. And during this period, you have attempted to determine if you could directly reach the eternal immortal domain through the fixed immortal travel. Unfortunately, the outcome leaves you disheartened. It is not feasible. The distance between the eternal immortal domain and the light and darkness star realm is far greater than that between the light and darkness star realm and other star realms. Even though your current immortal power is sufficient to navigate between the light and darkness star realm and the surrounding star realms, it is insufficient for reaching the eternal immortal domain. You let out a slight sigh, but do not dwell on it excessively. For even if direct access through fixed immortal travel is unattainable, the Eternal Night Clan can assist you in establishing a spatial passage. You merely need to slay the autumn begonia within the first 10,000 years. 500 years have elapsed. You traverse through more than a dozen star realms, discovering several places reminiscent of the light and darkness star realm. These havens are ensnared by monstrous beings, awaiting the opportune moment to drain the law power from the cultivators within. You refrain from acting rashly, instead temporarily evading these locales. You proceed to other safe star realms, continuing your teachings. 1,000 years have passed. You have traversed dozens of grand worlds, and your faith power has significantly increased. With the assistance of these realms and the power of leadership, you effortlessly recultivate the immortal sovereign stage multiple times. You estimate that by the time you reach the eternal immortal domain, you will likely attain the level of the 7th method of immortal sovereignty. At that juncture, absorbing a strand of faith law will undoubtedly accelerate your cultivation further. You consolidate the faith power across various cultivation realms, while envisioning a bright future. 2,000 years have gone by. After considerable deliberation, you ultimately choose to enter the space where Mo Xiao resides, preparing to assess the condition of the person within the coffin. Chapter 180. Refining the avatar as you gazed upon the familiar scene before you. A gentle sigh escaped your lips. Delving into the recesses of your memory, you swiftly recalled the moment when Mo Xiao successfully refined the bronze immortal artifact. The instant he laid eyes on you, he was struck by your profound aura, causing him to instinctively retreat. Do not be alarmed, esteemed elder. I bear no ill intent. Besides, we are of the same kind. Upon hearing your words, Mo Xiao was momentarily taken aback, but he soon began to attune himself to your presence. His eyes, initially filled with confusion, gradually widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "You! How could an outsider possibly ascend to the realm of immortal sovereign? And with such formidable prowess? Is this the legendary state beyond immortal sovereign?" You refrained from hastily clarifying and instead examined a piece of the bronze artifact with great care before stating, "An impressive array, indeed. However, it will not succeed in overcoming the immortal sovereign's thunder tribulation." "That is impossible," Mo Xiao retorted. The Wanshao Metian formation is the pinnacle array of this realm. It can obscure all perceptions of cultivators, even shielding them from the sensations of the heavens and earth. With that, a confident smile graced his features as he summoned the immortal sovereign Thunder Tribulation. Thunder rumbled ominously in the sky, and torrents of tribulation lightning converged upon Mo Xiao. True to form, he navigated through the earlier tribulations with ease. It was only when the final bolt of thunder descended that a hint of trepidation flickered in his eyes. In that moment, you sprang into action. Harnessing the laws of space, you instantly positioned yourself amid the tribulation, confronting the golden coffin that relentlessly pressured Mo Xiao. An extraterritorial demon at the immortal sovereign level? How did you manage to break through? Before you could finish your inquiry, you seized the golden coffin. Although it was not the true body of the demon, it lacked those enigmatic spirits, and perhaps you could glean fragments of its memories. You opened the coffin and extracted the being within, initiating the refining process. In an instant, a cascade of fragmented memories flooded your mind. You beheld an expanse of utter darkness. You glimpsed a magnificent palace. You witnessed a blood pool teeming with sinister spirits. You saw him appear in various star domains dominated by monstrous entities. You caught sight of his true form. But it was during a bustling marketplace that he was severed from his original body. The revelations before you caused your brow to furrow. The origins of these monsters were starkly different from your previous assumptions. A thunderous roar interrupted your contemplation. The heavens fell silent as boundless spiritual energy was suddenly drawn to Mo Xiao. Concurrently, his cultivation soared, and he swiftly achieved the realm of immortal sovereign. Thank you, Senior. Mo Xiao respectfully bowed to you, fully cognizant of the events that had just transpired. Had it not been for your timely intervention, he would surely have perished beneath the thunder tribulation. You merely nodded in acknowledgement. The purpose of your journey is merely to uncover the origins of the monsters, with your assistance to Mo Xiao being a mere convenience. Should you wish to express gratitude, then do assist me in examining this array disk, to determine how it may be activated at will. You retrieve the yin-yang demon-slaughtering great array that you had previously acquired. While this grand formation is indeed remarkable, its sole drawback lies in the inability to be activated directly. It requires considerable time for preparation. In battles among high-ranking cultivators, every second is of utmost importance, leaving no opportunity to ready such a formation. Mo Xiao promptly takes the array disk and scrutinizes it carefully. After a prolonged moment, he exclaims in astonishment, "Truly a masterpiece. It is astonishing that there exists someone in this realm capable of achieving such a level of array formation." He is filled with admiration. Subsequently, he informs you that the method to instantaneously activate the yin-yang demon-slaughtering great array is not particularly difficult. However, this approach would consume the essence of the array disk, and once activated, it may well collapse after merely 5 or 6 uses. You find yourself indifferent to these losses, for even if it were to be damaged, it is preferable to leaving it to gather dust. Mo Xiao modifies the array disk for you. In the 3rd millennium, you tirelessly traverse various worlds, thereby fortifying the power of belief that emanates from them. Simultaneously, your own strength continues to ascend. Nevertheless, your actions have incited discontent among the myriad worlds. Numerous high-ranking cultivators convene to discuss how to eliminate you, the source of their troubles. In the 32nd century, while you are delivering teachings in the celestial wasteland, you suddenly sense several cultivators from the celestial transformation palace approaching. Each of them are celestial sovereigns, with several at the pinnacle of that realm. Yet, these once seemingly unreachable cultivators now appear no different from mere ants. Before they can reach you, you extend a hand from afar. This gesture lacks any enhancements or profound intent. Its speed is hardly remarkable, allowing even those listening to your teachings to discern its trajectory. Yet, this seemingly unremarkable hand strike unleashes astonishing might, causing the void to tremble and leaving a spatial fissure spanning thousands of miles in its wake. Boom! The imprint of your hand rends the void, resulting in a violent explosion. As the chaos subsides, only one figure remains among the celestial transformation palace's ranks, a disheveled female cultivator. Qiu Haidang. You choose not to immediately strike her down, sparing her life. For although you reign supreme in the lower realms, able to gather belief power without restraint, the situation could be quite different in the eternal celestial domain. Setting aside the formidable 10 methods celestial sovereigns, even true celestial emperors may pose a challenge. Moreover, the eternal celestial domain lacks true laws, and you still require to absorb a fragment of the belief laws within the 4 realms. In the 8th millennium, the glorious evolution once again brings forth transformation for you. Beyond the chest bone imbued with the power of time, you sense your eyes sharpening, seemingly capable of piercing through all illusions. The tremendous enhancement fills you with joy. prompting you to seek out the vast realms and acquire a tome entitled The Divine Light of Dispelling Illusions. In the first 10,000 years, the first fateful strike is meticulously forged. This artifact radiates a pale golden hue, and you perceive that it possesses boundless power, sufficient to annihilate all living beings within this world in an instant. Chapter 181. Joining the subsequent enhancements bolster your confidence significantly. You resolve to forsake ascending to the eternal celestial domain, opting instead to confront the monstrous entities directly. In the 16,000 year, you thoroughly explore the surrounding star domains. Regrettably, you discover that in this world, the status of celestial sovereign represents the pinnacle, with no practitioners exceeding this realm lingering here. Aside from your unique circumstance, any practitioner in this world seeking further ascension must transcend to the plane of the eternal celestial domain. In the 18,000 year, fueled by profound faith, you achieve multiple breakthroughs. At this juncture, you are capable of absorbing the power of the seventh law. You arrive at the temple of true self, where the four realms are now unified. The law of faith is audibly absorbed by the Xianjin. You seize the law of faith, and after an arduous confrontation, you vanquish the ancestor of the fallen celestials, successfully acquiring 2 authentic laws. In the 20th year, you refine all the powers of the laws within you to perfection. As your strength surges, the second fateful strike is also completed, filling you with elation. You continue to impart teachings while awaiting the arrival of the monstrous adversaries. In the 22nd year, the monsters once again descend upon the realms. However, before they can act, a terrifying sword radiance envelopes their teleportation passage. In the next moment, a cataclysmic sword light cleaves forward, severing the spatial conduit and plunging countless monsters into the void, lost to an unknown fate. How bold! Roars the abyssal behemoth. Yet even during the era of the eternal celestial domain, it was no match for you. What could it possibly achieve now amidst the four realms? You strike once more, and the dreadful sword light effortlessly bisects its colossal form. As the sword energy erupts, its body quickly becomes riddled with wounds, its life force swiftly extinguished. It is dead. The once mighty abyssal maw has fallen with such ease by your hand. Concurrently, the void beside it trembles, and you promptly invoke the laws of space to retreat. At the moment the gray light manifests, you retaliate with a fatal strike of your own. In an instant, 2 attacks potent enough to obliterate the entire world collide, shattering the very fabric of existence. The endless chaos of the void surged into this realm, resulting in the emergence of spatial fissures across various locales. Numerous structures were ensnared within, instantly reduced to ruins. Ultimately, however, this maneuver proved to be your triumph. After a tense standoff, the decisive blow successfully shattered the gray light, plunging unrelentingly into the opposing space. A wave of crisis awareness receded within you like the ebbing tide. The space ahead initially trembled before unleashing a deafening explosion. Even from a significant distance, the magnitude of the damage inflicted upon that realm by your lethal strike was unmistakable. Had the mastermind behind it all been utterly annihilated? It appeared that the decisive blow was indeed overwhelmingly powerful. You inhaled deeply, yet before you could fully relax, an unsettling silence enveloped the world. Even the spatial turbulence that had manifested moments before ceased its turmoil, becoming frozen in place. This sudden turn of events filled you with dread, and before you could react, you noticed a spatial portal unexpectedly materializing in the tranquil sky. A figure, shrouded in a black robe, emerged from within. A commendable human cultivator. Would you consider joining my domain of Tai? Upon hearing those words, you felt a sudden jolt of surprise, yet before you could respond, the cloaked figure continued. Think carefully before you answer. Should you choose to join Tai, I shall not only overlook your slaying of Tian Xie, but will also invest significantly in your development, allowing you to take his place. However, should you decline, we shall become foes, and I will not permit a formidable being like you to serve other celestial realms. You felt a tightening in your chest, aware that this individual harbored nefarious intentions. After much contemplation, to avoid the potential emergence of additional adversaries after vanquishing the black-robed figure, you ultimately refrained from delivering a second lethal strike and acquiesced to his proposal, entering the spatial portal alongside him. A wise choice. The figure introduced himself as He Tu and, with a gentle gesture, transported you to a magnificent palace the moment you emerged from the portal. He began to elucidate everything about this place. It was known as the True Demon Palace, an unassailable leader among the forces of Tai. The individual you had previously slain was none other than Tian Xie, the 5th elder of the True Demon Palace. Not only did he possess peak-level strength of a 10-law immortal sovereign, but he had also absorbed numerous true laws, ranking highly within the True Demon Palace. Nevertheless, The dead are ultimately just that, dead. Even though Tianxie had rendered significant contributions to the true demon palace during his lifetime, with his demise, all of that had dissipated into nothingness. He Tu and the other elders would not hold you accountable for this matter. Now, embrace the transformation offered by the blood pool and fully integrate into the true demon palace. Upon hearing this, you did not hesitate for a moment and followed He Tu's guidance into the blood pool, for you harbored no fear regarding the transformation. After all, during the time when your power was feeble, he did not completely subjugate you. How much less so now, with your strength having surged? Months later, having undergone the transformation in the blood pool, your abilities have significantly enhanced. As anticipated, the enigmatic spirits merely facilitated your evolution, leaving your physical form unscathed. It appears that this glorious evolution has continuously augmented your capabilities. Following your encounter with the spirits, even your thirst for bloodshed has dissipated. In the days that followed, you subtly inquired about the origins of the enigmatic spirits from Haidu, yet he deftly evaded your questions each time. You grasped his unspoken message, and reluctantly, you chose to remain silent on the matter, dedicating yourself wholeheartedly to the tasks assigned by the True Demon Hall. The first mission entrusted to you was to continue the endeavors previously undertaken by Tianxie, namely, to travel to the light and dark star realms and other realms under the dominion of the True Demon Hall, to collect all the true laws therein. Chapter 182. Re-entering the eternal secret realm, you concealed yourself, dispatching your subordinates to other realms to acquire the true laws. With your covert assistance, they swiftly plundered every last law. Upon your return to the four realms, a surge of emotions welled within you. However, in order to progress, you resolutely sent your subordinates to seize all the true laws present in this realm as well. Yet this time, you refrained from eliminating Mu Li, Tianji, and all those blessed with fortune in this world. Once you had nearly gathered all the true laws, you returned to the True Demon Hall to report. Haida showed little concern for the few missing laws, instead instructing you to cultivate within the True Demon Hall, preparing for the impending battle that could arise at any moment. Upon hearing this, you felt somewhat perplexed. In your recollection, they had displayed an overwhelming dominance in their conflict with the eternal celestial domain. Though they had not obliterated the eternal celestial domain entirely, to the discerning eye, it appeared to be but a shadow of its former self. Nevertheless, these matters bore little relevance to you. The struggle between the two domains did not significantly impact your interests. Your relationship with Haitu was merely one of mutual exploitation. What you needed to focus on now was survival within this world. As long as you amassed sufficient lethal strikes, neither the True Demon Hall nor the formidable powers of the Tai E-Demon domain would pose a threat to you. In the 23rd millennium, you secluded yourself in the True Demon Hall for cultivation. Although your progress was modest, it paled in comparison to your rapid ascension in the lower realms. Despite the continued presence of faith power and the occasional boost from the leader's strength, a millennium had wrought significant changes. Many cultivators from the lower realms had completely forgotten you. As for gathering followers within the Tai E-Demon domain, you had indeed made attempts. And under the guise of the True Demon Hall, such endeavors proved considerably easier. Regrettably, in this world, nearly everyone is ensnared by malevolent spirits, their autonomy severely diminished, rendering most cultivators incapable of bestowing upon you any faith power. In despair, you relinquished this avenue and instead devoted yourself to profound cultivation within the True Demon Palace. As time inexorably passed, your strength burgeoned. In the 26th millennium, Black Butcher transmitted a message announcing that in 30 years, a secret realm would emerge in the eternal immortal domain. He urged you to accompany Elder Lu, the enigmatic Jew, and a multitude of cultivators from the palace to retrieve the legacy from this place. You recognized that he referred to the eternal secret realm. Aware of its significance, you readily acquiesced. 30 years later, your expedition commenced, an unending throng of monsters trailing behind you. Swiftly, you traversed the spatial passage, returning once more to the eternal immortal domain. Yet this time, the roles had reversed. You had transformed from prey into hunter. Before long, the secret realm unfurled its secrets. You instructed your subordinates to refrain from rash actions while you stepped forth into its depths. Guided by memory, you hastened toward the mystical spirit fruit tree, preparing to pluck every single fruit during this venture. Time slipped away rapidly. Soon, a girl claiming to be the daughter of the Huanglong immortal arrived. However, before she could make a move, you struck with a decisive palm, reducing her and the two burly men behind her to mere pulp. You continued to wait. At last, the protective rift surrounding the mystical spirit fruit tree began to dissipate. Seizing the moment, you swiftly gathered all the fruits within reach, acquiring 16 of them, in exhilarating triumph. With their assistance and your accumulated prowess over the years, you could effortlessly achieve the requirements to absorb the eighth law power. You commenced immediate cultivation. When you reopened your eyes, your cultivation had significantly advanced, far swifter than in your previous simulations. Elated, you began to explore other areas of this secret realm. Yet, disappointment washed over you. Aside from the mystical spirit fruit tree, even the legendary four inheritances of heaven, earth, and the mystical yellow were of little use to you. You sighed softly, but dismissed the thought, for your primary objective was neither the fruit nor the renowned inheritances. Rather, it was the eternal immortal emperor and the other three. You awaited the appointed moment in quiet anticipation. Shortly thereafter, a phantom materialized in the sky. The instant he appeared, he unleashed an overwhelming pressure, causing all cultivators within the eternal secret realm who could not withstand it to explode instantly. He chuckled ominously. Addressing the gathered souls, you have arrived in the secret realm left by my esteemed self. Surely the eternal immortal domain is now beset by insurmountable calamities. The esteemed entity possesses a sacred domain of 4 profound legacies, a place where you can the eternal immortal emperor dissipated in an instant. Once again, you found yourself within the realm of the profound legacy. To avoid the arduous journey through the tumultuous waters of time, you decisively eliminated all cultivators attempting to access the profound legacy. Before long, you successfully passed through the legacy. You arrived at the resplendent hall, where the eternal immortal emperor stood at the higher seat, observing you with great interest. Such swift speed. It appears this time before he could finish his sentence. You employed the bone within your chest along with the laws of time to immobilize him. In an instant, countless sword lights descended, striking him down dozens of times. By the time the immobilization effect wore off, the eternal immortal emperor appeared to be on the brink of death, lacking even the strength to seize control. Who are you? The eternal immortal emperor attempted to rise and struggle. However, you coldly replied, release your consciousness or perish. Upon hearing this, the eternal immortal emperor had no choice but to let go of his mind, allowing you to search his soul. Soon, a torrent of memories flooded into your mind. This individual was named Yi Wang, and as you had suspected, he was not the true eternal immortal emperor, but a cultivator of the Night Demon clan. Yet, within Yi Wang's memories, he only recognized himself as a member of the Night Demon clan, entirely unaware of his past. He had been born within the eternal secret realm, and his sole purpose was to assume the role of the eternal immortal emperor. How curious! Whose handiwork could this be? Chapter 183, Wisdom. Could it be the eternal immortal emperor? You murmured to yourself, only to quickly dismiss this hypothesis. The eternal immortal emperor had long departed from the eternal immortal domain, far removed in time from when Yi Wang appeared in the secret realm. Moreover, there was no necessity for him to act in such a manner. After pondering for a considerable time, you could not derive a satisfactory conclusion. Thus, you chose to cease your speculations and, having secured the 4 legacies, awaited the arrival of the other 3 individuals. However, at that moment, the secret realm began to tremble violently. What could this be? A sudden shock ran through your heart, but before you could react, the entire secret realm collapsed instantaneously. All remaining cultivators were transported out. Dare to seize my domain. Eternal Emperor's possessions? Seeking death. A thunderous voice echoed in your ears. Following the sound, you turned to see a young man holding a scroll, radiating a dazzling brilliance as various powers of law resonated within him. With a swift motion, the scroll erupted into a vast expanse of starry rivers, traversing through the void at an astonishing speed, heading straight for you. You furrowed your brow. The developments before you diverged from those in the previous simulation, and you immediately realized that the true demon palace was undoubtedly behind this. They must have employed some means to incite a deadly enmity between you and the cultivators of the eternal immortal domain. So, they wished to use me as a pawn. With a cold snort, you deftly invoked the laws of space, deftly evading the young man's attacks. This esteemed friend, you contemplated explaining your actions, yet the youth, misconstruing your intent as a plea for mercy, offered you no opportunity to speak and charged at you once more. Seeking death. A glint of cold light flashed in your eyes as you instantly appeared before the youth, your hand surging with the essence of slaughter, piercing through his body with relentless force. You, the youth screamed, his expression one of sheer horror. He once again summoned that extraordinary scroll and the power of the laws, desperately attempting to flee. However, with the arrow loosed, there was no turning back. Having already struck, you had no intention of allowing his escape. Gripping tightly, you unleashed the Do character technique, and a formidable force erupted forth like a volcanic explosion. What laws? What scroll? In the face of absolute power, such resistance was but a futile effort. The terrifying assault shattered everything, causing the void to fracture as if the very heavens and earth were collapsing. As the extraordinary scroll met the force of your technique, it was instantly reduced to ashes. The youth coughed up a mouthful of blood, crashing to the ground like a meteor, stirring up clouds of dust. When the dust settled, he was no longer recognizable, his vitality utterly extinguished. The swift battle left the onlookers in a state of shock and awe, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and fear, for they recognized the fallen youth as Zhonglu, the young master of the Taiyang sect. You too were aware of his formidable identity, yet you remained unfazed, with a lethal strike in your grasp. Even the true immortal emperors would not intimidate you. Indeed, at the very moment of Zhonglu's fall, a violent wave emanated from the north, the chilling intent to kill sweeping through the crowd, causing everyone to tremble. You silently held your decisive blow, but just as you were about to unleash it, a dark mist surged from the sky, instantaneously severing the murderous aura. It was Haidu. With a booming laugh, he declared, "Ha ha, Taihangzi, this battle is yours to lose. I am curious, given that it is increasingly difficult for your eternal immortal domain to produce an immortal emperor, why not join forces with our Tai demon domain for mutual development?" Upon hearing this, Taihangzi furiously retorted, "Humph, not a chance. Haitu, you rebellious traitor, if you wish to fight, then let us engage. What fear do we, the cultivators of the eternal immortal domain, have of you? Very well, let us fight." As soon as the words left his lips, the two figures in the sky clashed violently. Ultimately, Taihangzi, a seasoned cultivator steeped in the ways of the quasi-immortal emperor, quickly gained the upper hand. "Haitu, you are vastly outmatched. Summon your master to face me. You dare?" Haida sneered, and they resumed their fierce battle. Meanwhile, as you observed from the sidelines, a contemplative thought crossed your mind. You realized that these two quasi-immortal emperor cultivators were not as formidable as you had initially perceived. You estimate that once you cultivate to a level approaching the ninth law, you will be capable of engaging in battle with them. Even if you are ultimately defeated, you will still be able to seek a path to survival under their hands. Moreover, should you accumulate a few more lethal strikes to confront the celestial emperors of these two realms, you would indeed become invincible across the world. The number of cultivators from the eternal celestial domain participating in the conflict is steadily increasing, and you find yourself compelled to join the fray. As you continuously observe and maneuver within the battlefield, you swiftly employ various strategies to eliminate numerous cultivators from the eternal celestial domain. However, this is, after all, the stronghold of the eternal celestial domain, and their ranks are growing ever larger. Relying solely on the power of the true demon hall is insufficient to rival them. In desperation, Haida once again opens a spatial passage, allowing you and Anjua to retreat first. You successfully return to the true demon hall. A few moments later, Haida also returns safely. Upon learning that you have successfully acquired the four paths of the heavenly and earthly Xian Wang legacy from the eternal celestial domain, a genuine smile breaks through his typically indifferent demeanor. "Ha ha ha, excellent. Elder Wu, I truly did not misjudge you. After this matter, I shall certainly report to the hall master and commend you for your remarkable achievement." Hearing this, you merely respond with a serene smile. You present the four legacies you obtained. Your intention in doing so is not to serve the true demon hall with unwavering loyalty, but rather to engage in a fade of cooperation with them. Time swiftly passes, and before long, it has come to the 27th millennium. During this period, your dual pupils undergo a complete transformation. Much like the bone within your chest, they now embody a power of law and wisdom. With their assistance, the world within your gaze begins to sharpen into clarity. You acquire the ability to perceive the essence of all things in existence, effortlessly grasping the profound truths behind various celestial arts and techniques. Concurrently, during this time, you also successfully become a true member of the True Demon Hall, gaining insight into many of its circumstances. For instance, within the True Demon Hall, there exist 6 esteemed elders, aside from yourself. All are at the realm of the 10th Law Celestial Sovereign. Above the elders stand Haitu and Baihua, the 2 Vice Hall Masters, both possessing strength akin to quasi-celestial emperors. Yet, the designation of quasi-celestial emperor is merely a self-aggrandizing term. In essence, they remain celestial sovereigns. Furthermore, the True Demon Hall is home to at least one celestial emperor. This individual, known as Dang Qianqi, is the sole celestial emperor publicly recognized within the True Demon Hall and the entire abyssal sorcery domain. However, this is merely the surface of the matter. Through your discoveries over the years, it is evident that the True Demon Hall harbors additional celestial emperors beyond Dang Qianqi, not to mention the former Hall Master who abdicated 30,000 years ago, who surely still exists in the world. It seems that even 2 lethal strikes may not suffice. You let out a soft sigh and promptly resume your cultivation. In the 3rd millennium, you once again condense a lethal strike. During this period, rather than engaging in relentless cultivation, you have sought to uncover the true nature of the world around you. It turns out that the realm in which you currently reside is indeed the authentic myriad of celestial realms. Both the eternal immortal domain and the abyssal demon domain are integral parts of this vast expanse. This place is immense, even with your utmost efforts. You can only reach a few worlds surrounding the eternal immortal domain and the abyssal demon domain. These worlds, whether strong or weak, possess a level of existence comparable to that of the eternal immortal domain and the abyssal demon domain. You diligently recorded the appearances of these neighboring worlds, attempting to traverse between them using the technique of fixed immortal travel. Fortunately, you succeeded. Fixed immortal travel allows for seamless movement among these worlds. Although each traversal nearly exhausts your entire celestial energy and the time required increases, it undoubtedly represents a significant enhancement for you. In the myriad celestial realms, the void proves to be far more resilient than the various star realms of the lower worlds. Even though you possess the laws of space, you can feel your speed of traversal sharply decline, with all actions constrained by numerous impediments. However, fixed immortal travel perfectly alleviates this dilemma. Now, not only can you traverse back and forth among the major worlds, but you also possess a life-saving artifact. Just as you are filled with joy, Black Butcher sends you another message. He informs you that the abyssal demon domain is about to engage in an all-out war with the eternal immortal domain, urging you to prepare all your cultivators for an immediate assault on the eternal immortal domain. An all-out war? You are momentarily taken aback. While you are aware that the abyssal demon domain has been gradually depleting the eternal immortal domain over the years, it is inconceivable that the eternal immortal domain would remain without a countermeasure. On the contrary, they have gathered considerable strength, having slain many of the monsters possessed by the enigmatic spirits, and have even developed methods to prevent such possessions. The eternal immortal domain has seemingly resolved over 90% of its challenges. Yet, who would have thought that the abyssal demon domain, despite its advantage, did not initiate a full-scale assault until now? At this critical juncture, what could the reason be? You ponder softly. However, before you can contemplate further, you are compelled to join the decisive battle against the eternal immortal domain. In the year 30,001, the 2 realms officially commenced their war. You, along with the elders of the True Demon Hall and several other cultivators from the abyssal demon domain, lead your respective teams in surprise attacks across various regions of the eternal immortal domain. You are assigned to the desolate flame domain. As you begin to lead your subordinates in the assault, you are astonished to discover that the strength of the desolate flame domain has become unprecedentedly formidable. Once ranked among the weaker domains of the eternal immortal domain, it now stands on par with the Taiying domain in terms of power. This unexpected turn of events sends a chill down your spine. Many of your cultivators begin to retreat, while those monsters possessed by the enigmatic spirits are vanquished without exception. Soon, you find yourself in a dire position, left as a mere figurehead. Although you are still capable of maneuvering through the situation, you have no intention of serving the abyssal demon domain so readily. A flicker of retreat emerges in your heart. Just then, a small hand rests upon your shoulder, sending a chill of sweat cascading down your spine. During this time, you have been diligently probing your surroundings with your divine sense. How could you fail to notice someone approaching from behind? What formidable strength does this individual possess? Why would a cultivator from the eternal celestial domain assist the abyssal demon domain in its malefic endeavors? The voice, though youthful, carries an enchanting allure that ensnares your very essence. In that instant, you feel as if your consciousness has slipped away, leaving you a mere puppet. Even as your eyes convey a cooling sensation, it serves only to preserve a flicker of awareness within you. Your mouth moves of its own accord, beginning to articulate the questions she poses. Yet, with the aid of that refreshing influence, you manage to obscure parts of your response. What? The light dark star realm is under the dominion of the abyssal demon domain? You were compelled to join the True Demon Palace and serve them? It is astonishing that so many upheavals have transpired in the subordinate realms of the eternal celestial domain during my slumber. It seems I have indeed lagged behind. As soon as the words leave your lips, you sense the pressure on your shoulder lift. Turning around, you are astounded to find that the one who had held sway over you is none other than Su Luo, whom you once nurtured in the ancient spirit realm. A tempest of emotions surges within you. What astonishes you even further is yet to come. You witness her form rapidly transforming, and in the blink of an eye, she matures from a young girl into a tall and graceful maiden. Her long, white hair cascades like a waterfall, her demeanor ethereal and otherworldly. Her porcelain skin shines like freshly fallen snow, with phoenix-like eyes, willow-shaped brows, and ruby lips revealing pearly teeth. Her features are exquisitely flawless. In the very moment she reaches full maturity, the sky trembles as boundless purple chi floods into her being. In an instant, she resembles an unparalleled celestial emperor, gazing down upon all creation. Annihilate. With a gentle lift of her hand, you feel the malevolent spirits, once suppressed by the glorious evolution, vanish completely. I have resolved all your hidden dangers. From this day forth, you need not serve the true demon palace any longer. As soon as her words conclude, she disappears without a trace. You stand there, dazed and unable to regain your composure. The 30,005th year. The power of the eternal celestial domain has surged dramatically. Not only you, but all the elders have suffered defeat. You have retreated back to the abyssal demon domain, only to find the eternal celestial domain relentlessly pressing in, knocking at your door. Chapter 185. The Tower of Abyssal Magic within the Grand Hall of the True Demon Palace. Several high-ranking cultivators engage in heated disputes, while you remain concealed nearby, attentively listening to their discussions. I have long asserted that this method is unworkable. Now, look how well it has turned out, with the eternal celestial domain knocking at our door. It is indeed wise to act decisively. Had this been a millennium ago, the eternal celestial domain would surely not have posed a challenge to us. Nevertheless, it may be prudent to abandon this discourse and seek refuge in other realms. Amidst the quarrels of those present, He too remained unfazed. After a moment of silence, he coldly inquired, "Have you all finished your bickering? If any of you wish to depart, I, He too, shall not impede your exit. You may leave at once." Upon hearing this, the crowd ceased their disputes and turned their collective gaze towards He Tuesday. He slowly rose and proclaimed, "Our previous retreat was merely a temporary setback. The Hall Master has successfully provided cover for Bai Hua to discreetly seize the remaining source of power from the eternal celestial domain. Once Bai Hua ascends to the status of an emperor, our Tai demon domain will not only swiftly absorb the eternal celestial domain, but will also extend its reach into other realms." At this revelation, the assembly fell silent, and a flicker of understanding crossed your eyes. It became clear that the machinations of the true demon hall were aimed at appropriating the source of power from the eternal celestial domain. Yet, what method would they employ to utilize this source of power? If one could acquire such a method, it would surely facilitate a breakthrough to the celestial emperor realm in the next simulation. In the year 30,008, through your connections with the true demon hall, you successfully obtained a fragment of the law of wisdom. By this point, you had already mastered the laws of space, sword, fate, slaughter, time, hope, faith, and wisdom. Although at this stage, the power of these laws offered diminishing returns to cultivators, your unique ability to harmonize with myriad laws rendered every absorption a significant enhancement. You held little belief that the true demon hall would indiscriminately gather vast amounts of law power without purpose. After all, the number of self-aware cultivators within the true demon hall was merely a few thousand, while the remainder consisted largely of mindless entities incapable of autonomously absorbing law power. Thus, their extensive collection of law power in the lower realms must serve an ulterior motive. You began to investigate the inner workings of the true demon hall, identifying your first point of inquiry, Inju. He was the only elder of the true demon hall with whom you had previously interacted. After incurring substantial costs, you successfully gleaned his insights regarding the true laws over the years. It was revealed that these true laws were collected under the directive of the Hall Master, Dang Qianqi. Moreover, not only the several star realms under the jurisdiction of the eternal celestial domain were targeted, but even the Tai demon domain and adjacent realms had been subjected to similar methods of extraction for the true laws. However, these true laws had been hoarded by successive Hall Masters, stored primarily in the Tai Mo Tower of the Tai demon domain. Aside from what was allocated for select members, the Tai Mo Tower, you silently noted this name, sensing that it harbored significant secrets. In the year 30,009, the eternal celestial domain launched a full-scale counteroffensive against the Tai demon domain. At the outset, you were able to engage with the eternal celestial realm. Yet it was not long before you were utterly defeated. Strangely, a multitude of high-ranking cultivators appeared on the side of the eternal celestial realm. And you even spotted a familiar figure, Gu Xuan. Previously, within the secret realm, you had wished to delve into his soul to uncover the secrets he harbored. But your intentions were thwarted by the machinations of the true demon palace. However, during this interval, it seems he has encountered some fortuitous opportunity. For not only has he ascended to the level of the sixth law celestial sovereign, but he has also become the direct disciple of the foremost rogue cultivator, Jiu Ju Dao Xian, within the eternal celestial realm. Indeed, his fortunes are remarkable, you murmur to yourself. Earlier, within the ancient spirit realm, amidst numerous fortunate individuals, you discerned that Su Xuan bore a fortune far exceeding that of ordinary beings. Now, it appears that your assessment was accurate. He was the first among the fortunates to arrive at the Xianhuang Great World, and now he stands as the first to reach the myriad realms that comprise the eternal celestial realm. There is surely a treasure trove of valuable items upon him. You begin to subtly maneuver towards Su Xuan, seeking an opportunity to seize the fortuitous treasures he possesses. Yet, little did you expect that the passage of tens of thousands of years would have greatly matured him. At this moment, Su Xuan far exceeds his peers in combat prowess. Yet he remains steadfastly by the side of his master, Zhu Daoxian, not daring to stray an inch. This fills you with a sense of regret. Though your current strength surpasses that of Zhu Daoxian considerably, a forceful attack would undoubtedly draw the attention of others from the eternal celestial realm, inevitably resulting in a siege against you. Thus, after much deliberation, you ultimately decide against targeting Su Xuan. Time swiftly passes, and in the blink of an eye, the multitude of cultivators has disbanded, retreating to the headquarters of the true demon palace. Yet you remain unperturbed, for you are aware that the true demon palace possesses hidden trump cards yet to be revealed. Furthermore, even if you were to concede a hypothetical defeat, you could swiftly plunder a vast array of resources and utilize the celestial conveyance to transport yourself to other realms. As if to validate your suspicions, at the moment the forces of the eternal celestial realm press forward, two distinct auras of celestial emperors suddenly emerge from the true demon palace. They sweep through the area like twin tempests, overwhelming all cultivators within the vicinity of the eternal celestial realm. In an instant, the eternal celestial realm is thrown into disarray. However, before the cultivators of the true demon palace could revel in their apparent advantage, two more celestial emperor auras manifested from the side of the eternal celestial realm. One of them is none other than Su Qingluo. At this moment, she radiates an imposing celestial presence, her aura immensely powerful, making her the focal point of the entire battlefield. Old Tianqing, do you believe that finding a helper can secure victory over my demon domain? We have our own. The Dantian ruler laughs heartily as a robust figure materializes beside him. This individual is formidable in stature, and the surrounding void subtly warps, signaling that he is not one to be trifled with. Xiongli, this matter pertains to the realms of eternity and Tai. Do you truly wish to meddle from your Lihuang demon domain? It is merely a matter of taking people's wealth. As the words fell, Xiongli resolutely took action. 5 celestial emperors clashed in the void, unleashing a myriad of celestial techniques in a dazzling display. Observing this scene, your thoughts flickered, and in an instant, you vanished from your position, making a beeline for the Tower of Tama. Chapter 186. The power of special laws. At this moment, the practitioners from both realms had completely plunged into battle. You disregarded all the restrictions within the Tower of Tama and instantly breached its confines. You found yourself in a unique space, filled with an overwhelming presence of authentic laws, stretching infinitely before your eyes. You swept your divine consciousness across everything here. You discovered that the pinnacle of the tower held even more genuine laws. You ascended step by step, realizing that the higher you climbed, the more refined the laws became. This revelation filled your heart with elation. You immediately activated the spatial laws and surged towards the tower's summit. However, just as you were about to step onto the apex, an acute sense of danger alerted you. Without hesitation, you conjured a deadly strike in your hand. Before the words escaped your lips, you hurled the lethal blow in the direction of the voice. In an instant, the heavens and earth transformed, as terrifying energy coalesced into a singular point and erupted forth. Meanwhile, the elder who had just voiced his inquiry was caught off guard by the overwhelming force of the attack. He hastily broke his meditation, frantically deploying defensive measures in a desperate attempt to thwart the impending strike. Yet, this endeavor was ultimately futile. The dread energy obliterated everything in its path, swiftly dismantling all his defenses. Bang! The elder was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the wall. At that moment, he appeared utterly deflated. Yet a flicker of joy at surviving a calamity glimmered in his eyes. However, the next instant, this joy morphed into sheer terror. Chunks of his internal organs surged forth from his mouth. No matter how he struggled, he could not escape the fate of death. He was dead. Thus, the elder perished beneath the weight of the lethal strike. Yet, you remained vigilant. You harnessed the laws of the sword, unleashing a blade of light from a distance, only daring to approach once you were certain of the elder's demise. Now, the elder had completely vanished, and beside him lay a manifestation of the law's power, forged from countless authentic laws. Could this be the culmination of his ambitions over the past million years? You stepped forward cautiously, beginning to examine this law's power. It was composed of 3,800 laws, each one more potent than ordinary authentic laws. Notably, this law's power had been refined through some method, perfectly resembling a standard law state. You sensed that you could absorb it. Truly, it was a work of divine craftsmanship. Regrettably, it ultimately served as a garment for me. You marveled at the sight. However, you suddenly recalled that you were merely an eightfold immortal sovereign, having only recently absorbed the principles of wisdom. With the path to the ninth still a distant aspiration, this thought filled you with regret. Yet, without further contemplation, you swiftly gathered this unique power of the law into your possession, and with a focused thought, you summoned the celestial journey to the nearby Li Huang demon domain. Not far from the Tai demon domain, you commenced your cultivation there, aspiring to swiftly ascend to the ninth realm and absorb this extraordinary power of the law. You found a mountain range to begin your practice. 30,050 years later, your cultivation had seen some improvement. However, you were acutely aware of the daunting challenge that lay in breaking through to the ninth immortal sovereign. If you continued to practice in such desolate mountains, it could take you several 100,000 years to achieve this milestone. After some deliberation, you ultimately resolved to venture into the Tai demon domain to investigate the circumstances of the great battle that had transpired. With a mere thought, you returned to Tai demon domain. You attempted to probe the souls of those lower-level cultivators, but unfortunately, the malevolent spirits attached to them were able to obstruct your efforts. In despair, you had no choice but to seek answers on your own. After several months, you finally uncovered the events of that fateful battle. Despite the mysterious empress possessing overwhelming strength, the Tai demon domain had the advantage in numbers, which allowed them to repel the cultivators of the eternal immortal domain. However, they did not pursue their victory. Instead, they scoured the world for the old master of the true demon hall. Now, the streets and alleys of the Tai demon domain were filled with images of this old master. Is that person truly the old master? You were momentarily taken aback. Yet, the true demon hall did not associate your disappearance with the old master. In fact, the old master's disappearance concealed your own escape. Nevertheless, this was ultimately a fortunate turn of events. You murmured to yourself and, with a sudden thought, found yourself in the eternal immortal domain. At this moment, the eternal immortal domain had long since regained its tranquility. Moreover, due to the absence of the malevolent spirit's constraints, you effortlessly gleaned information regarding the great battle through soul probing. From the perspective of the cultivators in the eternal immortal domain, although they were ultimately repelled, the cultivators of the Tai demon domain did not dare to pursue them. Over these years, the strength of the eternal immortal domain had grown significantly, with a plethora of powerful cultivators emerging seemingly out of nowhere. It would not be long before they could easily overwhelm the Tai demon domain. Growing stronger, you were momentarily taken aback. You recalled your previous experiences and thought of Su Xuan, who had recently ascended to this realm. If one were to infer from this timeline, then the formidable cultivators emerging in the eternal immortal domain over the years must be those who had descended from the lower realms, bearing the fortune of destiny. You began to investigate their circumstances. Soon, you found the individual closest to this location, Su Xuan, the son-in-law of the Song family from Tianan continent. You activated the spatial laws and, in an instant, appeared within the Song family estate. With formidable prowess, they failed to detect even a trace of your presence. Consequently, you were able to meet Su Xuan without hindrance. Before you stood an individual of unremarkable appearance, his cultivation not particularly formidable, merely at the level of the 6 laws immortal sovereign. Yet, it was precisely this level of strength that garnered the attention of the Song family. A force bolstered by the presence of 8 laws immortal sovereigns. Every aspect of this scenario attested to Su Xuan's extraordinary nature. You began to scrutinize his every movement. At last, during one of his outings, you seized the opportunity to act. Swiftly, you captured him and transported him to a secluded forest. There, you commenced the process of soul-searching. In an instant, a torrent of memories flooded into your mind, confirming your suspicions. Su Xuan hailed from a realm known as the Thousand Mountain World. He embarked on his path of cultivation at the tender age of 8. Advancing rapidly as if aided by divine forces, soon reaching the great ascension stage. Subsequently, he successfully ascended to a place called the 10,000 Valley Great World. There, free from the disturbances of the abyssal demon domain, Su Xuan's cultivation progressed safely, allowing him to attain the pinnacle of immortal sovereignty before smoothly arriving in the eternal immortal domain. His greatest asset throughout this journey was his astonishingly profound insight. Regardless of the nature of the immortal arts or techniques, he could effortlessly memorize them and, with but a glance, cultivate them to perfection. Such abilities, alas, bore no relevance to you. With a cold snort, you extinguished Su Xuan's soul and departed with his storage ring. Time passed swiftly. Utilizing the immortal traveler, you appeared repeatedly throughout the eternal immortal domain, where one after another, individuals blessed with fortune fell to your hands. While most of their abilities served only to enhance themselves, exceptions invariably existed. You discovered numerous items that proved advantageous to you. For instance, from a 7 laws immortal sovereign named Lin Xiao, you procured a stone inscribed with dragon-shaped runes. This artifact could unleash immensely powerful attacks, capable of instantly vanquishing an immortal sovereign even if wielded by one of mere chi refinement cultivation. Lin Xiao, of course, had surmounted many challenges and ascended to the eternal immortal domain with the aid of this treasure. Yet, this was not the end. Due to the varying degrees of fortune possessed by these individuals, their current levels of cultivation also differed significantly. Among them, some had even reached the realms of 9 and 10 laws. After vanquishing all those below 8 laws who bore fortune, you redirected your focus toward these more formidable cultivators. Aware that targeting such powerful figures would inevitably stir considerable commotion, you first ventured to the relatively secluded Xiaohuizhou. During the last great battle between the realms, a remarkably talented sword cultivator named Chu Kuangjian had emerged from this very place. This individual excels in the art of swordsmanship, wielding formidable and incisive attacks. His cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the 9th law, merely a step away from entering the realm of the 10th law. As you traverse the path of soul-searching, you swiftly arrive at the mountains where Chu Kuangjian is sequestered in meditation. Is he in seclusion at the peak? A faint smile graces your lips. You then gently raise your hand, and the secret of the fighting character transforms in an instant into a potent sword light. This extraordinary force engulfs everything in its path, surging directly toward the summit. Boom! The peak shatters, and the mountains tremble. In the next moment, a figure plummets down, crashing onto the ground. It is none other than Chu Kuangjian. Who are you? He bellows. Yet, before his voice can fully dissipate, you conjure another beam of sword light. In an instant, the void distorts, and the heavens above become crystal clear, as if the entire world has been reduced to this solitary sword beam. A flicker of astonishment flashes in Chu Kuangjian's eyes. He promptly invokes a secret technique, summoning 2 ethereal shadows from behind him. The trio synchronizes perfectly, adopting a formation of 3 talents to confront your assault head-on. Rumbling, a powerful storm of spiritual energy envelopes the entire realm, drawing the attention of countless cultivators to the commotion. However, when the tempest subsides, the place is utterly devoid of life, leaving only the shattered remnants of Chu Kuangjian's accompanying sword. Moments later, utilizing the immortal journey technique, you swiftly transport Chu Kuangjian's broken corporeal form to a secluded valley. You delve into his soul. You discover that his experiences closely mirror those of the previous fortunate individual. However, given his rapid cultivation pace, it is evident that the forces he relies upon are considerably more formidable. Not only does he possess the complete legacy of an immortal emperor, but he is also aware of a valley abundant with various celestial herbs. Had it not been for Chu Kuangjian's reluctance to waste the unripe herbs, he might have already ascended to the realm of 10th law immortal sovereign. Truly, his fortune is extraordinary. Elated, you quickly follow the memories and successfully locate the valley, which, as per Chu Kuangjian's recollection, is brimming with an array of celestial herbs, albeit still lacking the final touches of maturity. Yet, you remain unhurried, choosing to wait patiently. 30,800 years pass. The celestial herbs gradually reach maturity. However, just as you prepare to step forward and harvest, a subtle sense of impending danger stirs within you. This warning is not overpowering, yet it compels your naturally suspicious nature to halt. You begin to scrutinize your surroundings, but find no sign of peril. This leaves you perplexed. Is it possible that the source of danger lies within these celestial herbs? Yet, this seems implausible. After all, when Chu Kuangjian first discovered this place, he had indeed harvested the herbs. After much contemplation, you ultimately resolved to pluck a solitary herb from the periphery, eager to uncover the source of the impending crisis. Approaching, you delicately harvested a pale white herb from the edge. To your surprise, nothing extraordinary transpired. With a heart filled with curiosity, you proceeded to refine the herb. In a swift moment, your aura surged dramatically, and you found yourself reconstructing the realm of the immortal sovereign once more. The velocity of this enhancement brought you immense joy. Soon after, your gaze returned to the remaining herbs. Within the valley, there lingered dozens of herbs, should you manage to refine them all. Not only would the realm of the 10 laws immortal sovereign be attainable, but even the immortal emperor might be within your grasp. With excitement bubbling within, you continued the process of refinement. Days later, you successfully refined a considerable quantity of herbs, your cultivation advancing seamlessly to the 9th law, immortal sovereign. You extracted the unique power of the law and endeavored to absorb it. This process unfolded effortlessly. You sensed an infinite reservoir of strength within this law, and at the moment of complete absorption, it felt as though you had mastered countless laws. Moreover, the enhancement bestowed by the return of myriad laws was significantly more potent than other powers of the law. This tremendous elevation fortified your confidence, and you felt capable of confronting the Black Butcher without relying on a decisive strike. Yet, just as satisfaction enveloped you, an unexpected chill surged beside you. Chapter 188. The Annihilation of the True Demon Hall Master. What? You were momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, a wave of danger surged through you. However, this disturbance was unrelated to the herbs. It emanated from the very law power you had just absorbed. What could this be? Had the followers of the True Demon Hall detected your absorption of this law? A flicker of doubt crossed your mind, and you resolved to harvest all the herbs in the vicinity before making your swift exit. However, as you began to gather, a sudden anomaly occurred. Boundless demonic energy materialized from thin air, coalescing into a colossal hand that reached for you. Instinctively, you retaliated. The sword light condensed from the secret of combat clashed with the enormous hand. The terrifying shockwave instantly engulfed the entire valley, profoundly impacting the herbs surrounding you. Damn it! You cursed aloud but chose not to flee immediately. Instead, you activated the spatial laws, darting to swiftly collect the remaining herbs. How dare they attempt to steal the accumulated treasures of the True Demon Hall over a millennium? You heard a thunderous roar resonate through the void. Soon after, a terrifying wave of spatial energy erupted, and 2 figures emerged. It was none other than Dang Qianqi and Bai Hua. Without a moment's hesitation, the instant they materialized, you retaliated with a lethal strike. In an instant, terrifying energy shattered all barriers, piercing directly through Dang Qianqi's chest. He recoiled in shock, eyes widening in horror as he gazed down at his own chest. At this moment, his chest lay utterly hollow, torrents of blood gushing forth. You. The mouth of the struggling figure opened and closed in vain, yet no sound escaped. Ultimately, he could only tilt his head back, his face etched with an expression of deep resentment. Master. Bai Hua rushed forward, but what she caught was naught but a lifeless body. The sudden turn of events caused Bai Hua's complexion to shift drastically. She vanished without a trace, allowing you to continue your collection of celestial herbs. No, your pupils constricted. Although Bai Hua had disappeared, the instinctive warning emanating from your sense of danger remained unchanged, intensifying with each passing moment. She has not left. Death. Just as this thought crossed your mind, the void quivered once more. Bai Hua's formidable celestial power surged forth, coalescing into a claw mark that lunged directly toward your throat. The terrifying aura erupted, and you felt ensnared in a dire predicament, even movement proving to be a formidable challenge. Yet, at that moment, the jade pendant you had unknowingly acquired from that fortunate individual began to emit a faint glow. It formed a protective shield, successfully deflecting Bai Hua's assault. Humph, an ascendant, possessing quite an array of tricks. Bai Hua scoffed, and soon, a relentless barrage of attacks followed, threatening to shatter the shield within mere breaths. Fortunately, you did not remain idle. During the brief interlude granted by the shield, you unleashed all your prowess. The 9 powers of the laws, the secret technique of combat, the yin-yang demon slaughtering formation, the primordial unity, along with the numerous treasures acquired from those fortunate individuals. While these methods might not individually harm an emperor of the celestial realm, under your sudden onslaught, they unleashed a terrifying force. In an instant, the void shattered, and multiple attacks erupted simultaneously, bearing an unstoppable momentum as they surged toward Bai Hua. The entire realm trembled in response. Despite employing every means at her disposal, Bai Hua found it difficult to withstand the onslaught and was compelled to retreat. She coughed up blood as she was flung backward. However, through your evolved vision, you discerned that although she appeared utterly disheveled, her body bore no injuries. The might of an emperor is indeed formidable. Witnessing this scene, you dared not hesitate. Silently urging the immortal journey within your heart, you returned to the Lihuang demon domain. You began to refine the immature celestial herbs you had forcibly gathered before departing. Your strength saw a modest enhancement. Alas, only a single fatal strike remained. Had you retained 2, you could have annihilated them all. Even if you could not glimpse the realm of emperors, you could at least attain the pinnacle of the 10 laws. A heavy sigh escaped your lips. Yet, this opportunity had ultimately slipped away. You could only silently note this place in your heart, hoping to gather it in the next simulation. You diligently practiced within the Li Huang demon domain. In the blink of an eye, 30,001 years have passed. You sense that the fervor of the moment has nearly faded, prompting you to once again activate the immortal journey and return to the eternal immortal domain. You resume your search for those destined for fortune within this realm. At this juncture, your power has significantly escalated, even when confronted by those of the 9th law level. You can dispatch them in an instant without drawing any attention. 2 years later, you find yourself in possession of numerous treasures. Each artifact serves a distinct purpose, yet all without exception provide immense assistance to cultivators. However, your actions have inevitably attracted the attention of other formidable practitioners, leading to reports that swiftly reached the ears of the Taiying sect. In order to evade the grasp of the two powerful immortal emperors, Taiying Xingzi and Su Luo, you resolve to prepare thoroughly before your next endeavor. In the year 30,001, after relentless soul-searching, you arrive at a remote mountain range. This place is isolated from the continents of the eternal immortal domain, an unclaimed territory. Yet hidden within are 2 10-law immortal sovereigns bearing fortune. You survey the area with your divine sense. However, before you can make the first move, a bone sword appears at your side, accompanied by a fierce voice declaring die. The overwhelming sword intent, imbued with an aura of slaughter and destruction, surges directly towards you. Yet, you remain unfazed, merely raising your hand as the secret of duel manifests into a beam of sword light that collides with the attack. Boom. In an instant, the entire mountain trembles. The powerful explosion shatters trees, and the once dense forest is reduced to rubble. Following the sound of the blast, the assailant retreats rapidly, attempting to flee. But such fortune is rare in this world. With a focused thought, you unleash the long-prepared return to ruins energy, which traverses the void, cleaving the assailant in two. Chapter 189. The slaughter of Jin Kanzi. The attacker collapses to the ground. Though as a 10-law immortal sovereign, he will not perish from such injuries. His vitality is severely depleted. Furthermore, the meticulously planned assault he had just executed was effortlessly thwarted, eliciting a flicker of fear in his eyes. Deco, I come to assist you. A voice calls from afar. Yet before he can unleash his technique, your figure flickers and appears before him. In that fleeting moment, a palpable wariness flashes in his gaze. I am Jin Kanzi. May I inquire your identity? Why do you relentlessly pursue us? You respond with a calm smile, stating, isn't it the case that you Buddhists cherish the concept of fate? Today, I am here for that very fate. However, this fate pertains to the fortune of opportunity. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of determination crosses Jin Kanzi's eyes. A jet of blood erupted from his mouth, and an overwhelming aura instantaneously surged from within him, as if it could shatter the very heavens and earth. I shall strive to comprehend your extraordinary techniques. Upon finishing his words, a colossal phantom of a Buddha materialized behind Jin Kanzi. He raised his hands, and a swastika symbol appeared, rapidly enlarging and descending upon you with the intent to suppress. This strike sent tremors through the void. Even though your strength had far surpassed that of Jin Kanzi, you could not help but feel immense pressure. Indeed, this attack likely reached the level of a quasi-immortal emperor. Not daring to show any negligence, you immediately summoned all your might. You fused the essence of the Do character secret and the return to the void into an extraordinarily magnificent sword light. In the next moment, the boundless sword light surged forth like the relentless waters of the Milky Way. Boom! The two assaults collided in midair, causing the very heavens to tremble and revealing numerous spatial rifts. In the following instant, the swastika seal erupted, transforming into countless golden rays and vanishing completely from existence. This round was yours. However, just as you were about to pursue your advantage, a sense of impending danger struck you. It was the Earthbone. Humph. Seeking death. You scoffed coldly, unhesitatingly unleashing the Yin-Yang demon-slaying formation upon it. The formation, composed of the dual energies of Yin and Yang, soared into the sky, instantly ensnaring the Earthbone within its confines. Moreover, due to the inherent restraining nature of the Yin-Yang demon-slaying formation, it could not escape, no matter how fiercely it struggled. Witnessing this, you promptly activated the spatial laws once more and charged towards Jin Kanzi. A barrage of varied attacks flew forth, leaving Jin Kanzi feeling utterly alarmed. Yet, he had no choice but to suppress his fear, bellowing, "True Buddha's demon-slaying mace." In an instant, a massive golden mace appeared, swelling against the wind until it reached an astonishing height. The colossal Buddha phantom behind him thrust its palm forward, sending the golden mace hurtling towards you. Your expression remained unperturbed. Such a delayed attack posed no threat to you whatsoever. The moment the giant mace manifested, you had already activated the immortal escape. As it descended, you returned to your original position. What? How is this possible? Jin Kanzi roared in a frenzy. Even with your mastery of spatial laws, it should have been impossible to evade my demon-slaying mace. His once solemn visage was suddenly marred by traces of demonic energy. Soon, the dark energy intensified, rapidly coalescing into a beam of black light that shot skyward. In an instant, his aura began to surge. Peak of the 10 techniques. Quasi-immortal emperor. Within mere breaths, Jean Kanzi's celestial power ascended, nearing the level of an immortal emperor. Had the threshold for becoming an immortal emperor not required more than mere cultivation, he might have already achieved the breakthrough. A peculiar aura envelopes the atmosphere, and you murmur to yourself. The golden silkworm stands as a paragon among those endowed with fortune, exhibiting exceptional prowess. His myriad of tactics and crisis responses are incomparable to any other individual. As his cultivation soars, you have already prepared for a potential retreat. By the grace of the Buddha, guide me to this individual. In an instant, the heavens roar with thunder. A shadowy light, accompanied by the tumultuous clamor of thunder, settles atop your head. Do you seek to seize my fortune? Then let us see what you are made of. A blend of exhilaration and madness dances across the golden silkworm's visage. In a flash, he appears beside you, yet you greet this with a calm smile. For you have long been ready for a protracted battle. When the black radiance descends upon you, you have already activated your celestial escape. Although the golden silkworm might keep pace with his methods, you doubt he can maintain such a state indefinitely. As long as the confrontation persists, he will only grow weaker. In the next moment, your form materializes in another realm of the eternal immortal domain. Just as you anticipated, the sense of impending danger intensifies rather than dissipates upon your arrival. The black light quivers above you, and suddenly, a cacophony of thunder crashes down. The golden silkworm, seemingly transformed into thunder itself, descends from the tempest. Humph! You cannot escape. Regardless of your capabilities, today you shall not elude me. The golden silkworm snorts contemptuously. Yet as he descends, you spring into action. You continuously activate your celestial escape across the eternal immortal domain. Although the golden silkworm can swiftly follow, it is evident that he has expended considerable time. After half an hour, his cultivation plummets dramatically. Seizing this opportunity, you unleash a powerful strike with your sword. A chilling light surges forth, annihilating all in its path, causing the heavens to tremble. The blade, aimed directly at the golden silkworm's brow, shatters all defenses in an instant, embedding itself within his skull. The golden silkworm convulses violently, a flicker of horror flashing in his eyes as he gazes at you in disbelief. His lips move, yet no words emerge. He can only helplessly collapse to the ground. He is dead. You hastily approach, intent on soul-searching, but in his final moments, he resolutely obliterates his own soul. Even in death, he refuses to relinquish the fortune he has acquired. Chapter 190. The origin of fortune, such a resolute measure. You sigh internally, yet without hesitation, you gather all of the golden silkworm's possessions. With a thought, you return to the location of the Earth's core, where he remains ensnared within the yin-yang demon-slaughtering array. Compared to the golden silkworm, his strength is evidently far inferior. However, you have learned from your recent experience and refrained from immediately confronting the earthbone. Instead, you concealed yourself within the void, adhering to the laws of space. In the blink of an eye, a month has elapsed. At this moment, the yin-yang demon-slaying array appears to be on the verge of collapse. Just as the earthbone is about to break free from the formation, you strike once more. A myriad of attacks are unleashed by you, and at their core lies a sword light, forged from the fusion of the Duzi secret and the primordial chi. This time, the resulting sword light is even more formidable and sharper than before. Its ultimate power descends, as if to annihilate all living beings in the world. The earthbone reveals a visage of terror, trembling uncontrollably. Yet, before he can finish his words, the sword light pierces through his body, forcefully pinning him to the ground. You swiftly appear beside him. Is he truly restrained? You ponder, momentarily taken aback, before unhesitatingly beginning to extract his memories. A torrent of recollections floods your mind, while the earthbone gradually loses vitality. It seems that the disparity between him and the golden silkworm child is indeed justified. You let out a soft sigh. The earthbone hails from a realm known as the Bone Spirit Great World. Having ascended only once, he arrived in the eternal celestial domain among the myriad realms. His current standing is attributed to his cultivation of a remarkably potent body refinement technique, known as the bone forging cannon. Each time a piece of his bone is perfectly tempered, his cultivation and chi refinement experiences a significant boost. After refining all 206 bones, even a powerful being of the celestial emperor realm would be no match for him. However, this technique, despite its apparent might, is an ancient body refinement method. In the present myriad realms, no suitable environment for his cultivation exists, rendering the earthbone seemingly weak. Furthermore, the other opportunities he possesses pale in comparison to those of the golden silkworm child. Even if the golden silkworm child were to be vanquished by you, the treasures discovered from him would far exceed what could be gleaned from the earthbone's memories. After gathering the treasures from their bodies, you resumed your cultivation. 33,000 years have passed. During this period, you have expended numerous resources acquired from various fortuitous individuals, witnessing a steady rise in your cultivation. Yet, you are acutely aware of the considerable gap that still exists between you and the 10 laws celestial sovereign. Observing the terrifying pace of advancement among those other fortuitous beings, you realize that you may not necessarily surpass all of them. Moreover, should they conspire together to guard against you, it is likely that you would indeed find yourself in dire straits. Thus, after much contemplation, you resolve to wait until you have consolidated your next lethal strike before taking action against others. In the meantime, you delve into the cultivation of the bone-forging cannon. The current cultivation environment of the immortal realm, though ill-suited for this body-refining technique, remains undeniably powerful. You, in stark contrast to the earthly bones, possess the glory of evolution. Even in this inhospitable environment, your practice of this technique yields remarkable results. In the 34th millennium, you devoted considerable time and successfully refined 5 bones, significantly enhancing your cultivation. During this period, the glory of evolution once again brought about transformation, this time affecting your arms. You felt an extraordinary strength surging within them, as if they possessed boundless power to unleash formidable attacks. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The changes brought forth by the glory of evolution appeared to resonate with the bone-forging principles. With only a slight refinement of the bones in your arms, they achieved the perfect state of refinement as recorded in the bone-forging techniques. This tremendous enhancement propelled your chi cultivation to unprecedented heights, leading you to sense that, at this rate, you might soon attain the realm of the 10 laws immortal sovereign. However, just as you envisioned a bright future, a subtle sense of crisis emerged, prompting you to contemplate traversing to other realms via the immortal journey. At that moment, Su Xuan appeared before you, her delicate brows furrowed, and a hint of melancholy gracing her exquisite visage. You should not have killed them, she sighed softly, before recounting a multitude of matters to you. It turned out that the eternal immortal domain had weakened to an extreme, with resources dwindling significantly, and the domain itself teetering on the brink of collapse. While there were reasons of its own, the ultimate cause lay in the plundering of the eternal immortal domain's essence by other realms. Consequently, the world's will of the eternal immortal domain released all fortunes within this realm and sacrificed itself, giving rise to numerous individuals endowed with fortune in its subordinate worlds, hoping to effect change. Yet, the intentions of the worlds were ultimately perceived by the other realms. Those powerful beings employed various means to lock onto these fortunate individuals. Once the fortune they bore accumulated to a certain extent, these beings would swiftly cross realms to refine them. You harbored doubts regarding this situation, as you had visited several neighboring realms, and their strength did not necessarily surpass that of the eternal immortal domain. Why, then, could they suppress it so? In response to your inquiries, Su Xuan sighed again. Though the surrounding realms were not aligned with the eternal immortal domain, most were still human realms. While they would not extend a helping hand, apart from the abyssal demon domain, they would not take advantage of the misfortune either. The golden silkworm child you had slain not long ago was a being of great interest to the alien power Bohong. If given a few more millennia, the fortune he bore would peak, at which point Bohong would undoubtedly cross realms to refine him. As you preemptively eliminate this adversary, it is inevitable that Bohong has already been informed. Once he completes his current endeavors, he shall undoubtedly traverse realms to obliterate you. Such a realization resonates within your mind, yet it does not alter your resolve. Instead, it intensifies your desire to vanquish other individuals of fortune and seize their opportunities. Chapter 191. The red-haired celestial demon for you. The peril is palpable, yet the rewards of fortune and cultivation are undeniably tangible. Moreover, having dispatched a multitude of those endowed with fortune, you are certain they will provide you with an abundance of choices. Thus, even if you were to fall at the hands of formidable beings from other realms, your strength would undoubtedly surge exponentially. Without a moment's hesitation, after offering a respectful gesture to Su Xuan, you seize the moment to once again embark upon a slaughter of other fortunate beings within the eternal celestial domain. Although the remaining fortunate individuals possess remarkable prowess, your own capabilities have experienced significant enhancement. In no time, you have decimated the majority of those endowed with fortune. However, a few remain, their cultivation having reached the quasi-mortal emperor level. employing diverse and formidable techniques that make their demise a challenge. Nevertheless, you remain unfazed. As you have plundered numerous opportunities, your cultivation has rapidly ascended, soon reaching the level of the 10th law celestial sovereign. At this juncture, should you absorb yet another true law, your power would once again receive the profound augmentation of the myriad laws converging as one. Yet, how does one procure this 10th true law? You find yourself ensnared in contemplation. In the eternal celestial domain, the concept of true laws does not exist. One can only attain the power of laws through personal cultivation. Although the true demon palace holds true laws, it is fraught with peril. Without a decisive blow, you are no match for Baihua. Should you fail to intercept other fortunate beings, the consequences could be dire. After much deliberation, you resolve to rely upon your own efforts to cultivate a form of law power. Although such self-cultivated law power may not be formidable, it still allows for the benefits of myriad laws converging into one. You begin your search for techniques capable of refining law power. To your surprise, during your quest, you encounter a familiar face, Su Xuan. Having recently ascended, he has only just reached the 5-law celestial sovereign level, rendering him incomparable to the other fortunate beings. Yet, he proves to be of great assistance. In a swift motion, you strike him down, and 5 uniquely colored true laws gently emerge. You proceed to refine his life law. This process unfolds seamlessly, without any hindrances. At the moment you successfully refine the 10th law, you perceive a clarity enveloping the cosmos. Your aura surges dramatically, and the essence of your life undergoes a transformation. The tremendous enhancement instills a profound sense of confidence within you. However, instead of immediately seeking out those endowed with fortune, you choose to persist in your cultivation. The 37th millennium has commenced. You have refined dozens of boons, and through their feedback, your cultivation has ascended remarkably, nearing the realm of a quasi-immortal emperor. However, you sense that something is amiss. According to the records in the bone forging classics, the thicker the bones, the greater the enhancement for the cultivator. Currently, you have only refined over 40 bones, yet you have already achieved such significant advancement. It stands to reason that after refining all 206 bones, attaining the status of an immortal emperor would be effortlessly within reach, perhaps even surpassing the very boundaries of that realm. This technique is truly extraordinary, and you feel a surge of joy within. Yet, you soon reflect on the impending arrival of the wave of destiny foretold by Su Xuan. Realizing that time is slipping away, and you may not have the opportunity to continue refining bones and achieve the immortal emperor's realm. So be it, before the wave descends. You shall eliminate a few more bearers of fortune and seize their opportunities. You murmur to yourself and promptly vanish from your location. A month later, at the Taiyang sect, your inquiries reveal that all the fortunate individuals within the eternal immortal domain have seemingly congregated at the Taiyang sect. They have taken up positions there, forming a protective alliance. What shall you do now? A gentle sigh escapes your lips. Although these individual bearers of fortune are no longer your adversaries, their unity not only ensures their survival, but may also attract the protection of the celestial traveler. Now, attempting to ambush them has become an arduous task. Yet, you do not abandon hope. Instead, you quietly await the opportune moment. After all, the time until the wave of destiny approaches is drawing near. And within such a short span, there is little you can accomplish. A century passes swiftly, and your mood becomes increasingly restless. Just as you decide to take action, a formidable storm of spiritual energy erupts within the Taiyang sect. The force of this energy is immense, but after several days, it begins to wane. Simultaneously, boundless purple aura fills the skies, and auspicious phenomena descend from above. A powerful presence bursts forth within the Taiyang sect. Someone has broken through to the realm of the immortal emperor. You are initially taken aback, but when you glance back at the Taiyang sect, a colossal hand suddenly envelopes it entirely. In the next instant, tremors resonate from the heavens above. A red-haired celestial demon descends. How marvelous! The pinnacle of fortune has been attained. It appears that my years of attention to you have not been in vain. Before the words leave your lips, the red-haired celestial demon extends its massive hand, seizing the newly ascended immortal emperor. The face of this individual is etched with terror, yet no matter their struggles, they cannot escape even a fraction. Thus, before the astonished eyes of all, this exceptional prodigy is devoured by the celestial demon. In an instant, the Taiyang sect trembles, and even the celestial traveler, who had promised to protect them, has vanished without a trace. The red-haired celestial demon, seemingly unfulfilled, gazed eagerly at the other bearers of fortune after letting out a burp. Why are all the fortunate ones here being targeted by those fellows? With a resigned sigh, it decided not to contend with them. No sooner had the words left its mouth than the red-haired celestial demon vanished from sight. Seizing the moment while others were still in a daze, you soared into the sky. In the next instant, a surge of magnificent sword light erupted, aimed directly at the Tying sect. The terrifying sword aura spread across the heavens, its overwhelming presence instilling fear in the hearts of all. Instantly, chaos engulfed the entire Tying sect. They believed the red-haired celestial demon had returned for another onslaught. Boom! The mountain gate of the Tying sect suddenly shattered. And you, propelled by the sword light, zeroed in on a bearer of fortune, swiftly capturing and extracting their soul. Chapter 192. The might of alien beings. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. However, after a brief moment of surprise, most regained their composure. The fortunate ones sprang into action, launching their attacks against you, while the ordinary disciples of Taihang's sect retreated in haste, soon disappearing behind the mountain gate. A multitude of assaults surged towards you, yet you remained utterly unperturbed. At this moment, you were invincible beneath the Celestial Emperor, with only the Taihang sect's celestial ancestor, Taihang Xingzi, posing a genuine threat. Absent a lethal strike, this individual was your sole concern. Boom! The powerful sword light cleaved through the air, instantly obliterating all attacks. Moreover, its momentum remained unabated, slicing a fortunate individual who had rushed to the forefront clean in two. In the blink of an eye, your figure appeared beside him. With a firm grip, you crushed his skull, swiftly extracting and refining his soul. Witnessing this, the others retreated in alarm. Yet, at that moment, a robust young man stepped forward. Everyone, do not panic. No matter how powerful he is but one man. We are 7 here, each a quasi-emperor. A single strike from any of us can vanquish him. Attack! The sturdy youth bellowed repeatedly, yet he remained rooted in place, motionless. The other fortunate ones were not fools. Seeing no one taking action, they began to withdraw once more. Only this robust youth remained before you. Humph, since you seek death, I shall oblige. You scoffed. In the next moment, you appeared at his side. Your movements were not swift, yet you effortlessly subdued the robust youth in an instant. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at you, seemingly unable to fathom that he had been so easily restrained. The robust youth's celestial power surged as he struggled to break free. Yet, every effort he made appeared utterly comical under the control of your innate strength. He resembled a fierce beast trapped in a cage, only able to let out impotent roars. You proceeded to extract his soul, and in the next moment, his body erupted, the torrential blood spraying into the vast expanse and dissipating instantly. In the ensuing time, you systematically eliminated one after another of these fortunate beings. What piqued your curiosity was the prolonged absence of the celestial guardian, who possessed the ability to shelter them. It was as if he had vanished from existence. Even in the memories of the disciples of the Taihang sect, you could uncover no trace of this individual. Was he deliberately evading you? Or was he preoccupied with matters of great significance? Your gaze flickered, yet you chose not to linger in the Taihang sect any longer. In the 37,100th year, you continuously assimilated the myriad opportunities derived from the fortunate beings. Your cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. However, simultaneously, the sky suddenly darkened. You understood that the formidable beings from the alien races had arrived, heading directly towards you. Yet, you were uncertain which clan's power would descend first. With a mere thought, you transported yourself to the Li Huang demon domain. Yet even here, the sky remained shrouded in ominous darkness. The overwhelming aura instilled dread in all living creatures. Nevertheless, your countenance bore no trace of fear. You remained composed, patiently awaiting the arrival of the alien powers. Moments later, a cacophony of raucous shouts reverberated through the sky. Soon after, a being from another realm, adorned with black wings, appeared amidst the clouds. He raised his hand and unleashed a torrent of black flames, hurtling directly towards you. In that instant, your sense of crisis reached its zenith. Yet deep inside, you recognized that evading this strike was utterly impossible, even with the celestial navigation in your possession. This individual's prowess would allow him to reach you in the blink of an eye. Just then, an unforeseen event transpired. A series of sacred sounds echoed throughout the heavens, as if imbued with life itself. Upon their emergence, they ensnared the black flames, rendering them immobile. Wahong? Are you attempting to thwart me today? Do you not realize that I am but a breath away from acquiring a portion of fortuitous power? All has been thwarted by these detestable human beings. Do not panic, my lord. I have come precisely for this matter. Not only did he obliterate the portion of fortune you had selected, but he also eradicated all fortunate beings within this realm, resulting in a significant dissipation of fortune into the vast void. The aura surrounding him was faint. Yet to defy the fortune of this world and execute such a cataclysmic act, he surely harbored numerous other secrets. Wahong lightly stepped forward, instantly appearing before you. He intended to search your soul. You let out a cold laugh, having long prepared for this eventuality. The moment Bohong made his move, you swiftly emulated the method of the golden silkworm, shattering your own soul. Did you not wish to be subject to soul-searching, even if it meant evading reincarnation? It appears you indeed possess a monumental secret. You are finished, commencing the reckoning of your gains from this simulation. Due to your elimination of 360 fortunate beings during this simulation, you are entitled to select 361 items from the following options. Chapter 1. The Pinnacle of the 10 Methods of Immortal Sovereigns. Chapter 2. The Principles of the Great Tao. Chapter 3. The True Laws of Life. Chapter 4. The Talents Utilized in this Simulation. Chapter 5. The Celestial Dragon Talisman. Chapter 6. The Bone Forging Scriptures and Their Cultivation Realms. Chapter 7. The Golden Silkworm Lotus. Chapter 8. The Golden Silkworm Summoning Technique. Chapter 9. The Celestial Spirit Protective Shield. Chapter 10. The Dragon King's Command Before Him. A series of choices appeared, igniting a fervor within Su Xuan. His prior contemplations were indeed accurate. All fortunate individuals could bestow upon him a singular opportunity for selection. In the previous simulation, he had nearly eradicated all those endowed with fortune within the eternal immortal domain. Hence, the rewards of this endeavor were bound to be exceedingly bountiful. After much deliberation, Su Xuan selected all the options presented before him. The subsequent selections were meticulously scrutinized according to their merits and demerits, ultimately leading him to choose over 300 options of higher grade or those that would prove beneficial to him. In an instant, a myriad of fluctuating energies enveloped Su Xuan. Due to their overwhelming complexity, he found it difficult to discern their individual sources. However, one thing was certain: his power had undergone a qualitative enhancement. Now, even within the eternal immortal domain, he could be regarded as the foremost being beneath the immortal emperor. Ding! A substantial increase in the host's power has been detected. The cultivation simulation device requires an upgrade to continue simulating for the host. Current energy cost for upgrade: 100. 000 000 000 000. Chapter 193. Colorful Talents. Transcending realms. Gazing at the scene unfolding within the simulator, Su Xuan was momentarily taken aback, then promptly rose without hesitation to seek out spirit stones. However, given the current consumption of the simulator, the ancient spirit realm would undoubtedly be insufficient. Thus, Su Xuan immediately activated the immortal journey and appeared within the Xianhuang Great World. Here, he commenced his search for spirit stones. With strength far surpassing that of this realm, Su Xuan swiftly collected all the unclaimed spirit stones scattered throughout the Xianhuang Great World. Yet, this was still inadequate, far from meeting the simulator's demands. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Xuan began his quest in several other major worlds. Even after scouring every corner of the light and dark star realm, the spirit stones he managed to find were merely enough for a single upgrade. Such immense consumption was astonishing. It seemed that reliance solely on the light and dark star realm would not suffice for future simulations. System, initiate the upgrade. Ding. Upgrade successful. The current level of the simulator is now 8. The host may now choose colorful talents during simulations. Note: colorful talents are immensely powerful and will appear only once. Su Xuan nodded gently, and upon realizing that the remaining energy was indeed insufficient for the next simulation, he promptly departed to seek spirit stones through other means. Soon, he had thoroughly searched the surrounding major star realms. Yet, even with such exhaustive efforts, the spirit stones he acquired were only sufficient for a handful of simulations. He had not anticipated such a substantial consumption upon reaching level 8. Very well, let us open the panel. Immortal Cultivation Simulator 8. Host: Su Xuan. Cultivation level: Peak of Immortal Sovereign 10th layer, Immortal Body. Spiritual Root: Single Spiritual Root. Spiritual Body: Perfect Golden Spiritual Body. Golden Spiritual Body. Talents: Strong Body, White, Swift Movement, Fortune, Slave Goo, Crisis Awareness, Heaven Rewards Diligence, Leadership Power, Bloodline Power, Great Path, Immortal Sovereign, Spatial Laws, Yearly Gift. Fixed Immortal Journey, Strength and Survival, All Laws Return to 1, Glorious Evolution, Deadly Strike, Current Energy Value Sufficient for the next simulation. Would you like to commence? Begin simulation. Ding. The current level of the Immortal Cultivation Simulator is 8. You have successfully acquired the colorful talent of Transcendent Conquest. Transcendent Conquest. If the opponent's cultivation is within one major realm of yours, they cannot injure you in any way, regardless of their attack methods. Note: this includes all forms of attack employed by the opponent. Even the mightiest techniques wielded by them cannot inflict the slightest harm upon you. Simulation begins. The talent you have just obtained brings a smile to your face. You immediately sit down and begin to cultivate the bone refinement scripture. After a moment, you realize that due to your overwhelming strength, The spiritual energy in both the ancient spirit realm and the Xianhuang Great World is insufficient to assist you in refining your bones. Moreover, any attempt to cultivate would not enable you to break through to the immortal emperor realm. You begin to attempt using the fixed immortal journey to reach the eternal immortal domain. Yet, you still fail. Even though you have attained the pinnacle of the 10 laws immortal sovereign, the celestial power within you is inadequate to transport you to the eternal immortal domain. How vast is the distance between these two places? You murmur to yourself, having traversed numerous spatial passages. You possess a rough understanding of the distance between the two realms. Although they are far apart, it should be no more than slightly greater than the distance between the eternal immortal domain and the Tai demon domain. How could it be that even the peak of 10 laws immortal sovereign cannot activate the fixed immortal journey? A myriad of doubts surge within you. Ultimately, you let out a soft sigh and begin to seek alternative paths. With a thought, you arrive at the boundary of the light and dark star realm. You encounter a creature. However, it is now pitifully weak in your eyes. With a mere flick of your hand, you obliterate it entirely. You break through the boundary and begin to explore the vast void. Though you have traversed this realm multiple times in previous simulations, now, with nothing else to occupy your time, you can only search for new paths through exploration. You journey forward, passing through many star realms. Second year, you continue to traverse the endless void. At this moment, you can no longer see any star realms. And in the vast emptiness, there exists no objects. You feel as if you have fallen into an illusion. Fifth year, you sprint with all your might, yet it seems there is no end in sight. Fortunately, the trials you endured in the eternal secret realm have rendered your willpower unparalleled. Even in such an environment, you forge ahead without a hint of retreat. Year 10 has arrived. You have long lost count of the distance you have traversed. At last, you encounter a semblance of obstruction. You navigate through this barrier, instantly feeling as though you have entered a new realm. You attempt to communicate with the celestial transmission. Countless images flicker in your mind. Ultimately, when the Lihuang demon domain appears in your thoughts, you successfully arrive here. At last, you have ascended. A faint smile graces your lips. Although the lower realm you find yourself in is rather peculiar, you are too preoccupied to dwell on it now. Your sole focus is self-improvement. Should you elevate yourself to the celestial emperor realm, you would harbor no fear even in the presence of formidable beings from other races. Rather than immediately delving into arduous training, you first leave the Lihuang demon domain in search of other realms in the vicinity. Year 15 unfolds. You scour every locale around you, discovering only 5 realms: the eternal celestial domain, the Tai demon domain, the Lihuang demon domain, the Wanjie celestial domain, and the Baiming celestial domain. Beyond these, there exists only the vast void. Furthermore, the practitioners inhabiting these realms are predominantly human, with only a few demonic entities. No other races are in sight. It appears the realms of those other races lie exceedingly far away. Even if I were to traverse the space with all my strength, it would take decades to reach them. A thought crosses your mind, and you promptly utilize the celestial transmission to journey to the eternal celestial domain. There, you seek a safe haven to commence your cultivation. Year 2000 arrives. You continuously refine your bones through the bone refinement scriptures. Under this influence, your cultivation successfully reaches the threshold of the quasi-celestial emperor. This newfound power does not cloud your judgment. Instead, you persist in secluded cultivation. Time passes gradually, and soon a decade has elapsed. The fatal strike has been perfected, granting you a sense of security. Chapter 194, Breaking into the Celestial Emperor. Year 15,000. You have refined over 20 bones in succession. With their nourishment, your cultivation swiftly reaches perfection, leaving you but a step away from entering the celestial emperor realm. Yet, achieving this breakthrough is not merely a matter of accumulating sufficient celestial power. One must also attain enlightenment. You begin to contemplate the transformations of heaven and earth, grasping the profound truths of the universe. Year 16,000. You wander through multiple realms, immersing yourself in the myriad phenomena of existence, witnessing the rise and fall of the sun and moon. During this period, you establish a sect, the Human Emperor sect, where all may cultivate in peace and receive your guidance. Even those of modest aptitude can participate, provided they possess a sincere heart for the path. Year 19,500. In the tranquil heights above the Human Emperor sect, you immersed yourself in profound contemplation of the world's ultimate truths. At last, one fateful morning, enlightenment dawned upon you. In an instant, the atmosphere transformed dramatically, as the sky unexpectedly manifested a stream of violet energy. This ethereal purple mist surged forth from the heavens, seemingly infinite, swiftly enveloping the entire expanse above. The enigmatic radiance eclipsed the ocean of clouds, overshadowing the firmament and everything within its reach. It cascaded majestically, akin to a vast galaxy, spreading across the sky with overwhelming force. The violet energy spanned countless miles. Every cultivator within the eternal celestial domain sensed this extraordinary phenomenon with crystal clarity. Its might surpassed anything you had encountered in your previous simulations by unfathomable magnitudes. Even you, standing at the very heart of this spectacle, were taken aback. Your aura surged ever higher, and your limbs and bones were continuously fortified. Moments later, as a terrifying wave swept across the cosmos, you fully ascended to the realm of the Celestial Emperor. Yet, at the very moment of your triumph, a colossal demonic claw appeared in the heavens above. In an instant, it shattered the violet energy born from your breakthrough, reaching directly for you. What is happening? You pondered, startled. Did not those formidable beings from other races only target those who bore fortune? You had believed that as long as you avoided contact with those fortunate individuals during this simulation, you could cultivate in peace. However, to your astonishment, as you transcended to the realm of the Celestial Emperor, those formidable beings re-emerged, appearing even more powerful than the last time. Without a moment's hesitation, as the demonic claw materialized, you retaliated with a fatal strike. In an instant, the void fractured in layers. Your lethal blow surged with the force to rend the very fabric of existence, striking directly at the demonic claw. The previously dim world regained clarity. This decisive strike tore through the colossal demonic claw, its momentum unyielding as it vanished into the void. Your sense of impending danger began to dissipate. Meanwhile, the human emperor sect and numerous cultivators of the eternal celestial domain witnessed this scene in astonishment, casting reverent gazes in your direction. You nodded gently, yet within your heart, tumultuous waves surged. For if you had drawn their attention, did it not imply that you were also a being of fortune within the eternal celestial domain? Those otherworldly powers remained shrouded in mystery. Even if you had vanquished one of them with your fatal strike, their true nature remained elusive. What if their connections were profound? And upon slaying one, an even mightier adversary descended? Although you had attained the realm of the Celestial Emperor, the chasm between you and them was a matter of uncertainty. This talent for crossing realms might not suffice. After careful consideration, you resolved to depart from the eternal celestial domain without delay. After settling everything, you rose and embarked on an exploration of the myriad realms. In the 20th millennium, a new and lethal blow gradually coalesced, granting you a sense of relief and newfound confidence. In the 20,100 years, the vastness of the myriad realms far exceeded your imagination. Even with your current status as an immortal emperor, you were still unable to locate other territories. As you delved deeper, a warning of impending danger began to resonate within you, casting a shadow of unease over your heart. After much contemplation, you ultimately resolved to return to the eternal immortal domain, taking each step as it came. Within the eternal immortal domain, you resumed your cultivation. The breakthrough to immortal emperor had significantly enhanced your physical prowess, allowing you to swiftly refine the bone-forging technique. In just 3,000 years, you had successfully tempered all 206 bones in your body, resulting in a substantial increase in your strength. Yet, you remained unaware of the true extent of your current realm. Even after scouring the entirety of the 5 domains, you only understood the immortal emperor level, with no records detailing its classifications or what lay beyond it. In the 20,000 and 1,000 years, while you immersed yourself in your practice, the sky suddenly collapsed. You witnessed a towering celestial demon, tens of thousands of feet high, descending directly into the eternal immortal domain. Its terrifying aura swept through everything, instantly obliterating all cultivators within a 1,000,000-mile radius. In an instant, the eternal immortal domain was engulfed in wails of despair, and you beheld the true visage of the entity, a powerful alien being that had attacked you after your ascension to immortal emperor. Its claws mirrored those from your previous encounter, leaving you bewildered as to why your lethal strike had failed to vanquish it. Your heart raced with trepidation, yet the celestial demon's words offered a sliver of clarity. It was unexpected that someone in this realm could slay a fragment of its essence. What, after all, was that golden light? As it spoke, the celestial demon turned its gaze toward you, its piercing eyes seeming to penetrate your very soul. You felt your limbs grow heavy and your consciousness blur. Fortunately, a refreshing sensation surged through your mind, momentarily restoring your clarity. Without hesitation, you unleashed the lethal strike you had recently coalesced. The familiar golden light reappeared. But the celestial demon could not suppress a smirk. A familiar tactic? How intriguing. Yet, alas, your golden light barely managed to shatter a mere fragment of my essence. Now that my true form has arrived, do you truly believe the celestial demon's eyes widened in shock, as it sensed the approach of death itself. How is this possible? With your cultivation, how can you unleash such an attack? It roared in fury. Layers of defenses materialized around him. Yet, in the face of a lethal strike, they proved as fragile as parchment. The golden light shattered the successive veils of demonic energy, swiftly penetrating his chest. The celestial demon's eyes widened in terror, reflecting sheer disbelief. Simultaneously, the overwhelming dark energy behind him began to wane, diminishing steadily until it vanished entirely into the ether. Impossible. This cannot be, he exclaimed. You are merely a subimmortal without the essence of true enlightenment. How could you breach my defenses? I refuse to accept this. I cannot fall yet. The celestial demon howled in anguish. However, the fatal blow had extinguished his life force, and regardless of his resistance, he could only collapse helplessly to the ground. His massive form struck the earth, causing the entire eternal celestial domain to tremble in response. Only after confirming the celestial demon's demise did you dare to approach cautiously. Regrettably, the inability to soul-search the deceased meant that many secrets would remain obscured. You sighed softly. Yet your thoughts quickly turned to Su Xuan. Her identity was undoubtedly complex. She likely possessed knowledge beyond what you had previously discussed. Unfortunately, she was probably not present in the eternal celestial domain at this time. You murmured to yourself, memories of your past encounters with her flooding back. The last time you had simulated your first meeting with her was during the 30,001st year, coinciding with the onset of the Great War between the eternal celestial domain and the demonic domain. You began to meditate and cultivate while awaiting the unfolding events. In the 23rd millennium, you had transcended to an unknown level of mastery. Even the bone refinement scripture, a foundational technique for physical enhancement, had reached perfection, rendering further refinement seemingly unnecessary. Fortunately, the previous simulation had yielded bountiful rewards, including numerous opportunities to elevate your cultivation. Despite the dense spiritual energy of the eternal celestial domain complicating your training, you continued to advance your realm at a gradual pace. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the 30,001st year. The eternal celestial domain and the demonic domain were on the brink of war. The venerable ancestor of the Taiyang sect, Taiyang Xingzi, approached you, seeking your alliance against the demonic domain. Eager to maintain a favorable relationship with Su Xuan, you gladly acquiesced. You ventured into the ruined domain, annihilating all demonic practitioners and creatures therein. Subsequently, you arrived at the site of your initial encounter with Su Xuan. Days later, she appeared before you in her youthful form. Upon seeing you, she paused momentarily, then rapidly matured, soon adopting an elegant and ethereal demeanor. An immortal with fortune? She inquired. How did you evade the pursuit of those formidable extraterrestrial beings to attain the realm of the immortal? Upon hearing her words, you did not immediately respond to her inquiry. Instead, smiling gently and asking, might you enlighten me regarding the circumstances of the other races and the eternal celestial domain? Perhaps I could effectuate some change. Surprised by your question, Su Xuan hesitated momentarily before ultimately divulging some information. She introduced herself as Su Mingyue, the second celestial emperor born within the eternal celestial domain, and a disciple of the eternal celestial emperor. Like the eternal celestial emperor, she departed from the eternal celestial domain after reaching the celestial emperor realm, finding further cultivation exceedingly challenging, and resolved to explore other worlds. Unfortunately, amidst the perils of the outside realm, she met her untimely demise during a great battle, leaving behind only a fragment of her lingering soul adrift in the world. At this juncture, the world's will of the eternal celestial domain released all the fortuitous energies of this realm and offered itself as a sacrifice, initiating the cultivation of a fated individual. With the assistance of the world's will, she successfully reincarnated and began her cultivation anew in the lower realms of the eternal celestial domain. However, she had agreed to a condition set by the world's will, to provide protection to the cultivators of this realm. Regarding the aforementioned other races, she confessed that, as her memories had only just awakened, she was not well informed. What she did know was that once all cultivators bearing fortuitous energies reached the celestial emperor stage, their fortunes would reach completion, rendering them targets for hunting. The world's consciousness had imparted this knowledge to her prior to its complete disappearance. It instructed her to do everything in her power to safeguard one particular fated individual, while allowing for the possibility of abandoning others bearing fortuitous energies if the situation became dire. Who is this person? You inquired eagerly. Yet, Su Mingwei merely shook her head and said, now it is your turn to answer my question. At her prompting, you felt a stir within your heart and promptly recited the response you had prepared in advance. You informed Su Mingwei that you possessed significant fortune. enabling you to cultivate rapidly within the eternal celestial domain, and that you could now barely contend with those formidable beings of the other races. To your surprise, upon hearing your claim, Su Ming simply smiled softly. Your current cultivation is merely at the third layer of the sub-celestial emperor stage. You have yet to attain true celestial emperor status. How could you possibly stand against those formidable beings? Very well, she continued, since you choose not to reveal your secrets, I shall not press you further. However, even if you achieve the sub-celestial emperor stage, the path ahead will not be easy. As her words faded, Su Mingyue's figure vanished from sight. Though you were unable to glean further information, you at least acquired knowledge of the subsequent cultivation realms, sub-celestial emperor and true celestial emperor. At present, you stood at the third layer of the sub-celestial emperor stage, likely attributed to the cultivation method of the bone refinement scripture. It seemed that the secrets of this world were far more numerous than you had initially imagined. Nevertheless, it was prudent to first address the matters concerning the abyssal demon domain before anything else. Before long, the anticipated battle between the two realms commenced. This time, with your assistance, the forces of the eternal celestial domain easily overwhelmed the abyssal demon domain, driving them all into the true demon hall. After witnessing your formidable power, the true demon hall dared not hold back any longer and immediately summoned the old hall master, who had been in seclusion within the Tower of Great Demons. You began to confront each other outside the true demon hall. Humph, the eternal immortal domain truly possesses great authority, you remarked. Today, I shall see how you intend to extinguish my true demon hall. As soon as the words left your lips, Dang Qianqi soared into the sky, his figure flickering as he transformed into countless avatars, launching an assault upon you. However, in your eyes, Dang Qianqi was now exceedingly weak. With the assistance of your transcendent powers, even if he exerted all his strength, he could not inflict the slightest harm upon you. Clang, clang, clang. The multitude of attacks rained down upon you, yet you remained unscathed. On the contrary, a look of astonishment crossed Dang Qianqi's face as he could not fathom why none of his efforts could harm you. Truly, you possess some means, he thought, yet regrettably, this was not the foundation for your arrogance. No sooner had he finished speaking than he and the other three launched their assault upon you simultaneously. Tang Xingzi attempted to assist, but you waved him off. No need, such an extent of attack cannot injure me, you replied with a confident smile, bracing yourself against the combined onslaught of the four. The torrential barrage descended from above, yet you remained untouched. With each strike, the four grew increasingly alarmed. Eventually, Xiong Li, in a fit of panic, took flight, fleeing without a backward glance. Just as Dang Qianqi was about to reprimand him, you made your move. The secret technique of combat intertwined with the essence of the return to the void in the air, forming a dazzling sword light that illuminated the surroundings. In an instant, the void trembled and the cosmic river shattered. At the center of the sword light, Dang Qianqi's expression turned to one of horror. He wished to flee, yet this sword brought immense pressure upon him. He could not evade. Sweat beads the size of soybeans cascaded down Dang Qianqi's face. Nevertheless, he was not a person of indecision. In the next moment, he bit his finger and struck his palm against his brow. I will remember this grievance, he declared. Before his words had faded, a wisp of residual soul suddenly emerged and darted into the distance. Humph, you scoffed. Then your form flickered as you unleashed the yin-yang slaughtering demon array towards Dang Qianqi. Although the array's effect on a cultivator of Dang Qianqi's caliber was somewhat limited, it still significantly slowed his speed. Curse it, do you know who I am? He yelled. Whoever you are, death is inescapable. You retorted with another cold snort, recognizing that he was merely posturing. After all, in the previous simulation, you had decisively slain Dang Qianqi without encountering any of the so-called figures behind him. You, he exclaimed. If you dare kill me, then, his words were cut short as you swiftly refined him into nothingness to avoid any prolonged complications. Subsequently, you redirected your focus towards Bai Hua and the old hall master. A quarter of an hour later, the battle has drawn to a close, and it is evident that Bai Hua and the old palace master were no match for you. They fell one after another at your hands, and you did not squander the opportunity. Before ending their lives, you extracted their souls, allowing a torrent of memories to flood your mind. Coupled with the recollections gleaned from the mind of Dang Qianqi, you gleaned a wealth of information. It became apparent that there were indeed individuals behind the true Demon Palace practitioners. This individual, known as Zhou Ji, remains an enigma from an unknown realm. He forged a collaboration with the true Demon Palace, providing them with various methods to refine the power of laws in exchange for their assistance in crafting the grand laws forged from 3,800 strands of law power. Once the grand laws were fully formed, the practitioners of the true Demon Palace would notify him, In return, Zhou Ji would bestow upon the true demon palace a legacy of the true immortal emperor as compensation. Moreover, the elusive spirit that the true demon palace relied upon also originates from the realm where Zhou Ji resides. He offered this entity to the true demon palace solely to expedite their efforts in gathering the grand laws for him. Their relationship appears to be one of mutual exploitation. You muse to yourself, acknowledging that Zhou Ji's ultimate aim was merely to acquire the grand laws. Thus, the transaction could be made with anyone. When the time comes, should he seek you, you might hand over this law power and possibly receive the true immortal emperor's legacy in return. To your astonishment, what you had claimed proved to be true. You withstood the assaults of 4 semi-immortal emperor practitioners unscathed. Such physical prowess rivals even that of a true immortal emperor. I had misjudged you previously. Su Mingwei beside you offered a gentle bow, and you reciprocated with a gesture of goodwill, seizing the moment to inquire about the path of cultivation following the immortal emperor. It turns out that the typical realm a practitioner reaches is that of the semi-immortal emperor, which is the pinnacle achievable through arduous cultivation. To ascend further, one must fuse the fruit of the path condensed during the semi-immortal emperor stage with a spiritual object, thereby forming a genuinely existent fruit of the path. This spiritual object can be anything. However, the greater its power, the mightier the resulting fruit of the path will be. Consequently, the practitioner can gain attribute enhancements corresponding to the fruit of the path, thereby augmenting their strength. Above the true immortal emperor lie the heavenly emperor, saint emperor, emperor of respect, and the realm of transformation. Although practitioners at these levels do not need to condense the fruit of the path anew, the journey of cultivation becomes exponentially arduous, particularly after reaching the true immortal emperor stage, even in any realm across the myriad worlds. Advancing a single minor level is akin to scaling the heavens. In her previous life, Su Mingwei ultimately only attained the 8th level of the true immortal emperor. As the 30,002nd year unfolded, the entire Tate demon realm had long been annihilated, and under your dominion. The realm had become the stronghold of your human emperor sect. Here, you found your cultivation stagnated, unable to progress even an inch. Although you understood from Su Mingwei's words that venturing into other realms would not yield significantly greater strength than here, after much contemplation, you resolutely chose to embark on that journey. However, prior to this, you resolved to await Zhou Ji's arrival in the Tai demon domain, hoping to exchange something of value with him. Time swiftly passed, and 5,000 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. The day when the foremost person of fortune was to break through the subimmortal emperor realm was approaching. After a moment of deliberation, you decided to seek out this individual and warned, the breakthrough to the immortal emperor is a trap, should you succeed. Formidable beings from other races will soon cross realms to devour you. Though he outwardly expressed gratitude for your warning, he remained steadfast in his resolve to pursue the breakthrough. A century later, the crimson-haired celestial demon descended, and this person was instantaneously consumed. Chapter 197, Farewell Yi Honglian in the 4th Millennium. You once again gathered your strength for a lethal strike. You felt an overwhelming sense of security now. However, throughout these years, the cultivator known as Zhou Ji had yet to arrive in the Tai demon domain, which left you somewhat restless. Ultimately, you decided to wait another millennium. If he had not arrived by then, you would depart from the Tai demon domain. In the 40,000th year and 200th year, Su Mingwei sought your assistance. The request was on behalf of the consciousness of the eternal immortal domain, which asked for her protection of that individual of fortune. You flatly refused, asserting that your strength could not match those powerful beings from other races. Your previous claims were mere bravado. Su Mingwei offered you substantial benefits, asserting that all she required was for you to help repel a singular manifestation of an alien power. After this, she considered her promise to the consciousness of the eternal immortal domain fulfilled and felt no remorse. After much contemplation, you ultimately acquiesced to her request. You accompanied her to the core of the eternal immortal domain, where you encountered a young man clad in a crimson robe. He possessed sharp brows and bright eyes, with a faint red lotus mark upon his forehead. Instantly, the name Yi Honglian surfaced in your mind. To your astonishment, was he indeed the greatest reliance of the eternal immortal domain? You mused to yourself. You had once predicted the future path of Yi Honglian, foreseeing that he would most likely be fused with Jiang Wanjie, with only a slim chance of retaining his consciousness. What, then, was his true identity now? Seemingly perceiving your confusion, Yi Honglian first bowed to you, then spoke. Senior, thank you for your willingness to assist. If I, Yi Honglian, survive to break through the immortal emperor, I shall reward you handsomely. Should I fail and perish, my crimson lotus spirit body will be offered to you, enabling you to consolidate the true flame Dao fruit during your breakthrough to the true immortal emperor, granting you formidable fire attribute power. Upon hearing this, you nodded slightly. After careful consideration, a resolve to protect Yi Honglian began to blossom in your heart. Thus, time gradually passed, and 20 years later, Yi Honglian was fully prepared and began to attempt a breakthrough into the realm of the immortal emperor. The phenomenon he manifested was entirely different from yours. The moment he successfully transcended, the entire universe seemed to shudder in silence. Immediately, a radiant red light surged into the sky, piercing through the firmament. The brilliance of the red light was dazzling and resplendent, sweeping across endless skies. The space traversed by him crumbled entirely, revealing the pitch-black void within. In that moment, Yi Honglian resembled a youthful sovereign, basking in the glory of success. Yet, simultaneously, the world dimmed. From the depths of the heavens, a shadow slowly emerged. He bore twin wings upon his back, his visage menacing. Every movement he made exuded an aura that instilled dread. Any ordinary cultivator who caught a glimpse of him would be paralyzed by fear. The sense of impending danger did not provide a warning, you mused. This time, you were far calmer than before. For if the warning did not come, it meant that the shadow's cultivation had not reached the fourth layer of true immortal emperor. And the gap between you was merely a significant realm apart. With the assistance of the boundary-breaking technique, he could not inflict a single scratch upon you. There was no need to waste a lethal strike on this shadow. Contemplating this, you felt a stir in your heart and soared into the sky, confronting the menacing apparition head-on. A mere human ant, so eager to seek death? The shadow was momentarily taken aback, then unleashed a torrent of demonic energy that surged towards you like a roaring river, instantly engulfing you. However, this could not harm you in the slightest. The terrifying demonic energy dissipated upon contact, as if absorbed by you. Indeed, it was as such. Upon realizing that you had effortlessly withstood this assault, a smile crept across your face. Conjuring illusions. My avatar is also a manifestation of the true Tao fruit. How could a mere subimmortal emperor like you withstand my attack? True demon descends. As soon as the words left his mouth, the shadow emitted an earth-shattering roar. Dark, demonic energy overflowing, shattering even the clouds at the horizon. Simultaneously, the world fell silent once more. Thousands of terrifying demonic energies erupted in an instant, sweeping across a vast expanse of the eternal immortal domain. The powerful demonic energy seemed tangible, scattering into intricate patterns across the void. You felt immense pressure. An indescribable suffocating sensation surged within you. It was a suppression at the level of existence. The shadow's power had significantly increased, yet even in its terrifying state, the sense of danger still did not issue a warning. You knew that the shadow's own cultivation had not yet reached the fourth layer of true immortal emperor. Even if it now possessed the strength to obliterate a peak true immortal emperor, it could still not inflict any harm upon you. You let out a cold laugh and immediately clashed with the ethereal figure. A powerful roar swept across the heavens and the earth, causing the entire eternal immortal domain to tremble. Mere ants of the human race. This avatar of mine has already borrowed the strength of my true self. I shall see how long you can endure. With a resounding cry, the figure seemed to have everything under control. Its aura continuously ascended, soon reaching the pinnacle level of a true immortal emperor. Yet, this was ultimately just an aura. Its fundamental realm remained unchanged. You two continued to engage in fierce combat amidst the skies, and within merely an hour, the heavens above had begun to collapse. Endless spatial storms surged into the fray, creating considerable trouble for both of you. A day later, you continued your intense battle. However, the figure's aura had noticeably diminished from its initial strength. By the second day, its power had regressed to that of the beginning. Yet, it showed no signs of fear, but rather intensified its assault, convinced that your exhaustion must be greater than its own. On the third day, the figure formed seals with its hand and shouted to the heavens, "Human ants." Truly impressive tactics. Alas, all of this must come to an end. No sooner had the words left its mouth than its aura surged once more, swiftly drawing upon the full power of its true self, instantly stepping into the realm of the heavenly emperor. Chapter 198, Unifying the Five Domains. The monumental rise of leadership power feudal methods. You snorted coldly and soared into the sky once more to confront it. The figure was initially taken aback, but soon discerned the disdain in your eyes, erupting with rage. What audacity! With a cry to the heavens, terrifying energy gushed forth from its body. Yet, despite its attempts to unleash lethal attacks, it could inflict no harm upon you. You. How could this be possible? The figure staggered back 2 steps. Your strange demeanor filled it with dread. It sought to retreat, but the considerable energy expended from its prior assaults left it drained. Even attempting to slip into the void was effortlessly thwarted by your pursuit. The secret of combat intertwined with the return to the void, unleashing an infinite sword radiance. In an instant, it seemed as though the heavens and the earth were cleaved by this sword light, the void trembling, and living beings prostrating in reverence. The figure's expression transformed drastically, a surge of life and death crisis bubbling within its heart. It dared not dwell on the matter. It immediately exhausted all its resources, unleashing a series of defensive measures. Boom! A crisp sound rang out as the figure was sent flying backward, unable to halt its retreat. At that moment, all will to fight had vanished from its eyes, replaced by sheer terror. Humans are always fearful of the unknown, and for it, you epitomized that fear. It felt a deep-seated dread towards you, abandoning any thoughts of offense, with only one desire remaining, to flee. However, it is evident that you have no intention of granting him this opportunity. Just as the shadow attempts to flee once more, a streak of cold light pierces the heavens, aimed directly at his face. Accompanying this is your voice, chillingly indifferent. Die. Simultaneously, unusual phenomena manifest throughout the realms. The treasures previously acquired from numerous fortunate individuals are summoned forth by you, each exhibiting distinct effects. Yet, they all share a singular objective: to eliminate the being before you. Upon witnessing this scene, the shadow's pupils constrict, followed by a flash of resolve in his eyes. I, Mocha, have inscribed today's grudge. Even if I must forsake this avatar, I shall ensure your demise. In the next moment, Mocha sacrifices his life, unleashing a terrifying attack with his very essence. All lethal strikes intertwine, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion within the void. The overwhelming energy wave obliterates everything in its path, engulfing both of you instantly. However, the attacks from both you and Mocha's avatar remain within the boundary of the dimensional barrier. Thus, no matter how tremendous the explosion resulting from their collision, it inflicts no harm upon you. In contrast, Mocha's avatar, having expended all its vitality in the assault, is now reduced to mere ashes, completely dissipating into the ether. As the battle concludes, Yi Honglian and Su Mingwei gaze at you in astonishment, with Yi Honglian expressing his excitement through repeated bows, signifying his respect. In response, you merely nod gently, for you understand that the shadow before you is but an avatar. Upon sensing the demise of his avatar, Mocha's true form will undoubtedly erupt with fury and cross realms to confront you. After much deliberation, you ultimately decide to see this through to the end, assisting Yi Honglian once more. You also wish to observe how far he can ascend, as he carries the greatest fortune of the eternal celestial domain. In the 41st millennium, you have garnered significant benefits from Su Mingwei. Among these are several techniques up to the level of the Heavenly Emperor, along with her extensive knowledge of the myriad realms. It turns out that the 5 domains you inhabit are merely a minuscule corner of the vast multiverse. By traversing thousands of miles northward from the North Sea celestial domain, one can discover a gathering place of another realm. Compared to your current 5 domains, the resources there are more abundant, allowing practitioners to more easily condense the true Tao fruit and attain the position of true celestial emperor. The formidable beings from that realm who plunder the fortune of the eternal celestial domain originate from this gathering place. As for the other regions within the multiverse, Su Mingwei remains unaware. Prior to her reincarnation and recultivation, she had only reached the cultivation level of a true celestial emperor and had yet to master her potential even within that gathering place. Thus, there was little reason for her to venture elsewhere. According to Su Mingwei, the gathering place of that realm is likely teeming with formidable alien cultivators. Given my current strength, venturing there would undoubtedly pose numerous dangers. It would be wiser to remain in the 5 domains for the time being, allowing my talents to elevate my power before embarking on such a journey. You murmured to yourself, and then began to consolidate the various factions within the 5 domains under your command. In the 40,013th year, leveraging your immense power, you successfully unified the entire 5 domains. With the aid of your leadership prowess, your strength ascended to the 6th tier of the sub-immortal emperor realm. Concurrently, the myriad people's decree bestowed upon you a measure of reciprocity. However, compared to the benefits derived from your leadership, its assistance was rather minimal. After all, the creator of the myriad people's decree was merely at the initial stage of the sub-immortal emperor realm, and the techniques he left behind naturally lacked a subsequent path for cultivation. Thus, you began to redirect your cultivation practices. Ultimately, from the advantages bestowed by Su Mingwei, you selected a technique known as the concealed edge art. This technique allows a cultivator to nurture a sword chi within their body. The longer the nurturing period, the more powerful the sword chi becomes. Although this technique may not be the most formidable, it aligns perfectly with your intentions. Since you have resolved to endure within the 5 domains, it is undoubtedly the most fitting technique for you. In the 40,015th year, you successfully transitioned to this new technique. During this time, you employed your methods to facilitate the exchange of resources among all cultivators in the 5 domains, allowing them to seamlessly integrate with one another. You provided the masses with a plethora of advanced cultivation techniques and offered guidance to those with exceptional talents, significantly accelerating their cultivation progress. By the 40,000th and 18th year, you could distinctly sense your cultivation level experiencing rapid growth. If this trend continues, it would not be long before you could once again break through to a new realm. However, just as the 5 domains flourished, the demon ZH arrived. Cunningly, upon witnessing your various abilities, he refrained from directly descending into the 5 domains, opting instead to launch an attack from millions of miles away. His formidable demonic energy coalesced into a raging tide, hurtling towards you from across vast distances. Alarm bells rang in your mind. Without hesitation, you unleashed a lethal strike. The strike cleaved through the wave, yet its terrifying aftermath nearly crushed your body to pulp. Had it not been for the enhancements provided by the Bone Refinement Classic and the Glorious Evolution, you would have surely been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Simultaneously, your lethal strike, imbued with the power to annihilate all, sliced through the air, aimed directly at the demon's itch. Wherever it passed, both void and life were instantaneously obliterated. Humph, I was already prepared for you. Before descending into this realm, I had brought along the 4 symbols spirit array from my clan, even the mightiest celestial cultivator, who surpasses me by several magnitudes, cannot inflict the slightest wound upon me. How could a mere mortal such as yourself dare to challenge? The demon, filled with confidence, smiled knowingly. Immediately, the 4 symbols spirit array surged into existence, conjuring forth the formidable spirits of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, which promptly endeavored to intercept the lethal strike. However, the moment the azure dragon, white tiger, and vermilion bird made contact with the deadly blow, they disintegrated into nothingness. Even the most resilient of them, the black tortoise, could only offer a momentary resistance before emitting a chilling wail of despair. How could this be? The 4 symbols spirit array is capable of withstanding even the most potent attacks from celestial sovereigns. How could it be shattered by you? The demon's eyes widened in disbelief, and as the black tortoise cried out in anguish, he sensed that calamity was imminent. Layer upon layer of shields materialized beside him, yet all were ultimately futile. In the face of the lethal strike, all his defenses appeared pitifully inadequate. With a final, anguished cry, the spirit of the black tortoise vanished entirely. Instantly, the fatal blow pierced through all layers of defense and struck the demon directly. The demon wished to utter something further, but his very soul had already dissipated. At that moment, his lips moved, yet no sound emerged. He was dead, his essence obliterated. This formidable being from another realm fell before your might. You hastened forward to examine his remains. Fortunately, as the demon met his demise in a single strike, everything on him, save for the 4 symbols spirit array, remained intact. You collected a vast array of cultivation resources and treasures from his corpse. Furthermore, this individual possessed a reservoir of fortune. You could distinctly sense that upon slaying the demon, the power of fortune shifted from him to you. What is the meaning of this? You furrowed your brow. To you, this power of fortune seemed to offer nothing beyond an additional opportunity for choice. It bore no other significance. This phenomenon had not occurred when you previously eliminated the fortuitous individual from the eternal celestial domain. Confounded, you mentally noted this occurrence for further investigation. The 43rd millennium had arrived. The development of the 5 domains had firmly taken root. Under your guidance, all cultivators fostered mutual assistance and collaborated sincerely. Their strengths surged forth in a veritable explosion of growth. As for the others endowed with fortune, you decreed that they all suppress their cultivation to the quasi-immortal emperor level. Once all could achieve a breakthrough, they would ascend to the immortal emperor realm together. At that time, they would undoubtedly bestow upon you a significant boon of cultivation. Even if hundreds of avatars, or even the true forms of foreign entities descended simultaneously, you would not flinch. Simultaneously, your gaze turned towards other realms. Since the world will of the eternal celestial domain could release the fortune within its domain by sacrificing itself, it stood to reason that other realms could do the same. Drawing upon the memories gleaned from your previous soul search, you swiftly located the world consciousness of the abyssal demon domain. You urged him to release the fortune of the Te demon domain, nurturing more cultivators. The world will of the Te demon domain, however, vehemently opposed this idea. It conveyed to you that the power of fortune is the very foundation of a realm. Only when a domain faces imminent collapse would the world will willingly dissolve, releasing a vast amount of fortune, in hopes that an exceptionally talented individual from within could avert disaster and stabilize the crumbling edifice. Furthermore, the world will of the Tay demon domain expressed its discontent with the current environment, insisting that you restore the domain to its former state within a century. But could mere dissolution suffice? You sensed a potential oversight and immediately unleashed a final, decisive strike, obliterating the Tay demon domain's world will, which was unaware of its own limitations. In that fleeting moment, an endless stream of fortune dispersed. They appeared to possess consciousness, drifting apart in search of their respective masters. Through the laws of destiny, you quietly sensed their whereabouts. You forged a spatial passage leading to the lower realms and soon found yourself in the subordinate world of the Tay demon domain. The distribution of celestial realms here bore a striking resemblance to that of the eternal celestial domain. Through the laws of destiny, you silently kept an eye on all those endowed with fortune. In the 45th millennium, all the powers of fortune had chosen their masters. And those cultivators bearing this fortune gradually embarked on their journeys of cultivation. Their backgrounds varied, some favorable, others not. Their talents ranged from the exceptional to the mediocre. Yet invariably, their fortunes were remarkably auspicious. You, too, provided them with discreet support. This support was profound. Even those who had only recently begun their cultivation received your guidance in dreams at night, illuminating their paths ahead. Under your influence, many soon ascended to the greater world. Those cultivators born in the greater world advanced even more swiftly. Several leading figures were on the verge of qualifying for ascension to the Tay demon domain. In the 46th millennium, a cultivator from the heavenly lake great world successfully ascended to the Tay demon domain. This individual, named Ding Jia, bore an unremarkable name, yet was inexplicably fortunate. He encountered rare benefactors, received the legacy of powerful beings after perilous falls, and even the fortune laws he practiced inexplicably became more potent than true laws without any realm merging. This revelation left you astounded. Thus, at the very moment he ascended to the Tay demon domain, you summoned him through the disciples of the human emperor sect. You are the esteemed senior who aided me on my path of cultivation? Chapter 200. Stepping into true immortal emperor thousands of years past. Yet the senior remained as distinguished as ever. Hearing this, you nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Not only did you publicly declare your intent to nurture Ding Jia vigorously, but you also accepted him as your direct disciple. In the ensuing period, you began to discreetly observe a certain cultivator named Ding Jia. You discovered that the power of fortune had but a singular effect upon him. It bestowed upon him remarkable luck and significantly accelerated his cultivation speed. However, apart from this, Ding Jia appeared to possess no other notable strengths. While this advantage was exceedingly apparent in the lower realms, it would be considerably diminished once he ascended to the myriad worlds. This realization inevitably left you feeling somewhat disheartened. As time swiftly passed, the 5th myriad of years approached. You successfully condensed a fatal strike. Concurrently, many individuals blessed with fortune from the territories under the dominion of the Tay demon domain began to ascend in succession. Perhaps due to the absence of impending collapse within the Tay demon domain, the number of fortunate individuals there far exceeded that of the eternal immortal domain. Even Ding Jia, whose luck was extraordinarily high, was not the one to bear the most fortune among them. You guided all these individuals into the human emperor sect. Moreover, due to your frequent guidance in the lower realms, most of them held you in great reverence, each one endowing you with the power of leadership. As for those cultivators harboring ill intentions, they were obliterated by your own hand the moment they ascended to the Tay demon domain. Thus, under your leadership, the entire 5 domains began to flourish rapidly. You established a multitude of teleportation pathways among the 5 domains, facilitating the exchange of resources among all cultivators. Simultaneously, you contemplated the potential uses of your latest fatal strike. If it were to be employed to annihilate the world will of a particular realm, the number of fortunate individuals within the 5 domains could swell to 1,000. Should they collectively break through to the status of immortal emperors, it would undoubtedly confer upon you a substantial enhancement. However, after much deliberation, you ultimately abandoned this plan, for external threats still loomed. Now, it has been several millennia since you decimated the formidable beings of the alien races. Should there be stronger entities among them, they would undoubtedly seek out the 5 domains through the trails you left behind. At that juncture, without a fatal strike at your disposal, you would certainly find yourself at a disadvantage. Moreover, given the current resources of the 5 domains, even with a plethora of fortunate individuals, selecting and nurturing a mere 100 exceptionally gifted ones to their fullest potential was already pushing the limits. Any further increase in numbers would be utterly unsustainable. In the 53rd thousand year, aided by your various efforts, all those endowed with fortune in the Tay demon domain ascended. Besides the top fortunate individuals from both the eternal immortal domain and the Tay demon domain, You also selected several promising and loyal cultivators from your homeland for cultivation. As long as these individuals could achieve the status of immortal emperor, they would undoubtedly provide you with significant enhancement. By the 56,000th year, you successfully broke through to the 7th layer of the subimmortal emperor realm. However, at the same time, the potential risks of your many disciples' fervent cultivation began to surface. The resources for cultivation within the 5 domains were becoming insufficient. Although over the years you have continuously provided a plethora of cultivation resources for your disciples through the gift of the annual rings, it still pales in comparison to their consumption. Left with no choice, you sought alternative paths. You began to overdraw various resources from the 5 domains. Though such actions would severely disrupt the ecological balance of the 5 domains, you evidently had little regard for these consequences. The eternal immortal domain now teetered on the brink of collapse. If you did not hasten your ascension, the path ahead would only grow increasingly arduous. Through your vigorous overdrawing, the balance of cultivation resources in the 5 domains was tenuously maintained. In the 57th millennium, you distributed the Bone Refinement Classic and several advanced cultivation techniques, hoping to enable your disciples to swiftly attain the rank of immortal emperor. As they practiced these techniques, their cultivation levels naturally soared. In merely a few thousand years, your own cultivation was once again propelled to the 8th layer of the subimmortal emperor realm. During the ensuing time, you began to seek the spiritual objects necessary for condensing the true Tao fruit. This item was of paramount importance on the path of cultivation, and it was essential to select the highest tier of existence. After years of searching, you finally procured a drop of the Tyene moonlight from the abyssal depths of the North Underworld immortal domain through the gift of the annual rings. This item possessed exceptional quality, having taken billions of years to coalesce within the North Underworld immortal domain. In terms of the rank of spiritual objects, none could surpass it across the entirety of the 5 domains. In the 60th millennium, you once again manifested a lethal strike. At this juncture, you had already acquired 2 such devastating blows. By the 65th millennium, certain alien races began to emerge within the 5 domains. You refrained from alarming them. Yet to prevent unforeseen complications, you preemptively urged all qualified disciples to break through to the immortal emperor rank simultaneously. In an instant, waves of breakthrough surged across the 5 domains, unleashing terrifying fluctuations that swept through the heavens and the earth. As they ascended one after another, you could distinctly sense your own cultivation enhancing in tandem. Soon, you reached the 9th layer of the subimmortal emperor realm. Moreover, leveraging your cross-boundary prowess, you successfully vanquished the avatars of numerous powerful alien beings. However, you understood that this was insufficient. Those formidable beings were predominantly at the heavenly emperor realm, and you needed to ascend to the true immortal emperor rank within a short span to contend with them effectively. As time passed, several more disciples successfully broke through to the subimmortal emperor realm. Under the influence of your leadership, you too ascended to the pinnacle of the subimmortal emperor realm. At the very moment you stepped into this peak, you wasted no time and immediately began your breakthrough to the true immortal emperor realm. The Tyene moonlight was absorbed into your body, and the Tao fruit you had previously condensed suddenly manifested. The two soon intertwined, merging and assimilating, rapidly coalescing into a true Tao fruit that radiated an extraordinary aura. Simultaneously, ethereal purple energy materialized from thin air. They shimmered and sparkled, continuously ascending in the depths of the heavens, leaving all within the 5 domains in a state of astonishment. Yet, this was merely the beginning. At the very moment the true Tao fruit successfully coalesced, an ethereal chime resonated throughout the cosmos. Upon hearing this sound, numerous cultivators were jolted into awareness, their gazes instinctively drawn upward. Chapter 201, Enlightenment. The dark canyon demon realm. In the next instant, the chime grew resplendent. An endless cascade of profound Tao sounds reverberated across the entirety of the 5 domains. Initially faint, nearly imperceptible to lower-tier cultivators, it swiftly transformed into a thunderous resonance akin to a colossal drum. In the space between heaven and earth, boundless extraordinary phenomena surged forth. The celestial river of stars converged. Ethereal energy billowed forth, and a myriad of divine beasts approached. The crowd was momentarily spellbound, as if the entire world had been suspended in time. However, in the next heartbeat, they felt a tumultuous stirring within their beings. That profound Tao sound enveloped them in a dreamlike state, propelling them into a sudden enlightenment. They began to experience various insights, achieving breakthrough after breakthrough in their realms. Even those fortunate enough to have just ascended to the rank of quasi-mortal emperor were not exempt. Notably, there was Dingjia. Despite his reliance on luck for his ascension and his seemingly tenuous cultivation, he remarkably leveraged the Tao sound to achieve successive breakthroughs. swiftly reaching the 4th level of the quasi-immortal emperor, bypassing millennia of arduous cultivation. You too reaped significant benefits. As the Dao sound facilitated breakthroughs for the multitude, the power of leadership provided you with ample reinforcement. This enabled you to achieve a remarkable synergy, allowing for rapid advancement. And you successfully ascended to the 3rd level of the true immortal emperor. Moreover, the collective enlightenment of the others was far from over. Once everyone completed their breakthroughs, you estimated that you could at least reach the 4th level of the true immortal emperor. How could such a terrifying Dao sound phenomenon be unleashed during the ascension to the true immortal emperor? You found yourself pondering this perplexity. Previously, you had gathered insights from Su Mingwei about the ascension to the true immortal emperor. While there were indeed various phenomena that differed from person to person, they were ultimately illusory, incapable of impacting the reality of cultivators. Furthermore, in your case, it was utterly implausible that all cultivators across the 5 domains would simultaneously enter states of enlightenment and achieve successive breakthroughs. After much contemplation, you could not arrive at a definitive conclusion, so you chose to dismiss it. After all, for you, all of this was ultimately beneficial. In the ensuing period, you vanquished numerous foreign cultivators who had ventured into the 5 domains. Concurrently, through soul-searching, you extracted a wealth of information from their minds. However, their motives were starkly different from what you had envisioned. They were not here to seek vengeance against you, but rather to find refuge. Their realms were embroiled in a devastating war over fortune, and these foreign beings, unable to withstand the turmoil of conflict, sought solace in the more secluded 5 domains. A great war? Competing for fortune? What do these foreign races truly seek? You ponder quietly within yourself. Although their intentions remain unclear, it is evident through soul-searching that the strength of these races is not as formidable as you had once envisioned. The celestial beings who have crossed realms to invade are merely the pinnacle of their respective species. Given your current cultivation level, while you cannot claim to disregard them entirely, you could certainly withstand the majority without issue. Since these foreign races are bound to come and seize the fortune of this land, it would be wiser for me to take the initiative. As soon as the thought crossed your mind, you summoned all the cultivators who had recently ascended to the status of celestial emperors from the 5 domains. You instructed them to prepare themselves, for in 10 years, you would embark together to confront the realms of these foreign entities. In the 65,010th year, as the enlightenment of your companions gradually came to fruition, your cultivation successfully advanced to the 4th level of true celestial emperor. Simultaneously, the eternal celestial domain faced imminent collapse. After relocating the cultivators from the eternal celestial domain to other celestial realms, you led 100 celestial emperor-level practitioners into the fray. Starting from the northern abyss celestial domain, you journeyed swiftly for thousands of years before finally glimpsing the shadows of other realms. Through multiple soul searches, you managed to gather intelligence about this particular domain. Known as the Black Gorge Demon Domain, under the dominion of the Black Demon Clan, due to the inexplicable demise of their ancestral figure tens of thousands of years ago, the Black Demon Clan refrained from engaging in this contest for fortune, remaining holed up in their stronghold, too fearful to make a move. A torrent of thoughts surged through your mind regarding this ancestor of the Black Demon Clan, who was likely one of the 2 celestial emperor-level foreign beings you had previously vanquished. Now, with fate entwining your paths, it seemed fitting to strike first and establish a foothold within this cluster of realms. With that determination, you unhesitatingly led your group to the stronghold of the Black Demon Clan. Upon your arrival, the Black Demon cultivators were initially taken aback, perceiving a true celestial emperor and a cluster of recently ascended semi-celestial emperors as no more significant than ants compared to the multitude of their clan. Thus, they dismissed you with little regard. However, the ensuing scene ignited their fury. With a mere gesture from you, a barrage of diverse attacks rained down upon the Black Demon Clan, while the higher-tier cultivators managed to withstand the onslaught. Those beneath the semi-celestial emperor level were instantaneously obliterated on the spot. Human ants, you seek death? The Black Demon cultivators erupted with rage, retaliating against you. Among them was even a celestial emperor-level practitioner who unleashed a deadly maneuver. The swirling mass of demonic energy around him coalesced into 2 colossal demonic dragons, roaring as they lunged toward you with murderous intent. Yet, these assaults failed to breach your defenses. Indeed, despite their formidable appearance, the conjurer of those dragons was ultimately just at the 1st tier of celestial emperor level. Such mastery, even if one were to self-destruct their demonic form, could not possibly inflict any harm upon you. The sound of clashing metals reverberated throughout the realm. Yet, no matter how fiercely the demonic clan assaulted, they could not inflict even the slightest injury upon you. With a cold smirk, you summoned the accumulated power of millennia. invoking the concealed edge technique. Unleashing a breathtaking sword aura aimed directly at the celestial realm cultivator. In an instant, the void fractured in layers, and the entire world echoed with mournful cries. As the two demonic dragons collided with the sword energy, they emitted mournful wails before abruptly vanishing, transforming into two swirling black streams that completely dissipated from existence. How could this be? The celestial cultivator's expression shifted dramatically, but before he could regain his composure, the sword aura surged forth, carrying the annihilating force of the heavens, slicing deep into the heart of the dark demonic clan. This strike was aimed directly at their annihilation. Chapter 202. Annihilating the Celestial Emperor. This blow instantaneously eradicated countless members of the celestial demonic clan. Enraged, the dark demonic clan's celestial emperor launched another attack against you. Filled with resentment, he roared repeatedly, his aura swelling uncontrollably. Boundless demonic energy cascaded down like a celestial river, rushing towards you. At this moment, a direct confrontation was not in your favor. You could only activate the laws of space to eliminate other dark demonic cultivators. You just unleashed the concealed edge technique. Didn't you? I shall see what other tricks you possess after that strike. The demonic energy clung to you like a shadow, growing denser and soon confining you in place. However, no matter how the celestial emperor of the demonic clan wielded his power, this energy could not harm you in the slightest. It was repelled by your skin, merely affecting your movements. The celestial emperor of the dark demonic clan furrowed his brow. Yet, he remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continuing to press his demonic energy towards you. Time passed slowly. You stood your ground, feigning pain as you resisted his assault. Meanwhile, the celestial emperor, seemingly unyielding, relentlessly attacked for an entire hour without inflicting a single scratch upon you. Only then did he register your peculiar condition. How can this be? A mere true immortal emperor cultivator wielding the concealed edge technique can unleash a strike comparable to a celestial emperor. Yet how can you withstand my attacks for so long? The celestial emperor of the dark demonic clan roared in frustration, yet he was destined to remain unanswered. Just as his strength began to wane, you made your move. The secret of the character duo continuously evolved in the sky, merging your myriad killing techniques into a single, astonishing sword light. The terrifying sword light spanned millions of miles, enveloping the entire celestial demonic clan in a palpable sense of impending doom. They trembled in fear, casting desperate glances towards their sole celestial emperor. However, even the celestial emperor of the dark demonic clan felt immense pressure at this moment, beads of sweat trickling down from his temples. Ultimately, one had to relent, saying, "Fellow cultivators of the human race, I implore you to show mercy. I am Olu, am willing to lead the entire Black Demon clan and the Black Abyss to submit to you. I vow to unconditionally assist you in seizing the power of fate." Upon hearing these words, you were momentarily taken aback. Yet, you resolutely chose to take action. Those who are not of my kind harbor different intentions. Even if Olu spoke the truth, you had no intention of leaving him as a potential threat. With a sudden thought, you concentrated the sword radiance spanning 100,000 miles into a single point and launched it straight at Olu. In an instant, the firmament trembled, and the sound of collapsing void reverberated. The brilliant sword radiance, imbued with the might to annihilate worlds, pierced through layers of defense, heading directly for Olu. Damn those humans. Olu's eyes flashed with a mix of anger and fear. If it weren't for my elder brother's inexplicable demise, would I allow you to act with such impunity here? Without any hesitation, he immediately concealed himself behind the ranks of the Black Demon clan, attempting to shield himself from the oncoming sword radiance. However, against the sword light you had long prepared, this maneuver proved utterly futile. Numerous members of the Black Demon clan were cleaved in two, yet the sword radiance remained undiminished, relentlessly advancing toward Olu. Damn it, break for me. In a state of panic, he spat out a mouthful of vital blood, attempting to summon his true form to shatter the sword light. However, despite his desperate efforts, it bore no effect before you. Having just entered the realm of the Heavenly Emperor, his aura was already feeble, and compounded by his significant depletion of celestial power and repeated injuries, he was no longer your adversary. Under your fierce assault, his true form crumbled within mere moments. The Heavenly Emperor of the Black Demon clan, too, displayed a shattered gaze, collapsing to the ground, appearing as though he had but a breath of life left. Fortunately, he did not perish. Without a moment's pause, you stepped forward and lifted him to conduct a soul search. In an instant, a torrent of memories flooded into your mind. Following the soul search, you obliterated him and commanded your subordinates to seize control of the Black Abyss. In the 68,000th year, you sat quietly in the former Grand Hall of the Black Demon clan, now transformed into your domain. After exterminating all high-ranking cultivators of the Black Demon clan, you instructed your subordinates to take control of the area and enslave the lower-tier members of the Black Demon clan to gather resources for you. As for the memories gleaned from Mo Lee's mind, you had already meticulously organized them. It turned out that the realm in which you currently resided was known as the Western Ridge Domain Cluster. Here, there exist over 30 domains, both large and small. Although still a mere drop in the ocean compared to the myriad realms, it was significantly more prosperous than the 5 domains. The so-called powers of fate they spoke of were indeed the very essence of each realm. Each domain contained abundant powers of fate, yet they were enigmatic, apart from self-selection. Only cultivators who resonated with these powers could seize them. If a practitioner is not in harmony with the power of fortune, then even if they were to eliminate all those who bear it, they would only acquire a meager portion of that power. As for the applications of this power, Mo Lu remains uncertain, a reflection of his own experiences. In the past, when the Black Demon clan was under the governance of Mo Cha, he could simply focus on his cultivation and seclusion. Although he has now successfully transcended to the Heavenly Emperor realm, emerging from his seclusion, he has yet to grasp further knowledge before being vanquished by you. In his recollections, he is aware that all Heavenly Emperor practitioners are striving to seize the power of fortune. Furthermore, the world will of the Black Gorge Demon Domain was also extinguished by numerous formidable beings from various races, leading to the forced release of an abundant amount of fortune power. The concept of fortune is indeed enigmatic. It appears that the power of fortune I obtained after slaying Mo Cha was a result of such a harmonious connection. You nodded thoughtfully. In the 68,300th year, you remained immersed in your cultivation within the Black Gorge Demon Domain, without haste to traverse to other realms. However, during this period, you were not idle. You consistently monitored the war situations in the surrounding realms, discovering that the apparent fervor of their battles did not truly shake their foundations. Many realms still concealed their true strength and had yet to engage earnestly. You planned to wait until their conflicts had reached a climax before unleashing your formidable methods to eliminate the ultimate victor. Thus, time passed gradually, and you continued to gather resources within the Black Gorge Demon Domain. In the 203rd chapter, Farewell to the Eerie Spirit, the Mysterious Youth. During the 7th decade, you once again consolidated a lethal strike, marking your 3rd such attack to date. While this bolstered your sense of security, it did not lead you to complacency. Instead, you remained in hiding within the Black Gorge Demon Domain, awaiting the outbreak of war in other realms. Master, I have discovered a spatial passage connecting to other worlds deep within the crust of the Black Gorge Demon Domain. Oh. You were momentarily taken aback before promptly accompanying Ding Jia to the passage he had uncovered. You conducted a cautious exploration. Your sense of crisis did not alert you. However, to err on the side of caution, you decided to wait a while, hoping that the gift of the year will might guide you into it. Years swiftly passed, and soon it was the day the gift of the year will activated. It sent a subtle indication towards you, directing you to the very spatial passage before you. It seems the realm beyond holds fortune rather than misfortune. You nodded gently. With a swift motion, you stepped into the other space. Moments later, you successfully arrived in the new realm, which was shrouded in darkness, permeated by a decaying aura. Fortunately, the gift of the year had already been triggered, and with its guidance, you could navigate without hindrance to seek the resources of this encounter. You have journeyed for an interminable time. Yet, as the wheel of time hints that you are nearing a fortuitous opportunity, a sense of impending danger subtly emerges within you. What is this predicament? A frown creases your brow. In your countless quests prior, the guidance bestowed by the Wheel of Time invariably led to opportunities, with only a minuscule chance of encountering peril. Moreover, even when faced with danger, your current prowess would effortlessly surmount it, never triggering a sense of crisis. Yet this present situation is indeed rare. After much contemplation, you ultimately halt your advance. This does not imply that you shall abandon the opportunity before you. Rather, you intend to proceed only when a safer moment presents itself. Days pass, and your sense of impending danger gradually dissipates. It appears that reality aligns with your expectations. The peril associated with opportunity does not linger indefinitely. Elated, you continue onward. Before long, you arrive at the terminus of this space. A grand palace. The spiritual energy here is exceptionally abundant, even as a true immortal emperor. You can cultivate effortlessly within this sanctuary. Without a moment's hesitation, you follow the guidance of the Wheel of Time to the sarcophagus at the heart of the palace. You distinctly sense a formidable power brewing within the coffin. Undoubtedly, a remarkably extraordinary treasure resides within. Filled with anticipation, you approach. However, the instant you fully unveil the sarcophagus, you are rendered speechless. Inside lies none other than Su Mingwe, who bid you farewell a millennium ago. At this moment, she emanates immense power and vitality. Were it not for the numerous tendrils sprouting from her form, you would certainly believe she had encountered a fortuitous turn of fate. Yes, tendrils. The handiwork of that sinister spirit. Astonishingly, this forgotten and trifling phenomenon has resurfaced, affecting a celestial emperor like Su Mingwe. A chill runs down your spine. Could she be the so-called opportunity? You murmur to yourself. Yet, upon further introspection, you discern that the opportunity indicated by the wheel of time is not Su Mingwe, but rather the sarcophagus itself. Resolute, you swiftly place Su Mingwe aside and grasp the sarcophagus to activate the immortal journey. However, nothing occurs. The immortal journey has inexplicably faltered. This revelation sends shockwaves through you. Simultaneously, your sense of crisis intensifies, scanning the entire space with your spiritual awareness. You discover a young man clad in green robes approaching from the opposite end of the passage, a sinister grin plastered across his face. Ha ha ha. I never imagined anyone could truly find their way here. What a rarity. Human beings are invariably filled with trepidation when confronted with the unknown, and you are no exception. To prevent this enigmatic youth from dispatching you in an instant, you unleash a lethal strike the moment he appears. The fatal strike was exceptionally powerful. The moment he appeared, a terrifying energy surged forth, instantly absorbing all the spiritual essence of the surrounding world, creating a vacuum environment. An intriguing attack. I did not expect that there were masters present in this realm. It seems I had been overly complacent before. The youth's eyes lit up. In the next instant, a treasure emanating the dual energies of yin and yang materialized in his hand. He channeled that formidable celestial power, and the treasure radiated brilliance, swiftly evolving into a force of heaven and earth, directly suppressing the fatal strike. Boom. The two attacks collided midair, and the ensuing shockwaves soon tore apart the surrounding void in layers. Holding the treasure, the youth revealed a sinister yet confident smile. However, in the next moment, cracks began to appear on the force of heaven and earth that the treasure had manifested. The terrifying and unstoppable power of the fatal strike transmitted through the treasure, causing his smile to stiffen abruptly. What is this? The youth felt an immense pressure. He immediately spat out blood, desperately trying to activate the treasure in his hand. The treasure lived up to expectations, once again evolving into a force of heaven and earth, barely managing to block the fatal strike. Yet, this was ultimately in vain. After a brief stalemate, the fatal strike surged with golden light, swiftly shattering the defenses once more. How could this happen? The youth coughed up blood, and the treasure in his hand shattered on the spot. Nevertheless, he remained resolute in character. Faced with such a crisis, he remained calm and composed. A series of defensive measures were employed by the youth in an attempt to withstand the fatal strike. However, these proved utterly ineffective. The defenses crumbled at the slightest touch, and in an instant, the fatal strike penetrated his skull, obliterating his soul completely. What? The youth wished to speak, but he could no longer utter a sound. Collapsing helplessly to the ground, without the slightest hesitation, you moved forward to search his corpse. Chapter 204, Mysterious Space. Consecutive enhancements. The youth's body dissipated into nothingness upon his demise, while the other items he carried fell to the ground. Among them were a powerful cultivation method, high-grade celestial herbs, several ancient maps, and many items beyond your comprehension. Regardless of their utility, you gathered them all into your possession. Subsequently, your gaze shifted to Su Mingwe. You were uncertain of what had transpired with her. At that moment, Su Mingwe had already lost her vitality. Her entire body appeared as an empty shell devoid of consciousness, with only the tendrils still writhing. After careful consideration, you ultimately decided to eliminate her completely to prevent any unnecessary complications. Several hours later, you returned to the Black Gorge Demon Domain. You began to examine the spoils of your expedition, starting with the cultivation method obtained from the youth. This entity is known as the Path to Enlightenment. Its nature is serene and balanced, devoid of any exceptional qualities. However, its greatest merit lies in its ability to guide one towards the realm of transformation. You intend to commit this practice to memory, planning to adopt it once you have exhausted the teachings of the concealed edge technique. The other possessions of the youth leave you somewhat perplexed. Apart from the exceptionally high-quality elixirs, the remaining items, be they maps, stone coffins, or those peculiar artifacts, offer no discernible origins. Thus, after consuming and refining the elixirs, you distribute the map among your many celestial emperor subordinates, urging them to discern the direction indicated. In the 70,005th year, upon refining all the elixirs, your cultivation successfully ascends to the 5th layer of the true celestial emperor realm. Simultaneously, you become acutely aware of the youth's extraordinary identity. as the ascent to such a realm is immensely challenging. Those who reach this level often endure tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years to attain a minor advancement, making external enhancements nearly impossible. You too face this predicament. Even after refining all the elixirs within the 5 domains, elevating your realm remains unattainable. Yet, the few elixirs he carries surpass the cumulative wealth of the entire 5 domains. What a terrifying notion. Once your cultivation reaches a sufficient level in the future, you shall undoubtedly seek to probe this individual's soul, a thought you silently etch into your mind. In the 70,300th year, the flames of war have engulfed the entire region of the Western Ridge domain cluster. Various races engage in relentless battles, swiftly descending into mutual destruction. You recognize that the time has come. However, just as you prepare to strike against those races endowed with the greatest fortune, a new force emerges from the opposite end of the Western Ridge domain cluster. Their strength vastly surpasses that of any singular domain within mere months. They have plundered considerable fortune, compelling the previously warring alien cultivators to unite in their resistance. Upon learning this news, you abandon your initial plans and retreat into obscurity within the Black Gorge demon domain. In the 70,400th year, the resources of the entire Black Gorge demon domain have been nearly exhausted by your faction. To continue your resource plundering, you cast your gaze toward the Blood Marsh demon domain, not far from your current location. This area boasts 3 Heavenly Emperor cultivators, significantly more formidable than those in the Black Gorge, though none exceed the 5th layer of the Heavenly Emperor realm. Thus, to you, they are no more than mere insects. Without hesitation, you promptly descend into the Bloodmarsh demon domain. Leveraging your superior strength, you swiftly eradicate the high-ranking alien entities present. Meanwhile, your numerous subordinates seize the opportunity to enslave the lower-ranked aliens. In the 70,600th year, a voice calls out, "Master, I have discovered a spatial passage within the crust of the Bloodmarsh demon domain, identical to that of the Black Gorge demon domain." Another one? You were taken aback, immediately following Ding Jia to that spatial passage. There, both the geographical location and structural form mirrored the Abyssal Gorge's demonic realm. The contents within might very well be akin to those of the Abyssal Gorge. After a moment's contemplation, you ultimately chose to step inside, fully aware that this decision could potentially deplete you with a lethal blow. However, vanquishing those peculiar beings would likewise yield substantial rewards, tangible gains that could enhance your cultivation. With sufficient cultivation, you would face no fear even against all the practitioners within the Shilu domain. You ventured forth through this expanse. Although there was no guiding gift of the annual rings this time, you successfully located the palace through memory. At the heart of this palace lay the stone coffin, indeed identical to the one before. You murmured to yourself, then approached to open the stone coffin while simultaneously releasing your consciousness to perceive everything around you. Suddenly, a sound echoed. In that instant, you unleashed a fatal strike. Golden light surged with the wind, piercing through layers of void to strike at the incoming presence. "Who goes there?" came a booming voice from afar. Only then did you discern the true appearance of the visitor, clad in a white robe and wielding a celestial sword. Ethereal trails entwined around him. Upon witnessing your lethal blow, he swiftly countered with a sword strike of his own. A terrifying force tore through the void, annihilating all in its path. An overwhelming aura of death collided with the sharp sword light and your fatal strike. The ensuing explosion rent the surrounding space asunder, revealing a chaotic maelstrom of spatial turbulence. At the epicenter of the collision, the sword light and your strike remained entangled, emitting a series of muffled groans and shattering sounds. After several breaths, silence returned once more. As expected, the fatal strike ultimately traversed the layers of obstruction, piercing directly into the head of the white-robed sword cultivator. He collapsed to the ground, his entire form gradually dissolving like the previous enigmatic youth, leaving only the tangible items he bore. You collected these belongings and then lifted your hand to open the stone coffin within the palace. Inside lay a female cultivator. She bore wings upon her back, horns upon her head, and a long, black tail, unmistakably not of the human race. Unlike Su Mingwe, this alien female cultivator still exhibited signs of life, albeit her expression was vacant as she stared blankly at you. Chapter 205, The Indifference of the Celestial Path. You were startled. Without a moment's hesitation, you placed your hand upon the alien female cultivator's head. A torrent of celestial energy flowed into her body, yet you could not discern any trace of her soul. Had she already perished? You let out a sigh of disappointment. However, this foreign female cultivator, aside from losing her soul, exhibited no other transformations. After much contemplation, you ultimately chose not to slay her, but instead brought her back to the Bloodmarsh demon domain. 70,800 years had passed. You meticulously refined the celestial medicines from the white-clad sword cultivator, swiftly advancing your cultivation to the 6th tier of the true immortal emperor. Concurrently, you conducted research on the foreign female cultivator. Much like Su Xuan, she possessed a vast quantity of exceptionally high-quality spectral spirits. Yet, unlike her, another force within her was resisting these spectral spirits, which allowed her body to remain intact. As for her soul, it was likely obliterated by external powers. This revelation left you astounded, but just as you were poised to delve deeper into your research, a voice from outside the grand hall interrupted you. Master, a human cultivator wishes to see you. Human? You paused momentarily, a myriad of thoughts racing through your mind. Among the human domains in the Western Lu realm, there was but one, the origin-beginning immortal domain located in the southeast. This immortal domain ranked among the most formidable in the Western Lu realm. Yet it had long been closed off. Why would it suddenly seek you out? After a brief contemplation, you resolved to meet the visitor. After all, if the individual harbored ulterior motives, even secluding yourself would not alter the situation. A moment later, Ding Jia entered, accompanied by an elderly man with white hair. This person, with hair like a crane and an appearance youthful as a child, exuded an air of ethereal wisdom, resembling an otherworldly sage. Upon seeing you, he appeared quite taken aback, exclaiming, I truly did not expect a fellow cultivator of your caliber to annihilate the Blood Demon clan and dominate the Blood Marsh Demon domain. This was indeed an astonishing feat, one that left the elder somewhat incoherent, for the scene before him was too shocking to comprehend. A true immortal emperor had single-handedly obliterated a power guarded by 3 heavenly emperor cultivators, a tale too incredible for anyone to believe. Yet, you were prepared for such inquiries. You smoothly asserted that you were a body cultivator, stating that although the 3 heavenly emperor cultivators of the Blood Demon clan were immensely powerful, they paled in comparison to you. Ah, I see, the elder replied. However, the body cultivation path is exceedingly scarce in the Western Lu region. You must not be from around here. Nodding in tacit agreement, you then inquired about the elder's purpose. He promptly laid his intentions bare. The elder introduced himself as Li Qingdao, the Grand Elder of the Yuanshi sect in the origin-beginning immortal domain. The origin-beginning immortal domain has a long-standing history, and its cultivators are of a quality far surpassing that of the foreign domains. His purpose for seeking you was to propose a collaboration to jointly eliminate the foreign cultivators within the Western Lu realm. Seek my collaboration? You inquired, somewhat surprised. However, after careful consideration, you ultimately chose not to decline Li Qingdao's proposal. Although this individual may not possess benevolent intentions, they indeed find themselves in need of a collaborative ally for the time being. In the ensuing dialogue, you begin to subtly inquire about the nature of the luck-based power. Unbeknownst to Li Qingdao, who is entirely unaware of your knowledge regarding this concept, he divulges all that he understands. It turns out that within the realm of Shilu, once cultivators reach the true immortal emperor stage, their path to further enlightenment becomes increasingly arduous. At this stage, cultivators can still rely on their innate talents and perseverance to continue their practice. However, once they ascend to the heavenly emperor level, they begin to be influenced by the forces of heaven and earth, rendering them incapable of further cultivation, thus remaining forever trapped at their current level. In such circumstances, cultivators are left with no choice but to seek refuge in other realms for continued training. Failing to do so would result in being suppressed by the cosmic forces, forever confined to their original state. Yet, unexpectedly, a prodigy emerged from the Shilu realm, one who, with a mere cultivation of the 3rd layer of the heavenly emperor, managed to vanquish the world will of an entire domain. Employing unknown methods, this genius surged ahead in the Shilu realm, achieving the pinnacle of the Saint Emperor level. Although this remarkable individual eventually departed from the Shilu realm, they instilled a renewed sense of hope among the local practitioners. After all, each of them was a sovereign of their respective domains, and who would willingly forsake their own territory to serve under another in a more powerful realm. Consequently, numerous cultivators within the Shilu realm began to investigate the training path of this prodigy. Ultimately, they reached a consensus. It was the power of luck. As long as cultivators possessed sufficient luck-based power, they could disregard the constraints of heaven and earth and continue their cultivation. To this end, many cultivators banded together to annihilate various world wills in pursuit of this elusive power. At this juncture, the practitioners were still in good fortune. After all, the essence of luck is enigmatic and must choose its domain. The luck harvested from slaying others could only be assimilated effectively if it resonated with the individual. Otherwise, only a minuscule fraction would be absorbed, while the remainder dissipated into the cosmos. They eliminated one world while after another, seeking a synchronization with their own luck-based power to persist in their cultivation. However, the situation has drastically changed. As those top-tier cultivators once again reached their limits, they became increasingly desperate for even the tiniest opportunity for advancement. They began a relentless spree of killings, driven solely by the desire to acquire a fragment of luck-based power to continue their ascension. Upon hearing this revelation, a sense of foreboding arose within you. You then subtly probed Li Xuanda about the consequences of losing a world will, questioning what would become of those elite cultivators. Upon hearing your words, Li Xuanda paused momentarily, before responding that the path of immortality is devoid of compassion. Should it allow them to cultivate in peace, these alien cultivators would not hesitate to sacrifice millions of lives. The collapse of a realm would merely result in the demise of lower-tier cultivators. Once practitioners achieve the subimmortal emperor stage, they can traverse the void at will, going wherever they desire. As long as the high-ranking cultivators remain, where cannot they stage a comeback? Moreover, they are not fools. Long ago, they selected several weaker realms at the edges of the myriad worlds, ready to take refuge as soon as their own realm collapses. Chapter 206. A lone battle against the alien emperor. Upon hearing these words, you find yourself momentarily speechless. You never anticipated that these cultivators would be willing to sacrifice billions of lives for their own cultivation. The weaker realms they prepared are likely akin to those in the other 4 domains. In the 70,011th year, relying on their subordinates, who recklessly plundered resources in the Black Canyon and Blood Marsh domains for their cultivation, your own power once again surged, achieving a breakthrough to the 7th layer of the true immortal emperor realm. Now, surveying the entire Western region domain cluster, the number of cultivators who could surpass you by a significant realm is exceedingly few. At this moment, you are nearly invincible. However, after careful consideration, you ultimately decided against an immediate alliance with the primordial immortal domain to jointly confront the other realms. Instead, you instructed Ding Jia and several loyal cultivators to accompany you in search of spatial passages similar to those previously encountered in the Black Canyon and Bloodmarsh domains. Thus, time gradually passed. After the cultivators of the Western region annihilated all outsiders, they once again fell into internal conflict. Seizing this opportunity, you ventured into the crust of other realms, utilizing the gift of the annals of time to seek new spatial passages. In the 70,051st year, you and your subordinates searched diligently, yet found no spatial passages akin to those in the Black Canyon and Blood Marsh domains within the surrounding realms. This left you feeling somewhat disheartened. Reluctantly, you redirected your focus back to the ongoing war among the various races. In the 70,081st year, the glorious evolution once again bestowed upon you an enhancement. This time, it was your feet that were strengthened. With the powerful spatial laws accompanying this enhancement, you felt your speed significantly increase. In the 70,100th year, you made contact with the cultivators of the primordial immortal domain, and through intricate planning, you took action. Together with the cultivators from the primordial immortal domain, you launched assaults against the alien races across the major realms, achieving victory in every battle. Before long, nearly half of the high-ranking aliens within the Western region domain cluster had been exterminated. You also acquired a considerable amount of fortune power. Though very few of these fortunes resonated with you, you sensed that only a handful matched those previously possessed by the Demon Shah. Soon, your actions drew the attention of other alien races. Just as you once again attacked the aliens of a particular realm, the sky suddenly darkened. Over 10 cultivators from various races descended from the heavens, unleashing a barrage of lethal attacks without uttering a word. You remained calm, for you understood that, despite their imposing presence, the cultivators before you were not particularly strong. None of them had reached the 7th layer of the Heavenly Emperor realm or above. It appears that these alien races have yet to unleash their full might. You mutter to yourself, promptly collaborating with several cultivators from the original beginning celestial realm, each selecting their adversaries. Given the relatively low cultivation of your opponents, you swiftly stabilize the situation. However, as you engage in battle with several alien emperors, a sense of impending danger alerts you. A beam of green light shoots forth from the void, hurtling directly towards you. You deftly maneuver through the space-time laws and your evolved foot bones, narrowly evading this strike. The speed displayed by the true Emperor cultivator is astonishing. As they say, indeed, it is an individual cultivator. A grim-looking three-eyed alien slowly emerges from the void, and as he steps forth, a multitude of sword energies converge upon his third eye. Humph. Li Xuan, I have long been prepared for you. The three-eyed alien snorts coldly. In an instant, he evades the oncoming sword energies and counters with several palm strikes. Humph. Mere parlor tricks. Bi-eyed demon lord. Your various races have conspired to suppress my human race in the Western Ridge domain for many years. It is time for the roles to be reversed. Upon hearing this, the bi-eyed demon lord bursts into laughter. Who would have thought that today? This old turtle would actually show such tenacity? What gives you the audacity? Just because of that body-refining human? I can see that his physique is formidable, yet even so, it cannot withstand our numbers exceeding 50. As soon as the words leave his mouth, the void trembles. Scores of figures from various races materialize, each one a peak emperor. Along with the earlier appearing dozen or so aliens, the total number of these extraterrestrial beings has astonishingly surpassed 50. A glimmer of surprise flickers in Su Xuan's eyes. Clearly, even he, the foremost figure of the original beginning celestial realm, did not anticipate such hidden strength among the alien races. However, the arrow is knocked, and it must be released. Su Xuan immediately draws his sword, pointing it at the assembly of alien emperors. Peak emperors? What an elevated realm. Su Xuan, it seems your words are filled with righteousness and morality, yet you have not refrained from slaughtering those who bear fortune. Cease your clamor. No sooner are the words spoken than both sides plunge into fierce combat once more. Yet, compared to before, the number of aliens has increased dramatically. Before long, you and your fellow cultivators from the original beginning celestial realm find yourselves under severe pressure. Although you remain unscathed, the overwhelming numbers of your opponents prove insurmountable. Within mere moments, some of your comrades begin to fall. Su, my friend, you must leave. Today's actions ultimately stem from our impatience. We did not anticipate that the alien races would possess such hidden strength. Hearing this, you furrow your brow. The power of these aliens is beyond your expectations. However, upon reflection, it is reasonable. Since some aliens have been exterminated, there must naturally be a few who have acquired the fortune that aligns with them. Swiftly stepping into the realm of emperors. After a moment of contemplation, you ultimately choose not to retreat. Instead, you unleash all your capabilities, shielding the remaining human emperors behind you. After all, at this moment, all the alien beings capable of inflicting harm upon you are besieging Su Xuan. It is undeniably an opportune moment for you to massacre the aliens. I shall see how much longer you can endure. Indeed, if this individual wishes to protect those cultivators from the primordial immortal domain, it won't be long before we drag him down. The mocking taunts of several aliens reverberate in your ears. Yet, in response, only the sound of a sword's cry can be heard. Clang. The concealed edge technique is ruthlessly activated, and the sharp sword aura instantly envelopes the entire sky. The attacks from the 50 aliens are utterly shattered in an instant. But this is not the end. In the next moment, a cold light flashes, and the heavens and earth seem to be obliterated. The fierce sword aura of the concealed edge technique surges forth unabated, cleaving several aliens in half in the blink of an eye. Chapter 207. Unification of the Western Ridge. In an instant, the multitude of aliens is taken aback, scattering in all directions. However, soon some aliens discern the foundation of the concealed edge technique. Do not panic. This is the concealed edge technique. It possesses only one strike's worth of power. No wonder. Let us act together and eliminate this person. In that moment, furious roars erupt. Those enraged alien cultivators unleash terrifying killing moves that slowly coalesce in the sky. Yet, you remain utterly unfazed. You disregard all the gathering killing moves and counter with the fighting character secret and the return to the void unity. Although unable to annihilate these late-stage alien emperors directly, you inflict tremendous damage upon them. Arrogant. Do they truly believe themselves invincible? This individual shall ultimately pay the price for his recklessness. Die. Seeing you make no defensive maneuvers, the aliens erupt into wild laughter. Yet, the next moment, their smiles freeze upon their faces. Amidst the furious bombardment of numerous killing moves, the surrounding void shatters, and endless spatial turbulence surges forth. Just as those aliens believe you to be doomed, you activate the immortal travel and instantaneously appear behind them. Various killing moves are unleashed in succession. By the time those aliens regain their senses, you have already slain 2 of them. How is this possible? The alien who narrowly escaped your grasp gazes up in horror, but before he can steady himself, a wave of deathly aura rushes forth. His entire body trembles involuntarily as he looks up. There, a brilliantly radiant sword light surges once more. The terrifying sword aura has already torn through his flesh. He can only emit a desperate roar. No. Blood soars into the sky, and once again, you claim the life of an alien emperor. However, at this moment, you dare not act recklessly. This is not due to fear of the alien cultivators before you, but because Su Xuan's battle has already turned dire. Under the siege of several late-stage alien emperors, he is left with only defensive capabilities. This situation poses significant danger to you. Should any of the late-stage alien emperors choose to launch a sneak attack on you, they might very well succeed. In the depths of your thoughts, you ponder a decisive strike. After much deliberation, you ultimately decide against its immediate use. Instead, you resolve to wait until an unwise foe from the late Celestial Emperor stage attempts a surprise attack, at which point you shall unleash your lethal blow to annihilate them swiftly. Subsequently, you refrain from hasty attacks, slowing your offensive rhythm while remaining vigilant against those formidable cultivators. Yet, amid the stalemate, a striking figure in a crimson gown reappears in the sky. Her aura radiates immense power, and in an instant, she reduces the azure-eyed demon lord to a mere cloud of blood mist. A holy emperor. This is undoubtedly the legendary Holy Emperor. A flicker of astonishment crosses your gaze. However, before you can regain your composure, she strikes again, obliterating the assembly of alien cultivators, leaving only Su Xuan, bewildered and frozen in place. "Senior," he exclaims. But before he can finish his words, the woman in red effortlessly crushes his skull, extracting his soul to refine it in an instant. The newcomer harbors no good intentions. You immediately realize that this woman is not an ally. She is an enemy. At the moment she delves into Su Xuan's memories, you spring into action. The decisive strike is unleashed, surging forth as a brilliant golden light. This time, your power is amplified. In an instant, it absorbs the surrounding spiritual energy for billions of miles. "Humph, insignificant creatures dare to challenge me." The woman scoffs. In the next moment, several beams of crimson light shoot into the sky, devouring the decisive strike whole. The sight before you causes your pupils to constrict. Fortunately, the lethal blow shatters the red light in the following instant, resolutely aimed at the woman. The woman is momentarily taken aback, then raises her hand to unleash a multitude of red lights, intertwining with the decisive strike. The crimson rays continuously wrap around it, yet fail to hinder its advance. It presses forward, unerringly targeting the woman's visage. What on earth? At this moment, the woman finally senses fear. She realizes the strangeness of this attack and understands that death is imminent. She does not wish to die, but it is too late. The decisive strike has locked onto her, and no matter how she attempts to flee, it will catch her in an instant. No defense she employs will withstand its onslaught. With a crisp sound, the woman's head separates from her body, falling into the vast void. The remaining alien cultivators, witnessing this gruesome sight, are paralyzed with terror, scattering in all directions to escape. Yet, would you allow them to elude you? The enhancements bestowed by your glorious evolution enable you to pursue them effortlessly. You traverse the void ceaselessly, gradually exhausting the alien celestial emperors. After several days of relentless effort, you succeed in vanquishing all the alien celestial emperors. In the 70,013th year, you find yourself without rival in the entire Western Ridge domain cluster. You annihilate all aliens of the celestial emperor rank and above, subsequently dispatching your subordinates to subjugate the various alien races across the domains. A continuous influx of resources is gathered, and your numerous disciples soon experience rapid advancement. Though you are filled with satisfaction, you remain vigilant. The enigmatic figures encountered in the Black Gorge and Blood Marsh spatial passages, along with the alluring woman in red, all indicate that many formidable cultivators have set their sights on this domain. You instruct your disciples to remain in the Western Ridge domain cluster to cultivate, while you retreat into seclusion, awaiting the emergence of the next lethal strike. In the 70,002nd year, while in meditation, you receive a message. A remarkably powerful cultivator from the Golden Feather clan has appeared in the Western Ridge domain cluster, actively rescuing the enslaved aliens. Although this individual is merely at the 5th level of the Celestial Emperor rank, his diverse abilities thwart your disciples' attempts to capture him. Not only have they failed to apprehend him over several years, but they have also sustained significant losses. Reluctantly, they turn to you for assistance during your seclusion. What is the meaning of this? You ponder aloud, fully aware that during your reign over the Western Ridge domain cluster, you had eradicated all aliens of Celestial Emperor rank and above, leaving no survivors. How could a Golden Feather clan member emerge now, brazenly rescuing other aliens? Without hesitation, you focus your thoughts and materialize in the newly constructed hall of the human emperor. At this moment, Ding Jia kneels before you in anticipation. Master, here is the information regarding the Golden Feather clan member. You take the jade tube from his hand and begin to examine its contents, which detail the growth journey of this Golden Feather cultivator. His name is Jin Yuan, and he first appeared in the Western Ridge domain cluster approximately 500 years ago. Shortly after breaking through to the Celestial Emperor rank, he was detected by your subordinates. They united to capture him, but repeatedly failed to do so. Now, 500 years have passed, and Jin Yuan has achieved the 5th level of the Celestial Emperor rank, with a solid foundation and formidable combat prowess. None of your subordinates stand a chance against him. This individual is formidable, you murmur to yourself, compared to the likes of Tang Xuan and Chu Han from years past. Jin Yuan resembles a person of destiny. However, as you unified the Western Ridge domain cluster, all the forces of fortune within this realm became yours. From where does Jin Yuan derive his fortune? With this perplexity in mind, you immediately sought the clues within the Jade Tube, embarking on a quest for Jin Yuan. You activated the divine immortal's journey, swiftly discovering him in a particular realm. There, he sat cross-legged atop a mountain, engaged in cultivation. His aura fluctuated wildly, while an abundance of spiritual energy materialized around him. After 5 centuries in this place, I have finally condensed the temporal Tao body. From this moment forth, no one in this realm can rival me, Jin Yuan proclaimed, laughter brimming with undeniable confidence and arrogance. The concept of the temporal Tao body stirred thoughts within you, and you nodded thoughtfully. In an instant, you appeared beside Jin Yuan, heading straight for his head. Who? Jin Yuan exclaimed, employing some unknown technique to narrowly evade your strike. A true immortal emperor cultivator? So, you are the leader spoken of by those human cultivators. It was unexpected to find this place so barren, yet even a mere true immortal emperor could wield such power. As his words fell, a shadowy smile crept across Jin Yuan's face. He gently lifted his head, and the world seemed to pause, a terrifying force reverberating around him. This power, timeless and boundless, seemed to originate from the source of the river of time, annihilating and subjugating all. Temporal laws? You pondered, though it felt somewhat different. Your brow furrowed slightly as you stood still, observing what tricks Jin Yuan would unveil. Crack! Fractures appeared in the void beside you. In the next moment, the decaying power of time spread forth, rendering all things silent, carried away by the wind. This temporal energy possessed immense corrosive force, leading any living being that came into contact with it towards imminent death. Moreover, it emanated from all directions. You found yourself at the epicenter, with no hope of escape. You have nowhere to retreat, Jin Yuan sneered. Now, obediently relinquish your consciousness and allow me to implant slavery. If I am in a good mood, perhaps I might spare your life. Suddenly, Jin Yuan's voice ceased. He could distinctly sense that the power of time vanished without a trace upon touching you. There were no energy fluctuations, no collision phenomena. It simply disappeared in an eerie manner. A mere subimmortal emperor, yet rather ostentatious, you scoffed, then gently raised your hand, launching a palm strike at him. Bang! Before Jin Yuan could react, he felt a heavy slap to his face. An agonizing pain surged through him, and the Tao body he had just condensed began to show cracks, teetering on the brink of shattering. Such audacity, young one, Jin Yuan bellowed, as radiant and extraordinary light emerged from the temporal Tao body. His form grew increasingly ethereal, but suddenly, the heavens resonated with a thunderous roar. A long river's phantom materialized from the sky. The scent of endless epochs echoed within. He appeared as the end of all things, yet also as their beginning. This is the river of time, you exclaimed, somewhat astonished. The essence of the myriad realms is fundamentally distinct from that of the Xianhuang great world. The ability to summon the ethereal manifestation of the river of time within the myriad realms signifies an existence that undoubtedly stands at the pinnacle of this world. Indeed, it is extraordinary. As the words left my lips, the phantasmal river of time became vividly clear, transforming into a tangible entity that surged forth from the heavens above. The force of the river was overwhelming, devouring all in its path, and in an instant, it engulfed your very being. Meanwhile, Jin Yuan revealed a sinister smile, contemplating. After eliminating this individual, the entirety of this realm shall belong to me. A millennium, or even a mere 1,000 years, would suffice for my recovery, and at that moment, I could reclaim my former glory. Yet, as Jin Yuan envisioned his glorious future, the river of time gradually receded, leaving you standing resolutely amidst its remnants. Is this your reliance? Jin Yuan gasped, his eyes wide with terror as he beheld you. He never anticipated that a true immortal of the celestial realm could withstand his lethal strike, forged from the essence of the temporal path. Without a moment's hesitation, Jin Yuan turned to flee. However, no matter the means he employed, escape from your grasp was impossible. With a mere thought, you pursued him, raising your hand to seize his head firmly. In an instant, a chill of dread radiated from his severed head, as fear consumed his entire being. Stop! You cannot kill me, please. Jin Yuan's soul was swiftly refined by your power, yet you gleaned no memories from him. Instead, the heavens darkened ominously, and bolts of calamity thundered down like silver serpents, ruthlessly cascading from above. Boom, boom, boom. The skies echoed with thunderous roars. You sensed the overwhelming might of these tribulations, as if they sought to obliterate your very existence. Chapter 209. The contraction of the realm barrier. How could this be? A shock coursed through you. In the past, you had vanquished countless bearers of fortune, each succumbing easily to your might. Yet, why did this calamity arise when confronting Su Xuan? With no time to ponder further, you steeled yourself against the impending tribulations. The might of the heavens transcended the realm of the cultivator. Thus the boundaries of your strength could not be invoked in this moment of resistance. Fortunately, after years of accumulation, your body had been remarkably transformed by glorious evolution. Ultimately, though the tribulations struck you mercilessly, leaving your flesh torn and bloodied, the damage was superficial and did not inflict any substantial harm. However, just as you allowed yourself a moment of respite, an acute sense of danger surged within you, issuing a stark warning. He approached with alarming swiftness. Although you immediately activated your escape technique, the celestial journey, to flee this place, you were still struck by a radiant blade of light, causing a significant portion of your body to disintegrate on the spot. Moments later, you continued to evade through the void with the aid of the celestial journey, swiftly reaching the fringes of the Western Ridge realm. Yet, even then, the sense of peril did not dissipate. You understood that your pursuer was still searching for you. Alas, there was nothing left to do but return to the 5 domains to evade the tempest. With a gentle sigh, you consumed a copious amount of elixirs, restoring your celestial energy while hastening towards the realm of the 5 domains through the means of the celestial journey. In the 73rd millennium, you finally arrived back in the 5 domains. As the sense of impending crisis gradually dissipated, you understood that for the time being, you were safe. Yet, this ephemeral safety did little to quell your unease. After considerable contemplation, you resolved to descend to the lower realms temporarily, biding your time until you could forge another devastating strike before returning to the myriad heavens and worlds. In the 73rd millennium and 2nd year, you successfully crafted a spatial conduit to the profound yellow great world. However, to your dismay, as you traversed the teleportation passage to the profound yellow great world, you encountered an invisible barrier, akin to a wall of air, which prevented you from stepping into the realm that lay tantalizingly close. Reluctantly, you had to retreat once more to the myriad heavens and worlds. You chose not to linger in the 5 domains, for you comprehended that the cultivator who had ambushed you harbored a lethal intent and would undoubtedly probe the souls of your disciples. In doing so, he would discover the existence of the 5 domains, rendering it an unsafe haven. Wandering aimlessly through the void, you sought to evade his scrutiny, intending to consolidate a force of law before proceeding further. In the 75th millennium, you found refuge in a remote domain. This realm was vastly smaller than any within the 5 domains, inhabited solely by cultivators of the celestial sovereign level. This time, you chose not to dominate the place. Instead, you sought solace in a desolate mountain to cultivate in peace. As time elapsed, the influence of your leadership began to wane, though you had anticipated this. Experiencing the loss of your companion stirred a profound melancholy within you. Fortunately, you were no longer the Navi youth who had first embarked on this journey. You had come to grasp the essence of cultivation. The path to immortality is destined to be a solitary one. They were merely transient figures in the long span of your existence. Born of the cosmos, nurtured by the cosmos, you remained alone, traversing the great path in solitude. In the 78th millennium, armed with various resources, you barely maintained your current level of cultivation. However, advancing further proved utterly impossible, as the spiritual essence of this realm was far too sparse for your needs. Even through relentless training, you might not ascend a single tier. Thus, in the ensuing days, you refrained from hastily retreating into seclusion. Instead, you chose to impart wisdom and guide the cultivators of this world in their practices. From their discourse, you learned that this world was known as the minor spirit domain, due to the generally low cultivation levels and its isolation against the realm walls. It remained cut off from the myriad domains of the cosmos. In the 80th millennium, you successfully coalesced a strike of devastating power. Although you felt a slight sense of reassurance, you resolved to endure your circumstances here. As time gradually passed, it swiftly reached the 83,000th year. Under your guidance, a celestial being named Nangong Wenjian successfully ascended to the realm of the semi-immortal emperor within the small spiritual domain. As his imminent demise approached, he unexpectedly acquired a substantial extension of his lifespan, which moved him to tears as he bowed deeply before you. In response, you merely nodded gently before resuming your cultivation. In the 86,000th year, you sensed that the boundary of the realm appeared to be significantly closer to the small spiritual domain. Although somewhat surprised, you chose not to dwell on it. By the 86,200th year, After concluding a session of cultivation, a dazed sensation enveloped you. You discovered that the boundary truly had drawn nearer to the small spiritual domain, now less than 100 miles away. While you were uncertain of what would transpire when the boundary collided with the small spiritual domain, it was undoubtedly not a favorable prospect. You attempted to breach the boundary, but its strength was far beyond what the lower realms could contend with. Even with all your might harnessed through the concealed edge technique, you could not inflict the slightest damage upon the boundary. Something felt amiss, you mused inwardly, and thus began to observe the boundary with keen attention. The increasingly proximal boundary soon instilled panic among the cultivators of the small spiritual domain. Yet, apart from Nangong Wenjian, none could traverse the void. In their state of terror, they were rendered powerless to act. Witnessing the unfolding scenes, you attained enlightenment. You comprehended the essence of your arduous journey of cultivation, not merely for the sake of longevity, but to wield dominion over your own destiny. In the 86,300th year, the boundary collided with the small spiritual domain, resulting in its instantaneous obliteration. Countless cultivators plummeted into the void, leaving only you and Nangong Wenjian to survive. Senior, Nangong Wenjian's face bore a sorrowful expression. Moments ago, he had yearned to rescue the cultivators of the small spiritual domain, yet even with all his effort, he could save only his own descendants. As for others, he found himself utterly powerless. Let us depart, you sighed softly, leading Nangong Wenjian toward the direction of the Shilu realm cluster. Standing tall, one sees far. Since your cultivation prowess far surpassed that of Nangong Wenjian, you perceive details that he could not. At the instant of the boundary's collision with the small spiritual domain, you distinctly witnessed the world's will of the small spiritual domain shatter, with countless threads of fate surging toward the boundary. Chapter 210, Refuge. The mysterious domain. What is the situation? Gazing at the boundary that continued to contract, you found yourself unable to calm your thoughts for a long time. In the 89,000th year, you and Nangong Wenjian arrived at the Shilu realm cluster. You surveyed everything with your divine awareness and discovered that, although the number of human cultivators in the Shilu realm cluster was sparse, the rulers of each realm were still those 5 domain cultivators you had left behind years ago. It seemed that matters were not as dire as you had imagined. As your thoughts shift, you find yourself in the imperial sect established within the western region of the realm. Although this place appears somewhat desolate, a few cultivators remain here, diligently practicing their craft. Among them stands Ding Jia, who rushes toward you with palpable excitement. Master, he exclaims. From Ding Jia's revelations, you learn the events of the past. It turns out that the assailant who ambushed you was a cultivator with golden wings, linked to the golden yuan. In Ding Jia's perspective, this mysterious figure inexplicably descended upon the western region, launching attacks against the human cultivators. His power was formidable, far beyond what the ordinary could withstand. Fortunately, at that time, the group was dispersed across more than 30 realms, allowing most to escape with their lives. Once the assailant departed, the survivors returned to the western region to reclaim their domains. However, tranquility was short-lived. In the ensuing days, outsiders frequently invaded the western region, each arrival resulting in soul searches that claimed the lives of many original cultivators. To this day, only a little over 30 from that era remain. Upon grasping the intricacies of these events, you cannot help but sigh softly. It seems that the western region is fraught with unrest. In the 90,000th year, you successfully harness a lethal strike. By the 90,001st year, utilizing the power of celestial travel, you return to the realm of the 5 domains. At this juncture, you find yourself on the brink of the boundary wall, poised to face its impending crush. You activate your eyes, altered by glorious evolution, in an attempt to unravel its secrets. With a thunderous rumble, the boundary wall contracts, shattering the infinite calamity celestial domain and the great abyss demon domain first. Numerous cultivators plummet into the boundless void, vanishing completely. Thanks to your prior preparations, you gain a clearer view of the devastation. The moment the 2 realms connect with the boundary wall, they explode, and fragments of the realms, along with cultivators, are drawn into the wall. Is it consuming them? Witnessing this scene, an ominous premonition arises within you. You ponder whether your lethal strike could breach the boundary wall, whispering to yourself. Yet, after much contemplation, you abandon this notion. Setting aside the question of success, what would follow such a breach? What challenges would you then confront? Your path of cultivation remains unbroken. You have no desire to invite calamity through these bizarre phenomena. In the 90,002nd year, you return to the western region. You inform your subordinates of the strange occurrences within the realms and instruct them to prepare for departure, continuing deeper into the myriad worlds. They are taken aback by this news, but ultimately choose to believe you. After a period of preparation, you set forth on your journey. However, at that moment, a golden figure materialized out of thin air, instantly triggering a profound sense of crisis within you. Without a moment's hesitation, you retaliated with a lethal strike. Channeling the destructive force of annihilation, you launched a devastating blow toward the intruder's head. He hastily employed various tactics to defend himself. An endless array of golden light barriers erupted, encasing him securely within. Yet, this was ultimately futile. Under the weight of such a terrifying assault, he could not withstand even a second before his skull shattered, leading to his immediate demise. Your master truly is inscrutable. The crowd offered you a chorus of compliments. Hearing this, you merely nodded slightly before inquiring, "Is this individual one of the practitioners from the Jin Yu clan who attacked you years ago?" "Indeed, it is he," came the response, instilling a sense of calm in your heart as you began to search the fallen practitioner for valuables. You discovered a wealth of treasures and elixirs on his person. Notably, he possessed a map akin to those held by the two enigmatic practitioners. Another such map. "Have you uncovered anything regarding the maps I previously presented?" The assembled cultivators shook their heads in unison. Only Yi Honglian stepped forward, stating, "Master, I once found a location similar to one depicted on a map in the eastern Mangxi. However, while it resembled the map's description, there was nothing of particular significance." "Oh," you paused in surprise. Then instructed everyone else to proceed into the depths of the myriad realms, while leaving Yi Honglian and Ding Jia behind to explore the location indicated on the map with you. Soon, you arrived at Langia Island in the eastern Mangxi. This place was an exact match to the depiction on one of the maps. However, as Yi Honglian had said, there was nothing remarkable about it. After a fruitless search, you returned to Langia Island to rest quietly, awaiting the arrival of the annual gift of the year wheel. Years passed swiftly. Before long, the day of the year wheel's gift arrived. Following the guidance, you discovered an elixir in the waters surrounding Langia Island. While its quality was commendable, it was certainly not the treasure illustrated on the map. You felt a pang of dissatisfaction. Thus, you decided to make Langia Island your residence. However, in the subsequent years of the year wheel's gifts, you found nothing of value. Could it be that the map was not pointing to any treasure at all? You pondered, doubting your previous assumptions. Just as you were about to abandon hope, Ding Jia made a discovery. He unearthed an extraordinarily powerful barrier in a secluded corner of the deep sea, seemingly guarding something of great importance. You immediately approached the barrier, scrutinizing it closely. This barrier emanated a high level of energy, adorned with intricate, incomprehensible traces of the Tao. Yet, it was ultimately an inanimate object. As the years have worn on, the once mighty power has undeniably diminished. Chapter 211, The Strength of the Dragon and Tiger. You have successfully shattered it in merely a few hours. You and the two companions step inside. Although no sense of danger has alerted you, you still hold a fatal strike in your hand, just in case. You proceed cautiously into the depths. It is not until several hours later that you reach the end. Is this it? A thought crosses your mind, prompting you to survey your surroundings. Before you lies a stone wall at the end of the path. Carved into the wall is a lifelike statue of a young man, whose sharp brows and bright eyes exude an air of nobility. Anyone who gazes upon him would surely exclaim at the prowess of this youthful hero. Beneath the statue, there are 12 circular holes, each etched with unique patterns. As your gaze rests upon the fifth hole, the stone bearing the dragon-shaped runes in your storage ring subtly resonates. Is it related to him? Intrigued, you retrieve the stone. It emits a faint glow, perfectly shaped to fit the fifth hole. A myriad of memories flashes through your mind. Yet, no matter how you ponder, you cannot connect this serendipitously acquired object to the circular hole before you. After much deliberation, you ultimately decide to place the stone into the hole, eager to discover what transpires. With a click, the entire space suddenly darkens. A phantom of a true dragon slowly materializes. Its eyes are tinged with crimson, and its visage is fierce. Had it not been for the absence of a warning from your instincts, you would have undoubtedly unleashed your lethal strike upon it. Young one, congratulations on finding this place. You have discovered the Kongjin Dragon Spirit Stone, and I can bestow upon you the power of the Kongjin Dragon. A dull voice resonates, and the true dragon's phantom transforms into shimmering golden light, enveloping you. What? You momentarily freeze, then feel your body undergo a monumental transformation. Your aura becomes profound, and your celestial energy swells, particularly your physical form. Under the influence of the golden light and the glorious evolution, you even sense that you could now contend with an emperor-level powerhouse unarmed. Such overwhelming power. You gaze incredulously at the scene before you. If one dragon spirit stone can bring about such a seismic shift, what of the others? What alterations might await should you gather all 12 spirit stones? At that point, not even an emperor would stand a chance. You could likely obliterate an entire realm with bare hands. You search the area for quite some time. But just as you are about to leave with your companions, Ding Jia calls out to you. He hesitates for a moment before finally saying, "Master, I also possess a similar stone." With that, he retrieves a pale white stone from his storage ring. Upon it, akin to the dragon spirit stone, was vividly adorned with the image of a tiger beast radiating glimmers of crimson light. You took the tiger spirit stone from Ding Jia's hands, and an unspoken resolution to nurture it blossomed within your heart. A familiar sound echoed once more. A pale red tiger beast slowly materialized. "Junior, congratulations on discovering this place. You have found the tail fire tiger spirit stone, and I can bestow upon you the power of the tail fire tiger." As the words faded, it transformed into a delicate red light, surging into your body. You felt an extraordinary metamorphosis coursing through your limbs and bones. This time, not only did your physique experience significant enhancement, but you also forged an intimate connection with the fire element. With but a thought, the myriad fires of the universe would materialize at your command. The monumental elevation of your power filled you with elation. Consequently, you bestowed multiple spiritual artifacts upon Ding Jia and Yi Honglian. 92,500 years passed. You successfully reunited with your subordinates, guiding Ding Jia and Yi Honglian to discreetly inquire if others possess similar spirit stones. The outcome left you disheartened. None were found. Though everyone harbored their own fortunes, none matched Ding Jia's remarkable luck. While Ding Jia's fortune was not the pinnacle, in terms of sheer luck, none could rival him. 95,000 years. You traversed one realm after another. Despite many being commendable, their locations were still inadequate. These were merely the peripheral realms of the myriad heavens, destined to be devoured by the realm walls in no time. Hence, for long-term development, you ultimately resolved to delve deeper into the myriad heavens, seeking survival within the core realms. 98,000 years. With years of accumulation and the aid of innate talent, you successfully ascended to the 8th tier of true immortal emperor. 100,000 years. A new lethal strike coalesced, and at this moment, you possessed 2 lethal strikes. Simultaneously, you had barely reached the core area of the myriad heavens. You chose to settle in a celestial domain named Tianlan. Perhaps due to the news of the realm walls contracting not yet spreading, the Tianlan celestial domain remained harmonious, devoid of any foreign populace. Leveraging your own strength, you successfully seized a resource-rich spiritual land. There, you promptly re-established the human emperor sect. In the first year of the 100,000th year, under your leadership, the human emperor sect swiftly fell into a rhythm. The many cultivators under your command began to systematically recruit disciples, shaping a nascent sect. Meanwhile, you instructed your disciples to seek the whereabouts of the beast spirit stones while you commenced secluded cultivation, harnessing the abundant spiritual energy of the Tianlan celestial domain. Time flew by. When you emerged from your retreat once more, it was not due to news concerning the beast spirit stones, but rather because a certain force had sought you out. They were a faction that had arrived in the core area of the myriad heavens after their own realm was consumed. However, compared to your arrival, the Tianlan immortal domain is now overcrowded, and the once unclaimed spiritual land is no longer available. Consequently, their gaze turned towards the relatively weaker human emperor sect, intent on seizing this piece of spiritual territory. Upon hearing this news, you furrowed your brow, fully aware that this was merely the beginning. In the future, an increasing number of forces would emerge to claim this spiritual land. The only solution to this predicament is to eliminate them. Only by instilling fear in these individuals can you deter the cultivators who arrive afterward from coveting this spiritual land. Chapter 212. Establishing Authority. The new beast spirit stone. With this thought, you sprang into action. While the outside world was still engaged in negotiations, you activated the celestial travel technique and arrived outside the human emperor sect's grand hall. There, you observed several cultivators arguing vehemently with the acting leader, Ding Jia. Leader Ding, I have already stated that we merely require 30% of the territory. This is truly not a significant demand. Indeed, Leader Ding, we only seek the most barren piece at the foot of the mountain. Humph, you stubborn boy Ding, do not be ungrateful. If it were not for the formidable figure behind you, we would have. Before their words could fully escape, you stepped forth from the void, unleashing the hidden edge technique with all your might. In an instant, a breathtaking sword light erupted, hurtling towards the heads of the 3 cultivators. They felt the imminent approach of death, yet before they could react, the sword light cleaved them in 2, their bodies collapsing to the ground. Leader, Master, you nodded slightly, then began to inquire about the origins of these 3 corpses. Master, these 3 individuals hail from the Huangtian immortal domain, the Luoxia immortal domain, and the Fuhai immortal domain. However, do not be misled by their apparent weakness. The immortal domains they represent are formidable, with at least 50 cultivators at the Emperor level. Are there any with an Emperor level above 8? Reporting to Master, there is but one. Who is the esteemed Elder Mo Dao from Luoxia Mountain in the Luoxia Immortal Domain, currently at the 9th level of the Emperor realm. Upon hearing this, you let out a cold chuckle and vanished from sight. In the next moment, you appeared outside the human Emperor sect. Without a trace of mercy, you unleashed your full power. A torrent of sword energy coalesced into a mighty river, rushing towards the 3-sect stronghold in a deadly assault. The terrifying fluctuations shook the very heavens and earth, causing all the cultivators within the stronghold to tremble in fear. Just as the sword was about to strike the stronghold, an elder clad in black robes stepped forth to intercept the attack. His expression was grim as he declared, I am Mo Dao. May I inquire who you are and why you seek to attack the cultivators of our 3 domains? However, before Mo Dao could finish speaking, your deadly strike was already unleashed. Though this attack might be deemed excessive against Mo Dao, you resolutely chose to expend this lethal blow to instill fear in the other cultivators from various realms. Your brazen attitude instantly incited Mo Dao's fury. He erupted into a fit of laughter, instantly captivating the attention of all present. How utterly arrogant! He exclaimed. You are merely a somewhat capable true immortal emperor. Do you truly believe you can contend with me? With that, he ceased to conceal his formidable aura, which surged forth, enveloping the entire venue. It was the pinnacle of the heavenly emperor. His overwhelming cultivation left everyone in utter astonishment. However, when faced with a lethal strike, although Mo Dao radiated confidence, he could not help but sense the imminent danger. A commendable attack, yet insufficient, he declared, and as his words fell, a long sword materialized in his grasp. The razor-sharp intent of the sword quivered restlessly, advancing towards the deadly blow. Yet, in the next moment, the mockery in Mo Dao's eyes transformed into disbelief. From his perspective, his full-force strike shattered upon colliding with the golden light, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Impossible! Break for me! He bellowed in fury. A sword descended from the sky, enveloped in dazzling sword radiance, aimed at the lethal strike. However, at the moment of contact, the sword's brilliance was still extinguished. In contrast, the deadly blow remained unyielding, swiftly penetrating Mo Dao's head and shattering his soul. He was dead. The sudden turn of events left everyone in attendance in shock. Before they could comprehend the situation, you charged into their midst like a tiger among sheep. In an instant, the heavens and earth were drenched in a crimson storm of blood. Countless cultivators fell under your might, including heavenly emperors. With the blessings of the dragon and tiger, your physical form surpassed that of 99% of heavenly emperor cultivators. Only beings like Mo Dao could barely stand against you. You continued your rampage until, after several moments, you gradually came to a halt. Outside the human emperor sect, the ground had transformed into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Regrettably, a few managed to escape. You muttered to yourself, yet did not dwell on it. Those fleeing cultivators had become like stray dogs. And even if they attempted a covert ambush, they could inflict no harm upon you. Thus, your formidable power reverberated throughout the entire Tianlan immortal domain. Although your outward aura did not seem particularly potent, no one doubted that you were a cultivator of the Saint Emperor level. Indeed, among the Saint Emperors, you were a remarkable presence. In the year 100-020, the Tianlan immortal domain had become increasingly congested. Cultivators from across the myriad realms realized that the boundaries of the domain were continuously contracting. They were compelled to venture into the core areas of the myriad realms in search of refuge. Yet, you knew that this was utterly impossible. Those top-tier cultivators must have been aware of the boundary shrinkage far earlier, and if they had any means to halt it, they would have done so long ago. Yet, the boundary had now contracted to nearly the position of the Western Ridge domain, and they still had not made a move. This signifies that even the most esteemed cultivators find themselves powerless in the face of this predicament. The boundary will undoubtedly continue to expand, consuming all peripheral realms and possibly engulfing the entirety of the myriad worlds before it ceases its relentless advance. Perhaps this crisis was orchestrated by those elite practitioners themselves. With a cold snort, you resume your cultivation. Time has elapsed, reaching 100,500 years. Your secluded meditation is once again interrupted, not by intruders, but by the revelation of clues regarding the beast spirit stones. Ding Jia informs you that to foster amicable exchanges among external factions, the native powers of the Tianlan immortal domain are hosting a grand auction, extending a sincere invitation to all cultivators to attend. Remarkably, the auction features the presence of the coveted beast spirit stones, 3 in total, representing the ox, rabbit, and snake. Upon hearing this, a surge of joy fills your heart. Although the boundary is poised to constrict to the Shilu realm cluster, making it unlikely for you to return in time, you can remain for the next simulation. Chapter 213. Success. The transformation of the boundary several millennia ago, shortly after you vanquished the will of the Tai demon domain. You had subdued dozens of individuals harboring ulterior motives. Consequently, your options for selection are now plentiful. Even with the inclusion of the 3 beast spirit stones, you feel no pressure. Days later, the auction commences. The atmosphere buzzes with activity, filled with cultivators from various races. You stand quietly in a corner, awaiting the unveiling of the beast spirit stones. The subsequent items for bidding are 3 spirit stones inscribed with unique runes, each capable of enhancing a cultivator's power, agility, and ability to conceal their aura. However, this auction bears peculiarities. The Master of Alchemy requires barter, necessitating high-quality elixirs for exchange. Upon hearing this, you furrow your brow. While barter is a common practice at auctions, it carries significant opacity. Numerous cultivators present their items to the custodian, who, after thorough examination, selects one for trade. The fees associated with this auction are entirely borne by the custodian. The dilemma arises. You are unaware of what elixirs others might offer the Master of Alchemy. Should someone else secure a superior exchange, it would spell disaster for you, given that the Tianlan immortal domain is already brimming with cultivators. Attempting to seize another's auction item would undoubtedly render you a target of public scorn. After much contemplation, you ultimately decide to present the finest elixir from the previously encountered Golden Feather Clan cultivator for barter with the Master of Alchemy. Soon, your turn arrives. You step into the backstage of the auction and meet the Master of Alchemy. However, the moment you reveal the elixir, a glimmer of excitement sparks in the Master's eyes. Although he conceals it adeptly, you discern the flicker. Friend, from whence did you acquire this 9-turn falling feather flower? Upon hearing these words, you promptly responded, articulating the premeditated explanation you had prepared. You conveyed that the 9-turn falling feather flower had been procured from a certain merchant association within the Tianlan immortal domain. Its exorbitant value and myriad of benefits made it a worthy exchange for 3 beast spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Master Danling nodded appreciatively and readily agreed to the transaction. You accepted the beast spirit stones and hastily exited the auction hall, yet you remained acutely aware of being watched. It seemed that Master Danling harbored ulterior motives. With a cold huff, you summoned the divine immortal vessel and urged it towards the Shilu realm, racing forth with urgency. Despite the time constraints, you were thankful that you had memorized the route you had taken. With the aid of the divine immortal vessel, there remained hope to return to the Dongmang Sea before the barrier devoured the Shilu realm. In the year of 100,000 and 1400, you propelled the divine immortal vessel while consuming vast quantities of immortal herbs to replenish your celestial energy. At last, you arrived at the location just before the barrier consumed the Dongmang Sea. Without hesitation, you followed your memory into that space, placing the 3 beast spirit stones within. Instantly, 3 voices resonated in the air. Junior, congratulations on discovering this place. You have found the Nyo Jin Nyo Spirit Stone, and I can bestow upon you the power of the Nyo Jin Nyo. Junior, congratulations on discovering this place. You have found the Fong Ri Tu Spirit Stone, and I can bestow upon you the power of the Fong Ri Tuesday. Junior, congratulations on discovering this place. You have found the Yi Hua Shi Spirit Stone, and I can bestow upon you the power of the Yi Hua Shi. As the last words faded, 3 distinctly different powers surged towards you. However, before you could fully absorb them, a sense of impending crisis jolted you. The surrounding void began to shatter inch by inch. A potent force from the west suddenly emerged, attempting to engulf you. Already, you thought in alarm and immediately urged the divine immortal vessel to depart from the Dongmang Sea. Just as you made your escape, the Dongmang Sea shattered entirely. Portions of the realm and its cultivators were swallowed by the barrier, while all else plummeted into the vast void. Yet, in contrast to other realms, the Dongmang Sea, having lost its world consciousness, surged forth with an abundance of fortuitous energy. This left you puzzled. Could it be the space of the beast spirit stones? It seemed this place concealed great secrets. In the year of 100,200, you hastened back to the Tianlan immortal domain. This time, you refrained from any distractions and devoted yourself entirely to seclusion and cultivation. In the year of 100,400, through arduous seclusion and the enhancement of various talents, your cultivation successfully ascended to the pinnacle of true immortal emperor. Now, you stood on the precipice of the heavenly emperor realm. However, as the number of cultivators within the Tianlan immortal domain increased, the spiritual energy in this area gradually dwindled. You felt that if you were to attempt a breakthrough to the Empyrean realm, success was far from assured. After pondering for a moment, you ultimately resolve to temporarily postpone the breakthrough, instructing your subordinates to gather a substantial quantity of exquisite spirit stones for future exigencies. In the year 143,000, adequately prepared, you commenced your ascension to the Empyrean realm. In an instant, an overwhelming agony pervaded your entire being. A formidable force seemed intent on tearing your flesh apart, compelling you to undergo transformation. Silently, you absorbed the sensations coursing through your body. Soon, the pain began to dissipate. As the tumultuous celestial energy within you subsided into tranquility, your aura surged exponentially, suddenly amplifying several-fold. Everything transpired as you had anticipated. The spiritual energy within the Tianlan immortal domain had become insufficient. Just as you were on the verge of entering the Empyrean realm, darkness enveloped your vision. Fortunately, having previously shattered a multitude of exquisite spirit stones, you rallied your strength and successfully achieved the breakthrough. The immense enhancement did not lead you to bask in self-satisfaction. You tempered your elation and resumed your cultivation, for you understood that the boundary would eventually constrict to the core area of the myriad realms. At that juncture, the survival conditions for various races would be further compressed. Without adequate strength, one would inevitably become mere cannon fodder amidst future conflicts. In the year 110,000, another lethal blow coalesced. Excluding the previous annihilation of Mou Dao, this represented your current second lethal strike. Yet, as you diligently pursued your cultivation, a deafening explosion reverberated throughout the entire Tianlan immortal domain. Chapter 214, Beyond the Myriad Realms. The boundary had violently collided with the Tianlan immortal domain. The scene before you filled your heart with alarm, as it occurred far earlier than you had anticipated. In your foresight, the boundary would not retract to the core of the myriad realms until the 13,000th year. Yet, unexpectedly, this moment had arrived a full 2,000 years ahead of schedule. In an instant, the multitude of cultivators within the Tianlan immortal domain fell into disarray. They hastily departed from the Tianlan immortal domain, making their way towards the more central regions of the myriad realms. You too were swept along with the tide. At the moment the boundary encroached, you summoned your many followers to advance together towards the more central area. In the year 111,000, you arrived. The core zone of the myriad realms is known as the primordial holy domain. Its expanse is vast, equivalent to dozens of realms combined. Once, the celestial court that presided here forbade any cultivators below the Saint Emperor level from entering. However, with the current contraction of the realms, all cultivators from the myriad realms surged towards the primordial holy domain. Even as the celestial court's cultivators relentlessly slaughtered the throngs, it proved futile. Ultimately, as the influx of external cultivators to the primordial holy domain escalated, the celestial court gradually ceased its obstruction, allowing all cultivators to enter the primordial holy domain. What, then, can truly be altered by this? Numerous cultivators have settled within the primordial holy domain, quietly awaiting the approach of the boundary wall. Their only recourse is to close their eyes and resign themselves to fate. 111,500 years have passed. The boundary wall continues to contract, its speed escalating with each moment. It soon encroaches upon the territory of the primordial holy domain. Many cultivators ponder potential solutions for salvation. Yet none can halt the relentless advance of the boundary. During this period, several highly proficient cultivators have attempted to strike the boundary wall. Their assaults reverberate through the heavens, sending tremors throughout the realm and instilling fear in the hearts of all cultivators. Nonetheless, even such formidable efforts merely cause the boundary wall to ripple slightly, leaving it unscathed. It appears that even the most powerful beings in this world cannot breach the boundary wall. You murmur to yourself, subsequently grasping your ultimate strike in hand. You intend to wait until the boundary wall continues to contract and panic ensues among the crowd before unleashing your lethal blow to test whether it can shatter the boundary. 111,600 years have elapsed. The primordial holy domain begins to fracture in layers. Just as the many cultivators find themselves at a loss, you spring into action. Your fatal strike is unleashed, instantly depleting the spiritual energy within the primordial holy domain. It transforms into a blinding golden light, striking the boundary wall in an instant. A series of tremors resonate. The boundary wall has been breached. Yet, who could have anticipated that beyond the first boundary wall lay another? At the very moment the first boundary wall disintegrates, several golden figures materialize from thin air. Enveloped in golden radiance, their true forms remain obscured. Destroyer, perish. A beam of golden light hurtles toward you, just as it is about to strike. An elder clad in a dark robe intervenes. Pardon. The elder lightly gestures, and an infinite number of black chains surge forth from the heavens, binding that golden figure. Simultaneously, More and more cultivators spring into action. Their methods are diverse, yet they all direct their efforts toward those golden figures. A myriad of attacks intertwine in the sky, while your previous lethal strike retains its momentum, colliding once more with the second boundary wall. A tremendous roar echoes throughout the cosmos, and in an instant, the second boundary wall shatters. It finally reveals a desolate world beyond. An overwhelming aura of death permeates the myriad realms, and the golden figures multiply. Their prowess is immensely formidable, at least at the mid to late stages of the Holy Emperor realm, with only a handful of cultivators capable of contending with them. The remaining lower-tier cultivators swiftly encounter slaughter. You, too, are not exempt. Having previously shattered the boundary wall, you draw added attention. Numerous golden figures recklessly charge toward you. And in an instant, half of your body is obliterated. You urged the celestial wanderer to evade, yet it proved futile. For in comparison to the vastness of the myriad realms, the primordial sacred domain was insignificantly small. No matter where you fled, those golden figures could effortlessly pursue you. Fellow cultivator, I come to your aid. A powerful voice boomed from a distance. A rat demon wielding a colossal axe charged towards the golden figures. Yet despite his valiant efforts, he merely alleviated a fraction of your troubles. A multitude of golden figures continued to surge forth. Although you clung to life, bolstered by the beast spirit stone, your endurance was evidently waning. Cursed fiends. You cursed vehemently, and in that moment, fear dissipated. You ignited your essence and propelled yourself towards the gap. Even in death, you yearned to discern what lay beyond the barrier. An unrelenting barrage of attacks assailed you. Yet you disregarded them, allowing each strike to land upon you. Soon, your corporeal form shattered entirely, leaving only a fragment of your soul. Just as you were about to dive beyond the barrier, a colossal figure emerged, towering over 10,000 feet. His mere presence exuded an aura so terrifying that it sent tremors through all present cultivators. A lethal blow, the final, devastating strike, was unleashed. In an instant, he expanded to over 10,000 feet, cleaving the giant in half upon contact. A deluge of blood rained down upon the primordial sacred domain. At the moment of contact, all cultivators were engulfed in billowing white smoke, their anguished cries echoing as they swiftly transformed into pools of viscous matter. You suppressed your discomfort and surged forward once more. This time unstoppable. In a fleeting moment, you felt as though you had entered an entirely new realm. Unlike the external world, this place, though desolate, pulsated with an unmistakable vitality beneath its barren surface. It seemed to be nurturing something profound. However, before you could delve deeper into this mysterious land, an overwhelming sense of danger surged through you. You sought to evade, yet your body had become rigid, rendering you immobile. All you could do was watch as a massive hand descended from the heavens, obliterating your soul entirely. You perished. Chapter 215, The God of Duels, End of Simulation. Commencing settlement of simulation rewards. As you vanquished 37 individuals blessed with fortune during this simulation, you may select any 38 items from the following options. 1. The cultivation of the Heavenly Emperor's first layer. 2. The boon of the Azure Dragon. 3. The gift of the Tail Fire Tiger. 4. The offering of the Sun Rabbit. 5. The bounty of the Golden Bull. 6. The blessing of the Winged Fire Serpent. 7. The Concealed Edge Technique in its cultivation realm. 8. The talent utilized in this simulation. 9. Mysterious Map 8. 10. The achievement of the Tao. Oh, to think that even the previous gifts from the beast spirits can be chosen. Su Xuan was initially taken aback, but soon his heart swelled with joy. The enhancements provided by these beast spirits were undeniably significant. If he were to acquire them again in the next simulation, it would not be a mere dream to vanquish the Holy Emperor or even the Imperial Sovereign with the cultivation of a Celestial Emperor. Moreover, this is merely one location recorded in the mysterious map. What treasures might he unearth if he were to discover other locations depicted within these enigmatic maps? With this thought, Su Xuan hesitated no longer and made his selections. Given the ample number of choices available, he swiftly claimed all the options from the preceding batch. He then meticulously sifted through the remaining selections. After a considerable time, he completed all his choices. System, open the panel. Immortal Cultivation Simulator 8. Host, Su Xuan Cultivation Level. First layer of Celestial Emperor, Spiritual Root. Single Spiritual Root. Spiritual Body. Perfect Golden Spiritual Body. Golden Spiritual Body. Talents, Strong Body, White, Swift Movement, Fortunate Fate, Slave Goo, Crisis Awareness, Heavenly Reward for Diligence, Leadership Power, Bloodline Power, Great Tao Immortal Sovereign, Spatial Laws. Cycle of Years Gift, Fixed Immortal Journey, Strengthening through Survival, all laws returning to one, Glorious Evolution, lethal strike, adversity conquering, current energy level sufficient for the next simulation. Would you like to begin? Should I continue the simulation? Su Xuan furrowed his brow, pausing before making an immediate choice, instead organizing his thoughts within his mind. Although the myriad realms were exceedingly strange, the lower realm also held many peculiarities. In the last simulation, he had attempted to return to the lower realm but had been unsuccessful. This indicated that unimaginable changes must have occurred there. The entities beyond the realm's barrier were surely formidable. Perhaps it would be prudent to return to the lower realm in advance next time to uncover what had transpired. With this contemplation, Su Xuan initiated the simulation once more. Ding. The current level of the immortal cultivation simulator is 8. You may acquire a colorful talent. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained the colorful talent, God of One-on-One Combat. God of One-on-One Combat. Colorful when you engage in one-on-one combat with other beings. All attributes will experience a significant enhancement, and you will not suffer any damage inflicted by that being. Note, you will automatically enter a one-on-one combat state with the being closest to you. Simulation begins. God of One-on-One Combat. You murmur softly to yourself. This talent can be described as exceedingly powerful, although it bears the limitation of one-on-one combat. The ability to ignore all harm while significantly enhancing all attributes is a testament to its extraordinary nature. Moreover, the God of One-on-One Combat automatically engages with the nearest being. Thus, theoretically, as long as your speed reaches a certain level, you would indeed become an invincible entity. A hint of joy graces your lips. Then, with a flicker of thought, you attempt to use the fixed immortal journey to travel to the eternal immortal domain. However, you fail once more. The light and dark star realm, for reasons unknown, could not establish contact with the existence of the eternal immortal domain. However, you remain unfazed as a multitude of vivid images surge through your mind, swiftly guiding you to the location where you once ascended to the Li Huang demon domain. Here, you invoke the celestial journey, successfully soaring into the realm of Li Huang. You proceed to search the souls of the numerous high-ranking demon cultivators within this domain, quickly uncovering the whereabouts of the world will of Li Huang. Following their memories, you successfully locate the world will nestled within the crust of the Li Huang demon domain. Human cultivator? Who brought you here? An enraged voice demands as you reveal a look of delight on your face. For upon your first sight of the world will of Li Huang, you feel your aura magnify exponentially. A faint golden halo envelopes you, safeguarding your existence. Is this the essence of a singular combat deity? You muse to yourself. Before delivering a decisive palm strike towards the world will of Li Huang, dare you? The world will bellows furiously, but before it can react, its form suddenly shatters in midair. Threads of fortuitous energy scatter, vanishing in an instant. You have vanquished the world will of Li Huang with a single blow, without resistance or struggle. This scene is almost beyond your own belief. Subsequently, you appear in various locations across the 5 domains, systematically annihilating the world wills and successfully unifying the entirety of the 5 domains. The following year, you take control of Dang Qianxi and instruct him to message Zhou Ji, informing him that you have distilled the laws of the great Tao. Upon hearing your words, Dang Qianxi is taken aback and wishes to inquire further, but a mere glance from you silences him. Reluctantly, he messages Zhou Ji, stating that he has refined the laws of the great Tao and urges him to come quickly. When will this person arrive? You ask. Reporting to you, my lord, this individual claims he will come in 100 years. Very well, you reply with a subtle nod. Yet, rather than idly waiting for a century, you establish the human emperor sect, exerting control over all cultivators across the 5 domains, compelling them to seek out images from the map and other beast spirit stones. In the 7th year, while you are engrossed in your cultivation, you receive word that someone seeks an audience at the human emperor sect, possessing a spirit stone inscribed with monkey runes. You promptly summon this individual. Moments later, an elderly man slowly enters the human emperor sect. At the first glance, you recognize him as Master Danling. No wonder he had 3 beast spirit stones in the last simulation. He must have long discovered the extraordinary nature of this item. You silently reflect. Yet you maintain your composure as you invite him to take a seat. Without hesitation, Master Danling sits down and straightforwardly states, I possess 4 beast spirit stones, yet I am uncertain of their intended purpose. Chapter 216. News from the Celestial Court. Indeed, they hold great significance, you respond, and before your words fully dissipate, you unleash a palm strike towards Master Danling. Despite being at the pinnacle of the Heavenly Emperor realm, he was utterly powerless to withstand your assault, and in an instant, you captured him. You probed his soul, extracting a wealth of memories. Alas, although the Master of Elixirs recognized the extraordinary nature of this object, he was unable to grasp its true essence. With a gentle sigh, you swiftly ended his life. From the master of Elixir Storage Ring, you retrieved 4 beast spirit stones, which astonishingly included the ox, rabbit, snake, and monkey, one more than during your last transaction with him. Without a moment's hesitation, you activated the divine journey, heading straight for the eastern Mang Sea. Given that your cultivation had now reached the Heavenly Emperor stage, the range of the divine journey's teleportation had significantly increased. After an arduous journey, you arrived here in less than 50 years, perfectly timing your return to coincide with Zhou arrival. A thought crossed your mind, and you immediately entered that particular space. You placed the 4 beast spirit stones alongside the dragon spirit stone you already possessed. 5 distinct voices resonated in succession, each bestowing upon you a different power. However, to your dismay, aside from the recently acquired blessing from the yellow fire monkey, the other 4 blessings offered only minimal enhancement. This left you somewhat disappointed. Nevertheless, in addition to this, 6 ethereal presences materialized beside you. Though they were distant, you could faintly perceive their existence. It dawned on you that these were the remaining 6 beast spirit stones. Yet, if you were to seek them out immediately, you would surely miss Zhou's arrival. It would be prudent to first meet with Zhou. You murmured to yourself, and, feeling a spark of inspiration, directed your divine journey towards the 5 domains. In the 102nd year, after a swift journey, you successfully returned just as Zhou arrived. At that moment, Dang Qianqi was still devising ways to delay Zhou. "Ah, Senior, you have finally returned," exclaimed Dang Qianqi. "This is the Zhou Daoist I mentioned to you." As he approached, he extended the distance between himself and Zhou. "So, it was you who helped Dang Qianqi consolidate the great Dao beforehand." Zhou turned his gaze towards you. Simultaneously, your eyes met his. The aura emanating from him bore an uncanny resemblance to the mysterious cultivators you had encountered in the Black Gorge and Blood Marsh realms. "Indeed, it is I," you replied. "Is this what you seek?" Saying this, you displayed your great Dao. Zhou's eyes widened with fury. "What audacity! Have you any idea to whom this great Dao is intended? Very well, if you seek death, I shall oblige." As the words left his mouth, Zhou's immense power surged into his spear in an instant. Flames spanning 1,000,000 miles converged towards him, lending an overwhelming might to his weapon. "Huh," you chuckled lightly. Suddenly, your figure flickered and vanished from its original position. When you reappeared, you found yourself standing before Zhou. A seemingly ordinary palm struck down, yet it bore the weight of immense force. Zhou's heart raced in shock, and his spear slipped from his grasp, hurtling towards your face. Bang! Clang! 2 distinctly different sounds reverberated. Zhou was thrust into the ground by your strike, gravely injured and spitting blood, while you remained unfazed, firmly grasping the spear in your hand. "Do you perceive the disparity between us?" you inquired, as you turned the spearhead towards Zhou. "Wait, do you know who stands behind me? I care not who your backer is." With a single thrust, you severed Zhou's head, swiftly extracting his soul, and in an instant, refined it. In that fleeting moment, a torrent of fragmented memories surged into your mind. They were incomplete. Each vision revealed only a portion of the whole. Even with meticulous scrutiny, you could glean only a scant few details. Zhou hailed from the celestial court. This was undoubtedly the foremost power among all realms. Yet, what you could perceive was merely Zhou's personal experiences. Everything connected to the celestial court appeared ensnared by a shroud, obscuring the truth. The celestial court? Who would have thought that the spectral spirit originated from here? You nodded thoughtfully, and then summoned flames that reduced Zhou to mere ashes scattered across the sky. In the 160th year, guided by 6 beast spirit stones, you successfully located the Star Sun Horse Spirit Stone. After embedding the Star Sun Horse Spirit Stone into the stone wall, you received the horse's boon. It not only significantly enhanced your physical capabilities, but also granted you the ability to evade calamities. However, the remaining 5 beast spirit stones were not found within the Western Ridge domain. With a gentle sigh, you resolved not to hesitate any longer and set forth towards the next beast spirit stone. In the 1000th year, after overcoming numerous obstacles, you finally discovered the Void Sun Mouse Spirit Stone in a lower realm known as the Celestial Cliff Fairy Domain. Truth be told, had it not been for the unseen guidance, you might never have stumbled upon its existence. Moreover, the Void Sun Mouse was the most clearly sensed among the remaining 5 spirit stones. Acquiring the other 4 would undoubtedly prove to be even more arduous. In the ensuing time, you traversed various realms, consuming vast amounts of time to locate the Ghost Gold Goat Spirit Stone, the Room Fire Pig Spirit Stone, and the Lu Gold Dog Spirit Stone. Now, only the Ong Sun Rooster remained. You murmured to yourself, then shifted your gaze towards a towering palace not far away. This was the 9 Heavens Palace, the foremost power of the celestial heaven fairy domain, where the 9 palace masters were at least at the pinnacle of the heavenly emperor realm. Such strength would rightfully place them among the elite even within the entirety of the realm domains. You did not choose to force your way in, rather. Guided by an unseen influence, you discovered the owner of the angry chicken spirit stone, the second palace master, Su Qingning. Through the spirit stone, you successfully gained the favor of Su Qingning's disciple, securing an opportunity for a meeting. Days later, you introduced yourself. I am Su Xuan, honored to meet Palace Master Su. Indeed, what is your purpose in seeking me? With a languorous demeanor, she turned slowly, raising her hand gently, and within the palace, a pair of opulent chairs materialized. Please, take a seat. Upon hearing this, you gladly took your place and began recounting your journey to Su Qingning. A spirit stone inscribed with chicken runes? I do possess such an item, obtained from a cultivator named Kai Chong. However, its sole function is merely to manipulate objects. Any ascendant emperor could achieve this more proficiently. What purpose could such a trinket serve for one of your stature? In response, you smiled. While it may be of no use to you, Palace Master, it holds profound significance for me. I kindly request you to part with it. Very well, assist me in eliminating the Grand Palace Master, and I shall grant you whatever you desire. Taken aback by her words, you hesitated. Yet, before you could respond, Su Qingning continued, do not be hasty in your refusal. If you can help me vanquish the Grand Palace Master, Chu Xing, I assure you, not just a spirit stone, but any rare treasures of heaven and earth within the 9 heavens palace shall be yours. You clasped your hands and replied, Palace Master Su, you jest. I am but a mere ascendant emperor. The Grand Palace Master, Chu Xing, reached the Saint Emperor realm eons ago and has undoubtedly ascended to a level beyond my capabilities. How could I possibly challenge such a formidable figure? No, you can. A spark of vitality flickered in Su Qingning's eyes as she earnestly stated, from the moment I laid eyes upon you, I sensed an extraordinary resonance, especially after my disciple departed the palace. The intensity of that resonance peaked. You undoubtedly possess strength that surpasses that of an ascendant emperor. Indeed, did she perceive the essence of the god of one-on-one combat? Your heart raced at her words. Astonished at her acute sensitivity to peril, a glimmer of coldness flashed in your eyes. However, after careful contemplation, a new thought emerged within you. Rather than acting against Su Qingning, you opted to forge an alliance with her, jointly plotting to eliminate the Grand Palace Master, Chu Sheng. Thus, you took up residence within the 9 heavens palace. Time slipped away rapidly, and soon it was the 7,400th year. At the moment of Chu Sheng's return to the 9 heavens palace, you sprang into action. Alongside you were Su Qingning and the 7 other palace masters. A myriad of assaults tore through the heavens, their might overwhelming, shaking the very foundations of the world and instilling profound fear. How audacious! What are you all doing? Chu Sheng's expression shifted dramatically. A wave of lethal dread surged within him. He could not afford to underestimate the situation. Immediately, he spat forth blood essence, unleashing his most formidable attack. A glacier appeared out of nowhere, instantly dispersing the attacks of Su Qingning and the other 7 palace masters. Only the sword aura you unleashed remained undiminished, surging forth with the intent to annihilate as it struck at Chu Sheng. Who are you? No matter the cost. I am willing to pay double for your allegiance to eliminate me. Chu Xing cried out in terror, yet the sword aura had already reached him. Empowered by the god of duel, Chu Sheng found himself utterly powerless against this strike. No, as the terrifying sword aura engulfed him, Chu Sheng was entirely obliterated from existence. With a single strike, a saintly emperor fell. This scene left all present in profound shock, including Su Qingning and the 7 palace masters who had just fought by your side. They retreated in haste, fearful that you would eliminate them as well. Do not panic. You offered a gentle smile, promptly commanding the 8 to surrender a fragment of their souls, thus exerting control over them. Henceforth, the 9 heavens palace was renamed the Human Emperor Sect, and you became its rightful master. In the year 7401, you successfully integrated the Human Emperor Sect, directing them to seek out additional knowledge from other maps. The 8 individuals previously mentioned became elders within the sect, though their loyalty was somewhat lacking. Their formidable cultivation allowed you to enhance your own powers, elevating you to the 2nd tier of the Heavenly Emperor through the benevolence of leadership. Simultaneously, you acquired the Angry Chicken Spirit Stone from Su Qingning and swiftly traversed toward the Eastern Mang Sea. In the year 7700, utilizing the immortal journey, you arrived at your destination. With the sound of embedding, the ethereal image of the Angry Chicken gradually materialized. Junior, congratulations on discovering this place. You have found the Angry Chicken Spirit Stone, and I can bestow upon you its power. As soon as the words left its mouth, the Angry Chicken transformed into specks of light, drifting toward you. Once you absorbed all the light, the statue stirred, having gathered 12 beast spirit stones. It seemed to regain life in an instant, emerging from the stone wall. Junior, thank you for retrieving the 12 beast spirits and lifting my seal. Lifting the seal? You were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, lifting the seal. I lack nothing now. The statue spoke for itself, claiming to be the fire god, one of the 8 primordial beings from the dawn of all realms. Alongside the other 7 primordial beings, it had created the myriad of races that now exist. However, due to various circumstances, they had been ambushed and sealed away individually. Even this fragment of its immortal essence had been suppressed here, enduring countless eons. My time grows short. Although this essence is said to be eternal, it must swiftly return to its original form. Before that, I shall grant you the power to command all flames in the world, bestowing upon you the mightiest sacred flame this realm has ever known. As the voice faded, the fire god slowly dissipated. In the place where his once vibrant soul essence resided, a solitary black flame lingered, quietly floating before you. The most potent sacred flame in existence? Yet, something felt amiss. You murmured to yourself, for from your perspective, the power of this flame appeared exceedingly impure. It was suffused with mottled demonic energy in the essence of slaughter. Rather than referring to it as a sacred flame, it would be more fitting to designate it as a demonic flame. After a moment of contemplation, you chose to approach it cautiously, as you did not sense any imminent danger emanating from the demonic flame, and thus opted to absorb it. In an instant, searing agony coursed through your entire being. Despite the glorious evolution you had undergone over the years, this demonic flame nearly melted your corporeal form. It was explosive, mottled, and formidable. It even conjured illusions that beckoned you to lose yourself within them. Chapter 218, Domination, a new map point after a prolonged duration. The sensation of pain gradually subsided into silence. You had successfully assimilated the flame into your being. Indeed, it was powerful, you mused. Although this demonic flame exuded an unsettling aura, its immense potency was sufficient to compensate for any shortcomings. Moreover, you received no warnings from your instinctual senses, indicating that, at least for you, it posed no threat. In the 7,800th year, you annihilated all foreign entities bearing the power of fortune within the Western Ridge domain cluster. You acquired a significant enhancement of fortune energy. In the 8,100th year, you returned to the human emperor sect. Adhering to the principle that even a slight improvement is worthwhile, you compelled your subordinates, including Su Xuan, to forcibly recruit a multitude of cultivators into the human emperor sect. Although their contributions were minimal, they were nonetheless present. As for any potential resentment from the surrounding domains, you paid it no mind. After all, you had evolved beyond measure. Apart from a select few forces within the celestial court and the core regions of various realms, none could pose a threat to you. In the 8,120th year, you led numerous cultivators in an assault on the Beidou domain cluster, where the human emperor sect resided. Soon, dozens of domains fell under your dominion. Though their loyalty was virtually non-existent, they still provided you with negligible returns. With their assistance, your cultivation level experienced a modest elevation. While these individuals currently exhibited no allegiance to you, time would inevitably diminish all grievances. Those who once belonged to the ninefold celestial palace now contributed to your power manifold. You reflected, then struck again, shattering the protective array of a nearby sect. Just as the sect's master was on the brink of surrendering to you, formidable auras surged from the horizon. Each of them possessed remarkable strength, and among them was one who had long been steeped in the aura of the sacred emperor, exuding a presence that instilled fear and trepidation. Outsiders, swiftly depart from our Beidou realm. You have invaded our homeland and destroyed our sect. Today, we shall make you pay the price. Everyone, let us unite. With the esteemed Zheng leading us, we shall surely vanquish this foe. In an instant, numerous cultivators vocally condemned you. Yet, you merely scoffed, noisy. With a sudden surge, demonic flames erupted from your grasp, hurtling towards the venerable Zheng amidst the crowd. To everyone's astonishment, he was utterly defenseless. Before the eyes of the onlookers, this figure, regarded as a savior, met his demise on the spot, leaving not even ashes behind. Ah, venerable one, how can this be possible? A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. However, before they could react, your presence descended upon them. Heavenly mercy allows for life. I now offer you a chance to survive. Do you desire it? The crowd nodded in unison, fearful of any dissent. Excellent. This opportunity is simple. You must pledge absolute loyalty to me. Can you accomplish this? Upon hearing your words, they eagerly affirmed. After all, in such dire circumstances, who would dare to voice a refusal? You sensed their offered strength, yet it remained negligible. Then you gently lifted your foot and appeared beside the most boisterous cultivator. Bam! His head suddenly burst apart, and the ensuing rain of blood, under your command, fell precisely upon each face present. Venerable one, what is the meaning of this? Humph. I merely sense this individual's blatant insincerity. Though inwardly devoid of loyalty, he feigned compliance. Do you believe he deserves to die? At this, the crowd trembled in fear. After all, they were merely yielding to your overwhelming power, their loyalty inherently lacking. Yet, to avoid sharing the fate of the recently deceased, they immediately knelt and bowed, vowing to remain loyal to you. Your cultivation saw a modest enhancement. I hope you can maintain this. You extracted a fragment of their souls before continuing your conquest. 8,200 years passed. Your cultivation reached the third level of the Celestial Emperor. Simultaneously, as the loyalty of your subordinates grew, your training accelerated. 8,700 years. You established dominion over the myriad realms within the bestow domain, leaving no corner, no matter how remote, ungoverned. Though this forceful rule brought minimal gains, your prowess still advanced significantly. 9,000 years. While in secluded cultivation, you received word that a disciple of the human emperor's teachings had discovered a location depicted on the map. You promptly met this individual and proceeded together towards the indicated site. 9,002 years. After an arduous journey, you finally arrived at the remote region depicted on the map. It was a chasm, despite the ominous aura surrounding it. The interior mirrored the scenes illustrated on a specific map. You instructed the disciple to return to the human emperor's sect while you cautiously began your descent. This abyss harbored an uncanny essence, each corner exuding a chilling and dreadful atmosphere. Yet, the moment you touched the bottom, everything transformed. You felt as though you had entered an entirely new realm. Here, life thrived, the sun shone brightly, resembling a veritable paradise. You muttered to yourself that this must indeed be the place and commenced your exploration. Unexpectedly, at that very moment, two figures descended from the sky, grasping the disciple of the human emperor's sect whom you had just parted with. Brother, this must be the one, you deduced, sensing he held numerous secrets. With a shared glance, the two figures flickered and charged towards you from either side, seeking death. A cold smile crept across your lips as you gestured in the air with one hand, swiftly pointing forth. With a rush, a terrifying inferno surged forth at your command. The dreadful heat fractured the void and caused the heavens to tremble. Upon witnessing the inferno, the two assailants exhibited no resistance, instantly reduced to mere charred remains. Chapter 219. The Earth God. Farewell to the mouse demon. This was still in consideration of your restraint. Had you not tempered your force, they would have surely met their demise. In an instant, you appeared beside them, extracting their souls with one hand each. In that fleeting moment, a torrent of memories flooded your mind. Are they also from the celestial court? You murmured to yourself. Their memories bore resemblance to those of the prior Zhouji. Although you could delve into their souls, you only uncovered fragments of their personal histories, while all matters regarding the celestial court remained sealed, inaccessible to your gaze. You turned their remains to ash, allowing the human emperor's disciple to depart once more, and resumed your search in that place. Months passed without the discovery of any valuable leads. Yet, you remained unperturbed, for the time of the annual gift was approaching. In this vast expanse, the hidden opportunities were likely to be revealed by the forthcoming gift. You settled into a state of quiet anticipation. Soon, the annual gift was triggered. It sent forth an ethereal guidance, illuminating your path ahead. Following this direction, you swiftly uncovered a concealed temple. At the heart of this sanctuary stood a statue, unmistakably significant. Ah, this again, you mused inwardly. Although the origins of this object eluded you, the absence of any warning signals indicated that it was likely beneficial to you. You began to explore your surroundings. You discovered 5 openings at the 4 corners of the dilapidated temple and beneath the statues, which seemed to possess the same function as the 12 beast spirit stones. You took out all the unknown items you carried and compared them one by one. Finally, when you retrieved a lotus flower, a connection was established with one of the openings in the corner. This was the golden silkworm lotus you had acquired during your fierce battle with the golden silkworm. Uncertain of its purpose, you had kept it by your side, never anticipating that today it would resonate with the opening before you. As you pondered, the golden silkworm lotus began to rise gently. It transformed into the character for anger in the sky, which then shattered, filling the air with radiant golden light. The golden light surged toward you, and you felt an invisible shield manifest beside you, capable of withstanding layers of attacks. Surely, this was a gift akin to those bestowed by the beast spirits. Unfortunately, the items needed in the temple were far more elusive than those beast spirit stones. With a gentle sigh, you meticulously recorded the remaining 4 openings, intending to return and have the emperor's disciples search for them at their leisure. However, at that moment, the void before you trembled. A rat demon sprang forth, charging directly at you. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal echoed through the air. Since only the two of you were present, the duel of gods was triggered instantly, leaving the rat demon without an opportunity to harm you. Is it you? You furrowed your brow, immediately recognizing the creature. It was the rat demon that had defended you against the golden figure in the last simulation. You recognize me? The rat demon paused, then realized you were merely stalling for time. It roared in fury, its body suddenly enlarging over 100-fold, breaking through the temple roof. Thunder rumbled ominously. The sky darkened abruptly, countless black clouds coalescing as if to convey the anger of the temple's master. Ah, great earth god, I was wrong. Please forgive this little demon. The rat demon immediately fell to the ground, feigning death, too afraid to move an inch. Moments later, the winds shifted, and a tempest of thunder engulfed the area, surrounding the rat demon completely. Boom! A bolt of lightning, as thick as a giant python, suddenly struck down. After the rat demon was left battered and bruised, the black clouds gradually dissipated, seemingly satisfied. Witnessing this, the rat demon ceased its charade, rising once more. Damn the cultivators. They caused me to incur the wrath of the great earth god. Die! The giant axe erupted with blinding light. It swung horizontally at the heavens, unleashing a terrifying phenomenon that shook the very earth and sky, hurtling toward you. Yet, it was utterly ineffective. At this moment, you and the demon had entered a state of singular combat. Unless the rat demon could summon a helper, it was impossible for it to shake you, even if it exhausted its entire lifespan to attack. Boom! As the giant axe descended, the heavens resounded with a colossal roar. As the billowing smoke ascends, anomalies manifest. Yet, when all has dissipated, you remain unscathed at the center. What? How is this possible? Even a mere celestial emperor of the third tier cannot withstand my assault. The mouse demon exclaims in shock. You merely smile gently, allowing the mouse demon to continue his onslaught while you stand still, awaiting his attack. The mouse demon casts a doubtful glance in your direction before seemingly recalling something, immediately turning his gaze toward the temple's aperture. You have obtained an artifact of the earth deity's unsealing. The mouse demon exclaims in astonishment, then retracts his form, returning to his original size. Noticing his loss of hostility, you begin to inquire about the earth deity. However, he seems to tread carefully around the subject, contemplating for a long time before revealing fragments of information. It turns out that the statue before you is indeed the earth deity. He has been sealed in this place for an unknown duration. To unseal him, 5 spirit objects used in his original confinement must be found. Upon discovering this location, the celestial court immediately commenced the search for those 5 artifacts. Alas, despite the passage of considerable time, only 2 have been located. The invisible shield beside you is a blessing granted by the earth deity. Each time you acquire one of the spirit objects, you receive a blessing. Although this blessing only affords the recipient a fraction of the earth deity's defensive power, even that small measure is sufficient to withstand over 90% of attacks from the sacred sovereign realm. Thus, the earth deity truly possesses extraordinary divine power. Mouse demon friend. Since the earth deity is present, surely there must be other deities as well? While extolling the virtues of the earth deity, you begin to subtly inquire about the other gods. Naturally, aside from the earth deity, there are also the deities of metal, wood, water, fire, wind, thunder, and ice. Together, they form the very fabric of the myriad realms. Chapter 220. The Celestial Court's intentions not so. You seek to deceive me. Surrender at once. Having received the earth deity's blessing, you may still have a slim chance of survival if you return with me to meet the Xianhuang Emperor. Otherwise, what then? The mouse demon remains silent, his expression inscrutable. You find yourself perplexed. However, recalling that during your previous simulation, there were no unforeseen events when you obtained the fire deity's blessing, you naturally do not intend to return to the celestial court. After all, it is best to hold one's fate in one's own hands. Young one, I am aiding you. If you do not accompany me back, it won't be long before you meet your demise in the wilderness. At this, your interest is piqued. But I previously received the fire deity's blessing without incident. Did I not? What? The fire deity? Where did you encounter the fire deity? As you feigned departure, the mouse demon hastily stepped forward, following closely behind you. Initially, you utilized the method of celestial transference to convey your ability to leave at any moment. Subsequently, you proposed a condition. While you were willing to learn of the fire goddess whereabouts, the mouse demon must divulge further information. Upon hearing this, the mouse demon hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Since you are so eager to know, I shall reveal it to you. However, my status within the heavenly court is not particularly high, and my knowledge is somewhat limited. The mouse demon recounted numerous tales. It turned out that those 8 so-called deities were, in fact, practitioners of the Tao transformation realm. Ages have elapsed since their era, and very few across the myriad realms are even aware of their existence. The heavenly court's intention to resurrect them is straightforward. They require their power. The sovereign of the heavenly court, Emperor Su Xuan, had felt an inexplicable calling. In over 100,000 years, the myriad realms are destined to face unimaginable calamities, during which all living beings shall be reduced to mere bones. Given the current strength of practitioners in the myriad realms, it is utterly impossible to withstand such a disaster. Thus, Emperor Su Xuan perused ancient secrets and unearthed the legends of these 8 deities. However, their accounts vary greatly in the numerous records. Some narrations claim they created the entire myriad realms, while others assert they led countless races to their ruin. There are even records that refer to them not as deities, but as demons. Through the erosion of time, the truths of the past are now obscured. Nevertheless, after much contemplation, Emperor Su Xuan chose to believe in the narrative that they were indeed deities and resolutely sought to restore their existence. Hoping to secure a glimmer of hope for the myriad realms, the majority of practitioners within the heavenly court, however, did not comprehend Emperor Su Xuan's actions. To them, his assertions were merely unilateral, lacking any substantiation. Some adept diviners, skilled in the art of prophecy, attempted to foresee the future, yet they detected no anomalies. Thus, the myriad realms continued to function in orderly fashion. Not only had there been no catastrophic upheaval for over 100,000 years, but even for hundreds of thousands, or millions of years, no devastating crises had arisen. Consequently, both sides engaged in fervent debate based on their differing theories. Those aligned with Emperor Su Xuan believed in following his intuition, advocating for the release of the 8 individuals to seek a sliver of hope for the myriad realms. In contrast, the other 2 emperors and the majority of heavenly court practitioners argued against their release. After all, not all records assured that they would be benevolent towards the beings of the myriad realms. And even if they had once been kind, what relevance does that hold now? Countless ages have passed, and they are bound to have changed. Should they harbor malevolent intentions, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for the entirety of the myriad realms. There is no necessity to release them for the sake of an illusory calamity. Ultimately, the perspectives of the other 2 emperors garnered the approval of the majority of the cultivators. Reluctantly, Emperor Su Xuan had to outwardly concede, allowing his trusted disciples to clandestinely manipulate the situation. Upon hearing the mouse demon's account, you could not help but nod in agreement. To be frank, the actions of both Emperor Su Xuan and the other 2 emperors of the celestial court are quite reasonable. In fact, the arguments of the latter hold even more weight. Were it not for your divine perspective, having witnessed the impending catastrophe faced by myriad realms, you would likely align yourself with the 2 emperors. However, you are now acutely aware that Emperor Su Xuan is indeed correct. A great catastrophe will indeed befall the myriad realms in over 100,000 years. In the previous simulation, had you not executed a fatal strike at the last moment to shatter the barrier, the myriad realms would have faced total annihilation. Moreover, since there are those behind the barrier who are instigating this situation, it is clear that merely breaking the barrier will not alter the outcome. Ultimately, the cultivators hiding in the primordial sacred domain will likely find it impossible to escape death. Thus, it appears that to resolve this situation under normal circumstances, one must indeed rely on the powers of those gods. You mutter to yourself, after all, you have gazed upon the world beyond the barrier. Though the spiritual energy there is exceedingly sparse, the attack that ultimately struck you down in the last simulation must have been at least of an emperor-level existence. The cultivators driving the barrier from behind are undoubtedly even more formidable, likely of the transformation realm, and perhaps more than one. As for the 8 gods, you cannot say for certain. However, since the fire god harbors no ill will and has even left you a trace of demonic flame, it indicates that he possesses a certain benevolence towards the cultivators within the myriad realms. You ponder this thoughtfully. Meanwhile, the mouse demon grows increasingly anxious. Kid, I've shared everything I know. Now tell me about the fire god. The whereabouts of the fire god? In fact, I am the fire god. You gently raise your hand, and the demonic flame rises into the air. The terrifying temperature instantly ignites the surrounding void. What? You. The mouse demon stutters, unable to connect you with the fire god, no matter how he thinks. Yet the flame before him is undeniably real. The feeling of annihilation it exudes is unlike any fire he has ever encountered. We shall meet again. You chuckle softly, then activate your celestial journey, your figure vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving the mouse demon bewildered in place. Chapter 221. Lord of Thunder Abyss, you have returned to the human emperor's teachings. Though you will eventually visit the celestial court, it is certainly not at this moment. At least not until you have fully developed your wings and become invincible across the universe. The first 10,000 years. The initial fatal strike slowly coalesces into completion. In the passage of these years, you have not been idle. Rather, you have been diligently expanding the territory of the human emperor sect. Simultaneously, you dispatched your subordinates to seek various extraordinary artifacts and the locations depicted on the maps. In the year 10,001, you successfully transitioned your cultivation method to the Tao cultivation. Although this technique bore no remarkable characteristics apart from its balanced and harmonious nature, it enabled you to cultivate to a higher realm. By the year 10,500, your relentless conquests had resulted in your dominion encompassing hundreds of realms. Although the number of those who genuinely pledged their loyalty to you is scarce, your leadership still imparted a significant enhancement to your standing. Your cultivation level ascended to the 4th tier of the Celestial Emperor. In the year 11,000, you continued to broaden your territory. During this period, many powerful cultivators attempted to thwart your endeavors, yet they were all inevitably consumed by the inferno of your magic flames. The cultivators from surrounding realms began to fear you. They had no choice but to abandon their domains or submit to you, offering their services. In the year 12,000, your ostentatious actions soon drew the attention of the Celestial Court. They commanded you to immediately cease your current activities and restore harmony and stable development to the Beidou realm cluster. After much contemplation, you ultimately decided to bide your time and comply with the Celestial Court's directives. In the ensuing days, peace reigned. Following the cessation of your conquests, many of your subordinates gradually grew loyal to you. Your cultivation reached the 5th tier of the Celestial Emperor. Concurrently, you discovered that the rat demon had seemingly not disclosed your existence. Aside from prohibiting you from invading other realms, the Celestial Court had not troubled you further. It appeared that the Su Xuan Emperor did not intend to seek you directly. Thus, time passed slowly, and before long, it was the year 16,000. Under the relentless search of your many cultivators, someone finally rediscovered the location marked on the map. You immediately summoned this individual, only to find that it was the same cultivator from before. Realizing that this person was extraordinary, you inquired about his circumstances, and he answered truthfully. This individual introduced himself as Su Xuan, an ordinary cultivator from the Huangjiang Fairy Domain within the Beidou realm cluster. He joined the human emperor's sect shortly after you assumed control. Su Xuan had been remarkably fortunate since childhood, consistently uncovering opportunities that others could not find. In fact, during his youth, he discovered a manual capable of directly accessing the Emperor's realm from a small secret location that had been searched numerous times. Indeed, his luck was exceptional. It seemed that without his assistance, it would have taken you thousands of years to locate the position marked on the map. You mused to yourself. Subsequently, taking Su Xuan under your wing and proceeding towards the location he indicated. Before long, you arrived at a desolate expanse, which indeed corresponded perfectly to the imagery on a certain map. Before you could even begin your search, a cascade of memories materialized in your mind. There sat a middle-aged man, quietly meditating within a cavernous abode. His presence exuded such formidable strength that the surrounding spiritual energy trembled in response. Has someone truly discovered this place? He mused, slowly lifting his gaze, his dark robe billowing as if stirred by an unseen breeze. Having endured the trials of life, he was inherently cautious in his actions. Thus, he remained still, patiently awaiting the approaching aura he had sensed earlier. Esteemed Master, I am Wang Lang from Wang Family Village. Esteemed Master, I am Wang Nuo from Wang Family Village. Esteemed Master, I am Wang Da from Wang Family Village. The middle-aged man's brow furrowed slightly as he spoke. Who are you, and how did you manage to trace my whereabouts? The formation surrounding my abode is such that even an emperor-level cultivator cannot breach it. How is it that mere mortals like you have entered? Upon hearing this, Wang Lang raised his head, a flicker of excitement illuminating the creases of his weathered face. It is the guidance of this mirror, my lord. The mirror? The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback before accepting the mirror from Wang Lang's hands. The front of the mirror bore the inscription Gaze of Heaven, while the reverse reflected countless images. He beheld scenes of humanity, bent and toiling within dark mines. Laboring with fervor, one after another, they collapsed, only to be ruthlessly beaten by the demonic race, forced to rise and tremble once more. He witnessed the winged tribe relentlessly devouring countless humans. Even when humanity sought to resist, their power was woefully inadequate. The chasm between them was insurmountable, far beyond mere numbers. He observed various other races trading humans as if they were mere commodities, with humanity resigned to their grim fate, manipulated like goods. An array of images flashed before the middle-aged man's eyes, igniting a growing tempest within his once tranquil heart. But then the scene shifted, revealing a glimpse of the future. He saw himself achieving a breakthrough, slaying the various alien races. He envisioned standing atop the world, revered by countless humans who bowed before him, proclaiming, "Hail, Lord of Thunder." "Is that truly me?" he exclaimed in exhilaration. "Can my path truly lead to enlightenment? Is this genuinely a new avenue?" Just then, the vision shifted again. Time seemed to leap forward by millions of years. The Lord of Thunder now stood, as he had seen in the gaze of heaven, firmly established at the pinnacle of the world. A multitude of humans shouted in unison, "Long live humanity!" as he gazed upon the sea of humanity. A profound sense of pride welled within him, for on this day all his aspirations had come to fruition. After countless years of meticulous planning and scheming, he had finally awaited this moment. From now on, humanity would never again kneel in subjugation. From this moment forth, he, the Lord of Thunder Abyss, could embody the great path, transcending death and annihilation. The scene abruptly halts here, leaving you in a state of bewilderment. The vivid images that unfolded did not recount the tales of other Tao lords, nor did they elucidate how the present Lord of Thunder Abyss found himself sealed in this place. Chapter 222. The Celestial Path. Though you now comprehend that the Lord of Thunder Abyss corresponds to the deity of thunder, the purpose behind revealing these images remains elusive. Thus, you momentarily abandon your contemplations and begin to survey your surroundings. However, at that very instant, a sense of impending danger alerts you. In the next heartbeat, a celestial sword materializes out of thin air, launching an unexpected assault upon you. It is enveloped in a blinding radiance, and the aura of slaughter it emanates is compressed to its utmost intensity. Boom! The sword light overwhelms everything in its path. The individual orchestrating this attack, witnessing the assault, is filled with unwarranted confidence and emits a light chuckle. Yet, disappointment awaits him. The moment he appeared, the god of duels was already triggered. As the celestial sword made contact with you, it was repelled and fell to the ground. Such formidable physicality. No wonder he dares to covertly aid the Emperor, Xianhuang, in releasing the myriad fiends. A young man with striking brows and starry eyes gradually materializes, his form entwined with boundless sword intent, as if anyone standing beside him would be torn to shreds in an instant by the sheer force of his sword energy. What an overwhelming presence. Even without being at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, he is likely not far from it. You murmur to yourself, yet remain unfazed. For here, it is only the two of you. The adversary could not possibly inflict harm upon you in any manner. Boy, surrender your soul's essence, and I shall pretend nothing has transpired today. Otherwise, The young man sneers, his intentions unmistakably malevolent. Naturally, you would never acquiesce to his demands. Without hesitation, you summon the torrential demonic flames and charge toward the young man. Such audacity! A mere ant of the celestial emperor dares to strike at me. The young man bellows, and an aura of peak holy emperor strength erupts instantaneously, engulfing everything around you. In the next moment, boundless sword intent coalesces into a singular mass. In an instant, it collides with the demonic flames. Boom! The terrifying explosion reverberates in all directions. Yet, ultimately, they both pierce through one another, unyielding in their momentum, striking you and the young sword cultivator. The young sword cultivator, engulfed by the demonic flames, emits a cry of anguish. Meanwhile, you withstand the sword intent and find yourself at his side. How is this possible? How could a celestial emperor cultivator withstand my assault? The young man struggles to rise, but finds himself utterly powerless. His soul is rapidly consumed, and in the blink of an eye, he becomes nothing but an empty shell. Even a peak holy emperor cultivator cannot withstand this demonic flame. As you engage in silent contemplation, you begin to rummage around the young man's side. You discover his storage bag, within which lie familiar items, 3 maps, an abundance of high-quality elixirs, in the Tao cultivation technique. Although these possessions bear little relevance to your current self, they undeniably attest to the fact that this individual is affiliated with the enigmatic figure you encountered in the Black Gorge and Blood Marsh. It is highly probable that their identities are linked to other esteemed dignitaries from the Heavenly Court. You obliterate the young man's corpse and resume your search in the vicinity. Time swiftly passes, and with the arrival of another cycle of gifts from the years, you successfully follow his guidance to uncover a hidden space beneath the ground. Similar to the domains of the fire and earth gods, the very heart of this space is dominated by a statue. Gazing upon its visage, you recognize it as that of the Thunder Abyss sovereign from your previous recollection. Indeed, it is as you suspected. Yet, you wonder what spiritual artifact is necessary to lift the seal from the Thunder Abyss sovereign. As you murmur to yourself, your attention shifts to the surroundings of this space. To your astonishment, you find only the statue of the Thunder Abyss sovereign. Nothing else remains. This revelation fills you with perplexity, but at that moment, Another memory resurfaces in your mind. The protagonist of this memory is none other than the Thunder Abyss Sovereign himself. In this recollection, he stands full of vigor, leading the human race to unprecedented heights. He dedicates his life's work selflessly, nurturing a succession of Tao cultivators among humanity, each mastering the elemental paths of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, and wind. Thus, humanity boasts 8 Tao cultivators. At this pinnacle, they effortlessly vanquish myriad races. Yet, it seems that the heavenly Tao is unwilling to permit humanity to remain unrivaled. Just as these 8 Tao cultivators are on the brink of obliterating several races, a multitude of exceptionally gifted talents emerges from other ethnicities. The Thunder Abyss Sovereign swiftly recognizes this situation. He begins to lead his disciples in a ruthless campaign against these prodigies. However, they are insatiable. No matter how many he slays, new exceptional beings continually arise, their talents growing ever stronger. Eventually, the day comes when the Thunder Abyss Sovereign faces defeat, bested by a young prodigy from another race, one who has existed for merely a few thousand years. The stark contrast of his downfall nearly shatters him. It is then that he comprehends the truth. The heavenly Tao does not wish to see humanity ascend. The only fate that awaits him for opposing the heavenly Tao is annihilation. In the days that follow, the various races unite to imprison all 8 Tao cultivators of humanity: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and ice. The present realms of existence are merely segments delineated by those races. After absorbing this memory, you find yourself at a loss for words. As an observer, your insight surpasses that of Lord Lei Yuan. The foreign races are not fools. Even if the Tao transformation realm cultivators cannot be entirely eradicated, they will not easily grant the human race's Tao transformation cultivators an opportunity to escape. The prospect of finding spiritual objects that could liberate the human Tao transformation cultivators seems rather too facile. It appears that the so-called heavenly Tao is secretly at play. Contemplating this, a shadow of unease looms over your heart, for you sense something amiss with this so-called heavenly Tao, deeply unsettling indeed. It seems to be nurturing a hidden malice while maintaining a precarious balance among the myriad races. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy fills the space, interrupting your thoughts. This energy coalesces into an arrow, pointing you towards a specific direction. It is a statue. What could this be? Following the indicated path, you discover 4 large characters inscribed beneath the statue. Thunder from beyond the heavens. Thunder from beyond the heavens. Could it be that Lord Lei Yuan's object of unsealing is this thunder from beyond the heavens? Yet, where could one possibly seek such a thing? A soft sigh escapes your lips as you resume your search in the vicinity. However, this time, no further discoveries are made, leaving you somewhat disheartened. Reluctantly, you decide to temporarily return to the human emperor's sect. In the 19th millennium, you return to the 5 domains, selectively eliminating certain individuals blessed with fortune and acquiring numerous resources from them. In the 18th millennium, during these years, you begin to fervently cultivate your subordinate cultivators. As their cultivation levels and loyalty increase, you receive steady feedback, leading to your own continuous elevation in strength. This is not the end. Due to the vast array of high-tier celestial herbs carried by the peak Holy Emperor you previously vanquished, your cultivation continues to ascend rapidly. In the 20th millennium, you successfully condense a lethal strike. By the 21st millennium, you absorb all the celestial herbs, achieving the 6th layer of the Celestial Emperor realm. Just as you prepare to enter secluded cultivation, a figure appears before you. Clad in a white robe with flowing white hair, he emanates a tranquil aura, clearly having reached the state of returning to one's original essence. However, you do not sense any malice from him. You clasp your hands in respect and inquire about his identity. I am the Xian Huang Emperor. Upon hearing the Huang Fengrat's words, you learn that not only have you found an earthly divine object, but you also claim to be the fire god? Frowning slightly, you gently raise your hand and release the magical flame. It is indeed identical to the divine fire described in the records. However, this flame must have been granted to you by the fire god after you fully unsealed his powers. Nodding gently at this revelation, you proceed to disclose the entire account of how you released the fire god. It is truly astonishing that you have managed to liberate the fire deity in just a few millennia. Upon concluding this statement, the Emperor Xianhuang set up a barrier outside the cave, shielding everything around them. Subsequently, he shared a plethora of information with you. He revealed that in approximately 100,000 years, the barriers of the myriad realms would begin to contract. This impending calamity is inevitable and cannot be averted. To shatter these barriers, the combined might of at least 3 deities is essential. Do you comprehend why I have urged my disciples to incessantly seek out these deities over the years, yet not a single one has been freed? You shook your head in confusion. This is because the other two emperor-level cultivators in the heavenly court are in league with the hidden orchestrator of this catastrophe. They, along with their loyal followers, have disseminated a multitude of falsehoods to tarnish the reputations of the 8 deities. As a result, the number of those in the heavenly court who are willing to trust my disciples has dwindled, with many believing I have been blinded and wish to eliminate the 8 deities post-haste. At this juncture, should my disciples be dispatched, they would immediately face relentless obstructions from other cultivators of the heavenly court. Transitioning the conversation, Emperor Xianwang expressed relief that you have successfully liberated the fire deity. In the ensuing 100,000 years, if we manage to free 2 more deities, all challenges shall be surmounted. With that, Emperor Xianwang began to share the status of the 8 transcendental cultivators in his possession. Aside from the earth deity, he currently possesses the precise locations of the wood, water, and wind deities. Notably, concerning the wind deity, through the relentless exploration by Emperor Xianwang's disciples, 5 of the 7 required mystical items to lift the wind deity's seal have already been gathered. Only 2 more mystical items are needed to completely dismantle the seal. 5 out of 7 collected? Upon hearing this, you hastily inquired whether gathering the 5 mystical items would facilitate a connection with the remaining items. However, the Emperor's response was negative, which startled you. Why was it that after acquiring half of the mystical items necessary to unseal the fire deity, you felt an inexplicable guiding force? Was this the handiwork of the fire deity, or that of the so-called heavenly path? You pondered in silence, sensing an invisible hand orchestrating these events. In the ensuing dialogue, you and Emperor Xianwang reached a collaborative agreement to jointly gather the mystical items. You successfully obtained the specific locations of the wood, water, and wind deities from him, as well as descriptions of the mystical items required for collection. Before departing, Emperor Xianwang generously bestowed upon you a substantial quantity of elixirs produced in the primordial sacred realm. On the 20,000th and 11th year, you commenced an immersive retreat. By the 20,000th and 13th year, you adeptly elevated your cultivation to the 7th level of the Celestial Emperor. Although the enhancement in your realm provided limited immediate benefits, it did afford you assistance in transcending boundaries. As long as you elevate your cultivation to the realm of the Saint Emperor, you shall disregard the myriad golden shadows that emerged during the fragmentation of the domain. The 25th millennium passed. You successfully broke through to the 8th tier of the Heavenly Emperor. The 26th millennium and 200 years arrived. Your seclusion was once again interrupted. News from the human emperor sect reached you. A disciple named Su Xuan had discovered new information on a map. It is him again. You hastily summoned Su Xuan. After thousands of years of change, Su Xuan had evidently matured significantly. Moreover, due to his previous 2 discoveries of map contents for you, you had bestowed upon him a wealth of cultivation resources. This had propelled Su Xuan's cultivation far beyond that of his peers within the human emperor sect. Su Xuan, how is it that you are always able to uncover the information marked on those maps? Su Xuan paused momentarily upon hearing your words. He then replied, in response to the sect leader, I merely persist in my search. Others, upon facing futility, often choose to abandon their quest and return to the sect for cultivation. In contrast, I continue to seek, for I know that if I uncover a piece of information on a map, the rewards you bestow upon me will far surpass a millennium of arduous training. Hearing this, you smiled and nodded. Ha ha ha. Splendid. If you discover yet another location recorded on a map this time, not only will I grant you abundant resources, but I will also take you as my disciple and support your pursuit of cultivation wholeheartedly. Su Xuan, upon hearing this, immediately prostrated himself on the ground. Thank you. Sect leader,